Glad you're here. If you enjoy our videos, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of Mystery Revival. I can transform into a great demon right here on GMT Recap. The news bulletin reported today that a dangerous serial killer has appeared nearby, with 3 victims already found. What's terrifying is that before their deaths, the victims' exteriors and internal organs were severely damaged. The nature of the case is extremely brutal, and the methods used are exceptionally cruel. The police advise everyone not to go out too much and to be cautious of suspicious individuals. Outside, the rain was pouring harder and harder. Inside the room, the male lead, Jang Shan, was eating snacks while watching the news. There's more news about the murder cases. A massacre occurred in a residential complex, where none of the 5 family members survived. The case is under investigation, and the area around the complex may still be dangerous. Immediately after, another report followed. A skinning case occurred in the Kong Trang building. In Jiangbei City alone, there are nearly 3 to 5 murder cases almost every day. Jang Shan threw the snack wrapper aside and walked to the window to check the situation. The broadcast seemed to be subtly warning people not to come to this place. He guessed the media might be hinting through their reports that this so-called killer might not be human. But by now, none of this felt strange to him anymore. After all, he had already experienced supernatural events himself. It turned out he was someone who had been reborn, and to this day, he still remembered that in his previous life, he had died of cancer. One moment he was lying in an intensive care bed, and in the blink of an eye, he had become a wandering child in a strange rural area. While he was still confused about what was happening, an old man smiled kindly, patted his head, and said, "Kiddo, call me Grandpa, and from now on, you'll follow me." Jang Shan called out, "Grandpa," and from that moment on, the old man became the only family Jang Shan had in this strange world. He thought that his life would simply continue on peacefully, day after day. However, 2 years ago, when he returned home after going out, the old man was nowhere to be found. He had disappeared without a trace, not even leaving behind a corpse. All he left Jang Shan was a piece of paper and a savings card with a balance of 100,000 coins. In the letter, he said that the Song sect was in trouble and that he had no choice but to leave, urging Jang Shan to live well and behave himself. Jang Shan didn't believe a word of it, thinking it was just an excuse. What nonsense about the Song sect being in trouble? Even glitch cultivation novels wouldn't bother with such lines. Still, he was curious how the old man was doing now. After all, he was the one who raised him. As he was lost in thought, a piercing noise suddenly rang out from outside, making Jang Shan feel like he was about to drop dead. Furious, he cursed, "Damn it, it's 2 a.m., and you're still making a racket. Have a little decency, will you?" Jang Shan walked toward the door and looked through the peephole to see who the hell was making such a scene at 2 a.m. Through the peephole, he saw a girl pounding repeatedly on the neighbor's door. But the knocking was getting louder and more frantic. Was something urgent going on with Hong's sister? The woman's behavior grew increasingly bizarre. She no longer stood still but had climbed up onto the door as if trying to pry it open. Her mouth gaped, revealing sharp teeth, and she whispered inward, "Open the door, I knew someone was inside." Jang Shan was horrified at the terrifying scene. He didn't yet realize it was a ghost. He merely thought that if the girl wasn't mentally ill, then she had to be utterly insane. He quickly texted Hong's sister, telling her that if she wasn't home yet, she shouldn't go back just yet. "There's a dangerous person in front of your house." Hong's sister replied immediately. "She's at home and told Jang Shan that whatever is outside is not human." Hong's sister was trembling in fear, silently crying, repeatedly pressing her phone to seek help from Jang Shan. "What should I do now?" The eerie woman outside heard the constant clicking of the phone and spoke, "Isn't someone there? Why pretend no one's home? Pretending not to hear?" The ghost began banging her head against the door, trying to break it down. Hong's sister became even more terrified as the banging grew louder. The female ghost showed no sign of stopping. "Open the door for me, open the door." Hong's sister continued texting Jang Shan. She had seen the girl's face. It was Lee Yi-won. Upon receiving the message, Jang Shan began to recall why the name Li Yiwen sounded so familiar. That's right, she was the victim of the shocking rape and murder case in Zheng City last year. The ghostly woman continued to violently assault the door, grinning a twisted smile. "Open the door for me. Now." A year ago, a girl was desperately trying to escape from a thug. She ran while knocking on every door she passed. "Open the door, please open the door." But no door was opened. She was cornered with nowhere left to run. Trembling, she pleaded with him. "Please don't come any closer." In front of her stood a burly, menacing man. In his hand, he gripped a knife, ready to strike. "You only have two little things, and you dared to scratch me? Face me, Jiang Bei's face was slashed by you. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how can I ever show my face in the underworld again?" She turned around and banged on another door, crying for help. "Open the door. Please, I beg you, someone help me." He shouted out orders to everyone. "Lock your doors tight. Meddling in other people's business is just asking to die. Anyone who dares step out, I'll personally send them to the afterlife." Hearing this, everyone was terrified. Every house locked their doors firmly, and no one dared step outside to save the girl. The poor girl collapsed beneath his blade. After it was done, he walked away and made a phone call for backup, leaving the girl lifeless in a pool of blood. "Hello, I've run into a bit of trouble over here." He told the person on the phone that it was an act of self-defense. He would now go turn himself in and be detained for a few days, as usual. From that moment on, strange things began to happen. 7 days later, the thug was found dead in the detention center, his death exactly mirroring that of Li Yuan. The scene shifts to the present. The demon threatens Sister Hong, saying that if she doesn't open the door, it will come in on its own. It is using its hair to slip through the lock and open the door. Jang Shan, upon seeing the door of Hong's sister's house open, was so startled that he dropped his phone on the ground. The ghostly woman, with her sharp hearing, immediately turned around and flashed a creepy smile as she moved towards Jang Shan's door. She kept emitting terrifying laughter. She continuously called out for Jang Shan to open the door, saying, "I can see you." When Jang Shan saw the ghost woman change her target, he was alarmed and instinctively stepped backward. "Why is she charging towards me?" Jang Shan grabbed a nearby baseball bat. He shouted at the ghost woman, "Come here if you dare." Being a virgin with strong yang energy, he wasn't afraid of these supernatural beings. Suddenly, the system activated, announcing that it had detected the breath of a ghost and began triggering the demonization system. The system successfully activated, and Jang Shan was granted 100 initial demon energy points. Jang Shan was a bit surprised. This must be the long-awaited late-stage system that had appeared after many years. The system then asked if he wanted to draw a demonization card to face the ghost. The knocking at the door grew increasingly frantic. Naturally, Jang Shan chose to draw the card, as there was no other option left. A lottery machine appeared before him. Jang Shan pulled the lever to draw a card. 3 words appeared one by one with a sound of ting-ting. Brilliant lights lit up the ceiling. In his eyes appeared an image of a beast commander. Jang Shan was very confused, wondering what this was. The system asked if he wanted to use the demonization card immediately. Jang Shan realized that the ghost woman had stopped knocking. The system, which had been waiting all this time, was now irritated and shouted, "Don't space out, please respond." Jang Shan laughed foolishly and told the system to leave it for now, as he was still confident that he could deal with the female ghost on his own. Hong's sister, inside her room, was still trembling in fear, worried and hiding in a corner, chanting Buddhist prayers. Suddenly, a powerful force slammed against the objects blocking the door. A grotesque hand from the female ghost reached in through the door. She peered her head inside but didn't yet poke Hong's sister. "Quick, save me, open the door!" She screamed, then laughed manically, like a madwoman. Jang Shan, ever more casual, poked her in the shoulder. She turned around to see who was bothering her and found Jang Shan grinning at her with a friendly smile. "Good evening, beautiful." Jang Shan shoved her into the room. "Teasing you, huh? Come and catch me, then I'll slam the door and lock you in." The female ghost, still confused, went into a fit of rage, screaming at Jang Shan for daring to close the door in front of her. She kept shrieking for him to open the door, threatening to smash Jang Shan's head in. Jang Shan found her antics too predictable, so he decided to open the door for her, just as she wanted. "Please, come in." The sudden opening of the door caused the female ghost to stumble and fall, face first to the ground. The system announced the demon knocks in astonishment, and as a result, Jang Shan's demon energy increased by 5 points. It seemed that by triggering emotional fluctuations in the ghost, demon energy could be gained. Sensing the opportunity, Jang Shan prepared to continue his work. "Well then, I won't hold back anymore." The female ghost stared at Jang Shan, bewildered by his actions. Jang Shan smiled inhumanely. "I told the female ghost not to even think about running. She was the one who wanted to come in." The ghost continued to wail, and Jang Shan's demon energy kept rising, making him even more excited. "Oh, come on, don't be shy. Let's go together." The female ghost, tormented by Jang Shan, was getting frustrated. She tore off the toilet paper wrapped around her body and shouted at Jang Shan's face, "You're so annoying, I should skewer you." Just as she was about to attack, Jang Shan pointed behind her and told her to turn around and look. Without any suspicion, the ghost immediately turned her head. Jang Shan achieved his goal and smiled happily, while the female ghost screamed when she saw her own face in the mirror. Tears streamed down her face, and she staggered backward. Jang Shan, hearing the ear-piercing scream, quickly covered his ears with both hands. He hadn't expected this ghost to have such a loud volume. The situation suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. The female ghost appeared weak, crying and leaning her head on Jang Shan's shoulder. "I'm so scared. Hoo, brother, it's showing its fangs and claws at me." Jang Shan was speechless. After all these years, he'd never seen anyone who was afraid of themselves, yet this ghost wandered around all day with that face, scaring others. Jang Shan took the female ghost's hand and told her not to be afraid, that he would lead her to escape from that ghost. The female ghost smiled sweetly and followed Jang Shan. "All right, brother." The two of them ran together down the pink, love-filled path, one ahead, the other behind. The female ghost had completely forgotten the original reason she was here. Jang Shan led Li Yuan up to the rooftop, looking around for a while to see if anyone was up there before acting. Once he confirmed no one was around, he began to play along with Li Yuan. He gazed at the female ghost with a tender, loving look. The two of them stared at each other, surrounded only by sweetness. When, you go first." Li Yuan refused. She wanted Jang Shan to go with her. Li Yuan pouted, not wanting us to go together. The system reported that the inner feelings of the female the demon knocks had been stirred. Jang Shan's demon energy increased by 20 points. Jang Shan kept pushing further, rubbing Li Yuan's head and telling her to go ahead, while he had to stay behind to hold back the demon in the mirror and protect her safely. Li Yuan, listening to Jang Shan's sweet words, was completely smitten. Her face had turned red without her noticing, and in her eyes, there was only the love for this scoundrel. The female ghost sweetly called Jang Shan, "Big brother." Jang Shan, getting more and more into character, pushed Li Yuan away, his face full of agony. He shook his head, looking helpless. "Don't say anything, when, just go quickly." And with that, the female ghost was shoved off the roof. Her mouth was twisted, unable to speak, and before she could even process what was happening, she fell down. Li Yuan, the demon knocks, jumped off the building, and Jang Shan's demon energy increased by 30 points. He thought to himself, she must be dead for sure now, right? How is she still alive? Li Yuan crashed heavily onto someone's car, causing it to explode. She hit her head so hard it caused her tongue to stick out. But after a moment, she opened her eyes again. After enduring such a painful and furious fiery blow, she became even crazier than before. She jumped up and told Jang Shan, "I'll make sure you don't die in peace." Seeing that she was still alive, Jang Shan scratched his head. It seemed like he really couldn't get rid of her without using the demon transformation card. If that's the case, he had no choice but to take the risk. Saying that, he took out the card of the General of Transformation. If not now, then sooner or later, that woman would have to disappear. You started using the demon transformation card. The system informed you that after activation, you would gain a portion of a demon's strength for half an hour, and you would also randomly draw a supernatural skill. Jang Shan's body began to change. He let out a few sounds. The system then stated that after the demon transformation ended, he would permanently retain a portion of the demon body and demonic energy, with a 1% chance of inheriting a permanent skill. A sound rang out, and the random draw resulted in acquiring the merciless wave strike skill. Below, Li Yiwen's fury turned into a whirlwind. She started leaping up to climb to the rooftop, creating an icy path as she went. As soon as her hand touched the rooftop, Jang Shan's face appeared, and her expression immediately showed great displeasure. "Damn it!" Jang Shan smiled, pretending as though nothing had happened, and sincerely apologized to the female ghost. "Thank goodness you're still alive." "I'm sorry, love, I just forgot this is the 12th floor. My apologies." He once again played the role of the nice guy, extending his hand to offer help pulling Li Yiwen up. "Come on, let me pull you up." Li Yiwen placed her hand in Jang Shan's, thinking to herself that if he wanted to pull her up like this, she would let him experience the despair of falling from the 12th floor. The moment their hands touched, Li Yiwen was burned. She screamed in agony, begging Jang Shan to let go. The system displayed that the palm of the female ghost had been burned, meaning 10 more demon energy points had been added. Jang Shan withdrew his hand from hers, but instead, he picked her up and held her tightly, making sure this female ghost wouldn't escape and harm anyone else. "How could you bear to let me go?" He held the demon girl tightly and stepped up onto the rooftop railing. Before dropping her, Jang Shan smiled sweetly and called out, "Li Yiwen, my love." Then, without hesitation, he hurled the demon girl down once more. But merely falling wouldn't be enough to completely destroy this demon. So, Jang Shan jumped down right after her. This time, he wouldn't hold back. As he reached her, he landed a thunderous punch on Li Yiwen, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The demon girl was struck so hard that her body parts scattered in all directions. The pain was excruciating. She screamed continuously for help. With each cry before falling silent, streams of green energy escaped from her mouth for spiritual energy. After a while, the spiritual energy vanished, marking the moment of her true death. The system reported, "The demon Nox is dead. Demon energy plus 99 points." Jang Shan was thoroughly satisfied with the result. 99 demon energy points, added to the 100 he had accumulated from earlier actions, meant he could now draw twice. As he celebrated in delight, Jang Shan nearly tripped. It was then he noticed that his earlier punch had blasted a hole so large it could cause a public uproar by morning. But there was no need to worry, no one had seen him do any of this. To everyone else, he was just an ordinary male college student. With that, he slid both hands into his pockets and walked back home. As he strolled down the hallway, his system displayed 2 words, "Demon Lord." Jang Shan was momentarily at a loss as to what this meant. Could it be the hierarchy of demons? Was there something even more terrifying than the demon Nox lurking in this apartment complex? At this point, Jang Shan didn't have the energy to care that much. The best course of action was to return to his room first and study the system later. Meanwhile, Hong's sister had witnessed everything that had just happened. She thought that Jang Shan jumping from such a height meant there was no way he could survive this ordeal. Tearfully, she lamented his foolishness, blaming him for being so reckless jumping just because of a single demon. As Hong's sister was still grieving over Jang Shan's fate, he suddenly appeared behind her, telling her not to worry anymore, as he had already taken care of the female demon. Seeing Jang Shan standing before her, she was utterly stunned, her soul practically leaving her body. Unable to suppress her fear, she asked him, Jang Shan, are you human or a ghost? I saw you with my own eyes jumping off like that. Jang Shan sighed and explained helplessly, of course I'm human. Hearing this, Hong's sister rushed forward, embracing Jang Shan tightly, burying her face in his shoulder as she sobbed, "Awuwu, it's so good that you're okay." Being hugged so tightly by a beautiful girl almost made Jang Shan drool inwardly, but he maintained a serious outward demeanor, asking Hong's sister for a favor. Hong's sister, ever the quintessential neighborly big sister, leaned in suggestively, placing her hand on her ample chest with a teasing look and asked, "What do you want me to help with? After all, you saved my life. Whatever it is, I can do it." Jang Shan's request wasn't complicated. He only needed her to promise not to tell anyone that he had taken down a demon. Hong's sister put her thumb to her lips, signaling that she would keep quiet and not reveal anything, reassuring him to rest easy. "I know reclusive masters like you don't get involved in mundane affairs. I won't tell anyone." After speaking, she turned around and said she was going to get something for Jang Shan. Hong's sister swayed her hips seductively as she bent down to look for the item. The fishnet stockings made her look even more alluring. After rummaging around for a while, she finally found it. Hong's sister brought out a red property certificate and handed it to Jang Shan, saying she wanted to give it to him. "We can go transfer the ownership another day when you're free," which left Jang Shan utterly shocked. He felt a bit uneasy and declined this generous gift of gratitude from the neighbor. Usually, Hong's sister relied on the rental income from her properties to make a living. He couldn't just take away someone's livelihood just because he saved her once. Seeing Jang Shan refuse, Hong's sister thought it was because he didn't like the house she had chosen, so she pulled out the remaining stack of property certificates and told him to take a look at the others. Jang Shan was so surprised he couldn't close his mouth. This woman was exactly his type: sweet, obedient, and now he realized, also wealthy. His eyes were shining brighter than car headlights. His mind was now filled with images of Hong's sister sitting on a golden throne, surrounded by endless treasure utterly captivating. "Little brother, I heard you don't want to work hard anymore, is that right?" Jang Shan no longer hesitated. He accepted the house that Hong's sister had gifted him in gratitude. After all, it was free, why say no? When he got home, he turned on his computer to look into the system message he had seen earlier. From the media reports and the events in tonight's story, it wasn't hard to predict that even scarier demons were bound to appear in the future. The system notified that the duration of the demon transformation had ended, leaving behind only a portion of the spirit body and demonic energy without having inherited any supernatural abilities. Jang Shan understood that now he could only rely on the demon transformation system to become stronger, otherwise, he would end up like the other victims, torn to pieces. Because once the demon transformation card expired, the remaining power he retained was fundamentally insufficient to deal with the demon that would appear afterward. He immediately went online to check if there had been any recent cases in Zhongbei City. The screen displayed a high-profile case. All 3 victims had been disfigured, dying one after another, their bodies discarded inside a house, at an elevator entrance, and by the roadside. All victims were disfigured in the same way, as if the killer had some sort of obsession with disfigurement. This demon was strikingly similar to the demon Nox. The demon Nox was obsessed with knocking on the door before attacking, while this demon seemed fixated on disfiguring its victims before killing them. The murder scene was also quite close to the school. Jang Shan decided that after class the next day, he would go check it out. He closed his laptop and began calculating he couldn't just sit around waiting for the demons to come to him, he had to take the initiative and seek them out. The next day, at Zhongbei University, many girls in revealing outfits were cheerfully chatting about last night's outing in the campus courtyard. Jang Shan watched their figures as they walked away, thinking to himself that it was a pity his reluctant old man wasn't here, otherwise, his eyes might have popped right out. On the way to class, someone called Jang Shan's name. Turning around, he saw that it was Yang Shan and Lin Wei. The male students who saw the 2 beauties being so friendly with Jang Shan looked on with eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. This kid Jang Shan is so lucky, who would have thought he's been childhood friends with the Lin goddess? Lin Wei took out a talisman and handed it to Jang Shan, saying that her mother had gone to a Taoist temple to get it for him, and told him to always keep it on his person and preferably never take it off.
Jang Shan accepted the talisman and thanked Lin Wei.
The moment he took it, the demonic energy within his body began to stir.
He asked Lin Wei, "This thing probably isn't cheap, and you're just giving it to me like that?"
Lin Wei smiled carefreely and said, "Lately, things haven't been very peaceful out there. There have been quite a few murder cases." She went on to tell Jang Shan to try to stay indoors, but before she could finish, Yang Shan behind her panicked.
Yang Shan shouted, "Wei Wei,"
and rushed up to cover Lin Wei's mouth before she could say anything else she shouldn't.
Yang Shan's expression at that moment looked like she wanted to devour Lin Wei whole. Without delay, Yang Shan dragged Wei Wei out of the place. Before leaving, the girl still cheerfully reminded Jang Shan not to go out under any circumstances. Jang Shan was a bit surprised. It seemed Lin Wei knew about this supernatural stuff too.
Yang Shan pulled Lin Wei into a secluded corner, her arms crossed against the cold, her face burning red.
She yelled at Lin Wei, "Wei Wei, what you did just now violates the rules issued by Dao Ming in Yama's hall."
Lin Wei pouted stubbornly and said, "I didn't say anything wrong, I just gave Jang Shan a talisman, that's all." Yang Shan flicked Wei Wei on the head and reminded her, Jang Shan is just an ordinary person. If he encounters a ghost, he could lose his life. Without mentioning the status of the Lin Wei family in the realm of extraordinary beings, just based on appearances alone, the two were already worlds apart. Lin Wei still tried to explain to Yang Shan, "I only see Jang Shan as an ordinary friend, I never said I wanted anything more." The more Yang Shan listened to her, the angrier she became.
Just an ordinary friend, and yet she gave him a protective talisman?
This talisman, if sold on the black market, could fetch up to 2 million coins. Lin Wei's eyes welled up with tears.
Jang Shan saved my life. What's a single talisman compared to that?
When I was a child, I was kidnapped. If Jang Shan hadn't saved me, I don't even know where I would have been sold to buy now.
Jang Shan fiddled with the talisman Lin Wei had just handed him.
It seemed that in this world, true power really could deal with ghosts and demons. He then stuffed the talisman into his pocket. The existence of ghosts and demons hadn't yet been revealed to the public, probably due to what the system once said, that ghosts feed on human vitality, while demons feed on demon energy. As soon as Jang Shan entered the classroom, he was startled by the thick scent of gunpowder in the air. The male students, having seen him called out by Lin Wei for a private conversation, were so jealous their eyes turned red. They accused him of hogging the good fortune and abandoning his friends for a girl. As the commotion continued with complaints against Jang Shan, suddenly a fist slammed down on a desk.
"What's all this noise? Don't you know class is about to start?"
The one who shouted like fire was none other than the young master of the Zhang family conglomerate, Zhang Xiaoming. The moment the male students heard his name, they immediately covered their mouths and fell silent, not daring to say another word. Jang Shan looked at Zhang Xiaoming, silently assessing him. With that tall and sturdy build, it was clear he came from money. Eating well really did make a difference. Zhang Xiaoming stepped out and struck up a conversation with Jang Shan, asking,
"You know a way too?"
Then, with a mocking tone, he invited him to a party at his house.
"We're having a party at my place in a few days. Classmate Wei will be there too. Would classmate Jang Shan like to join us?"
Jang Shan glanced at him, clearly uninterested. He thought this guy was unbelievably boring. But Zhang Xiaoming couldn't keep his mouth shut and kept on sneering at Jang Shan.
"Don't have time to come?"
"All right, I forgot you've got to rush off to your part-time job after school to make some money."
Ha ha ha.
Still, Jang Shan didn't let the words get to him. On the contrary, he turned the tables and provoked him even more.
"Right. Not everyone can be like young Master Zhang. Just open your mouth and ask Daddy for money."
With that, he tossed him a scornful smile. Sure enough, Zhang Xiaoming was infuriated, his anger barely contained. He couldn't hold back and cursed Jang Shan, but Jang Shan didn't care and simply walked away. He hadn't taken more than a few steps before two of Zhang Xiaoming's lackeys blocked his path. Loyal lapdogs indeed. Zhang Xiaoming had barely called, and they came scampering over. The two bulky guys stood in front of Jang Shan, though there was some difference in size between them. They tried to intimidate him and demanded he apologize to Zhang Xiaoming.
Jang Shan studied them with a scrutinizing gaze, then glanced back at Zheng Xiaoming, thinking, what a bunch of idiots. He began stretching his joints and gave them a warning. Looking for a fight? If anyone lays a finger on me, I'll pay it back tenfold. If you end up crying from the pain later, don't come whining about it. Just as he was about to jump in and beat up that group, the teacher's coughing stopped Jiang Shan. The teacher walked in and announced. Zheng Xiaoming's father had sponsored a 2-day trip for the class to the Zhang family's mountain villa the day after tomorrow, and it was completely free of charge. The students in the class all burst out in flattery. Long live young Master Zhang! When class began, Jiang Shan felt a little suspicious. Could Zheng Xiaoming's father, who could rival the tyrannical Zhu Baibai, really be this kind-hearted? While the teacher was still lecturing diligently, Jiang Shan suddenly sensed something strange. A demonic aura had appeared in the classroom, and it was coming from Zheng Xiaoming. Just as he had suspected, there was definitely something wrong with this Shang guy. After class ended, it was already late at night. Jiang Shan went to the place where a murder had occurred before, but the place was truly filthy. He summoned the system and said he wanted to check his current equipment. The system agreed to his request. Information appeared one by one. His current demon energy was 9. His demon cards included Crimson Python Essence and Demonic Overlord of Chaos, but both were only at 1-star level. After reading, Jiang Shan felt a bit uneasy. The demon energy here was so dense that he feared the 2 cards wouldn't be enough to fight back if he happened to encounter a powerful demon. As Jiang Shan was walking, a man stationed at the residential area's guard post asked him, "Who are you looking for?" Jiang Shan pretended to ask him, "Which unit does Zhang Meimei live in?" At the mention of that name, the man's face turned pale with fear. He quickly slammed the door shut, claimed he didn't know, and drove him away. Jiang Shan stood watching this place. Just the mere mention of the name Zhang Meimei had already terrified that man so much he practically lost his gender. It seemed this land was far from ordinary. The place was so desolate that by nightfall, not a single soul could be seen. Suddenly, a faint scent drifted past Jiang Shan's nose. It was the smell of HTRing water. It emanated from the building ahead. Without a second thought, Jiang Shan headed straight into the building, unafraid of anything. When he reached the house numbered 101, Jiang Shan saw a little girl sitting and eating at the door, but her eyes were constantly fixed on the hallway. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked her, "Hey little sister, why are you eating while staring at the hallway like that?" The girl lifted her face, which looked terrifying with eyes red as blood, and told Jiang Shan to go away. "Move. You scared my friend." Jiang Shan looked around for a while but didn't see anyone nearby, so he asked the girl again about this friend. "Wasn't the hallway empty?" The girl said her friend had just been playing with her, but ever since Jiang Shan came up, the friend got scared and ran off. Jiang Shan looked up at the ceiling, feeling a bit horrified. Stepping into this place was like walking into a den of ghosts, but he couldn't just turn back now. At that moment, the girl's mother, having heard her daughter talking, came out and asked who she was speaking to. Seeing Jiang Shan, the woman squinted at him and asked what his purpose was, coming to their building in the middle of the night. Jiang Shan politely asked her, "Ma'am, do you know a neighbor named Zhang Meimei?" Hearing that name, the woman's reaction was identical to that of the man downstairs earlier. They were both frightened and told Jiang Shan to leave. "Don't know. You need to go now." Jiang Shan had been turned away twice like that, and he began to blame the people here for being so cold. He had only asked a simple question and was still driven off like that. Might as well go up 2 more floors and try asking again. The woman thought for a moment, then decided to open the door, peeked her head out to call Jiang Shan, and warned him, "If someone in the hallway asks you whether I'm beautiful, don't pay any attention. Just run, understand? Running from a hungry ghost feels like an insult to me." He asked the woman, "Why should I run?" "Because if you say she's not beautiful, she'll kill you, like a lunatic." But Jiang Shan wasn't the least bit frightened after hearing that. "Oh? Then what if I say she is beautiful?" The woman gave a strange, eerie smile and said, "If you say she's beautiful, then she'll make your face as beautiful as hers." With that, she slammed the door shut, clearly wanting nothing more to do with it.
This only heightened his excitement for tonight's investigation. Interesting.
So every ghost has its own activation mechanism? As he walked, Jang Shan once again caught the scent of disinfectant. Confirming it was drifting down from the upper floor, he quickly rushed upstairs.
While running, a corpse suddenly appeared in front of him and fell right next to him, startling him. Shit, scared the hell out of me.
This one was already stiff, motionless, it seemed to be dead. Then another figure fell from above before Jang Shan could react. Another one?
Jang Shan managed to catch this person, but he accidentally touched the girl's wound, causing her to cry out. The girl just realized that the person who had caught her was actually alive. She grabbed Jang Shan's wrist and pulled him along as she ran.
Follow me. Jang Shan was bewildered, not understanding anything, and asked, "What's going on?"
The girl turned back and yelled in his face, "If you want to stay alive, shut up and stop asking questions." But as they neared the emergency exit, she suddenly dragged him into a ventilation shaft.
Jang Shan was pulled along helplessly like a little puppy. Hey, aren't we going through the emergency exit?" The girl explained, "This place is relatively easier to hide. That creepy woman is definitely blocking the emergency exit.
If we go there, we'll be meeting our ancestors for sure." At this point, Jang Shan was being held so tightly by the girl he could hardly breathe. Even though part of him was enjoying it, he still tried to get her to let go. The girl immediately shouted at him, "Shut up.
Don't distract me."
She began using her magic.
Flames appeared in her hand as she imbued them into a talisman.
She started chanting an incantation. After that, she stuck the talisman on the wall outside.
The charm began to activate.
The girl explained, "This talisman can only conceal the life force of the living.
Tell Jang Shan if he doesn't want to meet King Yama, he'd better keep his mouth shut."
The mysterious woman, the one who kept asking if she was beautiful, began crawling all over the building, laughing eerily.
She held a weapon in her hand and kept asking, "Tell me now, am I beautiful? Am I beautiful, huh?"
As soon as she finished speaking, she slashed her blade down onto a corpse.
The two people hiding inside broke into a cold sweat when they heard it. The demon was still searching for someone. "Humph, there's still one more person, where are you hiding?" The demon was moving toward the emergency exit, calling out, "Where are you? Answer me quickly. Am I beautiful? Answer me now."
The demon had left the area. At that moment, the girl opened the door and got out, while Jang Shan stumbled and fell headfirst. The girl let out a breath finally, she had escaped. She introduced herself as Chen Shui, a specialist in handling supernatural events. People like her could be called extraordinary beings. Jang Shan thought to himself, so this line of work actually has professionals. He wondered what they would think of an amateur like him, someone just getting started.
Chen Shui guessed that the demon could move back and forth and would likely return.
She said to Jang Shan, "From now on, stick close to me if you want a chance to survive. But first, we still need to figure out how to get out of this building." Suddenly, hair from the demon began to dangle from the ceiling.
The demon, now hanging upside down from above, was the same one from before. It continued its earlier question. "Can you tell me now? Am I beautiful?"
In the demon's eyes, the reflection of Jang Shan could be seen.
The demon suddenly lunged down to attack, but its mouth still repeated, "Am I beautiful?"
Chen Shui immediately unleashed her skill Heaven and Earth Mystic Sect, cultivated through 10,000 trials, rooted in all energies, certified in divine arts, and protected by golden light. She struck upward with a thunderous punch toward the demon.
The blow shattered the demon's knife.
Standing beside her and witnessing the awesome scene, Jang Shan clapped and cheered Chen Shui on. That was amazing. But before they could enjoy a few seconds of relief, Chen Shui was suddenly blasted away, her huge buttocks landing squarely on top of Jang Shan.
He immediately cried out.
Chen Shui explained that her inner energy had been completely depleted and that she probably didn't have the strength left to fight off the evil demon.
She told Jang Shan to take advantage of this moment and run downstairs to call the police for help. The demon approached, picked up the weapon it had dropped earlier, and turned back to Jang Shan. "Handsome man, do you think I'm beautiful?" Jang Shan retorted sarcastically, "Yeah, beautiful my ass. You're just an ugly demon." The demon looked delighted to hear this. "So I'm beautiful, huh?" At that moment, Chen Shui started to feel an itch and panicked. She urged Jang Shan to run away quickly. He replied, "Her answer will drag her down to the grave." But the demon refused to let Jang Shan go. It chased after him, laughing and saying, "Ha, you said I'm beautiful." The demon swung its weapon down at Jang Shan, but luckily he dodged the attack. Jang Shan quickly said, "I never said you were beautiful. Do you have a hearing problem or something?" Even though Jang Shan was mocking the ugly old demon, it didn't care at all about his words and charged forward again to attack. The demon said, "Let me make you as beautiful as I am. Isn't that fun? Ha ha ha." Just as it was about to slash at him again, Jang Shan caught its wrist and stopped its next move. He stared at it with a challenging look. "Want to make me happy, do you?" Finishing his words, Jang Shan immediately wrestled the demon down and slung it over his shoulder to carry it away. The demon, writhing in pain, let out pitiful cries of awe. It was dragged away by Jang Shan. Chen Shui stood there, stunned. Just like that, Jang Shan and the demon vanished from her sight. When he reached a room, Jang Shan kicked the door open and stormed in, dragging the demon along with him. "Come on in, don't be shy," Jang Shan said. The demon's scared now. It cursed Jang Shan as a despicable scoundrel, scheming something vile just because she's pretty. The demon lay on Jang Shan's back, pleading for him to let her go, yet still kept calling him scoundrel. But Jang Shan wasn't to be outdone. He laughed and said, "What a coincidence your nickname happens to be scoundrel too." Jang Shan turned around and began touching the demon's body, making her falter. His demon energy kept increasing steadily. "Come here, let brother scoundrel delve deeper into your beauty." Jang Shan kept getting closer to the demon, their level of physical contact intensifying. Only 2 centimeters away from kissing this fierce demon. The demon looked at Jang Shan with a puzzled gaze, unable to believe he truly intended to pull something like this. She thought, "Just what kind of monstrous being are you?" Jang Shan began licking the demon girl's ear, making her squirm and cry out, telling Jang Shan to get away from her, while his demon energy continued to rise. Suddenly, the demon remembered she had a knife with her, so there was no reason to fear someone like Jang Shan. Jang Shan was still busy with his task when the demon girl used her knife to block his actions, her expression growing calm again. "So eager to have fun with me, huh? Don't forget to lock the door." Chen Shui clutched her aching arm and walked toward the demon and Jang Shan. She was a little moved, and tears welled up in her eyes. She wondered to herself, did he do this to save me? A normal person would have run away in fright upon seeing a demon, but Jang Shan confronted it head-on. How brave must he be to do that? But there was one thing she didn't know at all: Jang Shan was not an ordinary person like she thought. In that room, Jang Shan and the demon were still tangled together, but suddenly the demon stopped. Its face turned terrifying again, just as it had been at the start. "If you love me this much, then become like me." Jang Shan now had a blade pressed right to his neck by the demon. If he kept teasing her like this any longer, he'd soon be a goner. Jang Shan decided to pull out the Crimson Python Essence card. It was time to lay his cards on the table with this ugly, wicked demon. Jang Shan used the Crimson Python Essence transformation card, and his power now was likely enough to face off against the demon. The random draw he got was the divine ability of Fierce Serpent Strength. With one strike, he sent the demon flying back 2 billion meters. "Demon girl, why are you so obsessed with appearances?" The demon bitterly said, "If Jang Shan were as ugly as she is, you'd understand how terrible it is to endure the hateful gazes of others." Jang Shan grabbed her hand, suddenly smiled faintly, and happily said to the demon, "That's it, you finally understood the real issue. It's all because she's not confident in her looks." Then he looked at her with a suspicious gaze. "Do you want me to thoroughly resolve this problem for you?" The female ghost was now in a panic as well and asked, Jang Shan, how do you plan to solve this?
Jang Shan gently replied, as long as she's willing to let you remove everything from the neck up, then the problem is completely resolved. Placing both hands on her cheeks, Jang Shan continued, no one will care about her appearance anymore. Hearing this, the female ghost became a bit uneasy and sat down to ponder the structure of the human body. If everything from the neck up is removed, what would that even look like? The ghost thought for a moment and finally understood the implication. Enraged, she leapt up and swung her blade down, shouting, you might as well just say you want to chop off my head. Jang Shan stood watching her flailing around and could only laugh. You're not afraid of her anymore, he said, then activated the Crimson Unicorn armor. Jang Shan's Crimson Unicorn armor blocked the female ghost's attack, burning her in the process. The ghost let out a desperate, agonized scream. She was thrown back and crashed to the ground. Jang Shan quickly retrieved the knife from her hand, but since he grabbed the blade itself, his hand started to bleed. He looked at the scene with deep exasperation. Even with your armor on, your hand still got sliced. That proves this demon's knife is of high quality. The ghost, furious at having her knife taken, lunged forward to snatch it back from Jang Shan's hand. Give me back my knife. Jang Shan looked at her with scorn and sneered, this knife officially belongs to me now. It's no longer yours. Suddenly, Jang Shan realized he was levitating. Could it be that I've evolved? Seeing the chest below look somewhat familiar, upon closer inspection, it turned out the demoness from earlier had already kicked the bucket eons ago, her head and body separated in two different places. Jang Shan had successfully taken down that annoying demon. The system announced that the demon of disfigurement, also known as the evil demon, had been eliminated. 99 demon energy was added. Chen Shui had been standing outside all along, trying to get a sense of the situation. Hearing a loud noise, she was startled, fearing that Jang Shan might have already met his end in there. Without hesitation, she pulled a small knife from her chest and charged into the room to fight the demon. Jang Shan had bravely protected her, so she couldn't just run away on her own like that. But as soon as she opened the door, she saw Jang Shan crying like a wailing ghost. There was even a big bone lump on his head. He complained, Shin Shui, I was just about to come out when you barged in. Seeing Jang Shan was still intact and unharmed, Chen Shui was so overwhelmed she looked like the embodiment of surprise, eyes wide as saucers, mouth agape. After taking care of the demon, the two of them began heading back. Chen Shui asked Jang Shan how he had managed to defeat such a fearsome demon. But Jang Shan stubbornly refused to tell her, only smiling faintly and saying, that's my little secret. Jang Shan then walked over to where the first demon had fallen, the one whose body had gone stiff the moment they entered. Chen Shui saw it and was so terrified her face turned pale as a sheet, drained of all color. Stop pretending. Hurry up and turn into a demon already, so I can get a bit more demon energy. But the corpse didn't move at all. Jang Shan touched it, then brought his hand up to his nose to sniff, only to find there was no smell of a corpse. Could it be that they had to wait 7 days? Chen Shui curiously asked, Jang Shan, are you also an extraordinary being? It seemed that earlier, she had been showing off in front of a real expert. Jang Shan heard her but didn't understand what Chen Shui was talking about. He didn't grasp the idiom she had used, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chen Shui paused, then said thoughtfully, these days, there are hidden masters everywhere, and many younger people are incredibly skilled. Not knowing what the realm of extraordinary beings is isn't that strange. Chen Shui pulled out her phone and logged in. Currently, Dao Ming and Yama's hall were the two most dominant forces. Dao Ming focused on recruiting extraordinary beings with special abilities, while Yama's hall concentrated on developing their own cultivation system. Chen Shui handed the phone to Jang Shan, introducing him to the Underworld app, saying that Dao Ming and Yama's hall had collaborated to create it. She told him to download the app using her referral QR code. When you download the app, you can also take photos of a ghost's mournful poetry and report them in the Underworld app to earn accumulation points. These points are the currency circulating in the realm of extraordinary beings. Jang Shan watched her enthusiastically gesturing and could only respond with a wry smile.
As usual, he asked Chen Shui a series of clueless questions. How many photos do I need to take? Do I need to be in the picture with the mournful poetry? What resolution is required? How long does it take for the accumulation points to show up in your account? Chen Shui was stunned silent. She reached out to cover Jang Shan's mouth and told him, if you have more questions, ask them later. Right now, we need to get out of this disgusting place. There's still a ghost hiding somewhere in this building. At the mention of a ghost, Jang Shan suddenly became excited. He looked around eagerly in all directions. Where? Where's the ghost? There's still one left? Chen Shui could no longer laugh. She spoke seriously to Jang Shan about the danger they were facing this time. TSK, I'm not in the mood for jokes. From the term demon energy, it's clear that it's a high-ranking demon. Jang Shan immediately changed his demeanor, dropping the jokes as an aura of righteousness enveloped him, radiating a strange brilliance that left Chen Shui puzzled. Why the sudden seriousness? Jang Shan patted his chest confidently, saying that his grandfather had taught him from a young age to only take on what he could handle, and that protecting the people in the building was a responsibility for people like them. With that, Jang Shan turned to hunt the demon, raising the knife he had just taken from the demon of disfigurement. Let's go. The target is a high-ranking demon. Chen Shui felt a bit helpless, but after all, her life had been saved by Jang Shan, so she figured she might as well go along and see what would happen. Jang Shan turned back and asked Chen Shui which floor the demon was on. It's on the 6th floor. Chen Shui looked at Jang Shan's current expression and smiled. Perhaps he was right, those with power should bear the corresponding responsibilities. Her earlier thoughts had indeed been a bit shallow. At that moment, Jang Shan was also deep in thought. There was still another demon here, and not fighting it would be such a waste. He still had 18 minutes left in his demon transformation time, not using it now would be an unforgivable waste. On the 6th floor of the dilapidated apartment building, a sign read Angel Aesthetic Clinic welcomes you. The pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air from within the room, and the atmosphere was gloomy and eerie. Jang Shan thought to himself, it seemed the smell of disinfectant was coming from here. He pointed to the beauty treatment room and said, it must have been after Zhang Meimei's surgery, when the aesthetic procedure failed here, that she turned into a demon, right? He sat down to examine the red strings with coins hanging around and asked, did you set these up? Chen Shui replied, that's right. I had originally set up a formation here to ambush Zhang Meimei. Just when I was about to deal with her, another demon suddenly rushed out and attacked me. Upon hearing that, Jang Shan's eyes lit up. He jumped up and looked around, asking, another demon? Where? Where is it? Chen Shui shouted angrily, can you listen to someone for once? I suspect there's another demon outside. Look over there. Chen Shui pointed toward a room at the end of the hallway, where thick demon energy swirled heavily. Wow, the demon energy is really intense. That demon is most likely at the end of the hallway. Chen Shui and Jang Shan approached the room. She raised her hand and rang the bell. Click, slow and heavy footsteps echoed, and a dark shadow approached. At that moment, a pale, lifeless face appeared through the crack in the door and asked, who are you looking for? Chen Shui took out her phone, opened the Underworld certification app, and selected the police verification option. She tapped to confirm. Instantly, the phone transformed into an Underworld police badge displaying all her information. She held up the badge and said, we received a report. There's been a violent incident in this building. Please cooperate with the investigation. The homeowner, a housewife with a sickly, hollow appearance and a ghostly face, said, oh, come in, and opened the door to let them in. Jang Shan held the police badge in his hand, examined it closely, then exclaimed, does this really have that many uses? Chen Shui stepped in, noticing the messy scene, and frowned, saying, humph, the whole room reeks of musty mold. She glanced around and noticed a photograph hanging on the wall. It was a picture of a happy family of 3. Jang Shan said, oh, a family photo? The two of them looked at it, guessing it was a picture of their family. At that moment, they both understood silently in their hearts. Chen Shui asked, "Is it just you at home?" The mother replied, "No, my son is here too." Jang Shan asked calmly, "Your son, could you call him out here so we can have a word?" The mother panicked upon hearing that. Beads of sweat streamed down her face, and her eyes widened as if they were about to fall out. She stammered, "Do we have to? He's only 8 years old, he couldn't possibly have done anything wrong, right?" Chen Shui gave a gentle, reassuring smile, "We're not suspecting your son of anything bad. It's just procedure. Please cooperate with us." The mother turned around, cut her off, and headed straight into the room, saying, "All right, I'll go get him." Once the woman had gone into the room, Chen Shui turned to Jang Shan and said, "Earlier, I asked the residents in the building. They said that aside from Zhang Mei, there was someone else strange. Many people claim to have seen a little boy eating while facing the wall. He devoured the food like he'd been starving for a long time." Jang Shan immediately thought to himself, recalling the image of that strange little boy. The girl who had shouted at him to leave when he first approached the apartment building. He had threatened, "My friend is scared now." Wasn't that the very friend the girl downstairs had been talking about? Chen Shui leaned in and whispered to him, "Moreover, I found out that the organs of the victim were all." Before Chen Shui could finish her sentence, the woman was already standing silently behind them, her face dark and icy, staring at the two of them. Both Chen Shui and Jiang Shan jumped in fright. She said, "My son refuses to come out. Maybe the two of you should go in and see him." Chen Shui forced a smile and agreed, I understand." She immediately opened the door and entered. She greeted, "Hey there, little one, we're coming in, okay?" Inside the room, a boy was sitting under the light, reading a book. He glanced at them, his face darkening, and asked, "What are you two here for?" Chen Shui gently replied, "You don't have to be afraid. I'm your mother's friend, just here to visit you." Upon hearing that, the boy immediately retorted, "Mother? Are you talking about the woman outside?" He rushed over and hugged Chen Shui, trembling as he said, "She's not my mother." Jiang Shan said, "But clearly the family photo hanging outside shows the two of you together." "If she's not your mother, what do you mean by that? If she's not your mother, then who could she be? Little kids who lie will get a long nose." Jiang Shan threatened, making the boy break out in a cold sweat as he stammered, I'm not lying. She's no longer my mother." He walked over and gently patted the boy's head, saying warmly, "Oh, go on and tell me more." The boy shivered and recalled, "That night, my mother was washing her hair in the bathroom when she suddenly called out, 'Honey, I want to eat an apple.' My father happily responded, 'All right, I'm peeling an apple in the living room right now.' At that moment, the clock showed 11:59 p.m. I sat next to my father watching him peel the apple while happily eating candy. I admired how the apple peel didn't break at all and said, 'Wow, Dad, you're amazing.' That night, the apple peel was so long, not even a single break. My father proudly took the unbroken peel to show my mother, saying, 'Honey, look at this. Am I good or what?' Just then, the clock struck midnight. My mother's face broke into a sly smile. My father gently said, 'Here, have a bite.' My mother shyly said, 'Oh, there's no need to feed me. I'll eat it myself.' But as she bit into the apple, something strange happened. I was so startled I dropped my lollipop. Outside the mirror, my mother was eating the apple, but inside the mirror, she was still washing her hair. I was so terrified that I ran back to my room, and I don't know what happened after that. I only know that the person who looked exactly like my mother never made meals for me again. I could only go downstairs and ask the neighbors for leftovers. I'd eat my fill in the corner before going back home." After hearing the boy's story, Chen Shui asked Jiang Shan, "What do you make of this?" Jiang Shan thought for a moment and said, "I once heard an urban legend. At exactly midnight, if you stand in front of a mirror and peel an apple in one continuous strip without breaking it, the demon in the mirror will take over your body and steal your life." Jiang Shan then said, "Let's go check the bathroom."
Jang Shan and Chen Shui stepped into the bathroom, both surprised to find that there were no mirrors left inside.
Chen Shui asked in confusion, huh? Where's the mirror? Jang Shan looked around and noticed only a nail remaining. He was certain the nail was still there, which meant the mirror must have been taken down.
At that moment, the mother called from outside, "Dinner's ready.
Why don't you two comrades stay and have a meal before leaving?"
Chen Shui broke out in a cold sweat.
Didn't the child just say his mother didn't cook anymore?
Jang Shan was also puzzled.
I don't know what's going on either. Let's just play it by ear.
The boy's mother brought out 4 dishes. From a distance, the stench of rotting meat was already wafting through the air, with maggots squirming among them, utterly revolting.
She cheerfully said, "Here's the food."
Jang Shan and Chen Shui stared at the dishes in disbelief.
Raw meat mixed with bugs. Even death row inmates don't eat like this.
If prison meals were like this, the inmates would have rioted long ago, Jang Shan thought, already feeling nauseous just looking at it.
With a sinister smile, the woman asked, "What's wrong, you two? Not to your taste?" Jang Shan calmly replied, "A bit. It looks rather unique." Hearing that, Chen Shui burned with anger.
Jang Shan dared to call him.
She was so angry that she couldn't say another word.
The boy's mother, her face cold, asked, "So, what do you like to eat?"
"I'll make it for you." Jang Shan, wearing an innocent yet shameless expression, said, "Can you make stewed strawberries with pig kidneys?"
"You don't have to clean the kidneys too thoroughly, I prefer them with a bit of smell." The boy's mother turned pale, feeling the dish was rather disgusting and nauseating.
The system then announced, "Mirror demon feels repulsed, demon energy plus 20 points." Jang Shan thought to himself, isn't it obvious who the real demon is? He
then cheerfully said, "I was just joking with you, any ordinary dishes will do."
"How about salted horse-eye?"
Jang Shan's expression changed, turning sinister as he added, "If you don't have that, then that would be quite an inhospitable welcome." The boy's mother immediately turned around and opened the fridge just in time to find there was still a horse-eye inside.
Wait a moment. Jang Shan was stunned, confused. Seriously? She actually has one?
5 minutes later, the dish of horse-eye was served. In the bowl, the eye was almost raw, garnished with a few chopped scallions, and surrounded by a thin red liquid that seemed to be blood.
The boy's mother said gloomily, "Didn't you say you wanted to keep the original flavor? So I only cooked it halfway."
She stood there, staring intently at him. Jang Shan picked up the eye with his chopsticks but hesitated, unable to put it in his mouth. His throat tightened with shame, and he gulped down his disgust. Then, mustering all his courage, he bit into it.
Blood and fluid spurted out, splashing onto the table. Jang Shan tossed the half-eaten horse-eye back into the bowl.
Brother Call wiped his mouth and sneered.
"You seriously dare say this is 70% cooked?
It's tough and rubbery like overcooked meat, chewier than dried fish maw." The mirrored demon clenched her teeth in fury, eyes bulging with rage, thinking angrily, how could this brat be so picky?
Who even is this kid? The system announced, "I can clearly see you're deliberately making things difficult for the mirror demon. Demon energy plus 30 points. Jang Shan didn't eat, tossed down his chopsticks, and criticized, "I'll be blunt, don't get mad.
With your cooking skills, feeding this to a dog would be animal cruelty.
No wonder your son eats out every day before coming home." The mirror demon trembled with rage, starting to gather demon energy in preparation for an attack.
Chen Shui, who had been sitting, sensed the surge of demon energy about to erupt and cried out in fear, such strong demon energy.
Jang Shan walked over and threw an arm around the mirrored demon's shoulder, his face taunting. "Sis, calm down. I'll give you another chance. Make me a dish that even a complete amateur can handle."
Jang Shan leaned in coldly and whispered into the demon woman's ear, "Surely you know how to boil a naked little boy in a bucket of water, right?" Quick as lightning, Jang Shan picked up the child and lifted him cheerfully. "Looks like your household already has the ingredients ready." He raised his hand to instruct, just peel him, toss him into boiling water, and cook until done.
Oh, and this time, make sure it's 30% cooked.
He held up 3 fingers in front of the demon woman's face. The mirror demon was so enraged she couldn't speak, her mouth agape, eyes wide, making inarticulate sounds. Her fury hit the boiling point, veins bulging in her eyes, her face transforming as she revealed her true form and screamed, "Are you messing with me?" Her entire body seemed to be coated in a layer of multicolored mirror, with razor-sharp fingernails and jagged teeth. She screamed in madness, sending everything flying into the air. Chen Shui struggled against the she-demon's whirlwind and cried out, "Truly a top-tier demon."
Jang Shan continued to mess around, lifting one sleeve languidly and winking at the demoness. "I just played with you a little and you're already mad? Then why don't you come and play with me too?"
He took off his shirt, revealing his seductive shoulder.
The demoness shrieked in fury, "Play with your damn mother, you bastard!"
The system continuously announced, "Demon energy plus 20. Sensing the right moment, Jang Shan transformed into a demonic serpent, his eyes glowing green and patches of snake scales appearing. "Just joking around, why so serious? But with you like this, looks like you're out of strength, sis. Then I guess I'll get serious too." Jang Shan began summoning the crimson chain barrier, which was actually a bone from a blazing crimson python essence. The serpent, once summoned, immediately lunged at the mirror demon with full force, causing a loud and violent explosion. The mirror demon, enraged, her eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, grabbed the serpent's head and slammed it down with brute force.
She then charged toward Jang Shan, intending to tear him apart.
Jang Shan panicked, alarmed, such terrifying strength. The serpent coiled around him to protect him, but the demoness crushed it into pieces. He barely managed to escape and shouted, "I'm screwed, it's too late." The mirror demon grabbed the hem of Jang Shan's clothes. She gave a victorious smirk, then immediately cast a hypnosis spell on him. She seized Jang Shan by the collar, lifted him up, and cast the hypnosis spell on him. The 2 magical eyes began to hypnotize him.
Jang Shan seemed to be sinking into a trance he couldn't escape from.
His eyes grew heavy, gradually losing agility, and his face started to slacken. At that moment, Chen Shui embraced the boy, covered his eyes, and tightly shut her own as she said, "Don't look into her eyes."
Mirror demon, proud and arrogant, sneered triumphantly, "If you've got the guts, keep being reckless." Jang Shan's eyes turned white as he desperately resisted the monster's hypnosis.
At that moment, the mirror demon grabbed his head.
Jang Shan held on and said, "Humph, feels like my head is about to explode."
Jang Shan's eyes appeared to be covered in a layer of snake scales. He thought to himself, "Good thing I managed to channel the crimson unicorn armor into my eyes at the last second. Otherwise, I'd really be done for." The layer of scales on Jang Shan's eyes gradually faded. He quietly summoned a serpent into his hand, gripped it tightly. He had to strike fast and end this quickly. If she hypnotized him again, it would be the end.
Jang Shan unleashed his move, Serpent's Might struck.
A crimson python essence surged from his hand. The mirror demon swiftly let go of Jang Shan as the serpent darted toward her, but she dodged just in time. The serpent slammed into the corner of the wall, sending dust flying everywhere and blowing a large hole into the wall, causing the hidden vermin to scatter in panic, fleeing chaotically in all directions. Mirror demon scoffed, "All brute force, so slow it's pathetic.
How could someone like you ever catch me?" Jang Shan retorted mockingly, "Oh? Then why don't you guess why this move is called double serpent might?"
Right at that moment, a giant python appeared, standing directly behind the mirror demon. Flicking its vicious tongue, it said, "I've been waiting a long time." The demon woman turned around, her mouth agape in shock, eyes wide like saucers.
The python coiled around and tightened its grip on the mirror demon. She screamed, "Let me go!"
The demon woman was squeezed so tightly by the python that she coughed up blood, her tongue lolled out, and her eyeballs bulged white. Ugh, perhaps she was beginning to question her existence and regretting having provoked Jang Shan. System notification: Mirror demon regrets coming to this world.
Demon energy plus 95 points.
Suddenly, the demon woman let out a blood-curdling scream, her face pale and twisted in agony.
"Ah! I'm about to be snapped in half." No sooner had she finished screaming than her body was torn clean in two. Her upper half flew across the room and landed on the ground, limbs severed, blood splattering all over the floor. Jang Shan stood watching, with two blazing red fire pythons coiling around his arms. Jang Shan sensed that the eerie aura of the demon woman hadn't dissipated and thought, even after being shredded by my demon power, her soul still hasn't scattered. Chen Shui exclaimed in astonishment, incredible. What technique did Jang Shan just use? At that moment, the body of the mirror demon woman began to revive. A green mist started spreading across her form, reattaching the previously severed parts. A pair of demon energy wings seemed to sprout from her back. Chen Shui screamed in fear, ah! Be careful, this is a top-tier demon's ultimate move. We might not be able to kill it. With that, Chen Shui pulled the boy away. Jang Shan let out a cold, grim smile and said, "Is that so? How terrifying." He summoned all his strength to manifest a sword, upon which two serpents coiled tightly, amplifying its power tenfold. Turning to Chen Shui, he called out to both of them, "Stand back a little." At that moment, the demon had resurrected, now with a pair of wings sprouting from her back. She bared her fangs and charged at Jang Shan with astonishing speed. However, Jang Shan remained calm, stating that he would now have to risk his life against her. Flames erupted around Jang Shan as he faced the hand of demon energy reaching toward him. Mirror Demon unleashed her skill, Dark Phantom Strike, aiming directly at Jang Shan, a hand brimming with demon energy closing in on his face. In response, Jang Shan activated the skill Red Iron of Zich Kingdom. He raised his sword, flames ignited along the blade, and he struck straight at the demon. A fierce confrontation broke out between the sea of fire and the overwhelming demon energy. The two clashed, exchanging powerful techniques, but Jang Shan was eventually struck by Mirror Demon and hurled to the ground, skidding far away in a trail of sparks. His sword was chipped and cracked at one corner. The female demon sneered and scoffed, "Is that all you've got? And you dare to boast? Want a life or death duel? Ridiculous. Ha ha." Just as she was relishing her perceived superiority, the demon suddenly noticed her arm being severed, piece by piece. Demon energy gushed from the wound. Her eyes widened in shock, and soon terror began to replace her arrogance. Her face twisted grotesquely as the demon energy gradually dispersed. Frightened, she immediately sought a way to escape. Clinging to the wall, the mirror demon darted out of the building at lightning speed. Though she was running for her life, she still tried to maintain her bravado, shouting, "Fine, you're good. But I'll retreat for now, that's the wise move." Seeing this, Jang Shan tossed his sword aside and chased after her. "Don't run. Let's admire each other a bit more. Maybe deepen our bond or something." The demon wailed in distress as she fled, "You're so noisy, shut up and stop chasing me." Jang Shan wore a perverse grin as he relentlessly pursued her. The upper floor glowed red with flickering flames. Downstairs, a little girl frowned and said, "Mom, it's really noisy upstairs." Her mother, face tense and dripping with sweat, murmured, "That boy must have ignored my warning." "Oh no, is he being tortured? Why is there so much screaming? Maybe just one peek won't hurt?" She stealthily peeked through the door crack and glimpsed a shadow speeding past. It was too fast to see clearly, and she muttered in confusion, "What just flew by?" As she turned around, she saw Jang Shan rushing toward her. His face was more terrifying than a demon's. He let out disturbing, maniacal laughter, "Hee, come face me for a bit. Or hey, a little cuddle and kiss works too." The woman collapsed to the floor, trembling and shrieking, "A ghost!" She instantly fainted, frothing at the mouth, her eyes rolling back completely unconscious. At that moment, the emergency exit erupted in a giant fireball. Jang Shan soared into the air and landed squarely on Mirror Demon's back, slamming her to the ground. After taking a fierce blow from him, Mirror Demon lay motionless, clinically unconscious. Jang Shan approached with a friendly smile. "Sister, you've only eaten a few people. It's nothing serious. Let's sit down and talk it out slowly. Once you've poured your heart out, I'll let you go."
The mirrored demon wept bitterly, tears streaming down her face like a waterfall, feeling like death would be a relief. The system notified, a living person like you can say things even more demonic than me.
Demon energy plus 30 points.
The mirrored demon had cried herself dry, just begging for mercy.
Hovu, the system continued to notify in quick succession, still talking? What's with all the drama? Demon energy plus 50 points.
The mirrored demon's heart was deeply wounded.
Demon energy plus 50 points.
She felt incredibly wronged inside.
Demon energy plus 66 points. Jang Shan smiled while looking at the system notification panel.
His grin turned devilish as he sneered, "Humph, I suppose this is about the limit of your demon energy, huh?" He stepped forward and gently patted the ghost woman's head in consolation.
Don't be scared, I won't chase you anymore.
Rest easy, your value has just been squeezed dry.
So, the road to the underworld is wide open. Safe journey.
The female ghost had collapsed by now. She begged for forgiveness, pleaded with him, "Don't kill me."
Her face was now limp, stripped of any trace of her earlier arrogance.
She looked utterly submissive and desperate. Jang Shan raised a hand to his chin and said, that request might be worth considering." But then he added, "But you asked too late," and immediately summoned the serpent. A large serpent coiled around a massive poison vial. It was baring its fangs, its sharp eyes glaring coldly at the mirror demon. Jang Shan immediately commanded, "Serpent, crimson coffin of ping." With his shout, the serpent spat venom down onto the mirror demon. She screamed in pain as the venom struck her. The poison seeped into her skin, corroding parts of her body. The lethal toxin devoured her until nothing was left but a pile of white bones. The demon energy dissolved instantly, turning into a sticky green substance on the ground. Jang Shan stood by, watching with delight as the mirror demon was consumed by the poison. He was still in his demon transformation state. Flames enveloped him, burning brightly around his form. After the demon was completely defeated, he reverted back to his human form. Jang Shan sighed, thinking, top-tier demons are truly something else.
Impressive, able to withstand 3 attacks from a first-star demon transformation? The system notification popped up, Post Jang Shan, Demon Energy 889, Demonic Overlord of Chaos Demon Transformation card.
He glanced at the reward screen, smiling.
Not bad at all.
He hadn't expected a demon to help him gather so much demon energy. At that moment, Chen Shui came running over excitedly and asked, "Jang Shan, how's it going?"
Jang Shan replied confidently, "I've taken care of that demon, but could you help me with the mess on the ground here?"
Jang Shan pointed at the pile of bones and the foul-smelling green slime spreading across the floor.
Chen Shui, speechless, replied, "Here, I'll open the Hell app and guide you, Jang Shan.
I'll report it to the Hell Dispatch, and the cleanup crew will be here soon." After finishing the tasks on the app, Chen Shui turned back and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home."
Jang Shan quickly declined, "No need."
Chen Shui pulled out her keys and unlocked her car, a pricey sports car.
Jang Shan's eyes lit up in surprise. "Wow, you're not some heiress, are you?"
Seeing Jang Shan's compliment, she blushed and shyly said, "What are you talking about? I bought this with my own money." 1 point in the underworld's accumulation system is worth 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Jang Shan's eyes widened in shock, quickly pulling out his phone to check, unable to believe his eyes.
"Ha? Let me check mine."
When he checked, he saw he had accumulated 150 points.
Overjoyed, he exclaimed loudly, 15 million yuan? I'm rich now.
The two of them got into the car and left. As Chen Shui drove, she struck up a conversation with Jang Shan.
She asked, "Jang Shan, would you mind telling me about your brother?"
Jang Shan thought for a moment before answering indifferently, "He doesn't let me talk about anything related to him." Then he thought to himself, "He's just a body transporter at the funeral home, not some master or anything.
He probably kept warning me to avoid any involvement to prevent any grudges from developing." Jang Shan interrupted Chen Shui's thoughts and said, compared to my situation, why don't you tell me more about Dao Ming and Yama's hall, like you mentioned earlier? Why does the realm of extraordinary beings have two law enforcement agencies? Chen Shui replied, originally, the realm of extraordinary beings only had Dao Ming. 100 years ago, Yama's hall rose up, ruthless in their tactics, with experts aplenty. Relying on their extraordinary strength, they gradually took over some of Dao Ming's responsibilities. In the end, Dao Ming finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Jang Shan was surprised. Oh, you're relieved even though you've lost the position of the boss? Chen Shui, while driving, explained, no matter where you sit, you have to do the duties that come with the position. Being the boss is tough. As soon as the evil energy explodes, the restricted area for the living will fall into chaos. She continued darkly, at that point, the boss will have to withstand the pressure and send someone over to stabilize things. They call it stabilization, but in reality, it's to sacrifice the life of an extraordinary being to keep it in check. Jang Shan, only partially understanding, asked in confusion, the restricted area for the living? At that moment, his phone received a notification. Beep beep, a message from the underworld appeared, flashing a bright red warning. 3 hours ago, the evil energy exploded, and the restricted area experienced unexpected chaos. Extraordinary beings of level C+ or above are requested to come and stabilize the area. After reading the notification, Chen Shui broke into a cold sweat, worried. The restricted area for the living is a place connected to a terrifying dimension. There are 6 such areas in total. Their codes are ranked in order from SSS. She continued in a grim tone, the threat levels, from E to S, are used to classify the strength of extraordinary beings and demons, with the most terrifying being the Demon King. The threat level of the Demon King is SX. Jang Shan, hearing this, was shocked. The restricted area for the living is 2 levels higher than the Demon King? The car raced through the night, cutting through the darkness. Chen Shui cheerfully asked, that's right. In 4 days, there will be a collective mission. Want to join us then? Jang Shan asked, what's a collective mission? Chen Shui winked and said, it's a big one. Are you brave enough to take part? Jang Shan happily agreed, alright, see you in 4 days. The sky began to pour with heavy rain, thunder roaring incessantly, and each flash of lightning illuminated the night sky. Inside Jang Shan's house, he was browsing on his computer, thinking for a moment before saying, I have to attend that ridiculous gathering of the person with the last name Trin the day after tomorrow, then there's the group task of Chen Shui. Let's see if there's anywhere I can go on the free Monday between my schedule to gather some demon energy. Well, demon energy is almost at 1,000 anyway. He happily continued browsing the web. While browsing, he came across an interesting news item and clicked to read more. Oh, this is interesting. He slid his hand across the mouse, clicking to view the details of the case. The patient had died long ago. After being admitted, the patient, who was severely ill, died overnight. The nurse on duty committed suicide on the staircase. After their deaths, their bodies disappeared from the morgue. Through investigating the cameras and comparing the entries and exits at the hospital, it was found that the bodies were still hidden within the hospital. He was curious about the difficulty level of this case. A notification popped up showing the level of threat. The next morning, at school, the female students dressed provocatively and beautifully, chatting as they walked. Where should we go to hang out after class? I want to buy some clothes. Zheng Xiaoming, walking while ogling the girls, was being his usual shameless self. He ogled the beautiful women during the day and at night went to the hospital to gather demon energy. While checking out the girls, he noticed Jang Shan walking towards him. He immediately got into his sports car, started the engine, brew, sped up, and swerved in a way that frightened the people around him, causing them to scream out. The girls around were about to rush up and reason with him. What's this? One of the girls shouted. The girl next to her quickly ran out to stop them. That's young Master Zhang's car, just let it go. Zhang Xiaoming sped toward Jiang Shan, and Jiang Shan, frightened, turned to flee. But when he saw Jiang Shan standing still, provoking him, Zhang Xiaoming had no choice but to slam on the brakes. TCH. Zhang Xiaoming sneered. Aren't you going to run away? Scared stiff, huh?
Jang Shan smirked, thinking to himself, the spiritual power of 2 lifetimes. Do you really think I'd be scared of this little trick of yours? He kicked the car's headlight, then scoffed.
Young Master Zhang has really improved, huh? No need for mommy to drive you to school anymore?
Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoming was enraged and cursed the bastard. Grinding his teeth, he slammed his foot on the accelerator. The car roared to life, and 2 blue sparks shot out from the back.
The people around them jumped in surprise. My God, that startled me. Is this car about to explode?
Jang Shan calmly provoked him.
That's pretty scary. But is stepping on the gas a few times really enough to scare me?
Jang Shan then transformed, his eyes turning into a pair of cold, green serpent-like eyes. His pupils shrank as he said coldly, "You're still too inexperienced."
Zhang Xiaoming felt a chill run down his neck and quickly turned his head to look behind him. To his horror, he saw a snake slithering up and coiling around his neck. He was so scared he nearly wet himself, screaming as he turned the car around to flee. While driving off, he yelled, "There's a snake! I'm terrified of snakes." Zhang Shan smirked smugly. The remaining power from his 2 transformations was more than enough to deal with an idiot like this. In the classroom, the teacher stood on the podium, giving a lecture. He said, "Turn your books to chapter 2 of the lesson." Zhang Shan appeared to be reading seriously, but in truth, his phone was open with the underworld app displaying a notification, Code of Fengdu, 10-year riot cycle. He pondered who would have thought the restricted zone for the living in Fengdu would stir again? It seemed the outburst of Yin energy was a sign of another riot in the restricted zone. But this time, it had only been 8 years since the last one. Lost in thought, Zhang Shan was suddenly struck on the head with a piece of chalk. He had been too focused on his phone when the teacher called out, "What are you doing?" "Stand up and translate the first paragraph," the teacher ordered. Zhang Shan awkwardly picked up his book, stammering and stumbling over the words, prompting the entire class to burst into laughter. Zhang Shan looks like he's mentally challenged or something. He gave a sheepish smile to brush it off and thought, forget it, the matters of the restricted zone for the living aren't something I should be worried about. I should focus on how to improve my own strength first. The class returned to a serious studying atmosphere. As soon as the lesson ended, Zhang Shan headed to the cafeteria and called out, "Auntie, 2 pieces of fried chicken drumsticks, please." The cook complimented him, "You've got a good appetite, young man." He took the freshly fried chicken drumsticks, still piping hot. Too hot to handle. Just as he was about to take a bite, an elderly man and a young man approached and took Zhang Shan's drumsticks. "Thanks for the drumsticks," they said. They were none other than Li Jia and his bodyguard, Zhao Erhu. Furious, Zhang Shan asked, "Haven't you heard I've been causing trouble lately? And you still dare come near me?" Li Jia, chewing on a drumstick, replied, "Others may fear Zhang Xiaoming, but young Master Li here? Am I supposed to be afraid of him?" Zhang Shan smirked sarcastically, "If you're not afraid, why did your lackey bring Erhu along?" Li Jia, his mouth full of chicken, with grease all over his face, laughed shamelessly and said, "It's precisely because of Erhu that I'm not afraid." Erhu, his entire body aflame, stepped forward and said seriously, "It's fine, I'm not scared either. He can't touch me." Seeing Erhu's entire body blazing, Zhang Shan thought to himself, "Oh, he's literally glowing, looks like this Zhao Erhu is also an extraordinary being." Zhang Shan spoke up to ease the tension, "Alright, you two, just a small fry like Zhang Xiaoming, I can handle him. Move aside, don't interrupt me while I'm eating." At that moment, Li Jia's eyes lit up, and he leaned over, calling out, "Hey, Lin Goddess." From a distance, Yang Shan and Lin Wei were walking towards them. When they saw LM Ki greeting them, they coldly ignored him and walked away as if they hadn't heard anything. Lin Wei turned around, saw Zhang Shan, and greeted him, her attitude completely different from before. "Hi, Zhang Shan." Li Jia awkwardly greeted back. Then Li Jia turned to scold Zhang Shan, "Aren't you into guys? Lin Goddess took the initiative to greet you, and you didn't even care?" Lin Wei secretly chuckled when she heard this. Yang Shan turned around, her anger flaring, and shouted, "Didn't I tell you yesterday not to pay attention to him? How could someone as outstanding as you keep hanging around such a lowly person?" Lin Wei, frightened, agreed and said, all right, let's go quickly." Yang Shan turned to remind him, "Besides, I heard that Zhang Xiaoming has already decided to deal with Jang Shan, so you'd better not get involved." Lin Wei awkwardly replied, "I've already asked my father to persuade him. Zhang Xiaoming won't do anything reckless." Yang Shan dejectedly advised, "With so many young masters pursuing you, do you really think your father can persuade him?" Lin Wei was silent for a moment, then continued, "He may be able to help him, but if you get too close to him, and the young heirs of those prominent families find out, it could lead to a bloodbath." From outside the hospital, a scream rang out, "Call someone." "Is there anyone?" "Doctor, hurry up." At this moment, 4 people rushed in, pushing a stretcher. The patient was in critical condition. The patient who had just been brought in for emergency treatment was shaking and screaming. His mouth had become ulcerated all the way to his ear on one side. Under the surgical lights, 2 doctors, dressed in surgical gowns, were preparing to treat the patient. One doctor spoke, "The right side of the patient's face has suffered severe damage." The other doctor responded, "Notify the chief surgeon for an emergency operation." At the door of the room, the words "emergency in progress" appeared. The patient's arms, covered in strange shapes, were now being administered some kind of solution. At that moment, the head doctor arrived, scratched his head, and looked at the dying patient in front of him. Then, he broke out in a cold sweat, looked down at the patient's arm, and exclaimed, "There are already signs of post-mortem lividity on the arm, and you still want me to perform surgery?" The 2 doctors beside him, upon hearing this, also broke out in a sweat and replied, "But just now, his hand was still moving." That's right, and he was even groaning. Suddenly, there were buzzing sounds around the 3 doctors, making them frightened. The head of the department exclaimed. At that moment, sweat was pouring down his face like a shower, and he turned away. "Where are the family members?" But when he looked clearly down the hallway behind him, he saw no one. Where did they go?" Then, he shouted at the doctor beside him, "Quick, go inform the director." "Hurry!" The doctor quickly turned and rushed off. Scene change, 3 days later, a yellow car was speeding down the road. Jang Shan was sitting in the car, casually looking at his phone. On the screen of his phone, information about the Underworld app appeared. Tangbei Air Hospital had been constantly receiving patients with serious illnesses. Doctors and nurses had been dying in strange circumstances. The director of the hospital had contacted Yama's hall and logged it in the Underworld app. The driver suddenly spoke up to remind him, "Hey, buddy, recently, Tangbei Air Hospital hasn't been very peaceful. You'd better change hospitals." Jang Shan continued staring at his phone screen and confidently replied, "Peaceful? I don't care about that." A little later, as they neared the hospital, the driver, now sweating in fear, spoke again, "The hospital is just ahead. How about you go on in by yourself?" He also smiled and responded cheerfully, "All right." As soon as Jang Shan got out of the car, the driver immediately sped off, as if eager to leave without a second's delay. Jang Shan, however, remained calm and continued walking forward. While observing his surroundings, Jang Shan spoke up. "Something strange is happening. No matter how lively the road may be, no one dares to come here anymore." At that moment, a dark, eerie mist enveloped the area around the hospital. A moment later, as he was climbing the stairs, a man with a distorted face, covered in countless blood veins, his eyes rolled back, ran past Jang Shan. He screamed, "Move aside, quickly move aside, don't follow me, don't follow me." After watching this scene, Jang Shan hurriedly skipped a few steps and moved forward. He walked towards a building surrounded by an ominous greenish mist, looked up, and said, "It must be in this building." Suddenly, monstrous creatures with bared fangs sprang out of a container right in front of him, shrieking. Jang Shan grinned eerily back at them and said, "You came all the way here from afar, you'd better not disappoint me." In the hospital corridor, a nurse was twisting her body as she walked, making loud, clopping noises with each step. Jang Shan, upon seeing her, immediately drooled and said, "Oh, a nurse as soon as I arrive? I love it."
As he spoke, he raised his hand and quickly approached, his eyes shaped like hearts. The nurse, suddenly attacked, blushed and cried out, "Ah!" The papers in her hands fell to the ground, and a notification popped up, clearly indicating that this person didn't have any demon energy. At this moment, Jang Shan's face seemed ready to be tossed to the dogs. He picked up the documents while giving a forced smile and awkwardly said to the nurse, "Sorry, nurse, I scared you." Then, he thought for a moment and muttered under his breath, "Who would have thought he was a human?" The nurse, terrified, quickly grabbed the documents from his hands and hurriedly responded, "The clinic is on the 3rd floor, you can go there yourself." He smiled kindly and said, "Oh, I'm not looking for a doctor, I want to go to the morgue." The nurse's fear went from level 1 to level 10, trembling, she stammered, "The morgue?" Jang Shan's smile suddenly turned eerie, confirming her words, "That's right, I have some urgent business there." The nurse, horrified, stepped back and stammered, "What? What do you want to do?" Jang Shan waved his hand and smiled reassuringly at her, "Don't be scared, I'm not the murderer from the news, but I think that smile isn't necessary."
"Man, it's really over the top."
The nurse, still in panic, ran at full speed, throwing one last sentence over her shoulder, Don't
ask me." He raised his hand in regret, silently wondering, did I not laugh sincerely enough? Why did they run away? Hey, please, don't be sincere anymore. It's really scary, you know.
At this moment, a door was opened. A doctor with 2 large buck teeth stuck his head out and asked,
"What's all this noise at the hospital?" Jang Shan turned his head and smiled, answering, "Sorry, I just wanted to ask where the morgue is."
Upon hearing the sensitive word, the doctor with buck teeth broke into a sweat and asked,
"Morgue? Are you here to handle that kind of thing?"
He looked at him, asking.
Jang Shan friendly replied, "Oh, you know about the morgue?"
The doctor then gave an enigmatic smile.
Ha. I was the one who went to report to the dean back then.
He recalled how the department head had urged him earlier.
"Go report to the dean, quickly."
Jang Shan's gaze turned dangerous as he said,
"Oh really? In that case, could you kindly take me there?"
Down the dimly lit hallway, under the eerie greenish lights. The doctor with buck teeth walked ahead, pointing the way.
"Turn left here." Jang Shan was focused on following him. The doctor turned around and continued. After that patient disappeared, strange things started happening in the hospital. First, in the IQ room, bizarre footprints appeared in the patient's room. Wasn't my father paralyzed? Where did these footprints come from? Another patient, carrying a pot of water, walked in and exclaimed in shock. Moreover, the footprints only have toe prints. Could it be that a ghost is attached to them?
There were 2 footprints, one normal, one deformed and on tiptoe. And that evening, when the son was resting his head on his father's hospital bed, there were strange clink-clink sounds. The son, though awake, tried to pretend he was still sleeping, even though his face was covered with beads of sweat. The clink-clink-clink-clink sounds continued. Suddenly, a pair of the patient's legs appeared and jumped onto the son's body. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat and stared in horror. The patient, now running quickly, suddenly turned his head back. The son immediately bowed his head down, pretending to sleep. The next morning, when he woke up, his father was still lying still in bed. The rabbit-toothed doctor, still worried, explained, thinking that everything would just pass by. But that very afternoon, the doctor suddenly passed away, suffocated by a blockage. After the body was placed in the morgue, it mysteriously disappeared. The doctor looked at the empty stretcher in panic and exclaimed, "Hey, where's the body?" After finishing his story, the doctor became furtive, glancing around before speaking to Jang Shan, "Don't go around talking about this to others." After he disappeared, several other critically ill patients also passed away. Moreover, their conditions were identical to the old man's, the same clink-clink sound. At this point, the doctor's face took on a dangerous expression.
Then, the doctor took out a bunch of keys and quickly inserted one into the lock. The lock made a clink sound. Before pushing the door open, he didn't forget to turn around and continue the chilling story. Just now, the morgue staff also died, so I have to open the door myself. He. Not seeing Jang Shan walk in, the doctor was astonished and asked, "Aren't you coming in?" Jang Shan calmly pointed and said, "You go in first." "How can I get in if you're blocking the door?" The doctor looked at him in disbelief, then walked in, reminding, "Make sure to close the door, or the cold air will." But before he could finish his sentence, Jang Shan wasted no time and slammed the door shut. This made the doctor jump in shock. Jang Shan didn't forget to latch it, making a click sound. The doctor, Jang Shan at that moment, was both confused and mixed with fear. The notification appeared, and the low-level demon corpse stood still. "Why did you lock the door? Afraid the corpse will escape?" Demon energy +3. Jang Shan's face lit up, and he quickly moved behind the doctor, looking around. The doctor, terrified, shouted, "Ah! When did you sneak behind me?" The low-level demon corpse shuddered, demon energy +15. Jang Shan couldn't help but feel a sense of joy inside. It was rare to receive such a generous donation of demon energy, it was even moving for him. He then smiled slyly and said, "Lead me to see the corpse." At that moment, he was standing in front of countless corpses covered with white cloths. He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, "Aren't they all neatly lying here? I don't see any missing corpses." The doctor was now trembling in fear, stammering, "Could it be that they've all returned?" Jang Shan's eyes suddenly flashed before he asked again, "Oh, you're back." Then, without warning, he happily reached into the body beside him and exclaimed, "Well, that's great. This time, no one is getting away." At that moment, the corpse trembled and raised its hand, demon energy +6. He grunted in confusion as notifications sounded. Demon energy +3, demon energy +2, demon energy +5. The corpse then let out a moan, its long tongue dangling and dripping. "Ah, my face, damn it." Jang Shan responded with a friendly, beaming smile, "I'm an orphan, I don't have any ancestors." The plump corpse swung its arm, seemingly about to attack him, cursing angrily, "Damn it." Jang Shan, now clearly annoyed, clicked his tongue and said, "TCH," before countering with a powerful punch. "Are you mentally disabled or something? I already told you, I'm an orphan." The corpse's face was sent flying from the punch, its tongue stretching another inch. It clutched its face in fear and shouted, "I've met a demon. This guy even dares to hit a demon." Demon energy +8. Jang Shan, now with one hand on his hip and the other slamming down on the nearby bed, said, "We're all demons, what's there to be afraid of? You stole my bed, so isn't it only right I hit you?" Then, he stepped closer, inspecting the corpse carefully and asked, "But, my friend, how many days has it been since you died?" The corpse replied, 4 days, why?" Jang Shan, while tapping his fingers, said, 4 days, let me do the math." This action caused the corpse to break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh, the person has been dead for 7 days already." As he spoke, he raised both hands to pinch the cheek of the corpse and hurriedly said, "I've only been dead for 4 days, I'm afraid the body might have already started to decay." The notification board appeared again, and the corpse trembled with fear. Demon energy +4, 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 the points of demon energy continuously accumulated. The fat corpse, upon hearing this, became stunned, then grabbed its own chubby cheek and exclaimed, "Master, I'm already a corpse, what could possibly go wrong now?" Jang Shan then smiled a motherly smile and said, "You're being foolish. 7 days for the soul to return is a natural rule, didn't you know that? Benefactor, returning before that time not only affects the future of your family, but it will even affect your reincarnation. At this moment, your image is no different from a living Buddha, illuminating the dark lives of the mortal world." The fat corpse now looked up with a pleading expression. "Grandmaster, then what should I do to resolve this?" The living Buddha then gave a rather even smile and replied, "He, that's easy. He died once again, then calculated the date and returned the soul. He then casually raised his weapon and nonchalantly replied. The notification appeared again, demon energy plus, demon energy plus. The fat corpse, seeing this, furiously raised both hands and rushed forward, shouting, "Are you trying to kill me with fire?" Jang Shan decisively swung his small sword, then he made a single strike that cleaved the demon in half, smiling as he said, "Then I'll send you to meet my ancestors." Then the system interface appeared again, low-level demon with resentment has died, demon energy plus 9. As Jang Shan swung his hand and decapitated the demon, he glanced at the notification in frustration. Is that all the demon energy I get? What a lousy drop. The demon's head fell to the ground with a dull thud, its tongue still hanging out, unable to retract in time. With a look of disdain, Jang Shan remarked, "Black resentment still causing harm to people? I've made it too easy for you to die." Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a trembling rabbit-toothed doctor sitting off to one side, clutching the bedpost, likely thinking he could hide behind that small iron bar. At this moment, the doctor was shaking in fear, drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with terror, as though they might pop out of his head. Already jumping around in less than 7 days, seems like there's still one more, right? Jang Shan grinned mischievously. There's one more soul, probably here. As he spoke, he reached for a cloth in front of him. After lifting it, the image of a green demon head appeared, its eyes wide open and its jagged teeth looking horribly grotesque. Without any mercy, Jang Shan slapped the head with a few sharp strikes, calling out, "Old man, wake up, come on, take your medicine." This caused the head to feel pain, its jaws opening wide as it stuck out a sharp tongue. The system interface appeared again. I just fell asleep, demon energy increased by 8. The green-headed figure now bared his jagged teeth at Jang Shan. What do you want to do? The old man asked. Turning his ear, Jang Shan casually replied, "Old man, you should take some sleeping pills and go to sleep." The old demon, both confused and angry, retorted, "You woke me up to take sleeping pills. Are you even human? Where are the pills?" As he shouted, Jang Shan immediately brandished his weapon in front of him. Without hesitation, he thrust the blade straight into the old demon's head. His small sword now pierced the demon's mouth, leaving it only able to let out a desperate cry. Jang Shan withdrew the sword, smiling coldly as he said, "Sorry, I forgot to bring the pills. I'm using a physical method to help you sleep. You don't mind, do you?" The system interface appeared again, low-level vengeful spirit has died, demon energy increased by 9. The low-level rabbit-toothed demon grew increasingly fearful. Killed another one, it's so terrifying. At this moment, Jang Shan noticed it and spoke, "Hey, the rat in the corner, stop pretending. Show your real face." The creature trembled, standing up, sweat pouring down its body as it seemed to be contemplating something. After a moment, it took off its hat and replied, "I was planning to eliminate you when you let your guard down. Looks like I made a mistake." After it took off its hat, what appeared were 2 bulging eyes on its head, so swollen that they seemed ready to pop out. Following that was a truly spectacular transformation, as it morphed from an ordinary human appearance into a fierce demon. It screamed, "AAA, are you still waiting for him to kill everyone one by one? Let's go together." Suddenly, the corpses also sat up from their beds, and then, countless grotesque faces surged forward, rushing to attack Jang Shan. They shouted, their eyes gleaming, all of them yelling in unison. "Why do you have to force us? We just want to keep living, what's wrong with that?" Jang Shan remained calm in the face of them and replied, "Do you think you're happy living by eating others?" Since they didn't get the response they were hoping for, they became enraged and clawed at him, as though they wanted to devour him alive. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, a surge of power flashed through, severing the neck of one of them. He had no time to react, only managing to open his mouth before his head was detached. His face froze in horror, but it was too late. Jang Shan swung his sword fiercely, sending the head flying. He sneered, saying, "Dealing with pests like you doesn't even require the demonization card." However, the other demons were not intimidated by this. They continued to surge forward, screaming,
creating a truly horrifying sight. But unlike ordinary people, Jang Shan became even more intrigued by it. He raised 2 fingers in front of his face and said, "Shall we calculate together? In that case, let's try using the demon power inherited from the demonization card." Immediately, he opened his mouth wide and shouted with all his might. Tiger's roar shakes the 6 realms. The demons were stunned by the pressure and showed clear signs of panic on their faces. Their bodies began to tremble uncomfortably, and they covered their ears, muttering, "Why do my ears feel so uncomfortable?" Jang Shan noticed that the demons were still unharmed, only slightly uncomfortable. He saw their eyes bulging out like 2 marbles and felt disappointed in his own power. "They're not affected? Looks like the demon power I inherited is too weak. Using physical methods to eliminate them is still more reliable." Thinking this, he grabbed his sword and charged. One demon was immediately cleaved in half, its neck and the hand it had raised were severed. Another demon was instantly sliced through the mouth, its head split in 2. A third one was slashed vertically from the chin to the chest. The moves were incredibly smooth, completed in just a few seconds. At that moment, the demon doctor was still grinning, facing Jang Shan's sword. He confidently used his 2 rabbit teeth to clamp down on the sword. After a moment, those 2 front teeth began to show signs of cracking. Jang Shan spoke up. "Your 2 front teeth." It's I flicked to the side, and it muttered, "I've been itching to break them for a while." Jang Shan unleashed a powerful strike, piercing through the demon's body. After dealing with these demons, he was so exhausted that he was panting heavily. It seemed that this was still too much for him, so sweat started pouring down his face like a shower. The system interface once again displayed a message. "Congratulations, host, for breaking through 1000 demon energy points, unlocking the ability to draw a 2-star demon transformation card." At this moment, Jang Shan was so exhausted that his face had turned a deep shade of purple. Upon hearing the reward, he blurted out, "A 2-star demon transformation card, preparing to consume 1000 demon energy, drawing a 2-star demon transformation card." But unable to believe this fact, he shouted as if to confirm it, "Is it 10 times more expensive than a 1-star card?" Then, he reluctantly accepted his fate and gritted his teeth, saying, "Then, it's best if you give me a decent card." As he finished speaking, the machine began the draw. On the machine, the first 2 slots displayed Luck and Great Immortal. The 2 outer slots on the machine showed Luck and Great Immortal, but in the center, an enigmatic symbol appeared. Suddenly, from the central slot of the machine, a massive energy surged straight up into the sky. What appeared in front of Jang Shan made him exclaim in awe. Before him stood a Great Immortal of the Stag's power, both eerie and mighty. The system interface appeared again, offering instructions on how to use it. Read silently to use. Activating the demon transformation will grant a portion of the demon's power for half an hour, and you will receive 2 draws. The host may select one part of the demon transformation. The system also reminds you that demon transformation consumes a great deal of energy and may result in an early termination of the process. Please use with caution. After the transformation ends, a portion of the body and soul, along with demonic power, will be permanently retained. The inheritance rate of the demon transformation part is 1%. Jang Shan furrowed his brows as he read the notification, feeling that it was all too wordy. At that moment, a foot kicked a severed head that was rolling on the ground. Jang Shan sighed and said, 2 divine arts turned into demons, I wonder how strong a monster they can take on. All the small fry have been dealt with, time to go find the boss. He scratched his head as he walked down the dark corridor. The dim lights were far from enough to dispel the eerie atmosphere. After entering the elevator, he pressed the button labeled L. Suddenly, a blonde nurse appeared, squeezing through the elevator door, and blurted out anxiously, finally caught up. Then, without warning, she rushed in and wrapped her arms around Jang Shan's head, pressing it against her chest as she said, sorry about that. Although startled, Jang Shan didn't forget to curiously poke at the soft mass in front of him with his finger.
The blonde nurse quickly backed away, hugging her chest with both arms, and asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" But he was still deep in thought. Even through the layer of clothing, it felt icy cold. She had rushed over in such a hurry, yet there wasn't the slightest hint of warmth or moisture. After pondering for a moment, he stepped forward, lifted the nurse's chin, and licked his lips with a greedy look, saying, "Nurse, your skin is really something else. Even a corpse 3 days dead probably wouldn't be as pale as you." She immediately pushed him away with both hands and snapped, "What's it got to do with you? Stay away." Then she turned her back to Jang Shan and stood silently, waiting for the elevator. Suddenly, she raised her hand and coughed once. At that moment, he was still observing her from behind. Suddenly, the nurse fell silent and spoke, "Do you know? Our hospital has a taboo." Jang Shan still wore a curious smile and asked, "Oh, tell me about it." She then began to raise her hand to her chest, reaching into her bra to pull out a business card, continuing, "When you encounter someone with a black card, it's best not to take this elevator. Only those who work in the brothel wear this black card. If you see it, you should quickly run away." "Hee," the nurse said in a strange tone. By this point, only one of her eyes remained visible, looking extremely grotesque. However, after a moment, her menacing smile vanished when she saw a pile of black cards revealed before her. Jang Shan shook a bunch of his own black cards in front of her, smiling slyly as he said, "So, should you run away when you see me?" At that moment, the nurse's smug expression disappeared, replaced by one of sheer panic as she exclaimed, "What the hell, have you taken everything from the brothel?" The system's prompt appeared again, "Nurse, I take my hat off to you, demon energy plus 30. At this point, the elevator reached the floor, and someone holding a black bag appeared. It was a man dressed in a doctor's coat with bright eyes, staring at Jang Shan and the demon nurse. He was holding the black bag from earlier. He entered the elevator, turned his back to both of them, and continued to wait. The entire space inside became eerily quiet. Suddenly, Jang Shan stretched his arms and casually draped one over the neck of the demon nurse, calling out, "Hey," causing her to awkwardly blush. He pointed again at the black bag in the hands of the doctor in front and asked, "Why don't you try and guess what's inside his bag?" Upon hearing this, she casually replied, "It could very well be someone's internal organs." Hearing her response, Jang Shan began to grope her repeatedly, teasing as he said, "Internal organs, which part do you think it could be? The heart, liver, spleen, stomach?" At this point, the nurse's face showed a sly grin, though she weakly resisted. "Stop it, don't touch me like that." Suddenly, the space became dim, the lights went out, and the nurse couldn't help but feel a surge of panic. The doctor in front spoke up. "Do you two want to know what's inside?" As he spoke, he shook the bag, which made a rustling sound. Then, he turned around, glaring with a savage expression. "After you see it, don't regret it." With that, he opened the black bag. Jang Shan now felt incredibly tense, gulping nervously. The doctor pulled out a jar containing a kidney with a missing part. Jang Shan focused on it, breaking into a sweat as he said, "The bite marks on the top are." The doctor then raised his hand and removed his mask, revealing a terrifying face, the edges of his mouth stained with blood. He grinned menacingly, holding up the jar and responding, "I was hungry, couldn't resist, so I took a bite." At this, Jang Shan's eyes grew as wide as saucers, as if he were witnessing something unbelievable. Then, suddenly, he broke into a smile and asked, "How much is one kidney worth?" The nurse replied, 250,000 coins. "Wait, why are you asking that?" Jang Shan began extending his hand, counting and calculating. He bit a piece, and after reducing 20%, he still had 200,000 coins left. "If you're not using the plastic bag anymore, let me borrow it for a bit." After saying this, he snatched the black bag in front of the confused Dr. Demon. Jang Shan folded the black plastic bag into 3 holes to expose his eyes and mouth, then pulled it over his head, saying, "Considering you're holding 200,000 coins, I'll make an effort and work overtime." Then, suddenly, he grabbed the jar that was indeed missing a piece and dashed off, not forgetting to leave a parting remark. "Give it to me." The system interface popped up again, and the demon was stunned demon energy plus 25. The elevator door, which had been silent, suddenly erupted with a loud bang, as a person shot out from inside, shattering the door. The two demons inside were utterly startled. The doctor demon, unable to believe his eyes, stared and exclaimed, "What? What is happening?" The nurse demon, equally flustered, responded, "Could he be a thief?" Upon hearing this, the doctor demon's eyes widened, and he yelled, "What? Stealing from a demon? This brat really doesn't want to live anymore, does he?" As he spoke, he sprang to his feet and dashed off, with the nurse demon hurriedly following. Jang Shan, meanwhile, ran ahead while mocking the two demons. "Come and catch me, then." Then suddenly, he threw the plastic bag covering his face aside, spun around, and jumped into a corner. The doctor demon pointed and shouted, "He's going in there. Quickly, chase after him." Meanwhile, Jang Shan was hiding in a spot, watching them scramble, feeling delighted inside. Suddenly, Jang Shan swung his small sword in front of the demon doctor, leaving him stunned. Then, he struck a blow to the man's chest. Next, he thrust the sword toward the demon nurse. The blade pierced her chest amid her panic. But suddenly, Jang Shan broke into a sweat and exclaimed, "I can't pull it out anymore." His sword was now trapped between her two breasts. She smugly said, "It's useless. My heart has been broken for a long time. Go die. You thief." Her expression grew increasingly dangerous. She then swung her sharp claws to attack Jang Shan. Her claws grazed his chest, but suddenly, she froze in fear. Jang Shan had been blasted away by a powerful force, narrowly avoiding her claws. He clutched his chest in pain, and blood began to drip from the corner of his mouth. "It hurts so much, did I break a rib?" The demon nurse, with half of her hand now turned into bone, looked at him in horror. "You! What are you carrying on you?" Jang Shan then pulled a glowing talisman from his chest and muttered to himself, "It seems the talisman Lin Wei gave me saved my life." The skeletal hand gradually healed thanks to a stream of green demonic energy. With a crack, the demon nurse's hand grew larger, veins bulging, showing off her formidable strength. She then swung her fist toward Jang Shan, shouting, "You blocked once, let's see if you can block again." Jang Shan, startled by the punch, couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast! It's unavoidable, death is imminent." Immediately, he jumped to the side. But at that moment, suddenly, the ghost doctor appeared from behind, trapping him in a situation where he was sandwiched like a hamburger. The doctor tightly wrapped both of his arms around him and then shouted with delight, "Ha ha, I pretended to be dead on the ground for half a day just for this very moment." Held tightly by the ghost doctor, Jang Shan took a powerful punch from the ghost nurse. She screamed, "Die already!" The punch sounded crisp with a sharp smack, making Jang Shan grimace in pain, his eyes wide, cheeks puffed. A huge burst of blue energy exploded as he was sent crashing to the ground, his face contorted in agony. It was over. He stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and said seriously, "Well done, you're really ruthless." Suddenly, he coughed up more blood, his face showing signs of reaching his limit. The ghost nurse laughed gleefully and stepped closer, saying, Hee, does it feel like your heart can't take it anymore? Then you might have caught the same disease as me." The ghost doctor stood by, grinning viciously. Jang Shan struggled to clutch his chest, feeling as though his heart was being squeezed by a hand, its beating laborious. The image of a heart being gripped by a hand appeared in his mind. The ghost nurse then flashed a dangerous smile, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here, just a shot and you'll be fine." In her hand, she held a syringe filled with some kind of solution. She excitedly aimed the needle at him, saying, "Be a good boy, don't move." Unexpectedly, Jang Shan drew a demonic transformation token. Demonic Overlord of Chaos.
He quickly calculated with his current strength, if he didn't use the transformation token now, he would die. Done, both hands of his performed a spell and shouted out, randomly drawing the divine art, Soul World Celestial Blade. A powerful golden energy emanated from his body, and behind him appeared the demonic overlord of chaos, exuding immense power. His pupils had now turned green, and strange patterns appeared on his face, while his hair turned a brilliant red. The system panel appeared again, announcing that he had randomly drawn the heavenly chaos blade. Suddenly, two strands, as if severed from a fiery mass, appeared. The massive eye of the demon nurse was split in two before her bewildered and stunned gaze. Jang Shan swiftly slashed, cutting the demon nurse in half without any hesitation. Holding the powerful weapon in his hand, he turned his head to one side, then paused for a moment. Humph, there's still one left. The system panel displayed another message, the doctor now deeply regretting his actions, even wishing to become a better person. Demon energy plus 90. The demon doctor, now cowering against a wall, fearfully said, "Is this person even human?" Jang Shan suddenly poked his head around the corner and asked, "So, you've been hiding here, huh?" The demon doctor was startled, wanting to shout something, but only managed to mutter, "Holy crap." He extended a hand and flashed a dangerous smile, saying, "Come on, help me wipe my mouth." The demon doctor, terrified, watched as the hand reached toward him and immediately jumped back, swinging his hand to launch some kind of weapon in defense. Jang Shan yelled, "Don't come over here." But Jang Shan paid no attention. The demon doctor, seeing this, was utterly terrified. "Damn it, are you made of iron?" Then, he immediately raised his hand to rub his eyes and laughed, saying, "It's a bit itchy." Hi. Then his gaze suddenly became dangerous, and he reminded, "Are you waiting for me to fight back? Why don't you hurry up and run?" The demon doctor, seeing a chance to survive, quickly fled, shouting, "Ah!" But he didn't forget to look back to see if he was being chased. He hurriedly climbed the stairs while crying for help. "Help! Help me!" Jang Shan felt puzzled by this foolishness. He clearly knew that he wanted to kill him, yet he was still shouting for help while running upstairs. "The final boss has finally arrived," he said with a face full of amusement, then took his sword and started climbing the stairs. Wherever the god went, flames followed. At this moment, the demon doctor was reciting Buddha's name in a corner, tears already welling up at the corners of his eyes. Then, in fear, he couldn't stop the tears from streaming down. He wiped his eyes, feeling regret. Hoo, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have provoked him. The notification sounds rang out calmly. Demon energy plus 90, demon energy plus 85, demon energy plus 95. At this point, Jang Shan appeared like a hellish being, extending his two fingers to pinch a flame. At this moment, a small flame was still burning fiercely in his hand. Then, Jang Shan blew on the flame, sending it forward and saying, "Go." The small flame rushed towards the demon doctor and attacked him, causing him to become terrified and panicked. Once again, the demon doctor continued to flee, shouting as he ran, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't follow me." The notification sounds rang out again. Demon energy plus 10, demon energy plus 10, demon energy plus 10, demon energy plus 10, demon energy plus 1, demon energy plus 1. The demon doctor was now kneeling on the ground, trembling and sobbing. Hoo! Jang Shan appeared behind him along with the flames. He held his sword in hand, his brooding expression growing fainter by the second, seemingly about to be drained completely. Meanwhile, the figure on the ground was still shaking. It was over. He looked down and asked, "Doctor, you were once someone who healed and saved lives. Why do you look like you're on death's door now?" Tears were streaming from the demon doctor's eyes, his face utterly pitiful, yet he still tried to argue. "That's not true." Jang Shan gave a wicked smile and said, "Don't believe me? Look for yourself. Aren't you already dead?" As he spoke, he swung his flaming sword down onto the demon doctor's shoulder, successfully cleaving him in half. Moments later, the flames grew even fiercer. The demon doctor was now engulfed entirely in fire, only his head remained. With tears running down both cheeks, he cried out in despair, finally.
I'm free. Seeing this scene, Jang Shan sighed, to be tortured to this extent and still able to laugh? What a freak! Then he suddenly felt something off, maybe he had gone a bit overboard. The power of the demonic overlord of chaos is really hard to control. After defeating the demon doctor, a notification panel appeared, demon energy plus 360. Jang Shan looked at the system panel and exclaimed in surprise, whoa, just killing one demon now gives over 300 points? Then, he pressed the system panel and said, how much demon energy do I have right now? The number displayed was demon energy 630. He scratched his face, showing a look of regret. Back then, in order to save my life, I killed that nurse too early. He thought to himself, maybe if he had teased her a bit more, he could have earned even more demon energy, right? Suddenly, a beam of blue light shone through a hole in the ceiling, catching Jang Shan's attention. Then, from a door came a strange energy along with eerie voices. Come here, come over here, hurry up and come. These words entered his ears, causing him to feel alarmed. Jang Shan took a few steps closer, the ghostly voices still echoed, passing from one ear to the other, making Jang Shan break into a cold sweat and exclaim. What's going on? Quickly, he raised both his thumbs and created an energy streak around his mouth. The 100 veils of demonic blaze activated, and at that moment, a glowing round object appeared. Jang Shan now wore some kind of artifact, and he sighed in exhaustion, sweating profusely as if drenched. Suddenly, an old man appeared from behind, calling out, "My dear, are you calling me?" Jang Shan turned around to see the scene and couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed that this demonic sound was something ordinary people really couldn't resist. The old man fumbled, turning away as he continued to call, "My dear." The eerie voices from the other end of the corridor rang out again. The old man seemed to be hypnotized, unknowingly following the calls. Come over here, hurry up, come over, come quickly. At this moment, on the rooftop, a person was standing and calling out. The old man continued to climb up unconsciously, calling, "My dear." Meanwhile, Jang Shan kept watching from behind. When he saw that only the old man was coming up, the person on the rooftop spoke. "TCH, why is it just this old man who got lured here? Just looking at him, I'm not even interested in eating anymore." As he spoke, he placed his giant hand on the old man's head. Die. With that, he maliciously pressed down, causing the old man to kneel. Jang Shan, watching from a distance, felt anxious. Damn it, the old man is in danger. He immediately became furious and swung his powerful weapon, shouting, "Goddamn, how dare you kill someone right in front of me?" At that moment, the man quickly threw the old man off the rooftop. Jang Shan rushed over, panic-stricken. Damn it, it's too late. Furious, he shouted. Then you die too. Along with that, a powerful flame surged. He darted past the man. At that moment, the man was sliced in half by the flames, and the cut kept burning fiercely. At this point, Jang Shan was exhausted, sweat pouring down him like a downpour. Looking back, he saw that the upper half of the man was still burning intensely, yet he was grinning strangely at him. Ha ha ha, finally, you've come. Jang Shan looked at him with a puzzled expression. The man's body was already restored, and he muttered, "Fear, fear, the most delicious fear." Jang Shan was momentarily stunned by this, and then he grinned wickedly. In front of him now stood an incredibly ugly and repulsive demon. Strange, dark currents of air emanated from its body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jang Shan did not hold back but provoked, "Hee, if you can withstand the blows this well, let's play for a while longer." His smile ignited an even stronger flame as he shouted, "The heavenly Tao amid chaos." Stage 2, the black lock opens. At this moment, the fire had turned black, looking very eerie. Jang Shan lunged out from the flames, taunting, Are you scared?" From the demon's body, a thicker dark mist began to rise. It stared wide-eyed, terrified of what was about to happen to it. Then, the demon was slashed by dark threads, cutting into its flesh. It screamed in agony, "Ah!" The system interface appeared once again. Patient number 18 is in excruciating pain. Demon energy plus 99, a deep cut on the face makes its appearance even more repulsive. Looking down at its severed fingers, it howled in despair. My body was just starting to heal. The system continued to announce, patient number 18 is crying out in agony. Demon energy plus 99. In the end, the demon was engulfed by the massive sea of flames Jang Shan had created. The system reported, patient number 18 is being torn apart. Demon energy plus 99. At this point, the demon's body was only a faint color amidst Jang Shan's giant inferno. Its remaining head still screamed, "It hurts so much, my head is splitting open." Ah, don't think this can kill me. This scene was truly horrifying. From the hand where 2 fingers had been severed, it had now mutated into a strange, ugly claw. At that moment, the demon underwent another mutation, sharp horns sprouting from its body. Its entire form seemed to transform into a monstrous creature, unrecognizable unless marked with the number 18 on its chest. Jang Shan was stunned by this. A slash attack doesn't affect him? I have to admit, this guy is like a cockroach. No matter how much you hit him, he won't die. Suddenly, the demon opened its mouth, which seemed to have appeared from nowhere, and attacked Jang Shan. But he quickly dodged to the side, calculating. Right, let's try another method. The demon's long tail swung at him, making it difficult for Jang Shan to defend. He was knocked back by the tail, flying through the air, causing an explosion upon impact. The demon, now smug, said, surprised, "Huh? I secretly grew a tail. Ha ha ha." But what it didn't expect was that Jang Shan, at that moment, suddenly swung his sword out of the flames. The demon's mouth gaped open, and it began throwing punches at Jang Shan repeatedly. Yet, he nimbly dodged all of the punches. Then, unexpectedly, Jang Shan raised his hand to block one of the demon's punches. Immediately, he directed the fiery sword in his hand to slash at the demon's hand. Jang Shan exerted all his strength, pressing the sword down onto the massive hand. One of his hands blocked the punch, while the other wielded the sword, slicing at the demon's other hand. The gem on his helmet began to glow. Jang Shan confidently said, "Let's try this move. Demonic wings, wave of scornful slaughter." From the glowing orb, a powerful flame spread across his helmet. Then, a powerful stream of aura erupted from the stone on the creature's head, charging straight towards the enemy. One of the monster's arms was torn apart. It hurt so much that it opened its mouth wide in agony. Jang Shan looked through the giant wound, silently thinking, no regeneration. Seems like this move worked, but unfortunately, it can only be used once. The head of patient number 18 appeared from within the massive tentacles of the monster, shouting, "Stay still, don't move, let me kill you obediently." He remained motionless at the resonating words, but his mind raced in worry. Damn it, I forgot that he still has this move. His consciousness began to blur, and he had to fight to stay awake. Everything around Jang Shan started to become hazy. The monster's enormous claws had grabbed hold of him. Heavenly Chaos Blade, turning the sword into a fist, suddenly Jang Shan thrust out a punch, shouting. Around the fist, a flow of lava-like energy appeared, intensely powerful. Without warning, he poured his strength into the punch and slammed it into his own face, sending himself flying. After delivering the blow to himself, he wiped his face and said with a grin, "Hee, that was quite satisfying." The seductive sound still echoed in his ears. He then smiled and swung his fist towards the monster, saying, "You come and try this too." Linda, the turbulent world master, the monster, became panicked as the bursts of light attacked it. Countless powerful punches from Jang Shan rained down, fueled by his exhilaration. "No matter how many times you regenerate, I will smash you into pieces." By the time his soul was drifting away, the monster's body was covered with countless wounds. Only then did it panic and exclaim, "If this continues, I will definitely die." Then suddenly, it screamed. "If we're going to die anyway, then let's die together."
At that moment, the demon opened its mouth, releasing strange black vapor.
Jang Shan, irritated by the odd air, exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" "Probably the fumes from the stinking mouth of the monster, bro." The demon's head, overjoyed, responded as if it were a proud father. "I've turned the last bit of my demon energy into a curse that will stick to you. You'll suffer from the same illness as I did. Your soul won't be freed either."
But before it could finish, it was hit by a massive flame from Jang Shan. The attack silenced it immediately. A system notification popped up. "Patient number 18, the half-form weeping ghost, has died. Demon energy plus 99. Jang Shan sighed in relief and said, "Talkative bastard, think your tricks would work on me?" Then suddenly, the system notified again. "Curse transformation time has ended." Immediately, Jang Shan reverted to his normal state, but sadly, the number 18 appeared on his neck. From that spot, grotesque veins began to spread out. Jang Shan's gaze became vacant, and blood began to spill from his mouth. The veins spread up to his face. He wiped the blood off with his hand and anxiously said, "Is this the curse of the half-form weeping ghost?" Then he opened his mouth wide, reaching into his throat, trying to pull something out. Jang Shan's eyes widened, veins popping. Moments later, a black vapor poured from his mouth, and within it, a fat, black worm dropped out. He let out a sigh of relief, feeling much better. Looking down at the ground, there were countless black, bloated maggots squirming, an utterly disgusting sight. Jang Shan wiped his mouth, his face turning pale, staring at the maggots and saying, "The curse you cast has already killed you, surely, the curse can't be undone now." He was exhausted, to the point that he slumped onto the ground next to the monster that had died an untimely death. He pulled out his phone and said, "It's better to call Yama's hall to handle this first." Suddenly, something flew toward him. Jang Shan was startled and gasped. He grabbed it and observed it was a piece of the clothing he had blasted apart earlier. Jang Shan pulled a piece of paper out from the fabric, then unfolded it to read its contents. The paper read, "Hospital Examination Room Number 7, Name, Liang Yuquan, ID Number, 18. Condition, Cognitive Disorder, Specific Symptoms, the patient feels that they have dozens of different diseases, sometimes coughing up their intestines. After treatment, no improvement has been observed." Jang Shan muttered as he read, "Cognitive disorder." Could it really be this disease? Initially, the patient not only believed they were ill but also thought that others were sick as well. His younger sister, mistakenly thinking she had a fever, put herself in the refrigerator to cool down, only for her to die. That action led to the death of a little girl. Jang Shan gave a helpless smile. It seemed that the principle of this curse was to transfer cognitive disorder onto others, making them believe they were sick, which in turn caused their bodies to react as if they were indeed ill. The patient was transferred to my hospital, and there has been significant progress in their condition. Summing up the diagnosis, who is the patient, me or us? A strange eye appeared. Jang Shan was walking while reading the diagnosis paper when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Does a good development mean the condition is getting worse? Or has the demon's power increased? The medical report, Hospital Number 7, Name, Jang Shan, ID Number, 18, diagnosed with cognitive disorder. He was startled by this strange turn of events. How had it turned into his name? Furthermore, what was this Hospital Number 7 all about? He pulled out his phone, puzzled. A notification appeared, explaining. Underworld suppression, based on reliable speculation, the blood-written text on the medical record of Hospital Number 7 indicates a countdown. After the time runs out, one will enter Hospital Number 7 and will never be able to leave. The selected strange individuals are all at C+ level, which means the demons in this hospital are not very high-ranking and there are no superior beings beyond the blood red. Jang Shan then crumpled the diagnosis paper into a ball and casually threw it behind him, saying, "Forget it, the boat will straighten itself out when it reaches the bridge." Thanks to the system, within a month, he had reached the blood robe level of power, and the issue was not significant. He felt it was not worth worrying about. Suddenly, his gaze darkened. In front of him stood 5 or 7 figures in black, waiting. He thought to himself, the people from Yama's hall had arrived. The girl at the front raised her hand in a respectful salute toward him. Yama's hall controlled a method of sealing demons into a person's body, using the power of the demon to fight against other demons. But even the most determined special forces soldiers still had a 90% fatality rate. It seemed that the fatality rate among the cleaners was no less than that of the special forces. Jang Shan looked at them, then fell silent in thought. Given the high elimination rate in the current situation, Yama's hall was always short-staffed. The girl at the head of the crowd in Yama's hall walked towards him and then veered slightly to the side. Jang Shan immediately smiled and spoke up first. "I made quite a mess inside." "You've worked hard." The girl didn't respond but replied instead. "Eliminating so many ghosts at once, you've worked hard too." She passed by her subordinates and said, "Follow me." By this time, it was already dark outside, with a faint moonlight shining down. Jang Shan was wandering down the hallway, following the scent that led him. "It smells so good." The scent guided him to open a door into a house. Was Hong's sister cooking? He entered and glanced around, thinking to himself, "I've come without invitation. Hong's sister won't mind, right?" He then walked into the kitchen and called out, "Hong's sister, Hong's sister." At that moment, Hong's sister was focused on something. It turned out she was cooking. Upon hearing his call, she turned her head and replied, "Jang Shan, you're here? Stay and have dinner with me." She was tasting the dish she had cooked. After a moment, Hong's sister blushed, leaned into Jang Shan's arms, and whispered, "You leave early and come back late every day. I'll make some delicious dishes to nourish you. I promise you'll feel full of energy." He shyly blushed and replied, "Well, I don't need to be that full of energy. I'm afraid I might get a nosebleed." Hong's sister looked a little disappointed, turned away, and said, "Oh, I see. Well, the meal is ready. Come eat." Then, she smiled sweetly and turned away. Jang Shan was entranced by her beauty. When he saw the numerous delicious dishes laid out on the table, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this looks so sumptuous." Jang Shan picked up a piece, his mouth watering as he looked at it, and said, "Well then, I won't be polite anymore, Hong's sister." Suddenly, Hong's sister seemed to realize something magical, her face showing clear astonishment as she looked at him. Unable to resist, she reached out and touched Jang Shan's firm arm. "You're so strong," Hong's sister said, her face full of admiration as she held his hand and added, "Do all exorcists like you pay so much attention to physical training?" Seeing her like this, Jang Shan blushed and responded, "It's just all right." But inside, he was screaming, "What does Hong's sister want to do?" Her hands intertwined with his, pressing down, her eyes shining brightly as her tongue stuck out, looking incredibly eager. He felt helpless inside, thinking, so, she's finally making her move on me? The ruthless rich lady. After a moment, Hong's sister leaned in with a sly smile and asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" He awkwardly chuckled, thinking, such a sharp question. Jang Shan replied, "Sister, I'm only in my 2nd year. How could I have a girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, she immediately made a suggestion, "I know a beautiful girl. Would you like me to introduce her to you?" Hearing this, he hurriedly bent down to shovel more rice into his mouth. "Well, I'm usually quite busy, let's talk about it later." At that, Hong's sister stopped teasing him and replied, "You're right, eat your meal." Afterward, when they finished eating, Jang Shan stepped out inside. "I'm so full, I might die from it," he said while rubbing his round belly. Back in his room, he plopped down on the bed, sighing again. "Tomorrow, I have to go to the Zheng family's estate. There's clearly something off with Zheng Xiaoming." "Done." Jang Shan spoke as he called the system. The system hurriedly responded, "I'm here." He immediately pressed on the system's interface and said, "Show my accumulated points."
Understood. The information appeared. User, Jang Shan. Demon Energy 1026, Demon Transformation Card, Great Immortal of the Stag's Power. As he read the information, he couldn't help but notice the image of 2 green handprints imprinted on someone's back.
This name definitely has issues. I should have prepared a bit more before leaving, Jang Shan thought inwardly. He then spoke to the system again, using a 2-star demon transformation card to deal with that Zhang Xiaoming guy. Am I really using a precision knife to butcher a chicken?
The system replied, User Jang Shan. Demon Energy 1026, Demon Transformation Card, Great Immortal of the Stag's Power.
Hearing this, Jang Shan was pleased and gave an order to the system. The system withdrew 2 1-star demon transformation cards. It was also excited and displayed them on the screen. At this point, sounds began to emanate from the machine. A rather amusing creature appeared.
1-star demon transformation card. Another creature appeared. 1-star demon transformation card.
The scene shifted to the next morning, with the sky clear and the sunlight shimmering down on the houses. On a road, a group of people stood next to a noisy, bustling bus.
Jang Shan walked indifferently down the street when suddenly a voice called out.
Jang Shan turned to see a man wearing sunglasses, surrounded by several girls. He waved at Jang Shan and said, "Hey, come over here." He walked over to Li Jie's side and said cheerfully, "Oh, look at that, normally you're never at class, but the moment something exciting happens, you show up right away, huh?" Li Jie, who was sucking on a lollipop, immediately spat it out in protest. "What are you talking about?" Then, he leaned in closer, raising his hand to close Jang Shan's mouth and said, "I'm here because I'm worried that guy, Zheng Xiaoming, might be plotting something against you. I came to protect you, my good boy. Besides, this is the beauty hunting school of my young master, Li." As he spoke, he gestured towards the group of girls standing nearby. They were all paying attention to the 2 of them. Suddenly, the girls excitedly rushed off.
"Ah, Zhang Xiaoming is here."
Li Jie's hand froze in midair, awkwardly stiffened. The person referred to as Zhang Xiaoming then raised his hand and called out to the girls, "Classmates, line up, let's head out. Feel free to enjoy the food and drinks on the bus."
Ha ha.
Around him, a green aura radiated, and Jang Shan noticed it from a distance. The devil's fingerprints have already been collected. At this point, seated comfortably on the bus, Jang Shan continued to observe Zhang Xiaoming, deep in thought.
Maybe I can help him remove the curse. Did this kid invite a master to his house? But why, when the curse is only half removed, does he want to invite everyone to his place?
His brows furrowed in confusion.
This is not simple.
Meanwhile, Li Jie excitedly looked out the window and cheered like a child. "Wow, we're off." The bus was now speeding along a picturesque road. The sunlight sparkled, and leaves fluttered down from the trees. Soon, the bus passed through a quiet rural area. After that, the bus's wheels screeched to a halt.
Everyone got off the bus.
Li Jie stretched his arms wide, soaking in the fresh air, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Ooh!" A swimming pool has appeared, and there are lounge chairs along the shore for everyone to relax and swim. Next, there was a modern, powerful fountain.
Li Jie, upon seeing it, couldn't help but murmur in awe, "Ooh! This must be a summer retreat to escape the heat, right?"
The older brother beside him also gasped in astonishment, "It looks amazing." But Jang Shan is still walking quietly behind. At that moment, Zhang Xiaoming stood in front of everyone and smiled, introducing, "Welcome to my home. Feel free to wander around and enjoy yourselves. Don't be shy, everyone."
Ha ha.
Although the surroundings were modern, there was a strange green mist enveloping everything. A staff member came forward, smiling in a peculiar way, and said, "Please follow me to the resting area to arrange your luggage, and then we'll have dinner." A man stepped forward, clapping his hands, and said, Thank you, thank you."
The staff member then turned and gestured, "The resting area is this way. Please follow me." Everyone was now walking across a bridge.
The natural scenery was perfect for relieving stress.
The young men and women cheered in excitement, Wow, the lake is so beautiful, and there's even a cave over there. This estate is enormous. Jang Shan remained silent, following along and observing. He looked down at the lake beneath him, both the bridge and the water unusually clean. Suddenly, a hand slapped him on the head. Li Jie spoke up when he saw Jang Shan lost in thought, stunned. Hurry up, or else the lakeside viewing room will be completely taken. Jang Shan could only helplessly rub his head and look at him. At that moment, the scene shifted to the sunset, with the sky glowing a golden hue, incredibly picturesque. From the fresh air of nature, a voice echoed, "Let's bet, whoever skips this stone the most times will be the father of everyone." Then, a stone bounced off the surface of the lake, followed by a joyful shout, "Hee hee, one more than you." Jang Shan immediately pinched his cheek, angrily saying, "I've been tolerating you for a whole day, now call me dad." Li Jie quickly tried to smooth things over. "What's the rush? Heir who hasn't thrown yet." A blond guy behind them smiled as he watched the two tease each other. Suddenly, Heir who walked up and picked up a large stone. Li Jie, confused, said, "Hey, we're skipping stones, not throwing rocks." Then, Heir who took the stone, threw it with great force, sending it flying. The large stone skimmed across the water, splitting the surface into two trails, still heading toward the opposite shore. When the stone passed over the water and struck the foot of the mountain, it created a large explosion. Both Jang Shan and Li Jie were stunned by the sight, one with their mouth agape, the other frozen in place. Then Heir who turned to him, smiled awkwardly, and said, "Oh, I'm even less than Jang Shan, daring to play and daring to take responsibility." Jang Shan's father, right now Jang Shan feels speechless in front of this friend of ours. After that, he flashed a dangerous smile and said to Li Jie, "Kid, it's your turn now, call me dad." At that moment, he made up an excuse to avoid the situation. "I drank too much water earlier, I need to go take care of my business." Jang Shan, angry, yelled after him, "Li Jie, damn you." Meanwhile, in the restroom, as Li Jie was about to enter, he suddenly heard strange noises coming from the bathroom stalls, along with some weird, dark air. However, he definitely didn't see anything. Curious, he leaned closer to a partition and mischievously said, "What's going on in there? Are you guys jumping rope?" Suddenly, a voice from inside made Li Jie freeze in place. "Wait a minute, where should we bury him after we kill him? Or should we just throw him into the lake to feed the water ghost?" 5 minutes later, unable to bear the fear any longer, Li Jie ran out. While running, he screamed in terror, "WTF, run, hurry." After running for a while, he met two of his friends. Seeing them, Li Jie quickly shouted, "Heir who, Jang Shan." Jang Shan asked, "Who's bullying you?" "Tell your dad, come on." At this point, Li Jie, trembling with fear, said, "The restroom. There's something strange going on." Jang Shan calmly asked, "Oh? Tell me more." Li Jie, still terrified, recounted what happened. "At first, I heard someone talking about a plan to kill someone in the restroom. When I looked down, there was no one there. Oh no, I forgot to lock the door." His hand trembled as he raised it, about to open the door. "After I opened the door and peered inside, Li Jie froze in shock. Inside, the walls were covered in blood-written words that said 'kill' repeatedly. Unable to bear it, he screamed, "Aya!" Then, he ran outside just like before. Heir who burst into laughter and said, "Ha, looks like you saw something unclean, huh?" Meanwhile, Jang Shan nonchalantly raised his thumb in a gesture of approval, adding, "One spirit summoning and you get 2 demons. That's impressive." Seeing his two friends remain so indifferent to the horrifying scene he had just witnessed, Li Jie screamed at the top of his lungs. The two of them stood there, talking. "Easy for you to say, but let's see how you'd react if you were in my shoes." Jang Shan, with a calm demeanor, waved his hand to mediate. Mr. Jie, calm down, don't be angry. We're staying so calm because we already have a way to deal with it." Li Jie immediately dropped to his knees in front of him, crying uncontrollably. "I didn't know you could exorcise demons too. Teach me, please teach me." Jang Shan, my God. Jang Shan then smiled dangerously, grabbing his hair and saying, "Good boy, it's not like there are only 2 demons trying to kill you tonight, right?
Now, if you jump into the lake and commit suicide, they won't be able to react in time." Upon hearing this, Li Jie realized he had just been hit with a stinging blow. He shoved Jang Shan's hand away and, with tears streaming down his face, yelled, "I'll jump." Jang Shan clearly had a human mouth, but why was he barking like a dog? Who then reminded them, "Jang Shan, stop joking around, the demons only take the opportunity to possess you when you're at your most relaxed." Done, he turned to Li Jie and said, "So you just need to wait until morning, and you'll be fine." Li Jie, confused, asked back, "If I survive through tonight, will I be safe?" Who smiled awkwardly and replied for his brother, "Well, you can just stay awake all night, and if a ghost clings to you for life, you still won't be able to escape." At this point, Li Jie's tears and snot began to flow again. He felt like he was either going to be killed by the blood loss or just worn out to death. Why didn't they just tell him it was impossible to survive? Jang Shan, putting his arm around his friend, reassured him, "Oh, don't worry, follow us and you won't die." The 3 friends stood together, admiring the beautiful sunset. As the sky gradually darkened, in the forest, the falling leaves signaled something unsafe. The 3 of them passed over a wooden bridge and encountered a girl sweeping. The girl was terrified, carefully sweeping bit by bit. Jang Shan suddenly greeted from behind, "Hello, beautiful." This startled the girl so much that she dropped her broom. The broom fell into the pond. The girl panicked and exclaimed, "Oh, my broom." Jang Shan cheerfully bent down and reached out, saying, "Let me get it for you." The girl quickly yelled out, reminding him, "Wait, don't touch it." She explained fearfully that a woman had died in this pond, and then a few more people followed. "As soon as you touch the water, you'll fall in and drown." The broom had been pulled away by something under the water. Moments later, all that remained on the surface was a futile whirlpool. Jang Shan then took out his phone and cheerfully said, "In that case, let's be friends, I'll pay you for the broom." The girl hesitantly replied, "All right then." Looking at his phone screen, Jang Shan exclaimed, "Oh, Sun Dai, there's information showing up on the screen. Sun Dai ID Sunny, Zhangcheng area. But why does the name tag say Lu Guihua?" However, he noticed the name tag on the girl's shirt displayed the name Lu Guihua. Sun Dai, looking scared, explained, "I just arrived, the name tag on my clothes is still from the old staff member." Jang Shan was still focused, and she continued, "I heard that Lu Guihua's group of staff made some mistakes, so they quit, but people often spread rumors that they weren't actually fired." Li Jie, who was standing next to her, was shocked and questioned, "If they weren't fired, then what could it be? Did they die or something?" Upon hearing this, Sun Dai was even more terrified, struggling to swallow nervously, then tremblingly said to Li Jie, "How? How did you know they died?" This action made him even more alarmed. Suddenly, the manager from earlier called out sternly, "Sun Dai, if you're going to be lazy while working, then don't bother coming." Sun Dai was startled and turned around, then left, while the manager stayed behind and addressed the 3 men, saying, "Please don't mind her too much, she's new and doesn't understand things yet." Jang Shan calmly left, leaving behind one last sentence, "Let's go." Li Jie remembered the ghostly woman's scheme in the bathroom, and who had also noticed the situation with the water ghost in the lake. Jang Shan paid attention to the details, the missing staff, and how each of the 3 of them had some suspicious trace. Just how many more secrets were hidden in this villa? They walked down the dirt road, each deep in thought. At this moment, the houses had all turned on their bright lights. A voice came from one of those houses. "Oh my God, why do you always get so jealous like that? You've been suspicious all day for no reason. If I had known, I wouldn't have looked for a boyfriend at school. It's not like I'm the only one invited to hang out with the whole class." A girl was inside the room, talking on the phone. Then, she lifted her phone and activated the video function, continuing to speak. "Why don't you believe me? I'll just turn on the video and show you." She then moved the phone around the room. "See? There's no one here. It's just me." Suddenly, she pointed the phone's camera toward her chest, asking a suggestive question.
Or are you thinking about something else?
Out of nowhere, a curious eye appeared on the phone's screen beside her. The eye was both strange and unsettling. The boy on the other side of the screen was horrified and exclaimed,
"Wait, what's that behind you?"
The girl, startled by his words, quickly turned around but saw the room empty. A cold sweat broke out on her, and she turned back to speak to her boyfriend.
"What are you talking about? There's nothing here. If you keep scaring me like this, I'll break up with you."
But when she looked at the phone screen, she saw that the call had been disconnected without her noticing.
She angrily scolded him. "You jerk, you hung up on me again?" The call had lasted 7 minutes and 13 seconds.
Suddenly, she froze in fear as she heard a strange noise. Done, she poked her head out of the door and saw an old woman carrying several trash bags in her hands, walking away. At that moment, she felt a sense of relief. It turned out to be the janitor collecting the trash, which had scared her to death. Then, in a brief moment, she seemed to realize something.
"Wait a minute."
The old woman stopped. A large scar appeared on her neck.
The girl was once again horrified upon seeing that dreadful sight.
The old woman twisted her neck, grinning horribly, and asked, "Do you need something?" But when she turned back, the demon boyfriend was already nowhere to be found. The girl had quickly hidden, but she didn't manage to close the door. The woman, twisting her neck, casually entered the room without saying a word.
"Well, I'll go in then."
At that moment, the girl was trembling in fear, hiding behind the desk, while the old demon boyfriend was chuckling and strolling by. Just then, the Jang Shan team appeared at the door, with 3 heads peeking in to observe. Li Jie assessed, "This janitor has no professional skills, just barging into people's rooms to clean trash like that?"
Hu, panicked, said, "Clean trash? She wants to clean a life instead."
Suddenly, only Li Jie was stepping on Hu's back, and he asked in confusion, "Hey, where's Jang Shan?" The old demon boyfriend continued to laugh, strolling into the room uninvited. She grinned grotesquely, her red eyes glaring, as she bent down behind the girl.
"So, the trap was set here?"
The girl looked up in terror and said, "Honestly, if it were me, I'd probably have a heart attack and die right there.
And to review this at midnight, too. Hoo."
She opened her plastic bag and said, "Something this big won't fit in my eye socket.
The only option is to split you up."
After saying that, the old demoness extended her filthy claws. Suddenly, Jang Shan appeared next to her and shouted loudly in her ear, causing the old demoness to jump in surprise. A system notification popped up, and the woman, shocked, had her demon energy increased by 150.
After regaining her composure, she angrily shouted, "Can you lower your voice? Are you trying to teach me a lesson?"
Jang Shan smiled kindly, then draped his arm over the girl's shoulder and said to the woman, "You snuck in here quietly to eavesdrop.
Is it because you're jealous of the beauty of my classmate?"
The system notification appeared again, and the old woman was enraged, with her chi increasing by 30. Jang Shan then pointed at the girl and teased further, "Old lady, don't get your hopes up.
You want to be more beautiful than my female classmate? The only thing you can change is your head."
The short-haired girl, now uncomfortable, reminded him, "Jang Shan, can you be serious for once?"
At that moment, the old demoness froze for a second, then gritted her teeth and said, "Change heads, kid? Are you sure about that?"
As she spoke, she twisted her head off her body. Perhaps her intention was merely to threaten Jang Shan, but little did she know that he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he happily sliced off her head.
Calmly, he responded to the astonished expression of the old demon's boyfriend, saying, "It's definitely different now."
Then, he tossed the head into the air and kicked it with a shout.
"Get lost."
The head of the old demon's boyfriend screamed in terror.
Ah!
From the outside, a greenish blur could be seen shooting out of a window with tremendous force. The body of the old demon's boyfriend remained inside the room, beginning to fall. The short-haired girl screamed in fear.
"Ah, it's so scary." Jang Shan, adopting a mischievous tone, pulled the girl close and said, don't be afraid, I'm here. He. At the same time, the head of the worker fell with a splash into the lake. The ugly head of the old demon's boyfriend floated on the water's surface, screaming, where did this brat come from? You'll regret this when I get back. Hoo. At that moment, the head was tied with golden ropes, and an invisible force seemed to pull it down, submerging it into the river. Finally, all that remained on the surface of the river were bubbles rising in a boiling frenzy. The headless corpse of the old woman continued to swipe at Jang Shan and the girl with its claws. Just as its claws were about to dig into the girl's head, they suddenly stopped, and the corpse collapsed to the ground. Jang Shan, amused, said, I thought it could still dance around a little longer. The system interface appeared again, showing that the demon-slaying maid had been killed, and the demon energy was now at 99. Not bad. Just a normal demon, and already over 300 demon energy, he thought to himself, glancing at the system screen. The short-haired girl was now in Jang Shan's arms, crying, "Boo, I'm so scared." He noticed his two friends had shown up and immediately asked, "Hey, when did you get here?" Who, with admiration, offered a compliment. "Jang Shan, you're really amazing, you're talking about exorcising demons." On the other side, Li Jia, with a flushed face, said, "Good job, I've learned it now." Meanwhile, this person was still talking about flirting with girls. Jang Shan confidently replied with 2 words. "Just normal." Outside the grand hall of the villa, everyone was gathered and making noise. Jang Shan walked out and, upon seeing the commotion, asked in surprise, "Why is it so noisy outside?" The old man with round glasses spoke with concern. "Didn't you notice Zhao Qian is missing? How can someone so clearly alive just vanish?" The girl standing beside him recalled. "We were walking around when we saw a gardener trimming the plants." He looked over and smiled flirtatiously. Zhao Qian blushed shyly at the smile of the young man. She then walked up to him to strike up a conversation. Zhao Qian said she wanted to stay and watch a bit longer, so we decided to leave first. The 2 girls cheerfully chatted, pretending to be into gardening, but clearly, they just wanted to admire the handsome guy. Half an hour after we returned, both Zhao Qian and the gardener were nowhere to be found. I called their phones, but no one picked up. The girl spoke anxiously. The old man with glasses, looking worried, said, "What should we do now? This is a big problem. Manager, is there any way we can find that gardener?" The female manager, now panicking, replied, "We don't have a gardener here." The girl in the blue dress was startled and exclaimed, "How can that be?" The girl in the orange dress beside her, also in shock, added, "Could it be that the person we saw was a ghost?" Everyone outside immediately protested. "Ghost? Don't say such nonsense." The girls quickly confirmed again. "But we clearly saw him." At that moment, Jang Shan was focused on calculating something. Seeing him still, Li Jia asked, "What are you doing?" A while later, Jang Shan walked out of the building alone. Meanwhile, inside a sparkling glass building, a hand with flowers sprouted from the bushes. It fully revealed Zhao Qian, who had gone missing. She had been transformed into a flower plant, twisted in a pot, her body blooming with flowers. The veins on her face were now grotesque and visible. She trembled, crying out, "Help, help me, someone save me." The gardener stood silently, then raised a finger to his lips and made a hushing sound. Holding a pair of tongs, he spoke. "Everyone else is asleep. You can't shout like that." In front of him, a human skeleton had sprouted a flower. He slashed across the trunk of the flower tree with a swift slicing motion, and from the cut oozed drops of blood. The blood dripped down, falling with a faint patter onto the skeleton below. The sounds it made caught his attention.
The image of a person with their mouth sewn shut, their entire body tightly entwined with a flower like a grotesque lump of flesh, came into view. The gardener leaned down beside Zhao Qian and said, "Mischievous little girl, you've gone and awakened the immortal flower." Then he picked up a pair of pliers, humming as he walked toward that humanoid flower, then bent down to observe the hand of the person embedded in it. To his surprise, there was still a leftover display here. Suddenly, he raised the pliers and snipped at the protruding finger with sharp clips. The finger was severed. He calmly smiled at the person. Hee, while the other was crying in pain. Then he reached out to wipe away their tears, saying, "Now this looks more like the most beautiful employee of the villa." Then he licked the freshly severed finger, looked toward Zhao Qian, and continued, "Next, it's your turn." He came closer, reaching out to touch her sensitive area, grumbling, "These legs are such a nuisance, ruining the overall aesthetic." Then he took out a saw and began sawing through both of Zhao Qian's legs with a harsh, grating sound. After cutting them off, he continued, threading a copper wire through and fixing the shape once more. The unnecessary scenes were completely cut out. As I reviewed up to this point, I felt that this character was by far the most perverted one in the story. After finishing his task, he was already sweating lightly on his face, letting out a puff of air. At this moment, Zhao Qian had one leg lifted, her entire body fixed by a large copper wire, with her arms twisted up above her head. She was in pain, crying out desperately, "Ho, help me." Meanwhile, the perverted man clapped his hands and laughed from the side, saying, "This looks much better now." The scene shifted to Jang Shan, who was now walking alone down the road, searching. "I've walked through the entire estate, but where could they have hidden it?" Suddenly, it felt as though his feet had stepped onto some kind of magic, and he found himself back at the starting point. Jang Shan couldn't help but mutter, "Why did I come back here? Is this some kind of ghostly guidance or a cursed trick? This is hopeless." While speaking, he cast a spell on his eyes. His gaze now revealed something distant. "Why is there such strange light behind that tree?" He walked past that area and headed towards the main house. He couldn't help but sigh, "So it's hidden here, huh? Well, it's well hidden after all." Looking into the interior of the glass house made Jang Shan feel a chill run down his spine, yet also an odd sense of satisfaction. Is this really the aesthetic of a being that survives off carbon? What greeted his eyes was a human head blooming like a flower. As he entered, he realized that it was Zhao Qian. One of her eyes had bloomed like a flower, while the other was filled with tears, pleading for help. Upon seeing Jang Shan, she screamed, "Ah!" The perverted man was startled and turned around in surprise. He could only see a skeleton wearing a brown wig along with some leaves. Next to it stood a plant resembling a fern. He approached the fern-like plant, looked down, and saw that the pot had been moved aside. He reached out and placed the pot back into its original position, silently admonishing, "Be still and don't move around." Suddenly, a rumbling, crackling sound startled him. A notification from the system appeared again. The gardener felt something strange in his heart, demon energy plus 15. He blurted out, "What's going on?" Then, he saw a strange flower growing in an unusual place. Jang Shan was now bent over, his hands planted in one pot, his feet in another. Above him, a small yellow flower bloomed. The gardener, puzzled, exclaimed, "Clearly, I've been meticulously tending and pruning each pot, so why is this one mutating like this?" He looked at the flower on Jang Shan's stomach and scoffed, "This flower looks terrible, the stomach must be filled with roots. Ugh, it's disgusting. If I don't take away both the plate and the scenery, and if the roots get damaged, it'll be a hassle." Jang Shan, struggling to maintain his position, couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damn it." The gardener, now holding a pair of pliers, prepared to cut the flower. At this moment, Jang Shan took out a special token and thought, "If I don't act, he'll pull all my roots out." The cut was made, and the flower was severed from the stem. He hurriedly jumped back when he saw that Jang Shan's entire body was surrounded by a mysterious energy. He was terrified as he witnessed this, and the system interface appeared again. The gardener's skin crawled, "Demon energy plus 50. Then, he exclaimed in panic, "What in the world is that?"
From Jang Shan's navel, something that resembled a horn began to grow.
Moments later, it fully developed into a headpiece with two long horns.
Once he had gathered enough power, Jang Shan immediately stood up and shouted, "Transform into a demon!" Disgraceful envoy.
By now, two sharp horns had emerged from Jang Shan's head, and sharp spines were growing from his fists. The system notification appeared: divine ability randomly drawn, demon fist with a range of 800 miles.
The gardener was now frantic and muttered, "It's over." At that moment, Jang Shan's fist rushed toward him. He desperately raised his hand to block it, but with a loud bang, he was thrown into his flower pots and fell to the ground.
"It's over." The gardener glanced behind him in panic, then quickly stood up. Upon seeing the scene before him, he cried out in horror, "Ah, my beloved jade dew, my precious dragon's bloodwood, my cherished treasures." After shouting, the gardener grabbed his pliers, eyeing Jang Shan dangerously, and said, "You've destroyed my treasures.
I will make you pay, bit by bit."
He tightly gripped the pruning shears and released a surge of green energy, then continued turning him into minced meat, before transforming it into fertilizer. At this point, his shears had transformed into a gigantic pair of scissors.
Jang Shan let out a cold smile, raised his fist, and said, "Huh, that's one huge pair of scissors, I'm so scared." He swung the scissors toward him and arrogantly responded, "Humph, now you're scared? It's too late."
From outside the greenhouse, which had been eerily quiet, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and the glass shattered into pieces from some immense force. The gardener was knocked backward, sitting on the ground, his arrogance gone. Just as he was about to strike again, Jang Shan appeared from the broken glass, raised his hand, and spoke in a twisted manner, "Wait, I'll be right out." In his mind, he was worried that if Zhao Shan got hurt inside the room, it would be a problem. But then, he flashed a confident smile, swung his fist, and unleashed his 800-mile demonic punch. The powerful blow rushed toward the gardener, but he had already managed to bring his giant scissors up to block.
Then, he smirked deviously.
Strange, bizarre things began sprouting from the scissors.
This made Jang Shan momentarily panic.
His punch was assaulted by some greenish tendrils.
He heard a scream, "Get away!"
Taking advantage of Jang Shan's distraction, the gardener immediately kicked him. He raised his fist, flicking the blue thread away while sighing in relief, "Good thing it didn't stab into me, or that would have been a real hassle." On the other side, his opponent arrogantly continued, "My 10,000 arrows of life is not something you can block with just your bare hands." He still held onto his giant scissors, then suddenly charged forward to attack. Jang Shan spoke haughtily again, "If you touch it, you die."
Jang Shan quickly jumped behind a dry tree.
The gardener, now holding his enormous scissors, severed the base of the dry tree.
Looking at the young sprouts emerging from the cut, he couldn't help but exclaim, "One strike, and it's already sprouting? The demons I keep running into just keep getting stranger and stranger."
Then, he crossed his arms in front of his eyes, shouting as he strengthened the demonic energy in his hands. Jang Shan swung his fists repeatedly, leaving only after images. But the demon gardener wasn't slow either, skillfully wielding the giant scissors, moving at incredible speed to block each of Jang Shan's strikes.
The two continued to battle, the chaotic energy radiating around them, the clashes resounding in explosive booms. Their attacks collided once again.
Looking at the eerie green shoots sprouting from the giant scissors, he said, "There's no gap at all." So, Jang Shan raised his knee and slammed it hard into the opponent's chin, sending the gardener sprawling backward. He shouted, "Three searches, violent push." Watching him wipe his face, Jang Shan thought in astonishment, clearly having exerted all his strength, he should have been sent flying instead.
Demon gardening smugly said, "Look at my feet." Jang Shan immediately looked down and saw tendrils sprouting from his feet, sinking deep into the ground, stabilizing his body. Demon gardening mocked, "You think with such little strength you can send me flying?"
He shouted, "Don't underestimate others." Suddenly, two thick tree branches burst out of the ground. He shouted, "Exceptional aptitude and great energy." The branches grew at an astonishing speed, quickly thickening to the size of large tree trunks, and slammed into Jang Shan, sending him flying upward. Jang Shan panicked and thought, "Damn it, I was careless." Jang Shan was slammed back into the greenhouse, the impact sending a cloud of white dust into the air. Jang Shan landed to stop himself, blood trickling from his mouth and pooling into a small puddle on the ground.
Jang Shan thought angrily, damn, why did it send me back to the greenhouse?
Jang Shan quickly turned to the side, thinking, I should move the battlefield outside. The blades of the scissors whizzed towards him, surrounded by greenish air currents. Jang Shan quickly leaned back, but the man followed the momentum, bringing the blade down toward his head, aiming to cut him. Jang Shan quickly reached out to hold both blades, his hand bursting into flames.
Jang Shan cursed, damn it.
With a mighty effort, Jang Shan let out a roar, using all his strength to break the scissors apart.
Then, Jang Shan quickly turned and ran outside. Strangely, the demon gardening man did not chase after him.
He smiled mysteriously, and around him, powerful tree roots stretched out, dominating the surroundings.
Jang Shan couldn't avoid them and was soon entangled by the roots. The roots wrapped around his body more and more, tightening around his neck.
Jang Shan forced himself to break free from the restraints, swinging his arms to tear apart the roots.
He shouted loudly. Exhaustion and weariness were clearly visible on Jang Shan's face.
His vision began to blur, his breath heavy and labored. At this moment, two demons ambushed him, showing no intention of letting Jang Shan catch his breath. They rushed towards him, arms outstretched to trap him. The two plant demons used their vines to wrap around Jang Shan's body. He cursed, damn it, I didn't expect them to use a hostage to pressure me.
The demon gardening man approached, grinning in satisfaction, hee, why aren't you struggling anymore?
Holding Zhao Qian in his hand, he continued, I told you, why did you keep trying to run away?
Afraid of harming my precious treasures?
Jang Shan angrily cursed, bastard.
Zhao Qian leapt down from the flower pot.
Seeing Zhao Qian jump closer, Jang Shan called, Zhao Qian. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qian swung his hand and struck. Jang Shan was hit hard in the right clavicle, causing sharp pain, and he gasped and coughed loudly.
Cough, cough, cough.
Demon Gardening reached out to restrain Zhao Qian and teased, hit him back, didn't you think you were so good earlier? Jang Shan was in so much pain that his whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and blood was dripping from his mouth as he coughed incessantly.
Suddenly, Demon Gardening approached and observed Jang Shan.
He said, oh dear, your face is covered in wounds, how pitiful. He raised his hand to sweep aside the hair on the right side, saying, it's all right. As the hair was swept back, there was a hollow eye socket without an eyeball, instead filled with a swirl of blue mist and countless tiny black dots.
These things began to float out.
Demon Gardening said, now, I will turn you into my treasure, and you will never be harmed again.
Those things flew towards Jang Shan.
His face turned ashen as he gazed at the strange sight. In an instant, fresh, green sprouts began to grow from Jang Shan's skin. He let out a small, smug laugh, his expression full of satisfaction at having achieved his goal.
Seeing this, Demon Gardening said, what are you laughing at? Are you that happy to become my treasure?
Suddenly, Jang Shan's horns emitted a stream of red-orange light like the blazing sun, carrying an intense, burning heat.
He told me he laughed because the moment had finally come.
In that instant, a massive, blazing sphere appeared in the sky, shining like the sun. It was supposed to be the silver-white moon, but he said now was the time to trap all of you in one net. Outside the universe, the entire moon was engulfed in golden flames. Jang Shan opened his mouth and shouted, piercing bull crescent moon purification of all beings. Immediately, a giant column of fire shot down from the moon, striking the earth. A sense of unease enveloped Demon Gardening. He fearfully looked up, and the system notification appeared.
Demon Gardening felt as though he was about to die, demon energy plus 45.
A column of fire shot down to the ground, causing a massive explosion. The flames spread around, and the entire space was scorched as if inside a furnace. When the flames dissipated, they left behind a heap of ashes and rubble, with thick white smoke rising into the air.
Jang Shan reverted from his transformed state and smugly said, you were purified by the moonlight for just a moment, and now you've ended up like this?
Jang Shan crushed Demon Gardening's face under his foot, causing it to sink like a soft piece of cake. He said, seems like your whole body is nothing but filthy flesh. The system notification appeared, Gardner, demon has died.
Demon energy plus 99.
A man and a woman appeared from behind a veil of green mist, both completely naked and highly exposed.
Oh my god, where are my clothes?
In contrast to the girl, the boy breathed a sigh of relief.
Phew, I thought I was about to die.
In the room, where shattered glass lay scattered, Zhao Qian lay in the center. From her body, mouth, legs, and eyes, branches sprouted, and vines coiled around her. Gradually, the branches disappeared, and the wounds on her body healed. Even more astonishing was how her severed leg miraculously regenerated. Her fingers slowly began to grow back, appearing as if on a 3D screen. A short time later, Zhao Qian stared blankly at her hands. Her eyes widened, and her slender hands trembled, mirroring the turmoil in her heart. The 2 fingers on her right hand still bore the marks of the blood cracks. She trembled as she spoke, my fingers still can't move.
At that moment, Jang Shan appeared behind her, gently wrapping his arms around her and softly saying, "What happened to your hand? Let me take a look."
His hand grasped Zhao Qian's small hand, and the wound gradually began to heal. As she watched her 2 fingers fully heal and regain movement, Zhao Qian exclaimed with joy, they can move now. Then, she immediately burst into tears, clutching Jang Shan's shirt and murmuring her thanks.
"Jang Shan, thank you," she sobbed. Jang Shan sighed helplessly, "Let's go back. Your classmates are looking for you."
Jang Shan supported Zhao Qian and led her back to where the others were.
As soon as they arrived, someone shouted, Zhao Qian is back. Jang Shan brought Zhao Qian back. The teacher immediately approached with concern, asking, "What happened? Are you injured?"
Zhao Qian, terrified at the thought, hesitated before speaking, I encountered a twisted murderer."
The crowd immediately gasped in shock, collectively exclaiming, "A twisted murderer?"
A male student, looking stunned, raised his hand to his cheek and nervously said, "Thank goodness it wasn't me. If it had been, I would have lost all my innocence." The one to be afraid of is actually the twisted murderer in Zhao Qian's words.
Another male student was surprised by Jang Shan's courage. He can fight against a twisted murderer? Jang Shan is that brave?
The girls, feeling embarrassed by Jang Shan's actions, covered their mouths with their hands. He's really brave."
The teacher kindly asked Zhao Qian again, "Are you alright? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup?"
Zhao Qian leaned her head on Jang Shan's shoulder and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Seeing this, Jang Shan immediately coldly remarked, "If you're fine, then don't hug me anymore."
"It's a bit embarrassing."
Zhao Qian blushed and quickly let go. "Oh, sorry." The teacher gathered the students in front of him and said, "Alright, just to be safe, let's check if anyone is missing. Don't go outside tonight." A student quickly shouted, "Teacher, Yang Ji and Zhang Xiaohai seem to be missing."
Jang Shan secretly felt disheartened. Yang Ji, Zhang Xiaohai.
Thinking about those 2 annoying guys just makes me more discouraged.
Those 2 lackeys running errands for Zhang Xiaoming, I don't really want to save them.
Jang Shan clapped his hand on the teacher's shoulder. "Don't worry, teacher. I'll go look for them once more."
A friend next to him asked, "Aren't you going alone?" Jang Shan smiled and replied, "It's fine. You stay here and protect everyone."
He comforted his friend, "Don't worry."
The waitress, seeing Jang Shan, asked, "Hey, why are you still out here walking around so late?"
Jang Shan pointed his finger to the side and explained, 2 students have gone missing, so we're going outside to see if we can find them." The girl's face became panicked, her eyes wide open, and she mumbled fearfully, "Is that so?
Another 2 people have disappeared."
At this moment, Jang Shan's expression turned serious as he said, "Manager, I want to ask you something."
"What exactly has happened in this villa?"
His eyes grew strange, glowing with a green light as though hypnotizing the girl. The waitress trembled with fear. I don't know much, I was just transferred here 2 months ago," she replied quickly.
But Jang Shan didn't let go. He continued to threaten, "Tell me everything you know."
The girl's face was dotted with sweat, her lips quivered, and eventually, she couldn't hold back anymore and began to speak. When I first arrived here, there was an old security guard who patrolled at night. During one of his night shifts, he came across a murder scene. He immediately ran away, shouting loudly, "Someone's been murdered." The security guards monitoring the cameras thought he was just out for a run, so they didn't pay much attention. But there's a clear difference between someone jogging and someone fleeing in panic, and yet they mistook it. That was the ridiculous mistake that led to a life being lost. The girl continued. The next day, the guard was found dead in the restroom. Because he was an elderly man living alone, this incident was covered up. Jang Shan thought to himself, that must be the two ghosts Li Jia encountered in the bathroom. He asked the girl once more, "Is there nothing else?" The girl, with a gloomy expression, said, "Before I came here, I heard that a gardener had been drowned to death in the manor, and two criminals were on the run." Jang Shan's eyes returned to their usual calm state, though a hint of confusion lingered. "Yet you still dared to stay here?" At that moment, the female employee raised one hand. She said, "I'm not hiding anything from you. The Zhang family promised me that I would earn 500,000 yuan for a month's work here." Jang Shan gave a faint smile. Under the dim moonlight, the wind howled. Jang Shan asked, "Aren't you afraid of earning money but not having a life to spend it?" Red streaks swirled in the air. Jang Shan followed them to a house. He let out a soft exclamation, standing at the door and sensing the strong smell. Jang Shan whispered, "The smell of blood is so overwhelming." He turned on his phone's flashlight and complained softly, "TSK, what kind of haunted house is this? Even the lights aren't turned on." Jang Shan slowly entered the large room, looking left and right. Just then, he froze, attracted by something, his foot stepping into a pool of dark red blood. Looking at the corpse lying in the blood, Jang Shan calmly said, "Another one is dead?" He crouched down. It turned out to be a woman with two prominent mounds. Jang Shan carefully reached his hand toward her mouth. He used his finger to check the blood on the mouth and then made a comment, "The blood hasn't dried yet, it must have died not long ago." He waved his hand while muttering, "According to Li Jia, these two demons, after killing, will deal with the bodies." Jang Shan turned his back and walked away, leaving the corpse behind. The body hadn't been dealt with yet, so these two demons must still be around. He put his hands in his pockets and walked up the stairs, his steps echoing sharply, "Hopefully, before finding the demons, I can find those two lackeys first." He shouted loudly, "Young dog, Zhao dog, are you still alive or what? If you're alive, bark once." At that moment, Zhao Xiaodong was sitting in the corner, repeatedly tapping his phone, staring at the screen with no signal. He cursed, "Damn it, why is there no signal?" He secretly decided, waiting here means waiting for death, might as well go outside and try my luck. Suddenly, someone held a knife to his neck, causing him to panic and scream loudly. Then, Jang Shan appeared behind the evil spirit, putting a knife to its neck, making it scream just as loudly as Zhao Xiaodong. Zhao Xiaodong, oblivious, screamed even louder. The demon got hit by Jang Shan, so fast. The system announced, the demon who plotted was scared to the point of leveling up right there. Demon energy plus 15. Looking at Zhao Xiaodong, Jang Shan teased, "Did you die? That's such a shame." Jang Shan sniffled, hugging the person in front of him tightly, "I didn't expect you to come save me." Boo-hoo. Jang Shan accidentally kicked him with a foot. Get lost, get lost, get lost, I'm all wet now." "Ah." Zhao Xiaodong bowed his head to the ground and pleaded, "Please, take me out of here, there's a ghost here." Only then did Jang Shan ask, "Have you directly encountered this ghost?" "Of course," he replied. He thought for a moment and then recounted, "It chased me from the bathroom, swinging a knife while chasing me, so I ran here. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have lasted much longer." He started to flatter Jang Shan, sobbing. Jang Shan slapped him on the head, scolded him loudly, and turned around. "Huh?" Looking at the brutal wound on Zhao Xiaodong's back, he said, "Looks like you're really lucky to be alive." The image of Li Jia rushing in fear appeared in his mind. It seemed like that kid Li Jia was quite something, managing to escape without a scratch.
Jang Shan, walking alongside Jia Xiaodong, turned his head and asked, "Oh right, where's Yang Ji?" Earlier, Xiaodong had searched everywhere for Yang Ji, tired out, and quickly explained, "I don't know. He was waiting for me outside the bathroom, but when I came out, he was already gone." Jang Shan, dissatisfied, grumbled, "TCH, I still have to go look for Yang Ji. You two are nothing but trouble for me." Xiaodong then put his arm around Jang Shan's shoulder. His body was shaking, feeling uncomfortable. At this moment, Jang Shan turned to look at Xiaodong, his face turning red with embarrassment. He hesitated and said, "You." Before the sentence even finished, there was already a groan. Jang Shan suddenly delivered a thunderous kick straight to the man's face, catching him completely off guard. He shouted loudly, "Get the hell away from me! You're a big guy, what the hell are you afraid of?" Xiaodong suddenly burst into tears, streams of them flowing like a river, hands covering his face as if trying to soothe himself after the blow. One of his teeth was gone. He screamed and wailed, but that demon really was terrifying. Jang Shan, hearing that, calmly replied, "Then don't come in anymore." His words left the man stunned, eyes wide, mouth agape. After speaking, he quickly went in. Xiaodong hurriedly followed, calling out in panic, "Wait! Zhang brother, don't leave me behind." The bathroom area of the house was dark and chilling to the bone. Zhang Xiaodong and Jang Shan sat on the toilet, waiting for something. The man asked in confusion, "What are we doing here?" With his legs crossed, Jang Shan answered, "Waiting." Suddenly, a rustling sound brushed past his ear. In the hallway outside, green smoke floated mid-air, drifting continuously like the wind. Jang Shan's instincts suddenly picked up on something, and he said, "It's finally here." Where had these two mysterious demons come from? The bald one laughed gleefully and said, "Someone actually came here looking for death?" The one with blonde hair added, "Then we won't be polite anymore." Suddenly, a voice chatting away rang out, "Jia Xiaodong, have you heard the news?" They were standing right outside the bathroom door in the house, eagerly listening to Jang Shan's storytelling. "Our school has a second-year student, who on that day, held the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. He was telling the story with great enthusiasm when the system notification for the school drama stirred the interest of the scheming demons, Demon Energy plus 16. Xiaodong responded in shock, "Is it really that intense?" The moment Xiaodong spoke, the demons, curious, pressed their bodies against the wall, carefully listening. Jang Shan continued his story, and then the girl was directly involved with him. By this point, the two demons were completely absorbed in the tale he was telling. One of them, annoyed, thought, "What's he saying? Can you speak louder?" The system notification sounded again, and the scheming demon felt like its heart was on fire, Demon Energy plus 20. Jang Shan slowly continued the story, "Then I realized that the girl was actually mine." The way he told the story made them both curious and frustrated. One of them, eager for gossip, was sweating. Why was the volume always lowered right when it reached a critical point? Jang Shan's demon energy kept increasing. Plus 40, plus 40. At this moment, Xiaodong played the fool, pretending to ask, "You were actually able to hold back?" Jang Shan smiled widely and replied excitedly, "I couldn't hold back, I wanted to kill both of them." Xiaodong, with a hint of fear, asked, "So, do you have a plan?" Then he thought to himself, could these two demons burst in here while they were gossiping? Jang Shan smiled mysteriously, confident in his abilities, and said, "Who needs a plan? 1/ for each, and it's done, no consequences left behind." The golden-headed demon laughed with delight upon hearing that. Hi, turns out you're just a rude guy, killing people without even having a plan. A person like that." From afar, a saber was charging toward him. The guy spoke quickly, "Die, you." Before he could finish his sentence, the saber was already in his mouth. The attack came so fast that he couldn't even react, causing him to be thrown back. The other demon was so stunned that sweat began to drip from his forehead, unable to close his mouth. The system immediately notified, "Turns out it's not just idle chatter? Demon Energy plus 60. At this moment, the golden-headed demon lay completely still on the ground,
to the astonishment of the bald-headed demon.
The system notified, the demon mastermind Zhu Hai, the evil demon has died. Demon energy plus 99. The bald-headed demon shouted loudly, "Brother, wake up."
While he was still anxious, a hand reached toward him. Jang Shan placed his hand on his head, startling him so much that he jumped. He immediately swatted Jang Shan's hand away, cursing, "Damn it." Jang Shan gripped his bicep tightly, and a sharp blade sprouted from his elbow, like a shield protecting him from danger. Jang Shan squeezed his bicep even tighter, glaring at the shield, and said, "Take this for a sneak attack." The system notified, sneak attack failed, fear in heart.
Demon energy plus 3.
He released his grip on the demon's arm, who immediately groaned, "Ah, my arm." Without hesitation, Jang Shan threw a punch, silently thinking, only 3 points of demon energy.
Jang Shan landed a direct punch to his face.
He followed up with a barrage of punches, each blow accompanied by a loud shout, "Twisting your arm won't squeeze out any demon energy, you're nothing but trash." His eyes gleamed with a green hue. He was enraged, his mouth yelling, "Die, you bastard."
Jang Shan's powerful punch created a shockwave. The demon, struck by his blows, staggered and fell somewhere. It muttered, "Huh?
Oh, the room is filled with a greenish smoke and dust." At that moment, Jang Shan sensed something unusual. A hole had appeared in the shattered floor. He paused, staring at it thoughtfully, and then spoke, "Running away already?" That was quick. The demon was actually hiding on the ceiling, breathing heavily as it watched him from above. Its fingers began to sprout sharp claws, and it muttered, "Making me struggle like this. Today, I'll have to chop off your head." It started to reveal itself from the ceiling, silently launching an attack from behind, but Jang Shan used his demonic eyes to detect it. He used his hypnosis technique, causing the demon to slowly lose consciousness. Jang Shan grabbed the demon's head, yanking it down from the ceiling and slamming it onto the floor, blood and scratches covering its face. The demon was shocked, clearly having escaped to the ceiling. How could this happen?
His eyes blazed with intensity as Jang Shan smirked wickedly, speaking softly, "Did you think my demonic eyes were just for decoration?"
He called Xiaodong, "Zhao, hurry up."
Xiaodong appeared instantly, holding a dagger in his hand. "Yes, master." Jang Shan immediately took the knife and slit the throat of the demon lying on the ground. He then said, "Now I'll send you on your way so you can reunite with your two brothers."
After saying that, he decisively cleaved the demon's brainstem in half.
The system announced, "The demon scheming to bring ruin to the country has been killed. Demon energy plus 99.
Jang Shan smiled with satisfaction. "All done, let's go," Xiaodong replied, standing right next to him. "Order of the week." The two walked forward, only to suddenly spot a shadow lurking behind the wall ahead. "Hut, Yang Ji?" Yang Ji appeared from behind the wall, his head tilted back at an unnatural angle.
Xiaodong, excited to see his brother, asked, "Are you okay? We've been looking for you everywhere."
Jang Shan sensed something was wrong and raised his hand to stop Xiaodong from getting closer.
"Wait."
Just as Jang Shan had guessed, this was no longer a human. Yang Ji's eyes were hollow, his face pale and covered in veins.
Xiaodong clasped his hands together in a pleading gesture. "What do we do now?"
"Jiang brother, you're so capable, please save him." Jang Shan's gaze grew serious as he observed.
Yang Ji transformed into a zombie, crying out loudly, "Forget it." As Yang Ji vanished in an instant, Xiaodong grew anxious. "Yang Ji, what are you doing?"
Jang Shan chased after him. The two of them rushed after Yang Ji, who was running ahead. Jang Shan pressed himself against the wall, being cautious with every move, but he wasn't afraid of a powerful enemy, he was only afraid of a foolish teammate.
Xiaodong ran up and, without paying attention, crashed into Jang Shan.
Jang Shan was knocked back by the impact and fell. "Xiaodong, you vengeful idiot."
"Sorry, I couldn't stop in time."
Yang Ji stopped and turned to face Jang Shan. Yang Ji was puzzled, scratching his head, not even realizing that he wasn't in this room. He ran around the room as if searching for something. "Definitely over there, stop, don't run."
Xiaodong couldn't understand what his friend was doing anymore. Yang Ji, what do you want? Why can't I see anything?
Jang Shan, drenched in sweat, pondered deeply, his eyes narrowing. It was clear that Yang Ji had fallen into some kind of curse or supernatural trap.
He might keep running until he collapses from exhaustion.
Jang Shan handed a knife to Xiaodong. You hold on to this for protection. Then he hurriedly ran off, only pausing to instruct Xiaodong, stay here, don't wander around.
Xiaodong took the knife in confusion, huh?
Xiaodong obediently stood still, sweat dripping down his face, trembling with worry. A clattering sound echoed, and Xiaodong panicked it was Yang Ji, stumbling out, making the clopping noise, clop, oh, Yang Ji? Yang Ji's face was still covered in veins, dripping with sweat, and he was breathing heavily, exhausted. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Xiaodong, worried, asked, Yang Ji, what's wrong with you? Xiaodong, also drenched in sweat, cautiously stepped closer to Yang Ji lying on the ground.
You're scaring me like this. Even we should take a break.
The demon with the cleft chin whispered into Xiaodong's ear, how could you even think that?
The demon guardian's eyes glowed with fierce hostility, if you've stopped, how can you catch the culprit? Kid, why don't you join us?
Xiaodong, terrified, stumbled backwards, staring at the demon in front of him, screaming loudly.
Don't come any closer.
Xiaodong threw the knife Jang Shan had given him earlier at the demon police's face, get away. Xiaodong's whole body trembled, his eyes wide with fear as the demon guardian showed no interest, instead sneering in disdain, you're big and tall, but where's your strength? A knife appeared from another direction, heading toward the demon guardian, because if I use too much strength, I wouldn't be able to handle it.
Jang Shan, with one hand, sliced through the demon guardian with powerful force. You're the guard who was killed by the demon, right? Why aren't you lying still as a corpse? Instead, you turned into a demon to harm others? But the demon guardian smirked dangerously.
Looking at the system screen, which showed nothing, Jang Shan wondered.
Why isn't any demon energy showing up?
The demon guardian screamed, continuously shouting law. Suddenly, its neck swelled as if it contained a dinosaur egg inside. Then, its head detached from its neck, with the demon guardian's head happily flying off and forming a new body, complete with arms and legs. With a small body and a huge head, the demon guardian leapt towards Yang Ji, placing its hands behind Yang Ji's back, yanking his head up, and grinning wickedly. Come here and chop some more.
When?
If you're not afraid of hurting your friends, just shoot a beam of light and pierce through my face.
The demon guardian fell to the ground, covered in blood, cursing, are you even human anymore? You have no conscience whatsoever.
Jang Shan blew on the weapon in his hand, replying nonchalantly, where did you get this fake intel from?
Who told you that he's my friend? System notification, Demon Guardian made a miscalculation, demon energy plus 99.
At this point, Yang Ji had returned to normal, but the ear that had been affected by the force earlier was torn in a spot. Yang Ji cried out in pain, my ear.
Xiaodong, standing behind him, looked concerned, Yang Ji, are you okay?
Seeing Yang Ji cry out in agony, Jang Shan was satisfied, it seemed like he had been saved.
Xiaodong helped Yang Ji up.
Looking at Jang Shan in panic, he said, Jiang brother, quick, come see what happened to Yang Ji.
Jang Shan, displeased, reminded him, do you really need to ask? Does he not have a mouth?
Yang Ji held his torn ear, blood pouring out, crying and begging for support, Jiang brother, please save me. I'll be your servant, your beast of burden from now on. Jang Shan reached out to touch Yang Ji's ear, smiling, good thing I'm in a good mood today, I'll save you just this once. Yang Ji, in pain, pleaded, be gentle, it's just a small wound on my hand, it shouldn't hurt this much, right? Looking at the ear still covered in eerie, ghostly energy, it was clear that demon energy had attached itself to it. The ear was covered in blood, with a sinister aura radiating from it. Yang Ji felt a sudden relief, as if the pain had subsided. Jiang brother, you're truly miraculous. At another location, someone was running frantically, the sound of shoes pounding against the ground, creating a continuous clopping noise. It was a young girl, her face filled with utter fear. Just when she had found one person, she lost two more. She thought, I should probably notify them to leave this manor as soon as possible. Her shoes stepped on patches of slippery green slime on the ground, producing a crackling sound. The strands of algae appeared on the ground, wrapping around her legs. They wound around her entire body. Where did all this moss come from? She screamed, help me. But Dong had covered her mouth. Damn it, I just got officially hired this month, and I haven't even received my salary yet. Why am I so unlucky? She thought. I haven't even gotten 500,000 yen, and I'm already about to lose my life. A hand grabbed hers. Who had rescued the girl from the algae. I told you, he said. Why is the demon energy by the bridge so strong all of a sudden? Who pulled the girl away from the moss-covered area. Are you all right? The girl ran off immediately, shouting, help me. There's a ghost. Who watched her run, feeling disappointed. Not even a word of thanks. How rude, he muttered. The algae started shifting towards a new target, slithering toward Who. He looked at the moss in front of him and snorted. Looks like now is not the time to be concerned about whether people say thank you or not. Who did not attack. He made a hand seal. A powerful surge of energy was unleashed, and on the seaweed, there was a mark of liberation. Who flew upward, in the posture of dispelling his true form. Is the commotion too much? Below the mound of seaweed, a figure emerged, creating a circle of water that splashed down. Who, looking gloomy, muttered, the female demon, I'm not very skilled. The water demon Sun Mei Ling appeared, standing atop the wave-like claws. Who landed, his feet touching the water, creating a splashing sound. Who lunged forward, and the water demon Sun Mei Ling didn't back down, attacking directly. The two engaged in a relentless aerial battle, clashing fiercely. Who was drenched in sweat. The female disciple with boundless suffering turned her head, but Wei Dong ignored her, jumping into the fray and fiercely launching a kick. Since the moment I fell here, I have no intention of returning to the shore. Who seized the opportunity, grabbing the leg of water demon Sun Mei Ling. Then I'll pull you ashore, he said, reaching out to drag her leg. Filled with rage, water demon Sun Mei Ling hissed, go to hell. Her hair, made of bamboo fibers, flew out. Who quickly dodged, assessing its sharpness. The bamboo strands relentlessly attacked, but Who skillfully evaded them, always managing to slip through. The bamboo strands kept multiplying. Unfortunately, Who was soon ensnared, completely wrapped up. Inwardly, he screamed, it's over, it's over. He reached for a weapon, a loudspeaker engraved with the word Buddha. If he didn't use it, he would surely lose his life today. Who raised his hand to activate the Buddha chanting speaker, and the sound of chanting gradually filled the air. The seaweed slowly receded. The water demon Sun Mei Ling was terrified, screaming loudly. What kind of weird sorcery is this? This Buddha chanting machine has been consecrated by 108 abbots. Do you think it's just a toy? But the chanting machine's sound grew quieter and quieter, eventually fading away. Who quickly ran off, thinking to himself, should have brought some extra batteries. The water demon Sun Mei Ling, furious, shot strands of seaweed towards Who, shouting, don't even think about escaping. As the strands of seaweed rushed toward him, Who clicked his tongue, thinking, not again? He extended his hand, unleashing a powerful force, and a light radiated as he pressed a powerful seal. Then he extended a glowing finger and activated a ground-touching gesture, summoning a bright shield. Who joyfully flew away, just in time to use the force to propel himself back onto land. Sun Mei Ling screamed. Come back here. The waves surged violently, and a person appeared, saying, just protect your classmates well, there's no need to fight her. Who was stunned, looking in the direction of the voice. Xiao Ming appeared with a smile, surprised to find someone as special as him among this group of useless classmates. Xiao Ming gestured to the person beside him and introduced. Oh, I forgot to introduce, this is my butler. Who observed the two individuals before him, deep in thought. He then flew up, charging straight toward Xiaoming, thinking to himself, though the approach is a bit underhanded, if I want to ensure my classmates safely leave here, I'll have to take Zheng Xiaoming as a hostage. Seeing Erhu charging toward him fiercely, Xiaoming hurriedly shouted, Butler Zhang! Butler Zhang has disappeared, charging straight at Erhu with an unimaginable speed. Erhu raised his hand to block, feeling the immense strength and speed. Where did Zheng Xiaoming find such a master to be his butler? The two fought fiercely, with Butler Zhang relentlessly launching vicious attacks at Erhu. Erhu's hands began to swell, and concealed weapons began to emerge. Are you using demon energy, from the demon cultivation sect? Erhu asked. Hearing Erhu's guess, Butler Zhang responded, You're sharp. Zhang Xiaohai, demon cultivation sect. Erhu, astonished, asked, after killing so many people, aren't you afraid Yama's Hall and Daoming will come after you? What about you? Butler Zhang, holding a jade pendant, laughed loudly. The pendant spilled out a terrifying liquid. If I kill all of you, who will be left to know? Butler Zhang said. From the jade pendant, a horrifying demon's cry echoed. Erhu recognized the demon servant. Butler Zhang, holding a phone, emitted a beam of light that struck and killed a disciple of the Zhao family. The case of Ming can also change with 500 accumulated points, right? Butler Zhang said, extending his hand to give an order. Demon servant, it's time to eat. The demon servant lunged at Erhu. Erhu dodged its attack. The demon servant relentlessly pursued him, jumping to close the distance. Erhu had no choice but to act, performing a series of incantations. The demon servant let out a sound as it rushed toward him. Erhu executed his move, opening the demon servant, causing the creature to be knocked back and thrown out. Erhu silently rejoiced in his heart, that was too close, I almost had my chest pierced by it. Butler Zhang was extremely irritated, gritting his teeth in fury, You're so young, and yet you're almost at the C grade level. If I kill you, I should at least earn 1,000 accumulation points. Butler Zhang unleashed another move, with a purple aura emanating from the myriad soul's demon sacrifice servant's mouth. Its eyes glowed, and the demon servant suddenly grew several times taller than Erhu. Erhu grabbed his shirt, snorted, threw it aside, and wore a challenging expression. You really want to come at me, huh? His body was covered with shining tattoos, and the long Siang golden light enveloped him completely. The golden Vajra opened its eyes, and all beings bowed their heads. On this side, Jang Shan noticed the glow from the other side. Is that the long Siang golden light from Erhu? Jang Shan recalled hearing Chen Shui earlier speak of two major factions, Daoming and Yama's Hall. One of the top 6 forces in Daoming was the Longxiang Pagoda. The disciples of Longxiang Pagoda had a unique skill, the very Longxiang golden light. It seemed that Erhu must have quite the significant background. The demon servant let out a loud roar and charged straight at Erhu. Erhu coldly delivered a powerful punch, causing the demon servant's body to separate, leaving behind a small, sinister remnant. Once I'm done teaching you a lesson, I'll deal with your master as well. Xiaoming anxiously asked, What should Butler Zhang do now? The butler's face darkened. The Zhao family's people are also disciples of Longxiang Pagoda. If I kill you, things will definitely escalate. Butler Zhang raised his thumb to his mouth and bit it until it bled, then extended his blood-covered finger towards Demon Servant. Demon Servant said, Let him try the strength of the blood soul sacrifice. The droplets of blood shot straight towards Demon Servant. Demon Servant threw a massive punch towards Erhu. Demon Servant's power had become savage, and Demon Servant was growing more ferocious by the moment. On the other side of the bridge, Jang Shan shouted loudly, Erhu, watch out behind you. The water demon Sun Mei Ling emerged from the water, paying no attention to me. You should go back to the dorm and protect the others first. Jang Shan agreed and gave a sign of assent with his hand. All right. Jang Shan jumped off the bridge, landing in the water with a soft splash. Both Erhu and Wei Dong were confused about what Jang Shan was trying to do. The water demon Sun Mei Ling charged towards Jang Shan, achieving her goal. Jang Shan calmly said, Oh, you got lured here by me, huh? Jang Shan took out a demon slaying card.
The sea dragon, a giant and majestic fish, appeared. Jang Shan's body began to transform underwater, his neck rippling like that of a fish, and his teeth turned sharp. The system randomly drew a spell for him, and the water spell was selected. Jang Shan grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, as he conjured a vortex of water with his hand, teasing the water demon, "Don't be shy, come here and give me a hug." The water demon's son Mei Ling screamed in horror as Jang Shan embraced her. The system notified that the water demon princess Mei felt stunned, demon energy plus 30. Jang Shan continued teasing, "Wow, your hair looks so fresh." Jang Shan bit into the water demon's hair, saying, "I like eating seaweed the most." The water demon's hair was torn apart, and it angrily shouted, "Damn it, let me go." Jang Shan's arms remained tightly around it, and the water demon yelled loudly, "Let me go, you're still chewing on those strands of kelp, have you eaten enough?" Jang Shan threw the water demon far away, saying, "Get lost." The water demon fell into the water with a splash. Who was stunned, thinking to himself, did he just knock the water demon out of the water completely? He didn't expect Jang Shan to be this strong. In a moment of distraction, Demon Servant appeared right beside him without him noticing, and sent him flying. Whose mouth was bleeding, and he almost had his chest pierced. It was clear the power had increased drastically. Demon Servant charged, letting out eerie screeches, and returned toward Jang Shan. The curling strands were moving toward Jang Shan's back. Those strands wrapped around him, and though the sudden attack caught him off guard, Jang Shan showed no fear and instead snarled threateningly. "Still trying to punch me?" The black strands tried to drag Jang Shan down. Jang Shan smiled, being pulled along was fine, at least it would scare others away. The water demon had leveled up, watching Jang Shan being dragged in front of him, and he grinned viciously. The water demon's face cracked open. "Did you think you could escape?" The small octopus, with large bubbles rising. Those black strands were the octopus's tentacles. The octopus's tentacles wrapped around Jang Shan's neck, but Jang Shan remained calm, smiling. Oh, you've transformed too? Well, I won't be polite anymore." Jang Shan's face turned ferocious. The system announced the status dragon of the sea, enhancing his entire body. Jang Shan's hands transformed, and he thought, to defeat a monster like you, I must become more of a monster than you. His body completely changed. Jang Shan transformed into the dragon of the sea, his eyes glowing as he roared ferociously. Jang Shan charged forward to attack. Unexpectedly, after the demon servant caught the scent of fresh blood, it was no longer afraid in the water. The massive octopus tentacle lashed out. In just a few moves, Jang Shan chopped it into pieces. The sea demon still smiled confidently. "Can you chop them all in time?" The octopus tentacle struck Jang Shan's face. Gritting his teeth, Jang Shan launched his counterattack, grabbing the tentacle and charging forward, using his hands to block its strike. Jang Shan braced against the heavy tentacle. Jang Shan took a careful look. Tentacles surrounded him from all directions. No matter how he blocked, he would be struck. Jang Shan thought of a plan and dove deep into the lake, swimming to the bottom to lure her into wrapping the tentacles together. Then, the system popped up. Unlocking the final skill. The Dragon of the Sea status would expire after releasing the skill in 2 seconds. Jang Shan pressed confirm with his hand. Excited, Jang Shan said, "Tighter, a little closer." The sea demon looked at Jang Shan with an expression full of hatred. "Before I wrap you into a lump, do you have anything you want to say?" Jang Shan smiled. "I want to say you'd better hang in there." Jang Shan tongue's power was incredibly intense, sending the water demon flying. The Sea King roared, and the water demon was reluctantly pushed back, feeling a sense of unwillingness inside. "It took me so long to evolve into this form." The water demon shouted, and the system announced, Water Demon Son Mei Ling's heart and liver shattered. Demon energy plus 99. Jang Shan returned to his original form. She didn't die from that? I need to control her quickly. Who knows what other tricks she might have up her sleeve. Jang Shan raised his hand and cast a spell. The 5-finger water flow technique wrapped around the water demon with green lights.
The water demon could be tightened, but her face turned bright red.
The system announced, Water Demon Son Mei Ling feels embarrassed. Demon energy plus 50. Jang Shan smiled. It really isn't very suitable for children.
Jang Shan controlled her with his hands, extending his palm.
The water demon's body was separated, then let's make it even less suitable.
Her entire body was pulled apart, and the water demon screamed in pain, while Jang Shan laughed in delight.
Jang Shan's face was filled with malice.
Scream all you want, even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you. The water demon painfully managed to speak, helping a murderer.
You won't have peace in the future. Jang Shan didn't understand. Helping a murderer? What are you talking about?
The water demon screamed, Stop pretending, you're an accomplice of Zhang Xiaoming.
Jang Shan snorted. Zhang Xiaoming.
The night surrounded them, with only the lake shining brightly. At that moment, on the shore, who was struggling to fight against the demon servant. Every time who launched an attack, the demon servant would counterattack with equal ferocity. At one point, the demon servant raised its massive hands and slammed them down where who stood, but who quickly jumped out of the way. Who was covered in wounds, struggling to lift his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth.
Was the power of this demon servant truly endless? Darkness radiated from the palm of Butler Zhang.
He had exerted all of his internal energy, gradually weakening the demon servant. Butler Zhang's face had also grown pale, but he still wore a victorious smile. Disciples of the Longxiang Pagoda are nothing special. Who was sweating profusely, his veins bulging, feeling the urgency to take down the opponent. If the blood soul sacrifice continued, his life would not be spared.
Butler Zhang shouted, Demon servant, kill who. He reached into his robes. It seems this trial cannot be passed today.
Holding his weapon with difficulty, who really did not want to use this life-draining technique. His eyes shone, and the demon servant was sent flying far away by a surge of water. Xiao Ming stared in confusion as the demon servant flew through the air, a question mark hanging above him. Jiang Shan, standing atop the rushing water, slipped his hand into his pocket, using the other to create a small burst of water energy, and smiled, Who, how do you want to fight?
Kill the demon first or the human?
Who was overjoyed.
Jang Shan, you came at just the right time.
I'll deal with the demon, you handle the human.
Jang Shan nodded on the wave of water, fine, who. With the boost of spiritual strength, I'll strike fiercely.
Without the aid of blood soul sacrifice, just a small demon servant, nothing to fear. Who swiped at the demon servant, immediately launching an attack that left the demon servant unable to react. Clearly, the speed was no longer keeping up.
Who unleashed a move, striking a heavy blow that sent the demon servant flying far away.
The demon servant, once enormous, began to shrink, and who decisively stepped forward, stomping on the demon servant until it shattered into pieces.
Butler Zhang, now exhausted, gasped for breath.
Damn it, I used too much blood earlier, I feel completely drained.
After just a few steps, I almost passed out.
Jiang Shan was pursuing him closely. Butler Zhang, terrified, ran ahead and shouted loudly, Young Master Zhang, Zhang Xiaoming, please help me. Butler Zhang froze, his body stiffening, uttering a shocked "Oh," as there was no figure before him.
This kid really knows how to run fast.
Jiang Shan casually extended his hand, and a surge of power struck Butler Zhang's back with a thud. Butler Zhang felt a sharp discomfort, his back now torn open, and he turned to see Jiang Shan descending from the wave. Butler Zhang raised his hand with the blood talisman to intimidate him. No, you can't kill me. I have the blood talisman of An Ming. Who quickly spoke up, Jiang Shan, just capture him.
Otherwise, the blood talisman will. From one of Butler Zhang's arms, another demon servant emerged, grinning in delight. Good mechanics, I didn't expect I still had another demon servant, huh?
Jiang Shan stared in astonishment as the demon servant appeared, but he coldly raised his hand and severed the demon servant. The demon servant fell to the ground with a thud, accompanied by drops of blood. Butler Zhang also collapsed to the ground. Jang Shan looked at the blood on his hand, his face darkening. He smiled, seemingly realizing he might have used a little too much force. On the ground, Butler Zhang's arms started to form disgusting bubbles, identical to those of the demon servant, and red projectiles flew out. Jang Shan saw this and quickly moved away from the red projectiles. A blood talisman appeared in his hand, and he observed the additional red markings on his arm. Good grief, what kind of cursed thing is this? Who advised, stop wasting your energy. You won't be able to clean off the blood talisman. Jang Shan lowered his arm, deciding to let it go. It was probably similar to the thing he had encountered in the hospital earlier. The system continuously added points, demon energy plus 99, demon energy plus 99. Suddenly, the demon servant reappeared, charging straight at the two of them. Jang Shan stepped in front of Erhu, who quickly moved aside. Erhu, holding a weapon, knew that using it would cost him at least a year of his life. Jang Shan, thanks. The demon servant spat out a powerful stream of liquid. Jang Shan engaged it in battle. Humph, not bad at spitting, huh? A water vortex appeared. The demon servant looked on in shock, sweating profusely. A dragon god of water emerged with overwhelming majesty, and Jang Shan taunted, "You think you can compare to the lake behind me with just that tiny little head of yours?" Jang Shan's tongue Chiyu, water dragon burial, and demon servant shattered into pieces, the red energy dissipating into nothingness. The system notification appeared, Guaying, half of the weeping ghost is dead. Demon energy plus 99. Jang Shan sighed in relief. Transforming into a demon twice in one day really wears me out. Demon energy, 2720. Looking at the system screen, Jang Shan's mood brightened. 2 1-star cards earned over 2000 demon energy points, that's quite a bit. Who walked up from behind. Jang Shan, I didn't expect you to be so hidden and mysterious. Jang Shan smiled. It's nothing special. Who looked a bit worried. But you've provoked the demon cultivation sect, there could be some serious trouble ahead. Jang Shan raised an eyebrow. Trouble? Do you know in Ming? Who answered, I know a little, but I haven't looked into it much. Who explained, and Ming is full of eccentric, some raise demons, some practice demon cultivation, and there are even those who transform themselves into demons. To satisfy their desires, they rely on their supernatural abilities to wreak havoc. The blood talisman is a mark provided by In Ming's headquarters. Killing someone with a blood talisman will place you on In Ming's kill list, and they'll hunt you down. With your abilities, the reward points are probably up to 30,000, about the same as the price for a B-tier powerhouse. I suggest you go find your family's protection and get some guards. Jang Shan laughed, thinking to himself, I don't have any family. Mr. Zhang who raised me disappeared a long time ago. Jang Shan grinned widely, turned to look at his red system interface, and thought to himself, but I have a system, isn't this better than whatever family clan they were talking about? Jang Shan continued with his thoughts, a 1-star demonization card can kill an evil spirit, a 2-star demonization card can kill a weeping ghost. The stars appeared in his mind, indicating that the more stars, the greater the power to eliminate evil spirits, weeping ghosts, and blood robes. From this, he could speculate that a 3-star card could completely destroy blood robe. I'm too smart. Ubi level powerhouse is about the same. With half of blood robe, once I get the 3-star demonization card, I won't be afraid of them anymore. Jang Shan's expression was full of excitement, laughing wickedly. As for the star count? Zhao Erhu couldn't help but admire Jang Shan's expression, silently thinking, how can he still laugh after being hunted down by In Ming like that? Is he completely scared out of his mind? So terrifying. A painful scream in the blue water caused the water in that area to stir more violently. A demon with light green hair, mismatched green eyes, sharp teeth, and skin as green as a banana leaf was screaming loudly. Let me go. Only then did Jang Shan snap out of his thoughts. He bent his knee slightly, and in a comforting tone, said, Shit, I almost forgot. She always heard Jang Shan say this, and Zhao who also remembered the existence of the demon. The demon with green hair, green eyes, scaled legs, and a fish-like body had used all its strength to leap out of Jang Shan's restraint, letting out a sound, "Ha!" The demon's thrashing was so powerful that it gradually caused the water-binding threads of Jang Shan to disappear. Jang Shan, his face pale, was struggling to use his strength to hold the demon down. He sighed tiredly in his heart, thinking, "This is it, I can't keep this up much longer in my current state." This greenish demon used a very crude posture, bending over and gritting its teeth, causing Jang Shan's water-binding threads to lose their effectiveness. The threads vanished. Jang Shan, exhausted by the relentless onslaught of the green demon, was just about to give in when Zhao who quickly arrived in front of him, confidently grinning as he said, "This time, let me handle it." After saying this, Zhao who used his hands to channel his power. He performed a mid-tier upper-level technique, his index and thumb came together, and a strong beam of golden light emanated from his palm. Then, with his other hand, he placed his ring finger onto his palm and executed a low-tier lower-level technique. After completing the movements, Zhao who suddenly commanded, "Bind." At that moment, both of his hands interlocked, releasing an even stronger beam of light. The green demon, unaware that it was about to become a roasted fish, charged quickly toward Jang Shan and Zhao who, shouting, "I will kill you bunch of dog-legged followers of Zheng Xiaoming." As the demon was shouting, streaks of light shot toward it. A cross-shaped formation appeared, trapping the demon at the intersection of the cross. At that moment, the green demon stood there in a daze, not understanding what had happened or why it could no longer move. Zhao who clasped his hands in front of his mouth and said joyfully, "Phew, that was close. Fortunately, I managed to do it in time, or that ghost would have rushed here by now." Jang Shan, standing behind, was also stunned by the scene. After trapping the ghost in the formation, Zhao who sighed, "Ah, she's another unfortunate girl." Jang Shan, puzzled, asked, "Oh, why do you say that?" Zhao who explained, seriously, "Didn't you see the resentment behind Zheng Xiaoming? It must have been left by her. Two bright green handprints are clearly visible on Zheng Xiaoming's back." Zhao who continued, "It means that this female ghost was killed by Zheng Xiaoming when she was alive. That's why Zheng Xiaoming went to find someone from Enming to act as a housekeeper. He wanted to use Enming's forbidden arts to erase all the resentment." A man from Enming, blood dripping from his mouth, suffered as he used the forbidden technique. Jang Shan slowly understood and said, "Earlier, I thought this Zheng Xiaoming was just a reckless brute, but it turns out he really did kill someone." Zhao who lightly remarked, "Haha, the true nature of man always goes beyond limits, you're overthinking it." After finishing his sentence, Jang Shan turned to look at the ghastly green ghost that was growling, gnashing her teeth, and shouting, "Let me out." The ghost screamed. Jang Shan asked, "What should we do with her? Kill her directly, or let her take revenge first and then kill her?" Zhao who, astonished at Jang Shan's words, replied, "Huh? I was worried you'd be soft-hearted and let her go." Jang Shan, with a cold, murderous look on his face and showing his terrifying teeth, said, "Let her go? The true nature of man always goes beyond limits, you're overthinking it, but deep down, I think, if I let her go, how am I supposed to gather demon energy?" Jang Shan felt it was not yet the time to kill the green water demon, so he said to Zhao who, "If you don't know how to deal with her, then deal with that Zheng Xiaoming first." Zhao who agreed, "Alright, let's go then." As soon as Zhao who finished speaking, he used a spell to move the cross-shaped seal trapping the green water demon, lifting it up. Then, Zhao who and Jang Shan soared into the air, with the green water demon flying along tightly bound. The demon screamed at the top of its lungs, "Let me go." In the stillness of the late night, at a parking lot, there was a bus. The bus's outer glass was surrounded by bright yellow leaves, which were scattered densely around it. These leaves formed protective talismans. Inside the bus, Zheng Xiaoming, his face drenched in cold sweat, was anxiously looking toward the outside. He spoke in a trembling voice, "Butler Zhang, it looks like things are going wrong, that damn Jang Shan has dared to mess with my plans." The crescent moon hung in the sky, accompanied by a cloudy, starry night, dark and ominous, as though something bloody was about to happen. Meanwhile, Jang Shan was holding a talisman that had been stuck on the bus, his face full of disdain, looking at the yellow talisman as if it were a childish scribble. In his hand, Jang Shan felt like he was holding armor and casually tossed it aside.
Jang Shan said, "What is all this crap stuck all over the bus?" Zhao Erhu, seeing Jang Shan's comment, spoke up to enlighten him. "That's Butler Zhang's death substitution spell."
When Zhang Xiaoming killed that girl, there must have been immense resentment involved. The image of Zhang Xiaoming with a fierce expression, looking at the girl who was barely breathing, her hands covered in blood, appears.
His hands tremble, filled with deep resentment.
Zhao Erhu continues, "That's why the girl cast a curse of excruciating pain on him." The image shifts to Zhang Xiaoming, who is being cursed with two hands behind his back, suffering terribly. Zhang Xiaoming screams, "It hurts so much." He clutches his shoulders, his face drenched in sweat.
Jang Shan then asks, "So what is the death substitution spell?"
Zhao Erhu explains, the death substitution spell uses a large amount of talismans to briefly cut off Zhang Xiaoming's breath. The image of Zhang Xiaoming turns into a puppet, being protected by a shield made entirely of talismans. Zhao Erhu continues, "After that, we let the ghost of the knower surround him, so the curse will be alleviated." The image shows a lonely, blue water ghost, merrily killing, decapitating each person around Zhang Xiaoming. Zhao Erhu, still holding on, continues, "If we talk about the principle, it's about killing the living, the ghost's hatred towards the target will be released, the resentment will lessen, and the curse will be weakened."
Jang Shan exclaims in astonishment, "So that's how it is."
Then, Jang Shan recalls meeting Zhang Xiaoming in the crowd, thinking to himself, no wonder he was hiding his hand behind his back, and it became blurry. Turns out he had caused the death of many people. After thinking that, Jang Shan grins happily, moves closer to the green ghost, and awkwardly says, "Excuse me, beautiful, may I trouble you for a moment?
I can feel the god approaching."
With such a fake, slimy expression, the green ghost screams in fright, "What the hell do you want to do?"
"What?"
Jang Shan pressed his face even closer, rubbing it against the green demon's face.
His malicious eyes gleamed as he said, "Darling, do you still hate that guy, Zhang Xiaoming?" The demon, feeling Jang Shan's proximity, closed its eyes but continued to speak, What do you want to do?" Jang Shan smirked and said, "What I mean is, we can't let him die too easily." With that, Jang Shan slowly loosened the ropes binding the green demon. Jang Shan continued, "Right?"
As the ropes loosened and faded away, Jang Shan politely opened the bus door and said, "After you, madam." The door gradually opened. Seeing someone opening the door, Zhang Xiaoming, who had been hiding under the seats, poked his head out and asked, "Butler Zhang, is that you?" As he peeked out, strands of blue hair, resembling seaweed, began to appear, one strand waving, followed by more. The seaweed-like strands grew in number, slowly creeping toward Zhang Xiaoming, freezing him in place. Then, in a terrified whisper, he began shouting, his face filled with fear, Who? Who is that?" Upon hearing him call out, the green demon slowly revealed its beautifully angled face, smiling in a bittersweet manner as it said, "Heh, have you already forgotten me so quickly?" Zhang Xiaoming stood frozen, stammering, "You are." At that moment, the green demon spread its seaweed-like tendrils all over the bus, moving closer to Zhang Xiaoming with each wet step. Zhang Xiaoming was pierced through the mouth by one of the demon's hairs. The demon then bared its jagged teeth, focusing its attack on him. Blood was dripping from Zhang Xiaoming's mouth as the bus suddenly jolted upward.
Bang! Boom!
Erhu and Jang Shan, witnessing this scene, froze and simultaneously exclaimed, "How intense must the grudge be for it to escalate like this?" A liquid resembling ketchup oozed out from the crack in the bus door, and as the door opened, a torrent of oily chili sauce flowed out, looking extremely disgusting.
Jang Shan and his friend, stepping in to witness the scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it really torn apart this badly?" It was a pool of strawberry sauce, with a hand sticking up from inside. Suddenly, a ghost appeared from behind the two of them and let out a scream. Jang Shan turned to ask his friend, "Did you do this?" Who didn't hesitate and immediately replied. Then the two nonchalantly raised their hands to cast a spell. At that moment, the ghost suddenly let out a frightened cry. The system interface immediately appeared, showing that the sneak attack failed and was reversed, leaving the ghost in frustration, demon energy plus 78. Having taken 2 powerful strikes from both of them, the ghost was now sprawled on the ground, tears streaming down its face. Later, as the two walked out, Jang Shan grabbed the ghost's leg and dragged it along, speaking as he did, "Do you need anything else? If not, let her stay with me." Erhu responded, "Let me see if her humanity is completely gone, or should we call Yama's hall to handle this?" The people outside the gate saw the two coming out and couldn't help but praise them. Jang Shan and his crew are back, and they're dragging a ghost? I didn't know they knew how to catch ghosts. That's impressive. The demon was suddenly thrown hard to the ground, and in pain, she couldn't help but scream. Li Jia pointed down at the demon and asked, "Erhu, did you catch her?" Erhu didn't hide it and happily replied, "Jang Shan caught her." Jang Shan smiled, his hand gripping the demon's head, and said to him, "I can tell you're hungry. Do you want me to let her go for a quick bite?" Li Jia quickly waved his hand in refusal. No, it's fine." At that moment, Sun Dai suddenly appeared from the crowd. Upon seeing them, she raised her hand and called out, "Grandmaster, I have something to report." Jang Shan approached and asked, "Aren't you the girl who was sweeping the bridge earlier? What's going on?" Sun Dai tremblingly pointed at the demon and said, I know her." The demon also looked up and screamed. Jang Shan, a bit surprised, asked, "Oh, you know this demon?" Sun Dai immediately began to explain, "Yes, her name is Sun Mei Ling. She's a good friend who left the village to work in the city. Initially, Mei Ling and I applied together to work at the Zheng family group. Mei Ling was chosen to work at the group's vacation villa. Not even 2 days later, Mei Ling told me that young Master Zheng took a liking to her and was crazily pursuing her. At that moment, an image of Mei Ling happily chatting on the phone appeared. "Sister, young Master Zheng is chasing after me. Every day I get to eat and have fun in the villa." After Sundai finished speaking, she said with a pained expression, "After that, there was no news. The reason I came to the mountain manor was to find her." At this moment, the female ghost seemed to have recognized the person in front of her and trembled as she said, "You are Sun Dai." This caused Sun Dai to be stunned for a moment. The female ghost's tears fell in 2 streams. Sun Dai couldn't hold back her tears and was deeply moved. Mei Ling. Jang Shan thought to himself, not only playing with someone else's daughter but also causing her death. This bastard Zhang Xiaoming, who had destroyed their friendship and now left them separated between life and death. At this point, Erhu leaned into his ear and said, "Don't kill this ghost anymore. She is quite special and has great value to Yama's hall." Upon hearing this, Jang Shan was astonished. The scene shifted to the outside sky. It had grown dark, and tonight was a waning moon. A helicopter appeared in the sky. As soon as Yama's hall was mentioned, Yama's hall arrived. A girl opened the helicopter door, then directly flipped and jumped out without hesitation, her movements incredibly graceful. When she landed, the ground where her hands touched cracked, and her eyes narrowed. Soon after, her subordinates also jumped down beside her. The leading girl walked ahead, followed by her subordinates. They approached a wall, and without difficulty, they passed right through it. As soon as they entered, they were standing directly in front of Jang Shan. A voice echoed, "Captain of the Insai team, level C, Ci Lei," as if introducing herself. However, Ci Lei turned around and issued orders to his subordinates, "You two go handle the people who are watching." He quickly received a reply, "Yes." Li Jia, seeing the streams of green energy appearing, fearfully exclaimed, "Ghosts, there are ghosts." The eerie streams of energy grew closer and closer. He screamed, "Jang Shan Erhu, Tiger's charge." Li Jia's arm was grabbed by another hand. One of Insai's men was there, trying to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to help you forget the unpleasant things that happened today." But from his hand, he cast some kind of spell that latched onto Li Jia's hand. Moments later, a small monster appeared, wrapping around his arm, showing its jagged teeth. Li Jia cried out in fear, Don't come here." But the small monster was determined to climb up, and then it suddenly opened its mouth wide and bit down on Li Jie's head. In that moment, Li Jie seemed to be hypnotized by the creature, ceasing to resist and exclaiming, "It feels so good to be bitten." Erhu, watching this scene, was slightly astonished and said, "The demon dream curse from Yama's hall, specifically used to erase memories." Then, Erhu turned to Ci Lei and said, "This is the female ghost we captured." Behind her, Mei Ling is showing her teeth to scare people. "It seems she still has some humanity left, please." Before he could finish his sentence, a hand suddenly reached up from the floor by Ci Lei's feet. The hand then shot toward Erhu, causing him to hastily lean back to avoid it. In a flash of panic, he thought to himself, "Is C-rank expert." Jang Shan was just as startled, as it seemed there was another person hiding in her shadow. At that moment, the enormous hand had already grabbed Mei Ling by the neck, and instantly, she was lifted effortlessly. From the giant hand, some kind of vein-like threads emerged, probing into Mei Ling's mouth. The probing needle was blood red, showing that there was still a hint of humanity left. Trapping the demon inside the body could increase the success rate by 4 times, Ci Lei calculated in her mind. Meanwhile, everyone else was still being siphoned of their memories by the demon dream curse, with one member from Yama's hall walking up, holding a demon dream curse, to report, "The captain has finished everything." Everyone who just had their memories erased is still wearing that hee smile, the Yama's hall member reported. Ci Lei raised her hand, pointing forward, and said, "Leave the remaining cleanup to the logistics team, let's go." She then walked past Jang Shan, her large breasts accidentally brushing against him, causing him to be momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh, they're so big." Suddenly, an enormous eye appeared on the ground, staring intently at him. The system notification popped up, "Demon energy plus 500. Erhu, seeing the mischievous look on his friend's face as he chuckled, was startled and reminded him, "Jang Shan, have you lost your mind? You're even daring to provoke Insai?" On the outside, Jang Shan appeared clueless, but inside, his mind was constantly calculating. Killing a few demons in a life or death situation had earned him barely over 2,000 demon energy, yet just teasing a demon had already gained him 500. Once he finished, he immediately flashed a cunning smile and said, "It looks like I'll have to get closer to Insai from now on." At this moment, Ci Lei must have been so angry that he quickly disappeared. After experiencing a night of terror, the sun still rose the next day, just as regularly as ever. The beam of light shining on the world illuminated a bus traveling on the road. Inside the bus were Jang Shan and his group. Erhu turned to Li Jie and said, "Good times always seem so short. It feels like it just flashed by, and now it's already over." He was quickly replying while looking at his phone, "Yeah, I even forgot to take a picture." Jang Shan, sitting beside them, was looking at his phone inside. On the screen of his phone was a notification about earning 3,100 accumulated points. This made him smile and say, "Hee, this time I've gained enough confidence to participate in the activity with Chen Shui." At this moment, Jang Shan was sitting on the sofa, deep in thought as he reviewed the system's leaderboard. He drew 2 cards, one 1-star and one 2-star. As he spoke, he pressed the draw button. The lottery machine appeared. Seeing this, Jang Shan exclaimed, "Why are they drawing cards again? Just turn the card for me obediently. Is it just one machine? Why is it so chatty?" he said with an annoyed expression. A little while later, the rewards appeared. He imagined its appearance, then immediately felt discouraged, thinking, who would want to turn into something like that? Suddenly, the phone on the sofa buzzed, someone was calling. As soon as he answered, the person on the other end asked, "Tomorrow is the day for the group task, have you finished preparing everything?" Jang Shan seriously raised his small sword to respond, "I've mostly prepared, but this is my first time participating in a group activity, and I'm bringing a small knife." "Is that too unsanitary?" Chen Shui on the other end of the line gently replied, "It is a little, I'll take you to buy a new one tomorrow afternoon." The next day, at Jiangbei University, Chen Shui was sitting in her car, talking on the phone, "I'm here, come out." Her car was a bright yellow sports car. A group of boys outside started gossiping, "A rich lady driving a fancy car, and she's beautiful too. Do you think I have a chance with her?"
At that moment, Jang Shan appeared, walking toward the car, surprising the group of boys. Seeing this, they jealously shouted, "Jang Shan, it's you again, the enemy of men. We can never be on the same side." After he got into the car, Chen Shui asked, "Are those guys your classmates? They seem really angry." He casually replied, "Ignore them." The car started moving, with the boys still grumbling behind, "Don't let me see you tomorrow, I'll burn that guy alive if I do." The yellow sports car was cruising smoothly down the road before turning onto an old street, above which a tangled web of electric wires stretched across. Jang Shan looked out the window and asked, "Where are we going?" Chen Shui quickly replied, "To the black market." The black market was a private trading place for gifted individuals to avoid the surveillance of Yama's Hall Dao Ming. Transactions were held every 7 days, and the goods sold there were all sorts of strange items. Hearing this, he became intrigued and spoke up, "There's a place like that? Then I'll definitely come here often." Chen Shui explained helplessly, "You're dreaming too beautifully. If you don't have someone familiar to take you, ordinary people can't get into the black market." Jang Shan quickly pleaded, "Sister Chen, please take me with you." By this time, their car had passed through a deserted stretch of road. Moments later, the yellow sports car swiftly pulled into a spot in a parking lot. Around them, many cars were already neatly parked. After getting out of the car, the two began walking together along a deserted path. A flying insect zipped past, startling Jang Shan a little. Then suddenly, with a pop, the insect exploded, and he looked on in astonishment. Suddenly, Jang Shan's expression grew more serious. In front of him now was a barrier, covered in countless strange symbols. He couldn't help but marvel silently, so it's hidden using a formation. Chen Shui stepped forward and said, "Step aside, let me." After that, she pressed her palms together, seriously channeling a force between her hands, then thrust her hands through the shield in front of her. As the shield split apart, she extended her hands and, with force, ripped it open. Jang Shan was astonished at the sight. "Huh? You see this and still have questions?" he asked, puzzled. "Is there another celestial realm?" Chen Shui replied with joy, "Yes, didn't expect that, did you?" A moment later, an enigmatic scene appeared. Seeing this, Jang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, it's so lively." Suddenly, Chen Shui tossed something to him. He quickly caught it and asked, "Huh, what are you doing?" She explained, "Put on the mask, so that people in the black market won't cause trouble for you." As Jang Shan put on the mask, he asked, "Why aren't you wearing one?" "I have this," Chen Shui answered while pointing to a wristband on her arm. At that moment, two people wearing peculiar masks noticed them and showed a cold expression. "Ah, it's the Chen family." The other one reminded him, "Stay away, we can't afford to get involved." Jang Shan looked at her retreating figure and remarked, "Having a powerful family backing you is truly a good thing." He walked into a shop, where the owner, a shirtless man wearing a mask, greeted him enthusiastically, "Welcome, sir. Do you see anything you like? Feel free to browse." Jang Shan picked up a small knife, inspected it for a moment, and then said, "It doesn't look bad." The shopkeeper immediately spoke, "You have a good eye for genuine items. 3,000 underworld points, you won't lose out if you buy this." Chen Shuizi, who was behind him, noticed the item in his hand and stuck her head out to ask, "You have your eye on this knife?" Suddenly, the shopkeeper's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the band around her wrist. Chen Shui, now holding the knife, looked at him with a meaningful glance. The shopkeeper hurriedly said, misunderstanding, this knife is not for sale." Oh, no." Chen Shui tore off a talisman from the knife. A gust of energy surrounded the knife. After she tore off the talisman, a dull and ugly knife appeared. Chen Shui explained to him, "This is the most common method of counterfeiting in the black market." He stuck a fire talisman on the knife. For a short time, it appears as if it's on fire, but once you buy it, it's just a heap of scrap metal. "Let's go, let's find a more reliable store." Without hesitation, she threw the small knife away. The two of them then arrived at a gate, beyond which a group of people was gathered, talking among themselves. Jang Shan couldn't help but be amazed, never expecting to find such a luxurious store here. This store was the highlight of the day.
Chen Shui explained, as he wondered aloud, how can you tell that this store is the highlight of the day?
Someone from the opposite side exclaimed, the people from the Qin family are here, today there will definitely be some high-quality goods.
A finger pointed towards a person in Jiangshan asked, oh, is it that person who's smiling? Following the direction of the finger, Chen Shui replied, yes, his name is Qin Jai, and he will be leading tomorrow's collective mission.
The person named Qin Jai then smiled and walked up to Chen Shui to greet her.
Chen Shui, the goddess, hello.
She politely waved in response, hello, young Master Qin. At this moment, Jang Shan, standing behind Chen Shui and glancing around, caught Qin Jai's attention. His gaze twisted into a lewd and perverted expression. Seeing him like that, Jang Shan angrily thought, what the hell is this creep looking at, damn psycho. Just then, a voice called out, causing everyone to turn their attention to the back. From inside, a graceful girl stepped out.
Jang Shan couldn't help but marvel, wow, where did this beauty come from?
The girl had long hair covering one of her eyes, and as she stepped forward, she looked at everyone and announced, has everyone gathered enough points yet?
The goods are about to be released. The people outside eagerly responded, waiting for Lu Master to finally display the goods.
I wonder what kind of good stuff she'll sell today.
This is so exciting.
Chen Shui leaned into Jang Shan's ear to explain, Lu Master is a disciple of the Lingbao sect, one of the most renowned grandmasters in qi cultivation in Jiangbei City. The scene then shifted to a room glowing with a strange blue light. Lu Master was sitting inside, a small stream of water created by her hand gently flowing in the air. Let's begin then. After speaking, she stood up and let out a small stream of water around her. The stream of water began to grow, and inside it appeared a fairly large box. Everyone, please take a look. As she spoke, Master Lu raised her hand to open the lid of the box, and a brilliant blue light shone from within.
The onlookers began to murmur, what is that? I've never seen anything like it.
Every time, Master Lu always produces rare and novel items.
Master Lu did not keep them waiting long.
She held up the item from the box and introduced it. This is my latest creation, a top-tier middle-grade magical artifact, demonic sound resistance. Suddenly, the drum revealed an eye that peeked around. The surface of the drum was very unique, with just a light stroke, it would produce a strange sound. As Master Lu spoke, she tapped the drum with a finger, and wherever she pointed, a surge of energy emanated from the drum.
A person in red exclaimed, so what happens if you strike it? Master Lu smiled cryptically, hee, would you like to hear it?
I ask that everyone keep their composure, and those with strong sensory abilities should step back a bit.
Master Lu gave a warning.
Everyone focused their attention on her actions.
It was a rare opportunity to witness a performance like this.
Master Lu continued to strike the drum, and the sound reverberated, leaving Chen Shui stunned. Qin Jai was also unable to escape the pressure of the sound. Jang Shan, meanwhile, was in a state of panic. Even those wearing masks felt the oppressive force of the sound waves from the drum crushing down on them.
In this immense surge of power, everyone stood frozen, unable to move.
The echo continued to resonate for a while longer.
Afterward, they all began to exhale in unison. Each of them was in a state of shock. What just happened?
I thought I was dead, someone said in horror, their eyes wide, as if about to faint. This magic item is way too overpowered.
After breaking free from the overwhelming pressure, Chen Shui couldn't help but exclaim in fear, Jang Shan, are you alright? That was really terrifying just now. Jang Shan responded awkwardly, yeah, it was pretty scary.
The drumbeat earlier didn't feel off to me at all, on the contrary, it resonated with the power in my body.
This is a good item. I need to figure out how to get my hands on it. Jang Shan thought to himself.
After finishing her demonstration, Lu Master spoke up again, alright, everyone, place your bids.
The starting price is 10,000 accumulated points.
As she spoke, she closed the box.
Soon, the bidding began, 12,000. 15,000. 15,700. Jang Shan broke into a cold sweat. This price is too high, I only have 4,800 points in total. Suddenly, Qinchai raised 3 fingers and nonchalantly called out, 30,000. This caused everyone to freeze for a moment. Upon hearing such a large amount, Lu Master clapped her hands in delight. 30,000 accumulated points, is there anyone else willing to bid higher? Congratulations to the Qin family for acquiring the demonic sound resistance. Qinchai confidently said, Fei Yang, bring the drum to me. Suddenly, a beam of light moved at an incredibly fast speed, circling around from behind Master Lu, then heading toward the box. After that, the light quickly shot off along with the box. Master Lu panicked and looked around. Who's there? The beam of light moved at a speed too fast to be seen by the naked eye. Then, a person appeared, holding the box and standing in front of Qin Zhai. The person said, Mr. Zhai has gotten the drum. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhai nonchalantly turned away. Let's go back. Jang Shan couldn't help but sneer. I was wondering how a rich young master like this ended up here. Turns out, all his bodyguards just hide in the shadows? He then sighed in disappointment. Money really is great, otherwise, you couldn't even afford decent equipment. Jang Shan turned to Chen Shui. In any case, I'm really grateful to Miss Qin for showing me around today. Let me treat you to a meal. Chen Shui pointed to a direction and declined, no need. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. I still need to buy some protective charms. Well then, see you tomorrow, Miss Qin. Jang Shan waved, and the two of them parted ways, each heading in a different direction. She quickly responded, all right, I'll pick you up tonight. At that moment, his phone screen displayed an underworld task interface with the mission frame. Threat level, D+, type, mission, group. Reward, 180 accumulated points for each person. Jang Shan read and pondered, recalling the night from the previous year, when 4 girls were standing on the rooftop of a large building. The girl with purple hair trembled and said, It's not related to me, I didn't do it. The girl with green hair angrily shouted, Are you still making excuses? I saw you burning paper, you definitely cursed him. The girl with red hair also yelled, Tell us, what kind of magic did you use? The girl with purple hair, tearful and distressed, sobbed, I really didn't do it. Why is everyone targeting me? Hoo. The girl with purple hair then held up something small, looking dangerous, and said, If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't admit your guilt, will you? The purple-haired girl continued defending herself. How is it my fault that she got appendicitis and had to be hospitalized? Then, a needle was stabbed into her stomach, causing her to cry out in pain, ah. The 3 girls looked like demons, each holding a huge needle, looking pleased, and said, Stab her. Yes, stab this crazy girl to death. The purple-haired girl was pierced by the giant needles in her hands, pleading, Stop stabbing me with needles. She was then pushed to the edge of the balcony. Suddenly, the railing broke as she continued to protest her innocence, I swear it wasn't me. As she fell, she realized with despair and struggled, screaming, ah. A pool of blood appeared. After she died, the campus was always haunted by the words, After we die, we will all return. On the phone screen, the 3 forbidden rules were displayed. First, do not mention their names. Second, do not go up to any rooftop of any building. Third, do not break any of the school's rules. Jang Shan's expression was somewhat complicated. A student had fallen from a high floor, turned into a demon, and even involved a taboo. This was going to be interesting. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a car horn from downstairs. Looking out of the window, he saw a familiar yellow sports car. Miss Qin has arrived? Right on time. After he got into the car, Chen Shui spoke up, Have you read the task list and materials? Jang Shan replied, I've read them. Chen Shui said seriously, This D+ level group mission is led by Qin Zhai. We'll just follow along and kill a few minor demons, leave the big demon to them. After hearing this, Jang Shan turned his head away and muttered under his breath. Seeing his reaction, Chen Shui raised her hand and slapped him a couple of times, then shouted, What's with the muttering? I'm telling you, just listen up. If you get involved with them, it'll cause trouble. At this point, Jang Shan's face was swollen. He quickly touched his face and responded, all right, I got it. Then, the yellow car continued to drive off. At this moment, Jang Shan's car passed through a half-built construction site. A worker from the construction team saw their car approaching and came out to warn them, this place is under construction, it's not convenient to stop, drive on quickly. Jang Shan gently pleaded, we just want to take a look around the school. The worker firmly refused and urged, the school is abandoned and about to be demolished, hurry up and leave. Seeing that a soft approach didn't work, Jang Shan decisively took out his professional ID and said, we're on a mission, we have to enter. At this, the worker was startled and said, oh, so you're police officers? Jang Shan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Shoo, don't make a sound. Both of them had been let in by this point. Chen Shui teased, you've also learned to misbehave now, joining in with the others. Isn't it all thanks to Miss Chen's excellent teaching? At this moment, the worker behind them waved his hand in greeting. After walking for a while, the two of them encountered another group of 3 people in front of a house. A pair of bright green eyes glinted. In front of Jang Shan and Chen Shui was a group of people surrounded by an odd energy field. These people were not ordinary, at least not below the level of Erhu. Jang Shan assessed them in his mind. The man at the head, with his yellow-dyed hair spiked up, spoke first. His name is Lu Kai. Why are you two so late? Chen Shui cheerfully apologized, I was a bit late because I went to pick up Jang Shan, sorry. Jang Shan, standing aside, thought angrily, isn't Qinjai still not here? What's his attitude like? The short-haired girl, Miss Sun, cheerfully added, it's fine, we just arrived as well. The man named Zhang Su, who was smoking a cigarette, cheerfully asked, hey, buddy, this is the first time I've seen you. What's your rank? Jang Shan happily replied, rank D. Zhang Su pulled the cigarette from his mouth and remarked in surprise, oh, not bad. Same as us, we're all rank D. Jang Shan humbly responded, you're too kind. At this point, Lu Kai arrogantly chimed in, who's rank D like you guys? I'm rank D+, you know. Jang Shan, seeing his attitude, was fuming with anger. He had already taken out his ID card and cursed inwardly. Isn't D+ just a D level anyway? What's he pretending for? Is it true that you are here to teach me how to be a man in just a moment? I'm terribly sorry, I am late. At this time, both of them were surprised and turned around. Xinjai appeared, wearing his signature smile, with 2 cold-faced individuals behind him. Lu Kai was delighted to see him, young Master Qin has arrived. Jang Shan couldn't help but speak up, TSK, typical of a son-in-law, always flattering. Xinjai still wore that same smile, raising his hand to introduce the 2 people following him, these are my 2 brothers. The burly, bald man was named Qin Hai, rank D+, while the younger man with a towel around his neck was named Qin Fei Yang, rank D. Jang Shan noticed the younger man and assessed him, isn't Qin Fei Yang the bodyguard who took the empty box for him back then? After finishing his introductions, Xinjai looked left and right as if searching for something, then asked, hey, where's Yang Shan? Upon hearing that name, Jang Shan became curious. Suddenly, Yang Shan threw some weapon straight at the spot where Jang Shan was standing, but luckily, he jumped up and dodged it, still startled and exclaiming, whoa, where did that stick come from? A girl jumped down onto the weapon, planting it into the ground while excitedly saying, come here, come here. Then, as if noticing something, she froze in surprise, Jang Shan? At that moment, Jang Shan whistled, pretending not to recognize her, and looked to the side. Xinjai then clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, alright, everyone, look at me. Before we head into the mission, I will brief everyone on the intelligence. According to the briefing from the task on the underworld earlier, the most difficult demons to deal with should be 3 in total. The effectiveness of the 3 taboos is as follows. First, mentioning names is prohibited. Second, no one is allowed to go up to any rooftop of the building. Third, no one is allowed to violate any of the school's regulations. Going up to the rooftop will result in the demon stabbing the person. A demon grinned maliciously, with 2 buns of hair appearing on its head. Violating the regulations will result in the demon attacking the person.
Below, a demon with a bald head and eyes as bright as car headlights stared. Shinjai's eyes suddenly curved dangerously, and mentioning names was the greatest taboo when it came to killing people. Then, he flashed a friendly smile again. Our three brothers are in charge of handling the demonic regulations and the demonic taboos. You three need to go up to the rooftop to deal with the demon stabbing people. As he spoke, he pointed at Lu Kai, Jung Soo, and Miss Sun. Lu Kai immediately responded, "All right." Then, Shinjai turned to Jang Shan, Chen Shui, and Yang Shan and instructed, "You three handle the small demons around here, making sure those demons don't come back to disturb us while we work." He kept that fake smile and asked, "How does this arrangement sound?" Lu Kai, somewhat confused, responded, "Young Master Qin has taken on the most dangerous tasks himself. There's nothing more for us to say, we'll just get it done." After that, Shinjai reminded them, "Put on the communication devices. If anything dangerous happens, remember to call for help in time. Let's go." With that, the two teams quickly dashed off, leaving only Jiang Shan's team behind. Suddenly, Yang Shan turned toward Jiang Shan, glaring at him, causing him to be startled. Then she angrily shouted in his face, "I didn't expect you to be such a strange person." Jiang Shan quickly turned to Chen Shui, signaling her, then replied, "It's not like that, it's not like that at all. Miss Qin just brought me here to hang out." Yang Shan pressed her face close to his and exposed him, "Stop pretending to be humble with me. You're just a small D rank, you're not worthy of Wei Wei." Suddenly, Jiang Shan broke into a cryptic smile, then leaned in closer to Yang Shan. At that moment, she was both confused and embarrassed, pulling away. "Pervert, why are you getting so close to me?" Jiang Shan tapped her on the shoulder with his finger and said, "Even though my chest is quite flat." Yang Shan, upon hearing this, angrily shouted, "Hateful, get your hands off me." He continued, "And I have a big stick, but in the end, I'm still a girl." Jiang Shan reached behind Yang Shan and touched her weapon. His expression turned dangerous. "Although I'm just an E rank, poor, and even looked down upon by you, in the end, I'm still a man. So no matter what, even if Wei Wei has no other choice, even if she's with someone like me, she still won't like you." At this point, Jiang Shan had wrapped his arms around Yang Shan, and she, blushing, looked up at him in a daze. He continued teasing her, "Oh, are you blushing now? Did I hit the nail on the head?" Yang Shan's face was now covered in sweat. She then took out her weapon and raised it in front of her, retorting, "What nonsense are you talking? I'm not a kiss-up." As she spoke, she stabbed her weapon toward Jiang Shan's head. She hit him while angrily shouting, "Stop spreading rumors." Around the building, the voice of Jiang Shan echoed, shouting, "Yang Shan, stop, we still have a mission to complete." At this moment, Yang Shan was still angry, his eyes bloodshot as he held a stick and walked ahead, with Chen Shui and Jiang Shan following behind, Jiang Shan clutching his bruised head. Yang Shan grumbled, "I'm a D-class plus, at least stronger than both of you, so from now on, you two have to follow my orders." The three of them moved deeper into the unfinished building area when suddenly something fell from the sky. Chen Shui wiped it off and curiously asked, "What is this?" Jiang Shan picked up one of the objects to inspect and replied, "Rubber pellets used for track surfaces." Yang Shan was confused and asked, "Why are the rubber pellets flying all over the place? Can someone really run fast enough to make this happen?" Jiang Shan's expression grew serious as he answered, "That means there's a ghost on the track." The three of them then made their way toward the track. From the direction they were heading, strange air currents began to swirl. On the track, a fog started to rise, accompanied by a series of loud booming sounds. Chen Shui quickly pulled out her phone to check and said, "According to the records, this ghost, when it was alive, was punished by its homeroom teacher to run 10 laps around the track, and it collapsed and died from a stroke. Anyone who enters the track will be enchanted by this ghost, and it will lead them to run to their death." She then anxiously turned to Yang Shan and asked, "If entering the track means death, what should we do now?" Yang Shan remained calm, raising 2 fingers in response, "There's always a weakness. Just wait for my orders before making a move." Suddenly, a finger touched her raised finger, causing her to panic. Then that finger pressed Yang Shan's 2 fingers down, leaving her stunned and bewildered.
After that, Jang Shan darted away, leaving behind a sentence, "I received his instructions, I'm off." Yang Shan hurriedly called out, "Hey, Jang Shan." At that moment, someone was running, panting heavily. It was a brother ghost with red eyes, running at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Behind him, the dust was so thick that it couldn't dissipate in time. Suddenly, Jang Shan joined the race, then smiled at the ghost, "Good evening." The ghost couldn't help but glance over in panic. A system notification appeared, "This is my territory." The running ghost felt displeased, demon energy plus 30. Jang Shan surged ahead for a while, then turned his head to speak to Brother Ghost, "You're not doing well, running like a tortoise." At that moment, Brother Ghost looked at Jang Shan with a worried expression, and sparks of lightning appeared beneath Jang Shan's feet. "It's like you've got a motor attached," he said, before speeding off, leaving behind the words, "I'm going ahead." He left Brother Ghost far behind. System notification, the running ghost feels humiliated, demon energy plus 66. Then, Jang Shan began running with his supernatural speed. Thud, thud, thud. Yang Shan was in disbelief upon witnessing this, exclaiming, "Jang Shan can run this fast?" Chen Shui, with a naturally confident expression, replied, Jang Shan is better than you think." By now, Brother Ghost had run to the point of exhaustion, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Then he gritted his teeth, emitting strange streams of green air. The green mist appeared around Brother Ghost's body as well, as if it were giving him an additional boost of power. He shouted, "Aaa." A moment later, he had caught up to Jang Shan. He spoke in astonishment, "Ro, you've caught up?" At that, Jang Shan halted and said, "Well then, I'll wait for you." Brother Ghost was still running hard behind him. After a moment, he moved to the side, and Brother Ghost charged forward. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell flat on his face. Jang Shan jumped forward, leaned down, and spoke with a tone of disdain, "You couldn't even stop yourself when you tried. Man, you're really a waste." Before Brother Ghost could get up, Jang Shan quickly said, "Hey, don't get up just yet. I have a question for you. If you can answer, I'll leave you alone and let you handle things however you want." As he spoke, he made a slicing motion across his throat with one hand. Brother Ghost, his eyes now bloodshot, sprang up and screamed excitedly, "Then you're as good as dead. In this school, there's nothing I don't know." Jang Shan remained calm in the face of Brother Ghost's confidence and said, "I've heard that the headmaster Long Fa, who you've been running from to your death, is someone who strictly adheres to the school rules and is ruthless in his actions. But when it comes to that particular aspect, it seems he might not be so great. Is that true?" With these words, Jang Shan made a rather suggestive gesture. This caused Brother Ghost to freeze. The red in his eyes faded, leaving only pure white. He raised his hand to cover his mouth and laughed, "Hee, do I even need to explain? Do you think the nickname dragon bowing its head came from nowhere?" Jang Shan also gave a crooked smile, "Huh? The dragon lowered its head, how did you know that? Did you see it with your own eyes? Did you come up with the nickname? No wonder you had me running to death on the training field. Ha ha." He spoke while laughing gleefully. Suddenly, a terrifying shadow appeared by the window of a room. While Jang Shan was still laughing in delight, Brother Ghost, who was running, seemed to have seen something dreadful and screamed, "Ah, that's the eerie image that was reflected on the window earlier." From that direction came fierce red currents of energy. The system board appeared again. The running ghost was frightened by the ominous aura from afar, demon energy plus 172. Jang Shan remained unfazed and yelled loudly, the dragon still with its head down, acting out of character, pulling down its pants just to put on makeup. Brother Ghost, running, nervously reminded him in a low voice to be quieter, so the supervisor wouldn't hear. Jang Shan continued to shout innocently, the dragon with its head down, thousands of people attacking, drawing eyes and wearing lens filters for photos that would go viral. Brother Ghost, running, jumped in shock and tried to stop him. Stop talking, don't you hear it?" The veins in his legs were bulging, and he then leaped up to deliver a powerful kick that tore his shoe as he shouted, "I told you not to say anything." Jang Shan nimbly dodged to the side and laughed heartily.
Standing in front of the massive, muscular legs, he still happily spoke, "The reason I shout like this is to cover the sound of their footsteps as they approach you." Behind Brother Ghost, there were now two figures with pairs of sharp, glowing eyes staring directly at him. Brother Ghost, who was running at the time, cried out in panic, "When did this happen?" Chen Shui swiftly pulled out a talisman in front of her, burned it, then flung it forward. Heaven and Earth Mystic Sect, all energies returned to their roots.
Yang Shan was no less responsive.
Her eyes locked onto the staff, and without hesitation, she swung her weapon toward the running ghost. Through countless lifetimes of cultivation, I attained divine powers. The two girls leapt into the air together, launching a coordinated attack on Brother Ghost.
In an instant, they jumped back.
The running ghost leaned backward and unleashed a burst of power. Then he arrogantly declared, "Before the fury of my legs, you two are nothing."
Yang Shan raised her bloodstained staff and sneered, "Nothing, huh? Look down."
Brother Ghost suddenly looked down in panic, then screamed, "Aya, my leg." One of his legs had vanished, leaving behind only a jagged, raw wound.
At that moment, Jang Shan popped his head out from behind and spoke, "Can't stand anymore, can you? Let me support you."
The running ghost was now in total panic.
A blade suddenly pierced through his chest from behind.
He turned to question, "Jang Shan, you call this support?" At that moment, the system announced, "Running ghost has been assassinated, demon energy plus 20. Jang Shan pulled the handle of his sword free and replied, "I meant supporting you to the gates of the underworld." With that, he swept his blade upward, slicing the man clean in half. The running ghost coughed up blood and collapsed, but still managed to utter one last line, "Do you not follow martial virtue?" The points system activates, and the demon running on foot has been eliminated.
The demon is defeated when reaching 99 points.
Chen Shui exclaimed joyfully, "Jang Shan is really impressive, one strike and the high-level demon is wiped out."
Yang Shan was surprised, silently evaluating, "I've underestimated this poor kid."
At this moment, Brother Ghost's physical form had already disintegrated.
The three of them moved on, and Chen Shui asked, "So, where are we going next?" Jang Shan glanced at the person beside him and teased, "Shouldn't this be something to be decided by Commander Yang?"
Yang Shan could only grind her teeth in frustration, then angrily shouted, "It's just killing a demon, stop provoking me." Suddenly, Yang Shan seemed to notice something odd and exclaimed, "Oh, this shield." She lifted the staff onto her shoulder, looking up and saying, "There's an old saying that goes, don't casually enter a strange room. In this solitary tool room, there must be something unusual inside." Jang Shan continued to tease, "Truly, as expected of Commander Yang," he said with approval. Yang Shan angrily pointed her staff at him, "Jang Shan, are you asking for a beating?" Then, she said seriously, "Everyone, listen to my command." A moment later, Jang Shan ignored her and turned to Chen Shui, "Miss Qin, coordinate with me." Yang Shan felt speechless as she watched him disregard her, her face darkening as she thought, the initiative is completely in Jang Shan's hands now. Jang Shan tapped on a nearby pillar and commented, "Rough enough, long enough." Then a source of blue spiritual energy emanated from his palm. Activating the power of the special envoy, Jang Shan bent down, gripping the pillar with both hands, and it seemed as though he was exerting force. Not bad. The base supporting the pillar was now lifted off the ground. Jang Shan used all his strength to pull the pillar out, then slung it over his shoulder and called out, "Is anyone inside? I'm about to stab it here." He furrowed his brow, then directly thrust the pillar he had just pulled up into the room ahead. From the other end, the pillar emitted a burst of golden light. He then swung the staff upward, causing the section of the wall it pierced to split in two. After completing the action, Jang Shan turned to Chen Shui and said to Miss Qin, "Your turn now." At this moment, Chen Shui was already holding a glowing paper crane in her hand, eagerly responding, "All right. When the pure radiance shines, all evils flee." She then released the crane into the air. It soared up with shimmering illusions in the stream of power, looking incredibly mystical. The crane flew above the house and cast the magical light down below. Swish!
Jang Shan observed the inside through the slit he had made. Apart from exercise equipment, there was nothing else. Such a disappointment. A waste of my evil power.
Suddenly, Yang Shan broke into a sweat, startled, and gasped as she realized something.
She quickly grabbed Jiang Shan's mosquito net and hurriedly whispered, listen carefully, what's that sound? Please.
An old woman was sitting and burning something, and the sound echoed. The old woman repeatedly bowed her head and said, please, I beg you. Listen, the sound was coming from behind this room. The three of them, Jiang Shan, peeked out from behind a tree behind the old woman. Please, spare me. The old woman cried out as she burned Joss paper. The flames crackled and popped. The unfinished paper scraps flew by. Jiang Shan made a guess. It seemed like she was repenting for something. Yang Shan also offered her opinion based on her understanding. When it came to burning paper, the records mentioned that the girl died because she burned paper, violating the school rules.
Could it be related to this ghost? Spare me.
This was an old woman ghost with red eyes, her mouth sewn shut with a red thread. She wore a pair of glasses on her hooked nose. Yang Shan observed her and became worried. It seemed like this was going to be tricky.
Chen Shui asked in surprise, hey, where's Jiang Shan? Jiang Shan had disappeared without anyone noticing.
Suddenly, he appeared in front of the old woman's fire pit and pulled his pants down as if to relieve himself. Chen Shui jumped up and ran over, this brat. At this moment, the old woman ghost first stared blankly at the holy water, then looked up. A long-tongued ghost, the dormitory manager, confused, demon energy plus 30.
After finishing his business, Jiang Shan pulled up his pants and casually looked at the old woman, asking, excuse me, how can you burn fire here on campus? Doing that violates the school rules, you know?
The long-tongued ghost raised a hand to its mouth and whispered, be quiet. Jiang Shan assessed in his mind that it seemed like all the ghosts here were afraid of violating the school rules.
Heh, got it. Then, he bent down and asked the long-tongued ghost, if you don't want me to speak, can you do something for me?
The old woman trembled and replied, you say it. After hearing that, he immediately asked, in your girls' dormitory, there are so many girls.
Could you introduce one to me?
The long-tongued demon at that moment clasped its hands together in approval.
Sure, which one do you want to get to know?
I'll introduce her to you. Jiang Shan quickly responded, the one who jumped off the building. The long-tongued demon was startled to the point of fury, and its small glasses even fell off.
Screams rang out, demon energy plus 66, demon energy plus 66. Then, its face darkened, and it bent down to look at him with a fierce expression, asking, do you want to kill me?
But Jiang Shan showed no sign of fear. Instead, he grew bolder.
Why are you getting so worked up? Could it be that her death has something to do with you?
At this moment, the long-tongued demon spoke nervously, for these past few years, I have been here, repenting as a demon.
Jiang Shan, the long-tongued demon's boyfriend, now opened his mouth.
The stitches on its mouth were slowly beginning to tear.
It exclaimed, what do you all want me to do? It then transformed into a more terrifying shape.
Eerie demonic energy surged, and its long tongue flicked out. Faced with this energy, Jiang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, such terrifying demon energy, a top-tier demon. The long-tongued demon leaped up and attacked Jiang Shan. He held out a talisman and said, if it doesn't transform into a demon, I won't be able to send her off. Jiang Shan crushed the talisman and shouted. At that moment, his hands mutated into a set of claws. His two hands met, creating a powerful surge of energy. Blue demonic energy also radiated from the corners of his mouth. His eyes turned completely black, with only a single bright dot left in the center of his pupils, and two sharp fangs grew out of his mouth. The long-tongued demon hurriedly leaped backward, startled.
What's going on here?
At this moment, Jiang Shan was standing on a block of ice covered in sharp spikes. The white tiger vanguard, the long-tongued demon, shot its long tongue forward, extending it so far that it could strike Jiang Shan from a great distance. He gasped in surprise, and the massive tongue lashed out,
knocking Jang Shan into the air, his face contorted in pain. After landing, he wiped the wound and said, I was planning to look cool first, but this is ridiculous. No respect whatsoever. That disgusting tongue continued to swing toward him. Jang Shan swiftly raised his hand, attempting to grab it while shouting, Get out of the way. Then, he suddenly realized how resilient he was. There was no way he could actually catch it. Jang Shan seemed to have come up with an idea and exclaimed, Let's see if this works. He slammed his hand down forcefully onto the tongue. The long-tongued demon was caught off guard when it realized something. The tongue, frozen on the ground, was now completely rigid. Seizing the opportunity while the demon couldn't control it, Jang Shan threw a punch and leapt forward to attack. If you can't move, just die obediently. The long-tongued demon struggled desperately to pull its tongue back. Ah! Moments later, it pulled up a chunk of earth along with it. Then, the demon used its tongue to hurl a rock at Jang Shan from behind. He sensed something was off but couldn't dodge in time and took a blow to the back of his head. He fell, and the large rock continued to press down on his face. The long-tongued demon approached, manipulating its tongue and applying more force to push the stone down. Then, with a triumphant smile, she said, The one who should obediently accept death is you. A moment later, Jang Shan struggled to find a way to rise. He was truly furious now, raising his hand to cast a spell. Frozen prison. He controlled the spell, and the long tongue was trapped inside sharp blocks of ice. Jang Shan stood up and approached the ice block, inspecting it before saying, Is it dead yet? Why hasn't the system given any notification? Suddenly, his expression turned frantic. The blocks of ice were split in half from the inside. Jang Shan quickly jumped back. A round figure emerged from within, with the long tongue flickering in and out, accompanied by a strange, eerie aura. Screams echoed out. She was enraged, her red eyes glaring as she spoke, Is that all? Do you think these ice pillars would be enough to stop me? She then opened her mouth wide, controlling her long tongue to strike at Jang Shan's position. He swiftly jumped to the side to dodge, but she once again manipulated the tongue at incredible speed, slamming it into Jang Shan's chest, causing him to spit blood. Seizing the opportunity, he grabbed the tongue and shouted, Flowing ice mirror. Waves of ice erupted from the spell. The long-tongued demon stepped on Jang Shan's ice slab, but the ice was too slippery, causing her to lose her footing. In the end, she collapsed to the ground in a disheveled heap. Jang Shan immediately seized the chance and swung his hand to charge at her, a perfect opportunity, this time I must land a fatal blow. But instantly, the long-tongued demon controlled her tongue to strike in front of him. Jang Shan was momentarily startled, then quickly leaned backward to avoid the blow. He couldn't help but exclaim, That was too close. At this moment, she turned her tongue. Jang Shan quickly jumped back a few steps, as she spun her tongue around her, smugly saying, Did you think that the icy surface would become slippery enough to trouble me? It's so slippery that I can spin in circles. You're definitely doomed. Then, she spun like a tornado, charging towards Jang Shan. The speed of the long-tongued demon grew faster and faster. Jang Shan struggled to defend himself, then anxiously exclaimed, I'm finished. Suddenly, everything fell silent, which left him astonished. Two girls, Chenu and Jang Shan, appeared, standing in front of him. Each held their weapon, blocking the long-tongued demon's attack. Jang Shan, struggling, spoke up, We need to find a way to distract her, to look for weaknesses from all angles. Chenu, her hands still clasped in a spell, glowing with light, smiled and replied, Got it. Jang Shan raised his hand to his mouth, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips, and said, Great idea. Then, he happily announced loudly, Let's begin our performance. Upon finishing his words, he immediately leaped away. The two girls were still fighting against the long-tongued demon. At this moment, Jang Shan, while hitting the demon's tongue with a blow, said with amusement, Hey, what do you two think? Why is this demon's tongue so long? Chenu, fervently sticking a talisman, replied, It must be that in life, she loved spreading rumors and slander.
Jang Shan also chipped in humorously, maybe that female student jumped off the building because this woman spread malicious gossip about her. Upon hearing these words, the long-tongued demon became even more furious. She spun around fiercely, shouting, "What nonsense are you all talking about?" Jang Shan, a little worried, said, "We've searched in every direction and still can't find any openings." Chen Shui asked, "So what should we do now?" Suddenly, Jang Shan noticed a plane in the sky. Then, as if coming up with an idea, she immediately turned to Yang Shan and shouted, "I've got it! Yang Shan, use your strength to throw me into the sky." Everyone on the ground tried to draw her attention, attempting to make her rotate in place. As he spoke, he stepped on Yang Shan's staff. She supported the head of the staff, letting out a confused sound. Then she turned away, reminding him, "Stand firm. Although I don't know what you're planning, we'll have to take the risk and try." As she spoke, she swung the staff up like a baseball bat. Jang Shan was thrown directly into the sky, just as he had hoped. At this moment, the demon's tongue attacked Yang Shan. She struggled a bit to defend herself and then moved onto a cloud. Jang Shan had been sent soaring through the sky. He extended both hands, took a small stone, and pressed them together. He then said, "There's no way to attack her from all directions. So, let this stone grow now, and I'll strike her from above with a lethal blow." When the stone reached an appropriate size, he lifted it with all his strength and hurled it down without hesitation. The sharp stone spun down into the long demon tongue that was twisting together. As the dust settled, the demon's body was revealed, impaled on the sharp stone. The flesh on one side of her face had been sliced off. Before dying, she still tried to justify herself, claiming she was only spreading rumors. Was that really such a grave crime? Then the flesh on her face began to rot, and the system notification appeared, "Long-tongued demon, dorm manager, has died. Demon energy plus 99. Chen Shui hurried over to check. "Jang Shan, are you okay?" He simply replied, "Yeah." Yang Shan remained silent, looking at him sadly, thinking, to face such a demon and still charge forward, how foolish. Suddenly, a crackling sound emerged, and everyone raised their hands to their ears. As soon as the connection was made, the voice on the other end hurriedly reported, "Requesting urgent reinforcement, requesting urgent reinforcement. Not only do we have a top-level demon here, but we are also surrounded and attacked." Ah! The rushed words and the scream that followed caused everyone to panic. Yang Shan, gripping his staff tightly, anxiously shouted, "Something's happening over there. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help." Chen Shui quickly reassured, "Don't act rashly. I think there's something off about this situation." Upon hearing this, Yang Shan paused. Jang Shan began to analyze. That's right. When Qinzhai assigned the tasks, he didn't have good intentions. Right now, in a dark corridor, there's a warning sign for men passing through. Jang Shan continued, "Do you remember the rule that forbids violating the school regulations? Logically, men are not allowed in the women's dormitory, yet Qinzhai arranged for Lu Kai's team to go there. Doesn't that mean he wants to send those two men to their deaths?" Yang Shan still had doubts and responded, "Anyway, Lu Kai's team is made up of experienced level D members. They should be able to notice something is off, right?" Jang Shan countered without hesitation, "Having personal combat experience doesn't mean the whole team is experienced in combat. The fact that Lu Kai's team has been following Qinzhai's orders so eagerly shows their weakness. Lu Kai is blind to the situation, there are urgent cries for help, Zheng Su is reckless, and Miss Sun is simply naive." In an abandoned classroom, a monster lay sprawled across the floor, one of its buttocks indented, with a large puddle of blood spilling out. "We can't hold on any longer, requesting immediate reinforcements." At the desperate cry for help from his teammates, Qinzhai still wore a fake smile, slowly wiping the blood off his hands. Xin Fei Yang, standing behind, spoke up, "Mr. Zhai, aren't you going to help?" "Of course, I will help," he responded, tossing the blood-stained cloth aside. "But first, we need to find out the name of this forbidden spirit." He continued calmly. Xin Fei Yang, still somewhat worried, said, "But will it be in time? It seems like they're in serious trouble right now."
Suddenly, his eyes flashed with alarm. Shin Hai approached and reminded him, Mr. Zhai said to do it, so just do it. Stop talking nonsense. Got it, got it. Shin Fei Yang stammered in response. Then the three of them left the room, and the monster remained on the floor, emitting strange waves of energy. From the outside of the building, a few rooms could still be seen lit up, with a red glow lighting them. The three members of Jang Shan's team arrived in front of the building, looking up. Jang Shan voiced his concern, I wonder what's going on inside. The scene shifted to half an hour earlier, where the three members of Lu Kai's team were walking down a hallway. He turned around and said, back when I was in school, I always dreamed of being in the girls' dorm. Suddenly, a figure with a large round nose appeared. It was a demon emitting streams of green air. The demon bowed its head, standing behind them. The three of them turned around, raising their weapons and simultaneously asking who the intruder was. The demon with the big nose raised its hand at that moment, pointing towards Lu Kai and said, the male student who broke into the female dormitory. Then, it pointed at Zhang Su, continuing the accusation, you are also a male student who broke into the female dormitory. Finally, it pointed at Miss Sun, who was holding the hammer, and said, you brought a controlled item with you. All three had violated the school rules and would now face punishment. In the strange space, a light flashed behind the necks of the three. On Lu Kai's neck, a symbol of a 10 appeared, and he couldn't help but curse, damn it, it's a hit. Zhang Su also touched his own 10 symbol, saying, so this is what Xinzhai meant by violating school rules. Miss Sun had sweat on her face and said, I feel like I'm down to only half my strength. The demon with the big nose spoke again, unruly behavior, immediate action. Lu Kai crushed 2 bottles in his hands and reassured his teammates, don't get discouraged. 3 against 1, we still have a chance to overwhelm him. With that, the three of them each took a position and attacked the big-nosed demon together. The demon with the big nose grabbed Lu Kai's hand, which had turned red. Lu Kai pushed back with all his strength and said, you're good, but not good enough. Suddenly, a stream of green air shot out from the big-nosed demon's hand, and the color of its hand began to change. Lu Kai did not yet know what his fate would be, still arrogantly saying, the blood on my hands will eventually corrode, and by the time you get here, there'll be nothing left. Suddenly, the round-nosed demon thrust something into the center of Lu Kai's chest, causing him to panic in fear. Before he could even react to what was happening, unable to follow the punishment, he was struck by something that added another layer of torment. It turned out to be the demon's round nose, which had now grown grotesquely long. At this point, Lu Kai was too weak to speak. Zhang Su, seeing his teammate in danger, hurriedly jumped over, shouting, Lu Kai, I'm coming to save you. Suddenly, the long-nosed demon flicked its nose, sharp as a sword, causing Lu Kai's body to be sliced in half. The nose then continued to attack Zhang Su. Zhang Su quickly defended himself. It's over, he said as he drew his weapon to block, shouting loudly, I've used my black flame claws to hold him back. Miss Sun, it's your turn. Miss Sun quickly swung her axe, attacking the long-nosed demon, shouting, come here, come here. The axe came down on the demon's head but failed to penetrate, creating a loud clashing noise. When she lifted it, the axe had been chipped. Miss Sun broke out in a sweat, thinking, I can't even land a proper strike, the strength has been reduced so much by the internal regulations, and then the long-nosed demon leapt into the air and attacked her. Zhang Su was still clinging to its nose. The long-nosed demon punched, sending Miss Sun flying, and her axe fell from her hand. Zhang Su, still struggling to hold on, thought, I didn't expect his punches to be this strong. It's over, Zhang Su thought, but as long as he could hold on to the demon's nose, he could anticipate the attacks from other parts of its body. Suddenly, the long-nosed demon pulled its nose back. Zhang Su exclaimed in panic, why did it retract? The long-nosed demon pulled its nose back into a round shape, just like before. It growled viciously, do you feel sorry for my nose? Then let me give you another taste. It began to extend its nose again. The nose pierced through Zhang Su's body, leaving him in shock. The nose even pierced through the wall. Zhang Su collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, I never expected a nose could shoot out like that.
Suddenly, from a crack in the wall, something began to glow and sprout 3 horns. At the other end, 4 legs grew out. This strange creature flew out and scattered chaotically in the air. It then flew toward Miss Sun. Miss Sun, startled, turned to look at the creature and screamed, "Ah, that creature is now crawling on the floor like an ant." At that moment, the long-nosed demon lunged to attack her. Miss Sun barely managed to raise her hand to her ear, leaving behind one last message: "We're surrounded and under attack, request immediate backup." Then, she leapt upwards to avoid the strike. The strange creature flew up after her, attacking with its legs. It flew with incredible speed, aiming to strike her. Miss Sun kept moving to dodge it. In the midst of the smoke, her face was covered with numerous wounds. She then jumped to the ground and immediately ran off. The long-nosed demon and the strange creature chased after her, their expressions filled with malice. Meanwhile, Jang Shan's team was still outside the door. The 2 girls remained extremely vigilant, holding their weapons, while he casually slipped his hands into his pockets and spoke, "Are we just going in like this? Could there be an ambush?" Jang Shan, feeling anxious, said, "I couldn't see anything at night," and suddenly, a horrified face appeared in the darkness. At that moment, Jang Shan hadn't recognized it was one of her teammates, so she hastily swung and struck Miss Sun on the head. Then she screamed, "A ghost! A long-nosed ghost, and that strange creature has also caught up." Jang Shan spoke up, "Don't panic, she doesn't have any demon energy on her." "What are you swinging at?" Chen Shui exclaimed, "It's a teammate, a teammate." At that moment, the strange creature had transformed back into a nose and leaped onto the long-nosed ghost's face. The long-nosed ghost turned away and said, "Next time you break the rules during an emergency, you won't be as lucky." Yang Shan felt guilty and said, sorry." Miss Sun, rubbing the bump on her head, winced in pain. She then lowered her head and sadly said, "It's not easy to join a D+ level collective mission. We were betrayed by Qin Jai, and one of my teammates was severely injured by wind right in front of me. I don't know if he's alive or dead." As she spoke, she wiped away tears that she hadn't even noticed falling. Jang Shan pointed to himself, offering comfort, "It's okay, we'll go in there and save him for you." Suddenly, Chen Shui raised her hand to stop him, which confused him. She explained, "Did you forget what you just said? A guy entering the female dormitory is a violation of the school rules. He's definitely going to die." Upon hearing this, Jang Shan looked around, searching for something. So what should we do then?" He then spotted a mannequin standing under the stairs, wearing a wig on its head. Jang Shan reached out and grabbed the wig, saying, "I'll borrow this for a bit." Then, he put his hairpiece on his head and cheerfully said, "Let's go, let's get started." The 2 girls accompanying him at that moment could only feel helpless in front of their teammate. Along the corridor, the flickering lights did little to brighten the eerie darkness of the place. Jang Shan raised his hand to his chin, thinking deeply, there's only Lu Kai's body here. Where's Zhang Se? In front of him on the ground was Lu Kai's body, cut in half, lying pitifully in a pool of his own blood. Miss Sun, looking gloomy, said, "I don't know. I was in such a rush to escape earlier that I didn't pay much attention. The whole dormitory is so big, searching it all would take quite a bit of effort. Let's split up and search." Jang Shan proposed a solution. Chen Shui, after hearing this, anxiously asked, "Isn't it too dangerous to split up?" Yang Shan, with confidence, reassured her, "It'll be fine if you stay with me. As the only D rank plus in the group, I'm more than capable of protecting you." But Chen Shui remained worried. The person lying on the ground here is also D rank plus, and they still got their intestines ripped out. Her words directly left Yang Shan at a loss for how to respond. Jang Shan stepped forward and reassured her, "Don't worry, if anything happens, I'll take care of it immediately." Although Chen Shui was still worried, she had no other choice but to agree. Alright, then, the 2 teams split up, each taking a different direction. Before leaving, Jang Shan reminded them, "If anything happens, contact me immediately." Chen Shui nodded in response. Jang Shan and Miss Sun formed one team, with one going ahead and the other staying behind, both vigilantly observing their surroundings. All done, Jang Shan spoke up and asked Miss Sun, before everyone broke the school rules, what exactly happened to you all?
Could you explain in more detail? Miss Sun immediately replied, we got in very smoothly, didn't encounter anything unusual at all.
If there was anything noteworthy, actually, not long after we entered, there seemed to be a piece of paper stuck on Lu Kai's back.
Just a moment later, it disappeared. I even thought I was seeing things.
Hearing this, Jang Shan suddenly looked surprised. He pointed to a piece of paper stuck on Miss Sun's back and asked, did you see a piece of paper like this?
Miss Sun quickly reached behind her back and exclaimed, yes, yes. Hurry, please tear it off for me. Ho.
Jang Shan conjured a spell in his hand, then tore the paper off. Miss Sun turned her head around, looked frightened and said, it felt like it was about to pierce into my body, so scary. Jang Shan held the piece of paper up and replied, good thing I noticed it early.
Now that it's torn off, it should be fine. There are spirits lurking around us, so be careful.
With that, he threw the paper away.
Miss Sun looked a bit tense.
At that moment, as the paper fell to the ground, a pair of pink hands suddenly picked it up. It turned out to be a stuffed bear with a hole in the middle of its belly.
It picked up the paper and walked to the foot of someone. That person spoke up, so he figured it out already?
Just now, I was planning to mess with that blonde guy, but who would have thought the homeroom teacher would ruin it?
So annoying.
Then, the person picked up the stuffed bear with a cigarette in its mouth, reached out and grabbed one of its eyes, then squeezed it tightly. Then, she pulled the eye out of the teddy bear. It turned out that this was a red-haired demon. Angrily, she continued, this time, I definitely have to have a good time playing with you all. By this point, they had reached the third floor. Jang Shan observed for a while, then grew discouraged. Even on the third floor, there was still nothing.
Miss Sun, confused, responded, strange, Jiangsu was so badly injured, he shouldn't be able to go far, right? He agreed, I think you're right. Could he be over by where Jang Shan is?
Suddenly, the body with a hole gouged in the middle of Zhang Su's chest appeared.
Oh, isn't that Zhang Su?
The corpse of Zhang Su was still holding a cigarette, shouting, eh.
Miss Sun anxiously called, Zhang Su, are you alright?
Zhang Su's head seemed to have been chopped off and sewn back on, looking very grotesque.
He replied mechanically, I'm fine. Miss Sun, not noticing anything unusual, joyfully said, yes, it's good that you're alright. Jang Shan, standing behind, was speechless. He had a twisted expression on his face and said, is Miss Sun really that stupid? He's been transformed like this and she still thinks Zhang Su is alive?
He then seriously thought to himself. However, at this moment, even if they defeated the zombie puppet Zhang Su, it wouldn't solve anything.
They needed to catch the person controlling everything from behind.
The puppet Zhang Su continued mechanically, oh, I'm fine.
Miss Sun reached out to help, could it be that you're too badly injured? Let me help you.
Suddenly, two other hands grabbed the puppet Zhang Su's hand. Jang Shan caught his hand and, with a smile, said, hello? In his heart, he was overjoyed and calculating, let me get some demon energy first. I heard you're a pole dancer. As he spoke, he picked up a broomstick, broke the broomstick with his bare hands, then planted the stick into the ground before continuing, let's rub against each other a bit. The system panel popped up with a point notification accompanied by some affectionate curses.
Damn it, you actually came here to dance. Demon energy plus 40. The red-haired demon was now controlling the puppet Zhang Su. However, this didn't trouble me.
Her fingers skillfully maneuvered the invisible strings. The puppet in the book continued to dance enthusiastically on the pole that had just been created. Wow! The movements are so smooth and skillful, Jang Shan couldn't help but jump along to cheer her on. He raised both hands and excitedly shouted, come on, fly up, wait a second.
Stop.
The puppet Zhang Shan now had a pale face, his mouth was wide open, tongue hanging out like a meter long, and his hand slid off the pole, followed by a push from Jang Shan which sent Zhang Shan crashing into the wall.
Seeing this action, Miss Sun anxiously called out, "Zhang Su."
Jang Shan then stepped forward, gave a thumbs up, and said to the puppet Zhang Su, "You danced well." The final part flew out with great momentum, and in his mind, he was calculating, the next move would leave the controller confused. Afterward, Jang Shan stood up, raised both hands and one leg as if performing like an A-list star.
"I heard he's not bad at Nico dance, how about we do a cyclical love sequence?"
At this moment, he had tied his hair into 2 braids, looking incredibly comical. As he jumped, he said, "Fua fugary, fua fewer, tie the braids up. Fu fugary, fua fuaro, just dance."
The puppet in the book chapter was struggling to follow along. Miss Sun was puzzled by this humorous scene and exclaimed, "What's going on here? A high salute with a heart thrown up? Kami-sama arigato."
Jang Shan became even more energized as he continued, while the puppet was now sweating and panting heavily.
Jang Shan, still grinning mischievously, said, "Is the demon sweating too? Looks like the one controlling it behind the scenes is about to lose their patience." The puppet was still breathing heavily. Puff, puff.
From the puppet's eyes in the book, one could see the image of the red-haired demon in control. She was just as exhausted, drenched in sweat, and panting heavily. Then, she angrily cursed, "You bastard, my hands are so sore from all this."
The system panel appeared again. "Why do I have to control the puppet to dance naked? Demon energy plus 200.
A while later, Jang Shan stopped, resting one hand on his hip, saying, "That's enough, isn't it?
Haven't had enough fun yet?"
By now, the puppet was utterly worn out, but had no intention of giving up. Jang Shan moved closer, hugged the puppet from behind, and suggested, "Well then, how about another striptease dance?" And the clothes were thrown into the air. He tossed the last pair of pants, then gave a scheming smile.
"Shouldn't you reveal your true face by now?" Miss Sun, still confused, asked, "What is this?" Jang Shan commented, "This body is really unique.
I never thought Brother SCH would be such a Fury enthusiast." At this moment, Zhang Su's body had stitches on both elbows, thighs, and neck, while the rest was dressed in a pink outfit. The red-haired demon on this side, hearing his words, spoke up, "So what?" She pressed her hands together and performed a gesture, then continued, "Those who mock those obsessed with FRE must die." At that moment, Zhang Su's dead body began to swell and twist, as if it were about to explode. His body had been transformed, with his hands and feet gone, replaced by 4 cotton stumps, swollen in the middle, with round, bulging lumps on top. Above, his chest and neck were even more swollen. The lumps protruding from them were grotesque, and his mouth still held a cigarette. Then, a massive teddy bear appeared in front of Jang Shan and Miss Sun. He stepped forward, pleased, and said, "Hee hee, it's finally here." Miss Sun also smiled and said, "Has it really turned into a demon?" She then took a rope and wrapped it tightly around her hands, extending it forward, adding, "Well then, I can strike without any reservations." Miss Sun jumped up and punched the giant doll in the head. However, from the impact, the doll's head caved in slightly, causing her to feel a light, soft sensation, as if it were made of cotton, with no effect whatsoever. Suddenly, the teddy bear swung its arm and attacked Miss Sun, but she was fortunate enough to dodge. Then, she swung her hand to attack again, smashing her head. The teddy bear had fallen to the ground, but after a moment, it stood up again to face her, with its head torn open. Miss Sun found it hard to speak. "It's been beaten like this, and yet it can still get up?" Jang Shan stood behind, observing for a while, then he made his pupils turn green. He saw a strange aura appear around the puppet, as if something behind it was controlling it. The system panel appeared again, entering General Shin's combat mode. In front of the giant puppet, Jang Shan's hands sprouted sharp claws. The puppet raised its foot and kicked Miss Sun hard, sending her tumbling backward. She panicked, trying to shield herself while exclaiming, "It's over." From its hand, something like smoke poured down onto Miss Sun. She quickly jumped out of the way. Jang Shan raised his hand to cover his nose, so the smoke wouldn't reach him. The red-haired demon controlling it nearby also seemed worried. "TSK, could he have seen through it already?" Then, she raised 2 fingers on each hand, placed them over her eyes, and used a full force strike.
You all must die.
At this point, the puppet's eyes began to bulge out, forming a strange shape. Jang Shan didn't hesitate, rushing forward and continuously scratching the puppet's face with his clawed hands.
After a while, he leapt back behind it. The puppet's body emitted a pink aura that surrounded it.
Then, it immediately collapsed to the ground. At this moment, from the puppet's eyes came a powerful force, shooting upward and shattering the ceiling. Even it pierced through the floor where Yang Shan and Shen Shui were walking. The stream of power shot straight up into the sky with immense force. From the sky, a magical, purple-pink light shone down. The system notification appeared again: you have destroyed the favorite toy of the ghost spell spirit.
Demon energy plus 99.
It turned out that the red-haired demon over here was called the ghost spell spirit. Seeing her toy destroyed by someone else, she angrily said, "You destroyed my toy, I'll turn you into one." At this moment, Jang Shan cheerfully said, "Finally, the real one has shown up." The pink tendrils were coming towards him to attack, but he swiftly caught them and then yanked them forward, pulling the ghost spell spirit along with them.
While being dragged by Jang Shan, she teasingly said, "Why are you so shy?
Come here, let me hug you."
He grabbed her hand, causing her to exclaim, "Ouch."
Then, he pulled the ghost spell spirit closer to him, making her panic and blush.
He asked, "It was you controlling that doll earlier, right?"
Jang Shan then stuck out his tongue, licking her hand while saying, "Such a delicate hand, would you like to help me with something fun? Who knows, if I'm pleased, I might just spare you."
The system notification appeared: ghost spell spirit remains calm, demon energy plus 0.
This left Jang Shan confused.
Why is that?
At this moment, ghost spell spirit turned her face around, gave a mischievous smile, and said, "Hee hee, look at my other hand."
Jang Shan's gaze suddenly became frantic.
Another hand of the ghost spell spirit manipulated the threads to attack Miss Sun.
The threads intertwined, weaving a net that descended upon Miss Sun.
Then, it transformed into a cage, trapping her inside. Finally, the ghost spell spirit tightly wrapped Miss Sun's entire body and, with a smug tone, said, "Try touching me again, and your friend will be turned into minced meat." But Jang Shan remained unfazed, still gripping her arm tightly, and calmly replied, "It doesn't matter, she's not my friend."
The ghost spell spirit screamed in pain, "Ah!" Then, she questioned, "How can that be? Didn't you all come together?" Jang Shan sneered and answered her, "Are you brainless?
Just because we're together doesn't mean we're friends." At that moment, the ghost spell spirit was stunned by his words. The system interface appeared again, and memories in the ghost spell spirit's mind were triggered: demon energy plus 300. Earlier, when the three girls had forced the purple-haired girl to fall, the red-haired girl trembled as she looked down, exclaiming, "How did she fall? What should we do now? Do you think we'll end up in jail?" she said, panicked and fearful. At that moment, the green-haired girl and the bun-haired girl came close to comfort her. "It's fine, we just say she fell on her own, and that's it."
"Right.
If we stick to that, there's no problem."
Upon hearing this, the ghost spell spirit seemed to self-hypnotize and responded, "Right? If we stick to that, it'll be fine." However, the next day, the ghost spell spirit was arrested by 2 police officers. She screamed in despair, "Is this how you treat your friends? Why are you pushing me to take the fall? Didn't we stick together?"
Ghost spell spirit questioned the girl with twin buns.
Hearing this, the girl with the buns replied indifferently, "Does being together mean we're friends?" The girl with green hair also responded nonchalantly, who could believe she fell by herself? Then the 2 wicked individuals spoke together, "You'll have to bear all of it, dear." Ghost spell spirit, feeling wronged, was taken away by the 2 police officers.
Outside, the sky was exceptionally beautiful, the sun shining brightly.
On the road, the police car sped along.
Inside the car, as they transported ghost spell spirit, one of the officers pointed to a teddy bear and asked, "Did your daughter give you this?" The other officer happily replied, "Yes, my daughter, afraid I might be lonely, asked me to leave it on the dashboard." Ghost spell spirit, witnessing their conversation, lowered her head sadly and thought, if I could do it all over again, I'd rather be friends with the doll. She didn't notice that another car was speeding towards her window, and at that moment, she no longer wanted to trust anyone. Before she could fully think it through, the car crashed into her. The glass shattered, and ghost spell spirit was thrown out. Her body was pierced by sharp objects, and blood poured out in a stream. At that moment, she looked at the doll beside her, trembling, and thought, the doll is really nice, at least it won't harm me. Then ghost spell spirit reached out her hand, wanting to touch the doll. As the flashback ended, ghost spell spirit let out a laugh, ha ha ha, leaving Jang Shan puzzled. I then heard my own crooked teeth speak, ha ha, you're absolutely right, and squeezed my fingers together with force. On this side, Miss Sun was also pulled tightly by those ropes. The ghost spell spirit continued, if she's not your friend, then I'll kill her for you first. Excited by her words, Jang Shan panicked and exclaimed, are you serious? Miss Sun, bound tightly, now trembled as she looked down at the ropes. Then, one of her hands reached into her pants pocket and pulled out a glass vial containing a red liquid. Without hesitation, Miss Sun crushed the vial and dripped the liquid onto the ropes. The ropes immediately began to dissolve. The ghost spell spirit, now in a panic, asked, what the hell is that? Miss Sun had freed herself from the ropes and smiled with satisfaction, replying, it's Black Dog's blood stolen from Lu Kai, and it's time to use it. The ghost spell spirit, unable to retract the ropes in time, watched in horror as the dog's blood flowed upward, causing her to fear. Why? Why is the blood traveling along the demon energy like this? The dog's blood quickly entered her body, and veins of red blood appeared on her hands, looking grotesque. She screamed in agony, ah, my hand. Jang Shan grabbed both of her hands, holding her head, and said, does it hurt, sweetheart? Well, now I'll help you get out of your misery. With those words, he swiftly tore off the ghost spell spirit's head. The peak-level demon was dead, and Jang Shan's demon energy increased by 1. He dropped the bloody head on the ground, then sighed in satisfaction, phew, first time not turning into a demon but still taking down a peak-level evil spirit. Jang Shan scratched his face and thought, Miss Sun. Miss Sun calmly wiped her face and replied, you're right, we were never friends. Just now, if I had really been killed by her, I could only say it was because I was useless. Jang Shan hesitated, about to say something. He started. Miss Sun quickly turned away, put on her headphones, and uttered a soft "oh." The sound from the headphones came through, we're on the 5th floor, Jang Shan, hurry up, the water's rising. While running, Miss Sun urged Jang Shan, 5th floor, hurry. Jang Shan looked up at the ceiling and thought about the hole where the fabric doll had just shot out. He jumped over the hole and left a remark, just go straight up, taking the stairs might be too slow. His feet landed in a puddle of water. Then, he looked around, first sideways, then up and muttered, this school has been abandoned for so long, where did the water come from? If it's something created by ghosts, stepping in it could be dangerous. Jang Shan thought again, if it's the government, then it's the 4 old women, thanks to them. With that, he clicked on the image of Ban Ba Erba. Jang Shan transformed. His eyes turned bloodshot, and strange white mist emitted from around him. He opened his mouth and yelled, Ban Ba Air. Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke appeared behind him. His hands distorted, becoming deformed, his nails grew long and sharp, resembling those of terrifying demons. His hair stood on end, and his eyes, which were red just a moment ago, turned bright white, glowing like a furious demon god, accidentally invoking the divine dance of demonic arts. Jang Shan, bewildered and panicked, looked down at his hand and exclaimed, why has it become so strange like this? Oh my god, is it because I took off the wig? At this moment, on the 5th floor, Yang Shan was trapped in a strange water bubble along with Chen Shui. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed a weapon and thrust it outward. The weapon pierced the water bubble, leaving a dent on its surface, but when she pulled it back, the tear in the bubble healed up as if nothing had happened. She clenched her teeth, thinking that she couldn't break the bubble, and never thought that she, in her lifetime of wisdom, would end up as a drowned ghost. She had no idea whether Jang Shan had received her distress signal.
Hurry up and come, Jang Shan, I'm about to be done for. Chen Shui, trapped with Yang Shan, was now gasping for air, struggling to breathe. Suddenly, Yang Shan felt overjoyed at the appearance of Jang Shan. She cried out, "Ah, he really came."
Jang Shan jumped over and shattered the water bubble.
The bubble split in two. He asked with concern, "Are you two beautiful ladies all right?"
Yang Shan, tears of joy welling up in her eyes, exclaimed, "Jang Shan, I knew you would come to save us." Jang Shan, embraced by the girls, looked both surprised and pleased.
He teasingly scolded Yang Shan, saying, "Humph, weren't you supposed to be tough? Not pretending any more this time?"
Yang Shan, breaking out in a cold sweat from Jang Shan's words, was flustered. Chen Shui, alarmed, said, "The fifth floor is controlled by a female ghost, you need to be careful."
Chen Shui gently reminded Jang Shan. Jang Shan, speaking confidently, replied, "It's fine, I'm not afraid anymore."
Then, he went straight up to the fifth floor. In front of him was a dimly lit corridor. The flickering lights were quite terrifying, but Jang Shan wasn't afraid at all and called out, "Little demon, where are you?" He then teased, "Let's play with water together." From above, drops of water fell down, tapping on Jang Shan's shoulder. He looked in surprise at his shoulder, and suddenly, a head popped out and giggled. Jang Shan pressed his lips together, clenched his fists, and looked up. The demon appeared with a terrifying face, its eyes and hair both green. It raised its hands to cover its face, its long tongue sticking out, looking eager, and said, "Do you want to play with water with me?" Suddenly, Jang Shan raised both his hands, grabbed the demon's head, and yanked it down, causing the demon to be caught off guard.
Jang Shan asked with a friendly tone, "Why are you all wet?"
The demon was stunned, while Jang Shan remained calm and said, "Well then, let's start by turning you around first." Before finishing his sentence, he suddenly spun the demon around, making her dizzy and scared. Jang Shan stuck out his long tongue, held the demon firmly, and teased, "Let me help you dry off." The demon squirmed in response to Jang Shan's teasing. This guy must have been single for a long time, even the demon can make him hot, demon energy plus 20. Just as Jang Shan's tongue was about to reach the demon's lips, she looked somewhat pleased but still weakly resisted. "You're so disgusting, stop licking me."
Jang Shan said triumphantly, "What's wrong? Did I make you uncomfortable?"
He pressed both of his hands firmly against the demon's cheeks, causing its face to distort, with its cheeks puffing up and its tongue sticking out.
Jang Shan said, "Well then, let's switch. You can lick me instead."
He used his hand to bring the demon's tongue closer and said, "Go on, lick me." Caught off guard by Jang Shan, the demon obediently opened its mouth, not expecting to encounter such a perverse creature with demon energy at 40. The demon screamed, "I can't hold it any longer." Then, from the bed, the demon shot out a blob of water and a strange green mist. Afterward, it spat a strong stream of water directly at Jang Shan's face. Jang Shan's face was drenched in water, but he still licked his lips with a look of pleasure and said, "So you're willing to play with water now, huh?" More saliva. After tasting the demon's saliva, Jang Shan wasn't about to lose. He said, "Now it's my turn." Before he could finish speaking, he used all his internal strength and, with a tight grip, shot out a massive stream of water that sent the demon flying away. The demon lay sprawled on the ground, angrily saying, "Damn it, I heard you're not afraid of physical attacks?" After speaking, Jang Shan struck a combat stance. "Well then, let me see for myself." He then flashed a sinister smile. Suddenly, a drop of water fell in front of him, catching his attention. It then shot forward, attacking him. Jang Shan quickly dodged. Soon after, more droplets appeared, and he decided to turn and run. As he ran, he thought, "Why do they keep coming straight for me?" The droplets kept piercing through in front of him. He raised his hand, channeling a superior energy, as if some force within him was awakening. He stared at the demon and thought. The female demon was completely uncontrolled, and the drops of water autonomously attacked, entirely beyond her control. The drops of water continued to assault him. Jang Shan gritted his teeth in irritation. So what exactly is going on? Suddenly, one drop of water emitted a strange purple light.
Was it the drop that hit earlier? So that's it. He suddenly came up with a bold idea. He said, then let's turn the tables. He disappeared in a flash amidst the strange drops of water. The demon suddenly became confused. Where did he go? The demon hugged herself to keep warm. From somewhere, a coat flew over and draped itself over her. Jang Shan suddenly appeared above the demon and said, seeing you drenched, I was afraid you'd catch a cold. Don't be polite, put it on. With a displeased expression, the demon suddenly remembered something. Wait, the attack point I marked. She checked her formation, and the demon gasped in horror, her mouth agape in confusion. Ah, how did this happen? Jang Shan suddenly appeared with a sly grin. He formed a cluster of energy in his hand and then calculated in his mind. First, I used evil aura to cover the marked attack point, blocking the signal. This way, the water won't be able to target me. To prevent you from controlling the water, I hit at your blind spot. The demon suddenly realized and thought. Finally, after the coat was draped over me, I removed the evil aura blocking the signal. Jang Shan continued his train of thought. This way, you will become the target of your own attack. The drops of water relentlessly attacked the demon, leaving her unable to react in time. She exclaimed, will it stop only when I'm beaten to death? Jang Shan covered his mouth with his hand and grinned triumphantly, that's really scary. After the battle ended, Jang Shan picked up his coat, which had been drenched and torn apart by the rain, and said with regret, just killing one demon, and the price is so high. My coat is ruined. The drowned demon is dead, demon energy plus 400. After Jang Shan had eliminated the demon, the system interface appeared with a smile and said, congratulations, host, you have broken through 5,000 demon energy. The system then asked, would you like to spend 1,000 demon energy to level up? Jang Shan was stunned, his mouth hanging open as he said, 1,000 demon energy is way too expensive. He continued, level up? Are you giving me a luxury car? The system responded, a luxury car? Don't dream about it. After leveling up, the system's new features can be activated. Enhancement. The server began the leveling process for Jang Shan. The system's voice echoed, system upgrading, please be patient. In the distance, a demon peeked out and saw Jang Shan undergoing the upgrade. He exclaimed, this kid has some real strength. Jang Shan had already noticed the large-nosed demon. He thought to himself, humph, did you think I wouldn't notice? That nose of yours gave you away a long time ago. Jang Shan turned back, and the short-haired girl spoke up, Jang Shan, have you dealt with that female demon? Jang Shan confidently replied, of course. The short-haired girl asked with concern, you're exhausted, aren't you? Still confident, he answered, it's just a small thing, like a rabbit. Suddenly, he slung his arm around Jang Shan and the short-haired girl, speaking arrogantly and smugly, with this body of mine, even if we fought 500 rounds, it wouldn't be a problem. Unlike some people, just getting older and they're already weak, can't handle anything, Jang Shan said mockingly. From a distance, the big-nosed demon was watching Jang Shan's every move. Enraged, his eyes turned bloodshot when Jang Shan mocked him, leaving him speechless. The head of the department had been hit where it hurt, and the demon energy increased by 20. While Jang Shan, Yang Shan, and the short-haired girl were walking together, laughing and chatting, the big-nosed demon suddenly appeared, blocking their way and said, a man and a woman engaging in an improper relationship, violating the school's rules severely. As soon as he finished his sentence, the big-nosed demon opened his mouth wide, and strange things flew out of his mouth. A golden surge of power appeared, and he shouted, die, all of you. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Yang Shan was sent flying, screaming in pain. The short-haired girl was just as badly off as Yang Shan. After the big-nosed demon's strike, both girls lay motionless on the ground. Jang Shan didn't expect it, exclaiming, the demon energy is so strong that both of them fainted. But he remained calm as if nothing had happened, saying, the school is really strict, violating the school rules means you have to die. Jang Shan wiped his cheek, lost in thought, I like this. Suddenly, The big-nosed demon's nose lengthened, attacking Jang Shan. Jang Shan used his fist to block the demon's attack. He quickly dodged to the side to avoid the strike and then moved a little further back to maintain distance from the big-nosed demon. Jang Shan seemed to be enjoying himself, chuckling as he avoided the big-nosed demon's blow. Demonic dance of purification. Jang Shan's eyes were thoughtful, contemplative. Suddenly, something dawned on him. His expression stretched out into determination as he declared war on the big-nosed demon. "Come on, headmaster, let's have a duel and see how it ends." The demon's long nose remained as extended as ever. He seemed flustered but still managed to shout, "Violence violates school rules, your offense just got worse." A fierce battle erupted between the two, a man and a demon. They clashed using the longest part of themselves like swords, their strikes echoing through the air. Suddenly, Jang Shan's long horn triumphed over the nostril of the square-faced demon, causing the nose to retract. With a powerful stomp, he slammed the demon's face. Seeing this, Jang Shan retracted his horn, then leapt into the air, catching the square-faced demon off guard. At a fixed height, Jang Shan shouted loudly, "He thinks he's the only one who can shoot?" With that, white bullets launched toward the square-faced demon. As the bullets closed in, the demon's figure flickered and then vanished into the white smoke. Suddenly, he reappeared behind Jang Shan, catching him by surprise. The demon then transformed his head into a sharp beetle-like horn and charged at Jang Shan, who was startled and exclaimed, "Damn it, I underestimated him." As Jang Shan screamed helplessly, shielding his face with his arms, suddenly from behind, a golden silhouette shot forward. A short-haired girl with purple hair and a yellow outfit clenched her teeth and said, "This damn bastard again." Then, she punched the demon-turned-beetle hard, flattening him. But the girl with the purple and yellow hair had not yet had the chance to celebrate. Because as she had punched the demon, transformed into a dung beetle, had stabbed a sharp, pointed leg directly into her chest, causing blood to pour out of her. Then, the girl with short purple hair spat out her blood like syrup. However, this did not cause the girl with short purple hair to fall. She even let out a devilish laugh and said, "It seems that I was careless, but no matter how weak I am, I still have the ability to drag you down with me to hell." After speaking, she wrapped a black rope around her arm, grabbed the demon's square face, and started furiously punching it repeatedly while shouting, "Do you think the exorcism bracelet made of black chicken leather is just for show?" She kept furiously punching the demon, while the demon stabbed its leg into her chest again, causing her to wince in pain. After a long sigh, the girl huffed, standing in a pool of blood, and the demon's body was torn into pieces. She squinted her eyes, staggering as if she were about to fall, blood still pouring out of her mouth like rain. Jang Shan, witnessing the battle, was stunned. In his heart, he thought, "It seems this demon is far beyond the level that I can casually toy with." After observing, he quickly turned to face the approaching demon, continuing his thoughts, "If I can't kill it in one move, then the next person to die will be me." At that moment, Jang Shan's system displayed the text, "Infernal Dance of the Enchantress." Then, Jang Shan smiled triumphantly and sarcastically said, "Your most important weapon is gone. How are you going to fight me now?" This made the demon in front tremble with rage and snarl, "Grr, grr." Then, the demon laughed madly and transformed by twisting its head, turning into a demon with many red eyes. It laughed mockingly and said, "So what if I no longer have a nose? Am I any less dangerous?" The demon with red eyes continued, "Do you think you can be my opponent?" With that, the demon seemed to have taken some sort of stimulant, its muscles bulging to the point of tearing its shirt, leaving Jang Shan dumbfounded. But then, Jang Shan casually flicked his two fingers, signaling for the demon to come here and meet its end. Seeing Jang Shan make that gesture, the demon paused in fear, sweat pouring down like rain. It said, What kind of trick is this? You think you can blind me with a little drizzle?" It then raised its hand to catch the falling raindrops. Jang Shan smiled with a hint of meaning in his expression. However, what the demon didn't know was that the rain was 105 degrees Celsius. At that moment, the demon's hand froze, smoke rising from it with a sizzling sound. The multi-eyed demon screamed in pain, "Ah, why did it suddenly get so hot? My body is covered in burns." After finishing that sentence, the multi-eyed demon thrashed in agony and screamed, "Ah, it's too hot, I'm going to die." The system constantly announced, "The chief is unable to bear the burns, demon energy plus 95 points. The chief is crying from the pain, demon energy plus 97 points. The chief is about to die from burns, demon energy plus 99 points." After a while of screaming in agony, the rain finally stopped. At this point, the multi-eyed demon lay curled up in the puddle of water, and Jang Shan sneered before saying, "Let me finish this off." He then bent down, delivering a fatal blow with the long horn protruding from his forehead, stabbing directly into the multi-eyed demon and causing blood to splatter everywhere. The system notification appeared at this moment: "The head of the top-tier demon department has died, demon energy increased by 199 points." After hearing the system announcement, the head was dead, Jang Shan's face shifted back to human form. With long hair, Jang Shan gently wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed, "Phew." Jang Shan slowly removed his long wig and stared intently at the system, smiling as he said, "This time, I've really made a huge profit." Chen Shui and Yang Shan walked over to Jang Shan, who was covered in wounds. Chen Shui spoke up first, "Jang Shan, are you okay?" Jang Shan looked at them helplessly and said, "You two woke up at the perfect time, didn't you?" Chen Shui looked around and then noticed Miss Sun, who was pinned to the ground by a sharp leg, sitting there lifeless. Chen Shui said, "Ah, Miss Sun is dead too." Chen Shui continued, "We were supposed to do a simple team mission, but in the end, we lost our lives." Yang Shan was also shocked and added, "The strength of the demons this time was clearly underestimated. It's not something we could handle." After Yang Shan finished speaking, he fell silent. At this point, Chen Shui asked, "So, what should we do now?" Jang Shan spoke up, "There is an old saying." Jang Shan turned his back, waved his hand, and continued, "It has come, it has arrived." Yang Shan then laughed, accepting Jang Shan's words. "Ha, that's right, it has come, it has arrived." Chen Shui also agreed and followed up, "Yes, it has come, it has arrived. We should still eliminate all the demons." At the same time, on the rooftop, 3 men were standing, watching a girl who was trembling. The demon with the hair buns, eyes and mouth filled with green fluid, was shaking. Shinchai let out a grim laugh and then asked again, "What is the name of that girl?" The demon with 2 buns and a severed hand said, "If I tell you, we will all die." Xin Fei Yang, impulsive, raised 2 knives in a threatening manner, saying nothing, just indicating that she would have to die. The demon with the hair buns, eyes and mouth overflowing with green fluid, was dazed, trembling in fear. Then, the garlic bun-haired demon grinned, its teeth bared, as green pus slowly dripped down. It laughed maniacally, its laughter echoing throughout the sky, shattering the stillness of the dark, silent night. The garlic bun-haired demon spoke in madness, "Fine, let them all die." Then, the garlic bun-haired demon chanted something, its mouth still curled in that sinister grin. "Listen carefully, her name is..." A brief, silent pause. The demon uttered a name full of death, Bai Ling. The moment the name was spoken, the garlic bun-haired demon's head was severed from its body, and the green pus began to dull, turning gray. Her name was Bai Ling. No sooner had the name left its lips than her body rolled to the feet of an old demon woman. The old demon appeared, lifting a hand to her mouth, asking, who is calling me?" She began to drag the headless corpse up. She bit into the girl's shoulder and asked, "Who was calling my name just now?" "Brothers fighting each other. Among all the demons, she is the most ruthless." Shinshai began to panic, sweat pouring down his face. "At least that's half of a weeping ghost." Shinhai, also filled with fear, asked Shinjai, "Can we fight back? If not, should we retreat? We'd still get compensation for abandoning a sea-level mission." Shinjai, full of confidence, replied, "What's there to be afraid of? Didn't we bring the blood young pill today?" "Right, Mr. Zhai. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. The blood young pill can make a person unleash an enormous burst of physical strength in a short period of time, but it affects the practitioner's foundation and has severe side effects on the body." Shin Hai held the pill in his hand. If he could complete the task beyond his level,
Mr. Zhai would be able to enter the martial sect. The Qin family really needed someone to lead. As soon as he swallowed the pill, Qin Hai's divine eyes began to shine. His body started to grow stronger. A wave of power surrounded his entire body. His arms and body began to be reinforced with streams of energy. With his body strengthened, he charged at the old demon. Die, old woman. He lunged forward, striking, and the collision with the old demon created a deafening explosion that echoed across the sky. At this moment, Jang Shan and his group saw a bright explosion lighting up the sky. The aura is so strong. Is it those Qin Zhai people? Should we go help? Although this name didn't seem impressive, after all, they were from a large family, and it was best not to get involved. Hearing this, Chen Shui and Yang Shan immediately questioned him. Ridiculous, the Chen family is afraid of him? Do you think the Yang family isn't a major clan? This Qin Zhai guy has killed so many people, and you want me to not settle old scores? Don't be the one helping him only to get bitten back later. Chen Shui walked up to pat his shoulder and said, Don't worry, Jiang Shan, Yang Shan and I will have your back. He also appeared to be modest and understanding. Don't be like that, don't be like that. If it's time to save someone, we'll still go. Jiang Shan rubbed his stomach and said, It's just that we just fought so many demons. I'm feeling a little hungry now. Hearing about food, Chen Shui immediately agreed, turning her head. I'm hungry too. Let's go, we'll grab something to eat first to regain our strength. Suddenly, Yang Shan remembered that today was Thursday, and it was the night of the wild celebration. 1 portion each, it's on me. Miss Qin Hao had gone too far, switching scenes to the battle between Qin Zhai's group and the old demon. The exposed brain of Lu Tian was clearly her weakness. Recognizing this, Qin Hai threw a punch directly at the exposed brain of the old demon. But when his punch landed, he felt it had no effect at all. Seeing that she seemed unharmed, he delivered another punch to her heart. Putting all his strength into it, he sent her flying into the air. Suddenly, she was able to grab his arm as he was throwing the punch. Are you calling my name? In an instant, she twisted his arm, breaking his bones. Qin Hai screamed in pain. As she twisted Qin Hai's arm, Fei Yang's attacks hit her, slamming into her body with a loud thud. Are you okay? Qin Hai asked, Fei Yang, did you also use the blood yang pill? He replied, there was no other choice. Fei Yang then charged at her, watch my blade. She remained calm, saying, just now, did you call my name too? As Fei Yang rushed towards her, she grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the ground with a loud crash. Seeing his brother getting beaten, Qin Hai rushed over, throwing a powerful punch that caused a chunk of her hair to fly off. Devil, let Fei Yang go. After receiving a punch from Qin Hai, her hair and scalp fell to the ground with a thud. Qin Hai began to pant heavily. The side effects of the blood yang pill had started. Just after a chunk of her head was knocked off, revealing her skull, she looked pleased. Thank you, that was so refreshing. I've always felt so cumbersome since I fell and cracked the floor. Qin Zhai was puzzled, thinking to himself, why did both blood yang pills do nothing, when it was clearly just half of a weeping ghost? Cold sweat poured down his forehead as he anxiously muttered, where exactly did things go wrong? The ghost pointed at the exposed, wriggling mass of brain and said, after the brain got some ventilation, I felt much more comfortable. The brain-exposed ghost pressed a finger down on its soft, squishy brain and said, this is really me. The ghost's grayish-black body slowly began to take on color. First, its purple hair appeared, then its bright red outfit. Qin Zhai's pupils contracted, cold sweat pouring from his body as he spoke, this. Qin Zhai feared and thought to himself, the brain is turning red. This is not half a weeping ghost. Qin Fei Yang was stunned and said, this. Qin Zhai said, it's basically. Qin Hai, in fear, said, weeping ghost. Everyone screamed and ran quickly, then transformed into yellow light, dashing away. Qin Fei Yang ran for his life, full speed ahead. Suddenly, the brain-exposed ghost appeared right in front of him, letting out an eerie laugh, ha ha ha. The brain demon said, you're the fastest, right? With that, it swung its hand forward. The brain demon grabbed Qin Fei Yang by the neck and lifted him up like a child, then with its other hand, drove straight into Qin Fei Yang's heart. And just like that, he was done for. Qin Hai was startled and turned to look, then quickly rushed over to rescue him, shouting, "Fei Yang!" Qin Hai clenched his fist and threw a punch. The brain demon blocked the punch with one hand. Qin Hai quickly called for help, "Mr. Jai, please come help." Qin Jai put his hand into his pocket and pulled something out, calmly saying, "Oh, just hang in there." Qin Jai pulled out a strange little green drum and said, "Here I come." He slapped the drum, and waves of strange green energy spread out in all directions. Qin Hai anxiously asked, "Hey, why are you making it so we can't move either?" Qin Jai replied, "Qin Hai, do you remember the story I told you before?" Qin Jai said with a sly grin, "If you don't want to be eaten by the wolf, you don't need to run faster than the wolf. You just need to figure out a way for the wolf to eat other sheep." Qin Hai angrily cursed, "Beast, weren't we supposed to be on a mission together? What do you gain if I die?" Qin Jai said, "Nothing to gain, but also nothing to lose." Qin Jai stepped closer and said, "But if we really want to talk about benefits, if you die, I could play with your wife." Hi. Looking at the drum emitting waves of green light in his hand, Qin Jai said, "Oh, the effect of the drum sound has already passed." Qin Jai casually turned and walked away, adding, "You go ahead, good luck." The brain-exposed demon trembled uncontrollably, trying to move its body, then opened its mouth and shouted, "Pa!" The demon tilted its head to look at Qin Hai, letting out a strange laugh filled with mockery. "Ha ha ha!" Qin Hai's scream rang out from behind. Qin Jai laughed, saying, "What a pitiful scream! Ha ha!" The desperate scream of Qin Hai echoed all the way out of the house, startling both Chen Shui and Yang Shan. Jang Shan, with food residue still on his mouth, muttered, "Just finished eating and came back to hear this pathetic scream, feels a bit nauseating." Chen Shui, worried, said, "If even the three brothers of Qin Jai are so strong and can't handle it, should we call Yama's hall for help?" Jang Shan, feeling deflated, replied, "No, it can't be that bad, right?" He thought to himself, "If Yama's hall comes, how will I gather demon energy then?" Jang Shan shrugged and said to BC, "Yang Shan and Chen Shui, I told you, they should suffer a bit, but if we're going to save them, we should save them properly, right?" Jang Shan pulled both of them into the building, saying, "Come on, let's go." Inside the building was an eerie silence, the atmosphere desolate, gloomy, and still. Jang Shan raised his voice and shouted, "Is anyone here?" Qin Jai hid behind a corner, looking at Jang Shan with annoyance, thinking to himself, "TSK, why did these people come here?" Qin Jai bent down, placed his hand on the dirty ground, and then smeared the dirt on his face to create a fake situation. He immediately pretended to panic, ran outside, and said, "Great, everyone is here." Qin Jai pointed inside and began to ramble, "You guys came at the perfect time, there's a weeping ghost upstairs. I fought it to the brink of death and left it seriously wounded." Jang Shan walked closer and asked, "Is that really true? Then why didn't you just finish it off yourself?" Qin Jai tilted his head, looked away, and said, "Ahem, I'm seriously injured, I couldn't fight her." Then, Qin Jai continued, "This is the weeping ghost. If we manage to kill her, not only will we get a huge amount of accumulated points, but we could also apply to join secluded sects." He spoke very nonchalantly, and no one even considered dealing with Bai Ling. Qin Jai didn't notice that the brain-exposed ghost had already appeared behind him. Chen Shui and Yang Shan screamed in panic, "Ah!" The two of them said, "The weeping ghost is here." The ghost's shadow stretched out on the ground. The brain-exposed ghost said, "Who was calling my name just now?" Jang Shan looked astonished, cold sweat dripping down his face. Then his lips curled slightly, and he finally let out a loud laugh, as if he had lost his mind. Ha ha ha. From the brain-exposed ghost's body, a bunch of +19 symbols appeared, representing demon energy. Jang Shan excitedly said, "Is this the ghost of my dreams?" Qin Jai gave Jang Shan a strange look, thinking to himself, "He's still laughing? This guy must be so scared that he's lost his mind." Qin Jai secretly took out the strange drum, and he schemed maliciously, "First, I'll keep them here fighting the weeping ghost. Once the demon energy runs out,
I can swoop in and take advantage.
Shinjai lightly tapped the drum's surface with his finger, and the green sound waves spread out again. The sound waves rippled like water and swept across all three of Jang Shan's group. Chen Shui and Yang Shan were affected, startled and panicked, while Jang Shan was dazed and thought, this feeling again, it feels like I'm in a trance. Jang Shan thought, the sound of the drum is resonating with my body again. A system prompt appeared, reading, resonating with the power of the special ability user. Shinjai turned around, humming to himself, time to slip away, time to slip away. But a hand was placed on his shoulder. It was Jang Shan. He said, well done, hit a few more. Shinjai looked at the drum in shock and said, what's going on? The demon sound has no effect on him? Jang Shan, like an older man coaxing a child, opened his mouth and said, come on, hit a few more. Shinjai said, what are you hitting for? The weeping ghost is already here. Do you want to watch her kill your teammates? The brain-devouring ghost was closing in on Chen Shui and Yang Shan, and they couldn't move. Jang Shan said, what you're saying makes sense. Jang Shan kicked Shinjai away. He said, get lost. Looking at the brain-devouring ghost, Jang Shan muttered, a demon this strong, a 1-star card might not be enough to deal with it. He immediately reached out and took a card with 2 golden stars above it. Jang Shan shouted, and a stream of red air spread out, revealing the image of a deer skeleton. The meridians in Jang Shan's body lit up with different points, then gradually spread to his 2 hands. When it reached his head, the light extended outward, forming 2 small antlers. On the outside, Jang Shan's body became more robust, from his elbows to his hands turning amber, with golden lightning like sparks swirling around him. The system displayed, randomly obtained the demon transformation ability, Lesser Thunder from the palm center. Jang Shan said, so this is the power of the 2-star demon transformation card? It's so powerful that it could instantly kill that long-nosed supervisor. The brain-exposed demon approached Chen Shui and Yang Shan. Both of them were still under the influence of the cursed drum's sound and couldn't move at all. The brain-exposed demon said, was it you who called my name earlier? Yang Shan replied, no, it wasn't me. The demon approached, frowned, and said, it wasn't you. Then it turned its head to look at Chen Shui and directly raised its sharp clawed hand to strike at her, saying, then it must be you. Chen Shui, terrified, thought, hoo, am I going to die here today? However, the demon's hand was blocked by a flash of lightning. Jang Shan's hand, which was resting on Chen Shui's shoulder, emitted thick, bull-sized bolts of golden yellow electric light. He said with satisfaction, this electric palm is quite handy. The demon was astonished when Jang Shan blocked its attack. The system panel appeared, recording the demon's thoughts. What origin is this name from? Why does it feel so numbing when caught? Demon energy plus 170. Jang Shan said, how's that? Feels pretty good, right? Then he added, let me give you an even bigger shock. Lightning shot out, stronger and more intense than before, carrying a ferocious momentum that sent the brain-exposed demon flying. The demon landed on the ground but was still pushed back. Its hand was burned from the electric shock. Trembling, it said, it hurts so much. Why are you all ganging up to bully me? The demon looked up and screamed, why? The bright red demon energy surged out powerfully. The system panel appeared again, recording the demon's thoughts, you all will end up just as miserable as me. Demon energy plus 500. The demon charged aggressively toward Jang Shan. Jang Shan immediately grabbed both of its wrists with one hand. After lifting its arms high, Jang Shan struck hard at the demon's ribs with his other hand. The demon gritted its teeth and laughed eerily, but when Jang Shan's hand touched its face, white smoke rose, and the flesh in that spot was being burned. The demon was shocked. Jang Shan smugly said, sweetheart, think carefully, why are you so angry? Jang Shan continued, is it because we ganged up to bully you that you're mad? No, it's because you were so angry that you wanted to kill us, and that's why we had to join forces to fight back. The demon, bewildered, asked, so, why am I angry in the end? Jang Shan poked the exposed part of the demon's brain, opened his mouth, and said,
try thinking carefully with your brain. The demon replied, because someone called my name.
Jang Shan, like a sinister villain, smiled and said to the little monkey, "That's right.
So, what do you want to do now?"
The demon, its brain exposed, crazily said, "Of course, I want to kill the one who called my name."
Back on Qinjai's side, he peeked around the corner of the wall, secretly watching Jang Shan, and thought to himself, has this kid been possessed by the demon?
Qinjai gleefully thought, those people just now had already used up a lot of the demon's energy. When that demon kills them, it will be the perfect time for me to close the net. Suddenly, Jang Shan turned around, pointed towards Qinjai, and said to the demon with the exposed brain, "Look, the one who called your name is over there.
Go ahead."
Qinjai jumped in fright, swearing in panic, "Damn it." He quickly turned and fled, muttering, "I never thought I'd have to cooperate with a demon to deal with me. What a shameless backstabber." Qinjai, with a bold tone, threatened, "Wait until I return and use the power of the Qin family." As he spoke, a figure leapt over his head.
It was the demon with the exposed brain.
It stood directly in front of Qinjai, blocking his path. Qinjai repeated his old trick, taking out a drum and banging it, but it had no effect. Qinjai, terrified, his hands sweating, hurriedly beat the drum, shouting, "Why is there no spiritual power now?"
The demon laughed smugly, "Ha ha 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 ha."
Qinjai said fearfully, "Get away, get away."
The brain-exposed demon approached, patted Qinjai's head, and asked, "Was it you who just called my name?" The demon's hand pressed slightly harder on Qinjai's head.
Suddenly, Qinjai pulled out a pistol, raised it, and shot the demon in the head, shouting, "Die." Qinjai turned and continued running, proudly saying, "Ha, you always have to leave yourself a way out." The brain-exposed demon raised its hand, catching the bullet between two fingers, and said, "Ouch, what the hell was that?" Seeing this, Qinjai exclaimed in disbelief, "Damn, that was a 10,000-point demon banishing bullet."
Qinjai ran out of the building and jumped into the bushes nearby.
He said, "Run to where the guards are, then think of a long-term plan." He kept running and jumping, diving into a small forest. Feeling somewhat safe, Qinjai stopped, panting heavily, eyes darting around cautiously.
Unexpectedly, the demon had already caught up.
Qinjai hid behind a bush, covering his mouth and holding his breath. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, startling him into a loud scream, "Ah!" Jang Shan stood atop a tree and said, "Sorry, I was trying to ambush the female demon, but missed." The brain-exposed demon discovered Qinjai and said, "So you were hiding here all along, huh?" Qinjai fled in a panic, still managing to say, "What do you mean ambush? I think it's obvious you were trying to let the female demon kill me." At this moment, Jang Shan chased after him, saying, "Young Master Qin, don't be afraid." Qinjai, startled, turned his head to look and retorted, "Not you again." Jang Shan smiled and said, "I'll take care of that female ghost for you." A lightning bolt shot out and struck right behind Qinjai. He jumped forward to dodge it. A second bolt immediately followed, but Qinjai still managed to avoid it. Qinjai cursed, "Taking care of the female ghost? What I see clearly is that you're trying to deal with me." Jang Shan said, "Young Master Qin, instead of looking up and cursing at me, you might want to look behind you." Qinjai quickly turned his head to look behind and saw a towering cliff. He froze for a moment and exclaimed, "Oh." Qinjai turned back and said, "Damn it, no way out." Qinjai ran to the right, muttering to himself, "There's still a small slope to the side, I can climb up there to dodge her." However, Jang Shan landed and blocked his way. Qinjai gritted his teeth and said, "This damn thing, now there's no way out." Qinjai assumed a fighting stance and pleaded, "Brother, let's talk this through. Spare me a way out. The Qin family will definitely repay you in the future. We'll be brothers from now on." Jang Shan sneered, saying, "Why is young Master Qin saying that? I came to save you. What's this talk about repaying me? With the relationship between us, even if there's no money, I'd still step in." Qinjai, furious, drew his gun, loaded it, and said, "Are you mocking me?" Qinjai raised his gun and said, "Then I'll deal with you first." However, a crimson ray flashed by, and the hand holding the gun of Qin Jai was instantly severed. Qin Jai, bewildered, didn't understand what had just happened. He looked at his hand and exclaimed, why is my hand? A skinny hand tightened around Qin Jai's neck, carrying immense strength. He could hardly breathe and cried out, as the brain-exposed creature grabbed his neck and lifted him up, saying, "It's your worthless lot, always claiming to be friends, always calling each other brothers, but suddenly turning on each other to harm one another." Jang Shan casually acted, his tone highly insincere, and said, "Let go of my good friend, release him now." The monster actually believed it, turning to look at him and saying, just a moment ago, he was trying to harm you, and now you want to save him?" Jang Shan was at a loss for words. What kind of foolish monster is this? Strong in a fight, but unable to pick up on sarcasm. So, Jang Shan thought, let's tease her while I can. He then said, although he wanted to harm me, after all, young Master Qin is the spiritual leader, the beloved friend of all of us. Jang Shan continued, if you dare kill him, I won't hold back anymore. Qinjai struggled to speak, damn it, stop saying things like that. The brain-exposed monster swung its arm wildly, speaking frantically, now I'll kill him. Let's see what you dare do about it. Qinjai's face turned pale, and he said, Jang Shan, damn it. Qinjai's head was slammed hard against the stone wall. The brain-exposed monster repeatedly smashed Qinjai's head into the stone wall, saying, die, die. Seeing the tragic scene, Jang Shan sighed, such immense anger. Finally, the brain-exposed demon holding Qinjai's bloodied head spoke, didn't you say that if I killed him, you wouldn't show any mercy towards me? Let me see how merciless you can really be. Jang Shan provocatively replied, you haven't killed him yet, has he not been struggling for his life? The system displayed the demon's thoughts. I was careless, I should have struck more decisively. Demon energy plus 90. The brain-exposed demon snarled, now I'll kill him, let's see what you can do to me. With that, it released a powerful stream of grayish-blue demon energy. Qin Jai, caught within the demon energy, was blown apart. Gradually, only his bare bones remained, and the eerie, lifeless skull fell towards Jang Shan. He knelt beside the bones, crying out, my good friend. So, Jang Shan rushed forward and said, now I have a reason to kill you. Ai Ling, furious, yelled, damn it, you dare call my name? The demon opened its mouth to spew more demon energy, but Jang Shan easily dodged. Appearing beside it, he swung his arm and landed a punch to the demon's face, shouting. Jang Shan continued to speak, then quickly punched the exposed brain tissue of the demon. His fist struck the brain with a dull thud, as though hitting a hard object. Withdrawing his hand, Jang Shan remarked, that brain's too tough, it's gone. The brain-exposed demon lunged forward, saying, I'll crush you to death. It moved at high speed, but every time it was about to reach Jang Shan, he dodged, causing it to continuously crash into the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, Jang Shan was startled. The brain-exposed demon emerged from below and struck Jang Shan, sending him flying. Jang Shan growled furiously, then let's play a game of crashing into each other. The system announced the activation of the demon suppressing divine physique. Thunder-like patterns appeared on Jang Shan's face. He leaned forward, head-butting the demon. Their heads collided with a heavy, muffled thud. The demon was stunned from the impact, rubbing its head in disbelief, saying, why did you suddenly become so powerful? Taking advantage of the moment, Jang Shan charged forward, laughing savagely like a thug bullying a proper girl. Ha ha! Grabbing Bai Ling's shoulder tightly, Jang Shan said, why are you suddenly swaying like that? Feeling a little dizzy? He placed his hand on the demon's brain, feigning concern, and said it might be due to brain damage. Jang Shan said, let me take it out and fix it for you. With that, he yanked the demon's entire brain out of its skull. Staring at the limp, slimy brain in his hand, Jang Shan said, how should I fix this? I'm not really sure. Ai Ling snapped, damn you. Jang Shan lifted his foot and stomped the brain-exposed demon. He tossed its brain behind him and said, still not dead even after I took your brain out? You really are a weeping ghost. Back at the building, Chen Shui said in fear, it looks like Jang Shan and the others are fighting their way into the forest. Yang Shan said, hurry, let's go check it out. The two of them went outside and immediately saw a helicopter flying overhead. Inside the helicopter, two people jumped out. One of them missed their footing on a tree branch, causing leaves to fall everywhere. Then, the troublemaker said, TCH, missed it. A huge purple hand immediately reached out for C.I. Lei to land on it. Afterward, the hand tilted so that C.I. Lei could slide down onto the ground. C.I. Lei asked, where is the weeping ghost? Yang Shan pointed toward the forest and said, well, it's in the forest. C.I. Lei then said, let's go, everyone, let's head into the forest. While they were walking, Chen Shui noticed C.I. Lei's battered appearance, the wounds on him. Chen Shui worriedly thought to herself, it felt as if Yama's hall had just been through a fierce battle before coming here, and now they had to deal with a weeping ghost. Could he handle it? After walking for a while, C.I. Lei noticed Jang Shan and the demon lying collapsed at his feet. C.I. Lei called out, found it. Seeing this, Chen Shui felt relieved and said, has it been dealt with already? I was worrying for nothing. As C.I. Lei got closer, Jang Shan blocked his path and scornfully said, you're here again while she's still barely breathing, are you trying to steal the kill from Yama's hall? Jang Shan then waved his hand, shooting a lightning bolt straight into the demon's chest, saying, we need to kill her quickly. The system immediately announced, Bai Ling Weeping Ghost has died, demon energy plus 44. Seeing this, C.I. Lei asked, why is it you again? Who exactly are you, and how can you kill a weeping ghost? Jang Shan replied, seems like this isn't within Yama's hall's scope of authority, right? The name Yama's hall, accompanied by C.I. Lei, immediately said angrily, but you were. C.I. Lei raised his hand to silence him, and Yama's hall quickly held back, producing a strange sound. C.I. Lei said, this is not your business. Go check the scene and determine the cause of death of the deceased. After that, the body was taken back to the clans, and Yama's hall left, snorting coldly. As he passed Jang Shan, he bumped into his shoulder, and Yama's hall's shoulder splattered like liquid. Jang Shan, annoyed, said, are you doing it on purpose, bumping into me like that? Are you in elementary school? The black liquid suddenly moved. Jang Shan, puzzled, exclaimed, huh, the liquid turned into a female-shaped ghost. It wrapped its arms around Jang Shan's neck. Jang Shan said, flat like this, is it a female or a male ghost? The ghost immediately became angry. The system displayed, demon energy plus 80. The ghost then released its hands, swelling up to become fat and massive, like a pile of mud. It said, now what? Still flat? Jang Shan said, I suggest you get off quickly. Jang Shan angrily added, or else deal with the consequences yourself. C.I. Lei stepped forward and said, stop fooling around, and the ghost disappeared. C.I. Lei explained, sorry, my subordinate just returned from a mission and is a bit tired. C.I. Lei placed his hand on Jang Shan's chin and said, the demon energy in your body is a bit uncontrollable. Jang Shan smiled and said, so then. Jang Shan stuck out his tongue and licked the tips of C.I. Lei's fingers, saying, let me taste the demon energy from Yama's hall's sister. A beautiful girl like you, the demon energy must surely taste like strawberry, right? C.I. Lei quickly pulled her hand back and said, hey, I'm not here to fight with you. Let's get to the point. Jang Shan replied, go ahead. C.I. Lei said, in this group mission, 6 outstanding members from your team have sacrificed their lives. C.I. Lei took out a piece of dark red finger bone and said, I will now conduct the customary questioning. Chen Shui and Yang Shan exclaimed in shock, the finger bone of a lying demon. Jang Shan feigned innocence and said, what mountain or hill? Is it really that difficult? Yang Shan angrily shouted, liar. 2 iron rods. Yang Shan explained, a lying demon is a blood robe level demon, and its finger can be used as a lie detector. Jang Shan incredulously asked, blood robe? So, it must be at least AB level, right? Yang Shan answered, yes, a very powerful demon. Yang Shan continued, I heard that Yama's hall sent their best elite team to eliminate it. Yang Shan recounted, after suffering heavy losses, they managed to obtain the 10 fingers of the lying demon.
C.I. Lei said, if you all already know the origin of this, it's best to answer truthfully. C.I. Lei waved her hand, sending the finger bone flying, saying, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Chu Gu pointed towards Chen Shui, and the dark red finger bone pointed directly at Chen Shui's forehead. C.I. Lei said, tell us again what happened during the mission.
Chen Shui spoke confidently and began recounting everything.
After a while, C.I. Lei remarked, although Qin Jai is dead, betraying one's peers is a serious offense, I will still hold the Qin family accountable. Then, C.I. Lei directed Duan Shuang to point his finger at Yang Shan. C.I. Lei said, your turn now, Miss Yang. C.I. Lei asked, what were you doing when Qin Jai was attacked? Under the influence of the bone fragment, Yang Shan quickly answered, we were so hungry, we went to eat at JFK. C.I. Lei muttered, to recover your strength, huh? Sounds reasonable. Watching this, Jang Shan thought, was that a jab at me? Now it's my turn.
When it was Jang Shan's turn, he immediately grabbed the strange drum from behind him. Jang Shan widened his eyes as he watched Chu Gu charging toward him. Just as it was about to hit the center of his forehead, he lightly tapped the drum, and green sound waves radiated out. Jang Shan grinned, revealing all 10 of his teeth. C.I. Lei asked, as teammates, why didn't any of you try to save Qin Jai when he died?
Jang Shan pretended to be sorrowful and said, I wanted to save him, I tried to persuade him, to get him to turn back. Jang Shan, with exaggerated tears in his eyes, added, it's just that Qin Jai was too stubborn, and the enemy was too strong.
Oh, I really.
This is too much, Jang Shan sighed.
C.I. Lei, hearing this, was astonished and thought, I never expected this seemingly carefree kid to have such a righteous heart. C.I. Lei immediately withdrew her finger bones and said, everyone can go home now. The rewards will be distributed later. After speaking, C.I. Lei's figure disappeared from the scene. On the top floor of the apartment building, loud noises could be heard. Bang, bang, bang. Jang Shan, lying on the bed, was deep in sleep, but the noise made him frown. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Jang Shan scowled and got up. He angrily stepped outside and said, didn't I kill that demon Nox last time? Jang Shan held the transformation card in his hand, opened the door, and cursed, damn it, I'll smash her and turn her into a demon. But outside was Hong's sister. Jang Shan said, oh, Hong's sister? He asked from the door, Hong's sister, what brings you here? Suddenly, Hong's sister began to cry, tears blurring her eyes. She rushed into Jang Shan's embrace and said, Woo-woo, you have to help me. A moment later, the two sat in silence in the living room. Hong's sister held a cup of warm water in both hands to calm herself. After a while, she began to speak, this story starts with my family. Hong's sister recounted, 10 years ago, my father wanted me to marry into another clan, but at that time, I was very rebellious. I wanted to seek my own happiness, so I refused. At that time, Hong's sister raised her middle finger affectionately to express her unyielding will. Hong's sister continued, because the marriage alliance failed, our family's situation declined. My father blamed everything on me and kicked me out of the house. She added, my mother was afraid I would end up on the streets, so she bought half of this apartment building for me. After hearing that, Jang Shan said incredulously, with a wave of the hand, half a building was bought. What kind of impoverished family is that? Hong's sister, which prestigious family are you the daughter of? Hong's sister replied, my real name is Gu Hongya, have you ever heard of the Gu family? Jang Shan was taken aback, he said, the Gu family that leads the business world in Jiangbei? Jang Shan felt small in comparison. He asked in confusion, why are you suddenly telling me about your family? What's going on? Gu Hongya said, yesterday, my mother called me and said that recently, my brother and his wife have been encountering some strange things. Upon hearing that, Jang Shan became intrigued. He asked, strange things? Gu Hongya continued, yes, but she didn't explain in detail, just said that there's something unclean in the house. Gu Hongya went on, so my father invited a Taoist priest to perform an exorcism. The priest wore a yellow robe, holding a peachwood sword and sacred leaves, dancing in front of the building. Then, that guy died. Gu Hongya added, but nothing changed, things actually got even stranger.
After that, Mr. Gu ended up bedridden. Gu Hongya said, my father got seriously ill because of this.
She placed the cup down and said, this matter is really too troublesome. So, he announced that whoever can solve this will inherit his position. Upon hearing this, Jang Shan's eyes gleamed with the bright shine of money. In the evening, the car drove along the empty road. Jang Shan placed his hand behind his neck and leaned back. He imagined that after taking on the position of Hong's sister's father, he would be dressed in a sharp suit, smoking a cigar with a commanding air, saying, bring me that 500 million contract. Just thinking about it made Jang Shan's mouth water, a wonderful dream. Gu Hongya asked worriedly, Xiao Shun, can you do it? Jang Shan disdainfully replied, oh, isn't it just a little demon? Gu Hongya, still anxious, said, I suddenly remembered a few other things. Jang Shan looked out of the car window, confused, and wondered to himself, what game is Hong's sister playing? She lured me into the car, and now only talks about the main issue? Gu Hongya's voice suddenly rang out as she began to tell the story. The Gu family was once a very powerful and large family. The three leaders of the Gu family were divided into two factions. She added, this branch of my grandfather's family broke away from the Gu family. Then, the two arrived at a one-way road sign, with a note underneath about private real estate owned by the Gu family. Gu Hongya's voice continued, after that, the main house declined, while my father became the wealthiest man in Jiangbei. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jang Shan, hearing this, asked to confirm, so, the main house declined, and now they want to come and share the wealth with your family? In response to his question, Gu Hongya, while driving, denied, of course not. Then, she explained to Jang Shan, my father wants my grandfather's remains to be buried in the main house. Her father and the people from the main house shook hands with joy. Gu Hongya concluded, the people from the main house were also happy to agree. Next, she recalled, but on the day of the burial, the incense smoke at the tomb site in the ancestral home continued to rise without end. Gu Hongya's father, his face full of panic, ran quickly, losing all reason. She spoke up to recount, only my father ran down the mountain, traveling through the night to leave the main house. Back in the present, Gu Hongya's hand gripped the steering wheel as she softly added, after that, strange things started happening in the house. She then listed the events she knew. First, the janitor died. He was killed with a single slash, bleeding to death. His body lay in a pool of blood from the long wound across his chest. Next was the security guard. His body was buried halfway, head first into the ground, with his legs sticking up. She continued, a girl was trembling, clutching her head, speaking irrationally, and then my cousin went crazy. Then, Gu Hongya recalled another strange event. In the room, a corpse had been severed. The legs were still lying in a pool of blood on the ground, the upper half of the body missing. Next were the guests who returned to the house. In the present, Jang Shan, hearing her recounting, scratched his head, his expression serious, and made a remark, sounds like a tough one. In the orange dusk, the two walked along the mountain path. He sat in the car, lost in his own thoughts. Although the land was a prestigious scenic area, it was still far too remote. Jang Shan added, a place with such heavy yin energy must surely be a breeding ground for the ghosts of the dead. Soon after, his face grew even darker, and he forced a smile, his eyes darting around as he muttered inwardly, what if the weeping ghost blood robe is here? I wonder if that 2-star talisman will hold up. Next, he returned to the present reality, as if realizing something, looking ahead and asking aloud, hey, isn't this your private property? Why is there? Before he could finish his sentence, the surroundings blurred and shifted, and someone suddenly dashed forward. When he saw clearly that it was a ghost driving the car at high speed, looking towards them, Gu Hongya panicked and screamed, why is there such a ghostly vehicle? Seeing this, he quickly turned to Gu Hongya, urgently shouting a warning, Hong's sister, something's wrong, stop the car. She, sitting next to him and driving, was also flustered and stammered, what's going on? The ghostly hearse swerved and blocked the front of their car. He saw it blocking their path, smiled, and muttered to himself, ugh, it's too late now. Immediately, the system's voice confirmed the activation of the special divine ability.
Without hesitation, Jang Shan jumped out of the car, looking outside. He ran to the front of the car, put his hands out to stop it, and then used all his strength, his muscles tensing, his face scrunching up as he shouted in desperation. Then, Jang Shan successfully pushed the car away from the accident with the ghostly vehicle, shouting a warning, "Don't drive forward anymore." Finally, the car stopped, and he stood there, breathing heavily. Behind him, a broken guardrail from the cliff was visible. After catching his breath, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, muttering, "I almost flipped over." Inside the car, at this point, Gu Hongya had regained her composure, poking her head out of the car and asking him in confusion, "Shaoshan, what's going on?" Jang Shan saw her poke her head out and immediately turned to look, shouting a warning, "Hong sister, don't get out of the car." In front of him was an official vehicle being driven by a ghost, who was laughing and chatting happily above. Jang Shan looked at it and confirmed with Gu Hongya, "This car ahead is driven by a ghost." Hearing this, she also panicked, covering her face with her hand and stammering, "Huh? A ghost?" As for him, he stepped forward toward the ghost and questioned it, "Hey, do you even know how to drive?" The ghost let go of the steering wheel and looked at him indifferently. As they got closer, a hand from a coffin stretched out toward him. Jang Shan looked down at it in astonishment. The ghost's hand inside the coffin was covered in talismans, trembling as it cried, "Save me." Seeing this, Jang Shan didn't hesitate to kick it, making the hand spring back. He shouted in irritation, warning it, "Pull your hand back. If you run into traffic cops, you'll be fined 200 for every 3 centimeters. Immediately, the system's voice echoed, giving a notification about the ghost, "You're a ghost, why do you need to follow traffic rules? Demon energy plus 50. Seeing its thoughts, Jang Shan placed his hand on his hip, fuming with smoke practically coming out of his ears, glaring at it. The ghost, seeing his anger, broke out in a cold sweat. Jang Shan's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, questioning the ghost, "You red-faced idiot, you almost made us crash. Do you realize how dangerous that was?" Then, he yelled again, demanding compensation, "If you don't pay 5,000 for this, you're not going anywhere today." The system rang out with a notification, "The guest has become the host, the accident demon is furious, demon energy plus 50. Seeing that it was at a disadvantage, the demon removed the hat from its head, awkwardly pulled out a ghost money note from the gloomy air. Then, it held the note forward, smiling as it spoke to him, "This is 100 billion, no need to search anymore." Upon seeing this, Jang Shan was also pleased, his face relaxed, and he reached out to receive it. Afterward, he asked the demon, "Which province is this from? Are you really giving this to me?" Hearing his question, the demon grinned widely, using its eyes, which had been corroded, to confirm, "Of course, it's really for you." Suddenly, the vehicle with a talisman attached to it opened its sharp, hungry mouth, full of little squeals. Then, the coffin demon screamed wildly, but the precondition was that you had to have a life to take it. Jang Shan looked up at the coffin lid's mouth with sharp teeth wide open. Seeing how eagerly it rushed toward him, he took out his weapon, held it in his hand, bent down to prepare his stance, and smiled as he confirmed to the demon, "It's just in time for me to try out my new skill." The demon's toothy mouth rushed toward him. Then, Jang Shan tapped the face of his weapon, and a blue light quickly emanated from it. The demon was somewhat dizzy from the impact, swaying. Then, Jang Shan swung his weapon toward it confidently, smiling and shouting, "Killing you is going to take a little effort." The demon's hand reached out from inside the mouth of the coffin demon to block his weapon. Seeing this, Jang Shan also noticed it, frowning in confusion as he shouted in his mind, "The hand inside the coffin earlier." Next, that hand clenched tightly. Before Jang Shan could react, the green blade had already been crushed and cracked by it. His weapon was then immediately shattered in the hand of the demon. Seeing this, Jang Shan panicked and instinctively yelled, "My sword!" Immediately after, the hand closed and extended sharp claws toward him. This strike knocked the hand holding the weapon out of his grip, sending the sword flying. Then, it showed no mercy and continued attacking with relentless strikes from multiple directions. Jang Shan struggled to evade in panic.
Standing amidst the fierce blows of the arm from the coffin, Jang Shan made a grave assessment. The attacks are too sharp. Once the demon regains consciousness, it will be 2 against 1, and there won't be a chance to escape. He looked at the demon in the coffin cart, barely conscious, and the arm opening the coffin lid attacking him, and shouted, "I've got it!" Immediately, the long-armed demon rushed toward him. Jang Shan wasn't far behind, swiftly dodging its attack. At that moment, the demon in the coffin cart slowly shook its head and began to regain consciousness. It opened its eyes, vaguely excited, and murmured, "Why was I so dazed just now?" Next, the demon in the coffin cart looked down at the arm, which had turned into a ribbon as hard as iron, and asked, "Rolling Ji, have you killed that guy yet?" Suddenly, Jang Shan stood behind him, his expression dark as he spoke in a threatening tone, "Well, I almost got killed by it." Upon hearing his voice, the demon in the coffin cart grew alarmed and darkened its face. He sat behind its coffin carriage, pointing forward while offering his assessment to the coffin demon. His vehicle could only move forward. I guessed that whatever was inside the coffin certainly couldn't be hit from behind. Upon hearing him, the coffin demon also turned around to glance at him, unable to say anything more. Next, Jang Shan didn't hesitate to wrap his stiff hand around its waist, announcing, "Let's play a little game." Then, he pressed close to it from behind, wearing a smirk of lewd amusement, and casually started the game. Jang Shan asked, "Your father's father is your grandfather?" It couldn't resist, its face darkening as it felt Jang Shan's stiff embrace. Jang Shan pulled the demon's body out of its coffin, causing it to falter and tremble as he whispered in its ear, speaking to himself, "Your mother's mother is your grandmother." Then, Jang Shan's expression turned even darker, full of lewdness, as he looked at the demon, chuckling softly into its ear. "Your grandmother's daughter is the coffin demon," he muttered in pain, its body torn from the coffin. Immediately after, he decisively lifted the demon's severed body out of the coffin. Seeing this, the coffin demon yelled angrily, cursing Jang Shan. Its mother, soon after, blood gushed from the coffin demon's mouth, and it coughed, with blood spilling from its lower body. Shortly after, the mouth of the coffin demon's vehicle also started spitting out blood incessantly, coughing, cough, cough. Just as he finished off the demon, the system chimed in, "The accident demon has died, top-tier demon, demon energy plus 199. Seeing this, he placed his hand on the blood-spurting coffin, while his other hand grasped the head of the corpse of the ghostly coffin bearer. With a darkened face, he made his assessment. Indeed, the symbiotic relationship with the host is dead, and the thing in the coffin can't survive either. Suddenly, a heartbreaking cry came from inside the coffin, "Help me!" Its voice echoed continuously, "Please, I beg you." Inside the coffin, green tentacles began to sprout. Jang Shan lowered his head, looking at it in confusion. Then, with a calm expression, he took out his phone and checked the action, using an underworld app to identify what it was. Below, the tentacles kept wriggling. The underworld app displayed the image of the creature along with the system's information: demon energy, Rolling Ji, ranked as an evil demon, mature form, valued at 80,000 points, out of stock. Details: capable of breeding in areas with large concentrations of corpses, can change form, requires the nourishment of either yin energy or demon energy daily to bond with a master. The image of the demon with a bloated, deformed shape appeared, featuring a single eye in the center of its body, surrounded by tentacles. Seeing the system information, Jang Shan couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Oh, crap." Then, he laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth, excitedly remarking, "I didn't expect it to cost 80,000 points to exchange for this, twice as expensive as the female ghost's demon drum. My luck is amazing, and it's even out of stock. Truly a rare item." Next, he reached his hand toward the disorganized tentacles in the cramped coffin and spoke, testing them, "Without demon energy, let me try using yin energy to touch it and see what happens." The eye of demon energy opened, staring at him, its tentacles twitching incessantly. Then, he grasped it, yanking at the narrow tentacles that clung to the coffin inside, which quickly tore apart. Jang Shan drew his small dagger and let out a mocking laugh at it. "Heh, so you realize you've damaged my blade, huh? I'll give you credit for that." Jang Shan's expression was full of contempt as he held the dagger, looking down at it with an increasingly inhuman gaze, and let out a derisive laugh. Well, seems like a fine piece of work,
He made his assessment, then looked at the demon energy in his hand, which stared back at him, its form disheveled. Jang Shan issued a command for it to change shape. Let's see. Immediately, it latched onto his body, forming a dark purple cloak, its eyes glancing pitifully up at him. Upon seeing its actions, Jang Shan yelled in anger, his hands summoning lightning as he shouted at it, "I'll strike you dead with lightning right now." Soon after, it transformed into a belt with an eye in the center, staring at him. Jang Shan, seeing this, glared at it with a dark expression and spoke approvingly, "This is passable." After dealing with the two demons, Jang Shan dusted off his hands and turned toward the red vehicle, urging, "Hong's sister, let's go." But he noticed something strange when there was no response from the car. He looked inside, and saw Gu Hongya trembling in fear, crying uncontrollably, "Hovuvu," her eyes wide with terror, staring fixedly ahead. In the rearview mirror, a terrifying green gaze flashed, locking onto Gu Hongya. Around her, everything suddenly turned a deep, eerie green. She trembled all over and stammered, calling out, "Xiao Shun," in the car. Then, Gu Hongya looked more closely into the mirror, and there was a girl with red hair staring directly at her. The more she looked, the more terrified she became and screamed in fear. There was a ghost in the car. Upon hearing this, Jang Shan quickly rushed over, sticking his head in and asking, "Hey, open the car door. Why are you looking at the rearview mirror that's glowing and asking yourself what's going on? When did she get in the car? I didn't feel anything." Suddenly, the ghost bowed its head and cried miserably, with ghostly tears falling without end. Seeing this, Jang Shan, sitting in the passenger seat, was also stunned. The tears, still lingering, dripped from the rearview mirror. He looked bewildered and asked, "Hey, why is she crying?" Immediately afterward, Jang Shan moved closer and asked the ghost unconsciously, "What's wrong with you?" In front of Gu Hongya, he was murmuring to the rearview mirror, which made Gu Hongya, sitting beside him, both worried and frightened. She asked, "Xiao Shan, what are you doing? Don't scare me." He, however, was still engrossed in the ghost's story. After listening, Jang Shan seemed to understand and spoke with confirmation, "I see, now I get it." Then, Gu Hongya looked at him, her face full of confusion and worry, and asked, "Xiao Shan, are you all right?" He was a little startled when she leaned so close to him, his face darkened as he forced a smile and replied, "I'm fine." The car then stopped by the roadside, and Jang Shan confirmed once more with Gu Hongya, "You once said that only your crazy cousin was involved, right?" She heard this and immediately confirmed, "That's right." The sky had gradually darkened, and the streetlights cast their glow on their car. Hearing her confirmation, he didn't hesitate and seriously spoke to Gu Hongya, "She's dead." At this news, she was shocked, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She covered her mouth in disbelief and screamed to confirm again with him, "What? She's dead?" Then, as if worried she wouldn't believe it, Jang Shan pointed to the dim rearview mirror, glanced at her, and explained to Gu Hongya, "She's in the mirror now. She told me she has something to say to you." Gu Hongya's expression, upon hearing this, was also full of shock. Then, Jang Shan touched the mirror, and its surface rippled like water. He spoke again to confirm with Gu Hongya, "All you need to do is get closer to the rearview mirror, and you can talk to her." Hearing this, she didn't hesitate and leaned forward to touch the rearview mirror. The surface of the glass began to ripple with small waves. Gu Hongya called out, "Little sister, can you hear me?" Inside the mirror, where her index finger touched the glass, the area began to spread out. Soon, a void began to open, revealing a door. She gazed at it in astonishment. Next, Gu Hongya's body was pulled into the undefined space within the mirror, causing her to panic. In front of her stood her deceased cousin. Gu Hongya looked around in fear and asked, confused, "Where is this?" Hearing that, her cousin responded to the question, "Sis, this is where I live." The girl lowered her head with an unreadable expression. Then, she raised her eyes, looking pitiful. Her body curled up, trembling, as she spoke in fear, "This place is dark and cold. I'm so lonely." Immediately after that, the little girl cried heavily, rushing towards her, running into her arms, sobbing uncontrollably, "Can you come here with me?" Then, the little girl spoke up, crying even louder, "I'm so lonely here all by myself." Seeing this, Gu Hongya was momentarily stunned, unable to react, as she watched the little girl rush towards her. Soon after, Gu Hongya regained her composure, gently reaching out to pat her younger cousin's head, offering a comforting smile. "Don't cry anymore, didn't I come to be with you?" Suddenly, blood began pouring from the top of Gu Hongya's head, and her gaze became clouded. She raised her hand to touch, feeling the blood still pooling in her palm. She let out a confused scream, "Ah, blood." But the voice of the little girl, along with a gentle smile, seemed to hypnotize her mind, urging her on. "Sis, you just need to drive down the cliff with your head all bloodied like that." The ghostly voice of the little girl interrupted, then offered the suggestion that she could come here now. Gu Hongya's eyes became vacant, her blood-soaked head seeming hypnotized, dreamy, and soft as she smiled lovingly, speaking in affirmation, "That way you won't be lonely anymore." Upon hearing Gu Hongya's words, the little ghost girl, her cousin, quickly cheered with joy. "You're here with me now, I'm so happy." Suddenly, a voice called out urgently from somewhere, "Hong's sister." Before Gu Hongya's eyes, everything seemed blurry, with shards of glass scattered about. The blood from her head continued to drip down, her eyes half closed as if seeing something, preparing to shut completely. Then, her eyes shot wide open as she heard the increasingly clear and familiar voice calling out, "Hong sister, wake up." In the midst of confusion, the windshield in front shattered. Gu Hongya let out a sound, coming back to reality. He was sitting beside her, equally panicked, with the windshield before them completely broken, revealing two heads. Jang Shan looked forward in shock and shouted, "Hong sister, what's wrong with you?" She, as if waking up, also looked ahead in astonishment. Immediately, they plunged down the slope, the road barrier breaking away freely. Jang Shan instinctively shouted, urging Gu Hongya, "Hong sister, step on the brakes." She, seeing this, awkwardly took the wheel, looking down at her feet. Then, Gu Hongya, with a confused expression, shouted, "Huh?" After that, their car flew down the cliff, accompanied by Gu Hongya's desperate scream, "When did I drive the car down here?" she asked, still bewildered and confused. Immediately, Jang Shan quickly opened the car door. He stomped his foot on the ground to slow the vehicle's descent, his face tense with seriousness, assessing the situation. Amidst the flying debris of dirt and rocks, Jang Shan observed with a worried expression, "We're slowing down too fast, the emergency brake is practically useless." Next, without hesitation, Jang Shan kicked off the car's roof, launching himself upwards to gain momentum, shouting. At the same time, the car collided heavily with a rugged part of the cliff, creating a violent tremor. Jang Shan picked up Gu Hongya in his arms, struggling to jump. Gritting his teeth, he assessed, "Looks like the only option is to abandon the car and find a way to survive." In his arms, she was still confused, with a dazed look on her face. Next, Jang Shan used the vehicle as a springboard to leap high, while the jet car plummeted faster down the cliff. Finally, a loud explosion echoed from the car as it crashed into the cliff, while the two of them struggled to jump up. He ran while carrying the frightened Gu Hongya. Then, above their heads, a blue soul flashed by. Jang Shan also saw it, looked up, and made a judgment. This demon energy is the same as the one from the rearview mirror earlier. Immediately after, he temporarily set aside the issue with the female demon and looked at the unconscious Gu Hongya in his arms. Jang Shan squinted in worry, lowered his face close to hers, and asked, "Hong sister, are you okay?" But the person in his arms didn't respond. He then gently slapped her face with his hand to wake her up. Gu Hongya felt it and frowned. He called out, "Hong sister." Then, to take advantage of the situation, one hand supported her face, and his lips began to pucker. Jang Shan reluctantly justified his action. "It seems like demon energy has invaded her. I need to transmit some yang energy to Hong's sister." Before his lips could meet hers, Gu Hongya began to regain consciousness. Then, she frowned at him, quickly raised her hand, and slapped Jang Shan across the face, causing him pain and shattering his hopes, making him yell out. Next, Gu Hongya was heartbroken, tears constantly streaming down her face. She covered her face with her hands and cried out like a child. "I just saw my little sister die," she said. Then, she added, "she even wanted to drag me to die with Hu Hu."
the two of them reached the main road. Jang Shan looked into the distance and silently reflected, we haven't even reached the Gu family's house, and two demons have already appeared. Gu Hongya collapsed to the ground, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably, "Hawuwu." Meanwhile, Jang Shan remained lost in thought about the trip. He interrupted his own reverie, and with an excited, gradually inhuman smile, he shouted his inner conviction, we're definitely going to make a fortune. Once they both regained their composure, they walked together toward their destination under the night sky. Jang Shan slid his hands into his pockets, glanced toward Gu Hongya, and shared his thoughts, the scenery is beautiful, let's walk there. Beside him, Gu Hongya nodded in agreement as she walked along, yeah, there's no more car anyway. After walking for some time, they reached a place with a sign reading Gu Family Villa, which was their final destination. On the main road leading into the villa, a person was already waiting and looking in their direction. The lights inside the villa were still on, and the two of them calmly approached. The man stood facing Jang Shan and Gu Hongya and spoke, oh, the young lady is back. Gu Hongya responded, Zhao uncle, it's been a while. The man called Zhao uncle forced a stiff smile and asked, would you like to meet the boss first or find a room to rest? Gu Hongya cheerfully replied, let's meet my father first. The demon guardian then gestured with one hand, inviting them, the boss is resting over here. Let me lead you there. The three of them were now standing in a vast estate, surrounded by the greenery of trees and grass. Jang Shan activated his blue-colored pupils. As he looked around, he smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, this truly is my feng shui land. What appeared before him was a building surrounded by a strange, ethereal energy. After Jang Shan entered a room, the door was closed behind him. Uncle Zhao respectfully said, Miss, please wait inside. I'll go inform the master. Once inside the room, Jang Shan rushed to the chair and plopped down, exclaiming, wow, this sofa is so soft. Then, he sat up seriously, humming a few melodies. Hong's sister sat quietly beside him. After sitting for a while, Jang Shan turned to chat, Hong sister, it's been so many years since you've been home. Do you still remember these people? Hong's sister looked at him and replied, Uncle Zhao has been with my father since I was little. He used to be our driver. Now, he must be the housekeeper, he's a very good person. Jang Shan frowned, scratched his head, and asked again, a very good person? Then why did he lock us in the room? Outside their door, a thick chain had been locked in place. Hong's sister was startled when she heard this and exclaimed, what? Then, she rushed to the door, knocking and shouting, Uncle Zhao, open the door, what do you want to do? Jang Shan made a guess, wondering if the housekeeper she mentioned, who had died in the past, was the same person. Hong's sister anxiously asked, did I just have a chat with a ghost? Outside the door, the figure of Uncle Zhao appeared. Jang Shan raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence and whispered, Shoo. She asked, what's going on? Jang Shan raised his hand to his ear and said, listen. There were loud rumbling sounds echoing down the dark hallway, rumble rumble. Sister Hong anxiously looked out the door and exclaimed, what is that sound? Jang Shan pointed in one direction and answered, it must be a ghost knocking around in there. She asked in panic, another ghost? What should we do now? Jang Shan smiled, then casually replied, just go over and tell it to stop knocking. Then the two of them stepped into the hallway. Jang Shan entered first, saying, let's go, let's check it out. Sister Hong nervously followed, saying, wait a bit, I'm afraid. At that moment, a wooden cabinet bound with thick ropes was making loud banging noises from inside, bang. Jang Shan stepped up to the cabinet and said with amusement, this cabinet is really wrapped up with some character, huh? The banging from inside grew increasingly frantic, as though the cabinet was about to break apart. Finally, the cabinet door creaked open, and a stream of purple light shone out. Sister Hong, who was nearby, recoiled in shock, turning to avoid it. A bright eye appeared, staring out from within. Sister Hong trembled in fear, shouting, Shaoshan, it feels like it's about to come out. The eye remained fixed on the outside, glaring intensely. It made a hissing sound, followed by the release of a gust of air and the appearance of a hand reaching out.
The hand now had sharp, menacing claws. From within came a voice, "It's so stuffy in here, why don't you all come in and experience my suffering?" As he spoke, he reached out with his hand. Hong's sister, in fear, quickly shouted, "No, don't. It wasn't us who harmed you. The hand of that thing is about to reach out and grab you." At that moment, Jang Shan calmly stood behind the frightened girl, supporting her. The voice from inside the cupboard continued, "There's only me and the two of you here. If you didn't kill me, then who else could it be?" He found it laughable after hearing this and said, "Logically, there's nothing wrong with that. We're both in the same group, and she's the one who got hurt. So, we're not going to let you go this time. This time, I'll make sure you're completely trapped in there." As he spoke, he kicked the hand of that thing, which immediately became confused. Jang Shan's shoe caught on the hand, causing it to panic even more. He spoke as he did this, "Go in, go in. With claws as sharp as those, I wouldn't dare touch you with my hands. Let's see, the system just appeared, let's check who traps him first, you trapping me, or me coming out to kill you first." Demon energy plus 80. The thing inside screamed, then, the wooden cupboard exploded open, revealing a one-eyed demon. Jang Shan, with an excited expression, held a rope and said, "You thought you could do whatever you wanted once you're out?" His expression left the demon stunned. Without hesitation, Jang Shan looped the rope around the demon's neck and, baring his teeth, continued, "Hee, let's play a little game, be a good girl for me." Later, the demon was bound and hung in a strange position. Song Jang Shan spoke up and asked, "So, does it look like a fur crab to you?" Hong's sister was a bit speechless, not knowing how to respond. The thing inside shouted, "You're the fur crab, your whole family is fur crabs, demon energy plus 19. Jang Shan felt dissatisfied and said, "Is that all the demon energy you have? Looks like I'll have to use a bit of trickery on you." As he spoke, he picked up the thing with one eye and transformed it into a long whip, excitedly saying, "Ro Lingji, don't disappoint me now." Without hesitation, he immediately lashed the whip mercilessly at the demon. The sounds of ting-ting rang out one after another, demon energy plus 99, demon energy plus 99, demon energy plus 99. Jang Shan became more and more excited as he continued to lash out, "Hurry up, give me more demon energy." At this point, the demon's eyes were red from pain, and it could hardly believe it as it exclaimed, "How can this be? A tiny piece of rope like this can actually hurt me?" He then looked down at Ro Lingji and said, "You call yourself a tiny piece of rope? Can you still endure this? Let's increase the dose for me." With that, he turned Ro Lingji into a large whip and lashed it onto the demon's body as per its wishes. The demon, now being struck by the enormous whip, screamed in agony, "It hurts, please stop." Finally, it flailed its limbs, causing the rope that had been binding it to snap into several pieces. The demon's body fell, but Jang Shan swiftly caught it and, with a sinister tone, said, "Then you'll go back in the cupboard. Don't worry, this time I'll make sure to lock you up tight." While speaking, he held a hammer and drove a nail into the head of the demon behind the wooden planks. Its eyes suddenly flashed with panic. The demon, with the nail lodged in its head, bled profusely. It hurt so much that tears welled up, and it screamed, "Ah, my head." The system interface reappeared, and the demon felt intense pain as it gained 120 demon energy. At this point, the demon was both in pain and enraged. It broke free from the planks, causing them to snap in half, and screamed, "You damn bastard." A strange, dark mist emerged from its grotesque mouth. It warned, "Don't even think about trapping me again." Gu Hongya, hiding behind Jang Shan, anxiously asked, "Shaoshan, this isn't poisonous gas, is it?" He stood in front of her and instructed, "Stay behind me." After saying this, Jang Shan waved his hand to disperse the mist. Then, he quickly turned to Gu Hongya and said, "Hong sister, find somewhere safe to hide." Suddenly, the demon's sharp clawed feet stepped forward as it spoke, "No one will seal me away again." Jang Shan clapped his hands and smiled calmly, saying, Congratulations on escaping from your cage again. As a reward, I'll give you a trip to your next life." As he spoke, he swung his fist and charged at the demon. Jang Shan landed a punch to its face, leaving the demon dazed. It suddenly swung a hand to throw Jang Shan far away.
Not giving him a chance to recover, it swung a fist at his throat with an arrogant sneer. Let me show you what it's like to live a life worse than death.
System notification board, initiating the demon god transformation technique.
The demon's punch hit like a hammer against a stone, causing its wrist to bend, and its head twisted in an almost incomprehensible way.
The next moment, it cried out in pain as it saw its wrist dislocated, screaming, "Ah, my hand!"
At this moment, Jang Shan stood with a shield blocking him at the crossroads. He placed his hand on his hip and looked down at the demon writhing in pain, smiling with amusement. If you don't have the skill, don't try to imitate others by resorting to deceitful attacks. As he spoke, he leaped into combat with a bold stance. Watch me. He kicked high with a perfect strike, delivering a powerful blow to the demon's midsection, splitting its body in two. The demon stared at its mangled body, panic spreading across its face as it gasped, "How can a human be so strong?"
System notification board, you pervert kicked my crotch. I'm a girl, you know. Demon energy plus 101.
With that, the remaining half of its body and its head lost their balance and fell. It trembled, lying helplessly in its own pool of blood, which was so vast it spilled out through the crack in the door and flowed toward someone's shoe. Mr. Zhao was standing outside, smiling a wicked grin as he said, "That was quick.
It's time to go in and clean up."
As he spoke, his figure opened the door, leaving his shadow on it. Jang Shan, seeing this, sneered in contempt, feeling a surge of disgust as the man entered. Just finished dealing with this mess, and this old man is already swooping in to steal the credit? Then, as if coming up with a brilliant idea, he gave a sly grin. Let me show you who's the real hunter. Uncle Zhao was still confidently walking in, unaware of what was happening. But as he entered the room and saw a large pool of blood, he exclaimed in shock, "Xiaoping, why is it you?" The demon named Xiaoping had fully emerged, looking terrifying. She pointed upwards with effort. "Humph."
Old Zhao was both astonished and alarmed by her action, and quickly asked, "What do you mean by that?"
Xiaoping's finger pointed behind him. Behind Zhao, there was now a shadow standing there, seemingly appearing out of nowhere.
Jang Shan leaned into his ear and whispered, "She's warning you about what's behind."
The old man broke into a cold sweat, glancing behind him, but before he could react, Jang Shan swiftly struck down with his sword.
The system message appeared, "Planning to ambush me from behind? Demon energy plus 99.
Suddenly, Jang Shan cursed at this. His sword had already started to crack, while Zhao's head instantly regenerated. The sword had now shrunk into a small dagger.
He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Not even a cut? I really underestimated him."
At that moment, Zhao, taking advantage of Jang Shan's momentary lapse in focus, punched him hard in the stomach, sending him flying back.
Jang Shan then hit the floor with a painful thud.
The old man then ruthlessly swung another punch, aiming to attack him, while shouting, "Die!" Jang Shan had already stood up at this moment, swinging a knife that severed the old man's hand. Immediately, the hand was surrounded by dark energy, causing it to swell up. The old man gritted his teeth, looking down, but quickly squeezed Jang Shan's face tightly. As he squeezed, he spoke viciously, "Where did this country bumpkin come from?
Daring to barge into the villa, you will be executed immediately."
Suddenly, Jang Shan's pupils turned green.
The system interface appeared, activating the supernatural ability of the merchant's howl. A powerful golden aura erupted from his body.
The hand that was clutching his face gradually disintegrated in the face of Mr. Zhao's astonishment, confusion, and panic. And without a doubt, Jang Shan's flames scorched and devoured the old man's head. The system notification appeared, "Demon Guardian, the Weeping Ghost's half-soul, has been killed.
Demon energy plus 195, demon energy 988.
Jang Shan sighed after reading his demon energy points. "Humph, I almost hit 10,000. What if I had taken care of this ghost as well?" Saying that, he decisively slashed horizontally across the head of Ghost Xiaoping, catching her off guard, leaving only a shocked expression before her demise.
The system notification appeared again, demon energy 9,999. At this moment, Jang Shan was truly furious, shouting, "Damn it, are you trying to force someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder to go crazy?" With that, Jang Shan called out, "Hong's sister, it's safe now, come out." Suddenly, he felt confused as he turned around again and couldn't see her anywhere. Where is she? Where did she hide? Jang Shan muttered as he stepped outside. Looking down, he saw Gu Hongya waving her arms frantically, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Then he hurriedly ran off. When he reached below, he still saw her making strange movements. Jang Shan asked with concern, "What's wrong with Sister Hong? Did I accidentally use my green eye to envelop Gu Hongya again?" After a moment, she pointed in a direction. Jang Shan understood the situation and said, "Over there, there's a dancing demon. It's also holding its belly with one hand and waving the other in front, making a strange gesture." The aura from Gu Hongya had already connected to that demon. Jang Shan spotted the dancing demon and frowned at its movements. What kind of dance is that? So weird. But I like it. With that, he grinned gleefully and mimicked the gestures with clear enjoyment. Gu Hongya turned around and, seeing him like that, exclaimed in surprise, "Shashan, you got hit too? You look even worse than I do," she asked anxiously while sweating profusely. Her eyes had turned completely white, her tongue stuck out as if stabbed, and her 2 fingers were drawing erratic lines across her midsection. At that moment, she and Jang Shan had already danced up in front of the chicken-faced demon. He looked bewildered and exclaimed, "Huh? I clearly only controlled one person." The system panel popped up, noting unexpectedly that there was a kindred spirit present. Affinity doubled, demon energy plus 96. He then waved his hand, signaling them to come closer, and spoke in a captivating tone, "Come here, get closer so I can see you more clearly." After that, the dancing demon looked at the 2 of them and laughed gleefully, "Ha ha ha." The climax of the martial Tao was approaching. As he spoke, his face darkened and he focused, his hands moving faster. Her hands were now brought up to her neck under his control. She was terrified by this. Then, suddenly, her hands began to choke her, to the point where her lips turned purple. The veins on her body stood out from lack of oxygen. She struggled to utter, "Don't." The dancing demon, completely oblivious to any limits, went mad to the point where even his head turned red. He continued waving his hands in control, "Use strength, squeeze harder." Cough, cough, cough. Not letting the dancing demon revel in his victory for long, Jang Shan suddenly appeared behind him and squeezed his neck with force, causing the demon to flinch, his eyes nearly bulging out. The system notification popped up, "The brain is about to be squeezed out, demon energy plus 80. After squeezing, Jang Shan released his grip on the demon's neck and lunged in front of him. The demon opened his mouth, both fearful and angry, asking, "What are you doing?" Jang Shan raised his hands in front of him and grinned mischievously, explaining, "Didn't you say to squeeze with force?" At this point, the dancing demon was so enraged that he coughed up blood. He clutched his chest and cursed, "Damn it, I told you to squeeze your own neck, like this." As he spoke, he raised his hand and demonstrated by choking himself to show Jang Shan. "Oh, is that so?" Jang Shan kept teasing, extending his hand to grab his neck once more. The system interface displayed another notification, again, "What kind of imbecile are you? Demon energy plus 99. The dancing demon, now choked and turning purple, was trembling all over. Suddenly, one of his hands clenched into a fist, and he wildly started punching Jang Shan's body, shouting, "Your hands aren't even long enough, yet you dare choke me. I'll smash your head in." Jang Shan tilted his head back, then immediately looked up, smiling and saying, "Good thing I didn't leave earlier. You've got sparks flashing across your face now." With that, Jang Shan pressed his 2 thumbs tightly onto the dancing demon's neck as if trying to rip it apart. He gave a friendly smile and said, "This has been fun today. Next life, keep dancing." He then squeezed with all his might, causing the dancing demon's head to explode. The system interface displayed another notification, "Dancing demon, ordinary evil spirit, demon energy plus 99. Jang Shan looked down at the mess on the floor,
feeling a little disappointed in saying, demon energy is becoming harder and harder to extract.
This is getting a bit annoying, and now I don't even know when someone showed up behind me.
Her eyes sparkled with joy, and in her heart, she cheered with admiration as she looked at him. Xiao Shun, you're amazing. It seems our home is saved. After a moment, Jang Shan said, let's go, Hong sister, help me clear out all the demons in the house. Suddenly, a stream of red demon energy appeared in front of him, emanating from one direction. Jang Shan analyzed for a moment before speaking. The smell of human blood is still fresh, both male and female, and one person has been hanged to death. His tone grew more serious with each passing word.
Gu Hongya, both shocked and admiring, replied, can you really smell all that? Xiao Shun, your sense of smell is impressive.
Jang Shan casually raised his hand to his nose and replied nonchalantly, what's that got to do with my nose? Gu Hongya, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in disbelief, her mouth forming a confused triangle as she looked at him. I can tell by looking. Jang Shan continued, then raised his hand to point at the hanging corpse. The corpse belonged to a person with shoulder-length hair, wearing a yellow shirt. This person had been dead for a while, as flies were buzzing around him. But suddenly, the corpse flashed a dangerous smile. Jang Shan stood below, gazing up, still deep in thought, while Gu Hongya stood behind him, her face filled with fear. He raised his hand to squeeze his own neck, then stuck out his tongue and analyzed. Normally, when someone dies from hanging, they would slump down. His posture is abnormal, he might be on the verge of transformation. The hanging ghost then grinned with amusement upon hearing him, and suddenly, his finger twitched, causing Jang Shan to flinch in alarm. Gu Hongya was equally frightened, but she tried to calm herself and quickly said, move quickly. Seeing that she was still frozen in place, he turned and shouted, move now. At that moment, Gu Hongya hastily turned around and was about to run. Suddenly seeing her run off without a trace, Jang Shan was confused and let out a sound of surprise. Then he ran after her, angrily shouting, why are you running outside? You told me to lock the door quickly. Gu Hongya, scared, asked in return, huh? What do you want to do? At this moment, Jang Shan smiled wickedly, hee hee. Gu Hongya couldn't stand it and knocked his head, saying, why are you laughing? Have you gone mad from being scared by a ghost? What if this is a trap, and we both end up dying here? As she spoke, she hurriedly dragged him by the collar. Jang Shan, now more alert, thought to himself, Hong's sister is right, I was too reckless. At that moment, a head appeared from the staircase. An old woman, looking panicked, came down and asked, who's there? Who's downstairs? Who's running around in the house? The old woman trembled as she descended the stairs. The two of them, Gu Hongya and Jang Shan, were now hiding under the staircase. As soon as Gu Hongya realized who it was, she exclaimed, Aunt Lu, the maid from my eldest brother's house. Looks like we've entered my eldest brother's villa. Then, she quickly became frightened and huddled close to Jang Shan, asking, Xiao Shun, is she a ghost? He replied, no. At that, Gu Hongya cautiously poked her head out and answered the old woman, Aunt Lu, it's me. This made the old woman jump in fright. Once she recognized who was standing there, she was overwhelmed with joy and tears, exclaiming, ah, miss, you're back. Miss, you finally returned. Hoo. As she spoke, Aunt Lu sobbed uncontrollably. Calm down, Aunt Lu went upstairs first to lead the way, then turned back to remind the two, hurry up and come with me, it's dangerous outside. Gu Hongya immediately pointed outside and, with concern, asked, I just saw a dead person downstairs. What happened? She didn't turn around but quickly responded, recently, there have been a lot of incidents. The boss told us to stay inside and lock the doors. The scariest thing happened last night. Your brother and cousin just stepped out the door, and the boss, before going outside, reminded everyone, I'm stepping out for a while, make sure to lock the door tight. Suddenly, a servant named Shaoli shouted loudly. Aunt Lu, upon hearing it, anxiously looked toward the source of the sound. Then, as she and the others stepped outside, they saw a person, terrified, holding their hands up to their face, screaming in horror, there's a ghost, there's a ghost. By the time we reached the living room, Shaoli had changed his demeanor. He was trembling, panic-stricken, looking at everyone, with strange dark stains all over his hands and face.
Another servant hurried over, asking worriedly, "Shaoli, what's wrong with you?"
Suddenly, Shaoli bit into the neck of the other servant. The veins from the bite quickly spread up to his face, causing the person to panic even more. Alright, the name Shaoli ripped apart a chunk of flesh from the neck and shoulder of the unfortunate person, blood spraying out like a water hose.
Aunt Lu hurriedly ran off, urging the red-haired girl beside her. "Young lady, hurry up."
In the end, both I and your niece, the young lady, got separated.
We could only use a rope to tie Shaoli up and hang him.
After telling the story, Aunt Lu urged Gu Hongya again.
"Young lady, you should go find the boss.
I heard that there are some experts there who can exorcise spirits."
Jang Shan gritted his teeth in anger, looking down at her and thinking, looking for experts? Does this old woman think so little of me?
At that moment, Gu Hongya picked up her phone and said worriedly,
"I'm a bit concerned about Xiaonan, let me call her again and check."
At that moment, a call had already been made on the phone, with the sound of the dial tone ringing. Suddenly, she made a sound when she heard the noise coming from somewhere nearby.
Then, Gu Hongya spoke up.
Although she didn't answer, I can tell her phone is on the floor above.
Let's go up and find her.
As she spoke, she quickly ran up the stairs. Jang Shan, still not prepared, looked after her, the scene shifting back to the hanging corpse from earlier. The hands of the corpse had now transformed into sharp, grotesque claws. The scene shifted back to Gu Hongya. By now, she had reached the stairs and called out for Xiaonan.
Aunt Lu followed behind, reminding her with concern.
"Young lady, be careful." Gu Hongya saw two men lying trembling on the ground, their faces pale. One had a bite mark on his neck and was crying out in pain.
"Ugh!"
The other man had an identical wound, and they both cried out in agony.
Gu Hongya was horrified and raised her hand to cover her mouth.
Suddenly, Aunt Lu, her eyes sharp, leaned in behind her and whispered, "They were all workers who were once bitten by Shaoli.
As long as they don't make a sound, they won't attack you."
With that, the two of them, one large and one small, quietly lined up and moved silently.
Suddenly, Jang Shan appeared in front of one of the bitten men and asked himself, "Will it be fine as long as we don't make any noise?" "Then what about this?"
With that, he raised his middle finger in a mocking gesture and, even as he examined the zombie, couldn't help but feel confused.
The display board shows, is there any sign of quality? Demon energy +9. Gu Hongya, anxious, hurried ahead.
Aunt Lu, unable to keep up, called after her, "Young lady, slow down." Suddenly, Jang Shan noticed something wrong.
He discovered a bite mark on Aunt Lu's leg.
She was still calling after Gu Hongya, "Young lady, slow down, my leg is hurt, I can't keep up with you." At that moment, in a bedroom, a figure was crouching on the floor, trembling.
It was a girl with short red hair.
The girl saw a figure standing in the doorway and was startled, her body tensing in fear. The little girl's shirt was now torn apart at one side of her neck, tears streaming down her face as she trembled and cried out, "Hobo, don't come here."
Gu Hongya appeared and stepped closer to comfort her. "Xiaonan, don't be afraid, what is it?" Suddenly, Xiaonan's eyes widened in terror, pointing behind her and saying, "Aunt Hong, what's behind us?" Gu Hongya anxiously turned around and saw Aunt Lu, whose eyes were glowing and who now had sharp teeth, hissing at her with an eerie sound. Gu Hongya was startled, scared, and turned back around, exclaiming, "Didn't Xiaoshan say that Lu wasn't a ghost?"
Jang Shan scratched his face helplessly and replied, "She wasn't earlier, but she is now. Actually, after being bitten, she turned into a zombie. At the moment, there's something strange growing beneath Aunt Lu's skin on her legs."
Without hesitation, he bit into her shoulder and said, "Then, if I bite you again, will you return to normal?" She panicked, quickly lying down to avoid him, glaring at him and asking, "What kind of nonsense are you doing?" The system interface appeared, "Are you a dog?" Demon energy +99. Gu Hongya anxiously asked him, "Xiaoshun, are you okay after biting the zombie?" Jang Shan answered without hesitation, "Yeah, I'm fine."
Suddenly, he froze, sweating.
Ah, no.
This made Gu Hongya look at him, both confused and worried. Jang Shan's body was now trembling violently, with blue streaks appearing on his hands and face, his veins bulging, his eyes rolling back, and he muttered, "It seems like something's happening.
I think I'm about to mutate."
At this moment, the blue streak had spread across Jang Shan's face, and his mouth had also distorted, becoming round. My mouth.
The nemesis of zombies has successfully mutated. Jang Shan had now transformed into a water lily, with a cannon-shaped mouth that was incredibly amusing.
He then stood in a combat stance and shouted, "Majestic howl of the barbarian, long-range attack." With his words, a bullet of some kind shot out instantly. The bullet pierced through Aunt Lu's shoulder, creating a large hole. She had no time to react, standing frozen in place. Jang Shan then loaded another bullet into his mouth, and while marveling, he remarked, "This old woman's body is really tough.
Well then, let's try Burning Spirit."
As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Shan began firing a continuous barrage of bullets towards Aunt Lu, leaving her gaping in shock.
Gu Hongya, standing beside Xiao Nan, observed the scene and assessed, "Xiao Shan is too strong. Aunt Lu is already so old, can she really withstand this?"
Aunt Lu's body was riddled with holes, her skin torn and bruised in a terrifyingly grotesque manner.
She cried out in pain, "Eh."
Then, unable to withstand any longer, she collapsed to the ground.
Jang Shan transformed back into his human form and responded to Gu Hongya, "If she could handle it, wouldn't that be too embarrassing for me?"
He then fell into a thoughtful silence, staring at Xiao Nan with a look of fear as she gazed at him. Suddenly, he screamed at her, "Wah wah wah, I'm a zombie."
This caused Xiao Nan to jump in fright, crying out, "Ah."
She immediately hid behind Gu Hongya, trembling with fear.
Gu Hongya gently reassured her, "Don't be scared, this is Jiang Grandmaster, here to protect us." After listening, the little girl finally dared to peek out and ask, "Are you a Grandmaster exorcist?"
At that moment, he seriously explained, "Don't be afraid, I am a true Grandmaster exorcist.
Unless you turn into a ghost, I will not harm you."
Suddenly, Jang Shan turned around when he heard some noise. It seemed that the loud sound of the earlier fight had attracted zombies here. At that moment, two zombies were trembling on the ground, twisting as they moved forward. Unexpectedly, another zombie joined in, showing a creepy smile and lining up.
Jang Shan was taken aback and said aloud, "Damn, the ghost that was hanged is here too."
If he had known there was still an ambush behind, he wouldn't have used the majestic howl of the barbarian earlier. It's too late now, he frowned with a regretful look on his face, then jumped to attack, calculating his next move in his mind.
"Let's attack them physically, that way we can conserve some strength."
He tore the head off one of the zombies with great force, watching as it stood there with its mouth agape, filled with both pain and panic. Then, he swiftly attacked the second one, easily kicking its head off. But suddenly, the hanged ghost, along with the rope, jumped and attacked Jang Shan.
Caught off guard, he was quickly ensnared by a loop of rope around his neck. The hanged ghost then moved closer, intending to tighten the rope around Jang Shan's neck.
After that, it opened its mouth and bit into him. The ghost's sharp teeth sank into Jang Shan's arm, but no blood flowed out. As he looked at his arm through the sharp teeth of the hanged ghost, he realized that the shield around him had cracked.
Jang Shan struggled to think.
Luckily, it hadn't managed to bite through yet, but in this situation, if he wasn't careful when making a move, he would inevitably get scratched or injured. Although there was the protective barrier of love energy, it would be a huge hassle if it got torn open. The hanging ghost was still desperately using all its strength to break through the shield. Jang Shan thought for a moment and blamed himself for letting his guard down. Just earlier, he had said it was a physical attack, but it seemed like he had underestimated the enemy. Thunder Chief pressed down hard on the hanging ghost's head, causing its green hair and teeth to shatter. One half of the teeth rolled across the ground. Jang Shan sighed in relief, then turned and said, "Let's go." The two of them noticed that the two girls on the other side were still very scared, so he held out his hand as a sign of determination to reassure them. People must learn to grow up and be a bit tougher. In the future, only those who dare to face their fears will have any hope of survival.
Gu Hongya, feeling empowered, echoed him, we have to learn to be strong. Shan'an, still a bit confused, stammered along.
Even though she didn't fully understand the concept of confronting the fear of survival, it felt powerful. Seeing Jang Shan standing there, his hands braced against the cold, laughing happily, Shan'an felt reassured and said to herself that he was the kind of person who made others feel at ease.
The system appeared again.
Jang Shan stood there, grinning, thinking, the demon energy is much higher this time, hundreds more.
After that, he turned to ask Shan'an, where's your dad? How could he go out knowing there was danger outside?
She then sadly recounted, the expert who was called by second uncle to exorcise the ghost disappeared at dusk.
It seems like the adults had to go over there to discuss a plan.
Jang Shan asked further, so, does that mean the entire Gu family is at your grandfather's place right now?
Looks like it.
He turned and said, let's go.
Shan'an, confused, asked again, where are we going?
Jang Shan cheerfully pointed behind him and replied, we're going to find the old madam of their family.
Let's go over there and take a look.
I believe all the problems can be solved.
He led the way, with the two girls slowly following behind.
Suddenly, as if hearing some strange noise, Jang Shan stopped. He bent down and picked up a rather large stone, then threw it with force into the bushes ahead, while saying, what's that noise? From behind the bushes, a figure appeared, lying on the ground, with rustling sounds following.
Shan'an looked at him and said, isn't that the exorcist who disappeared? Did you kill him?
Jang Shan then analyzed, look closely, it wasn't me who killed him.
Look there, there's another person.
They must have been hurt by him. At that moment, a muscular man with dark skin, wearing only a pair of shorts, appeared. He was holding a spade to dig the ground. However, Jang Shan turned to remind the two girls, you two stay behind quietly and wait.
I'm going over to take a look.
It turned out this was a grave-digging demon, with pitch-black eyes and jagged teeth. As it dug, it hummed, dig, dig, dig.
He.
Suddenly, Jang Shan's figure flashed past behind it, causing the creature to startle and panic. Looking at the two holes in front of it, Jang Shan questioned, you're burying one person, but why dig two holes? The monster's two faces suddenly became brightly illuminated, and it let out a sinister laugh, hee.
Then, it began swinging its weapon toward Jang Shan, speaking as it did, isn't it because you've arrived too? You've quickly managed to hold your ground.
Jang Shan raised his hand, which was infused with spiritual energy, to block the monster's strike while replying, so, you've already noticed I was nearby, huh?
You're quite smart.
The hand enveloped in red energy clenched into a fist. Then, he delivered a powerful punch toward the monster, his voice booming and carrying an air of excitement that almost made me feel a bit stirred. But suddenly, the monster's body seemed to dissolve in midair.
Jang Shan looked around in panic and exclaimed, what is going on?
Teleportation. The girl with two blue buns suddenly sat up and called out, catching Jang Shan off guard. Then, she yelled from above. The whole digging monster was now wielding its weapon and striking down, smugly saying, that old woman across the street is faster than you. Jang Shan had no time to dodge, so he quickly drew a knife, unable to avoid it in time. Ro Ling Ji, show it what manners are.
With that, Jang Shan thrust his knife straight into the monster.
However, the blade passed right through its body as it quickly dissolved, leaving behind a mocking smile.
He. Sweat poured down Jang Shan's face as he exclaimed, can it escape again? What kind of illusion is this?
Then, he began to use his green pupils. The demon eyes could see through everything, revealing the true form of the monster. The power from his eyes shone directly at the disintegrating body of the monster. Its face contorted in pain, crying out as it was overwhelmed by the force.
Aha, it's so hot. Suddenly, from a single monster, it split into two.
Both of them bared their teeth in a mocking grin at Jang Shan.
He, I just faked it.
He, I faked it too. At this moment, he was holding a small knife, his mouth agape in shock.
Is your damn love charm of mine ineffective? Then, he began to take it seriously, standing face to face with the two monsters. Why ask so many questions? Let me chop a few more times. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making him turn around to look. Hey, wait! The girl with two green buns had gotten up by now, looking at him and offering a reminder. Don't slash it recklessly like that. It'll just keep splitting more. Then, she started explaining, earlier, I was worn out by a bunch of demons that split like this. Jang Shan seemed to believe her, asking again, what? How can the two still split more? The girl responded, yes, it's terrifying. The word bug flashed in Jang Shan's mind, and he clasped his hands together, saliva dripping from his mouth as he calculated. Doesn't that mean I can exploit this to keep earning points? Then, he charged forward, attacking the demons, shouting, come on, my infinite treasure. He swung his knife wildly at them. Meanwhile, the demons still wore that mocking expression, completely unaware of the horrible fate awaiting them. The more Jang Shan slashed, the more enthusiastic he became, his knife flying through the air in rapid succession. He excitedly yelled, quick, split more of you out for me. Done, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, looking no different from a starving demon as he kept saying, demon energy, I want demon energy. The system interface appeared again with a message, ho, you fool, demon energy +9. This made Jang Shan furious as he yelled, I've been exhausted for half the day, and I only get 9 points? The demon grinned wickedly. Although he wasn't sure what Jang Shan's intentions were, it seemed like he wanted to keep splitting himself and then use some method to deal with him, right? Then, the demon started to merge again, transforming into a massive, muscular figure, and smugly said, how could I give you what you want? Jang Shan, seeing this, turned to look at the girl with two green buns, frowning as he snapped, wasn't it supposed to split into multiple demons? You lied to me. The girl only looked confused, while Jang Shan, now furious to the point of tears, yelled, lying to me about your feelings was all fake, without demon energy, now I'll take your life. He raised his hand to cover his face. The system interface appeared, activating the thunderous sound skill. He took out the rolling G and activated it, shouting, inject the rolling G. The rolling G was expanding, but Jang Shan was still not satisfied, angrily shouting, bigger, 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 make it bigger for me. The system interface notified that thunderous sound leveled up to the Grand Inferno Thunder Break Rolling G, which had now turned into a massive black sword in Jang Shan's hand. He furiously said, Thunder Break, Rolling G, kill it for me. Then, Jang Shan immediately grabbed the black sword that was burning, jumped up, and lunged down to attack the demon. His face was filled with an intense, murderous expression. Hee, did you think you're the only one with a weapon? The demon was both confused and panicked by the scene before it. He. It began desperately using the handle of its scythe to block Jang Shan's black sword. Its legs were now being weighed down by the sword, causing it to kneel. The black sword pressed down harder and harder, making the demon seem helpless. Its entire body began to stiffen, gradually cracking apart. Suddenly, a frantic red head appeared from within. Jang Shan was furious, shouting, you again. He continued to strike down at its body. The red head in the illusion now flew away, panicking and exclaiming, the illusion has been shattered by his single blow. This is terrifying. Not giving her time to think, Jang Shan continued to swing his sword, causing her to panic once more. The rolling G sword slashed down at the demon's body. She was now trying to flee. Jang Shan gritted his teeth and swung his sword down. You're going to play me twice and still want to run? The demon was now bleeding profusely. She picked up a stone, glared at Jang Shan, and sneered, is it so impressive to use a big sword? Enter my illusory space, and you'll be nothing. After saying that, she crushed the stone in her hand. The demon's body then sank into the ground, leaving only an arm raised. Jang Shan continued to swing the rolling G sword and shouted loudly, illusory space. System notification panel, if you've got guts, let me pull you into the illusionary realm. Demon energy +39. Trying to trick demon energy? At that moment, the demon's head reappeared.
System panel, you're always you forever thinking you can endlessly deceive demon energy.
Demon energy plus 49. Jang Shan swung his arm, slashing repeatedly as he shouted, digging a pit to bury me, huh? System misinterpretation, I was just digging for fun. Demon energy plus 59.
By now, the demon was a bloody wreck. One arm and one leg were no longer intact, blood gushing all over its body, looking utterly miserable. It cried out, begging, "Stop, please, don't hit me anymore." Jang Shan showed no mercy, still raising his sword as he said, "Who told you to hurt my Hong sister?" Without hesitation, he slashed down at the spot where the demon sat. System notification, pit digging ghost seller of weeping ghost is dead.
Demon energy plus 500.
All that remained was a terrifying pile of white bones. Still furious, Jang Shan stomped into the bones, shattering them to pieces, yelling, "Get lost!"
Damn it, after half a day of fighting, I didn't even get 1000 points. Infuriating.
Having finished off the demon, Jang Shan sheathed his sword. The girl with twin green buns behind him exclaimed in admiration, "You must at least be a grade C powerhouse, right?" After putting his sword away, Jang Shan offered comfort, "You've been through a lot." Ling Ji responded by flashing an OK sign with her hand.
Done, Jang Shan turned and shouted at the girl, "Who are you?"
The girl was startled and quickly replied, I
am also a peculiar person."
He picked up his phone to check, speaking as he did, "Let me check this." On the screen, an image of the girl with two buns appeared, along with her name, Hanyu, classification, free peculiar person, rank DNG. After reading the information, Jang Shan said, not much information, I need to verify this further." As he spoke, he gave a sly smile and raised both his hands.
Jang Shan approached Hanyu and then took her two grapefruits in his hands, squeezing them.
Hanyu, both pained and delighted, cried out, "What?
What are you doing?" Don't."
At this moment, Jang Shan's hands had moved down to Hanyu's waist. A moment later, he moved even further under her skirt, revealing her slender legs clad in white stockings. She shouted, "Stop touching me." At this point, Jang Shan spoke, no demon energy, so there shouldn't be any problem. The system notification confirms, I suspect you just want to harass people, you demon energy, damn you. After acting like a rogue for a while, Jang Shan turned to her and asked politely, I suppose you have no objections to me checking, right? Hanyu, her face red with anger, crossed her arms over her chest but still replied, no, thank you.
And that was it.
Jang Shan quickly sat cross-legged on the ground.
Phew, now I can relax, that was such a turn on, I need a break. Done, he looked up at Hanyu and asked, what have you learned about the villa so far?
Hearing his question, she trembled all over and had to place her hand on her chest to calm herself. This place feels like a goat pen, and all of us are like goats waiting to be slaughtered.
Jang Shan scratched his face and responded, confused, waiting to be slaughtered? By whom?
Hanyu, in fear, spoke in a kind but helpless voice, in this villa, there's a top-tier weeping ghost. It appears as a ghost with purple hair and a huge pregnant belly, with a mass of disgusting worms on its face. A red-haired man was lying unconscious on the sickbed, with 3 men and 1 woman, also with red hair, standing by, keeping watch. The man wearing glasses was the eldest, the one with tiny squinted eyes was the second brother, and the woman was sister 3. The eldest brother spoke up, the exorcist we contacted has been missing for 2 hours now.
Sister 3 anxiously suggested, maybe we should try calling Yama's hall again.
The second brother replied, they just came, and the ghosts have already fled. Protecting for an hour is possible, but not for a lifetime. At this point, Sister 3 leaned in close to the unconscious man on the sickbed and angrily said, it's all because of that fool who unearthed the ancestors' tomb, causing so many deaths. Your daughter is clearly still so young. The image of a girl being impaled by a shard of glass, blood flowing everywhere, appeared. The second brother immediately retorted, stop blaming everything on Dad. Your daughter is dead, and it could be because you've done too many things against your conscience, so now you're facing retribution, maybe that's the reason. Sister 3 angrily shouted, if you're so brave, say it again. At that moment, the eldest brother intervened, enough, now is not the time for arguing. The second brother then took out his phone, squinting his eyes, and said, all right, I know a few people.
Should I call them here to help us out and see what happens? Sister 3 coldly sniffed and exposed his scheme. Humph, you want to find people to team up with you to swindle Dad out of his money, don't you?
He then woke up and clenched his fist, speechless. Oh. The eldest brother immediately patted his shoulder to calm him down. All right, second young master, Sister 3 might just be scared, but this time, it's best that you bring some trustworthy people here.
Don't worry, it's not about getting money from Dad. I have to save myself too. I'll go outside and make a call.
The second brother finished speaking and then shifted the scene to the hallway. Hello, this is third young master speaking. Suddenly, from behind him, a figure came busy with something. The second brother, still unaware of what was happening, casually continued his phone conversation.
Metallic killing aura, don't you have that person with white hair from the cult? Can I borrow 2 kisses? Yeah, there's something going on at home. Stop eavesdropping.
A strange hand reached out and grabbed his shoulder.
The second brother, uncomfortable, moved away and shouted, What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy discussing something important?
But when he clearly saw the object behind him, he froze in place, unable to utter a single word. In front of him stood the enchanting demoness, raising her hand. The second brother, terrified, fell into the room and shouted, Ah! Sister 3 immediately scolded him, clumsily, What's there to be afraid of? At that moment, the second brother no longer had the fierce expression from earlier. Instead, his face was now full of fear and trembling as he cried out, She's back again. Hurry, grab a chair. His face had twisted with terror. As he spoke, he pointed toward the door, Block the door, quickly. Sister 3 was also frantic, quickly grabbing a chair, We're doomed, this time we're done for. The father remained motionless on the sickbed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and trembled, unable to speak. The corpse demoness was now standing in front of him. The sounds of clopping echoed. The red-haired man, terrified, shouted, Ah! Tears streamed down his face, but he could not escape. The red-haired man desperately sat up, but he could not believe the reality in front of him. Trembling, he screamed, What evil have I done? At that moment, the corpse demoness raised her claws and attacked forward. Then, she gathered energy in her hand and struck with a powerful blow, shattering the wall in front of her. The wall shattered into pieces, flying into the room. When the smoke cleared, the corpse demoness, clutching her pregnant belly, appeared within. All 3 children were terrified at that moment. At the same time, Jang Shan, along with Gu Hongya and Shan'an, were also in a state of panic as they saw something. They were standing in front of a house, surrounded by an eerie and ominous aura. Wolf God could not help but exclaim, It seems like there's something big inside. Hanyu, standing beside him, added, In 2 days, I'm certain this female ghost will be at least a top-tier weeping ghost. Jang Shan looked over in surprise, then let out a soft "oh." He cracked his knuckles and excitedly continued, That's perfect, let's charge in. Hanyu quickly stepped forward to block him, Wait, calm down for a moment. She said anxiously, Although you're very capable, you're at most a Class C. It's better if we retreat first and wait for reinforcements from Yama's hall. Jang Shan looked down at her with an uneasy expression and replied, We're already at the doorstep. If I don't go in and check, my sense of justice won't be at ease. Hanyu helplessly watched his back, then replied, The reasons you give for seeking death are so casual. Jang Shan, feeling irritated, thought to himself, What reinforcements? Even if Yama's hall arrives, where am I supposed to find demon energy now? With that thought, he pulled Ro Lingji from inside his pants. Then, he transformed it into a sword and cheerfully said, Ro Lingji, go. Jang Shan held the sword, standing proudly in front of the eerie house. He seemed to hear some strange noise and looked up. Suddenly, the wall on the upper floor shattered into many small pieces. Jang Shan hurriedly glanced at the hospital bed, as large and small stones flew toward him. Along with them, 3 children and a man lying on the hospital bed flew down, shouting.
A. He quickly jumped to the side to avoid them, blurting out in confusion. What's going on? Looking at the scene in front of him, Jang Shan spoke up in dissatisfaction. Using my father as a cushion? Do you guys even get how gross that is? The eldest brother, his glasses cracked, hurriedly wiped the sweat off his face and responded. Being able to escape at all is already good enough. What other way is there to deal with that kind of monster? The third sister, struggling and gasping for breath, spoke as well. Phew, I thought I was done for. Luckily, the second young master came up with the idea to push the bed, open the window, and jump out. Suddenly, from above the room, mournful crying echoed. Hoo-hoo! The three children quickly pushed their father's hospital bed and fearfully ran away. Run fast. Jang Shan watched them, helplessly laughing. Ho-ho, a bunch of useless fools. He then gathered his strength and leapt into the air. Just as he landed on the railing of the upper floor, he came face to face with the corpse demoness. Seeing what was in front of him, Jang Shan couldn't help but grimace. The corpse demoness was still crying at that moment. Hoo-hoo! Jang Shan quickly blushed, showing a look of amusement as he said, the appearance is quite to my liking. The corpse demoness cried even louder, stretching out her hand as if to attack him. Hoo-hoo! Jang Shan hurriedly reached for the ghostly drum at his waist, calculating, if it's a weeping ghost at the level of a palace, then 3 fingers would be more reliable. With that, he used 3 fingers to tap the drum. The sounds from the drum counterattacked, forcing the corpse demoness to jump back to avoid it. At this point, Jang Shan appeared before her nonchalantly. He lowered his head, carefully examining her face full of insects and spoke, "Come on, hit me. If you don't move, then I'll be the one to take action." As he spoke, he drew his black sword and slashed it toward her round belly, continuing, "Let me cut your belly open." Suddenly, he felt a sense of confusion and couldn't help but exclaim, can't cut through it? Her belly only leaked a greenish liquid from the wound, but there was no further damage. The corpse demoness let out another cry. Hoo-hoo! Jang Shan was startled, then awkwardly pointed to his sword, saying, "Sis, it was the sword that hit you, not me." Ro Lingji, unable to believe his ears, glanced at her revered master beside her. Suddenly, the corpse demoness struck with a palm, attacking Jang Shan, causing him to drop the sword. He fell backward and screamed, "Ah!" Jang Shan was thrown into a wall nearby. At this moment, he had vomited blood, and there was a dent on his chest from which a strange liquid was flowing out. Taking advantage of this, the corpse demoness launched another attack to continue beating him. Jang Shan was anxious, unsure whether the demon body could hold up. Just as he was about to raise his hand, a streak of light flashed by. It was Hanyu. She too had been injured, blood flowing from her wounds, but she still turned around to check on Jang Shan, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" He quickly responded, "Yeah, I'm fine." Hanyu continued, her voice tinged with worry, "A sea-level powerhouse was killed with 1 strike, her abilities are above that of the weeping ghost." At that moment, the corpse demoness suddenly spoke up, "Mind your own business." As she spoke, she pulled a worm off her face and held it up in front of her. "With such little power, you're still daring to meddle." With that, the corpse demoness flicked the worm, sending it flying toward Hanyu. The worm attacked, causing Hanyu to stumble backward and scream, this speed is too fast." Jang Shan couldn't react in time, he could only watch in panic. Hanyu had already collapsed on the ground. The corpse demoness pointed at him and said, "You're not bad, you deserve to be my meal for the day." Jang Shan felt insulted and exclaimed, "Is this how you look down on me? This is so embarrassing." Without hesitation, he immediately screamed, "Wow!" Then, the color on his face began to distort, and the details of his appearance began to shift. Suddenly, from the belly of the demon, loud thumping sounds could be heard, as though something was jumping around inside, creating bulges that looked utterly horrifying, making her panic. A system notification appeared, and Teeny was startled as she blurted out, "Demon energy plus 350. Immediately, she quickly placed her hands on her stomach and muttered, "Why did it feel like he was handling me just now?"
I must kill him quickly, before this night becomes even more troublesome. As she spoke, the corpse demoness swallowed another worm from her face, then held it in her hand, inflating it until it looked like a balloon. Afterward, she tossed the round worm and shouted, "Seek complete destruction." The round worm was almost at Jang Shan, but he remained calm and flashed an excited smile. This time, a 2-star card had found a worthy opponent. He had already drawn a card from his hand and said, "Transform into a demon." At that moment, Jang Shan stood before a massive, strange monster. Mysterious tendrils advanced toward their 2 bodies, crawling up Jang Shan's body, and began to coil around him. His hands had transformed into wooden ones. His feet were the same. The tendrils sprouted from the ground, wrapping around his legs. Swish! Jang Shan was now in an attacking stance. 2. His wooden hands looked incredibly strong, as he was surrounded by a strange new wave of power. He focused his gaze ahead. You must kill him quickly. By a random stroke of divine power, he activated the lesser target control technique. He raised one of his hands, and at that moment, his hand transformed into vine-like tendrils, catching the roundworm flying towards him. These tendrils coiled around the worm, and without hesitation, they crushed the creature from the inside. After dealing with the worm, Jang Shan retracted his hand and provocatively asked the corpse demoness, "Is that all?" "Don't get too smug." She quickly retorted, then extended her sharp claws, lunging toward Jang Shan to attack. At that moment, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, gritting his teeth to block her strike, though she still managed to scratch him with her claws. However, Jang Shan looked down at his arm and joyfully exclaimed, "Ha, this tree bark is really tough. My turn now." As he spoke, he summoned a surge of power in his hand. A massive tree emerged as he clenched his fist, and shoots of vines sprouted continuously. With a burst of excitement, he swung a gigantic punch forward. The corpse demoness was submerged in a sea of green, standing motionless. Then, the enormous punch crashed down upon her. The corpse demoness struggled to block the powerful blow, but she panicked when she saw what was happening and exclaimed, "How can these vines spin like that?" Before she could react, the gigantic punch struck her, sending her flying far away. Perhaps the force of that punch was so immense that her body was sent flying through the forests. A moment later, the corpse demoness struggled to prop herself up against a broken tree, standing up and coughing. In her heart, she was panicking, why has he suddenly become so strong? Behind the broken tree, Jang Shan appeared with a proud expression. She raised both her hands. On her hands were 2 small pink worms, but they only served to enhance her strength slightly, so she shouldn't be too proud just yet. Gurgling sounds echoed as one of the worms in her hand transformed into a gnarled stick, covered in lumps of various sizes. The other hand did the same. The sounds of these transformations rang out. She then began to swing her newly created weapons forward and shouted loudly, "Die!" Jang Shan, however, remained calm, watching the attacks with an indifferent expression, saying, "Quite fast, but what's the use of that?" At that moment, a blade had halted just above his forehead. The corpse demoness gasped in confusion. "Ha, vines have pierced through her chest from behind." The corpse demoness froze mid-air, with 2 knives in her hands held up in front of Jang Shan. A mass of vines had pierced through her body. A system notification appeared, "Unexpected sneak attack from behind, demon energy plus 930. Jang Shan then raised his hand with a sinister look on his face and said, "Little demon, how dare you challenge Mother Nature?" The corpse demoness trembled in pain, tilting her head back and howling to the sky, "I ha ha." This action left Jang Shan somewhat puzzled. The corpse demoness said in agony, "I can't control it much longer. It's about to come out." From the stitches on her abdomen, strange beams of light began to emanate, accompanied by large bulges that rose as if something was about to burst out from within. Moments later, a sinister eye appeared through the crack in the stitches. Then, streams of disgusting fluid poured out from inside her abdomen. The slimy, repulsive substance poured directly onto Jang Shan's head and entire body, freezing him for a moment. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The trees! They're all dead."
The trees that were covered in the viscous substance lost all their vitality. What was inside her was the drought spirit. The corpse demoness then placed her hand on her belly to calm the monstrous eye, saying, "Good, wait a little longer, once you've matured, you can come out." The eye seemed slightly displeased but still retreated back inside, although it continued to emit ominous waves of energy. Jang Shan anxiously calculated that the emergence of the drought spirit would surely bring about a disaster. The fetus inside her must die. The corpse demoness continued, explaining that in order to protect the drought spirit, she started to retract the wriggling worms from her face. They slowly withdrew into the dark, shadowy veil. Then, from the dark, grim face of the corpse demoness, she smiled wickedly and added, "I am willing to do anything." Then, a vile liquid oozed from her mouth, dripping onto the vines that pierced through her chest. The vines began to dissolve and then vanished from her body. At this moment, Hanyu's face was flushed on one side. She stood up, and upon seeing the scene, she was horrified. The genuine blood robe had died. The corpse demoness exuded a red aura, and a dangerous smile still hung on her face. Jang Shan also became anxious, as it seemed different from before. The corpse demoness did not hesitate and immediately jumped forward. Jang Shan's eyes shifted, and though his reaction was quick, his demon servant could barely keep up. With a sharp motion, he crossed his arms in front of him and shouted. From the ground, thick vines shot up, forming a solid barricade before him. However, it seemed ineffective against the corpse demoness. She lunged forward, a red light attacking straight into Jang Shan's chest. He was struck and let out a cry. Suddenly, she spoke in confusion, "Huh? While one hand is still attacking Jang Shan, I didn't expect it to be blocked?" By this time, a shield had formed in front of Jang Shan's chest, blocking the corpse demoness strike. Jang Shan quickly gritted his teeth, brushing off her attack. Not giving up, the corpse demoness continued to leap and chase after him. She appeared before him and attacked again. He raised both hands to defend, then swiftly kicked the corpse demoness, sending her flying. As he assessed the situation, Jang Shan remarked, "That's a tough belly." He then brought his hands together, summoning a control spell, and immediately more vines began to grow. It kept growing larger and larger, sending the vine straight into the corpse demoness' body. She was now pierced in the back by the sharp tip of the vine. Jang Shan raised his hand, aimed carefully at the corpse demoness who was falling freely, then used a tightening spell, sending out strands of power. He said, "Let your breath turn into fertilizer for the forest." From Jang Shan's hand, a massive, spherical burst of power shot toward the corpse demoness in mid-air. She quickly extended her two daggers to fend it off. At this moment, she was so panicked that her mouth hung open, and then she swung her hand to counterattack Jang Shan's strike. A while later, she was exhausted, panting heavily, and said, "Whoosh, if you have the skill," then suddenly have a vine pierce through the chest of the corpse demoness, causing her excruciating pain. Aha! Jang Shan, standing below, looked up with contempt and said, "Huh? People often say that pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years, indeed, you have no brain. The same trick can defeat you twice. But this time, it won't be as easy as before." Saying that, he clenched his fingers, causing an explosion. As he spoke, he opened his fingers wide. Immediately, the vines burst open, blowing apart the corpse demoness' body. Hanyu, watching from the side, admired him and said, "That's amazing, I didn't expect you to defeat even half of the blood robe." Jang Shan, now exhausted, was panting heavily. Shan'an, hiding behind the bushes, asked anxiously, "Is it over?" Gu Hongya, equally worried, responded, "It was so noisy just now, I was scared to death." Hanyu, at this moment, looked at the two girls behind her, who were terrified, and said, It's not that dangerous." Jang Grandmaster 1. Suddenly, a voice from behind caught her attention. "Humph, I have a question." Hanyu turned around, only to be shocked. In front of her was a mess, with a familiar red-haired figure on top. The corpse demoness spoke again, ripping apart my blood robe clone. "Is that something to celebrate?" A face full of deep wrinkles and a disfigured body appeared before her. Jang Shan, feeling exhausted, exclaimed, "Again?"
That's it, he quickly turned around to instruct Hanyu, take them and escape now.
She worriedly asked, "What about you? Do you still have the strength to fight her?"
Jang Shan, facing the corpse demoness, turned back and answered loudly, "Everyone, just ignore me." The corpse demoness, having restored her human form, grinned wickedly, "Hee, if you want me to ignore you, no one will clean up your body afterward." The system interface appeared again with a smile, announcing to Jang Shan's surprise, "System upgrade complete, reward updated to soothing spirit pill, restores 150% stamina.
Would you like to consume it now?" He, thrilled and without hesitation, responded, "Consume." The corpse demoness, seeing his sudden response, was puzzled and asked, "Consume? Consume what? Do you want me to eat you? Then I won't be polite."
With that, she smugly smiled.
Ha, and immediately lunged to attack Jang Shan.
At this moment, Jang Shan did not hesitate but struck her with a punch that made the corpse demoness spit out blood.
Her body was thrown far away by the immense power of his attack.
He was now surrounded by a powerful aura, having successfully used the soothing spirit pill. Jang Shan raised a clenched fist in front of him and confidently said, "The strength is back." The corpse demoness had regained her footing and, confused, asked, "Why have you suddenly become so strong?" Jang Shan crossed his arms over his chest and shouted loudly, "Corewood control technique.
Come forth, giant forest man."
Immediately, a gigantic earth golem appeared before the corpse demoness. She now appeared incredibly small. The giant forest man stood towering, higher than any mountain, with a head that seemed to reach the sky. At this moment, the corpse demoness was truly panicked in front of such a colossal figure.
System notification, fight if you must, but don't call for help. Demon energy plus 920.
Jang Shan was now standing on top of the giant forest man's head and suggested, "Hey, why don't you just kill yourself?" At this point, she was so terrified that the worms on her face recoiled inward.
What? What? Jang Shan continued, "If not, you'll have to bear the consequences."
The giant forest man also began to raise his hand. A moment later, only two massive hands were seen hovering above the ground. Jang Shan, filled with excitement, shouted, "Tree man pile driver."
With that, punches began to land straight down onto the earth. Xiaonan, standing aside, anxiously exclaimed, "Isn't this a bit too much?"
Gu Hongya, pale-faced, responded, Suddenly I feel a bit sorry for the female demon." Then, Jiang Shinjiang spread his arms wide and said, "Finally, receive the blessings from the green forest." From the giant's eyes, the forest emitted streams of light.
The powerful light beams shot straight down below.
At that moment, the four red-haired sons were also standing on a rocky outcrop, witnessing the scene.
One of the sons spoke up, "Dad, should we move house?"
The system notification appeared, "Half-blood robe of the corpse ghost has died.
Demon energy plus 999.
The corpse demoness was lying on the ground, gasping for breath, surrounded by wisps of smoke.
Jang Shan jumped down, looked at her, and said, "Phew, I guess it's finally over, huh?"
The eye in the corpse demoness belly glowed bright red and stared at him. Suddenly, a hand reached up, attempting to touch Jiang Shan's hand. He felt a moment of panic and quickly jumped back. Something emerged from the corpse demoness' stomach, and then the large, swollen belly burst open.
A massive stream of blood sprayed up like a water jet.
Even though Jiang Shan was standing at a distance, a few drops still hit him.
He anxiously exclaimed, "Ah, it's really coming out, huh?" Drought spirit.
A creature with a round face and a single eye appeared from the shattered body of the corpse demoness.
Its eye fixed firmly on the front. Jiang Shan gritted his teeth and muttered, "It finally showed up."
Then, he began issuing orders again, "Giant of the green forest, deal with it." Jiang Shan and the drought spirit stood facing each other, with the green forest giant reaching out behind him. The drought spirit, standing before the gigantic foot of the green forest giant, seemed like a mere speck of sand. At that moment, the giant launched an attack, and the drought spirit immediately countered with a blow of its own to resist. Its power was so immense that it caused the green forest giant to melt upon contact.
Jang Shan looked at the gash in panic and exclaimed, "It's withered." He anxiously pondered in his mind, what should he do now? His demonization was being countered.
This little one had definitely reached the blood robe level. It seemed that the only option left was to rely on a sneak attack. The drought spirit remained standing, staring at him.
"Looking over here? Have I been discovered?"
Jang Shan grabbed a knife and jumped to another side, and it turned its head to follow him. Immediately after, the drought spirit charged toward him, causing Jang Shan to exclaim, "It's too fast." In a rush, he shouted the system's name to urge it. "System, quickly, let me draw a 3-star card." Instantly, the system presented a camera and spoke in a lazy tone, "Oh, what's the hurry? Come here." Then the camera began to spin. Just before the drought spirit could strike them, a shield appeared in front of Jang Shan, blocking its attack. The drought spirit squinted and frowned when it hit the shield.
Jang Shan sighed in relief, that was too close. Luckily, the automatic shield was deployed while it was spinning.
Behind him, a battle bear appeared with sharp fangs and claws.
At that moment, Jang Shan cheered in joy, "Phew, now I can relax."
"Beast, let's continue." He raised his card and activated it. At this moment, Drought Spirit trembled in panic, horrified as it looked at the system notification board. "The young prodigy is severely injured, the seal makes him feel terrified, demon energy plus 9,600. Jang Shan had just raised the card and said, "Transform into a demon bear," when Drought Spirit immediately turned around and bolted away. Watching it leap ahead, Jang Shan couldn't help but comment, "It sure runs pretty fast." Drought Spirit leapt out from the bushes, jumped over the pool, and ran across the entire building. Jang Shan followed its movements, then slowly put the card in his hand away, while calculating in his mind.
"Chase it, it's too dangerous."
"Don't chase it, let the tiger return to the mountain, and there will be future consequences. Better to call Yama's hall to take care of this disaster." Having said that, he immediately made a call. A beep sounded from the communication device at Yama's hall, alerting the girl who was on standby. Jang Shan spoke seriously on the phone, "Hello, Drought Spirit has appeared here.
Send someone over to capture it."
The girl, startled, quickly asked, "What?
Can you give us the exact location?"
Irritated, Jang Shan replied, "The location is hard to describe, just check my phone's GPS. Please hurry. This thing was born with the blood robe level. Right now, Drought Spirit is running for its life." The girl at Yama's hall, sweating nervously, confirmed, "What? Blood robe? Can you take responsibility for what you're saying?" Jang Shan replied solemnly, "Of course." Suddenly, the device emitted a series of beeps, beep, beep, beep. The screens of other devices also lit up in red. The two people inside looked up, startled. "Huh, is there a blood robe appearing?" The girl who had answered the phone earlier quickly informed.
"All units, attention. Zhang Chang has encountered a new blood robe."
At this moment, a shadow has appeared behind her on the floor. Then, Yang Chuan appeared behind the girl. She turned around and, surprised, called out, "Hey, team leader Yang is here." He furrowed his brows and asked seriously, "Did you just say the demon was already a blood robe level as soon as it was born?" Jang Shan, standing off to the side, angrily stamped his foot and shouted, "Why are you talking so much?
Is it here or not? Do you have any idea what will happen if that thing makes it to a crowded area?"
After hearing this, Yang Chuan immediately turned around and left. The girl reminded him, "Make sure your phone's location tracking is on. We'll be there immediately." Yang Chuan hastily gave orders, notifying the special operations team that they must prevent the blood robe from entering the urban area. "I'll head over there first." With that, he instantly vanished into thin air. Jang Shan had already hung up the phone by now, deep in thought as he looked down at his device, then smiled cunningly, "Success." Suddenly, he turned around and exclaimed, "Huh, where did it go?" He then jumped up and immediately chased after it into the building.
From above, Jang Shan placed his hand on his forehead to observe, then couldn't help but frown. Looking through the glass window, he saw a family gathered together, and couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damned demon. You're having a family meeting while this is going on?" Then, he immediately jumped down in front of their house. Gu Hongya turned her head to look back and spoke, asking, "Jang Shan, father, this is the person who helped exorcise the demons for our family." The man behind them also looked out in confusion, then turned to Jang Shan and clasped his hands together, expressing gratitude. "This time, the Gu family has been saved. Thank you, Jiang Grandmaster." Jang Shan smiled and made a gesture as if counting money with his fingers, asking with a hint of meaning, "Doesn't Mr. Gu have anything else he wants to say to me?" He broke into a cold sweat, unable to respond. He then turned to his descendants and said, "You all go outside, I need to have a private talk with Jiang Grandmaster." After the others left, the two of them sat down together. Mr. Gu spoke first. "Jiang Grandmaster, it's not that I don't want to talk about this, but those who know about it seem to be cursed, unable to avoid it." Jang Shan, upon hearing this, casually extended his hand with the death mark and the number 18 on his neck, saying, "Cursed? I'm very familiar with it. The blood talisman from the Yingning 7th courtroom has been fine for a long time. Our ancestors weren't expelled from the family tree for doing something wrong, but because they were the ones destined to face that fate, which forced the entire family to leave." After listening to this, Jang Shan raised a question, "Destined to face fate?" Mr. Gu then explained, "People often encounter unexpected disasters. If they're not careful, they could lose their lives immediately." Jang Shan only realized what was happening and frantically asked again, "Does this mean that Hong's sister also?" He immediately responded, "Yes, I once sought the help of a master, and the only way to save her was to separate her from her family." Jang Shan continued asking, "What about the ancestor's tomb? What happened there?" This caused Mr. Gu to tremble as he recounted, "Before, the two oldest members of the clan in the village came to me, asking to invite Xiaoya and the tomb of the ancestor in fate's tribulation. If not, the Gu family would face a great disaster. At that time, he had replied to the two elders, 'How could I let her do such a thing?' So, I led a group of people up the mountain to dig up the ancestor's tomb, hoping to investigate what was going on. But when he entered the tomb, his face filled with horror as he saw what was before him. In front of him was a pile of white bones, scattered haphazardly across the floor. At the innermost part of the tomb was a person bound by 4 chains, with a talisman affixed to her face. The female ghost was locked in the middle of the pile of bones. She was the corpse demoness. Mr. Gu grabbed a spade and said, "This must be the source of the disaster for the Gu family." "I smashed her skull," he said, raising the spade to strike the corpse demoness. But as the spade struck her, the nail and the talisman on her face fell off, revealing wriggling white maggots crawling on it. The nail and talisman fell in front of the corpse demoness. She groaned, When Bosku saw the scene, he was horrified. Holding the shovel motionless, he cried out. "Ah!" The hollow, insect-infested face of the corpse demoness screeched, then she yanked violently, causing the chain to crack. Shifting to the present, Bosku was still trembling, patting his chest to calm himself before saying, "Thinking about it now, I still feel chills running down my spine." Jang Shan, angered to the point of a cold laugh, retorted, "So, does that mean you let her out?" Bosku clasped his hands tightly together, speaking with a guilty tone, "I just wanted to save Xiaoya." Jiang Grandmaster gestured for him to look. After saying this, he pulled out a tattered book with a torn cover and a red nail. "This is what I brought out from the tomb." Jang Shan looked down and sighed, saying, "What kind of worn-out thing is this?" Then, he summoned the system to inquire, "System, what is this?" The system immediately replied, "Lower corpse ornamentation, damaged, requires 30,000 demon energy to repair." Switching to the book, Skeleton Battle Secret Technique, damaged, requires 100 demon energy to repair. Jang Shan picked up the book and said, 30,000 is a bit excessive, let's try repairing the one that costs 100 points first. Bosku, who had been standing aside, looked confused and asked, "Jiang Grandmaster, is there a problem?" Jang Shan jumped slightly, replying, "Not for now, let me study it first." Then, a stream of spiritual power emanated from his hand, restoring the book. At this moment, after the restoration was completed, a brand new book appeared in Jang Shan's hands, with the word skeleton battle secret technique written on the cover. Seeing this scene, Bosku was shocked and couldn't close his mouth. Oh, a miracle. Jang Shan flipped the book open and said, "Let's see what it says inside." Inside the book, the following text appeared: "The person who awakens the bloodline of the Gu family can cultivate." After reading this, Jang Shan became furious, slammed the book shut with force, and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, I can't cultivate it, and I just wasted 100 demon energy for nothing." Then, he flashed a sly grin, calculating in his mind, why not make some money off of him? With that thought, Jang Shan held out the book and said, "Bosku, I've restored your family's ancestral secret technique for you." Bosku gladly took the book and asked, "How should I thank you?" Jang Shan scratched his face, speaking with a hint of meaning in his voice, "Well, you can figure out what to do about that." Bosku generously responded, "As we discussed earlier, I'll transfer the company to you." Jang Shan quickly waved his hand, "I refuse." "Ha, no need for all that, I can't accept it." Seeing this, Bosku raised 3 fingers and said, "Then I'll transfer 1/3 of the shares to John Grandmaster, how about that?" At that moment, Jang Shan finally smiled in satisfaction. The two shook hands and simultaneously said, "Let's have a pleasant cooperation." Jang Shan then smiled contentedly, thinking that this time, he'd secured his financial independence. Bosku also had his own plans: 1/3 of the shares to secure peace for the Gu family and obtain a secret technique book. It was a big win. Both of them had their own goals. After a moment, Jang Shan picked up the nail and looked at the person beside him, speaking up, "Mr. Gu, can this nail be used?" Mr. Gu immediately responded, "This nail was originally a cursed object embedded in the body of that female ghost. I haven't figured out how to deal with it yet, but if Grandmaster Jiang likes it, feel free to take it." Grateful for the permission, Jang Shan hurriedly took the nail and placed it behind his back, cheerfully saying, "Haha, alright. Mr. Gu was puzzled as he watched his action, wondering where he was planning to put it. At this moment, 5 cars were parked outside the house, behind the garden. Jang Shan walked out and stood face to face with a group of people who had been waiting there. He couldn't help but feel speechless and muttered, "Why does it always have to be so loud when the people from Yama's hall show up?" Standing before him was Yang Chuan, whose face was dark and grim. Yang Chuan introduced himself briefly, "Yama's hall, Yang Chuan." Jang Shan cheerfully replied, "Room 1, 12th floor, Building 1, Yuyuan District." Jiang Shan. Yang Chuan was momentarily at a loss for words. The system's prompt appeared, "Who asked for your house number?" "Demon energy plus 420. Then he seriously asked, "As per protocol, how are you so sure it's a blood robe?" Jang Shan paused, then inwardly cursed, "What kind of fool goes after a blood robe and comes to probe me instead?" He calmly answered, "It has the power to kill me with a single strike. It can only be a blood robe." His tone grew louder, and with it, his own power flared up, clashing with Yang Chuan's strength. At that moment, Yang Chuan's power began to dissipate, and he broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "How is this possible? The ghost within me is afraid of him?" Yang Chuan, with a look of anger, threw out a palm strike aimed at Jang Shan while saying, "Sorry about this." A strange force emanated around Jang Shan, and his hand had already been placed on his chest. Jang Shan gritted his teeth, looked down, clicked his tongue, then yelled, "Get lost." The demon energy surrounding Yang Chuan quickly dissipated. He was genuinely startled and exclaimed, "Just a single shout, and my demon energy is blown away?" His hand still placed on Jang Shan's chest, the latter's cheeks flushed, and he smiled gently, saying, "Brother Yang, you really can't keep your hand on my chest like this. It's a bit too forward, don't you think?" Jang Shan then made a lewd and vulgar face, adjusted his glasses, and with his hair flying up, looked at Yang Chuan and continued, "If you want a touch, come to my place later. My house is huge, and it's nice inside too." This move made Yang Chuan panic. Jang Shan quickly grabbed his arm. The two subordinates following them looked on in shock at their actions. Yang Chuan, panicked, tried to pull his hand away and shouted, let go of me."
Meanwhile, Jang Shan's hands remained firmly gripping his wrist. The system notification appeared, damn gay, I'm straight.
Demon energy plus 999.
After a moment of teasing, Jang Shan taunted, you're blushing. Yang Chuan struggled to yank his hand free from Jang Shan's grip.
The subordinates standing behind them couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe he's messing around with Captain Yang.
Who is this kid, anyway?
At this moment, Yang Chuan felt embarrassed and turned to his subordinates, ordering, what are you standing there staring for?
Erase everyone's memories and clean up the battlefield.
The two subordinates immediately turned and hurried off. Understood.
Yes, we're on it right away.
However, Yang Chuan turned to Jang Shan and shouted, what are you still holding me for? Let go.
Jang Shan, still grinning with a scheming smile, said, let go, but only if you agree to one of my requests. Yang Chuan immediately agreed, fine, tell me. He pointed toward the father and son of Mr. Gu and said, don't erase the memories of that person.
Yang Chuan asked again to confirm, that woman?
At this point, Gu Hongya looked touched, thinking that Jang Shan was asking on her behalf.
Was she that important to him? Suddenly, Jang Shan pointed to the person behind her and said, what?
I mean that old man. He still owes me several $100 million, and the contract hasn't been signed yet.
If we forget about it, that would be a huge problem.
His words were so blunt that they caused everyone to be slightly shocked and turn to look at him.
Seeing their reaction, he furrowed his brow and asked, what are you staring at? Never seen a rich man before? The system interface displayed the following message, this kid has several $100 million? Demon energy plus 220.
Moments later, the man was gripped by a ghostly force, his head laughing foolishly, ho-oh. The girl was also affected, smiling innocently, hee-hee. Gu Hongya, upon seeing the ghostly presence, listened as its teeth clattered in her direction and was filled with fear. But in the end, it still bit her once, causing her to cry out in pain.
Jang Shan immediately angrily punched it, shouting, did you suck it all up already? Hong's sister, let's go. The red car was now speeding down the road.
Jang Shan sat inside, turned to the person beside him, and said, having a rich dad is really nice, just wave your hand and you get a new car.
Gu Hongya casually replied, what other choice is there?
Who told you my car was pushed off the mountain by a ghost when we got here?
He responded cheerfully, yeah, that's true.
Suddenly, he became startled, his face turning pale as he exclaimed, hey, Hong's sister, your memory hasn't been erased, has it?
From outside, we could hear Jang Shan's loud voice. Gu Hongya, still driving, answered with a hint of sadness, yeah, I think it's fine.
I think the secret book my dad gave me protected me. Upon hearing this, Jang Shan said, that book is the Gu family's secret technique, it looks pretty powerful.
Gu Hongya suddenly slammed on the brakes. She happily turned to Jang Shan, her eyes wide open as she asked, can I become as strong as you?
Because of the sudden brake, Jang Shan, unprepared, was thrown forward. He crashed through the car window, and the shards of glass scattered. He stood up outside the car.
Jang Shan wiped his face in frustration and said, no. You're stronger than me. You're really amazing at driving. Gu Hongya leaned out the window and replied, you should wear your seatbelt, Xiaoshan.
The scene shifted to another space, where a street vendor's cart appeared. The cook was busy preparing something, while a customer sat nearby waiting. The chef was still diligently cooking, but on his pan was something terrifyingly red.
Once it was done, the chef served it to the guest wearing a hat. The man, upon seeing it, smiled and immediately expressed his thanks.
He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and remarked, it's really tender. At that moment, their red car passed by the vendor's stall.
Jang Shan looked out the window and commented, grilled food? It smells amazing. Suddenly, the guest who was eating noticed the blood talisman on Jang Shan's hand resting on the windowsill. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but exclaim, blood talisman.
He then wiped his mouth and gave a cunning smile.
Hee hee, it looks like I didn't have to put in much effort to get this. The owner walked ahead, then turned around and left. The vendor collapsed, dead unexpectedly on the ground, with a large part of his chest hollowed out. The scene shifted to a large apartment building, where a few windows were still lit. Jang Shan was sitting inside a room, reaching out to touch the system, then asked, "System, what can I use now?" The system displayed the following information: Host, Jang Shan. Demon Energy, 31,899. Monster Talisman by a 3-star demon with 800 supernatural powers, item of core rank, in damaged condition, demonic sound resistance, high grade, rolling G, high grade demon energy. Jang Shan finished reading and calculated that he should draw a few more magic cards, just in case he needed them later. The 2-star magic card Great Immortal Yan Li showed the image of a 6-horned mountain goat. The 2-star magic card Huang Shijing displayed the image of a winged lion. The 3-star magic card 9-headed worm revealed the image of horned snakes. Jang Shan took the 3 cards in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Hee, these are much stronger than the 1-star ones. Then, he took out his pet and lovingly petted it, along with Ro Lingji, his favorite. After a moment, he excitedly held up the items and spoke proudly. "Doesn't this mean I'm invincible now?" Ha ha. The man from earlier arrived in front of the apartment complex, and the security guard was surprised when he saw him. As the man approached, the guard shouted, "What are you doing? If you're not the investor, you can't enter." The man wearing the hat used his magical gaze and said, "Oh, take a closer look." At that moment, the security guard's eyes turned red under the man's enchantment. Strange energy attacked the corners of his mouth, and his knees cracked open. Then, he bowed his head in front of the man and said, "Welcome back, sir." The man confidently entered as if it were his own home. In the surveillance room, the man ordered the guard, "Rewind the security footage from this afternoon, to the point I need." Then, he spoke, pointing at the image of Jang Shan standing by the elevator. He asked, "Which apartment is this kid from? Give me the spare keys to his apartment." A moment later, he was walking down the corridor with the sound of his boots echoing. Reaching a door, the man casually slid the key into the lock. Opening the door and stepping inside, he saw Jang Shan lying soundly asleep, so deeply that even his nostrils flared. He flashed a sly smile, glanced down at the mark on Jang Shan's hand, and spoke, "I wonder which useless fool from Anming got killed by a kid like this. Still going for the heart as usual." With that, he raised his hand to stab Jang Shan in the heart. Suddenly, Jang Shan flashed a sinister grin, and eerie black air swirled around him. The man tried to retract his hand, but it was too late. Ro Lingji appeared instantly, and his hand was held by the old woman. The man panicked, flailing his hand in a desperate attempt to sever Ro Lingji. He cursed aloud, "Damn it." At this point, Jang Shan had turned Ro Lingji into a sword, holding it in his hand with a vicious expression, and spoke to the man, "Hee, surprised? Did you not see this coming?" The man, now rubbing his hand, both confused and alarmed, asked, "When did you notice?" Jang Shan replied as he walked past the snack counter, "I saw you already. The scent on you is exactly like Zhang Shaohai from Anming." "Ho, I'm not as easy to deal with as Zhang Shaohai." The man raised his own hand, looking up proudly as he spoke, "The gods won't admit defeat either." Hee, too bad, I'm much harder to deal with now than before." With that, he swung his weapon. The man was thrown backward but regained his footing and seriously said, "Does that mean you have a good blade?" I thought he was going to pull some kind of trick, but unexpectedly, he leaped towards the glass door, shattering a large part of it. Jang Shan shouted after him, "You want to run? In a minute, people from Yama's hall will be here. You won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he jumped through the hole and chased after him. At that moment, the man turned his head and gave a sly grin, running with a ho-ho sound. Then, he took off the hat from his head and continued, "It's just that your room is too small, my weapon couldn't be fully utilized." Finishing his words, he reached into the hat as if pulling something out. Unexpectedly, a disgusting, slimy substance spilled out from inside, looking utterly revolting. Meanwhile, he grinned with a pleased expression, as if relishing what was coming out. Jang Shan saw this and yelled at his pet, "Damn Ro Lingji, is this your brother? What kind of mess is this?"
It turned into a weapon resembling a gigantic blender blade. He aimed it at Jang Shan and triumphantly said, "Die." Jang Shan quickly leaped to the side to dodge the projectile from the weapon. It was too dangerous. But unexpectedly, it came with a string attached.
Jang Shan panicked. What the hell is this? Return spear?
At this moment, Ro Lingji flew by, blocking the weapon for Jang Shan. Ro Lingji slashed at the red spherical object, splitting it in half. Suddenly, something with sharp teeth appeared behind his head. The old man, at this moment, carried the weapon on his shoulder and said with a sinister smile, "At this close distance, you'd better hope you can dodge." The mouth of that thing was slowly widening, aiming to bite Jang Shan's head. He was sweating profusely but still maintained a calm smile. "Haha, that line also applies to your pants." Ro Lingji had now turned into a sharp object, aimed at the old man's crotch, ready to strike. Enraged, he swung his weapon to counterattack Ro Lingji while shouting, "Damn it, trying to play sneak attack."
Ro Lingji isn't in your hands anymore. Let's see how you escape this time.
Immediately, countless red projectiles rushed toward Jang Shan. Before the spherical objects could explode, Jang Shan quickly activated his demon body, and his body was enveloped by a layer of bronze-colored armor. Suddenly, the red projectiles exploded. Moments later, Jang Shan appeared through the smoke, gritting his teeth, his face covered with wounds. The old man, on the other hand, laughed victoriously, "Ha, long-range attacks have completely overwhelmed you.
From now on, you won't be able to get close to me."
Jang Shan was slightly struggling but still calmly responded, "No, I have no intention of getting close to you anymore."
Your long-range attacks aren't bad either.
After speaking, he retracted Ro Lingji into his hand.
Ro Lingji, it's time for us to transform.
At that moment, Ro Lingji began to melt and then transformed into a walking cannon. Jang Shan stood proudly on top of it and shouted, "Let's have a long-range duel then." The destructive bullet was fired, so powerful it sparked upon release. The bullet hurtled forward, carrying the force of Ro Lingji. At that moment, its eye and clenched teeth revealed its discomfort. The old man on this side was shocked speechless at the sight. The bullet was about to strike him, yet he stood frozen in place from the shock. The impact wave that followed created a significant aftershock. It triggered an explosion, and intense flames burst forth. Jang Shan emerged with difficulty from within the smoke. Placing a hand on his chest, he spoke, "Still alive?" The old man had lost half of his upper body but was still standing. He gritted his teeth and looked at him with a growl. Then, he let out a sinister smile and said, "Next time we meet, you're dead for sure."
Jang Shan let out a mocking laugh, "You're already in this state, and you still think there'll be a next time?"
The man chuckled deviously.
Then, the skin on his face began to peel away.
Moments later, he vanished into thin air, replaced by the image of a security guard crying out in pain. The security guard collapsed. Jang Shan furrowed his brows and said, "To think he'd be someone who doesn't care about others' lives." At that moment, a helicopter appeared overhead.
Ci Lei leaped down from it behind Jang Shan and quickly asked, "Where's In Ming's man?" Jang Shan was in the middle of retracting Ro Lingji and answered her irritably, "Can't you show up on time for once?
By the time you people get here, he's already escaped." Ci Lei responded by raising two fingers to her ear and speaking to her subordinates on the other end of the line, "No need to come down just yet, seal off the area immediately and search for any suspicious individuals." Jang Shan was so furious at this moment that he had to voice some sarcastic remarks, "Ho-oh, it's always the same trick.
Does it even work? The drought spirit ran away the last time, what good did you all do?"
Ci Lei, at this point, had lost her patience and turned her head away.
"Fine, I'm going. I don't feel like talking to you anymore." Jang Shan quickly followed her, saying, "Don't say I didn't warn you. He's a very powerful puppet master."
Then, in a fit of anger, he scolded and grumbled, his frustration evident as he spent the whole day, from morning until night, just pretending to be busy.
With your attitude, if you can catch anyone, I'll plant a banana tree. At this point, Ci Lei had already vanished into thin air. Her subordinates, who had been searching around the area, then reported back, "We've checked the only exit in the South District, there's nothing unusual." Suddenly, the man's feet were near a manhole cover, which was opened briefly, only to be hurriedly closed again. Through the hole in the window, the faint moonlight shone through. Jang Shan looked up with a haggard, exhausted face, and sighed, really asking for trouble. Oh, another night. He felt completely drained, as though every bit of his strength had been squeezed out. After a while, as he was softly snoring, a sudden ring from his phone broke the silence. The screen showed the caller as Zhao Erhu. Cut to Zhongbei University. Jang Shan was sitting in class, but so exhausted that he had fallen asleep at his desk. He was sleeping so soundly that bubbles formed at his nose, his mouth drooling while he muttered in his sleep as if dreaming. "Don't be afraid, come here and let me get some demon energy." Suddenly, a finger poked at his bubble, popping it and waking him up in a jolt. In the morning, in the classroom, Jang Shan had a weary expression, with the dark circles around his eyes more pronounced. He sluggishly listened as Erhu excitedly said, "I called you this morning, why didn't you pick up?" Jang Shan, still half asleep, groggily asked Erhu. Seeing this, Erhu asked with concern, "What did you do last night? You look really weak today." Jang Shan, annoyed by the constant interruption to his sleep, snapped at him, "Mind your own business." Seeing Jang Shan yell at him, Erhu, feeling a bit guilty, said, "Well, I just wanted to tell you, I feel like I'm about to break through to level C." Jang Shan rubbed his face to wake up and replied, "Oh, that was pretty fast." Zhao Erhu proudly said, "Well, I was born in Longsheng Temple, so I level up a bit faster than others." When Jang Shan heard Zhao Erhu patting his own chest, he laughed and thought to himself, "Ho-oh, just some small talk, can't you tell? I can even compete with Blood Robe now." Zhao Erhu then invited Jang Shan to join him on a group mission. "I've got a C+ level group mission. Want to join?" Jang Shan asked suspiciously, "Oh, who's leading it? Are they trustworthy?" Zhao Erhu quickly replied, "The leader is from the martial sect, and it's a large-scale group mission." Jang Shan, surprised, turned his head to ask, "Large scale? How large?" Zhao Erhu patiently answered, "The scope we need to deal with is relatively large. A large-scale group mission usually involves handling an entire area, like a ghost village, a ghost town, or a supernatural space." After hearing Zhao Erhu's explanation, Jang Shan found it quite interesting and immediately agreed. It sounded pretty exciting. Jang Shan stood up, preparing to leave, and turned back to say to Zhao Erhu, "Give me a slot." Zhao Erhu happily replied, "All right, I'll send the task to you via phone when the time comes." Outside the school gate, two students were finishing their classes, chatting as they walked. One of them said, "I heard the torture is back on the web again. What's that about? Just hearing the name sounds unlucky." As the two students continued talking while walking, a luxurious and expensive limousine suddenly sped toward them, nearly hitting them. The two of them screamed, "Oh my God!" They jumped back, their hearts racing, frozen in fear, and stammered, What's going on?" Jang Shan appeared from behind and spoke, "Please make way." They jumped in shock, almost having their hearts fall out, and stuttered, Jang Shan calmly walked past them, and the car door opened, welcoming him inside. Bosku sat on a high-end leather sofa, waving his hand politely, "Zhang Grandmaster, I'm here." The surrounding car and interior seemed to be imbued with an overwhelmingly high-class, luxurious scent of money. Jang Shan smiled and responded to Bosku, "It's just a contract worth a few $100 million. Why all the fuss?" Mr. Gu, with a serious expression, took out a contract. Both of them carefully reviewed it, and finally, he pointed to the document and guided Jang Shan to press his fingerprint on the contract here. With a relieved sigh, he said, "All right, now 1/3 of the shares of the Gu family are now in the hands of Zhang Grandmaster." The contract clearly stated the transferee, Jang Shan, along with his fingerprint stamped in red ink. Jang Shan let out a quiet breath of relief and thought to himself, he truly keeps his word. Upon hearing this, Mr. Gu laughed heartily, clapped his hands, and made another request.
Jiang Grandmaster, I have one more favor to ask of you. Jang Shan immediately darkened his face, thinking to himself, I knew this money wouldn't come easy. Mr. Gu pressed a button, activating a projector, and pointed to a land development plan, showing it to Jang Shan. Please take a look. Jang Shan was surprised and exclaimed, Wow, there's even a projector in the car? Mr. Gu pointed to a vast piece of land and began explaining the details of the plan. I've bought up all the properties in the Yu Yuan neighborhood. All the descendants of the Gu family will be moving there. Jang Shan's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Buy everything? What are you planning to do? Boss Gu raised his hand to pat his chest reassuringly, Rest assured, leave your life in Jang Shan's hands. Being with Jiang Grandmaster, of course, is to ensure peace of mind. After hearing Boss Gu's words, Jang Shan's facial muscles twitched like a fish caught on a hook. He took the contract back in his hand and could only accept 1/3 of the shares because he wanted to be a bodyguard, right? He reluctantly agreed. Don't worry, from now on we will be a mutually beneficial community. Both sides seemed to have reached a common agreement and were pleased with this project. Bosku laughed joyfully, alright. In a dilapidated and gloomy apartment, an older man hurriedly walked home. When he entered the house, he smiled happily. Inside, his young, beautiful wife, wearing an apron, was preparing dinner and waiting for him to return. Seeing her husband come home joyfully, she said to him, Wash your hands and come eat. The man didn't rush to eat but began to boast about the good thing that had happened today. He walked over and started telling his wife, Honey, today I came across something good. Upon hearing this, the wife smiled happily and, with a sarcastic glance, said, What good thing could there be for you? The man reached into his wallet and pulled out 3 bright red wedding envelopes. Look, I found these on the road. The wife immediately snatched them, her eyes shining with joy. She looked closely at the 3 envelopes and estimated that there must be quite a bit of money inside, right? Then she looked at the front of the red envelope, seeing the character H and 2 pigeons, and said, Yeah, it's also a wedding red envelope. The young wife turned to remind her uncle, You picked up so many red envelopes from others, at least you should say a few words of congratulations. The uncle suddenly remembered, nodding as if it made sense, then took out his phone to take a picture of the red envelope and posted it on social media. Yeah, you're right, he posted the picture with a congratulatory message. Today, someone is getting married and handing out red envelopes. I was lucky to pick one up. Congratulations. As soon as he posted, a few people commented with confusion, I didn't hear anyone getting married. I just came back, can someone give me a house? Where's the wedding? I didn't hear any noise. The uncle's face started to change color when he saw the comments, beads of sweat pouring down. He thought to himself, Is there no wedding? Then where did the red envelope come from? Suddenly, the uncle received a voice message from a stranger. Curious, he clicked on the message to listen. The message was very simple, just asking, What does the red envelope look like? Can you send me a picture? The uncle quickly took a picture and sent it over, still feeling suspicious. How strange, does he want to go downstairs and pick one up too? After seeing the picture of the red envelope, the stranger replied, You should look at the H character. This isn't a wedding red envelope, it's clearly a death threat. Hearing what the stranger said, the uncle was so scared that he slumped into a chair, trembling as he stared at the message. A death threat? Are there still superstitions like this in this day and age? The uncle tried to reassure himself, as the stranger continued speaking, In the past, if a young girl had not yet turned 16, was unmarried, and passed away, she could not reincarnate. The uncle looked at the message, tightly gripped the red envelope, and felt a cold shiver down his spine, yet sweat kept pouring down. The stranger kept speaking, If those girls wanted to reincarnate, they had to undergo a ritual. Before the stranger could finish his sentence, the uncle had already understood it was the ritual of a ghost marriage, marrying the dead. The stranger messaged again, To complete this ritual, a lock of the girl's hair must be placed inside a red envelope and thrown onto the road for someone else to pick up. The uncle read this and immediately checked the red envelope again.
Indeed, there was a lock of hair inside the envelope. Panicked, the uncle turned to call his wife. "Dear, look at this." Before he could finish his sentence, his wife transformed into a ghost, turning around to smile at him. Her face was covered in blood pouring from all 7 orifices: eyes, nose, and mouth, and her lifeless eyes asked, "What's wrong, dear?" At that moment, a scream echoed through the entire apartment building. The uncle woke up with a start, drenched in sweat. Still shaken from the dream, he sat for a while to calm down before wiping the sweat from his forehead. It was just a dream. I knew it. Where would I have a wife from? Then he turned to look at the table and discovered 3 bright red envelopes neatly placed on it. His pupils contracted, and sweat started to bead again. The uncle, confused, asked, "The envelopes are still here?" At this moment, strands of hair began to poke out from inside the red envelope. The hair moved like worms, wriggling and stretching out. The uncle, holding the envelope, was confused, not knowing what this was. As he curiously examined it, suddenly he heard a voice. "Is it strange? Try looking up." As he looked up at the ceiling, he jumped in fright, screaming in terror. On the ceiling appeared a blood-soaked happiness character, dripping blood onto the floor. The uncle, stunned and scared, collapsed onto the bed, clutching his head. The eerie voice sounded again, smooth yet chilling, causing him to shiver. "At midnight, hour of the rat, the auspicious time. A beautiful scene, let's marry." The uncle suddenly remembered it was not yet hour of the rat and jumped up, running outside. "There's still half an hour before midnight, I can still make it." The uncle rushed towards the door in a panic. The eerie voice echoed once more. "At midnight, hour of the rat, the auspicious time. A beautiful scene, let's marry." The uncle screamed out loud. "Shut up, stop talking." When he reached the door, he trembled, fumbling around, unable to open it. Suddenly, a red fabric wedding flower appeared on the door, like a monster extending its tendrils to block the door, preventing him from leaving. The uncle screamed in horror. Why has the door become like this? He quickly ran to grab a pair of scissors, intending to cut the fabric flower's strings, and began cutting to see if it would work. The uncle used all his strength to cut the cloth, but as soon as he touched the string, the blade of the scissors shattered into pieces. It was over, it was basically useless. The uncle panicked and collapsed onto the ground, terrified. What should I do now? He turned and saw the red envelope, quickly picking it up and thinking to himself, "It's all because of this red envelope." In a hurry, he tossed the red envelope out of the window. "If I throw it away, it should be fine, right?" Just as he threw the envelope, he heard someone shouting from below, throwing things down from above. "Who's so inconsiderate?" The uncle, inside the house, quickly stuck his head out of the window and shouted, "Hurry, throw it away." The person who had the red envelope fall on their head shouted happily, "It's rare to meet someone as kind as me. Now I'll take it back to return it." The uncle, in a panic, screamed, Don't come up here." Moments later, the person who picked up the red envelope knocked on the door. "Hello, I'm the kind person who found this and I'm returning it to its rightful owner." The person knocked loudly on the door, and the uncle, inside, was so frightened he broke into a cold sweat. "So fast?" The knocking from outside grew louder. "Hurry and open the door." The violent knocking caused several wedding decoration strings blocking the door to fly off. "Open the door quickly." The system displayed a notification, "My demon bindings are almost at their breaking point. Demon energy plus 39. The uncle trembled in fear. What kind of good person knocks like that? When the person outside knocked for a while without anyone opening the door, they kicked the door hard, sending it flying far away, severing all the red ropes. Dust filled the air, causing the uncle to cough violently. Cough, cough. In the dense, swirling smoke, a dark figure appeared, standing and waiting. "Brother, this dark figure is Jang Shan. He told me to give the red envelope to the uncle. This is his red envelope." The man was startled when he saw Jang Shan hold out the red envelope. His face turned pale, and he shouted, "Throw it away quickly, that red envelope will bring ghosts." Jang Shan immediately conjured a flame with his hand, burning the red envelope, then laughed and said, "Of course I know. If there were no ghosts, I wouldn't have bothered coming." Jang Shan stepped forward, kicking aside the fabric flowers, and continued, "When I saw you pick up that red envelope, I knew there was going to be a good show tonight." The uncle, his face ashen, looked up and asked, "Do you know how to exorcise ghosts?" Jang Shan walked up to the uncle, grinning mischievously, "I do know a little. Just follow my instructions, and I guarantee you won't need to worry about anything." At that moment, the clock struck midnight. A ghost draped in a red cloth appeared. She sweetly called out, "Darling, it's 12 o'clock." The ghost, covered in the red cloth, stood at the door, puzzled, and asked, "Huh? Where's the door?" A giant question mark appeared, but she continued to step inside. She saw that someone had already set out offerings, which included a bun with 3 cigarettes stuck on top, a carton of milk, and a packet of spicy sticks. Even the system had to be speechless in front of this bizarre offering. Who lights incense and offers spicy sticks with milk? Demon energy plus 144 points. The female ghost, still wearing her red cloth, stood awkwardly in front of the offerings, silently thinking, "Are they trying to capture me with magic?" The female ghost was deep in thought when Jang Shan walked over and rang the bell, shaking it, causing the ghost to jump in surprise. She staggered backward, raised her hand to cover her face, and screamed out, "Who's there?" At this moment, Jang Shan had transformed into a Taoist priest, shaking the bell with a grim expression, elongating his voice to respond to the female ghost. The system immediately displayed the ghost's thoughts. Clearly, her red envelope had fallen randomly. How did he know her name? Demon energy plus 650 points. Jang Shan had gained quite a bit of demon energy from just a little trickery, and he couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Amat Buddha, good, good." He then pulled out Ro Ling Ji, which transformed into a sword with a ghostly face, eyes shining bright, a smile like King Yama himself had come to claim a life. He spoke, "Now, I, the humble monk, shall help you pass on to the next world." The old man hiding in the corner of the cabinet saw Jang Shan's appearance and his face was full of black lines. He muttered to himself, "Are you a Taoist priest or a monk, exactly?" The female ghost let out a loud laugh, pulled up her headscarf, and with a mocking tone, revealed her demonic face, saying, "Don't think that just because I'm a ghost, I'll be afraid of these tricks of the unorthodox ways. Come, marry me." She bared her sharp teeth in a smile, then launched a palm strike. On the palm of her hand appeared a symbol of the Chinese character for double happiness, and with a strong thrust, she slammed it into Jang Shan's chest. A red-hot demonic aura blasted into Jang Shan's body. He remained motionless, letting the ghost attack him without resistance. After delivering the strike, the ghost smiled with a bizarre expression, her eyes glowing red. "Do you now understand my power?" Jang Shan, while wiping his nosebleed, said, "I know, with that shameless face of yours, you make me so excited." "So it turns out you got a nosebleed because you were excited." Jang Shan grabbed both of the female ghost's hands and said, "I thought I was going to be single for life." Then he lifted her up and hugged her, his face full of joy and excitement. "I never expected that I'd have a wife now." The female ghost blushed with embarrassment, shyly pushing him away, but the more she pushed, the more Jang Shan's perversion became obvious. He puckered his lips, his eyes full of anticipation. "Wifey, give me a kiss, wifey, let me hug you." The female ghost, teased by Jang Shan, blushed even more and tried to avoid him. "Get off, get away, who wants to marry you for real?" Jang Shan then began his acting, crying and sniffling, tears and mucus everywhere. "Isn't this a real marriage? So you don't really love me?" He acted with such intensity, his face full of grievance, and then pressed his face to the female ghost's cheek, whispering softly, "Then let me tell you one last thing." The female ghost couldn't refuse, and Jang Shan performed his majestic howl of the barbarian, the roar carrying great spiritual power, knocking the female ghost to the ground, causing her to tremble. It felt like one of her ears had been destroyed, and she no longer had the strength to stand up. She angrily cursed, "Damn it, you crazy bastard, my ears are ringing. What kind of spell is this?" Jang Shan looked at the female ghost and said, "Is she a little less delusional now? Has she sobered up a bit?"
Seeing Jang Shan toying with me like a puppet, well, I wasn't going to take that lying down. I stood up, ready to counterattack.
"Humph, you think you're the only one who knows this trick?"
A female ghost approached the uncle hiding in the corner under the cupboard and began chanting an ancient incantation to hypnotize him. Once the uncle was hypnotized, he stood up involuntarily, obeying her commands. His eyes were completely white, blank, as he muttered, "Dear wife." The female ghost kept chanting the spell, making him follow her every whim. She started to control him to attack Jang Shan.
Hypnotized, the uncle shouted, "Dear wife."
Then grabbed a knife and rushed toward Jang Shan, yelling, "Now I'm coming to help you." He took slow steps, standing behind Jang Shan, then swung the knife at his head.
But luckily, Jang Shan quickly ducked and avoided it.
The uncle, swinging his knife wildly, shouted, "Don't you dare harm my wife." Jang Shan, dodging the strike, angrily said, "Damn, I almost capsized in this ditch." Then he immediately turned and threw a punch right into the uncle's mouth. "Go to sleep." The uncle took Jang Shan's punch and collapsed, knocked out cold. His face was bruised, swollen, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth.
The uncle, nearly unconscious, didn't seem to recognize anything.
Jang Shan took off his sorcerer's robe and looked seriously at the ghost. "Interesting, soundwave convergence, right?"
Jang Shan pulled out the demonic sound resistance from his waist and taunted the female ghost, "Let's continue."
Jang Shan immediately struck the drum hard, and the sound from the drum rang out with immense power, causing the female ghost to tremble violently, her face turning pale. The female ghost stood almost motionless, frozen in place. Jang Shan stepped forward, mocking her, leaning in to provocatively whisper in her ear, "Sing, go ahead, sing some more." After the female ghost had stood still, he raised his hand and shamelessly touched his chest, saying, "Since you can't move, then I won't hold back anymore." His hand condensed and transformed into Ro Ling Ji, stabbing through the female ghost's body, causing her to die instantly, without even a chance to gasp. The system notification appeared, "Soundwave convergence, the weeping ghost has been killed, demon energy plus 999 points." Jang Shan withdrew his hand. Blood from the female ghost still clung to his fingers, and with the large hole in her chest, he scoffed, saying, "It's done." But when he saw that the female ghost was still intact, not vanishing like she usually did, Jang Shan was startled and exclaimed, "Ha!" He reached out to touch her face and discovered something strange hidden behind her hair.
"Ha, what's that in her hair?"
Jang Shan grabbed the card from behind the female ghost's hair to examine it.
"Oh, is this piece of paper her real form?"
After Jang Shan pulled the card from behind the female ghost's hair, her body dissolved into a pinkish-purple slime that emitted a strong stench. Jang Shan closely inspected the card in his hand. It featured skulls in distinct colors, with fresh grass like blood, and beneath it, the words Road 444 were written.
Seeing the eerie card, Jang Shan summoned flames, intending to burn it.
He thought to himself that it would be best to eliminate the source entirely, as leaving this unlucky object behind would only cause more trouble. But strangely, the card was hardly burned.
He was surprised. "Huh, it can't be burned?" Jang Shan picked up the card and speculated, could this be the entrance ticket to some mysterious space?
After thinking for a moment, he put the card in his pocket and turned to leave. "I'll keep it.
Who knows, I might need it one day." Jang Shan then hailed a taxi to go home.
Once he was comfortably seated, he opened the system to check his total points, demon energy 26,889 points. Upon seeing the total, he happily said, "A regular weeping ghost can earn more than 7,000 demon energy, it was worth all the effort I put into setting this up." Just as he was enjoying his success, the car suddenly slammed on the brakes. After the sudden stop, he breathed a sigh of relief, tightened his seatbelt, and cheerfully said, "That was close.
Good thing I put on the seatbelt this time."
Outside, a girl wearing a black cloak stood blocking the front of the car.
The driver angrily stuck his head out and yelled at her, "What are you doing out here at this time? You want to die or something?"
The girl stood still, trembling, with a pitiful look on her face as she pleaded, "Please help me."
Someone's trying to kill me.
Jang Shan activated his eyes that could see through the realms and immediately recognized that she was a ghost, not an ordinary person.
However, he casually leaned his head out of the car window and cheerfully invited, "What are you waiting for? Get in." The car continued to speed through the night. The atmosphere was quiet, the girl huddled in the back seat, her face dark and gloomy. The entire car was enveloped in a silent, eerie space. On the road, a sudden group of people dressed in black, faces fully covered, leapt down from above. The leader, after scanning the surroundings, asked in confusion, "Where is the target? Why did they suddenly vanish?" The one leading the black-clad group, upon turning around, noticed a faint wisp of demon energy rising gently from a nearby taxi. She immediately ordered her subordinates to give chase, on the car go after them. 3 figures in black tailed the speeding taxi closely. Sitting inside, Jang Shan glanced at the rearview mirror and figured it out. He let out a faint, mocking chuckle. "So it's the worthless bunch from Yama's hall, huh?" Jang Shan cast a demonic spell to jolt the taxi with a surge of electricity, speaking with smug confidence, "Now that you've run into me, don't even dream of catching a ghost, not even once." With his aid, the taxi sped off like lightning. In just a few moments, the vehicle had left the Yama's hall pursuers far behind, who could only stand helplessly and watch. The leader fumed with rage, smoke almost coming out of her ears, and seeing the car disappear into the distance, she reported via radio, "Damn it, the target is heading west, cut her off, now." Inside the car, Jang Shan, seeing they had successfully shaken off the Yama's hall, smiled smugly in satisfaction, "Ha, as if you people could stop anyone." Then he turned to the girl in the car and said, "Don't worry. You're safe now." Jang Shan began his performance, hoping to provoke her into revealing her true form. He feigned ignorance and said, "Speaking of which, last night when I took a taxi, something similar happened. A girl blocked the car and said someone was trying to kill her. I asked if she knew who was after her. She said, I couldn't see his face clearly. I only know his name is Zhao Zhongchang." Jang Shan spoke as he flipped his body backward. When he mentioned the name of the culprit, his eyes widened, and he pressed his face close to the girl, saying, "Do you see? The culprit is Zhao Zhongchang." The girl, scared by his sudden action, wrapped the scarf tightly around her body, shrinking back, staring at the nameplate in front of her. "Route 331, driver Zhao Zhongchang," she muttered. She gasped. "Zhao Zhongchang? So the murderer who killed the person must be this driver, right?" Jang Shan successfully frightened the female ghost, gaining 300 points of demon energy. Then he leaned down and screamed, "Mom, the driver is a murderous psychopath." The driver was utterly confused, with a face full of question marks, unsure if this was some kind of joke. Why on earth was he being called a murderer? Jang Shan, unashamed, jumped from the front seat to the back seat, hugging the girl tightly. With his superb acting skills, his face turned pale, and he clung to her stiffly. The girl, embarrassed, tried to pull away and asked, "What? What do you want to do?" At that moment, Jang Shan hugged the girl and dashed out of the car, shouting, "Run quickly." The car screeched to a halt, and the door swung open. The driver stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then finally came to his senses. Seeing the two of them running away while embracing each other, he shouted, "Hey, you haven't paid for the ride yet. You too." Jang Shan held the girl in a princess carry and dashed through the towering buildings, displaying his gallant and caring side, saying, "Hold on tight to me, I'm speeding up." With that, he sped like a maniac across the rooftops, causing the girl to scream in fear, "Ah, too fast, you're going too fast." After a while of flying around, he brought her to a desolate place and said, "That wicked driver surely won't catch up with us now." In the narrow alley with no one in sight, Jang Shan looked around, confirmed there was no one, then lowered his hand to unbuckle his belt. "Great, there's no one around." The girl, seeing he was about to do something indecent, blushed awkwardly and stammered, "Why are you unbuckling your belt?" Jang Shan took out a Rolingji and smirked, saying, "Hee, what do you think?" Then he transformed the Rolingji into a sword and charged straight at the female demon. "Of course, I want to extract some demon energy from you." Jang Shan put all his strength into thrusting the sword at the raincoat demoness. But she raised her legs and clamped the sword's blade, then suddenly kicked Jang Shan away along with the Ro Lingji sword. The raincoat demoness gritted her teeth, realizing in anger that everything Jang Shan had done earlier was a scam.
You're despicable. What about that so-called taxi killer, or Zhao Zhongchang?
You made all that up to deceive me, didn't you?
Despite being kicked by the raincoat demoness, he still grinned slyly and teased, "You're so clever, huh?
At least you must be a half-blood robe, right?"
The raincoat demoness threw off her cloak, revealing her true form as a female demon, her body wrapped in strips of binding cloth.
She threatened, "Now that you know I'm a half-blood robe, you're still daring to mess with me? Don't think that just because I killed a few people from Yama's hall earlier, I'm tired now."
Taking advantage of the demoness' distraction, Jang Shan quickly thrust his sword into the raincoat demoness, saying, "You talk too much." While the demoness was babbling, the sword swiftly sliced through her, cutting her in half. The demoness panicked, blood splattering everywhere, and she died before she could even gasp. Jang Shan withdrew his sword and arrogantly remarked, "Damn, next time, talk less." The raincoat demoness, still gasping for breath, coughed up blood in agony and screamed, "Even on the brink of death, a demoness still has thoughts."
"Fine, I'll remember that. Demon energy, +1 point."
Jang Shan stood watching the demoness' body, severed and lying in a pool of blood, still puzzled, not fully understanding what was happening.
Could it be that suddenly the lower half of the demoness' body is growing a red, blood-like parasite? From the red parasite, a monster began to emerge, long and serpentine like a centipede.
Its shell was as tough as iron, and its jagged teeth were sharp and menacing.
Jang Shan, now realizing why the demoness hadn't been fully defeated, exclaimed in surprise, "So the lower half of her body is the real form?"
After the demoness completed her transformation, facing Jang Shan was a creature. The lower half still had human legs, but the upper half had morphed into a massive, grotesque monster. Jang Shan, his face contorted in excitement, grinned and said, "This actually suits my tastes quite well." The demoness then spat out a ball of demon energy, disgustingly saying, "In that case, you'll have to endure my love." Jang Shan swiftly dodged the demon energy ball she spat out, mocking her, "The same old trick, demoness.
Can you guys come up with something more creative?"
Although he had managed to dodge the demon energy orb that was shot at him, it seemed to be hovering in the air without exploding. Jang Shan immediately heightened his vigilance.
Why did the glowing durian stop?
Jang Shan thought to himself when suddenly the female ghost lunged at him and kicked him into the demon energy orb. The female ghost then spoke, "It's waiting for you to charge into it." As soon as Jang Shan made contact with the orb, it released a myriad of bright sparks, ready to explode. He was jolted by a stream of green electricity, his body charred black, resembling a fish roasting on a skewer, his face grim and coughing heavily. Seeing that Jang Shan was almost a goner, the female ghost continued her assault. With her spiky head and jagged teeth, she charged at him, aiming a vicious stab. But fortunately, Jang Shan quickly dodged, leaping out of the way. The ghost missed, crashing her head into the ground with a loud thud. Frustrated by the miss, the female ghost snarled, "Looks like you really like those pretty legs, huh?" She then launched both of her feet straight into Jang Shan's chest, sending him flying, unable to resist. Seizing the opportunity, the raincoat demoness aimed to crush him underfoot. "In that case, I'll have to take care of you with my feet." Realizing the danger, Jang Shan quickly pulled out his 2-star demonization card. "Looks like I can't handle this without demonizing." The female ghost charged from a distance and kicked the 2-star demonization card out of Jang Shan's hand. He watched helplessly as the card flew away, his heart sinking. "It's over, my demonization card." But before he could lament his loss, the female ghost opened her mouth wide, her sharp teeth gleaming, preparing to make Jang Shan her midnight snack. She screamed, "Die!" Suddenly, a flame shot from a distance, piercing through the head of the female demon, then retracting the fiery thread, causing blood and flesh from the demon's head to scatter in all directions. The female demon screamed in pain. "So, the one who came to help Jang Shan is the girl leading the group from Yama's hall," she said, standing in front of Jang Shan. "You're just in time." Jang Shan, in a state of disarray and tattered, silently thanks C.I. Lei for saving him.
I guess I was wrong this time. Yama's haul isn't as useless as I thought. C.I. Lei turned to ask Jang Shan, can you still move?
Together, they would kill her. But when C.I. Lei turned to see Jang Shan's condition, looking like neither a human nor a demon, she figured it would be better to handle it herself. So, C.I. Lei decided to fight on her own. She summoned demon energy to surround herself and stood face to face with the female demon. She condensed the energy into a gigantic fist, leapt into the air, and threw the punch straight at the demon's head with lightning speed, a move far too quick and dangerous.
Jang Shan stood at a distance, watching the battle.
He had never seen Yama's Hall's combat methods before, so this was the perfect opportunity to observe.
C.I. Lei unleashed the Shadow Storm Iron move, striking the female demon. The demon's body was once again cleaved in half.
From the wound, the demon regenerated, with the upper half turning into a human form and the monstrous shell peeling off, revealing a fully formed human body. The female demon, her face covered in blood and sharp teeth bared, screamed miserably, lamenting her fate as she cried out, "Everyone wants to kill me. I'm so pitiful. I'm so pitiful." Suddenly, from the bloodied mouth of the female demon servant, a pool of blood began to spread. It was trying to form a small temple, surrounded by countless sharp teeth. The female demon raised her hand to her mouth, biting until blood flowed, then respectfully said, "I offer one of my arms as a sacrifice." Before the female demon could finish speaking, immediately, the sharp teeth inside the small temple shot out, biting off the demon's arm and chewing it violently. The demon, having her arm severed, screamed in pain. She began a ritual using dark magic. Suddenly, countless sharp teeth inside the temple responded to the female demon's incantation, their movements not letting the body rest. A wild, demonic aura erupted from the temple, extremely eerie. The sharp teeth snarled like starving ghosts demanding souls. C.I. Lei, witnessing this, furrowed her brows in confusion. What is this? But her instincts told her that this was certainly not something easy to deal with. She quickly turned around and ran. This feels off. I should run first. But how could the starving demons in the temple let her escape? The strange entity spat out a stream of black gas and nightblood, piercing straight through C.I. Lei's chest. She screamed in pain, "Ugh!" Jang Shan, observing from a distance, broke into a cold sweat, looking like he was in pain. I'm glad I didn't rush in. After being pierced by the black gas, C.I. Lei placed her hand on her chest to check. But strangely, there were no wounds on her chest, it felt as if she had never been struck. She was astonished and panicked, unable to sense anything at all. Maybe it hasn't taken effect yet. The female demon with a twisted face let out a faint, eerie laugh. At first, it was a soft chuckle, but as she continued, her laughter grew louder. The demon tilted her head back and laughed as if she had lost her mind, sending a chill down the spine of anyone who witnessed it. Ha ha! Then, the raincoat demoness suddenly stood up, clutching the small shrine in her hand, and ran off. Let's go! Seeing the demon flee, C.I. Lei quickly chased after her. Don't even think about running. But she stumbled over a stone and fell flat on the ground, her body uncontrollably crashing down with a loud thud. C.I. Lei struggled to stand up, brushing the dirt from her face and clothes. She began to suspect that this was her bad luck catching up with her. Suddenly, C.I. Lei's eyes widened, turning as red as blood. Her head buzzed with a dizzying sensation, and her body began reacting violently. Huff huff. C.I. Lei could feel her strength slipping out of control. The power quickly surged outward. She panicked, beads of sweat forming on her forehead in fear. It's over, the weeping ghost inside me is about to lose control. As she writhed in pain, Jang Shan approached and reminded her, "You deal with your problem first, I'll handle the demon." He turned around, his back straight and full of confidence, and spoke nonchalantly. C.I. Lei barely managed to shout a warning to Jang Shan, "That's a half-blood robe, you need to be careful." Jang Shan leapt up onto the roof, chasing after the demon who was trying to escape. He recalled the precious item the demon had used, the small shrine and the sharp teeth.
His face turned cold, determination setting in. He was resolute in getting his hands on it. This treasure, I must get it. Jang Shan had now caught up with the female ghost and immediately landed behind her, ready to strike.
The female ghost, seeing Jang Shan catch up, snapped her head around with a grim expression, holding a small temple in her hand. She scowled and said angrily, "TCH, you actually managed to catch up." She immediately threw the small temple out to confront Jang Shan. She said, "I can't beat her, but do you think I can't take you on?" Jang Shan hurriedly pulled out the demonic sound resistance and started beating it continuously. The drum's powerful sound unleashed a force that paralyzed the female ghost completely. She and the small temple were frozen in place as if sealed. With the ghost immobilized, Jang Shan drew his sword, grinning smugly. Ha ha ha. He raised his sword high, ready to cleave the female ghost in two. "Don't struggle, little ghost girl. Be good and let me split you in half." The female ghost's face flushed red with fury as she gritted her teeth and unleashed a blood escape to break Jang Shan's seal. A thick green mist surged from her body, clouding the air and obscuring Jang Shan's vision, preventing him from delivering the fatal blow. Jang Shan was startled by the mist the ghost released. He hadn't expected the blood escape to be green. Taking advantage of the moment Jang Shan was surrounded by the mist, the female ghost fled. Jang Shan, seeing her escape, could only shout helplessly, "Don't run!" The female ghost had swiftly dashed into a forbidden zone, an area reserved for high-level missions. Jang Shan was about to charge in after her when C.I. Lei arrived just in time to stop him. "Wait." C.I. Lei weakened her voice and said, "Don't go in, this is the location of the sea-level group mission." Jang Shan could feel the intense waves of demon energy emanating from the building. No wonder there was such strong demon energy here. He stood there, lost in thought, realizing that it was indeed not something he could just charge into. After all, he was only a sea-level himself. He sighed in frustration, giving up, and then turned to C.I. Lei, asking, "So, what exactly is the background of the female demon you're all hunting?" C.I. Lei began recounting the whole story. "Well, it all starts with the capture of the Temple of Peace, Clarity, and Virtue yesterday." Jang Shan unexpectedly turned around and asked her, "Oh, you guys caught that puppet master?" C.I. Lei nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's right." She continued, "In order to protect his life, he revealed a terrorist operation by a vengeful soul-level demon." When Jang Shan heard the term vengeful soul-level demon, he immediately imagined a giant demon with a jeweled head, a body made of steel, an incredibly powerful breath, and invincible in existence even above the blood robe. But then he asked, "But what does this raincoat demoness have to do with the vengeful soul?" C.I. Lei patiently provided the information, because the vengeful soul is looking for a cursed demon energy that will plague the entire Zhongbei city. Only then did Jang Shan understand, and he was utterly shocked. So the demon energy is the very altar of the demon that just cursed her? C.I. Lei confirmed. Exactly. She then recounted the scene when they first encountered the raincoat demoness. At that time, her group had been dispatched to search for the demon altar. "We found the altar in a cave, and just as we were about to take it, we were careless, and the raincoat demoness snatched it away. After that, we chased her all the way to the city. Then, the female demon quickly shoved the altar into her mouth and swallowed it. The female demon covered herself with a cloak and pretended to be pitiful, asking for a ride." Jang Shan thought for a moment, then connected the story together. "Yeah, then I caught her in the act." Jang Shan scratched his face with his hand, thinking for a while, realizing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. The coincidences felt off, like something wasn't quite right. At that moment, the demon energy inside C.I. Lei spiraled out of control. She writhed in pain, moaning, "Ugh, ugh." Seeing this, Jang Shan approached and asked, "What's wrong?" C.I. Lei struggled against the pain. "The demon inside me seems to be no longer obeying my control." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. "Let's call it a day." Jang Shan cheerfully waved to see her off. "Ah, bye-bye."
Though she was about to leave, Ci Lei turned back to remind Jang Shan. Hey, don't say I didn't warn you. The demon inside isn't something you can handle on your own. Don't even think about waiting until I leave and then going off to get yourself killed. Ci Lei gave Jang Shan a warning look. Jang Shan's face darkened. She hit the nail on the head, and he couldn't refute it. He stood awkwardly, feeling embarrassed, and muttered to himself, "Damn. Does this lady have mind-reading skills?" But outwardly, he remained calm and said, "Heh, got it. I'm heading home now." As he watched Ci Lei fly away using her demon energy, Jang Shan waved and called after her, "Take care. Don't use demon energy if you can't control it." After confirming that Ci Lei had flown far away, Jang Shan seriously opened the system to check. He asked, "System, how much demon energy do I currently have?" After calculating the points, the system replied, "Demon energy, 49,736 points." Jang Shan asked again, "System, how much demon energy is required to draw a 4-star love transformation card?" The system sarcastically responded, 100,000 points. After hearing the system's response, which indicated the amount was too large, Jang Shan helplessly switched to another plan. He asked the system, "If I use a 3-star card to fight the vengeful soul, wouldn't that be a bit dangerous?" The system thought for a moment before providing its conclusion. Taking into account his own strength, the chance of victory is 49%. Jang Shan, seeing the 50-50 odds, scratched his head in frustration. TCH. After a moment of thought, he made a decision and loudly cheered himself on, though his face was already beaded with sweat. It was a mountain of corpses, and a sea of blood. Retreating would only lead to greater loss. Jang Shan then took out Ro Lingji and asked, "Ro Lingji, what do you think? Should I go for it?" Ro Lingji, who only had eyes but no mouth, made 2 fists with its hands, grimaced, and shook its head, flailing its arms in disarray. Ignoring Ro Lingji's refusal to move, Jang Shan patted its head and cheerfully said, "If you don't say anything, it means you tacitly agree." Ro Lingji, hearing him, broke into a sweat. Jang Shan picked up Ro Lingji and entered the dangerous area, excitedly saying, "Let's go." Ro Lingji, being dragged along by Jang Shan, silently cursed, "In my next life, no matter what, I'll be a talking demon." Jang Shan confidently stared at the building emitting dense demon energy. He raised his sword and said, "If we strike 100 times, we can win 49 of those." After a moment of mental self-assurance, he stepped inside. Am I in the underworld now? After taking a few steps, the dense demon energy around him made him uneasy, and he regretted entering. While walking, something flew toward him, blocking his line of sight, causing him to panic and shout, "Oh no, my vision's sealed." After a moment of anxious confusion, he raised his hand to remove whatever was blocking his view. It turned out to be a white woman's underwear with pink trim. He looked up again to see a girl sticking her hand out from inside the house, searching for her underwear. Jang Shan looked at the girl, then at the underwear in his hand, and thought, "Is she calling for help?" Jang Shan's eyes lit up, and he said joyfully, "I'll help the beautiful lady, I definitely can't refuse." A moment later, Jang Shan ran up the stairs in a frenzy, as if he had been given a shot of adrenaline, with the intention of helping the girl. He rushed to her room to rescue her, but she was hiding behind the wall, smiling smugly. "Hee, just by throwing a pair of underwear, I got him to come up. Men are so easy to deceive." She pulled out a knife and licked it with a perverse expression, her steps growing closer and closer, forcing her into a deadly move. Only this way can the meat be fresh and delicious. As she hid behind the wall, Jang Shan rushed forward, smashing through a large section of the wall, running triumphantly, proud of his intelligence. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The girl hiding behind the wall was struck by rocks and rubble thrown by him, causing her to stab herself in the throat with a blow, immediately going to pick up her lunchbox in the blink of an eye. Jang Shan ran straight into the room, searching without bothering to look back. As he searched for the girl, he questioned, "Did I just bump into something?" On the ground lay the girl's corpse, stabbed through the throat and dead in a pool of blood. Jang Shan eagerly opened the door. "Beautiful lady, I've arrived." But as soon as he opened the door,
what greeted his eyes was a pile of human bones, stacked in a small heap.
He stepped forward to take a look and wondered, already eaten so quickly? At that moment, a shadow stood outside the door and asked, "Who are you, brother?" Yelling and whispering in the hallway like this.
Jang Shan stepped forward to inquire and saw a bald, fierce-looking man. He casually asked, "A beautiful lady called for my help.
Do you know which house she's in?"
The bald man, holding a pair of chopsticks in his mouth, responded darkly, "I don't know." He then grabbed a human hand from the bowl of rice, still bloody, and shoved it into his mouth, chewing ravenously while mumbling, "Anyway, don't disturb me while I'm eating." Seeing the man eating live human flesh, Jang Shan opened the system to check what kind of monster the man was, but the system showed no results.
He thought, no demon energy? A living person eating human flesh? No wonder Yama's Halchio told me to go in freely.
Jang Shan's face darkened in disgust at this behavior. He thought to himself, even if the man were a criminal, killing him would still be illegal, right? This situation was even harder to handle than encountering a ghost.
What should I do now?
While still contemplating whether to deal with the old man, suddenly a little girl ran up to him from outside the door, grabbed his finger, and pulled him along. With a panicked expression, she said, "Hurry up." The little girl dragged him to the edge of a high cliff.
Jang Shan, startled, immediately stopped, saying, "Hey, there's no road ahead."
But the little girl gained momentum and jumped, pulling him along, leaping down from the height. After the sudden pull, he fell headfirst, slamming his face into the ground, screaming in pain, while the little girl landed safely. She quickly let go of his hand in panic. Then, the little girl, standing firmly with her hands on her hips, shouted, "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" She pointed at the dilapidated building and said, "This whole building is full of murderers. They could eat you alive." After the shocking fall, Jang Shan gently stood up, rubbed his head, and smiled with a clueless expression.
"Really? I think they're pretty innocent and pure." Seeing Jang Shan's dazed look, the little girl sprayed some glue and sulked, thinking to herself, "Is this what you call innocent and pure? Where did this idiot come from?"
As she was lost in thought, she suddenly heard a noise approaching, and she froze in panic.
"This is bad, the guards are coming."
The little girl kept shaking her head, looking around, and said, "We're doomed, there's nowhere to hide."
In contrast to the little girl's anxiety, Jang Shan remained calm and said, "What's so scary about the guards?"
Her eyes widened, and her face went pale as she explained, "The guards here are nothing like those in other places." Jang Shan was still arrogantly boasting, saying, "Pfft, it's just a small guard.
I can handle it."
Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a huge shadow slowly appear, taking heavy steps toward them. Both of them jumped in shock, screaming. Jang Shan immediately grabbed the girl's hand and ran.
"Run, quickly!" They ran into the water treatment plant.
Jang Shan spotted a drainage pipe and pointed at it, saying, "There's a drainage pipe here.
We can hide in it."
When the girl saw Jang Shan about to enter the pipe, she pulled his hand to stop him, panicked, and said, "No, not here." Seeing her in distress, Jang Shan picked her up and carried her into the drainage pipe.
What was the point of complaining now, given how things had already turned out?
After carrying the girl inside, he put his hand over her mouth and observed the situation outside.
It was better not to act impulsively before fully understanding what was going on.
Outside, they could hear heavy footsteps. A guard with a fish-like, demon-shaped face, a large, fat body, and a bloated belly was approaching. He was walking while stuffing a pastry into his mouth, chewing loudly. He mumbled contentedly to himself, "I'm a guard who loves eating bear-shaped cookies." When the fish-faced guard finally moved far enough away, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The girl silently watched the stillness inside the pipe. The pipe was pitch dark, eerily quiet. She hoped that whatever was in the drainage pipe had fallen asleep by now. Once Jang Shan was sure the monster outside was far enough, he asked, "What's the deal with that beauty from earlier?" The girl scrunched her face in disgust and said, "What? You're calling that thing a beauty?" Jang Shan immediately turned around, pointing a finger at her and lecturing, "Have you ever been to school?
All demon fish with big bodies are females. The girl awkwardly retorted, "Humph, so just because you went to school, you're so great? If it weren't for me telling you to run earlier, that beautiful woman would have eaten you by now." Seeing her getting angry, Jang Shan gently patted her head in comfort. "Thank you, little girl." "Then thank you, little brat. What's your name?" The girl sulkily puffed her cheeks, responding with an attitude, "Su Ling." Jang Shan reminded her, "It's late already. Running out alone like this is really dangerous." The girl proudly put her hands on her hips and said, "It's fine. When danger comes, she will appear to protect me." Jang Shan asked, "Su Ling, where is she? Why can't I see her?" Suddenly, there was a noise deep within the sewer. A half-human, half-skeleton demon, wearing a pink bikini, was panting heavily as she stood there. Jang Shan pointed at the creature with a disgusted expression and asked Su Ling, "Is that your sister?" Su Ling, no longer able to respond, widened her eyes in terror. "We woke her up. Run, quickly." Su Ling immediately turned and ran for her life. Demoness used her demon energy to seal the sewer entrance, trapping the two of them. As Su Ling turned to remind Jang Shan to run, she reached the sewer entrance, only to be blocked by the lanternfish demon. Su Ling, terrified, leaned against the stone door, sweat dripping down her face. But when she turned to look for Jang Shan, he was nowhere to be seen. She was stunned. "Ha! Where did that big brother go?" Jang Shan was teasing the demon at this moment. He raised his hand to touch its chin with a charming and flirtatious manner, while the lanternfish demon seemed shy and bashful. Su Ling, upon seeing Jang Shan flirting with the monster, froze in place and couldn't say a word. Here, Jang Shan greeted the female demon, "Hello, are you Su Ling's sister? You have such beautiful skin." The demoness, flattered by the compliment, blushed and awkwardly bared her sharp teeth in a smile. He reached out to gently stroke her face in admiration, making her so overjoyed that she forgot about attacking them. The female demon thought to herself, "I haven't been out in the sun all day, how could my skin not be beautiful?" Demon energy plus 3 points. Su Ling, snapping back to reality after witnessing the disgusting scene before her, screamed, "Idiot, that's not my sister." Jang Shan, upon hearing Su Ling, immediately flipped his attitude 360 degrees. He turned around in an instant and threw a punch at the demon's face, angrily saying, "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The demon, enraged from the punch, yelled, "Is there no justice in the world? You came over here and provoked me first." After saying that, it slashed fiercely at Jang Shan, but he leaned back and dodged the attack quickly. The female demon grew more enraged with each attack and shouted, "You despicable thing." Jang Shan, managing to dodge several of the demon's blows, summoned Ro Lingji. He sneered, "Heh," and then ordered, "Ro Lingji, transform into something long and big for me." However, as he was feeling smug and preparing for a final strike to finish off the ugly monster, the water pipe was too narrow. After transforming, the Ro Lingji sword hit the top of the water pipe, getting stuck completely. Jang Shan's face froze in embarrassment and confusion. The monster seized the opportunity to strike him, but fortunately, he dodged quickly, so he was fine. He grimaced and thought to himself, "Looks like I'll need to train more in the future, I have to figure out how to fight in confined spaces." Jang Shan realized using a sword was not feasible, so he quickly thought of magic. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he immediately cast a skill to control martial arts. Jang Shan manipulated the water, shooting it at the demoness at super speed. Each drop of water, when hitting the female demon, seemed to transform into a bullet, attacking the demon so quickly that it couldn't react in time. The lanternfish demon realized, "So, he's that good, huh? That hurts." The female demon, struck by the attack, cried out in pain, smoke rising from the wound, her skin burning with the sting. Seeing the demon in pain, Jang Shan taunted it again, striking a provocative pose, sticking out his tongue and raising both middle fingers, "Come on, hit me again, let's go." The demon, humiliated, was enraged, blood rushing to its head, veins bulging, and angrily said, "You think because you've increased the distance, I can't hit you?" After being provoked by Jang Shan, the demon began to strike back.
The arrow of the undead shot out from its hand, unleashing Chu-gu at a speed and power that was both quick and forceful, like a miniature rocket. It shot straight toward Jang Shan. Seeing this, he couldn't help but grin inwardly. Haha, I've been waiting for this moment. As the Chu-gu headed towards him, he launched his counterattack. It was as if he was doing stretches, like an exercise routine. Jang Shan stretched, pushing the Chu-gu right toward the sewer entrance. Su Ling, hiding behind the barrier wall by the sewer entrance, saw the Chu-gu coming towards her and panicked, shouting, "Why is it heading straight for me?" Su Ling, in terror, stepped aside, her expression devoid of any will to live, her face pale as a sheet. Jang Shan saw the lanternfish demon's Chu-gu shatter the door blocking the sewer entrance, and immediately pulled Su Ling to flee outside. He held Su Ling in his arms and dashed out, then used his spiritual energy to stabilize himself in mid-air. As they escaped, the demon pursued them to the mouth of the sewer, but it dared not venture out. "We're out now," Jang Shan said, holding the Ro Lingji sword. It was inconvenient to act back there. "Now, Ro Lingji, destroy this hole of hers for me." Following his command, Ro Lingji transformed into a massive sword and thrust into the sewer's mouth, shattering the lanternfish demon. Its body fell apart into pieces, disintegrating as the system notified, "Lanternfish demon half-blood robe has been slain. Demon energy plus 999. Jang Shan examined the demon's corpse, sighing. One strike had obliterated it. Such poor quality was unacceptable. The body of the lanternfish demon was scattered in a bloody mess. After the demon perished, Jang Shan picked up its Chu-gu, the arrow of the undead. "The arrow of the undead isn't bad. I'll take it," Jang Shan said as he picked up the Chu-gu. He intended to force it into Ro Lingji's mouth for fusion. "Here, Ro Lingji, have something tasty. Don't be shy." He then shoved the Chu-gu into its body, making Ro Lingji's eyes bulge, almost popping out. Angrily, Ro Lingji thought, "I don't have a mouth, and you're still trying to force-feed me?" Behind them, Su Ling, witnessing Jang Shan's ruthless methods, trembled in fear. "So scary. Hoo." Jang Shan remained indifferent as Ro Lingji stubbornly tried to stuff it in. Su Ling furrowed his brows in thought, wondering if one move had already taken care of the half-blood robe. Who exactly is this person? Seeing Su Ling's face alternate between pale and green, Jang Shan sympathetically asked, "Are you scared?" "It's late, let me take you home." After leaving the drainage pipe and stepping onto the main road, he asked, "Where's your home?" Su Ling pointed and said, "Over there." Jang Shan followed Su Ling's finger and was puzzled. What she pointed to was an old, dilapidated apartment building, surrounded by thick demon energy that rose from the ground. The demon energy was so dense that it obscured the sky. He glanced at the building, thinking to himself, only powerful demons would live in such high places. What kind of background does this girl have? Su Ling led Jang Shan into the house. Along the dark corridor, the air grew increasingly eerie and unsettling, silent to the point of making one's hair stand on end. As they passed one of the rooms, Jang Shan stopped and peered inside a room where a faint light flickered. Su Ling noticed Jang Shan lingering and tugged on his arm. "Hey, don't look inside," Su Ling explained, "the woman in there just lost her husband and child. Lately, she's been calling spirits every day. It's really scary." Jang Shan activated his yin-yang eyes to see what was really inside. A wave of demon energy spread throughout the room, and he thought to himself, as expected, the demon energy was spilling out into the open. After confirming that there were ghosts inside, he boldly grabbed Su Ling's hand and stepped in, declaring with righteous determination, "What era is this? Why are we still messing with this superstitious nonsense? Let's go in and expose it." Su Ling saw Jang Shan charging headfirst into danger and screamed, "Are you out of your mind?" Jang Shan ignored what she said and knocked firmly on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the house, a female ghost was in the middle of slaughtering a chicken. She swiftly slit the chicken's neck, and the bird struggled for a moment before it collapsed, its breathing coming to a halt. After finishing, she took a bowl of freshly drawn chicken blood and placed it in front of the urns containing the ashes of her husband and daughter, then began her serious prayers.
Husband, daughter, come back. She bowed her head in deep concentration as she prayed, her face pale and haunting, the bones of her face pressing against the skin, with two deep, empty eye sockets. Husband, daughter, today marks the 7th day since your passing, come back. As she continued her fervent prayers, Jang Shan and Su Ling stepped through the door. Jang Shan maintained his usual mischievous expression, ready to spook the female ghost. Hee, we're back, he said. The female ghost jumped in surprise at the sight of the two, almost falling to the ground, her mind spinning as she thought, who are these two? Demon energy plus 160. Jang Shan, still carefree, continued to play his role, saying in a dramatic tone, I am your husband, and she is your daughter. Su Ling, speechless, broke into a cold sweat, clearly worried. The female ghost recognized them instantly and, infuriated, shouted, Stop lying. My husband and daughter don't look anything like this. Seeing the ghost's confused expression, Jang Shan couldn't resist teasing her further. He sat down at the table, resting his chin in his hand and said, Isn't it a soul-summoning ritual? It's not a bad thing that their looks have improved, right? Jang Shan glanced at the offerings on the altar and, without hesitation, walked over. He even started preparing rice for us. Honestly, I was starving. Jang Shan casually pulled out a chair, sat down, and picked up a bowl of rice, eating while giving orders to the old woman. Hey, bring up a few more dishes. Is this how you treat your husband and child? The old woman chuckled, raising 2 fingers with a smirk. 2 dishes are enough. With his mouth full of rice, Jang Shan retorted, Enough? I haven't even eaten them yet. The old woman lowered her head, her long hair covering most of her face, revealing a grotesque appearance. No, what I meant was that my husband and child, the 2 of them, only need 2 dishes. That's enough. She then grabbed a bowl of chicken blood and poured it into 2 jars, one for her husband and one for her daughter, before beginning to summon. Hurry up and eat, it's time. As soon as she spoke, a massive wave of demon energy surged. Su Ling noticed the situation was dangerous and quickly grabbed Jang Shan's hand to run. Hurry up, I told you not to go in. But no matter how hard she pulled, Jang Shan didn't budge. He stood still, trembling, and said with a shiver in his voice, I can't leave. Jang Shan's face began to twist with excitement, his bloodlust rising as he laughed maniacally. This demon energy. It excites me. I can't stay still. At that moment, the 2 demons revealed themselves. Facing Jang Shan were an old, bald demon and a female demon with the body of a schoolgirl but the face of a middle-aged woman. Jang Shan eagerly lunged forward. Demon energy, here I come. The female demon with the aged face raised her sharp arm, eyeing him, and laughed. Do you want this much demon energy? After speaking, she immediately slashed herself, blood splattering everywhere, soaking her clothes. She frantically said, Here, I'll give it to you. Strangely, although the female ghost slashed herself, the wound transferred to Jang Shan, leaving him with a long gash across his chest. Jang Shan was confused, thinking to himself, She clearly slashed herself, so why did the wound appear on me? Seeing the wound on Jang Shan, the female ghost became even more frenzied, wildly slashing at her body. The more she slashed, the more intense it became, deeper each time. Jang Shan had no choice but to endure it, gritting his teeth in helplessness, thinking to himself, This ability to transfer wounds onto me is really bizarre. When the bald demon was pushed to the ground, poison oozing from its mouth, it said, With so many wounds on you, let me heal you with my saliva. With that, it began vomiting everywhere. Jang Shan looked at the pile of poison the demon had spewed out and felt disgusted, horrified. The nauseating smell was unbearable. If it touched his wounds, wouldn't he be finished? Surrounded by the poisonous substance with no way out, he had no choice but to take out his demonization card. It was clear that they were forcing him to play his trump card. He quickly activated his demon transformation. A powerful suit of armor appeared on his body, and 6 sharp claws formed on both of his hands. The system then displayed a random divine skill lottery notification, Fong King, demon transformation complete. Once Jang Shan had transformed, he was clad in armor. He immediately unleashed his skill. Here's my trial. The technique created a protective shield, keeping the poison from the bald demon at bay. The female ghost, seeing this, screamed angrily, "You've blocked it? Then let me give you a few more slashes." Student demon stabbed himself a few more times, but by this point, he had already equipped armor, so the attacks from the female ghost were useless. Jang Shan felt like it was nothing more than an itch, a mere provocation, neither painful nor uncomfortable. Jang Shan summoned the skeleton and asked the female ghost, "Is this all you've got?" The female ghost was surprised when her attacks seemed to have no effect on him. How could there be no injuries? As she finished speaking, he summoned Fong King and severed her head in one strike. Her head flew off and landed far away. Jang Shan said, "Let me help you." The bald-headed demon, seeing his daughter being killed by Jang Shan, sought revenge and screamed, "You killed my daughter! I'll burn you to ashes." He vomited a large amount of poison. But this time, Jang Shan was faster. He pierced Fong King straight into its face, stabbing through its skull and splitting its head in two. Jang Shan held Fong King in his hand but felt dissatisfied. He said, "Is this really Fong King? Am I getting used to being spoiled? Is this all the power of a 2-star divine ability?" The female ghost, seeing Jang Shan still talking tough, responded, "Wow, compared to before, it's like you're a completely different person." Jang Shan's expression twisted perversely as he advanced with Fong King in hand. The female ghost trembled in fear and pleaded, "Don't come closer." She secretly extended 2 fingers, reaching into the bowl of chicken blood behind her, and began using a counterattack spell. After dipping her fingers into the blood, she smeared it from her forehead down to the middle of her nose. Seeing her attempting some dark magic, Jang Shan sneered contemptuously. As expected of a blood robe level, full of tricks. She solemnly began chanting the incantation, the dead retaining their souls, moving around. Now, it was the time for the sacrifice, to bring the demons back. After finishing the chant, she transformed into a demon. She became the 100-fanged blood robe demon. Jang Shan saw her transform into a demon like himself and grew furious. "Damn it, are you copying me?" The demon's body began to merge with hers, transforming her into a giant demon with countless sharp teeth, and she unleashed a terrifying aura. Su Ling hid in a corner, trembling as she felt the eerie energy emanating from the demon, which was so oppressive it nearly suffocated her. Jang Shan looked at the demon and said, "So, you still have a trick up your sleeve?" The 100-fanged demon opened its mouth full of fangs and roared at Jang Shan. "Growl!" Suddenly, Ro Lingji leaped out from Jang Shan's waistband. Excited, he asked, "What's going on, Ro Lingji? Got a bold idea?" Ro Lingji thought to himself and reminded him, "Run quickly, this thing eats anything." As soon as he said that, Ro Lingji pressed Jang Shan's head down, just as the demon lunged forward to bite his head. Luckily, Jang Shan managed to duck in time. Ro Lingji thought to himself, "Duck down, you idiot." Jang Shan narrowly escaped death, his face turning pale, and he was in shock. The 100-fanged demon, seeing its bite miss, angrily threw Jang Shan into the wall. Jang Shan quickly summoned Fong King to charge at the 100-fanged demon and strike, but it swiftly dodged. Not only that, it bit through his armor. Well, damn, it even bit through my armor. 100-fanged demon took the opportunity and lunged forward, leaving Jang Shan unable to react in time, didn't he? Jang Shan immediately transformed into Fong King and charged forward, slashing straight at the demon, splitting its mouth and eyes in half. But as soon as he struck, the demon bit through Fong King, leaving Jang Shan stunned, frozen like a statue. Jang Shan leaped up and delivered another strike, aiming directly at the demon's head, but it barely seemed to have any effect. Jang Shan looked at Fong King in his hand, now bitten and mangled, and thought to himself, "Can't I even hurt it?" He then gathered all his strength and struck a fatal blow to the demon's head, thinking to add more force. The 100-fanged demon was hit in the head, swelling up into a large lump, and said, "You scared the life out of me. I thought my head was about to crack open." Jang Shan looked at the battered Fong King in his hand, wondering, "What is this? Why is it like this?" Before he could process his thoughts, the female demon swung her arm at him.
Fortunately, Jang Shan managed to jump up and dodge.
He was still thinking, could it be that I don't know how to use it properly?
Seeing Jang Shan lost in thought, the demon swung her arm and sent him flying far away.
He shouted, that was too close.
Jang Shan realized that slashing and stabbing weren't working, so he decided to transform his weapon into a bite and thought, since it's called Confronting, let's try using it with my mouth. Thinking quickly, he opened his mouth and bit the demon. The demon, stunned by his action, had no idea what he was doing. It then threw a punch, slamming him to the ground.
After taking the punch, Jang Shan lay there miserably, muttering, that didn't do anything either.
The 100-fanged demon advanced, baring its sharp teeth. Seeing the demon about to swallow Jang Shan, Su Ling shouted, "Be careful, brother." Before Su Ling could finish her sentence, the demon shoved him into its mouth and swallowed him whole in one gulp.
The demon in its stomach felt satisfied and prepared to devour the combo. It approached Su Ling, its malicious face sneering as it said, "Next, it's your turn."
But as soon as it finished speaking, a sword pierced through its skull from the inside. The 100-fanged demon, still unaware of what was happening, fell to its demise. Jang Shan crawled out through the hole in the demon's head, panting heavily. With a whoosh, Su Ling stood there with her mouth agape, eyes wide in shock. Jang Shan, covered in the disgusting slime from the demon's insides, was barely able to breathe in there, almost suffocating to death.
Lingji glared at him with fiery eyes, shouting, "You idiot! You almost got me killed." Seeing that Lingji could speak, Jang Shan chuckled, "So you can talk now? You should thank me."
Thinking back to the situation inside the monster's stomach, Jang Shan realized that he had inadvertently allowed Confronting to come into contact with Lingji. It was then that he realized the Confronting was not a weapon of divine power, but rather a supportive divine power. After merging both weapons together, he ordered Lingji, "Hurry up and stab it, or we'll both be destroyed." Then, the scene of him stabbing the monster through with his sword and escaping flashed before him. System notification, the time has come, the demon transformation ends, the self-destructive demon is dead, demon energy plus 999. Demon servant is dead, demon energy plus 999. Soul summoning demon is dead, demon energy plus 1999. After everything had come to an end, he breathed a sigh of relief, holding Lingji in his hand. Whoosh! That was too dangerous. Seeing that Lingji had returned to its original form, Jang Shan pulled it forcefully and shouted, "Lingji, why are you silent again? Say something. What's wrong with you?" Lingji, furious, after the end of the demon transformation, had lost the power of the Confronting, so there was no way it could speak. It cursed inwardly, "Say something? Why don't you use your divine powers and try speaking yourself?" Su Ling, standing beside them, saw him talking to himself while cornering Lingji, forcing it to speak. The girl looked at him, doubtful, is this guy even trustworthy? I can't tell at all. At this moment, on the rooftop of a building, a huge amount of demon energy spread out from here. On the roof, there was an image of a demon altar placed on a pile of skulls. It was absorbing all the demon energy, increasing its power. A female ghost with hollow eye sockets, the raincoat demoness, laughed savagely, the demon energy from the entire area is gathering here. An old mysterious man suddenly appeared and spoke, "You're moving too slowly. Do you want me to manipulate the nearby demons and have them offer sacrifices to the demon altar?" The female ghost was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to have been taken by Yama's hall? The old man just sneered. Another figure identical to him stepped forward, explaining, "Don't forget, I'm a manipulator. If you look closely, you'll see strange joints on his body. Isn't creating a clone and escaping as easy as turning over a hand?" The raincoat demoness immediately agreed upon seeing the spirit altar. "Then you should quickly summon the nearby little demons, don't keep the master waiting." Jang Shan, accompanied by Su Ling, immediately noticed the difference. Jang Shan watched as green mists flew toward the roof of a building, all the demon energy flowing in that direction. Suddenly, a demon collided with Jang Shan's shoulder and bumped into Su Ling's head. He immediately drew his weapon, realizing it was too late,
how had it appeared behind him? The demon simply walked past them, leaving a young man in contemplation and a girl with a headache. Did it ignore us? Su Ling, panicking, pointed to the side and exclaimed. Look, brother, over there. A line of demons is marching in the same direction. It seems like all the demons are heading that way. Realizing something, Jang Shan suddenly understood. It seemed that someone was performing a ritual for the king demon's longevity celebration. At that moment, a massive catfish demon, twice the size of Jang Shan, passed by him. Jang Shan was slightly stunned. This was a vengeful soul-level demon, he must stop it. Out of nowhere, from some distant corner, a dolphin-like creature ran past, barking like a dog. It slammed into Jang Shan, sending him flying. The dolphin, crying, asked, "Where's my master? Have you seen my master?" Jang Shan looked at it, thinking to himself, not under control? It must be a high-level creature. The dog-like dolphin begged for help. My master left me behind and ran off earlier, please help me find him. Jang Shan replied indifferently, don't worry, maybe it's not lost, it's just dead. The words successfully enraged the creature, making it grow more ferocious. You dare curse my master, you damned bastard. Jang Shan pointed directly at it and boldly said, I said the master of a dumb dog is dead. Did I say anything wrong? The enraged dolphin demon yelled, you dare call me a dog, I'll kill you. Jang Shan wasn't having it either. If you're not a dog, then why the hell are you barking? Makes sense, doesn't it? The dolphin demon cursed loudly, and Jang Shan matched its intensity, cursing even fiercer. The two lunatics exchanged insults, causing Su Ling to cover her ears from outside. Even her body began to transform, as her mouth grew sharp fangs. She sprouted another horn, her eyes took on a demonic gleam, and her hands now had razor-sharp claws. Stop arguing. Just then, the system chimed in, Su Xiao can't tolerate the noise, demon energy plus 600. Jang Shan broke into a sweat, thinking, isn't Su Xiao the same as Su Ling? Also, why did she turn into a demon? Su Xiao was beyond furious, that damn dog, your voice is so annoying it woke me up. The dolphin demon immediately counterattacked, sprouting two canine fangs, I think you look more like a dog than I do. Stupid dog, barking at others and then barking like a dog yourself. The battlefield instantly shifted. Jang Shan was torn apart by the insults. He thought to himself, looks like there's nothing more for me to do here. The dolphin suddenly bit Su Xiao's head. I have to bite you to death. Su Xiao retaliated by biting its snout. Only you know how to bite properly. After the first exchange, Su Xiao rubbed his head and groaned. Phew, that hurts so much. The dolphin dog also whimpered. Hoo, I won't get rabies, will I? Su Xiao suddenly circled behind it. The dolphin reacted quickly. It swung its tail powerfully. Trying to sneak attack? Dream on. Both of them charged into battle fiercely, exchanging normal attack moves. The dolphin retracted its neck, preparing its next move. It released a burst of energy that struck Su Xiao hard. Though the dolphin was in pain, it still tried to spit more. Angrily, it said, keep going. Su Xiao agreed, fine, let's go. Once again, they dove into a frenzied battle. This time, it was even fiercer than before. Jang Shan stood next to another soul demon, unable to hold back a sigh. These two don't know when to stop? The demon behind him, with its blackened thigh, was hit by a rock that was flung across the battlefield. The system once again announced the unfortunate demon's death, demon energy plus 0.3. Jang Shan glanced at it, feeling some pity. Disasters falling from the sky, you really are unlucky. Jang Shan's attention was drawn to something unusual. He saw a snapshot of the cursed demon's chain along with the dolphin dog. Jang Shan appeared once more to stop the brawl. Wait a second. As soon as he finished his sentence, his mouth was immediately covered by a hand, and his waist was pierced by the dolphin's tail, causing intense pain.
Jang Shan was thrown far away, sending dust flying in all directions.
Su Xiao and the dolphin both shouted angrily, "Why are you interfering?"
Jang Shan painfully said, "Wait a moment before hitting me, I have something to say to this dog." Jang Shan raised the part of his body that still resembled a cursed fool and asked, "Is this yours, master?" Looking at the pink bear-patterned underwear, the dolphin was stunned. Its eyes were filled with tears.
Ho-ho, beautiful memories flooded back.
The memories of the master and the perverted dog. You are the pink underwear that the master loved to throw away so I could pick it up.
Back to reality.
Staring at the master's corpse, the dolphin couldn't believe it.
How could the master be beaten like this?
Jang Shan hid behind and explained, "Actually, it was because you threw a large stone, but it was already too late."
The dolphin barked angrily, "I will kill you." TCH, aren't you going to listen to an explanation first?
A moment later, his sword also clicked. "Quick, pull me out."
The dolphin's skull had been pierced. The sword still complained, "This guy's mouth stinks so bad, do you know that?"
Jang Shan struggled to pull it out and scolded, "After you got possessed by a demon, how come you talk so much?"
"Your ears still haven't gotten used to it."
Jang Shan turned and looked at Su Xiao, who had been standing still all this time. She suddenly collapsed.
He rushed over and asked gently, "Hey, are you okay?" "Su Ling is back."
The girl weakly asked, "Wait, did you appear just now?" Jang Shan said, "Your sister Su Ling is also very talented." Su Ling's cheeks turned pink with embarrassment. "Oh, that."
Jang Shan reassured her, "I won't tease you anymore. Whenever you're ready to talk, just say it and I'll pat your head."
The soul demons continued to stream one after another. Suddenly, the catfish demon caught a whiff of something delicious. It inhaled deeply, eyes wide open.
The demon turned into a frenzy. "Who's eating my bear-shaped biscuits?"
It ran off to one side, knocking over several demons in its way. Damn it, at this moment, Jang Shan and Su Ling were enjoying some candy. It was quite tasty too.
Where did that come from? They must have picked it up earlier.
The catfish demon appeared, startling both of them.
Su Ling quickly pulled her hand away from the candy bag. Here, you can have it, there's candy."
The demon drooled and smiled foolishly, "My bear-shaped biscuits." The lanternfish demon opened the biscuit bag, revealing it was empty, with only a few crumbs left, making it speechless. It then clenched its fist, crushing the empty bag, and screamed in anger, "You ate all my biscuits." Next, the lantern on the top of the fish demon's head flickered with the flames of rage.
It screamed, warning those around it, "I'm angry now."
Immediately, it shot a spark towards Jang Shan, who quickly shielded Su Ling, dodging to the side while yelling a warning.
The demons below scattered quickly.
However, the demon behind them failed to react in time and was struck by the lightning, turning into a bear-shaped biscuit. Next, the lanternfish demon approached, tossed the newly transformed piece of cake into its mouth, and kept making comments.
Demonic transformations are hard to swallow.
The lanternfish demon's face was full of disgust, but it reluctantly ate. As for him, without giving it a moment to recover, he rushed in, smiled confidently, and threw a punch while declaring, "Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry." The lanternfish demon was struck so hard that its face turned to the side. Immediately after, Jang Shan drew his sword and slashed down with a shout. A full-powered strike landed squarely on the top of its head, slicing the hat clean in half. But the thing's skull was as tough as an ox's. The lanternfish demon rubbed the spot where it was hit as if scratching an itch, not even sure whether he had been attacked.
Jang Shan stepped back, his face stunned, then struggled to voice his confusion. "This thing's that thick?"
His hand still tightly gripped his weapon. Before he could regain his bearings, the lanternfish demon charged forward, unleashing a lightning strike from the lantern on its head. He quickly shifted his position, barely dodging the attack. Not one to be outdone, he retaliated with a thunderous palm strike to the ground, sending the force toward the lanternfish demon as he shouted the name of the move. Then, their two attacks collided and cancelled each other out. His hand remained firmly wrapped around the demon energy sword's transformed form. The lantern atop the lanternfish demon's head began to gather another strike. It opened its mouth wide, glaring at him with deep hatred, while Jang Shan looked back at it, assessing in his mind. Right after, the lanternfish demon launched an attack at him. He sprang upward, dodging the blow as an internal thought crossed his mind: this thing really defies nature. Get electrocuted once and you turn into a bear cookie. Next, he quickly shouted in his heart to take action, thinking that he needed to figure out a way to cut that orb off first. Then, he looked at his demon energy bar and seriously asked, "Can Ro Lingji aim properly?" The sword heard this and glanced over, shuddering as it confirmed the question. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Su Ling awkwardly climbed onto the lanternfish demon's head and grabbed the lantern post on top of its head. Under this control, the lanternfish demon was subdued, stiffening for several seconds. Below, Jang Shan also noticed and looked up. Next, he raised Ro Lingji, smiling smugly, and confirmed, seems like you won't need to act anymore." Right after that, on top of the lanternfish demon's head, the little one tried her best to yank out the glowing whisker from its head. Seeing this, the lanternfish demon panicked and asked her, "What do you want to do, little girl?" Hearing its question, Su Ling didn't hesitate, pulling the glowing whisker out while shouting, "Pull it out by the root." As soon as the whisker was removed, blood started flowing from the wound, dripping down the lanternfish demon's face. It became frantic, reaching up to touch its head and growling, "My orb!" Immediately, its body began to expand, and its clothes tore apart. It transformed into a different form, full of muscles, and its mouth began to spit something out. Once the transformation was complete, it looked toward him and roared with full force and anger. The lanternfish demon struggled to tear off the clothes on its body, ripping them into pieces. At the sight of this new demon form and the ominous aura it exuded, Jang Shan's face darkened. He forced a smile and remarked, "Just by looking, it's even more impossible to cut now." Beside him, Su Ling also glanced over, her mouth agape. Then, Su Ling looked at him with worry and made a suggestion: "Why don't you crawl into its belly, just like when we fought the soul-summoning demon?" Hearing her suggestion to crawl into the stomach of the repulsive lanternfish demon, he tapped Su Ling on the head and objected, "Don't you have any sense, kid?" Then, Jang Shan explained, "Look at its teeth." Its teeth were sharp, thick, and densely packed, and its mouth was large. Jang Shan continued his reasoning: "If I crawl into its belly, wouldn't it just chew me into pulp?" Suddenly, Ro Lingji's body changed. It glanced at Jang Shan, who looked at it in confusion and asked, "Ro Lingji, what do you want to do?" Immediately, Ro Lingji shrank and elongated its form, making Jang Shan stare at it, perplexed. Then, it transformed into a sharp spike, calmly heading towards the lanternfish demon. Seeing this, Jang Shan understood Ro Lingji's intent and exclaimed. Su Ling, standing next to them, was also surprised. Soon after, Jang Shan, carrying the drill on his shoulder, smiled smugly and charged forward, saying, "Ha, I almost forgot about this." Ro Lingji's eyes were resolute as it, together with him, focused ahead. Jang Shan's face remained calm as he prepared his stance, then shouted to initiate his move, the arrow of the undead, activate. Immediately, a sharp skeletal projectile shot out from Ro Lingji's body, speeding toward the lanternfish demon. The sharp tip of the bone quickly hurtled directly toward the monstrous demon. In that moment, the demon stood still, unsure whether to laugh or cry, and received the spike, sneering as it looked at Jang Shan and opened its mouth. "Hovavu, do you think such a little trick from the lanternfish demon can pierce through me?" He spoke up and asked him. Meanwhile, Jang Shan and Ro Lingji looked at it with confusion and a somber expression. He furrowed his brow and complained about the lanternfish demon. Immediately after, he clasped his hands together, generating a powerful current of electricity, and voiced his judgment: "Give it a little more momentum." He then swung his hand forward, the current resonating with the sharp drill that had just been fired, buzzing loudly through the air. Suddenly, the sharp tip quickly pierced the body of the lanternfish demon, leaving it stunned and wide-eyed in confusion. Next, the tip rapidly spiraled deeper into the lanternfish demon's body. Then, Jang Shan shouted the name of the technique: "Pierce through it." The arrow of the undead transformed, and the sharp bullet shot through 10 monstrous demons, creating a huge hole accompanied by his electrical energy. After piercing through, the lanternfish demon spat blood from its mouth and screamed in agony. Soon after, an electric explosion sent the lanternfish demon flying, followed by its tragic scream. Once the system confirmed it, a notification sounded: the lanternfish demon half-blood robe has been killed.
Demon energy plus 1200.
Next, Ro Lingji hugged his stomach in celebration, and he patted her back, grimacing while smiling brightly and giving his verdict: "Phew, it's done."
Then, Su Ling suddenly pointed at something and shouted, "Look over there." Jang Shan followed the direction of her finger, his curiosity piqued.
A dense wave of demon energy surrounded the top of their heads, swirling like a vortex. Su Ling gave her own analysis: the demon energy on the upper floors is increasing day by day. Seeing this, the two of them quickly moved through the narrow alley. Feeling something strange, Su Ling turned around and looked around warily, speaking to Jang Shan: "It's too quiet around here." Seeing the girl appear so scared, he gently looked at Su Ling and seriously explained: "It's because all the ghosts have been drawn away." In front of them, atop a building, a surge of green demon energy erupted violently. Seeing this, Su Ling couldn't help but exclaim: "I didn't expect Zhang Chuanwu to be this powerful." Upon hearing her, Jang Shan, standing behind, also looked puzzled and asked: "Zhang Chuanwu was the female ghost who stole the altar, right?" Then, he looked up at the top of the building and asked further: "What do you know about her?" Seeing him ask, the girl glanced at him. Before Su Ling could answer, Jang Shan began to imagine an image of Zhang Chuanwu, trembling while holding a pen, struggling to look at the unfinished drawing, and made a comment: "I heard she's actually a manga artist." He added, "She specializes in drawing dark, gloomy stories." Then, he concluded, on a rainy day, she went to a high-rise building looking for inspiration. Zhang Chuanwu stood in the rain, looking at the moss-covered abandoned building, with the sun and rain pouring down in front of her. The result was the building collapsed. He confirmed further: at that time, it was raining heavily, the noise of the collapse mixed with the debris, but the smoke and dust were still rising in thick clouds. When discovered, she was trapped, only half of her body remained. In his imagination, Zhang Chuanwu's half-body was crushed beneath the rubble, and her body was absorbing the powerful demon energy. Jang Shan made his assessment: the demon energy from the entire high-rise building had also infiltrated her body. Just like that, she died on a rainy day. Upon hearing Su Ling's words, Jang Shan seemed to understand, glanced away, his expression dark, and confirmed: "Oh, so that's how it was." Then, he recalled the image of that ghostly woman sitting in the car and made another observation: no wonder she always wears a raincoat. After that, he remembered the lower half of the raincoat demoness body and added: "Furthermore, her true form is located in the lower half." Immediately, Jang Shan took a step forward, walking while making a remark: "The comic book author isn't even in the office, running around like that, serves them right." Next, they approached the area where the demon energy was spreading intensely. Jang Shan looked up at the building and announced: "It's just ahead, we're almost there." Beside him, Su Ling obediently followed. Suddenly, his foot seemed to step on something in the ground, causing him to look down in surprise. It was a mouth-emitting demon energy, with sharp, jagged teeth. Suddenly, a voice rang out, calling, "Hey, Jang Shan." Jang Shan, caught off guard and confused, looked around. Then, the voice called again, "Hey, Su Ling." The girl quickly glanced around as well, trying to identify the source of the voice. Jang Shan shook his head, looking around in confusion, and asked, "Ha, who is it?" Suddenly, Su Ling's hand lightly tapped his shoulder. She was standing next to him with a dark expression, sneaking a glance at him, pale as a ghost, and reminded him in a low voice, "Don't turn around, or you'll be rotten in the middle." Behind them, out of nowhere, a huge mass of flesh appeared, speaking in a tempting voice to them. Jang Shan and Su Ling froze, as if struck by lightning when they heard the voice of the monster. Up above, Jang Shan glanced behind him, making an internal judgment and weighing his options: if I turn around, it will rot in the middle; if I don't turn, I'll be ambushed. Then, he reached a conclusion: this is troublesome. Behind them, a monster with a wide mouth, sharp teeth, and 3 eyes on its forehead was waiting. Then, Jang Shan seemed to remember something, glancing at Su Ling beside him, and confirmed aloud, "Wait, is it calling only the two of us?" Su Ling, hearing his question, stiffened and responded with uncertainty, "Yes, it's just the two of us." Behind them, the monster was still standing with its mouth open, waiting for the two of them to turn around.
Upon hearing Su Ling's confirmation, Jang Shan grinned slyly and said, "Well, that's fine. Summon Ro Lingji." Right after that, he pointed Ro Lingji backward and shouted an order at it, "Kill it."
Ro Lingji immediately took the order, stretched its long body, and struck towards the demon. However, the demon quickly jumped up, dodged, and shouted in surprise, "I didn't expect that there was still this trick." Next, the three-eyed demon, with its large mouth, charged from behind toward him and Su Ling, simultaneously shouting to question him, "Did you think that I can only activate my decaying skill when I call its name?" Ro Lingji quickly pulled back and dashed straight toward him at light speed, standing in front of him and shouting, "Seeing my eyes, you still?" It glared at Jang Shan in astonishment and was interrupted. Jang Shan opened his eyes, looking at it like a judge. His gaze emitted a light that left the demon confused, screaming, "Oh!" Its three eyes were illuminated by one of Jang Shan's eyes, turning red as if they were about to pop out, and it bent its head, gasping for breath. The demon's head quickly shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Jang Shan smugly watched it, laughing at the transformed demon's pupil, raising his hand to his temple and mocking the demon, "Haha, trying to show off in front of my demon servant?" Above their heads, Gue Liwen seemed to have noticed something. She looked down at Jang Shan, Su Ling, and the defeated three-eyed demon, which was now just a pool of blood. Immediately, her expression tightened with anger, realizing that the guards positioned on the lower floors had already been eliminated. Gue Liwen, flustered, quickly glanced at the nearby demon altar and ordered, "I can't go down, you go check it out." Seeing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and shouted with dissatisfaction in his heart, "Humph, I never thought you'd dare start ordering me around." Next, he sneered inwardly, "If it weren't for the fact that you can control the ghost altar, I would have killed you just now." Immediately after, he disappeared, teleporting away. The ghost altar beside him continued to emit demon energy from all sides, while the ghostly Ewan stood watching him. Below, Jang Shan and Su Ling were running swiftly, aiming to reach the rooftop of the building. Both of their faces were filled with vigilance and seriousness. Suddenly, Jang Shan halted when he saw someone appear in front of them. He widened his eyes and stared at the person opposite, seeing the man who had just received orders from the ghostly Ewan standing before them, his hands clasped behind his back and a smile on his face as he greeted them, "Long time no see." Seeing him, Jang Shan was slightly taken aback. Without hesitation, Jang Shan raised his middle finger in a friendly greeting and sneered, "Last time you failed to sneak attack me, and now you dare to face me head-on?" Upon hearing him, the Temple of Peace, Clarity, and Virtue chuckled, bowing as they threw out 4 pills and mockingly spoke, "Face you head-on? Ha ha." Then, he wickedly contradicted Jang Shan's words, "Who told you this is a solo fight?" Immediately, 4 demons quickly charged toward Jang Shan and Su Ling from 4 corners. Su Ling, scared, huddled behind him, while he didn't hesitate to raise his hand to shield her. Next, a monster with an anus on its head looked toward him, one of them even being a decapitated demon, its twisted intestines hanging out as it let out a screech. Among the 4, there was also a fat pig demon wearing a straw hat, its gaze like it was high on drugs, staring at him. The last one was a bizarre cat with a floating eye, a head resembling a human eating flower, its 4 petals forming a mouth at the back, with sharp fangs at the front. It meowed, "Mo, I see them." Su Ling stood behind, nestled into his arm, her head popping out with concern. Her eyes widened in shock, and she confirmed with Jang Shan, "This is bad, the strongest demons in the neighborhood have all gathered here." Seeing this, Jang Shan also looked at them, confused, and spoke up to confirm with Su Ling, "All of you are the strongest demons, so why are you listening to that old man in Ming?" The demons, hearing him point at them and ask, quietly gazed into the darkness. Before Jang Shan could say anything else, the Temple of Peace, Clarity and Virtue quickly waved his hand, giving an order with his demonic power. His face was grim, muttering with suspicion, "Does this brat still not know he's the controller?" Immediately after, the demonly Ewan regained his composure, shouting at the 4 distorted monsters, "Stop talking nonsense, get them all." Hearing the command, the monsters bared their sharp teeth, growling, and charged toward Jang Shan. Seeing that they were about to engage, Jang Shan quickly darkened his face, shouting a warning, "Su Ling, get away." She quickly responded, "Yes." Then she jumped and disappeared. The 4 distorted monsters continued charging toward him.
Next, Jang Shan took out a 2-star yellow talisman, frowned, and shouted, activating it, transform into a demon great immortal Yangli. Right after that, under the power of the talisman, his 2 eyes began to move across his face. Jang Shan raised one hand, and beneath his hand, a circle of incantation appeared on his ring and little fingers. His other hand also began to rise, and a similar circle of incantation appeared at that spot. Next, he brought his little fingers together, forming a complete circle of incantation. Both fingers were held up, blocking his face, and right after, a small goat-shaped talisman appeared above Jang Shan's head. Then, without hesitation, he confidently introduced himself to the demons. This is the power that a 2-star talisman should have. The system's notification rang out again. The divine ability has randomly turned the Eyes of Hell's formation into death. Before Jang Shan could say anything further, the 4-legged, strange creature charged forward like a slicing blade, screeching, meow. With 4 eyes on his face, Jang Shan smiled calmly and grasped its sharp claws. Seeing him control one side of the monster, it yowled and, with one eye floating, rushed in for another sharp claw strike. But as expected, Jang Shan reached out and grabbed both of its claws. Seeing him hold onto both of its claws, the demon's sharp, hand-shaped tail curled upward. The creature looked at him triumphantly and yelled, death blow, it's really here, meow. Jang Shan, seeing this, darkened his expression, staring at the claws as they approached, and then narrowed all 4 of his eyes at it, mocking it. Just now, I wanted to say. His hands were still holding onto the approaching pincers, cutting it off mid-sentence. Below their feet, a star-shaped seal surrounded by a glowing circle emerged. Jang Shan spoke up and asked it, are you in such a hurry to give up your life? The cat demon didn't understand what was happening and looked at him in confusion. Immediately after, a burst of power attacked the crazed cat demon, causing it intense pain as it howled, its body beginning to rot gradually. Jang Shan released his grip on it, squinting in disdain. He walked closer and asked with a probing tone, oh, you're not dead yet? The demon collapsed, mouth agape in front of him. It then began to release a thick, black demon energy, laughing excitedly and confirming to him, didn't expect that, huh? I have 9 lives. Upon hearing this, Jang Shan's expression grew even more twisted, his face darkening as he mocked it, then it seems you'll have to die 8 more times. Jang Shan snapped his fingers, and the demon's body began to distort. A formation immediately rose, surrounding it and preventing any attempt at escape. Jang Shan's face darkened as he spoke each word slowly, confirming to it, entering the formation means you must die. Inside, the demon howled in pain, someone, save me. Meanwhile, Jang Shan stood behind it, grinning eerily. The cat demon's body continued to distort and fade. It let out a cat-like cry, trembling as it extended one of its claws out of the magic circle. Finally, it managed to escape. Its body, covered in demonic blood, leaked profusely, flowing down to the ground. Immediately after, the part that had escaped from the circle was severed, falling out and causing the blood to spill even more, dripping in a messy, disgusting manner. He kicked its head out and confirmed with a voice. Unfortunately, your own life is already over. Immediately after, before he could regain his composure, a slash streaked through and cut the magic circle in half. Jang Shan quickly dodged to the side. His 4 eyes stood still, glancing at the attack that had just been launched and was now smoking, and he asked with suspicion, has the formation been broken? Next, the pig demon started charging, swinging its sword backward in an attempt to strike Jang Shan. He looked at it and made an internal observation, this demon is quite clever. Right after, Jang Shan reacted quickly, raising his hand to his face, furrowing his brows, and shouted in defense. His hand reached out to grab the sword that was rapidly approaching his head, causing it to freeze mid-air. Suddenly, the demon with the rear hole on its face and sharp tentacles emerged from the slimy ground. He sensed its presence from behind and immediately turned to look. Next, Jang Shan reacted swiftly, releasing his hand from the sword, carved a seal on it, and shouted. Immediately after, he sidestepped to avoid the slash and yelled, play. Before it could react, the straw hat pig demon's sword struck the head of the demon of the anus on the ground, splitting its head in 2. After being hit, the demon of the anus, its head still bleeding, looked up in dissatisfaction and complained to the pig demon wearing the straw hat, "Why did you chop me? Can't we coordinate a little better?" Seeing this, the pig demon remained indifferent, sword in hand, and looked at Jang Shan with an arrogant voice, speaking to the demon of the anus on the ground. "Didn't you see that I held back? Otherwise, your head would be crushed into pieces by now." Seeing this, the demon raised its tentacle to touch its wound, unable to hold back a sigh. "Truly, a pig teammate," it said. His body is still sinking into the mud hidden beneath the sliminess, while Jang Shan jumps back and mumbles his own assessment. "I need to distance myself from them, being surrounded is a real hassle." But before he could run far, he was caught by the hand of the demon of the anus on his face. Its tentacle-like arms tightly wrapped around his body, while its form remained hidden under the ground. Jang Shan, startled, struggled to free himself. Then, the demon of the anus looked at him with a smug expression and asked, "Didn't expect this, did you? Wherever there's a shadow, there I am." Its mouth began spewing blood in all directions. Suddenly, the demon faltered, its body slowly dissipating, collapsing, and letting go of Jang Shan in confusion. Seeing this, he glanced at the demon and smiled. The body of the demon of the anus continued to disintegrate, surrounded by a thick, sticky black liquid. It screamed in confusion, "Why?" Then, as though unable to believe what was happening, its body slowly vanished while muttering, "There's no formation on the ground." Hearing the demon question its own death, Jang Shan turned to the pig demon holding the sword and reminded it, "Night pig, look at your sword." Beneath the body of the demon of the anus, which was still disintegrating, it looked up to listen. The pig demon also looked at his sword as Jang Shan had said, and on it was a dark, five-pointed starseal. He then screamed in shock, "How could this be?" Jang Shan couldn't bear to let the demon of the anus die in confusion, so he spoke up to explain to them, "I stuck that on when I was blocking the transformation earlier. My hand pressed the spell onto the sword," he said with a sinister grin. As understood, the demon of the anus gradually died, face down on the slimy ground, vanishing. He lamented, "I never thought that in the end, it would be your pig that killed me." Immediately after, the pig demon wearing a straw hat quickly performed a spell on its sword, clumsily. It cut through the spot where the seal was carved on the blade, causing it to shatter. Blood started pouring from the pig demon's hand, and shortly after, blood began flowing uncontrollably from the sword as well. Then, an eye quickly appeared on the pig demon's sword, followed by the emergence of an utterly grotesque blade. The pig demon screamed, introducing Black Gold Long Bone. He looked at the sword radiating demonic power and, with a dark expression, narrowed his four eyes, grinning with great interest as he commented, "Wow, quite a show, huh, pig knight?" Immediately after, Jang Shan wasn't outdone either. He pulled out Ro Lingji and faced the black gold long bone blade rushing toward him. Jang Shan's expression became quite suggestive as he called out. Ro Lingji, the weapon, seemed to understand his intent and glanced up. Then, Ro Lingji formed a mouth, and Jang Shan, following suit, shouted its current form, Fang King. It then laughed in delight, "Ha!" Next, Ro Lingji transformed into a large sword, quickly intercepting the pig demon's blade. Jang Shan shouted, confirming, "Start!" Upon impact, the black gold long bone blade sliced through Ro Lingji, causing it to scream loudly. The two eyes on Jang Shan's sword looked at him, and Ro Lingji, in fear, cried out to warn him, "This sword shares the same properties as mine. I'm afraid I can't handle it." Then, Jang Shan also retracted his sword, his mouth wide open, crying loudly, confirming with him. "Moreover, its name is Black Gold Long Bone, and my name is Ro Lingji. It's much harder than me." He added, "How could you possibly break the bone?" Upon hearing that, Jang Shan also looked toward it, frowning and squinting his eyes in discomfort as he remarked, "It's a waste for you to have a mouth that talks so much." Then, Jang Shan looked toward the demon behind him, now only a head and lungs, standing there grinning along with the Temple of Peace, Clarity, and Virtue, who was leaning on his hand nearby, and spoke to Ro Lingji, "Keep an eye on those two behind me, don't let them pull any tricks." Jang Shan's expression was full of disdain, and hearing him say that, Tan Kiem quickly confirmed to him, "All right, no problem." The two demons, upon hearing his cautious instructions to Ro Lingji, had dark expressions,
and both yelled in their heads with the same thought: who would dare to team up with this pig? One wrong move and we'd end up chopping our own teammate. In the battlefield ahead, the pig was shouting and slashing. Was he really that bold? He felt disrespected, while Jang Shan stood still, ready to face his attacks. Next, Jang Shan used the wood control technique, conjuring a series of tough wooden planks to block the demon pig's scythe. Jang Shan's expression darkened as he remarked, "If it weren't for the wood control technique, this would be tough." Immediately, Jang Shan spread his arms, and vines quickly coiled around. He issued an order, creating a sword. Then, he stretched the vines out from the wooden body, grinning with excitement, squinting at the massive vines, and commented, "Let's see which is tougher, your bone or my wood." Right after forging his sword, Jang Shan didn't hesitate to charge at the pig demon with his blade, shouting loudly. Seeing him rush forward, the pig also quickly raised its blade in retaliation. It twisted its body, slashing with a smirk full of arrogance. Immediately after, the pig demon overpowered his technique, pressing forward relentlessly with its blade. Jang Shan blocked it with his wooden sword, muttering under his breath, "Its strength is overwhelming, and my body keeps getting pushed back so fast." Soon, Jang Shan couldn't hold on, the wooden sword shattered. He fell hard to the ground, and the pig demon's blade stopped just above his body. Seeing this, the demon, now reduced to bones and lungs, with a smug expression on its face, extended its skeletal head toward him, then shouted darkly with self-satisfaction, "A golden opportunity." At that moment, Jang Shan managed to react and shouted, "Ro Lingji, stop her for me, now." In response, Ro Lingji quickly appeared, her mouth agape at the incoming bite from the demon, whose body was reduced to just a skull and lungs. Next, the demon's ghastly mouth bit Ro Lingji in half, making her scream in agony, "My body's going numb." Seeing the dire situation, Jang Shan stared in shock at the two halves of Ro Lingji, then exclaimed in disbelief, "I can't believe it actually bit Ro Lingji in two." While the lung-skulled demon remained smug, its gaze fixed on him. Furious, Jang Shan roared, "Demon body of Overlord!" Immediately after, a surge of power began coursing through his body. The head of the demon charged forward, its jaws snapping and grinding against him. However, Jang Shan's body had become sturdier, emitting a powerful electric current. In an instant, he swung his fist, landing a blow to the demon's face, sending it flying while it screamed in agony. Devil's lash across 800 miles. Before Jang Shan's punch, the head of the demon stood stunned, its mind racing with doubt. One punch already sent it flying? The demon's body flew a great distance. Jang Shan, still unconvinced, muttered in suspicion, "Is this really the strongest one in this area? It's much weaker than the others." Just then, from below, a pig-headed demon wielding a blade lunged at him ferociously. Jang Shan understood their intentions and, frustrated, yelled, "Can't a person catch a breath?" He then raised his sword to block, his eyes narrowing as he quietly assessed the situation. This pig knight is tough to deal with. The battle raged on, both sides exchanging vicious strikes. Jang Shan frowned in confusion, mentally noting the demon's relentless attacks. He was aware of his own formation, but the demon didn't give him a moment's respite. In the next instant, he dodged the pig demon's onslaught, causing its blade to slam into the ground with a tremendous impact, shattering the earth beneath it. Jang Shan concluded, "I'll have to find another way." Then, as if realizing something, Jang Shan flashed a wicked smile as he glanced at his weapon, asking, "Can Ro Lingji still move?" He opened his mouth, his body trembling as he looked at him and spoke out his feelings. "After some struggle, I can still move, but that bite earlier was truly terrifying." Immediately after, he moved closer to the person. Ro Lingji quickly clung to Jang Shan's waist. As soon as he caught it, he murmured a reminder. "As long as you can move, that's enough. Coordinate with me later." His face was full of worry as he glanced at the pig demon, then spoke out in challenge. "Let's have a decisive battle, pig knight." Seeing this, its eyes glowed red, and it smiled smugly. "Hee, just what I wanted." Next, it quickly drew its sword and charged at him, while Jang Shan also grabbed his wooden sword and rushed toward it. Before their strikes collided, a strong energy barrier formed. The pig demon closed in on him and made a disdainful remark. "You dare to match strength with me?"
You're asking for death.
Its black gold long bone sword slashed toward him, and its eyes narrowed, mocking Jang Shan. As if seizing the opportunity, Jang Shan urgently looked down at his hands for support, mumbling to the weapon hidden at his waist. "Ro Ling Ji, beat the drum for me." He grabbed a drum in front of him and complained to Jang Shan.
"With me in this state, you still want me to beat the drum?"
Immediately after, Jang Shan crouched down and struck the drum. A burst of demon energy spread out around him with the sound of the drum, and the eye on the drum opened. Ro Ling Ji, standing atop the drum, also complained. "If this doesn't work, don't blame me." Hearing the sound of the drum invading the demon pig's mind, its eyes gleamed with a greenish light. Seeing the pig standing motionless and trembling, behind it, the Temple of Peace, Clarity and Virtue looked at it with confusion and asked, "What's wrong with this pig?"
The one with only a head and spine also looked at him with dissatisfaction and asked, "What's going on? Why all of a sudden? Why are you just standing there?"
Jang Shan, with the drum at his side and Ro Lingji wrapped around his waist, looked at the trembling demon pig and made an assessment. "Although the range is not wide, it seems we've frozen one." His face showed excitement and he was sweating. The demon pig still struggled, its body starting to feel heavy and sweating. It muttered a curse, "Hohu, damn it." Jang Shan, seeing that it was still shaking and able to speak, looked at it in surprise and exclaimed, "Damn it, you can still move?" Without hesitation, Jang Shan quickly roared, gathering power at his mouth, and his body glowed. He shouted, "Die already!" Right after the attack, the demon pig's body was shattered in a piece, leaving only its lower half still standing. He hugged his chest, breathing heavily, and bent down. Then, the system's notification echoed, 5 minutes left until transform into a demon ends. Seeing this, Jang Shan glanced at it and sighed. Then, he stood by the demon pig's corpse, looked at the remaining 2 demons with murderous intent, and thought to himself, "I don't have much time left." Then, he looked at the Temple of Peace, Clarity, and Virtue and contemplated. There was still a defeated enemy that he couldn't transform into a demon, nor could he just let him run away. He looked warily at Jang Shan and then glanced at the demon, which only had the lungs and spine left beside it, adding to the list of defeated enemies that he had sent flying with a single punch. The demon's mouth smiled, watching him evenly. Seeing them like this, Jang Shan arrogantly pointed at them with his hand, beckoning them to come over, and with a dark smile, he spoke to confirm, "I'm in a hurry, you 2 can come at once." The 2 of them silently watched him, and soon, the demon with only the lungs, head, and spine quickly charged toward him from behind. Seeing this, Jang Shan spoke up and asked, "Are you trying to circle around and sneak attack me?" But unexpectedly, the body of the demon merged with the body of the pig demon, which was missing some parts. Then, she began to fuse into the body of the dead pig demon and laughed, saying, "I'll take the black gold long bone and the power of this pig." A powerful demon energy burst out and spread around. Jang Shan, seeing this, had to raise his hand to block the demon energy and made an assessment, noting that the demon energy had at least tripled. Then, Jang Shan turned his head, grimaced, and ran, silently making a decision. While it was still merging, he needed to deal with this in Ning first. Saying it, he did it. He charged towards the remaining demon, who was already prepared for battle, waiting for him to approach. He smiled, ready for the fight. Right after that, he awkwardly took off his hat, furrowed his brows and looked at him, speaking to confirm again, "You don't think I'm still as easy to bully as before, do you?" Immediately, he held the hat in his hand, pulled out a slimy, 3-eyed monster and proudly introduced, "Look at my beast gun plus." But before he could engage in the fight, both his body and the gun were cleaved off in a moment of bewilderment. The Temple of Peace, Clarity, and Virtue cried out, "Oh, and you have already passed through his body and gun," standing behind him. Then, Jang Shan felt something behind him. He glanced over and made an observation, the demon energy has increased 4-fold. Right after that, his eyes filled with fear and astonishment, he turned his head and screamed in his mind, "It's here." A thick, dark demon energy appeared in front of Jang Shan as he turned his head. After merging with the body of the pig demon, only its head and lungs remained, quickly becoming whole again. She stood proudly, her body emitting electric currents, looking down at Jang Shan, challenging him, "Come here, let's play together."
As she spoke, she gradually stepped toward him. Seeing Jang Shan grimace as he looked at her, his face turned dark with sweat. The demon slid through the electric beam, looking down and mocking, "Are you scared? Well then, I'll come over." Seeing her like this, Jang Shan's heart couldn't help but laugh. His eyes widened as he screamed in his mind, Just keep coming over here." Then, without hesitation, the demon took another step. Beneath her feet, a cloud of dust appeared. When had he created that? The demon's foot was about to land. He saw this and immediately sneered, looking at him and commenting, childish game." Right after that, the foot of the fused demon stomped heavily on the ground, causing the magic circle to begin shattering, along with the surrounding earth. Then, the hair, spiked with sharp needles, around the demon's footsteps created a strong tremor. The ground and stones crumbled, rising up from the surface. Jang Shan stood and watched, equally astonished. Su Ling, standing to the side, was also affected by the shockwave and stumbled, her body full of anxiety. She voiced her concern to him, "Can you deal with her quickly?" Soon after, Jang Shan's body was also forced down by the demon's oppressive force. His face twisted in discomfort, struggling. The demon's long, slender legs stood in front of him nonchalantly. Next, it looked at him with eyes gleaming in a dull shade of purple, full of arrogance, and pulled the spikes from the top of its head. Immediately after, the sharp needles, like darts, shot toward Jang Shan, startling him even from a glance. Jang Shan reacted quickly, raising his hand to shield himself and shouting the name of the spell, Xia Tatlo. A wooden shield rapidly appeared, blocking the sharp darts. But then, from its neck, another sharp arrow shot out, aimed directly, the point facing Jang Shan. It then laughed with self-satisfaction, spreading its arms in a pose resembling a beauty queen on stage, wrinkling its face and smiling. Its body radiated green demon energy, rapidly shooting darts at his shield. The demon's sharp darts pierced through the shield, causing it to crack open in a large chunk. Immediately after that, without any obstruction, it shot straight towards Jang Shan. He, however, stood motionless, his face filled with distress as he watched the dart fly toward him. Then, Jang Shan quickly created another wooden shield to block the dart, causing it to be deflected. Jang Shan exclaimed in amazement, "That was too close." Next, it seemed as if he sensed something and turned his head around, full of worry. The hybrid demon had swiftly moved behind him. It wrapped its bony arms tightly around Jang Shan, causing him to break into a cold sweat, surprised by the sudden grip. The demon, on the other hand, grinned smugly, lifting its chin. Immediately after, the demon's dart curved back, its sharp point aiming at Jang Shan, forcing him to struggle and shout in frustration, "Are you seriously trying to kill me with that?" Realizing its intent, Jang Shan urgently shouted, "Would control technique of the absolute center." The demon's skeletal hands still clutched Jang Shan's body tightly. As soon as he spoke, a massive demon was summoned to shield him from the dart. Jang Shan commanded it, "Block this dart for me." Almost immediately, the dart pierced through the giant demon's body, leaving it stunned and looking down in disbelief. Behind him, Jang Shan had struggled free, escaping the hybrid demon's grasp and leaping forward just before the dart could strike. He was knocked back, tumbling on the ground. After regaining his composure, he sat up, shielding his face from the dust, squinting as he observed and remarked, "Even you, the big green guy, got pierced. Well, it's gone now." Before Jang Shan could regain his composure, the fused demon swiftly charged from above. Jang Shan noticed it and looked up at it. Its foot came flying toward him, and he stood frozen, exclaiming in awe, "Too fast, my eyes could barely track it, and my body couldn't react in time." Next, the fused demon kicked him in the head. It smiled triumphantly, while Jang Shan was sent flying backward. His body crashed to the ground, smoke still billowing from him. He pushed himself up, looking at the demon in front of him, mentally assessing, "First, I need to hold her off, then I'll think of a countermeasure." Jang Shan then reached for the drum at his side, but the fused demon had already grabbed his wrist, making him drop the drum. It hurled him back with force. Jang Shan screamed in pain. His body was scorched by demon energy, blood pouring from his mouth. His eyelids fluttered open and closed as he mumbled, looking at the fused demon, "It doesn't give me a single chance." He then attempted to move his body, but quickly realized and screamed in his mind, "Huh, can't move anymore, huh?"
Jang Shan shouted with disbelief, his eyes still fixed on the fused demon with vigilance. Soon after, the demon's foot scraped against his leg, gradually moving toward his chest, causing Jang Shan's body to tremble. Blood poured from his mouth, his face flushed with excitement.
Then, the demon ran its foot over his chin, its sharp claws pointing toward Jang Shan's neck, while he glared at it, gritting his teeth. The demon with the distorted face and the shape of a smiling mouth made an assessment of him. Humanity is indeed rare in its strength.
If we were to merge into one, I could also reach the level of malevolent spirit.
Its foot rubbed over his chin, lifting and then lowering.
Jang Shan stared at it, bewildered with 4 eyes. Immediately after, he looked up at the wall, gazing through the window at the full moon outside, then made a remark, "The window over there is broken."
Soon after, Jang Shan smiled and confirmed in his mind, "It's already here."
Then, he reached out and touched the demon's foot. He continued to move up her calf, then her thigh with a lecherous look, grinning maliciously.
The demon screamed, confused, "What are you doing?"
As he groped, he made a remark, "Feels smooth, really." Then, he pressed even further between her legs, making another remark, "Your legs are just perfect." The merged demon blushed at that, staring at him with her mouth agape. Jang Shan then embraced the demon's body, speaking his assessment aloud, "Too bad, the ground is dirty." Then, he added, "Let me take you to wash up." The merged demon, lifted up by him, was too stunned to react, still with her mouth wide open as she was pushed backward. Jang Shan pushed her toward the broken window, his gaze falling on the moon outside as he confirmed to the demon, "Everything dirty on your body can be cleaned." He then positioned the demon in the moonlight from the window and shouted, "Cleanse her."
The moonlight seemed to obey the command, shining down on the demon. The merged demon, confused, looked back in panic.
Jang Shan's voice rang out with the name of his technique, the bull turning the moon. Immediately after, the moonlight outside turned yellow, shooting a large beam of energy through the broken window, casting down upon the demon's body. Once the beam of light faded, the demon's body, which Jang Shan had held in his arms, was reduced to nothing but white bones, and the demonic aura began to dissipate. Jang Shan shook the white skeleton in his hand and happily made a comment, "So, is it all cleaned up?" Next, he kissed the demon's skeletal cheek, full of joy and excitement, and shamelessly said, "Well, it looks like you're the dirty one, huh? Baby, huh?" Not far away, in a gloomy house, the demon altar was greedily devouring the demon's body, surrounded by a terrifying red aura. Beside the altar, the demonly Ewan was also devouring a demon horse's carcass with one hand, the other hand severed and still leaking demon energy. She chewed proudly and said, "Hee, thanks to the demon altar, I can also absorb some demon energy." After finishing her meal, she wiped her bloody hands on her mouth, complaining, "Why is it taking that virtuous son so long to return with the 4 elites? They still haven't come back yet?" Meanwhile, in another corner, the Temple of Peace, Clarity and Virtue was limping while clutching his wounded body, muttering, "Damn it." He then raised his hand to touch his neck, on high alert, glancing around before making a comment, "That was too close. I almost got sliced in half by him." Suddenly, Jang Shan appeared out of nowhere, standing behind him. 4 eyes stared fixedly at the Temple of Peace, Clarity and Virtue, as he made a remark, "So, isn't that why I prepared to chop you in half as well?" Seeing him, the cowardly man was startled, his mouth agape as he shouted. Upon seeing him, the Temple of Peace, Clarity and Virtue quickly turned around, raising his hand in a defensive posture, ready to fight, and questioned him with caution, "Clearly, there are no flaws in my substitution technique, how did you see through it?" He gritted his teeth in confusion. Observing his bewilderment, Jang Shan did not hesitate to give a strange, devilish smile and answered him, "Because you fainted." Jang Shan then went on to explain further to the Temple of Peace, Clarity and Virtue, "My hells, I had not seen your death pose." Next, Jang Shan confirmed to him, "But now I see it, behind you, a pair of eyes and a frightening mouth are slowly appearing." Upon hearing this, the Temple of Peace, Clarity and Virtue could feel it too, grimacing as the shadow behind him grinned ominously. Hearing this, he looked around, bewildered, and shouted, "What is this?" Then, he saw the eerie, grinning face appear beneath the ground where he was standing, and panicked, shouting in confusion,
why is it under my feet as well?
Seeing the temple of peace, clarity and virtue so alarmed, Jang Shan glared at him and explained, "This is the death form that my hell's eye has created for you." Following that, more grinning faces surrounded him. The temple of peace, clarity and virtue regained his composure, a smug expression on his face, and once again confirmed with Jang Shan, "Even if it's the death form, it's still only attached to my puppet."
He sneered mockingly.
Then, his eyes began to blur, a smile spreading across his face, dripping down his body, surrounded by strange, grinning faces.
He spoke to confirm with him, "Hee hee, you can't catch me."
Next, those faces clung to his body, while the temple of peace, clarity and virtue continued to move.
Jang Shan, seeing this, stepped aside and sneered, saying, "Ha, are you still trying to run this time?"
Then, the temple of peace, clarity and virtue ran towards Gue Li Wen, with the faces following him there as well.
Gue Li Wen saw him and immediately turned her head, impatiently asking, "You're back? Why did it take you so long?"
Seeing the appearance of the temple of peace, clarity and virtue, she stood there, confused, mouth agape. The eerie smiling faces began to detach from his body. Soon after, they controlled him to reach out and grab Gue Li Wen. His body, now overtaken by the faces, caused him intense inner suffering, and he screamed out in agony.
Meanwhile, Gue Li Wen, seeing this, was startled and screamed at him, "What is that on your body?"
Inside, the smiling faces attacked the mind of the temple of peace, clarity and virtue, causing him to sob uncontrollably, tears and snot running down as he screamed in helpless pain, "Help!
Help me!"
Seeing the temple of peace, clarity and virtue charging toward her, with the faces still trailing behind, Gue Li Wen, flustered, screamed at him, "No, don't touch me." But the hand of the temple of peace, clarity and virtue still reached out to her, crying out desperately, "Save me." In this dire situation, Demon Li Wen clicked his tongue as his hand, covered in something strange, reached out to touch her. She gritted her teeth, her face filled with disgust, and finally, without hesitation, struck a blow, shouting in fury, "Die!" Demon Li Wen's body was pushed backward, quickly being enveloped by the smiling faces. These faces wrapped around him, while the temple of peace, clarity, and virtue continued to scream and struggle. Moments later, he was bitten and devoured, dying in excruciating pain, blood spilling from his mouth. Right after his death, the system's notification rang out, "Transform into a demon has ended, the demon cat is dead, demon energy plus 1111. The shadow demon is dead, plus 11.11. The pig demon is dead, demon energy plus 1111. The head of the demon is dead, demon energy plus 1314. The demon within Virtuous Son's body is dead, demon energy plus 999. Finally, when the system's notification ended, the two eyes on his forehead gradually faded, and Ro Lingji began to materialize. Jang Shan, upon seeing this, excitedly asked, "Ro Lingji, you're restored?" He then made a quick assessment and concluded that it seemed there was enough demon energy this time. Next, Jang Shan's face took on a sinister expression, grinning deviously. Holding Ro Lingji, now transformed into a sword, he urged, "Now, let's get straight to the main topic. Let's go." Somewhere far away, a demon was absorbing the demonic energy, gathering with other demons. His voice rang out with excitement, "It's almost done." Then, he made another assessment, "We can't afford any mistakes at this point." The surrounding demons continued to move towards the gathering, drawn by the call of the demon energy. Suddenly, the door beside them was broken open, and Jang Shan's mocking voice rang out, "Nice rain, the mistake is here." Gue Li Wen, hearing the loud noise, also looked over in surprise. Then, Jang Shan popped his head out, with Ro Lingji in hand, stepping out from the cloud of dust. Upon seeing him, Gue Li Wen screamed, quickly recognizing him. Immediately after, she took out another demon, holding it angrily in her hand, glaring at him and shouting, "How disgusting!" The demon in her hand had no idea what was happening. Without warning, she bit down, and a chunk of the demon's body vanished. Another demon, one with many eyes and mouths, lost a part of its body as well, with blood flowing out in a confusing manner. A different puppet demon also lost a piece of flesh from its shoulder, growling in confusion. A smaller demon also lost a chunk from the top of its head, the cause unclear.
Above, Gue Liwen devoured the demons hungrily.
Soon after, she transformed into a grotesque form in the cloud of dust. Her body distorted like a spider with a human face. Next, Gue Liwen lunged at Jang Shan with her sharp claws, but he raised his sword to block the attack. Something else charged at him quickly.
Jang Shan managed to react in time, dodging its strikes.
A demon, resembling a spiny creature, lunged at Jang Shan. Immediately after, the demon wrapped itself tightly around him. Gue Liwen quickly drove her sharp claws into the creature and screamed, "Iron termite." Inside, Jang Shan was surrounded by the creature's sharp thorns, his face darkened as he yelled, "Confirm."
Damn it, I was careless. Outside, Gue Liwen looked at him smugly and remarked, "Don't think you can break through from the inside." She thrust forcefully while adding, "The poison of Steel Woman will corrode you from the inside out."
Immediately after, the demon hybrid of the head of the demon let out an eerie, triumphant laugh and commented, "I had already given up long before that." Suddenly, the body of the creature tore apart into two pieces, with blood splattering everywhere, and the scream of Jang Shan grew longer, extending endlessly. The head of the demon's body was also attacked, causing it to cough up blood.
It screamed in confusion and frustration, how could this happen?"
Not allowing it to question in vain, Jang Shan laughed and looked at it, explaining, "Rolling, she just consumed more than 5,000 demon energy from me."
"Do you really think she ate it for nothing?"
After that, the demon hybrid of the head of the demon had its tail severed, its body withering and breaking apart, crawling desperately across the ground toward the altar, still relentlessly absorbing demon energy.
The head of the demon's body trembled.
Then, tears flowed down its face, and it continued to crawl painfully, screaming, "My lord, I'm sorry, I still can't."
It said.
Without giving the head of the demon hybrid any more time to deny, Jang Shan rushed forward, using Rolingji to slash through its body, causing blood to splatter as he yelled, "Oh, you talk too much, just die already." His face darkened as he looked at it with disgust. The demon, beaten and coughing up blood, was left with only the slightest breath, writhing in pain. Blood from the demon splattered everywhere, even hitting the altar, which was still absorbing demon energy from around it. Then, the blood seeped into the altar, and the demon rose, its legs standing on the skulls of the devoured demons, growling. The skulls began to gather together, fueled by the demon energy and the blood of the head of the demon. Next, the green eyes under its eye sockets began to glow, signaling that there was still life left. A powerful wave of demon energy emanated from the surrounding bones. Su Ling stood next to him, her expression as serious as his as she assessed the situation. "This is bad, they're using a borrowed body to return to life," she said, adding, "The malevolent spirit is about to emerge." Seeing this, he stood beside her, his face also paling as he watched the pile of bones wrapped in demon energy, slowly forming into a body. At the same time, Ci Lei was healing, her body connected to the demon energy tubes, continuously pumping energy into her. She held an ancient book in her hands, reading it leisurely. Shortly after, as if discovering something interesting, she spoke, "Oh." She then muttered as she confirmed something about the altar's body. It turned out that the altar contained fragments of the malevolent spirit. Immediately after, she shouted in excitement, "Once enough demon energy is absorbed, it will dissolve into liquid." Ci Lei imagined the altar's body melting into a watery form. Then, she understood and confirmed in her mind, when this liquid merges with the bones from the 14 skulls, the malevolent spirit would be able to revive. The body of the malevolent spirit began to take shape again with the skulls and slowly formed a complete figure. Its face grinned with a sinister, eerie smile. Without delay, Ci Lei stood up from her chair. The demon energy followed closely, its tendrils wrapping tightly around her body. Her voice rang out, confirming, "It seems that to destroy the altar, we need to bring along a level B expert at the very least to ensure success." On Jang Shan's side, he couldn't help but frown as he watched the villainous form taking shape. "That disgusting thing is almost ready," he sighed. Then, without hesitation, he kicked the pile of skulls gathering together, sending them flying in all directions. Grinding his teeth in anger, Jang Shan shouted at them, "Damn you all, die already." He then lowered his leg and watched the skulls bounce on the ground, before looking at Su Ling with a puzzled expression and asking,
it should be fine now, right? Suddenly, a head from the pile of bones struggled to rise, with blood oozing from its eyes, and teeth starting to grow. It surged upwards again, and immediately a hand emerged, punching straight at Jang Shan's abdomen, causing him to scream in pain. Then, the demon's body gradually began to form, complete with sharp horns. It growled and roared, "Who?" As it opened its mouth, hot air poured out. Then, its body fully formed, and it yelled even louder, filled with doubt and rage, "Who ruined my resurrection plan?" Jang Shan, knocked to the ground, had his armor half broken, and he struggled to murmur, "Luckily, I used the demon body of Overlord." Soon after, the system announced, "Malevolent spirit enraged, demon energy plus 1600. Seeing this, Jang Shan grimaced, gritting his teeth, silently recalculating in his mind. Just one roar, and it had released 1600 demon energy, truly terrifying. Before they could regain their composure, the savage demon's aura surged again, sending chills down their spines, and their hair flying in all directions. Immediately after, Jang Shan, with a mischievous look, pointed towards Su Ling to confirm her. The girl, seeing him pointing at her, had an expression that seemed to say, "You've been acting like my older brother for too long, and now you're screaming and cursing like this, damn it." Then, Su Ling turned around, running while shouting back, "It's not me." Jang Shan watched her, smiling happily. Then, the savage demon raised its leg, looking at him, gathering momentum from behind. It spoke softly, "Here's a kick for you." The sound of its kick cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, and before Jang Shan could respond, the kick rushed at him. Jang Shan, however, swiftly bent down and dodged the strike. Next, he raised his head, his eyes widening in surprise. The enormous fist of the savage demon came crashing towards him. Jang Shan had no time to dodge, so he simply braced himself. His hands crossed in front of his chest, forming a shield. He looked at the savage demon, who was grinning triumphantly, and silently concluded, "Even without transforming into a demon, I can still barely withstand this blow." It seemed his understanding of divine powers had grown once again. Without hesitation, Jang Shan opened his palm and called out to Ro Lingji. Immediately, he charged, swinging his sword while shouting in exhilaration, "Yeah!" After the strike, Ro Lingji remained lodged in the head of the savage demon, yet the creature seemed unaffected. It stared at him, smiling maliciously, and then spoke, "Have I been underestimated?" Right after that, two beams of energy shot from the savage demon's eyes towards Jang Shan, forcing him to release his grip, flipping backward to avoid the attack. When he landed, he quickly stomped the ground, propelling himself upward, using Ro Lingji to help him leap and dodge its next assault. As he ran through the air, heading toward the monster, he silently assessed, "I must make the most of my small and agile frame." But before he could formulate a countermeasure, the savage demon had already captured him. Its grip was so tight that Jang Shan coughed up blood, writhing in pain and disbelief. Finally, the savage demon hurled him into the nearby wall with a deafening crash. Not stopping there, it followed up with a powerful punch, smashing into Jang Shan's body pinned against the wall. The more the savage demon punched, the more fervent its laughter became, its fists never ceasing. Jang Shan's face was punched into a distorted mess, unrecognizable to his parents, his twisted mouth open to ask in confusion, "Didn't I ruin the ritual?" His body was slammed against the wall by the force of the blows. Before Jang Shan could catch his breath, the savage demon struck again. From behind him, its hand pressed against the wall, a voice full of astonishment echoed in its mind, "Could the remains of the malevolent spirit, not yet evolved, really possess this kind of power?" Next, Jang Shan couldn't hold out any longer. He took out a dazzling 3-star yellow card, his hand slipping free from the savage demon's punch. An aura of energy enveloped him, causing the savage demon to be thrown back, confused. Jang Shan yelled, "Transform into a demon!" The form of a beast appeared within his body. Jang Shan threw his head back and howled, "Let's confirm this with one last desperate move." Immediately, his teeth grew into sharp fangs, and something protruded massively from the back of his coat. It seemed like it couldn't bear the confined space any longer, bursting through the fabric and ripping 2 holes in it. 2 additional sharp animal-like arms appeared from behind him. The savage demon gritted its teeth, visibly confused. Next, it clenched its teeth, launching both sharp hands forward. Immediately, Jang Shan took a step back, launching his right arm forward with determination to close in on the savage demon. The demon, seeing this, smiled smugly, raising its clenched fists, gearing up to face him head-on. Then, their fists collided with equal force, locking them in place, both immobilized by the impact. Next, the sharp claws on Jang Shan's back did their job, extending towards the savage demon, causing it to stare, bewildered, at his rear limbs. Finally, in that moment of distraction, the sharp claws punched the savage demon square in the face, leaving it frozen in shock. Right after that, the savage demon lost its balance and crashed to the ground, while he landed in a cool, composed manner. In the distance, Su Ling leaned against a corner, trembling as she observed, realizing that her brother had suddenly become stronger. But the demon was not one to back down. The two horns on its head emitted a binding energy. The vicious demon ground its teeth in anger as it glared at him, and then its horns unleashed a powerful attacking energy aimed directly at Jang Shan. He, however, extended his bear-like arms forward to block the strike, a smile on his face as he casually commented, "Those bear paws are pretty solid." Next, Jang Shan counterattacked, leaping up, with his bare arms reaching out to act. One of the bear's hands grabbed the savage demon's arm, while the other restrained its other wrist. Jang Shan then stood on the demon's massive chest, looking down at it as it lay there on the ground, staring back at him. With a confident posture, he placed his hand behind him and shouted, "Let me show you what it means to have the strength of a bear." As he spoke, a tremendous energy emanated from his hand as he gritted his teeth and shouted. Without hesitation, Jang Shan punched the demon squarely in the face, channeling all his energy into the blow. The savage demon's face caved in from the impact, as it lay there, gnashing its teeth in pain. Once it regained its composure, the savage demon turned its head toward him, its skeletal face contorted with fury, and it roared, "Eh!" Enraged, it opened its mouth wide, letting out a terrifyingly loud growl, while he remained standing on its body, keeping it subdued. Suddenly, a cross-shaped light appeared on the demon's face, its teeth bared in rage. In an instant, a massive cross-shaped pillar appeared in the sky, accompanied by swirling clouds and a tremendous burst of lightning energy. The crimson pillar caused the surroundings to glow a fiery red, as though engulfed in flames. Hearing this, Jang Shan also spoke up and asked, "So this is serious, right?" The savage demon threw a punch and lunged toward him, but he merely looked down at it. Then, the savage demon swung its fist at him, and the bare arm behind quickly blocked it. Both of his hands raised in front of his chest, the punch from the savage demon causing a jolt that made him grimace. As it withdrew its hand, he too clenched his bare fists, staring at the savage demon and shouting to confirm. One punch in return was enough to overwhelm it. Next, he delivered a flurry of punches to the savage demon, leaving it no time to retaliate as it collapsed and took the blows. Jang Shan, watching it while gritting his teeth, thought to himself, "It's just a fragment of a malevolent spirit, and it's the kind that transforms early when the awakening fails." He added, "What would it be like if it were in its complete form?" His bare arms struck with such force that the ground began to crack, debris and dust scattering in all directions. The savage demon lay motionless on the ground, a diagonal cross-shaped mark on its face. It growled in anger, enraged, then screamed out a divine punishment technique. Immediately, a beam of light shot down from the cross-shaped symbol in the sky, striking fiercely. It spread out, causing the earth and rocks to crumble. On the side of the damaged wall, Su Ling was thrown back, screaming in agony. The girl falls freely. How is it that even from such a distance, she still got caught in it? Inside the battlefield, Jang Shan was so exhausted that he had to brace himself with his hand, bending over, gasping for air. His bare hands were cracked, covered with many red streaks, but his gaze remained sharp as he watched the savage demon. It stood up, kneeling with its hands on the ground, panting heavily as it glared at him through the smoke and dust. Next, Jang Shan wiped his mouth, smiled, and muttered, "Used such a strong move, and yet he can't even handle it himself?" Thinking of that, Jang Shan quickly took out the Ro Lingji and made an assessment. Seizing the opportunity, he always acted. He swiftly assumed a fighting stance, and then, both his arms dropped, with him holding the Ro Lingji as he charged toward the savage demon. Soon after, he punched the Ro Lingji into the exact center of the diagonal line of the cross on the demon's face,
causing it to scream in agony. Taking advantage of the momentum, Jang Shan stepped onto its face, standing on its chin, and pressed the sword down with more force, making the savage demon fall to the ground. Next, the system announced, malevolent spirit of the Forgotten Sea has been eliminated, demon energy plus 50,000 N. After eliminating the demon, Jang Shan stood on its body, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed in relief, phew. A sound escaped as the demon's body lay on the ground, blood spilling out into a pool. Then, he seemed to remember something, looked around at the thick dust, and asked, "Hey, where's Su Ling?" He then removed the rocks that were pinning her down, and the girl was unconscious. Jang Shan's face showed deep concern as he asked, "Su Ling, are you okay?" Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes, screamed, her fangs grew out, and her gaze seemed to change entirely. She then charged at him, shouting viciously, "You want to kill me? Not a chance." Seeing this, he helplessly stared at her and muttered, "I really have no words." Immediately, the girl's other hand grabbed the wrist that was heading toward him, stopping it. Another spirit inside Su Ling's body, filled with anger, shouted at her, "What are you doing? This guy specializes in killing demons, don't you know?" Seeing this, Su Ling, in her mind, looked at her sister with confusion and spoke up to reassure her, "Sister, don't worry. He won't hurt you." While they were arguing, Jang Shan had already lifted Su Ling's body, causing her to look around in a daze. He looked at the little girl, a sense of confusion rising within him. This little half-human, half-demon creature was indeed somewhat troublesome. Then, he made a judgment in his mind, getting caught by Yama's hall would not be good. With that thought, Jang Shan, while holding the girl in his arms, muttered to himself and made a decision. "Let's take her home first." Upon hearing this, the girl he was holding, her shirt lifted by him, struggled and shouted angrily, "Let me go, you bastard." Meanwhile, Su Ling, in her own body, spoke out to prevent her sister's spirit from resisting. "Sis, stop struggling." At the headquarters of Yama's hall, inside a spacious room, there were two men. One of them, wearing a hat, urged the man in front of him, "Brother, let's get going." Upon hearing this, Su Xingfeng also looked outside and softly responded, "Let's go, just waiting for his command." The people at Yama's hall headquarters quickly leapt out in groups, ready to act. On the side of Ci Lei, as she watched her brother walk ahead, she made an observation. Even though her brother was so strong that it was beyond imagination, facing a malevolent spirit. She then nervously scratched her face, making a precautionary judgment, double-checking whether that kid was coming or not. Soon after, she raised her hand to her ear, pressing a button on her communication device, and softly whispered to call Jang Shan. On the other end, his phone rang on the bed, but it was Su Ling who picked it up. Holding the phone, she answered quietly, "Hello, who's this?" Her face showed curiosity, and she was still holding a pen, drawing. Hearing someone answer, Ci Lei spoke and gave instructions to Su Ling. "Is Jang Shan there? Tell him to come quickly to the mission location." Seeing this, Su Ling's face showed a reluctant forced smile. She glanced to the side and spoke up to Ci Lei, "Maybe he won't make it." Then, the girl added, "He's sleeping like a dead pig right now." Jang Shan was sleeping soundly on the bed, while Su Ling was drawing various shapes on his face with a pen. Upon hearing the girl's words, Ci Lei on the other end of the line also confirmed, "Oh, well then." As soon as the call ended, Ci Lei's face showed dissatisfaction, and he muttered irritably to himself, he said he would come help when there was something to do, but now he's just sleeping. Next, the two of them landed on the ground. Su Xingfeng glanced around warily. In front of them was a pile of broken debris. Seeing this, one person from the group couldn't help but ask, "Is this still the Jing'an district?" Before they could say much more, Su Xingfeng gave the order, pair up into two groups and start checking. Upon receiving the command, the group quickly scattered, jumping into the chaotic eastern side. Ci Lei and Su Xingfeng landed in one spot. In front of them were the corpses of demons with their mouths wide open. Seeing this, Su Xingfeng, in a state of confusion, stared with wide eyes, stammering, "This." Then came the green-toed demon with a hole pierced through it, the dolphin demon's corpse, the skeletal remains of the head of the demon, and also the mushroom demons.
Moving forward, they entered deeper into the building through a small window. As Lei landed, he asked his older brother with suspicion, could these be the remains of the malevolent spirit? Did it kill all the demons in the district to regain its strength?
Meanwhile, Su Xingfeng was inspecting the demon corpses in front of him.
He then stood up and turned to Lei, speaking, it's a possibility, very likely, yes.
Next, he looked straight ahead, his face serious, and made an assessment.
If that's the case, then we're in danger.
Suddenly, a crackling sound came through his communication earpiece. Beside him, Lei's earpiece emitted the same noise. They both touched their earpieces.
Inside, an announcement was heard.
All units, please quickly gather at the 5 o'clock position. Hearing this, both of them quickly jumped towards that location.
The announcement voice continued.
Body of the malevolent spirit has been discovered. Soon after, the team from Yama's hall headquarters arrived at the site of the fiendish ghost, which had already been destroyed by Jang Shan. There, Su Xingfeng, with a look of astonishment, along with his team behind him, asked the savage demon,
what exactly happened?
Then, he bent down and reached out to touch the head of the savage demon, which had a hole drilled through it and was still bleeding, offering a preliminary assessment.
Judging by the appearance, these demons were all struck by some kind of sharp weapon in a fatal blow.
Behind him, Lei also looked on in doubt, speaking to herself in confirmation.
This operation was carried out secretly.
The only ones who could have known about the malevolent spirit here, besides us, are. She suddenly paused, as if realizing something, then, startled by her own thoughts, widened her eyes in suspicion and asked herself,
wait, could it really be Jang Shan?
Meanwhile, in the city where Jang Shan was, he suddenly sprang up, his face turning pale.
Next, Jang Shan sat up on the sofa, wiped his nose, and made a remark. I think I might have caught a cold.
Next, he quickly turned on the lights in his room, then walked toward the bathroom mirror. Seeing his face defaced with graffiti, he muttered inwardly, damn it. Then, Jang Shan stepped outside and looked at the culprit, Su Ling, who was still peacefully asleep in her chair.
Annoyed, he complained, you're still sleeping, huh?
Finally, Jang Shan grabbed a pen and began drawing on her face. A turtle, incessantly muttering, confirmed, gotta cover it up for the kid. After satisfying his revenge, Jang Shan wiped his face with a towel and walked out of the bathroom. Then, he looked up at the system, smiling, and made a request, system, display my information. Upon hearing this, the system obediently complied, host information for Jang Shan, demon energy 196,699, transform into a demon card, degraded core level item, demonic sound resistance degraded, rolling G high level demon energy. Seeing these stats, Jang Shan smiled happily and made a remark, looks like I've made a good profit this time. Immediately after, he looked at the greenish lion monster holding a sword and shouted its name, the bright demon lion beast.
Jang Shan, with a calm expression, observed the 4-star monster and remarked, another lion, huh?
Then, he muttered, hoping this lion wouldn't have any vague, unclear abilities.
The system responded, your uncle is with you, it can deplete 6 parts of the demon energy that condenses the beast's life essence.
Noticing the unusual response, Jang Shan scratched his head, looking reluctant, then complimented the system, this time the reminder is pretty clear. Next, he approached the pivot point, made a mental note, and turned over 2 transform into a demon 3-star cards in case they were needed. Seeing this, the pivot also spun to confirm. The first card that fell was Kue Mu Lang. He looked at the bizarre creature with its exposed head and spine. Then, the second card revealed a bony rhinoceros. Jang Shan shouted over it, Jin Lord. Next, he sat down on a chair and began contemplating the system.
Divine powers usually had limits and couldn't be used indefinitely. After a moment, he made a decision, the remaining demon energy should be used to enhance demonic sound resistance.
Then let's do it, came the reply. Jang Shan took out a drum, placed it in front of the system, and smiled as he gave the command, solidify demonic sound resistance.
Upon hearing this, the system chimed in with a notification. Do you wish to consume 500 demon energy to enhance demonic sound resistance?
Faced with this option, he did not hesitate and clicked yes.
Then, the system continued with a series of notifications. Do you wish to consume 1000 demon energy? Do you wish to consume 2000 demon energy?
Before the system could finish, he stood up abruptly, holding the drum in front of the system, and confirmed emphatically, yes, 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 use all of it on me. Upon hearing this, the system stopped asking further questions, proceeded automatically, and then issued a final notification, solidification complete. Congratulations, the host has obtained the mythical bull drum. The drum's surface gradually transformed, and an eye appeared on it.
Moments later, the eye opened.
Seeing this, Jang Shan became excited, grabbing the mythical bull drum with both hands and grinning, proudly commenting, this is the peak of perfection. He then placed his index finger on the drum's surface, and the eye on the drum followed his movement.
Jang Shan, hearing the confirmation sound, couldn't resist giving it a quick tap.
Suddenly, the door rang with the sound of a curved glass bell, startling him. He dropped the chopsticks, flustered, and looked towards the door, shouting, "That scared me.
I thought I had already knocked." Next, Jang Shan, with a gloomy expression, glanced outside the door.
Seeing Gu Hongya, he quickly voiced his confusion. "Hey, Hong sister, why are you standing outside the door waving at Jang Shan?" Right after that, as if understanding his puzzled look, Gu Hongya smiled and explained, "I accidentally made too much steamed milk.
Can you help me finish some?"
Upon hearing this, Jang Shan followed her, his hand rubbing nervously, smiling, and confirming, "Sure, I will."
Gu Hongya waved her hand and led the way for Jang Shan. Soon, they arrived at her house.
Gu Hongya took a bowl of steamed milk from the fridge. Then, she turned back, offering the bowl with a smile and urged, "Here, eat it quickly." Seeing this, Jang Shan looked at the bowl with joy, confirming with Gu Hongya, "Then I won't hold back." Suddenly, his eyes glinted. The bowl in Gu Hongya's hand appeared to crack into several pieces in his eyes, but the milk was still standing in it.
Jang Shan, perplexed, muttered to himself, "Wait, why is this bowl like that?" He paused. Then, the bowl in Gu Hongya's hand quickly shattered and fell, causing her to look down at the falling bowl in confusion and scream, "Oh no!" Immediately after, the loud sound of breaking ceramic echoed, and the bowl pieces along with the milk scattered everywhere. Seeing this, Gu Hongya bent down to pick up the pieces while speaking to Jang Shan, "I'm so sorry, I slipped." "Wait a moment, I'll get you another bowl."
Meanwhile, Jang Shan stood frozen, staring at her actions. Jang Shan was still lost in his thoughts, filled with suspicion. Why did he feel like this bowl should have broken? Unable to shake off his curiosity, he bent down to look at Gu Hongya, who was picking up the pieces of the bowl from the floor, and cautiously asked her, "Hong sister, have you ever done something with this bowl?" Seeing this, her expression darkened. Immediately after, she raised her hand to her lips, looked up at him, recalling and confirming, "Well, to be honest."
Gu Hongya hesitated for a moment. "Last night, I used this bowl to practice according to the secret manual."
Then, she stretched out her hand towards him and demonstrated, saying, "Something like that."
Nod of the Kuei star.
Jang Shan reacted quickly, meeting her eyes, stepping back, and dodging Gu Hongya's chopstick strike while reminding her, "Don't point it at me." Suddenly, following the direction of her hand, a picture frame fell off the wall. Both of them turned around to look at the frame. Gu Hongya, confused, spoke up, why is this picture broken too?" Jang Shan saw this and looked at her, then asked again, "Hong sister, how long have you been practicing?" Hearing his question, she looked at him, equally puzzled, hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand to cover her mouth, recalling before answering, "Just one evening, I started practicing last night." Upon hearing her answer, Jang Shan's face became blank, his eyes showing astonishment. He confirmed, "Just one evening, and you already mastered the secret technique of the art?" Then, he didn't hold back his praise for her, "Hong sister, you truly have an extraordinary talent." Immediately after, Jang Shan excitedly pointed upward, explaining to Gu Hongya, "Hong sister, at this point, you can already be considered a half-extraordinary person." Next, he urged her, next time there's a mission, you should come with me to help add some attributes. In response to Jang Shan's suggestion, she clasped her hands together and looked at him eagerly, smiling as she confirmed, all right, when is it next time? Just then, the phone suddenly lit up. He opened the phone to look at it, his expression darkening, and he excitedly confirmed, look, I was just talking about it, and it's here now. After receiving the information, his eyes lit up as he muttered, here, Su Xingfeng interrupted. The system displays the mission. In the Jing'an district of Jiangbei City, there's an A-level ambush warning under the Grandmaster level, quickly evacuate. Seeing this, Jang Shan quickly turned, looking flustered, ready to leave, but not forgetting to explain to Gu Hongya, Hong's sister, sorry, this mission might not be suitable for you. She looked bewildered behind him. Moments later, he jumped out of the window and ran off, shouting a promise to her, next time, I'll definitely bring you along. Gu Hongya stood behind, staring blankly as she watched him leave. Jang Shan's face became puzzled as he wondered to himself, didn't I just eliminate the malevolent spirit in the Jing'an district? As Jang Shan rushed forward at full speed, he shouted in confusion, what on earth is going on? In the Jing'an district, members of Yama's hall headquarters stood silently, observing the activity around them. Suddenly, something massive fell from the sky, landing with a huge impact, shaking the ground. Seeing this, Su Xingfeng quickly spoke up, reminding those under his command, everyone, quickly fall back, and they all followed his orders, jumping back immediately. Inside that massive entity, a thick stream of demon energy emanated. Then, the door was completely opened. Within, a bald demon figure stepped out, accompanied by the overwhelming presence of demon energy. The demon spoke, who? It interrupted, not pausing its steps as it moved forward, its demon energy growing stronger. Then, its face twisted, a large scar covering from the middle of the nose down. The demon shouted in anger, interrogation. Who destroyed my piece of malevolent spirit? Upon seeing it, Ci Lei couldn't help but raise a hand to cover her face due to the overwhelming demon energy. She recognized the gaze filled with wariness and suspicion and mentioned its name, Merciful Blessing of Dark and Light. She then realized and made a remark to Su Xingfeng, you're the one who wanted to exploit the demon altar and the piece of malevolent spirit. Ignoring her words, the eyes of Merciful Blessing of Dark and Light emitted two beams of energy. It tilted its head back in utter rage and yelled again, answer me, who are you? The men from the Yama's hall headquarters, upon seeing it, were also stunned, wide-eyed in disbelief. Soon after, they were struck by the roar of Merciful Blessing of Dark and Light, which echoed above their heads. A blow to their cheeks created large gaping holes. The gate behind him exuded an even more oppressive force. The group was so overwhelmed by the power emanating from it that they had to raise their hands in a futile attempt to block it. In the face of this, Su Xingfeng looked up at the demon energy with vigilance and made an observation, a genuine malevolent spirit rank. He interrupted himself, unable to hold back his astonishment, a different kind of power, completely distinct from the piece of malevolent spirit. Meanwhile, beside him, Ci Lei couldn't hold back any longer. She rushed forward with her weapon in hand, leaving Su Xingfeng behind. He looked at her anxiously and shouted a warning, Ci Lei, don't be rash. But his warning came too late. Ci Lei stood before the Merciful Blessing of Dark and Light, her strike aimed directly at him, yet he calmly gazed at her, then remarked, that's received. He then raised his hand and tapped the air, creating a vortex, glaring at Ci Lei with open disdain, before commenting, where did this fly come from? Seeing this, Su Xingfeng below looked at her with concern and confusion, shouting a reminder, Ci Lei, move. In front of her, Ci Lei's strike suddenly encountered a door, causing her attack to pass through it. She spoke up in confusion, where did this door come from? Then, as if realizing something, Ci Lei awkwardly commented, why hasn't my shadow clone arrived? Before she could process this, Su Xingfeng dashed forward from behind, his fists surrounded by demon energy, shouting the name of his technique, demon energy fully unleashed. He landed a blow, turning to look at Ci Lei beside him while warning, hurry. He's opened a black hole. While he continued his assault, he urged Ci Lei to retreat and call for reinforcements. She quickly sprang into action, leaping to run. Meanwhile, behind him, the merciful blessing of dark and light had appeared from who knows where. He stepped out from another door, smiling helplessly. Su Xingfeng, seeing this, became anxious, sweat dripping down his face as he suspiciously glanced at the scene, murmuring, "A miraculous door." The other man pointed at him, his smile calm and casual, commenting on Su Xingfeng, "Young one from Yama's hall, still too green." In the blink of an eye, Su Xingfeng was pulled toward him. He felt a dark expression take over his face and screamed, "We're done for." The figure then grinned eerily, pointing his finger, controlling Su Xingfeng's descent to the ground. Behind Su Xingfeng, small black holes began to form, his body trapped by the demon energy, helpless as he stared in fear at the merciful blessing of dark and light. Next, a slash cut through Su Xingfeng's body, splitting him in two. The strike was so powerful that it shattered the ground beneath his feet. From a distance, Jang Shan stood atop a building, shielding his forehead with his hand as he looked at the fierce battle before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, this is one hell of a pressure." Then, his expression shifted to one of concern as he made his own assessment, a true malevolent spirit rank. "Looks like the people from Yama's hall are done for." Next, Jang Shan shouted while rushing forward, "I need to move faster." Suddenly, an unexpected blow struck him, causing Jang Shan to fall in confusion. His body crashed onto a rocky outcrop, startling a nearby cat that leapt into the air. Dust and debris filled the surrounding area. Immediately, Jang Shan, frustrated, held his head and sat up, shouting in discontent, "How do you even walk like that? No basic quality whatsoever." On the other side, Su Xingfeng's severed body slowly began to heal. He lay helplessly on the jagged rocks, watching as the merciful blessing of dark and light walked toward him. As he observed his body regenerating, a look of amusement appeared on his face as he commented, "So, the kid can heal, huh?" Then, he raised his hand and smiled wickedly. After that, he looked at Su Xingfeng with an expression full of interest and confirmed, "Well then, cutting off his head should do the trick." The hand of merciful blessing of dark and light moved closer toward him. Su Xingfeng stared at him with difficulty, forming a judgment, his resolve growing stronger. Meanwhile, merciful blessing of dark and light, still unaware of Su Xingfeng's intentions, wore an intrigued expression as he moved forward, laughing. Su Xingfeng silently made a decision in his heart, preparing to drag the situation into a deadly conclusion. The moment he saw the opportunity, he grabbed the hand of merciful blessing of dark and light, his face twisted in determination, and silently screamed, "This is the moment." Seeing him like that, the expression on merciful blessing of dark and light's face momentarily showed a hint of astonishment, and Su Xingfeng's face was equally surprised, his eyes glaring at the newcomer. A man, moving at the speed of light, appeared between the two of them, grabbing both their wrists tightly and letting out a sigh of relief. Just in time. At that moment, on the Underworld Suppression Forum, a crowd of people were all exclaiming in astonishment. The disaster malevolent spirit merciful blessing of dark and light was attacking Zhangbei City. Seeing this on screen, someone still questioned doubtfully, "Oh my god, is this real or fake?" In response, another person spoke up to explain further, "I heard Tai Shan Wang has gone there to support." Upon hearing this, someone else couldn't help but ask in shock, "Tai Shan Wang? Isn't he supposed to be guarding the Yangtze River?" Back on the battlefield, merciful blessing of dark and light looked down at the hand gripping his wrist and mumbled about the symbol on it. Then he raised his head to look at the newcomer and asked, "Tai Shan Wang, what are you doing here?" Tai Shan Wang looked at merciful blessing of dark and light and declared firmly, "Merciful blessing of dark and light, leave your life here." Merciful blessing of dark and light flung his wrist out of the man's grasp. Then he glared, his face twisted in anger as he rubbed his wrist and sneered, "Huh, fine." Right after, merciful blessing of dark and light pointed upward, gathering demon energy while staring at the sky, laughing calmly as he spoke, "But first, you should ask whether the one above agrees." Seeing merciful blessing of dark and light's pointing finger, Su Xingfeng also looked up, his eyes widening in shock. Immediately after, above their heads, a giant eye summoned forth another monstrous demon. Both of them looked up at the creature in utter astonishment. Especially Su Xingfeng, he couldn't help but scream in panic at the terrifying sight before him. It's over. When did he open the door above his head? Seeing him like that, Tai Shan Wang's expression remained calm as he spoke to reassure him.
Don't worry, it's nothing.
Next, a hand with the character Tai began emitting streams of black energy, accompanied by Tai Shan Wang's voice ringing out. A large-scale spell like his required some time to gather power. The other hand with the character Shan also released a stream of greenish-white energy. Tai Shan Wang's calm, evaluative voice continued. All we need to do is completely destroy him before then. Immediately after, he moved in front of the merciful blessing of dark and light in his open portal, asking again, you and your door are one, right? At Tai Shan Wang's sudden question, the other man stared in confusion, unable to react. Then, Tai Shan Wang brought both hands together into a fist, revealing the character Tai Shan. With that, a loud explosion rang out, causing the surroundings to tremble from the shockwave emanating from Tai Shan Wang's body. He surged forward, attacking the door above his head. Seeing this, the merciful blessing of dark and light whitened his eyes in surprise, unable to react in time. When the strike hit the eye, it was also the moment he was struck by a similar blow, causing blood to begin trickling from the corner of his mouth. His body, in intense pain, was violently thrown back. He quickly retreated toward the door, raising his hand to cover his mouth as he muttered to himself. I just came here to collect the malevolent spirit fragment, he added. Can we not die here, please? Right after, his door quickly closed, preparing to charge forward along with the decision of the merciful blessing of dark and light. Running is the best option. At that moment, Jang Shan had just managed to arrive. He looked at the scene and silently concluded, oh, am I late? Before he could even react, Tai Shan Wang had leaped forward to chase after the merciful blessing of dark and light. Below, Jang Shan watched the figure of the man leaving and thought to himself, the little furball that just knocked me down with a swipe has already forced malevolent spirit to flee in just one move? He was soon lost in confused thoughts. At the very least, it must be some king-level strength, right? He made a hasty comparison. The 3-star transform into a demon card in front of him must have been nothing more than a mere trinket in the presence of that man. At this moment, Jang Shan didn't notice Su Xingfeng behind him. As he turned around, he saw Su Xingfeng had collapsed. Jang Shan looked at him, startled and taken aback, before asking, oh my, is that a person or a ghost? In the Yama's hall headquarters deep within the forest, inside the oxygen chamber, Su Xingfeng was grimacing in pain, bubbles rising around him. Outside, he and the medical staff were watching Su Xingfeng inside the chamber. The nurse holding his medical records looked at him, smiled, and remarked, luckily, thanks to you, Mr. Jiang, you brought him back to Yama's hall just in time. Then she added, if it had been any later, we might not have been able to save him. Jang Shan glanced at her, then turned his head and noticed her loosely exposed chest, with a lecherous look on his face, before replying, saving an ally is the duty of every capable person. The nurse then turned, glanced back at him, and spoke with a hint of regret, if everyone from Yama's hall were like you, there would be far fewer deaths. She continued, they don't treat people like people. Upon hearing this, Jang Shan behind her also looked at the nurse, confused and bewildered. Her eyes followed Su Xingfeng, who was inside the treatment chamber, having lost consciousness, and she added, and they don't even treat themselves like people. Next, a voice urging someone from outside echoed. 2 people over here have been beheaded, hurry over to provide emergency aid. Upon hearing this, the nurse grabbed the medical records and responded to the person. Oh, coming. As for him, his face darkened as he stood frozen, staring at Su Xingfeng in the container. Jang Shan's expression turned wry as he struggled to speak in a teasing manner, taking such risks, I wonder how much money they make from each victory? Suddenly, from behind, a man with messy green hair spoke up in objection. The feeling of destiny isn't something that can be measured or quantified. Upon hearing this, Jang Shan glanced at him, then smiled and waved his hand in greeting. Ah, Team Leader Yang. He then added, do you remember me? House 2, 12th floor, Building 1, Yuyuan neighborhood, Jang Shan here. Immediately after, the system suddenly broadcast Yang Chuan's thoughts, still not done joking around? Demon energy plus 2000. Yang Chuan's face was filled with anger, and he closed his eyes, speaking in dissatisfaction, regardless, I have to thank you for saving Su Xingfeng. Not enjoying the joke, Yang Chuan seemed tense, while Jang Shan remained calm, standing with his hand resting on his hip, looking at him and urging, "Come with me to record the details."
Seeing his actions, Jang Shan's expression also turned sour, and he voiced his complaint with a hint of confusion. "Could it be? You and your father have been shouting like this too?" Noticing that Jang Shan had no intention of listening to him, Yang Chuan asked him further, "Then do you still want the reward for the mission?"
At the mention of the reward, Jang Shan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly waved his hand while running to catch up. "Of course I do, of course I do. I'll go with you now." Yang Chuan, on the other hand, turned around and flicked his cloak with obvious disdain. Jang Shan sat in the chair, chattering endlessly as he recounted the story, while Yang Chuan sat there, taking notes of everything he said. After hearing the full account, Yang Chuan typed while confirming with Jang Shan, "So, you prevented the merciful blessing of dark and light from resurrecting the malevolent spirit, and then you went on to add that you killed the malevolent spirit of the Forgotten Sea." Next, he spoke up and offered a reward to him. "Then Yama's Hall is willing to offer 100,000 hell points as the reward." Immediately after that, the system quickly announced, "Mission reward of 200,000 points confirmed."
Following that, Yang Chuan did not hesitate to press the button.
Seeing this, Jang Shan grinned widely, gleefully saying, "I was waiting for this moment." He sat at the control screen, resting his feet up, staring at Yang Chuan with a bored expression, his chin resting in his hand as he said, "I don't want it." Seeing him like this, Yang Chuan looked up at him, confused. He was astonished and asked, 200,000 points is a fortune.
Even Yama's Hall wouldn't earn that in a lifetime. Are you sure you don't want it?
Then, Jang Shan changed hands and rested his chin with a knowing smile, saying, "It's not that it's nothing, I just don't want it." He then proposed a different suggestion. "To be precise, I want to use these 200,000 points to exchange for Yama's Hall's second-level authority."
Jang Shan then fell into his own thoughts.
His level had increased too quickly. He could clearly defeat Blood Robe, but he could only accept the mission to eliminate the Weeping Ghost. In his mind, the chart of authority levels appeared. Level 1 authority, King Demon, S-level powerhouse. Level 2 authority, Malevolent Spirit, A-level powerhouse. Level 3 authority, Blood Robe, B-level powerhouse. Level 4 authority, Weeping Ghost, C-level powerhouse. Then, he spoke up again, confirming, "Right now, I need the corresponding authority to accept higher-level missions and earn more points." Seeing him make such a request, Yang Chuan clenched his hand into a fist, almost punching Jang Shan in the face, but instead spoke up, notifying him, "Only the section chief has the authority to grant second-level authority." At the same time, the system also echoed Yang Chuan's thoughts.
"Damn it, I only have level 3 authority, and you want level 2? Dream on. Demon energy plus 744.
Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes, a smile full of hidden meaning appeared on his face as he looked at the other and teased, "Well then, let's wait for the division chief to come and discuss it further."
Seeing Jang Shan's teasing manner, Yang Chuan couldn't hold back anymore.
His body exuded strength as he stepped toward him, speaking in a tone of advice. "Personally, I suggest you use these 200,000 points to exchange for something else." The other suddenly clenched his fist, releasing a subtle force, then interrupted and rushed toward a corner where Su Xiao was standing, trying to hide.
He shouted, "Her life, this little brat!"
Seeing this, the girl was immediately startled, her body tensing as she screamed in panic at the incoming strike.
"Oh my god, I've been found out."
Seeing this, Jang Shan also rushed to block, while questioning the girl behind him.
"Weren't you supposed to be at home sleeping? Why did you come here?"
Hearing this, Su Xiao quickly explained to him.
"Su Ling is asleep, but I'm not."
Then, when both stopped attacking, the expression on his face turned serious. He shielded the little girl behind him and made a statement.
"Brother, wait a minute, the girl is a good demon."
Hearing this, Yang Chuan's face turned angry, and he questioned Jang Shan.
"I can tell the difference between good and evil myself, that's not for you to say."
Suddenly, he seemed to see something, turning his head to look, still keeping Su Xiao protected, his body shielding her. Jang Shan's eyes flashed as he made his own judgment, fearing that he might not have the right to speak. Seeing that he was being looked down upon, Yang Chuan grew even angrier.
He grabbed his arm, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura as he shouted, "What do you mean? Do you want to fight?"
Jang Shan, upon seeing this, calmly looked at him, a little irritated.
He frowned and sneered as he said, If you were really to fight me as I am now, you'd have been dead long ago." Then, he spoke up and asked Yang Chuan, "Someone just entered this room. Didn't you notice?"
Next, Jang Shan added, "From the demon energy, it's clear that this person is more qualified than you." Upon hearing this, Yang Chuan stiffened, his mouth hanging open. Then, above his head, a swirling space appeared, and a voice full of interest came from it. "This little brat is quite interesting, huh?" He turned towards the voice. A boy appeared, arms crossed, wearing a cap with a royal insignia. He smiled and commented on Jang Shan, "I didn't expect you to detect that I had entered the room." Seeing him, Jang Shan's expression became awkward, and he shouted. The chief, seeing the person of authority arriving, Yang Chuan quickly rushed over, calling out in panic, "Chief, it's him." The chief, smiling, opened his eyes and shot Yang Chuan a sharp look, then reminded him, "You have no business here anymore. Get out." Then, he swiftly flew towards Jang Shan, beaming with joy as he squinted his eyes in a smile, and complimented, "Kid, your eyes are not bad." Jang Shan seemed to understand his intent and glanced over at Su Xiao next to him. The chief quickly moved towards the girl, causing her to step back in fear. Immediately, the chief approached her, pressing his face close to hers, causing Su Xiao to tremble in fear, stammering, "What? What do you want?" Contrary to her scared expression, the chief looked quite pleased and commented, "Is this the Lin demon transformation? A good seed indeed." Immediately afterward, without hesitation, he began to entice her. "Little one, would you be willing to become a disciple of King Yama?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiao, filled with question marks, asked the chief in return, "What is King Yama?" He recalled the eyes of his master with pride, spreading his arms and said, "That is my teacher." Then, he added, "The strongest person in the world." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao quickly pointed toward Jiang Shan and asked further, "The strongest, you say? How many hits do you think he could take?" Jiang Shan, seeing this, looked embarrassed and stared at the girl. His face showed anger, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "Are you trying to get revenge on me?" Hearing this, the chief didn't get angry but instead began to educate Su Xiao. Little one, your question is quite impolite." Then, he proceeded to comment on Jiang Shan, "I can only say this guy has some tricks up his sleeve, but compared to the strongest, he's still far behind." This statement caused an eerie silence to fall over the scene. Then, full of enthusiasm, the chief pointed upward and promised Su Xiao, "After becoming King Yama's disciple, you'll surpass him in no time." Hearing this, the girl's face lit up as she asked for confirmation, "Stronger than him, you say?" But before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Shan punched her on the head. He then withdrew his hand and grinned awkwardly, speaking to the chief facing him, "Well, let me ask her family first." Su Xiao, dazed from the hit, hugged her head as it spun and mumbled, "Where am I?" Next, Jiang Shan turned on his phone and called Chen Shui. On the other end, she quickly answered the call in a groggy voice, and he immediately shouted, "Damn it, Su Ling's mother, I need your advice on something." On the other end, Chen Shui, confused, softly asked Jiang Shan, "What are you up to?" He quickly explained to her, "It's about Su Ling being a spirit entity." Upon hearing this, Chen Shui, despite being half asleep, sat up and asked in disbelief, "A spirit entity?" Then, she eagerly confirmed with him, "Did you meet a spirit entity? That's a once-in-a-century genius cultivator." She added quickly, "The sect leader of the Upper Purity sect has been looking for a spirit entity to be their successor." Next, she confirmed with him again, "I'll report this right away. You'll definitely be rewarded." Hearing that, Jiang Shan quickly replied, "Oh, really? All right then." Meanwhile, the chief officer, visibly displeased, was tapping his foot, waiting for him. He then casually tapped his finger on his arm and asked Jiang Shan, "Are you done with your little chit-chat?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan ended the call, pointed at the phone, and awkwardly bent over to speak to him. Her mother couldn't make a decision and wanted to ask her father, but he's away on business right now. Suddenly, the chief officer's body exuded a terrifying demon energy, as if he had realized something. Jang Shan, feeling awkward, raised his hand and tried to stop him. Please don't get angry.
Let's discuss this calmly.
The chief officer stomped his foot on the ground, and the demon energy quickly spread around him.
Enraged, he yelled, "Who let you in? Get out!"
Before the powerful surge of demon energy, Su Xiao collapsed to the ground, while he tried to brace himself with his hands. Suddenly, in the space around him, talismans seemed to fall from nowhere, accompanied by another thick, dark aura. Behind him, a voice rang out, calm and indifferent.
"Why shout like that? You blew all my talismans away." Jang Shan, witnessing this, looked over in surprise.
He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, wiped the sweat from his face, and muttered to himself.
"That gave me a shock, I thought it was directed at me." An elderly man, holding 2 or 3 people from Yama's hall in his hands, laughed and said, "Chief's son, long time no see."
He then introduced himself as Dao Xian from the Upper Purity sect, still emitting a thick, dark aura. Beside him, Jang Shan noticed Dao Xian holding a few disciples of Yama's hall, smiling widely.
He couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Chen Shui just reported it, and he's already here? Jang Shan couldn't help but voice his astonishment. That was pretty fast.
Then, as Dao Xian held one of the disciples by the head, he laughed and half apologized.
"I was in a bit of a rush coming in and accidentally heard a few of the Yama's hall folks," he added. "Did you not notice?"
Immediately after, he tossed the 2 disciples aside and reassured everyone.
"Don't worry, they're not dead."
Seeing this, Chief's son quickly spoke up to him.
"Dao Xian, I don't."
But he was swiftly ignored as Dao Xian rushed towards Su Xiao, leaving the chief stunned and confused.
Dao Xian spoke with a sigh.
Wow, and the girl looks so flustered as she tries to look around. Dao Xian stretched Su Xiao's cheeks with his hand, then silently made a judgment in his mind. The spiritual energy here is so dense, and she's in so much pain from the pull. Next, Dao Xian's gaze was full of excitement as he smiled wickedly. He made a remark. This time, my senior aunt's successor has already been decided, and the little girl is trembling with fear. Beside him, the bureau chief flew up in anger, clenching his fist and calling out to Dao Xian, "Hey, my friend." He tried to appear friendly, but Dao Xian, upon seeing this, turned his head to look back. Then, the bureau chief confirmed, "Don't ask anymore." After that, he added, "Just now, the little girl agreed to become my disciple." Upon hearing this, Dao Xian seemed unable to believe his ears, shouting in surprise, "What?" Immediately, he turned and grabbed Su Xiao's shoulder, shaking her as he asked again, "Kid, you really agreed, didn't you?" The little girl, shaken, quickly confirmed, I forgot." Seeing this, Dao Xian casually led Su Xiao away while making a sly remark. "The little girl says she forgot. The Supreme Qing has a method to cure forgetfulness. I'll take her away first."
Behind them, Bureau Chief's son watched Dao Xian with amusement as the scene unfolded. Then, his eyes widened in anger as he shouted, "Dao Xian, are you asking for a beating?"
Immediately, he adjusted the talisman in his sleeve, turned to face Bureau Chief's son, and reminded him, "It's been more than 10 years, and no one has dared to touch a single finger of mine." Hearing this, Bureau Chief's son quickly charged forward, shouting angrily, "Then today, I will do it." Seeing this, Dao Xian swiftly reacted, preparing to unravel the talisman. His bindings created a barrier that pushed Director Sun back, sending him flying inward.
Dao Xian, pleased with himself, spoke up, asking again, "Humph, is it just based on how you look right now?"
Next, Director Sun was thrown backward, his official hat falling off, while Dao Xian continued chanting his spell. His face wore a provocative expression as he smiled, staring directly at Director Sun, confirming, "You want to make a move on me without removing the restraints?" Seeing this, Director Sun rubbed his eyes, stood up, and asked Dao Xian again, "Are you sure you want to do this?" Then, Director Sun's hands clasped together again, and he shouted, initiating his technique. Having grown for 10 years, his body suddenly transformed into a fully matured form. Immediately after, his face contorted as a terrifying aura surged around him. He then shouted again, his left hand growing 15 years, causing his fingers to extend into sharp claws. Director Sun's body had fully transformed, with one arm now disproportionately large, its sharp claws extending far beyond his normal form, his eyes darkened with rage. Without hesitation, Director Sun lunged at Dao Xian with his claws. Seeing this, Dao Xian eagerly charged forward, surrounded by talismans. They fought fiercely, causing the roof of Yama's hall to fly off, creating a massive shockwave. Inside, as Dao Xian continued casting spells, he excitedly yelled out, "Ha, this feels so good. Bring it on!" Suddenly, from beneath the rubble, Director Sun's voice called out to stop them. "Wait." They looked around at the shattered debris, and Director Sun, struggling, asked, "Where did the little girl go?" In the distance, ignoring the chaotic noise of their fighting, a corner of Jang Shan's mind erupted. He held Su Xiao in his arms, and with his hand resting on the forest's edge, he made his assessment. A place filled with gossip is not one to linger in, running is the best option. The next morning, at Jang Shan's house, the sun had reached its zenith, casting a pinkish hue over the clouds. On a live stream, the voice of a woman with a curvaceous figure rang out. The live stream for the whole family is about to begin. Below, many people were watching and commenting, including Jang Shan, who was excitedly watching the live stream on his phone. He couldn't help but tap on his phone and voice his amazement. "I never expected even the underworld would have such an intense live stream." Inside the live stream, a seductive female ghost, showing off her alluring chest, introduced herself to the viewers. "Today, I'll introduce to you the oldest resident of the King Yama's domain." On a beautiful, blue beach, she pointed to an elderly man with white hair sitting on a chair, sipping a drink while admiring the ocean. "Zhuan Luan Wang." Then, the man turned around and smiled brightly. The voice of the female streamer rang out. "That handsome guy, over 300 years old, please support him." The screen was flooded with comments, but Zhuan Luan Wang took off his black sunglasses and complained. "Why is no one sending me any gifts?" Seeing him like this, the female streamer, sounding a little tired, reminded him. "You need to perform something, or how can anyone be willing to send you gifts?" Then, with his half-black, half-white head, Zhuan Luan Wang took off his glasses, scratched his head awkwardly, and asked, "What kind of performance would be good?" Right after that, as if he had thought of something, he shouted, "Got it!" Ty stopped scratching his head and adjusted his glasses. Then, he looked at the pool of water and demon energy spilling out from it and commented, "I've heard that the merciful blessing of dark and light ran into the sea fishers in this area to seek the protection of Jiao Wang." Next, he addressed the live viewers, proposing a deal: "Send me a flower offering, and I'll go down there and kill the merciful blessing of dark and light, entertain everyone." Upon hearing this, the live viewers became excited and started sending offerings. Seeing this, Zhuan Luan Wang was also thrilled, putting his glasses back on and shouting, "Oh wow, there it is." Behind him, the female streamer looked on with enthusiasm. Back at home, Jang Shan could still hear the urging voice inside, "Everyone, send more support." Meanwhile, he looked at the boy with suspicion. Isn't Jiao Wang a terrifying demon, even more powerful than a malevolent spirit? The urging voice inside continued relentlessly, "Send an offering." Seeing the growing excitement from Lai, Zhuan Luan Wang didn't hesitate to make another offer to the viewers: 100 age blessing flowers, I'll add 100 more age blessing flowers, and I'll go straight down to eliminate Jiao Wang. The hall exploded with excitement. Then, the female streamer beside him eagerly confirmed with Zhuan Luan Wang, "Wow, it's 150 age blessing flowers now." Next, she grabbed her phone and turned to look at the chair, but Zhuan Luan Wang had disappeared. The female streamer, puzzled, asked, "Hey, where did he go?" Below, the demon energy continued to spill from the surface of the sea. Zhuan Luan Wang stood on the water, walking across the waves, looking around. As he adjusted his glasses, he murmured, observing the demon energy, "The demon energy is really dense here, this is the area, right?" Next, he pointed at the device on the glass and reminded, "Everyone, don't stop sending gifts." Immediately, the system's voice sounded from the glass, "Beep," activating the live stream mode. Then, Zhuan Luan Wang raised both of his hands high, tilting his head upward, before clasping his hands together. After that, above the surface of the sea, he conjured a gigantic sphere above his head, still shouting excitedly at the people in the live stream room, "It's here."
Immediately, Zhuan Wang exhaled, letting out a puff. Then, his hands shot down, and with a commanding shout, he ordered the sphere behind him, go. Finally, the fireball rushed quickly toward the surface of the sea. Under the water, merciful blessing of dark and light also poked his head out, frowning and gritting his teeth in discomfort. He cast a spell and shouted, "Black hole gate." A portal appeared above merciful blessing of dark and light's head. As the fiery sphere neared, he shouted from below the surface, "Expand." The portal obeyed, expanding to the size of the sphere. When he saw it was just right, merciful blessing of dark and light clasped his hands together and yelled, "Teleport." At that moment, blood began to pour from his eyes and mouth, his gaze filled with pain. The portal opened once more, this time beside Zhuan Wang, leaving him stunned and asking, why is it going that way? Then, the sphere was quickly dropped into the water, causing a violent tremor. It exploded like a timed bomb, sending waves rippling out in all directions. A column of water shot up from the impact. On Jang Shan's side, he held his phone, his face darkening in confusion as he asked in bewilderment, did he just throw a nuclear bomb? Back on the livestream, merciful blessing of dark and light stood on the surface of the water, staggering unsteadily, gasping painfully. Beside him, Zhuan Wang looked at him with a sigh and a smile, "Not bad, you managed to withstand my little son." Merciful blessing of dark and light didn't respond, he was still struggling to catch his breath. Then, Zhuan Wang quickly approached, grabbing his shoulders with both hands and smiling as he confirmed, "I'll let you live another 5 minutes." Meanwhile, merciful blessing of dark and light's hand had already begun to condense an attack. Zhuan Wang looked at him and commanded, "Go call Jiao Wang for me." But instead, he swung his hand, landing a strike on Zhuan Wang's face, accompanied by a furious scream from merciful blessing of dark and light, "Go to hell!" After the strike, Zhuan Wang's face began to smoke, and the glasses on his face shattered and slowly fell. He spoke with clear dissatisfaction, "A sneak attack? You coward!" Immediately after, his hand materialized his own sharp weapon, and with a furious swing, he struck merciful blessing of dark and light down into the water's surface. As he attacked, he shouted in disgust, "You broke my glasses, how am I supposed to live stream now, huh?" Merciful blessing of dark and light lay flattened on the surface of the water, blood starting to spread around him. Seeing this, a foot slowly approached from beneath the water, and a voice asked Zhuan Wang, "Hurting my little brother like that, don't you think that's a bit much?" Hearing the voice, Zhuan Wang looked over and responded with excitement, "So Jiao Wang finally decided to show up, huh?" The named Jiao Wang looked at him with a smug expression and spoke, making a statement, "I'm out now, you won't be able to leave anymore." Upon hearing this, Nan also removed the last remaining piece of the broken frame from his face, smiled mockingly, and replied in disdain, "Leave, huh?" Next, Zhuan Wang rushed forward without hesitation, shouting at Jiao Wang, "How could I possibly be worthy of the age-blessing flower everyone gave me if I leave?" After the strike, the surface of the water shook violently, creating a large water sphere. Then, the sphere was stretched out, transforming into a water column, with the water producing loud sounds of heavy impacts and clashes around it. Finally, there was an explosive burst of water that reverberated. The fierce waves from their battle began to slam into the surrounding houses. On the shore, the female streamer was drenched like a drowned rat, her face full of dissatisfaction and anger. She radiated an aura of fire and shouted at the two in battle, "Don't take this too far." But just as she finished speaking, a large head was thrown onto the shore, causing the female streamer to stare in stunned surprise. Zhuan Wang, cool as ever, stood with one foot placed on the head, looking at the girl and asking, "Wasn't it worth giving me the age-blessing flower, huh, everyone?" He then added, "I brought Jiao Wang's head back for everyone." Next, he placed his hand on Jiao Wang's mouth, smiling as he made another comment, "He has 3 stages of transformation, and it really takes a lot of energy to fight in each one." Meanwhile, the female streamer obediently held her camera, pointing it at him. At Jang Shan's house, he looked at his phone with dissatisfaction, feeling a gloomy regret. He hadn't seen the fight against Jiao Wang, which was such a pity. But then, he summoned Rou Lingji with great enthusiasm, smiling joyfully as he said, "Watching a livestream like this really gets me fired up." Then, he made a decision, "Tonight, let's go kill some demons for fun." That night, in a city,
there were screams that sounded all too familiar.
Ah, don't. Jang Shan's voice rang out, speaking to someone. Don't be shy, come on.
It was Jang Shan and Gu Hongya. The two of them had teleported to a high rooftop. He held Gu Hongya's hand, pulling her along, while she nervously looked at Jang Shan, stammering.
I've only practiced for 2 days. Do you really think I can do it?
She asked with uncertainty. Hearing this, Jang Shan didn't hesitate to turn towards her, smiling as he confirmed, after tonight, it'll be 3 days. Behind them, Gu Hongya was sweating nervously, holding her phone in one hand, muttering to herself, but this mission looks so terrifying. Below the building, a demon had been killed and lay in a pool of blood. The system's voice rang out with a threat level notification, C+, basic reward of 1,000 accumulated points. The deceased had an evil nature and was not liked by others. Both the parents and younger sister died in strange ways. After being adopted, the entire family also died unexpectedly, and eventually, he jumped from a building to commit suicide. Back in reality, Gu Hongya held up the information sheet on her phone, her hand trembling with fear, sweat dripping down her face, as she commented, "A child turning into a demon is really something.
There's nothing you can do about it."
Then, the two of them made their way through the city center, where the atmosphere was thick with an indescribable sense of darkness. Seeing the scene around them, Jang Shan was excited, walking with a smile while humming, "Little sister, just keep moving forward courageously." Gu Hongya, trembling with fear, stood behind, her face turning pale. Suddenly, she stammered in fear, calling out Jang Shan's name.
"Jang brother, Jang Shan."
Immediately after, her face became even whiter as she expressed her feeling.
"Why do I have the sense that so many eyes are staring at me?"
Upon hearing her words, Jang Shan, unfazed, turned to look at her, still smiling mischievously as he spoke in a teasing tone. "Congratulations, Hong's sister, you've learned how to create a terrifying atmosphere for yourself." Then, Jang Shan turned his head and continued walking. In front of him, the figure of a child appeared, causing Jang Shan to stop and stare in awe. A sigh escaped his lips as he saw the child, a ghostly figure with a face covered in thousands of eyes, all staring at them. Seeing this, Jang Shan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Looks like there really are a lot of eyes staring at us." Next, the child veered off toward an empty door, running and calling out to him.
"Uncle, come play a game with me."
Both of them stood there, stunned, watching the ghostly child's actions. The child's eyes were filled with excitement as it looked toward them, laughing and saying something they couldn't quite hear. Upon seeing him follow, the ghost child grew even more excited, skipping along and urging him to follow. At this point, the two of them were led somewhere by the little ghost.
Behind them, Jang Shan couldn't help but voice his suspicion.
"Has it started?" Behind him, Gu Hongya frowned, filled with worry and confusion as she looked at him. They were led to an abandoned, dimly lit house. The three of them stood on the rooftop, facing a chalk-drawn hopscotch. The multi-eyed ghost child eagerly turned to them, exclaiming, "Let's play hopscotch." Next, the hopscotch demon eagerly raised its hand and pointed to its face, which was covered in eyes. Its eyes squinted with excitement as it issued the punishment. The winner gets to flick the opponent's forehead. Upon hearing the demon's words, Gu Hongya also covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with fear, as she made a mental note. "This hopscotch game is terrifying." Then, she looked at the playing squares and understood, silently screaming in her mind, "The last square is outside on the rooftop." The two of them came to the same conclusion. Their mouths dropped, their eyes squinted, and they screamed inside their minds, "Doesn't that mean whoever jumps first will die?" After the demon's introduction to the hopscotch game, both of them stood silently, staring at the demon. The demon, without hesitation, returned their gaze, waiting for their response. Then, not waiting for them to react any longer, the hopscotch demon quickly raised its hand and excitedly suggested, "Let's play rock paper scissors to decide who jumps first." The many eyes on its face squinted with interest. Seeing this, Jang Shan didn't hesitate to raise his hand. Gu Hongya, however, looked at him in fear from behind and screamed, advising him, "Jang Shan, you can't jump first."
Upon hearing her reminder, the demon's eyes flickered, a smug feeling blooming inside. I can see everything that happens in rock paper scissors, it thought to itself with excitement. Whoever jumps first is under my control. They both simultaneously made their moves. Jang Shan showed rock, and the demon revealed scissors. Seeing this, Jang Shan looked at his hand with confusion, while the demon, triumphant, looked at him and confirmed, I won, you jump first. Then, Jang Shan didn't argue with it. He shoved his hands into his pockets and stepped toward the filled square in the game, excitedly confirming, alright, I'll jump first. The demon stood next to him, watching his every move. Immediately after, Jang Shan jumped into the first square, followed by the second one, with both feet touching the ground. Finally, he jumped from start to finish. The many-eyed demon looked at him with a smug expression and spoke up, commenting, wait until you fall and die. Then, it added, even if you stop, I will push you from behind. After that, Jang Shan reached the edge of the rooftop. Behind him, Gu Hongya pointed at him and anxiously shouted, Jang Shan, don't! But Jang Shan had already jumped down to the lower floor. Right after, Jang Shan, with a darkened face, jumped down without hesitation, his feet landing on Ro Lingji, who was flattened to brace for his landing. Jang Shan shouted enthusiastically. Upon witnessing his actions, the many-eyed demon was also taken aback and screamed in confusion, what? What is this? Then, Jang Shan turned toward the many-eyed demon and asked again, I'm done jumping, so that means you lost, right? Behind him, seeing this scene, Gu Hongya sighed in relief and scolded him, Jang Shan, you scared me half to death. Hearing this, the many-eyed demon raised a hand to push its hair back, frowning as it confirmed with Jang Shan, fine, a flick it is. It then added, just a flick on the forehead, later I'll think of another way to deal with you. Seeing that it agreed, Jang Shan didn't hesitate and flicked its forehead. Immediately after the flick, its head exploded outward, scattering its brain matter. The demon's eyes bulged wide, and the system announcement sounded along with the demon's small, dissatisfied scream, you call that a flick on the forehead? The demon jumps have died, demon energy plus 600. Next, Jang Shan smugly brushed his hands and spoke to explain, Hong's sister, the process of exorcising demons is roughly like this. Beside him, Gu Hongya looked on in confusion, then her eyes widened in astonishment as she spoke in confirmation, like this, I can't do it. Suddenly, the noise of a group of children playing hopscotch on the floor above could be heard. Let's join them, hearing the voice, Jang Shan looked over at them in surprise. Then, a round-headed demon looked towards the pile of trash and spoke in confirmation. There was no one in the pile of trash. A small demon looked at a small house and also spoke in confirmation, there was no one behind the warehouse. Next, a demon with two horns looked around under a roof and also spoke in confirmation, there was no one under the shelter. On top of the roof, another demon also announced, there was no one on the roof either. Seeing this, the four demons gathered together. The triangular-headed demon and the other two demons gathered together, standing in the middle of a corpse lying on the ground, bewildered. A cry was heard, and below was a dead Guiying demon lying in a pool of blood with its head smashed, its eyes still wide open. They all shouted in unison, it's Xiao Wu. Seeing this, the triangular-headed demon ran while shouting, confused, who exactly killed Xiao Wu? Then, it came to a conclusion, there's only one way, we didn't see anyone come down from the upper floor, they must still be on the rooftop. The other two demons also ran after, panicking. The system rang with continuous notifications, demon energy plus 250, demon energy plus 250, leaving the demons staring in confusion. The little demon with two horns looked around the floor and muttered to itself, where in the world did that person go? It couldn't even see anything on the roof. Seeing this, one of the demons quickly charged its body towards the roof. Jang Shan and Gu Hongya were startled and thrown off balance as a result. The roof was shattered by the demon, which screamed, do I really need to say it? Witnessing this, Jang Shan landed on the ground, equally startled, and asked it, after hiding so well, how did you guys end up finding us? Upon seeing him, the head of the triangle demon pointed at him and yelled in frustration, do you think we're fools? Then, Jang Shan calmly raised his hands, smiling as he looked at them, confirming, alright, you found us. He added, now it's your turn to hide, and I'll go look for you. Before Jang Shan could react further, the two-horned demon charged towards him to attack. Jang Shan narrowly avoided the blow. The demon yelled angrily, do you think we're playing hide and seek with you? The round head of the demon quickly joined the fray, extending its arm to punch towards him, scowling and shouting, surrender your life. Jang Shan skillfully dodged its punch. At this moment, the square head of the demon raised its two grotesque hands towards Gu Hongya, continuing in a voice full of menace, and you too. Let's see how you like the taste of being reduced to minced meat. As it spoke, it enlarged its arms, swinging them towards Gu Hongya. Suddenly, two hands reached out and grabbed its arms. Jang Shan appeared, a strange smile on his face, and said to the square head of the demon, this lady doesn't know how to play games, let me play with you guys instead. Saying that, he swung his hand and threw the demon into the air. The other demons were also struck by the waves he created, falling down around them. After that, Jang Shan seemed quite tired and turned to Gu Hongya for help. Hong sister, if you see any openings, please help me deal with one. At that moment, she appeared a little anxious, clasping her hands together before replying, okay, let me give it a try. With that, she threw a palm strike towards the group of demons. Jang Shan could feel the immense power of her strike and instinctively moved to the side to dodge. Your move, Hong sister, is too vicious. I have to avoid it. Unexpectedly, one of his feet got caught in the strap of his other shoe, and as a result, he tripped and fell face first onto the ground. The head of the demon, seeing Jang Shan fall, seized the opportunity and charged at him, using its serrated arms to attack. He shouted, what a good opportunity, are you trying to kill me? But when its teeth sank into Jang Shan's body, he couldn't help but exclaim, why is the head of this thing so hard? Jang Shan, still gritting his teeth to endure the demon's bite, was in excruciating pain. Although he had used a technique to shield himself, he angrily turned and shouted at Gu Hongya, did you aim at the right three? I didn't tell you to aim at me. She seemed panicked, replying, I'm sorry. At that moment, Jang Shan became serious and unleashed his own technique. Flames flared around him as he clenched his fist and said loudly, we should end this chaotic battle now, so you all can see what true dominance in the kindergarten is like. With that, Jang Shan swung his hand, unleashing waves of energy towards the head of the demon. It was now thoroughly panicked. With a single move, Jang Shan swiftly raised his hand and chopped off the head of the square-headed demon. At that moment, he shifted to his second target. Grabbing the demon's large neck, it trembled in fear and cried out, my head. Without hesitation, Jang Shan seized both hands around its neck and ripped it apart. The large head separated from the body with a face filled with terror. The remaining demon, witnessing this scene, screamed in horror. The heart-shaped faced demon, now panic-stricken, watched its comrade's head roll down the ground. After dealing with the two demons, Jang Shan looked over at Gu Hongya and said, Hong sister, leave this one to you for practice. She glanced at the mess on the ground, fearfully replying, sister, I'm scared. The heart-faced demon, enraged, could not find the words to speak. Those around it began to exude strange and eerie auras. Jang Shan suddenly grew worried. This one was the blood robe. Suddenly, the mouth beneath the heart-shaped face grew enormous. The mouth opened wide and screamed, how annoying. I must kill all of you. It had become furious, its hands reaching out to attack Gu Hongya. She raised both hands and struck out with a palm technique, the nod of the Kuei star. But seeing the demon still standing there, she anxiously shouted, why isn't it working? Suddenly, its foot stepped on the large, round head of its teammate, and from inside the head came a strange beeping sound. Then, from that head came an explosion that caused the demon, who had just transformed, to crack open, looking utterly horrifying. Gu Hongya, both confused and alarmed, asked, why did it self-destruct? Jang Shan then smiled and responded, turns out the kid's head was a bomb. Seeing the monster left with only its intact head and the white entrails exposed, she asked again, Shaoshan, does this count as me killing it? Jang Shan smiled helplessly and replied, Hong sister, you're truly a rare genius. Your ability to bring disaster to your enemies is terrifying. he said cheerfully. Hearing Jang Shan's words, Gu Hongya happily clapped her hands and said, "So the mission is considered complete, right?" Jang Shan quickly grabbed her hand and answered, "We're barely getting started. Let's keep going." At this point, she could only follow behind, still confused. The scene shifted to outside a window, where faint glimmers of light were still visible from inside. A woman wearing an apron was standing in the kitchen and called out, "Zhang Xiaohao, why hasn't your sister come back yet?" The boy outside, playing with toys, responded, "Maybe she's still playing outside?" Gu Hongya, looking through the window, said in confusion, "Zhang Xiaohao, isn't that the name of the boy who jumped off the building in the story of this mission?" At that moment, a man with green hair suddenly appeared behind the woman in the kitchen and said, "It's so late and she hasn't returned yet, let me go out and find her." At that moment, the woman turned her head and loudly replied, "No need, her face is covered with patches of skin sewn together with terrifying stitches." The man then turned toward the door and, while smiling, said, "Well, there's still some time before dinner. You can go out for a walk." The boy named Zhang Xiaohao then looked up and shouted, "No. The boy's head has been horribly gouged out." Suddenly, Jiang Shan pushed open the door, causing the boy to tumble to the ground, his legs flailing in the air. "No, I can't take it anymore, I'm starving. Can I have dinner at your place?" He said this while walking into the house, much to the confusion of the woman, who was watching with wide eyes. She then stretched one hand toward her younger brother and placed the other on her son's head, smiling eerily as she introduced, "On behalf of my younger brother and son, I welcome you both. Please wait a moment, I will go prepare the meal." While speaking, the woman hobbled into the kitchen, her crippled leg dragging behind her. Meanwhile, the boy, Zhang Xiaohao, stood trembling with fear before the two of them. Jiang Shan, now in a good mood, asked, "Xiaohao, your mom seems pretty enthusiastic, huh?" The boy, upon hearing this, raised both hands to cover his face in fear and, glancing into the kitchen, replied, "Actually, she's not entirely my mother." Gu Hongya, puzzled, asked, "Not entirely? What does that mean?" The boy then told the chilling story, "My father chopped her into pieces and threw her into a box full of severed limbs, then fused them together into a monster that's not entirely my mother." As he finished speaking, suddenly a voice called out from the kitchen, "Xiaohao, come here and help your mom." The boy immediately rushed in, replying, "I'm coming." At that moment, his younger brother began to speak, "Hey." Jiang Shan noticed and turned around. He covered his mouth and whispered, "Look at the way they are. Don't believe anything they say. I just happened to come here to stay, but suddenly I become part of their family. They won't let go of anything they say. Please, I beg you both to help me get out of here." After saying this, he earnestly begged them. Suddenly, a voice rang out from inside the kitchen, "Time to eat." This made the man with green hair jump in shock, exclaiming, "That voice! Come over here to eat." At this moment, a man with curly hair and wild eyes entered, carrying a basin full of human skulls. His hands, freshly severed, were still dripping with blood. As Gu Hongya looked down at the grisly sight, Jiang Shan, on the other hand, seemed utterly thrilled and exclaimed, "What a splendid human meat feast!" The table was full of terrifying dishes: hands, feet, intestines, hearts, and even a bowl of human stew. Everything looked absolutely disgusting. The green-haired man leaned in behind Gu Hongya, saying, "These are all body parts of people who, like us, accidentally ended up here." She turned pale, quickly covering her mouth as if she were about to vomit. "Jiang Shan, maybe we should." He, however, was still drooling over the grotesque food in front of him. The boy Zhang Xiaohao, at this moment, was holding up a human arm and chewing on it noisily. Jiang Shan hurriedly grabbed the boy's arm and stuffed it into his mouth, looking as though he was chewing, while saying, "You two are so enthusiastic, come sit down and eat with us." Gu Hongya, trembling, forced a smile and said, "Sister, I'm not that hungry, you should go rest first." The boy Xiaohao, standing beside, yelled out, "You're biting my arm." From the outside, the light could be seen coming from the window, but soon after, it went out, and the room fell back into darkness. At this moment, Gu Hongya was curled up on the bed, while Jiang Shan lay on another bed beside her. She anxiously spoke, "Jiang Shan, what should we do now?" He, lying on the bed, responded with a calm and relaxed expression, "We wait."
Suddenly, there was a noise coming from outside the door.
Jang Shan opened his eyes and smiled dangerously. "Look, they've arrived."
A man with green hair opened the door and entered, sweat dripping from his face, announcing, "They're asleep, we should hurry and leave." As he walked, he turned around and put his finger to his lips, signaling, and reminded the two, "Shoo, keep quiet, move quickly." The three of them had made it to the stairs, with Jang Shan and Gu Hongya sneaking quietly behind. They held their breath, tiptoeing, moving as softly as they could, lining up in single file. Suddenly, Gu Hongya called out, "Jang Shan."
He turned back and replied, She immediately pointed at the man with green hair in front and said, "Don't you think this person is strange?
He has a very disgusting smell." Jang Shan calmly looked ahead and replied, "Of course, because he's also a ghost."
At this moment, the man's legs appeared from the mud, with muddy footprints left on the ground. A moment later, inside the house, the woman's voice rang out. "Hey, where's my little brother? And those two newcomers, where did they go?"
Then, her face turned vicious as she said, "He must have gone to eat some scraps, hurry, chase after him."
The man with the tangled hair also angrily followed.
Zhang Xiaohao, the boy, stood behind and watched as the two ghosts ran off. A sneer appeared on his face.
Looks like I'll have to rebuild the family again."
At this point, his expression had become sinister. Back to the two ghosts, the one with muddy feet had jumped onto a rock, while Jang Shan and Gu Hongya were still standing on it. The ghost with muddy feet hurriedly ran off without looking back, but still reminded them, "Hurry and jump down, once you cross this creek, they won't be able to follow." But when he didn't feel anyone following, he quickly turned around, panic-stricken.
"Hey, where are they? Why haven't you two jumped down?"
Seeing that they were still standing there, he asked. Jang Shan turned to Gu Hongya and said, "Hong sister, you should know that if a ghost has strong abilities, it will disguise itself even better, sometimes hardly distinguishable from humans."
She replied with a hint of joy, saying, "If even you can tell that this is a demon, it must be a chicken demon, right?" The system interface displayed a message, "It's one thing for the people in the house to call me a chicken, but even newcomers like you are calling me a chicken? Demon energy plus 599.
The legs of the demon began to dissolve into a liquid, like a puddle of mud.
The demon exclaimed, "I can't believe you're insulting my power."
From the demon's face, a similar muddy liquid started to ooze out. It then spread its arms and tilted its head back, shouting loudly, "I'll make you feel the pain of being stuck in mud, unable to escape." At this point, the demon had completely transformed into a mud-like body. Wolf God called out, "Hong sister, get up." She swung her palm out and anxiously said, "If you want me to go up, you should have said so earlier.
This looks so creepy."
Suddenly, the mud from the demon began to flow towards Gu Hongya, as if trying to cling to her. At that moment, a dry branch from a tree above fell and struck the demon's muddy leg, causing it to lose its balance. Jang Shan, watching from above, found the situation extremely amusing.
A moment later, the demon stood up, rubbed its head, and with a sinister smile said, "You think I'm going to die so easily?" Jang Shan returned a similarly sinister smile, replying, "What about dying in a more complicated way? For example, what if rolling G's eye appeared on your lower back right now?"
After saying this, Jang Shan enlarged the image and struck down directly at the demon's mud foot. The sword was now ready to strike down upon the demon's head. It could only utter, "This is Ro Ling Ji." After that, it received a blow from Ro Ling Ji and was crushed. Jang Shan mocked, "Can't even withstand a single strike," as what appeared before them was a demon in pieces, with only its mouth, 2 teeth, and blank eyes left, lying on the ground, barely alive.
Suddenly, the female demon appeared from behind Jang Shan and called out, "Little brother, what happened to you?
You killed my brother," she criticized Jang Shan, raising her hand, quickly explaining, "No, you misunderstood." She then held up her phone screen and said, "Look, this is your daughter, right? Just now, your brother killed her, I endured so much. To stop him, we had no choice but to act." On the screen, a reward message appeared, 300 accumulated points, along with an image. The curly-haired demon looked at the screen and then responded, "Oh, thank you. You're really something." The female demon, enraged, slapped his back, shouting, "Are you stupid? That's clearly the reward screen from the Underworld app. Both your daughter and brother were killed by him." Jang Shan then flashed a cheerful smile and replied, "You're not that dumb after all." Seeing her face twist into a ferocious, contorted expression, she yelled angrily, "Give my family back." The stitches on her face and hands began to tear apart, creating an extremely grotesque sight. The curly-haired man also started to alter his body at this moment. Oh, already pulling out the trump card from the start? Countless heads, arms, and legs began to sprout all over his body, creating a truly monstrous appearance. However, Jang Shan remained calm as he observed this scene and casually remarked, "This is the first time I've seen such an abstract male-female dual cultivation." One of the heads protruding from his own head spoke up, "Move aside, let me take control of the body." At this moment, the body twisted and contorted, emitting grotesque sounds as it grunted, "Ugh, ugh." Soon after, the monster formed from the two of them stood up, spreading its arms and looking up to the sky, letting out a roar. Jang Shan, still composed, glanced behind him and said, "Hong sister, step aside. Let me handle this." Then, his steps grew quicker as he moved toward the newly formed monster, decisively slicing off its head. Suddenly, the monster reached out, grabbing its own head. This left Jang Shan startled. The creature, holding its head in its hands, performed a basketball-like throwing motion, then hurled the head directly at Jang Shan's face. Afterward, it retrieved the head, reattached it to its neck, and grinned, showing its sharp, jagged teeth. Jang Shan immediately drew out Ro Lingji and angrily shouted, "Ro Lingji, split it in half for me." At this moment, Ro Lingji charged forward to attack the monster, but it sprouted two eyes on its forehead and arrogantly said, "Humph, no matter how fast you are, I can still see clearly." Every time Ro Lingji struck, it sprouted another head from its body. One of its heads suddenly lunged towards Jang Shan, showing off its ugly, jagged teeth. Jang Shan, already prepared with a clenched fist, smiled and said, "Mainly, I wanted to lure you over here." Without hesitation, he punched the exploding headed demon in the face, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The punch was so powerful that it knocked the creature back. Unexpectedly, it had a leg that swung up to attack from behind Jang Shan, catching him off guard. He quickly bent down to dodge while simultaneously activating his Ba Yao form. Frowning, he said, "I'm getting pissed off now." A surge of immense spiritual energy immediately gathered in his hand. Jang Shan then slammed his hand onto the ground, directing a massive bolt of lightning to strike the exploding head demon. He angrily shouted, "Don't use your filthy, unwashed foot to kick me." A moment later, a charred body of the creature appeared. Jang Shan stepped closer and looked down, puzzled. It's reverted to its original form, but where's the other half? From a distance, Gu Hongya shouted a warning, "Jang Shan, watch out behind you." In front of her now stood a tree with very familiar stitch marks. The demon, having been discovered, swung a branch to strike Gu Hongya. It shouted, "You chatterbox." Fish Demoni had now transformed into a patchwork tree standing in front of Jang Shan. She gave a smug smile. "Who would have thought that I could merge with plants, right?" But before she could take any further pride, she was left dumbfounded and frightened, exclaiming, "Wait, the vines around the demon's body have now been bound tightly." Jang Shan, standing over here, was controlling those vines with a pleased smile on his face. Merging with a tree? My specialty is wood manipulation. The demon tried to bite at the binding vines, but it was all in vain. She screamed in fear. Gu Hongya, who had been knocked down, was still writhing in pain on the ground. Jang Shan's eyes turned furious. "How dare you attack my dear host? I can't forgive that." As he spoke, he manipulated the vines to tighten around the tree the demon had merged with, causing it to stretch until it shattered. From within the dry, cracked tree, a ghostly aura escaped. The demon's face was now attached to the body of a creature resembling a snake. She crawled away in terror, leaving behind a parting remark. let the forest remain green, and fear not, for there will always be firewood to burn.
Suddenly, the demon's face stiffened as she stared directly at what was before her.
Jang Shan, holding a large stone, stood in her path with a sinister smile.
Where do you think you're going?
With that, he threw the massive stone down onto the demon's head, crushing it to pieces. The notification board appeared, indicating that the head-exploding demon was dead, granting 520 demon energy, and the merged demon was also dead, granting 890 demon energy.
Once everything was finished, Jang Shan turned back to check on Gu Hongya. Hong sister, are you okay?
At that moment, she was still unconscious on the ground.
Jang Shan approached, lifted her up, and performed the Chumwa action while saying, "Do you need me to perform CPR?"
It was then that Gu Hongya opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Jang Shan's face magnified right in front of hers, which was rather terrifying. This startled her, and she quickly grabbed Jang Shan's neck with both hands, shut her eyes, and screamed, "Ah, octopus monster!" Jang Shan was now being choked so hard that his tongue was sticking out. After both of them calmed down, Jang Shan rubbed his neck, which had 6 finger marks on it, and said, Hong sister, it's good that you're okay. Let's go, we should head back to that house for a visit.
Zi Hongya, hearing this, asked in surprise, do we need to go back to deal with the kid who lost half his head? Jang Shan immediately replied, let's say that's the case.
At this point, they had arrived in front of the house from earlier. Zi Hongya, walking behind, spoke up again, but it seems like there's someone stronger inside.
From within the house, strange, eerie energies emanated.
Jang Shan smiled, walked in confidently, and called out, Xiaohao, we're back, come out and die already. But both of them became panicked and terrified as they saw what lay before them. The little demon was already standing there waiting for the two of them, wearing a wicked grin. The dent on its head had now been fitted with a toy. Its eyes were bloodshot as it jabbered with its mouth open, I knew you two would come back.
I had everything prepared in advance. Gu Hongya hurriedly leapt up, launching an attack at the little demon.
She unleashed a great surge of energy, aiming to deal with the creature.
As she did so, she reminded Jang Shan, stay back.
Seeing the source of her power, he couldn't help but praise her, Hong sister, you're amazing. Just one night of practice and you've made such obvious progress. But facing the blood robe, you're still quite far off. Indeed, her pink energy was immediately countered by a different force, golden in color, which split her attack in half. Instantly, Zi Hongya raised both of her hands to block, but that very action caused her hands to take the brunt of the attack. She looked at her hands and sighed, did my attack just get neutralized?
Doesn't really hurt that much, though.
Suddenly, she was startled and exclaimed, hey, each of my hands now has a square growing on it, with a circle embedded inside. After that, her hands involuntarily swung a punch at Jang Shan. This left Zi Hongya in a state of panic. Jang Shan quickly raised his hand to block, but couldn't help but exclaim, ugh, the punch is so strong. Then, his own hands grew something identical to what was on Zi Hongya's.
Wait, this is?
At that moment, the little demon raised its hand and pointed at the object on its head, grinning smugly as it said, this is my power, the device that controls the sky. The part of the toy block hit by the electric wave will grow out of the corresponding back half. The image of each item appears, and based on its size, that part will be taken over by me, with 50%, 100%, or 200% control. The toy block in Jang Shan's hand began to function, and the part that was hit produced a new toy block, which I now controlled. His arm moved involuntarily, throwing a punch at Zi Hongya. The little demon, enjoying the scene of Jang Shan and Zi Hongya fighting fiercely, continued speaking, you two should just keep fighting until you both die. At this moment, Jang Shan felt a sense of difficulty and said, this is a mistake.
With the current state, I can't use rolling G.
As he was moving, he suddenly noticed the demonic sound resistance hanging at his side. He joyfully exclaimed, got it, the Demonox drum just upgraded and I haven't used it yet. Saying that, he raised 2 fingers and tapped them on the surface of the drum. The eye on the drum began to open.
This caused the little demon to start feeling confused and panicked.
It looked down at the floor and saw that it was standing on a gigantic eye. Its face darkened, as if it had fallen into despair.
In just a moment, its body was being scorched on the eye.
At this point, another head grew out of its own head, looking extremely grotesque. It twisted its mouth and screamed, "Even if I die, I will drag you all down with me." The immense strength of the creature at this moment pierced through the house from the inside, shooting straight up into the sky. Naturally, the ceiling and roof were shattered.
Jang Shan quickly scooped up Gu Hongya and jumped away from the explosion. She held onto his neck, sighing in relief, and said, "We've been saved." Jang Shan, still in disbelief, turned around and asked in confusion, "What?" The main character just showed up.
The mastermind behind this chaos, a demonic figure, was still standing in the corner, peering at them. Suddenly, Jang Shan glanced over at Gu Hongya and, with a sly grin, asked, "Hong sister, have you ever played with a spinning top before?"
She looked at him in confusion and exclaimed, "What?"
At that moment, Ro Lingji had latched onto the back of Gu Hongya. It began to spin and lift her into the air.
She panicked and cried out, "Jang Shan, what are you doing?"
Jang Shan simply raised his hand and reminded his pet, Ro Lingji, "Take Hong's sister home safely."
Unexpectedly, a small hollow-hearted demon appeared. It wore a wrinkled old man's mask on its face and had a fiery red-orange mane like a lion on its head. It came forward and called out, "Uncle, have you seen my heart anywhere?" As it spoke, it raised its hand to the hole in its chest. Jang Shan sneered and mocked, "What? You don't even have a heart? Well, that makes you a useless piece of junk."
A system notification appeared. Although it has no heart, this little guy's words hit right at the core.
Demon energy plus 1200. The little demon, with a dark expression, asked, "What about you? Do you have a heart?" Jang Shan calmly replied, "I have the nickname Heartless and Soulless." "Then do you have lungs? Damn system board, can't you say the right lines?" Demon energy plus 4600.
The little demon retorted, "You're not heartless and soulless.
You're a heartless monster. My family was killed by you."
Upon hearing this, Jang Shan lowered his head to get closer to it and uttered a chilling sentence, "You don't have a family.
You're an orphan."
This caused the little demon to fall silent for a moment, unsure of how to respond.
Jang Shan continued to expose its lies.
First, the little demon used demon energy to control Zhang Xiaohao's father, killed his mother, then threw Zhang Xiaohao off the building to make his father commit suicide. It then considered this family of three, now turned into demons, as its own family, and finally even placed an external toy part on its head. The little demon was truly a twisted orphan. At this point, the little demon, struck at its core, began to sweat and protested, "I am not an orphan." But Jang Shan didn't let it off easily and began chanting orphan repeatedly. Orphan, 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 orphan. It was like a spell being recited. The little demon couldn't take it anymore and screamed while holding its head. Then it released its power and attacked. Jang Shan yelled, "I will kill you and bury you with my family." But as the dust and smoke cleared, a figure appeared above it, with a mane like a lion's, looking down at the little demon.
That is Jang Shan.
At this moment, his hands had transformed into a set of sharp claws, and his eyes had turned red. Blood was dripping from his head, but his sharp fangs were still curled into a satisfied grin. He thought to himself, "Luckily, I used transform into a demon just in time. If not, that last move would have definitely killed me."
Transform into a demon, Kue Mulang.
The small demon then launched another attack at him, but Jang Shan, instead of feeling worried, wore an excited expression and raised his two sets of claws. He evaluated in his mind, there are actually such powerful beings among the blood robes? This is not something those previous ones could compare to. The small demon's face twisted even more grotesquely. It continued to manipulate its power, sighing in admiration, "Truly, you are a strong human." The demon reached out towards Jang Shan, causing him to frown in discomfort. "Give me your heart. I'm sure your heart can withstand my body." Jang Shan quickly jumped aside to dodge. Its attack was so powerful that it sent rocks and dirt flying, breaking into small pieces. It continued,
then I would be able to become human. Jang Shan gritted his teeth, thinking with difficulty, TCH, it's really inconvenient not having Ro Lingji by my side. First, I'll wear it out with a fight, and once it shows a weakness, I'll deal with it. After finishing his calculation, he began to counterattack. One of his moves aimed directly at it, but the small demon luckily avoided it. Done, it started to breathe heavily from exhaustion. This guy is really strong. Xiao Hao has already given him the block of wood, is there anything else that can be used? While speaking, it looked at the items spread out on its hands. There were starfish, a rattlebell, a water gun, and even a square block with abstract expressions. After a moment of picking and choosing, it tossed all those items out and said, fine, let's just use them all at once. The items, under the control of the little demon, aimed directly at Jang Shan and rushed towards him. The pink gun shot out a bullet. Jang Shan quickly dodged to the side, avoiding it, but it was clear that the bullet was powerful enough to destroy the wall behind where he stood. While dodging, Jang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, these toys don't seem so simple. I'll just dodge them and deal with the main culprit directly. With that, he gradually moved closer to the little demon, then suddenly circled behind it. The little demon quickly turned its head around. The strange square block from earlier continued to attack him. Jang Shan quickly raised his hand to block. At that moment, his arm was successfully hit by it. Jang Shan panicked, while the little demon, still on one side, was moving quickly in all directions. His arm was firmly stuck in the square block. Jang Shan gritted his teeth and shouted, damn it, I can't pull it out. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in focus, the little demon leaped up and aimed straight down at him. Without hesitation, it used both legs to kick Jang Shan down, creating a large hole in the ground. At this moment, he had disappeared after that kick, while the little demon spoke condescendingly. Are you a wolf? You look more like a dead bug. Jang Shan, struggling to speak while jumping away, exclaimed, what a weird artifact. He didn't notice a star had appeared on his hand. At that moment, the starfish flew toward him to attack. Tin noticed the small star mark on his arm. The starfish created a bizarre space screen, as if it wanted to suck Jang Shan in. Panicked, he yelled, the starfish has grown larger. It clung tightly to Jang Shan and brought him in front of the little demon, saying, Master, I've brought him here. The little demon began waving its hand and arrogantly said, no matter where you run, you'll always come back to take a beating. When Jang Shan saw its fist just inches from his face, he panicked and cursed, damn it. At that moment, with the pink gun hovering above his head, Jang Shan's situation grew even more precarious. It was over the gun began firing bullets at an incredible speed. Jang Shan desperately dodged. As he evaded, he struggled to calculate. Attacking one at a time was manageable, but coordinating attacks with Nguyen was much more difficult. The only way to survive was to keep moving quickly to avoid getting surrounded by its artifact. Is this kid really Blood Robe? The little demon, seeing Jang Shan's speed, was amazed and said, you run so fast, I can't even see you clearly anymore. After that, it immediately used the bell and shook it, giving the command, hold him back. The sound from the bell was strange, reverberating around. The space seemed to warp, and Jang Shan's body and face became distorted. He was so worried that he cursed, above me, for toys had appeared like demons, and so quickly, they had already surrounded me. His left hand struggled to move, and he gritted his teeth, trying to bring his hand closer to the demonic sound resistance. Jang Shan successfully tapped it, and the demonic sound resistance seemed to awaken, opening its eyes. The sound from the demonic sound resistance now rang out powerfully, causing the two bells of the small demon to shatter. It screamed in panic. At this moment, Jang Shan raised two fingers, gritting his teeth in anger. He had initially intended to leave behind a final move to deal with the master. A system notification appeared, using divine skill, crazy spinning trick. Jang Shan was still surrounded by the remaining toys, but it seemed wiser to prioritize dealing with this item first before continuing. Then, a powerful force began to emanate. The gun, the cube, and the starfish, each of them shattered. The broken pieces now flew back toward the small demon,
who was knocked back by the force. However, Jang Shan gathered his strength in his hand, forming a swirling vortex.
He then thrust his palm forcefully towards the small demon. The vortex's force struck it, spinning the small demon around in the whirlpool and slowly pushing it backward.
At this moment, on the chest around the small demon's wound, a strange symbol appeared, and its skin turned green. The small demon could only know despair as it spiraled through that moment of life.
Hoo hoo hoo. It hurts so much. The human form I barely managed to form is being destroyed by you. Then, suddenly, it went berserk, screaming madly. Everything around it flew up with the sound of its scream. Jang Shan stood in front of it, still creating a stream of power in his hand. He smiled and said to it, "Stop struggling. In your next life, be born as a human." With that, Jang Shan thrust directly toward the small demon, and the stream of power attacked it.
The demon stood motionless, and its mask finally fell to the ground. When Jang Shan saw the scene before him, he was horrified. The system interface appeared, warning that the opponent had evolved into a malevolent spirit in its initial form. The face of the small demon now had its head stuck on backwards. Blood was dripping all over its face, looking incredibly grotesque. It reached up to touch its face and screamed, "My mask, where did my mask go?" Though Jang Shan was also quite panicked, he still mocked it.
"It seems you're not just missing a heart, huh? Your head's been put on backwards too."
Suddenly, it jumped up, grabbed Jang Shan's hair with both hands, leaving him no time to react. Then the small demon continued to headbutt Jang Shan's chin, making him stagger and fall backward.
It whispered, "Then give me your head too." Jang Shan was thrown far away, his body bouncing a few times before landing. He raised his hand to rub his head and said, "Have I turned into a malevolent spirit? Hit so hard that I couldn't even defend myself, my head is buzzing. I'm risking my life against this kid."
With that, Jang Shan raised his hand to control his spiritual power, forming a giant hand that gritted its teeth and attacked the small demon. At this moment, it also raised both hands forward, striking with a palm and shouting, risking it all. Jang Shan quickly closed in on its upside-down face, with a powerful surge of spiritual energy in his hand. Then, he struck the small demon's chest with a palm. It didn't back down either, countering with a blow to Jang Shan's body. The upside-down face seemed to be using all its strength. Jang Shan's expression was also extremely difficult as he simultaneously attacked and defended against the small demon's strike. Suddenly, its hand swung up, aiming to strike Jang Shan's face, causing him to panic for a moment. But he quickly grabbed its hand. Then, Jang Shan gritted his teeth and hissed. After that, Jang Shan used all his strength, grabbing the small demon's head and slamming it down into the ground. The ground beneath its head erupted with rocks and debris. At that moment, the small demon's head returned to a more normal position, although still slightly misaligned. It raised its hand to touch its head and, unable to contain its shock, exclaimed, "Ah, my head, what the hell is this? One punch and both my neck and hairline are back in place?" Then, it suddenly delivered a blow to Jang Shan's crotch, along with a curse, "You damn bastard." At that moment, Jang Shan was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. His emotions were indescribable, like a chick breaking out of its shell. Jang Shan lay helplessly on the ground, clutching his broken limb and howling in agony. The little demon, as it swung a punch toward him, retorted, cursing with difficulty, "You humans can't even speak properly, and you can't strike fast enough either." "Isn't this exactly what you humans say?" It continued. The fist was now just a few centimeters from Jang Shan's face. His teeth were clenched in pure anger. Suddenly, the little demon shouted, "What the hell is this?" Several vines had wrapped around its feet and restrained it. Jang Shan raised his hands and, with a forceful gesture, spoke loudly, "Pull its legs apart for me." The little demon had fallen to the ground, and its legs were being pulled in opposite directions by the vines. Without hesitation, Jang Shan kicked the demon squarely in the crotch, each kick accompanied by his words, "How about this sneak attack, huh? How about this sneak attack, huh? How about this sneak attack, huh? How about this sneak attack, huh?"
How about this sneak attack, huh? How about this sneak attack, huh?
Each phrase was punctuated by a kick from Jang Shan. Only after a while, once he had vented his rage, did he stop, panting heavily. By now, the demon's crotch had been kicked open, the wound bleeding a foul, disgusting red liquid. Jang Shan frowned as he gazed at it, puzzled.
What is that stuff that's leaking out?
It was immediately clear that it was nothing good, something vile and disgusting.
Jang Shan then grabbed his own body, glaring at the demon, and questioned it angrily. You couldn't get my heart, so you want my genitals? Even demons can't go this far.
Suddenly, the body of the little demon transformed into a liquid of red-orange color. It expanded into a large mass, with a face still hanging above it, glaring at Jang Shan with anger, saying, "You've destroyed everything of mine." Jang Shan stood in front of it, his heart in a state of panic.
Ro Lingji, seeing the little demon, couldn't help but call out in English.
Suddenly, the liquid began to vanish into the air.
Seeing this, Jang Shan was momentarily puzzled. Hey, aren't you going to fight anymore?
The demon flew off, not forgetting to leave one last remark. One day, I will destroy everything of yours. Jang Shan gritted his teeth, looking after it with fury. The image from before flooded his mind again. Don't think you can run away like that little rat from before. However, Jang Shan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he bared his teeth, roaring. At that moment, he tilted his head back, his eyes gleaming like two light bulbs. After a short howl, two formidable-looking wolves appeared before him. Within moments, the wolves caught up to the little demon.
One wolf lunged forward, attempting to bite it, but the demon quickly transformed into another shape to avoid the attack.
Refusing to give up, both wolves charged forward, tearing at the red-orange liquid before them.
After a while, the little demon was sent plummeting down with tremendous speed.
Jang Shan had long been waiting for this. As it fell, he called out, "Since you've memorized human proverbs so well, before you die, let me give you one for free." The little demon, now horribly mauled, lay on the ground gasping for breath, resembling a pile of waste. At this moment, Jang Shan lifted his foot above the creature and stomped his foot down onto its terrifying face. Everything else was shattered to pieces. A system notification appeared, killing an initial form malevolent spirit, demon energy plus 12,000 points.
Upon hearing this, Jang Shan was struck as if by a thunderbolt, exclaiming, "Over 10,000 points?"
At this point, his body had already begun to return to its original state.
As he recalled the events, he couldn't help but sigh.
The first time he saw the blood robe evolve into a malevolent spirit, just thinking about it was enough to instill fear. However, exterminating one and earning more than 10,000 points still seemed worthwhile.
Suddenly, a piece of paper emerged from the liquid pile left by the demon.
It flew up and hovered in front of Jang Shan.
He said, "Huh, what's this?"
Jang Shan grabbed the paper and read the contents: Hospital, Examination Hall Number 3, Code Number 2, Diagnosis, Cognitive Impairment. It went on to describe the patient's symptoms.
Jang Shan destroyed the paper and made a guess. Could this be related to the Examination Hall Number 7 from a few days ago? Oh, just thinking about it doesn't get me anywhere. I'll have to figure it out when I get back.
The scene shifted to a building. As Jang Shan entered, he immediately encountered Gu Hongya and Ro Lingji waiting outside.
He called out, "Oh, Hong's sister, you're waiting for me?"
At that moment, Ro Lingji quickly retreated into her master's waistband. Gu Hongya, a bit shy, glanced at him and replied, "Of course, I'm worried about you." Jang Shan blushed deeply upon hearing that, sweat pouring down like rain. He immediately helped her into the room, saying, "Since the atmosphere has already reached this point, come into the room with me, and I'll give you another lesson." Then swiftly, the door slammed shut. At that moment, a pair of sneakers and a pair of high heels had been taken off and were lying side by side.
Inside, Jang Shan sat beside Gu Hongya on the sofa and spoke first. "Do you really want this?"
"Don't be shy, come a little closer." She shyly glanced over and saw Jang Shan holding up his phone, taking a photo while saying, "What's so difficult about this?"
"It's just taking a profile picture." He then uploaded it to an app,
and the phone screen displayed, uploading, the recipient may receive a bonus.
Suddenly, the phone vibrated with a series of loud rings. Gu Hongya looked over in surprise. On the other end, it was who calling. As soon as Jang Shan answered, the voice came through, Jang Shan, the team mission I mentioned earlier is about to start, see you tomorrow. He replied cheerfully, alright, send me the address. After hanging up, Jang Shan turned to Gu Hongya and asked, Hong's sister, are you tired? She asked in return, wait, you're not going monster hunting again, are you?
Jang Shan stood up and said, come on, I'll take you somewhere. Scene shifts to the black market, where the two of them had already arrived. He reassured Gu Hongya, just follow me, don't be afraid. Inside the market, everyone was wearing various bizarre masks, and the stall owners were calling out, selling spirit talismans here, execution meal vouchers, eat one and you're guaranteed to die. The shoppers were bustling around. Two people walked in, and Jang Shan quickly recognized an acquaintance, calling out to Chen Shui. What a coincidence, are you here to buy equipment too? Chen Shui turned around and asked cheerfully. At that moment, both of them had already put on their masks. Jang Shan pointed to the person next to him and said, I'm bringing my boss here to have a look. Chen Shui turned away, offering an invitation, let's go check it out together. With me here, no one will dare to deceive you too. At this point, Jang Shan was calculating in his mind. With his current strength, who among those below the A rank power level would dare to deceive him? Suddenly, from behind him, he noticed someone's head peeking out from behind the wall, watching them. The person raised his phone to his ear and reported to the other side, young Master Wu, I've spotted Jang Shan. On the other end of the line, a man with mushroom-shaped hair and one eye covered responded, got it. He then threw the phone to the person beside him, saying, I'm bored now. Let's go. On the ground below, there was a girl with red hair, her entire body pinned down by sharp metal stakes, looking utterly miserable. Sweat poured from her face as she muttered, Qin Zhai. Oh Qin Zhai. The person behind her presented something and respectfully said, young Master Wu, the clothes. The one-eyed man sneered and hissed, back then, you blinded one of my eyes, and now I'll make sure your woman pays the price. We're even now. The image of the girl being tortured was truly heartbreaking. Then Qin Wu threw on his coat and continued, but after all, you were still my brother, Qin Wu's brother. Now, I'll take revenge for you. He said that, and then he strode off, followed by a group of tough-looking henchmen. The scene shifted to Jang Shan, who was walking through a busy crowd and couldn't help but sigh, finding a treasure really is harder than I thought. The three of them arrived at a house, but there was no one inside. Jang Shan spoke up, Master Lu's auction isn't even open today. Then, with a discouraged look, he leaned on Chen Shui. Chen Shui, you're more familiar with this place. Where can we find high-grade magical artifacts or demon energy? She thought for a moment before answering, the treasure pavilion, but that's a high-end store, and only the head of the family is allowed inside. Jang Shan didn't mind. He threw his arm over Chen Shui's shoulder to reassure her, oh, it's fine. Just show me the place. Who knows, they might let me in after all. The scene shifted to the treasure pavilion. Now, the three of them were standing outside, and the lights inside were still on. Seeing this, Jang Shan asked, aren't there any guards? Then, he approached the gate, raised his hand to cast a spell, and continued, well then, let's just push the door open. As Jang Shan reached out to touch the protective seal on the door, a surge of energy suddenly erupted. He was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat as he saw it. Quickly, he withdrew his hand. At that moment, a red fish with white spots on its head, sticking out its tongue, asked, who are you? Chen Shui then stepped forward and politely responded, I'm Chen Shui from the Chun family, and I brought a few friends here to request entry. Regardless of who they were, the fish said, scan the QR code to enter, and then stuck its long tongue out to scan the code. Chen Shui decisively turned around and said, let's go back, they won't show me any respect. Jang Shan pulled out his phone as if preparing to scan. Chen Shui anxiously raised her voice to remind him, hey, if it's not a noble family, at least a level 3 authority is required. At that moment, the notification to scan appeared on his phone screen.
"Sir, please come in."
As the three of them entered, Jang Shan murmured to himself, Yama's hall really keeps its word, they actually gave me level 3 access. Suddenly, someone appeared from inside, as if they had been waiting. This person had short hair, with their face covered. They had dangerous green eyes, and upon seeing them, spoke, "Specially sent by Han Miao from Yama's hall to serve you." Chen Shui was extremely surprised by this. She looked at Jang Shan, silently marveling in her heart. The Grand Master of Qi refining from Yama's hall, Han Miao, personally came to greet Jang Shan.
Jang Shan pointed to the two people beside him and asked happily, "What about my friends here?" Han Miao immediately replied, "Of course, they can come along." Only then did Chen Shui lean in close to him and quietly ask, "Jang Shan, are you the descendant of some important figure?"
Jang Shan smiled mysteriously, reminding her, "Stop asking around, don't ask questions you're not supposed to." Then he turned away, thinking to himself, "They only require level 3 access here, but I have level 2 authority." Chen Shui continued to guess on her own, looking at Jang Shan with bright eyes and an admiring expression.
The four of them started walking in when a voice was heard asking, "Do you have any good weapons? At least something above level C+." Gu Hongya, walking at the back, looked after them and thought gloomily, "Wait, weren't they talking about buying equipment for themselves?"
Han Miao then turned to answer his question, "There's a demon energy weapon of level B, but it's too aggressive, it hasn't been sold yet."
"Please come in."
At this moment, they had passed through a unique door. Han Miao raised his hand and pointed to a towering statue in front of them, introducing, "This is the item up there." In the hands of the gigantic statue was a weapon that appeared to be slightly cracked.
Jang Shan's eyes lit up as he saw the weapon, and he couldn't help but marvel, wow.
Although it's a bit flawed, it still looks very imposing.
Han Miao suddenly asked him, "Have you ever heard of the human eating incident from back then?" Jang Shan was momentarily confused.
Chen Shui answered, "Are you talking about the incident involving that villain, which could only be handled by 10 B-grade masters and 1 A-grade grandmaster?" The opponent was a very powerful malevolent spirit, Han Miao immediately responded. "This is the weapon of that malevolent spirit, called the Bloodstar Furnace Crusher.
Unfortunately, this item is neither tall nor short." At this moment, Han Miao's expression seemed somewhat disappointed.
B-grade masters find it hard to control. As for A-grade grandmasters, it has defects on it, so it's much less valuable than true top-tier demon energy. It only costs 350,000 accumulated points, Han Miao continued. After hearing this, Jang Shan scratched his face and suggested, "I have a good relationship with your department head.
Can you give me a little discount?"
Han Miao smiled warmly and replied, "If you're serious about buying, I'll make the decision."
300,000 accumulated points.
Immediately, Jang Shan slung the Bloodstar Furnace Crusher over his shoulder and ran off, waving his hand in response, "All right, sounds good."
Han Miao called out after him, "Are you getting it for free? Pay up." The two girls hurriedly ran after Jang Shan.
By the time they reached the outside, Jang Shan had already slung the mace over his shoulder.
He then said, "I transferred it, the signal is weak, the internet is slow."
Han Miao took out her phone to check and saw that there was a notification. Ding, the underworld app had received 300,000. At this moment, Gu Hongya waved goodbye to Chen Shui. "Chen Shui, we're leaving now," she said, but inwardly, she thought, buying B-tier equipment feels just like shopping.
Jang Shan, holding onto his precious, walked out to the street and asked, "Hong sister, can your car park here?"
Gu Hongya immediately replied, "With a hammer this big, there's no way it can park here." Suddenly, Jang Shan looked down at Ro Lingji under his waist and exclaimed, "Ah, here it is." Ro Lingji, confused and panicked, looked up at him, not knowing what kind of punishment was coming. Without warning, Jang Shan, in a bloodthirsty voice, slammed the thunder hammer onto it, saying, "Ro Lingji, eat it just like you did with the bone-piercing bullet last time." At this moment, Ro Lingji truly felt tears welling up in front of its cruel master.
Jang Shan was desperately trying to shove the truncheon in, and Gu Hongya, concerned, asked, "Isn't it going to blow up like an egg?" Meanwhile, Jang Shan encouraged his pet, "Come on, Ro Ling Ji." They were unaware that someone had been tailing them from behind. Upon seeing Jang Shan appear on the street, the person quickly took out his phone and called young Master Wu. He's about to leave. He's heading straight to the black market gate. Xin Wu, on the other end, urgently commanded, "Stop him right now." "I'll be there immediately." Inside the car, he told the driver, "Hurry up, step on it." The car was speeding down the empty street. The blonde informant, on the other side, pulled out a knife and ominously said, "Stop him?" "In that case, just cut his tendons, both his legs and arms." Done, he didn't know his limits and jumped out to attack Jang Shan from behind. At that moment, Jang Shan was still struggling with Ro Lingji. "Come on, quickly swallow it." Ro Lingji tried to swallow the mace, tears streaming down his face. Just when he thought he couldn't swallow it anymore, it suddenly spat out, the mace flying out behind him. The person holding the different types of water was so startled by the scene that his eyes nearly popped out. He was still holding a knife in his hand, staring in shock, and only managed to utter a surprised "ha." And of course, the mace landed right on the blonde guy, squashing him flat. Jang Shan innocently said, "Oh no, I hit someone else, sorry about that." Then he continued the bloodshed. The Shattered Essence Thunder Hammer said, "We have an urgent matter to attend to, this small injury will heal completely in no time." The blonde guy, dazed, his face half destroyed, sat up and blankly asked, "Where am I?" At that moment, two cars appeared on the road. The green one behind kept urging the driver, "Drive faster, they're almost there, all you can do is ask questions." While the yellow car in front, where Jang Shan was, he reminded, "Drive slowly, don't let the hammer fall." The scene shifted to the blonde guy, who was now trembling, kneeling on the ground, calling out to young Master Wu. His head was now bandaged. Xin Wu had appeared, looking down at him with a vicious expression, asking, "Trash, where is he?" The blonde guy hurriedly replied, "I risked everything to stop him, but I couldn't beat him. He's too strong. Look, he did this to me." When Xin Wu heard the name, he didn't hesitate for a second. With one swift strike, he hit the golden-haired man's lower body and shouted, "Get lost!" The golden-haired man once again coughed up blood. Then, Xin Wu quickly rushed toward his car and told his subordinates, "Fall back." After completing the group task the next day, he would think of a way to deal with Jang Shan. Little did he know, he had just missed the opportunity to act earlier. As for Jang Shan, at that moment, he had already brought the mace into a room. After setting things up, he immediately called on the system and said, "System, upgrade the Bloodstar Furnace Crusher." The system interface popped up. "Would you like to spend 5,000 precious energy to upgrade the Bloodstar Furnace Crusher?" Without a second thought, Jang Shan pressed the yes button. At that moment, the Bloodstar Furnace Crusher was enveloped in a red aura. Jang Shan couldn't help but admire, "Whoa, it feels different now." The system then suggested, "Would you like to spend 10,000 demon energy to upgrade the Bloodstar Furnace Crusher?" He immediately responded, "Yes." The system continued to suggest, "Would you like to spend 20,000 demon energy?" Without hesitation, Jang Shan answered, "Yes." Then, he seriously reminded the system, "Enough chatter, upgrade it to the max." From that point, the mace began to grow longer. Jang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this handle's getting way too long." The handle had now grown so long that it pierced through the glass door. The system interface announced, "Upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the dagger of the underworld god of the four continents." Jang Shan happily looked down at his brand new weapon, having spent 200,000 demon energy points. With one strike, this mace would be enough to crush even the blood robe. Then, he continued to ponder, but with something so large and powerful, how was he supposed to carry it around? This was indeed a troublesome issue. While thinking, he raised his hand towards the mace, and suddenly, Jang Shan exclaimed, "Ah!" A gust of energy from the mace gripped his hand tightly. Then, the mace unexpectedly dissolved into a beam of light, which slowly absorbed into Jang Shan's hand. At this moment, he stretched out his palm and saw a new symbol. He couldn't help but wonder, has it turned into a seal on my palm? As he was deep in thought, suddenly his phone rang, rang. Someone was calling.
On the other end of the line, who spoke after the call was answered.
Jang Shan, don't forget about tomorrow's mission. 9:30 a.m. at Shan village. If we don't meet, don't bother coming back. Jang Shan responded, alright, see you tomorrow.
Shan was located at the far southern edge of Zhongbei City, bordering the Qiliang River, nestled by the mountains. It was an ancient, secluded village. This place was home to a group of special people who made a living by retrieving corpses. The incident began when a team of corpse retrievers found the body of a young woman in the Qi River. After reading the news, Jang Shan broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "This mission seems pretty terrifying." The scene changed to a different space. Jang Shan was now standing at the designated spot, looking through the forest ahead, gazing into the distance. He shielded his eyes with his hand to see more clearly. Was this the Shan village? Chen Shui then spoke up and asked, "Hey, why isn't the beautiful red-haired sister coming with him?" He immediately replied, "She's still a newcomer. With a mission of this scale, is she just going to offer herself up?" After that, Jang Shan waved at the person who had just arrived. "Hey, Yang Shan." She, too, was surprised and said, "Jang Shan, I didn't expect you to be here as well." Then, Jang Shan turned to his friend and asked Erhu, "Didn't they say this was supposed to be a large-scale mission? Is it really just the few of us?" Erhu pointed in the distance and replied, "The main force has already launched the attack. We are the support team." They've divided into 3 routes. Team A, led by Jiang Hongwu, a direct disciple of the martial sect, is going through the village to the north to deal with the most terrifying demon. Team B, led by Qin Shan Chang, is attacking the east, and Team C, led by my brother Zhao Denyo, is attacking the west. Jang Shan, looking disheartened, asked again, "So what are we doing? Just waiting here?" Erhu explained, "Sister Jiang Hongwu told us to wait a little longer before entering the village. We just need to follow along and clean up afterward." Jang Shan began teasing his friend, "Such a waste that you're a Buddhist disciple, letting others go ahead while you follow behind picking up the scraps. This isn't right." Then, he transformed into a compassionate bodhisattva, saying, "If I don't enter hell, then who will? We should go to the most dangerous place, kill the most vicious savage demon, and leave the safer spots for our teammates." Erhu, with an expression of helplessness, said, "If we do as you say, it's very likely that we'll really end up in hell tonight." Jang Shan stood tall and said loudly, in front of the 3 other confused people, "What's the big deal now? If there's an opportunity, take it. If there's danger, retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly jumped and dashed through the forest, heading straight towards the distant castle. Chen Shui eagerly followed him. "I just saw Jang Shan control a level B divine artifact yesterday, I trust him." Yang Shan, with a contemplative expression, then jumped forward, saying, "I've seen this guy's power before. Following him won't be a loss." Erhu let out an exasperated smile, laughing helplessly at everyone. After that, he followed the 3 of them every day. The 4 of them reached a small stream and began to wonder why the water here had become so scarce. Why was there blood in the river? Look upstream, there's the body of a monster lying in the stream. They approached the monster's corpse and analyzed the situation, realizing that the flow of the water had been blocked by this creature. "Oh my god, it's been beaten like this, that punch is really strong." Erhu spoke up, "This must be Jiang Hongwu's flung wounding fist." Jiang Shan, curious, asked, "Flung wounding fist? What does the Golden Mane Lion King have to do with her?" Erhu immediately explained, "Golden Mane Lion King? Flung wounding fist is a unique secret technique of the martial sect. Look closely, it doesn't just destroy the flesh on the outside, even the bones inside become brittle and fragile. Let's go, there's a small village ahead, it seems they've cleared the road." At this moment, the 4 of them arrived at an open field. Erhu asked, "Is anyone here?" At that time, 2 monsters above were watching Jang Shan and his group.
They said, the ones who passed by earlier, just looking at them you can tell they're not easy to mess with. These guys, though, they should be easy to bully. The blonde-haired demon said, let me go first, you go back and sharpen your knife. We'll make a combo of human meat dishes later. He. Then, it jumped down and attacked them. Who shouted a warning, be careful. Suddenly, the blonde-haired demon stopped moving, its head tilted to one side, making both Jang Shan and who feel something was off. Unexpectedly, its head fell off, rolling towards Jang Shan's feet. Its hand groped around and cried out, my head. Jang Shan then picked up the head. The demon softly begged, let's talk slowly, just give me my head back first. Jang Shan grimaced and said disdainfully, the vanguard left us with these small fry? They're only good for increasing a bit of demon energy. As he spoke, he lifted the head and kicked it with all his might. A system message popped up, kicking someone else's head, do you know what courtesy is? Demon energy plus 99. Who was also excited, using his chest to catch the head, happily saying, nice pass, let's go. Then, he kicked the head toward Chen Shui. Chen Shui raised both hands to catch it like a volleyball, saying, just don't kick it at my chest. The head at this moment once again flew toward Yang Shan. In her hand, a surge of power was created as she spoke, let me show everyone my new weapon. Jang Shan, standing to the side, yelled out in reminder, Yang Shan, don't crush it, I still need to use the head. Upon hearing this, she quickly retracted her hand, snorted coldly, and then swung her arm, punching the head toward Jang Shan, replying, here, take it. He struggled to catch the head and groaned, it's too heavy, as the demon's body nearby kept shouting, hurry up and return my head. Then it growled, hurry up. Suddenly, a golden yellow hand appeared above it and slammed down onto the demon, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. Jang Shan, still holding the head, jumped to the side, unable to help but exclaim, oh, damn. Then he turned to his friend and shouted, who, next time, please say something before making a move, you scared the hell out of me. Who, at this point, simply retracted his hand and gave an apologetic smile. After that, they continued on their way. Jang Shan threw his arm around his friend and said, let's keep going. After walking for a while, they encountered a bowl exuding dark, ominous energy, causing anyone who looked at it to involuntarily frown. Chen Shui stepped forward to block them, wait, this bowl on the table contains demon blood. If you pass by carelessly, you'll be cursed. What appeared before them was a bowl filled with bright red blood. Then, Chen Shui pressed her hand down and formed a seal, reciting, 9 wines flow smoothly, the primordial essence lingers, the flower spirit shines brightly, as a talisman glowing with golden light appeared in her hand. The primordial spirit disperses, she finished, then struck out with a palm, shattering the blood-filled bowl. This caused the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the green-haired demon who had been sharpening its knife looked at the shaking window and wondered, what's that noise outside? From the door came loud banging noises. It happily turned around and said, oh, you're back already? But when it opened the door, there was no one there. Where are they? Suddenly, the head of the blonde-haired demon from earlier fell in front of it, causing the flesh-eating demon to be horrified. It swung its knife in a slash, cutting its teammate's head in half, and screamed, demon. A system message popped up, and at that moment, I was terrified to death. Demon energy plus 999. The flesh-eating demon quickly slammed the door shut, leaving behind the head of its split comrade. They were now standing on the rooftop, looking down. Chen Shui spoke up, the door is closed again. What do we do now? Jang Shan calculated in his mind. Should he try his new mace? But at that moment, another staff appeared before him, with sharp iron wires wrapped around its head. Yang Shan swung the staff and said, take a hit from me and see where you can run. With that, she swung the staff down, smashing the house into pieces. The other 3 quickly jumped up to escape. Jang Shan couldn't help but admire the scene. It seemed that during this time, I wasn't the only one who had made progress. After smashing the house, Yang Shan lowered her weapon and said, everyone, don't move. This is my prey.
The flesh-eating demon, now furious, appeared with 2 knives in its hands.
It gritted its teeth and said, "I didn't expect you to destroy my house. I can't let you off."
As it spoke, it swung the 2 knives and jumped toward Jang Shan to attack her. She, however, remained calm, holding her staff in hand. Then, a sinister smile immediately appeared on her face. Ha! The top of the staff began to spin, and then it transformed into a massive vortex. Yang Shan, like a demoness, wielded her weapon and attacked the green-faced demon.
Let's see who will not spare whom. Upon seeing that terrifying sight, it quickly turned and tried to flee.
As the vortex from the staff shot down, it struck the ground, causing the earth and rocks to shatter and scatter in all directions. The flesh-eating demon continued to attempt running, but in front of it was now a cloud of dust and debris. With no way out, it began spinning the 2 knives in its hands, and from those knives, a whirlpool formed. It then swung the whirlpool forward as an attack. But as soon as it swung, it turned to run again. Yang Shan calmly watched the flying debris come toward her, then smiled coldly.
Yeah, want to run? In your dreams.
With that, she continued to swing a mace, attacking the demon. The weapon slammed into the ground, creating a large crater.
The flesh-eating demon fell into the pit, its body struck by the powerful force.
The strength surged like a burning flame, consuming its entire body, leaving only a portion from the shoulders up and a face filled with horror. Erhu raised his hand to shield his eyes, admiringly saying, "Wow, to be able to use the divine bestowment scroll so skillfully, no wonder she's the young miss of the young family." Yang Shan sheathed her weapon and replied, "Do I even need to say it?" Suddenly, the demon, still not dead, appeared once more behind her in a strange form. From the other side, a voice called out, "Be careful," followed by a surge of power that struck the demon in the face, knocking it onto its back.
Yang Shan was momentarily startled.
The flow of power began to melt from the top of the demon's head, flowing downward. A system message appeared: "Man-eating demon, weeping ghost captain has died.
Demon energy plus 999. Jang Shan approached Yang Shan to check on him. "Are you hurt?"
Yang Shan silently marveled, he can kill a weeping ghost instantly now.
Has Jang Shan become this strong?
Just over 10 days ago, he was still an ordinary person. At this moment, Jang Shan turned away and spoke to the group, let's go, forward." The scene shifted to the city, where Jang Shan and his group had arrived.
As they walked, he asked his teammates, "Did anyone notice?"
Jang Shan looked down at the bowl beneath him and continued, "It seems like there's a bowl of blood in front of every house."
"What exactly is it for?" he asked in confusion.
At that moment, while they were standing near a pile of garbage, a voice from behind startled everyone into alertness. "Actually, you don't need to know what it's for, because you'll be dead soon anyway." As the voice spoke, a spider appeared, carrying a skull on its back, flying toward them. Shen Shui immediately raised her talisman to defend against an attack from one of the spiders.
3 eternal souls, spiritless, collapse.
The talisman in her hand was now surrounded by a yellow energy, as if it were a law-based command. While speaking, she hurled the talisman at the spider. Erhu, on the other hand, grabbed hold of the spider's 2 pincers.
He spoke up, "Little brat, you're not weak at all." He flashed a friendly smile and responded, "Yeah, it's just normal."
Then, gritting his teeth, he tore the spider in 2. A bug with a skull on its back suddenly leapt down and lunged toward Yang Shan. She was in a combat stance, but worry filled her heart. She had already used the divine bestowment scroll right at the beginning and was feeling a bit anxious. Yet now, faced with a demon of this level, the bug was getting closer and closer with every jump. Yang Shan raised both hands, forming 2 fists that struck directly at the bug, causing its entire body to crack open. She said calmly, "Fists are more than enough." After dealing with it, she blew on her knuckles, confident. "Phew, if I'm being serious, taking down a weeping ghost in one move isn't out of the question." Over on Jang Shan's side, the situation was no different. A bug was also charging toward him. As it lunged, it shouted, "My spider silk spreads across the sky, touch it and you die.
Let's see how you dodge this." He instantly activated his pair of glowing green pupils and scoffed coldly, replying, "Dodge?" Majestic howl of the barbarian Jang Shan let out a roar.
Several razor-sharp fangs emerged, and his eyes turned golden. Right in front of him, the bug was already smashed to pieces, leaving behind only some fragments. Done, Jang Shan turned to Yang Shan and said, "Small fry like that doesn't even deserve a real move." She gave him a speechless smile in return. Looking up at the system panel, he saw that these demons weren't of bad quality. Just a weeping ghost was already worth more than 10,000 demon energy. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the distance, catching both of their attention instantly. Chen Shui panicked. This voice belonged to her younger sister.
"Little fish!" Jang Shan immediately leapt up and urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." The three of them moved out at top speed. While walking, Chen Shui felt touched, thinking that as soon as she heard her sister was in trouble, she immediately rushed over. Jang Shan was indeed a true man. Who also smiled with pride. Old Jiang was indeed righteous, unlike him, who was always full of fear and hesitation. Yang Shan also felt a sense of shame in her heart. Hearing the scream, she was unexpectedly a little scared. Not only was her strength lacking, but even her courage was inferior to Jiang Shan's. How annoying! But the three of them had no idea that Jiang Shan, at this moment, was charging like a hungry tiger driven by demon energy. In his heart, he continuously chanted, demon energy, my demon energy must hurry and go over, or the demon will run away." At that moment, a round human head appeared, with blood pouring from its nose, looking horrifying. Then, other heads simultaneously emerged. These heads were all biting the tails of the red insects. Beside them was a girl facing the others. With a malicious expression, she spoke, "Hey, you guys, don't run, stay and play with me." On this side, two young men were standing in front. Behind them was a girl with red hair and two yellow hair buns. They were all extremely worried when they saw what was in front of them. The red-haired boy spoke dismissively, but to his surprise, it was a blood robe. The blonde boy quickly urged the other two, "Little fish, everyone run first, otherwise, no one will survive." Little fish firmly replied, "No." Another person anxiously said, "I told you to follow the main group and not get involved in this." Switching scenes to half an hour ago, the three of them had reached the front of a small house. From inside the house, voices could be heard, and it was difficult to silence her. They were waiting for a moment to drown her. Little fish signaled to his companion. The blonde-haired guy nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, the blonde guy struck the door with a powerful punch, smashing it to pieces. He shouted, "Vile demon, don't even think about harming anyone." Inside, two demons were startled and looked out. Little fish quickly charged forward and chopped down with his hand on the neck of the red demon, severing its head. At the same time, the blonde guy rushed forward and twisted the head off the green demon. Everything happened in just a few seconds. At this moment, they saw a girl, shackled and trembling on the floor. The blonde guy approached, removed the tape from her mouth, and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Suddenly, the girl stuck her tongue out from her mouth and screamed. The blonde guy continued to ask, "What happened? Is your stomach injured?" Then, the girl vomited a human head, which was holding onto the tail of an insect, a truly disgusting sight. The other guy outside urged, "Hey, hurry up, or you'll fall behind the main force." Suddenly, the insect and the human head crawled out from inside and slammed into the wall. The guy quickly jumped back in panic and yelled, "Ah!" Looking at the blonde guy, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Great, one is seriously injured, one is weak, and the other is trembling. It's so uncomfortable. I really hate being on a team with these two. What a stroke of bad luck. You two are on your own. I'm out of here." With that, he dashed off, abandoning his teammates. The girl quickly flew over to block his path and said, "Hey, are you really just going to leave your teammates behind like this?" He immediately pulled out a piece of jade, chanting the incantation, 9 generations of ancestors. The soldiers prepare for battle, the ranks form a fierce array ahead.
His other hand also drew out an identical piece of jade, and he muttered the same words inwardly, before the 10 characters, the celestial venerable of 9 heavens, responding to the primordial origin, thunder's clarity, and universal transformation. Then, he leapt up and threw the 2 pieces of jade forward, shouting, "So what if it's the blood robe? If you have the guts, then catch my 2 battle relics." But at that moment, the girl had already stood in front of him and thrust one hand through his chest. The young man was now filled with terror and despair. The girl, smiling, spoke, "Hi. It was clear that the 2 pieces of jade from earlier had shattered and were now lying inside. Her hand had pierced through his back and was now holding his heart. She mocked, "So you're the one who abandons friends, yet your heart is still warm, huh?" After that, she withdrew her hand and tossed the heart to the pig beside her, sneering at the other 2, "What about you too? When will you stop betraying each other?" Suddenly, she turned her head, snorted, causing both of the men to feel a sense of panic. The sound of the insect grew louder and louder. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared behind them, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. Both men turned their heads in surprise, and it was Jang Shan. He was holding his weapon, walking toward them with a grim expression. He then enlarged his Bloodstar Furnace Crusher and said, "Looks like I arrived just in time for the exciting part." Afterward, Jang Shan put on an ugly, twisted grin, and with his mouth wide open, he said, "Don't worry, I'm here to save you both." The 2 girls on this side were even more terrified and screamed, "AA." Then both of them foolishly ran towards the female ghost. Little Fish said, "This female ghost seems weaker." The blonde-haired boy responded, "Yes, let's rush towards her." The female ghost, with a sinister expression, said, "Come here and be food for my little darlings." At the same time, 2 gigantic insects jumped out from behind her. Unexpectedly, Jang Shan's mace swung down, cutting the 2 insects in front of the 2 girls. The female ghost saw this scene and gasped in shock. A system notification appeared, "Whose army is this? Demon energy plus 1299. Then, she stood beside the remaining insect and said, "To deal with that mace wielder, you go capture those 2. But just as she finished speaking, she was about to face Jang Shan's mace. The speed of his swing made her exclaim, "So fast." Immediately, she used her technique to block the attack. Ha! The female ghost grit her teeth and struggled, saying, "So heavy." Then, before the mace fell, she quickly leapt to the side. In that moment, Jang Shan swung his mace again and shouted, "Don't run." This scene left the 2 girls beside him wide-eyed in fear. Little Fish asked, "Why did that ghost run to attack the other ghost?" The blonde-haired boy replied, "I don't know either, but it feels like he's not an ordinary ghost." At that moment, Chen Shui appeared and waved at Little Fish. The little girl joyfully shouted, "Sister." Chen Shui looked around, demanding, "Where's Jang Shan? He ran so fast, didn't he just run past those guys?" Little Fish pointed in a direction and said, "I didn't see him, but I saw some monster with a big mace running that way." Chen Shui reminded her little sister, "Don't talk nonsense, he's a powerhouse at his level. He's really strong." At this moment, Jang Shan was still chasing after the female ghost. As she ran, she complained, "So annoying." Then she leaped into a small cave, smugly saying, "I'll hide in this cave, let's see how his mace can fit in here. I'll lie in wait for him here, as long as he dares to come in." She spat her head out of the fishnet and raised her claws. At that moment, Jang Shan's legs appeared. The female ghost joyfully shouted, "He's here." Jang Shan, with a frustrated expression, said, "The mace is too big, I can't get in." As he spoke, he looked up at his towering mace. Suddenly, as if a clever idea had come to him, Jang Shan exclaimed, "Ah, got it." Then, he stomped his feet and leapt up, and from midair, he swung his mace down. His expression now was fierce as he struck, saying, "Isn't it fine to just smash the whole cave?" The mace hit the ground, shattering everything around, while the female ghost inside continued waiting. When she saw the person appear and suddenly vanish, she was confused. Where did he go? Then, suddenly, she panicked and looked up as she heard a sound, accompanied by cracks forming. Immediately after that, a gigantic skull appeared, attached to the end of a mace, and slammed down. The entire body of the female demon was pinned by the mace, leaving only her head. She cried out in pain, "Ah, my body!" The eyes of the skull glowed, and a strange liquid began to pour out from the eyes and mouth of the female demon, flying away in confusion, as she looked on in bewilderment. The skull was absorbing this liquid from her. She was drained dry, her face wrinkled like an old woman, and she cried out, "Ah, my demon energy!" A system notification appeared: the spider demon with the blood robe has died. Demon energy plus 1299. Erhu rushed over and called out, "Jang Shan, you acted too quickly, we didn't even have a chance to do anything." He spoke with a tone of helplessness. Jang Shan laughed joyfully and replied, "Haha, they're just small demons, no need for you to intervene." Chen Shui then spoke up, "Both of them are injured, I'll take them back first." Jang Shan turned to Yang Shan and said, "There are quite a few demons left around here. How about Yang Shan, you come along as well? I saw the power of the divine bestowment scroll earlier, and with you here, I'll feel more at ease." Yang Shan blushed shyly when she heard Jiang Shan compliment her, then the four of them leapt away. "Well, we'll go ahead then," she said, leaving only Jiang Shan and his friend, Erhu, behind. At that moment, he gave a sly smile, calculating in his mind, "Heh, this time, no one's going to steal the demon energy from me." Erhu then spoke up and asked, "Earlier you mentioned that there were still some ghosts left. Where exactly are these remaining ghosts?" At this moment, Jiang Shan turned his gaze to his green pupils and replied, "There must be some ahead. My eyes have already covered the entire block." By now, the two of them had arrived in front of a cemetery. A voice asked, "Why are there still houses in front of the cemetery?" Erhu, while looking at his phone, responded, "This house must be the one where coffins are made, on the western side of the village." Upon entering the yard, the two young men saw 5 coffins placed in the center. Jiang Shan couldn't help but remark, entering the door and seeing coffins right away, "The layout here is quite impressive." Inside the house, the lights were still on. Jiang Shan suddenly noticed an incense burner on the ground, with the incense nearly burned out. He sat down, picked up 2 incense sticks, and began to thoughtfully examine them. Erhu, from behind, anxiously reminded him, "Jiang Shan, don't touch things randomly." Suddenly, Jiang Shan snapped the 2 incense sticks in half, making 4 pieces, then placed them back in the incense burner and lit them. Only then did he say, satisfied, "This looks much better now." At that moment, a round-bellied man wearing glasses came out and asked, "Why did you touch my incense?" Jiang Shan stood up and waved his hand in explanation, "We specialize in investigating strange and supernatural occurrences. Don't worry." He then asked, "Are you the coffin maker here?" The man replied, "Yes, that's right. Has anything unusual happened recently?" Jiang Shan asked, diving straight into the matter. Upon hearing this, the man became somewhat frightened and was at a loss for words. He finally said, "Lately, there's been a ghost in the village. It seems like my wife has been frightened by it." Jiang Shan then asked, "So, where is she now?" The man suddenly seemed to realize something. Where did she run off to?" Jiang Shan glanced at Erhu and exchanged a silent look with him. Erhu quickly caught on and nodded. Both of them understood each other perfectly, immediately jumping up in unison and saying, "Split up and search." Jiang Shan walked alone through a damp, old building. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he urgently called out to Ro Lingji, "Hey, wake up." It's opened its eyes. Then, Jiang Shan asked him to check the area above to see if there was anything suspicious. Ro Lingji quickly set off. After walking for a while, Jiang Shan noticed a patch of red liquid on the ground. He exclaimed, "Why is there?" He then touched the liquid with 2 fingers, bringing them to his nose, and immediately concluded, "Blood." Suddenly, a voice called out, startling Jiang Shan. "Jiang Shan, over here." He responded, "Coming." Without hesitation, he kicked the glass door, shattering it. As he stepped through the broken glass, he looked at Erhu and asked, "What's going on?" Erhu's face was filled with panic as he pointed ahead, saying to Jiang Shan, "Look.
What kind of ghostly creatures are fighting? The one in front of me is Ro Lingji, and he's being bitten by something crawling on the ground. Ro Lingji was now crying out for help in her heart. Help, quickly save me. The man with the big belly from earlier hurriedly ran behind the two and called out, Dear, are you here? Then he quickly turned to Erhu and pleaded, Grandmaster, please, save my wife. Jang Shan immediately reassured him, Don't worry, she's only been bewitched by demon energy. Then he looked at his friend and said, Erhu, this is your specialty, you take over, but don't hurt my Ro Lingji. Jang Shan added a reminder. Erhu cheerfully responded, I can't guarantee that. He then clasped his hands together and began chanting, Homage to the many treasures Tathagata, who eliminates the calamities and misfortunes of sentient beings. From Erhu's mouth, the words echoed, Homage to the many treasures Tathagata, who eliminates the calamities and misfortunes of sentient beings. Homage to the many treasures Tathagata, who eliminates the calamities and misfortunes of sentient beings. These words traveled straight to the woman lying on the ground. Eliminates the calamities of sentient beings. At that moment, her eyes turned completely white, her mouth wide open, looking as though she was in great pain. A moment later, the woman seemed to be revived, her senses returning. Her pupils returned to normal. She dazedly asked, Where am I? Ro Lingji, now tearful, quickly jumped to Jang Shan's arm. He hurriedly extended his arm to catch her, while teasing, Look at you scared, you don't even have ears, why are you afraid of that incantation? The man immediately rushed towards his wife, looking worried as he said, Dear, you scared me to death. But she hurriedly avoided, her face filled with fear as she shouted, Don't come over here. Then, she jumped behind Jang Shan and, in a panicked tone, said, Hey, someone stop him. He's not human. At that moment, Jang Shan was stunned and summoned the system. Not human? Yet the system didn't offer any warning. Jang Shan raised his hand, creating a wave of energy, and said, Let's try probing with a low voltage of 100,000 volts first, just in case we accidentally hurt a good person. The man, struck by the electric current on his back, screamed in pain, Damn, is this what you call low voltage? A moment later, he collapsed face down on the ground, revealing that he was merely a human-shaped figure. It was a paper effigy used in rituals, most likely a manifestation of the demon's power. Jang Shan turned to the woman and asked, Sister, how did you realize he wasn't normal? The woman began trembling, clutching herself with both hands. One night, in the middle of the night, he opened the coffin, then pushed it to the back of the mountain. I didn't know why he was dragging the coffin out in the middle of the night, so I got curious and followed him. Along the way, the coffin lid accidentally fell off, and when I looked inside, I saw my husband's body. Jang Shan pondered for a moment and made a guess, that sounds terrifying. So, this demon must have been nearby for a while. He then turned to his friend and asked, Erhu, do you think it could still be around here? He immediately replied, Since you said that, let me give it a try. Saying that, he began to bring his 2 fingers together on each side and raise them to his forehead. Then he began to chant, The transcendent prajna does not coexist with demons and heresy, but transforms calamities and afflictions, each incantation accompanied by a hand gesture. The Buddha's light seeks out all traces. At that moment, Erhu jumped into the air, and a golden light radiated around him. After a while, he withdrew his technique. Jang Shan then asked, I've heard that the Buddhist sect has a secret technique called Emperor's Hearing. How is that different from yours? Erhu replied, Emperor's Hearing is just a basic skill for seeking, it can only find targets on the same plane. We just searched through all the rooms, and found nothing, so I suspect it's underground. The Buddha's light seeks out all traces is a skill that can search for targets in all directions. Erhu was still using his technique to observe, and indeed, it was underground, and not just one. At this point, Jang Shan could no longer contain his excitement and stepped forward in front of Erhu, saying, Move aside, watch me. Then, he swung a fist and shouted, Demonic fist spans 800 miles. With that punch, Jang Shan shattered the ground beneath them. Smoke billowed up, and along with it, wooden planks and rubble flew into the air.
The underground house collapsed, and several rays of light shot out from inside. 3 blood robes flew up and landed in front of Jang Shan and Hu. The head of the demon was affixed with a talisman on its forehead. It bared its teeth and grinned mischievously. The second one was a female ghost, whose eyes were wrapped with a talisman. The third one was a demon with blood-red eyes and a pitch-black face. Hu anxiously said, "This is troublesome, 3 blood robes at once?" But before he could finish speaking, Jang Shan quickly leapt away, leaving behind a remark, "You only need to deal with one. The other 2 are mine." He charged toward the 2 demons with heart-shaped eyes. However, by the time Jang Shan arrived, the demons had disappeared. He let out a disappointed exclamation. That was fast. Suddenly, a demon appeared above him, kicking Jang Shan in the face while saying, "Humans are truly disgusting." The remaining female demon also rushed forward, kicking the other side of his face while shouting, "Kill him." The 2 demons then closed in on each other, burying him beneath them, and then, in unison, they attacked Jang Shan, sending him crashing to the ground. The force of their strike sent him face first into the earth. Moments later, he lay on the ground, panting, and murmured, "I was careless, transform into a demon Jin Lord." A powerful surge of energy erupted from his position, sending everything around him flying into the air. The 2 demons quickly jumped away, raising their hands to shield themselves. At that moment, Jang Shan sat up, his expression grim. His face had transformed into a strange green shape, his eyes were glowing brightly, and his mouth revealed several sharp teeth. A horn had sprouted from his head, and black claws began to appear on his hands. At this moment, Jang Shan, tall and imposing, wore a cunning smile as he placed his 2 claws on the heads of the 2 female demons and said, "You 2 are too mischievous." Then, with 1 demon in each hand, he threw them straight ahead with such force that it created a massive cloud of smoke. The 2 demons landed sprawled on the ground, leaving cracks where they hit. Jang Shan scratched his face, sneering with disdain. "Is that all? They're not dead yet, are they? I haven't even gathered any demon energy. Come on, get up. I'm waiting for you too," he said, as he placed his hand in front of the trembling demons. Meanwhile, Hu was on edge as he faced the remaining demon. His face bore several wounds, and suddenly, a puppet flew in front of him, causing his anger to flare. "Again? Can I only keep running?" he said, dodging as he thought about trying a risky move. His hand clenched into a fist, surrounded by a surge of power. As Hu struggled to run, the puppet reappeared, circling a tree and chasing after him. Later, it led that demon to chase after Hu as well. Upon seeing this, he concluded, as expected, "It followed me here." Suddenly, the hand enveloped in his flames tightly grasped the effigy. He quickly thrust the effigy into the hat of the red-eyed demon. The demon suddenly screamed in fear, "This can't be happening." On top of its hat, strands began to appear. Then, yellow roots sprouted from the demon's body. These roots seemed to have awareness. They crawled around on the ground. The demon cried out in pain, "Ah!" Hu frowned at the sight. In front of him, there was a loud explosion, and a mutated demon appeared, now colossal, its body covered in veins. The demon spoke, "You've activated my full form." Meanwhile, Jang Shan, looking down at his own body, complained, "Now that I have time to carefully assess, I realize this form looks almost naked. Don't tell me I look like a pervert in this state?" Temporarily undoing the appearance of his transform into a demon state, he felt like a pervert in that form, so he reverted to his normal appearance. At that moment, the female demon who had placed a talisman on her eye spoke, "Change back into human form, now's the perfect opportunity." The female demon who had placed a talisman on her forehead seemed more confused and simply replied, "Oh." Seeing the 2 demons rushing toward him to attack, Jang Shan smirked wickedly. Truly a great deal to take advantage of. He kept blocking the demons' attacks with his hands while smiling contentedly, saying, "Haha, this is more like it." Just like that, demon energy surged relentlessly. When people are beaten, they worry about retaliating, but the more my brother is struck, the more excited he becomes. After a while, the female ghost, Chubai, was far away, and shortly after, the female ghost who had placed a talisman on her eyes met the same fate. At this point, Jang Shan was incredibly excited, clenching his fists tightly, saying, "Come on, bring it on."
The female ghost, Chu, widened her eyes and turned to ask her companion, "Shall we use that move?"
The ghost with the blindfold nodded in agreement.
Yes.
Then, a liquid substance began to flow out from one of her sleeves. The other sleeve of the female ghost also released the same liquid. After that, the two ghosts pressed their sleeves together, causing the liquid to merge. The liquid kept growing in volume, and from within, sharp spikes began to sprout. Soon, the two ghosts separated, creating something that resembled a spiky staff.
Jang Shan frowned when he saw the sharp spikes. He ran and muttered, "Oh damn."
He ran into the forest, blocking their line of sight, and then dashed straight into the garden to escape from the spiky weapon. But when Jang Shan looked back, he was horrified to see the spiky staff chasing right behind him. He tried to run as fast as he could, keeping his head low. The spikes, when swung, easily cut down even the large trees in their path. However, Jang Shan stopped and mocked himself, what a disgrace, being chased by two little ghosts. At this point, the two ghosts were still hot on his heels.
Jang Shan immediately transformed back into his transform into a demon form.
He let out an excited smile and said, "Then I'll be a bit more serious."
Spirit Fox's first sense, Jang Shan's entire body had returned to the same state as before.
He didn't remain still and waited for the two demons to attack with their weapons. The sharp horn on his head successfully sliced a mark on the body of the spiked staff. From it, a purple liquid spurted out. But it didn't stop there. Jang Shan continued to spin the thorn wire around his horn.
He excitedly spoke, transforming into a coil machine. The two demons were now spinning in confusion, screaming, "Aaa."
Soon, both collided with each other as the wire tightened. Jang Shan, his cheeks flushed, looked down at the two demons and grinned in a twisted manner.
"Ha ha ha."
Then, he put more force into it, turning the wire into a whirlwind, shouting excitedly, "Spin more, spin until you die."
A moment later, both demons were impaled on Jang Shan's thick, sharp horn.
The system notification appeared, "The demon slayer has died, demon energy plus 1699. The blindfolded demon has died, demon energy plus 1699. The two demon corpses now lay sprawled on the ground.
Jang Shan transformed back into his human form, feeling worried and wondering what was happening on Erhu's side.
From Erhu's side, it was conveyed that he had been squeezed tightly by the giant hand of the demon, his upper body crushed. His clothes were torn to shreds, and blood flowed down from his head in streams. He was exhausted at this moment, closing his eyes, when suddenly Erhu opened his eyes wide, then with all his strength, he broke free from the demon's giant hand.
The demon continued to swing its fist towards him, saying, "You think escaping from me means you can run away?"
Erhu was struck by a massive punch to the face, his face now covered with countless wounds. He spoke, incoherently, with no clear meaning, "Leaving is fine." As he spoke, he swung a punch at the demon's chin.
The demon, now enraged, had a fiery anger blazing behind it. It retorted, "I don't understand what you're saying. You think you're bullying me, a demon servant, is that it? Stop talking nonsense to me."
It screamed, followed by a devastating punch aimed at Erhu's small frame. He struggled beneath the blow, barely holding it off. After a while, he lay flat, as if about to give up, and muttered, "Indeed, I still can't defeat Bloodrobe. Buddha, please allow me to accumulate some karmic obstacles this time." Saying that, he pulled a small weapon from his belt. The demon continued to swing its fist at Erhu, aiming to smash his head in. Suddenly, it froze when it looked down, seeing its skin peeling off in layers.
Soon, its body was almost completely exposed. Upon seeing the golden weapon, it exclaimed, "What? What is this?"
Erhu now had the face of a sage. He held the weapon in his hand, speaking in a deep voice, "The Bodhisattva bows, you have taken advantage of this." The demon, enraged, yelled, "You're truly disgraceful." Then, Erhu's eyes widened, and his mouth screamed out.
A moment later, Erhu raised the weapon before him and chanted, Yama lptt. As soon as he finished, he charged at the demon, who was taken by surprise. Erhu thrust the weapon forward, but the demon quickly jumped back, dodging the attack. At that moment, something black shot out from the demon's shroud at an incredible speed. Erhu swiftly raised his weapon as a shield, and when the object collided with it, it was sent flying off to the side. In his hand, the weapon was now engulfed in a fierce, blazing flame, attacking the demon. The demon was unable to resist and took the full force of the blow, falling backward, coughing up blood onto the ground. In a state of panic and confusion, it wondered, why is it suddenly so strong? At that moment, Erhu leaped forward to strike again and casually replied, It's not that I've become stronger, it's that you're the frog sitting at the bottom of the well. With that, he quickly muttered an incantation and struck the demon's belly, continuing, How could one perceive the mysteries of the Tathagata? The Supreme Vajra. The demon spat out another mouthful of blood. Erhu, now in full-on vengeance mode, threw punch after punch with all his strength. The force was so great that the ground beneath the demon cracked and shattered. After a while, the demon's head was completely gone, but its body still twitched. Erhu remarked, No head, yet you're still moving? Fine, here's another punch for you. With that, he delivered a final blow that sent everything around them into a cloud of dust and smoke. As the smoke cleared, Jang Shan appeared behind his friend. Seeing him consumed by a fiery rage, Jang Shan softly called out, Erhu. At this moment, Erhu's eyes were glowing a bright yellow, and he swung his hand around, shouting, Which demon is this? Jang Shan quickly jumped out of the way to avoid his friend's strike, shouting loudly, Hey, Erhu, what are you doing? It's me, Jang Shan. But it seemed like Erhu didn't hear him and continued to throw punches. Jang Shan immediately raised 2 fingers to his eyes. His green pupils focused on the scene in front of him, and he exclaimed, Oh damn, Erhu's been possessed. Before him stood a bald man with a muscular, towering frame, his upper body bare. Jang Shan concluded that the person in front of him was a Vajra warrior, seemingly at the peak of his power. Erhu's bright eyes were shedding tears, and both his mouth and nose were bleeding. Jang Shan was worried. With such an unruly divine being possessing him, it felt like Erhu couldn't hold on much longer. He had to save him quickly. Saying that, he hurriedly reached for the small device hanging at his waist, the demonic sound resistance. He tapped it with 2 fingers, and the eye on it slowly opened. The sound of the drum echoed all the way to Erhu. At that moment, Jang Shan felt a sharp pain in his teeth, and the golden yellow aura around him slowly dissipated. Soon after, Erhu seemed to snap out of it, looking up dazedly before quickly getting up. Jang Shan, now serious, stood in a battle-ready stance. Suddenly, Erhu extended his trembling hand and said, Looks like I still can't control this thing. The bones in his palm were broken. Only then did Jang Shan relax his guard, rushing over to his friend, anxiously asking, Erhu, are you alright? Erhu was sitting on the ground at that moment, smiling and replying, It's okay, I'll rest here for a while and then I'll be able to descend the mountain by myself. The main army is behind the mountain, you can go there and find them. Seeing that his friend was fine, Jang Shan quickly jumped up and said, Alright, I'm off then. Be careful on your way. After Jang Shan left, Erhu lay down on the ground, exhausted, his eyes tired. He looked up and sighed, Jang Shan is really strong, killing 2 blood robes and still having the energy to run around like that. The scene shifted to behind the mountain, in a forest. A large explosion occurred, and a group of people was flying around a pit, from which a thick smoke was rising. One person asked, How is it? The coffin must have been blown up, right? 4 men wearing black glasses looked down at the pit in fear. Suddenly, one of them was kicked in the back by someone's foot and shouted, What's going on? Is there a sure Shang Zi? It was Chenu. The subordinate, looking terrified, glanced up and replied, Boss, you should come and see for yourself. Hearing this, Chenu was also curious, peering down before sneering, It's just a small matter, why make such a fuss? But suddenly, his expression froze in horror. Below, there was a coffin, and on its lid, the words Kill all the men in the world were written. The scene shifted to Jang Shan. At this moment, he was still walking alone along the forest trail. Suddenly, he noticed the bloodstain from earlier. Looking down, he raised a question. Is this an illusion of mine? It seemed like there was less blood in the bowl than before. But then, he didn't care anymore and continued walking. At this point, Jang Shan had passed by a shattered house. Looking up at the clusters of red fabric flowers hanging on the wall, he thought, it seems like this place once held a celebration, but it also seems like there was someone who caused trouble here. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, then he quickly checked, slashed the nearby stone away, and shouted loudly, "Who?" At that moment, an old woman, tears streaming down her face, raised her hand and hurriedly said, I am the matchmaker of this village." Jang Shan was caught off guard and asked, "What happened to this house?" The old woman began to recount. The owner of this house had married a woman, the bride was named Jung Su Su. Rather than calling it a marriage, it was more like an arranged one. Jang Shan, feeling uncomfortable, said, "What era are we in, and there's still such a thing as forced marriage?" The old woman replied helplessly, "Oh, there are rules in the village, and the main reason was that her father was a gambling addict. To pay off his debts, he accepted the dowry, so he had no choice but to sell Jung Su Su to this family. After that, Jung Su Su ran away, and the bride was chased by a group of people. After being forced to the edge of a cliff, she slipped and fell to her death. Not long after, the entire family of dozens of people disappeared." She seemed to want to say more, her face filled with fear. Jang Shan asked, confused, "Disappeared? Did they move away out of fear?" Ba replied immediately, "It's not as simple as that. Someone had seen their family members go behind the mountain, and with a swish, they had vanished." Jang Shan, now somewhat excited, said, "Looks like I need to head to the back of the mountain then." At this moment, he summoned the system's camera that had just been mentioned, saying, "Let me take one more card before I go, just to be safe." Transform into a demon 2-star card? Tiger power, big money. Jang Shan looked at what had been summoned and helplessly said, "What's up with this system? It only gives me these cat-type creatures." The system, hearing this, retorted, "It's good that I gave you something. If you don't like it, you can take it back." The scene shifted to Chenu. He hurriedly gave orders to his subordinates. "Cover it up with soil." The subordinates quickly moved in to carry out their task. Chenu walked to the side, feeling displeased, and said, in the middle of the night, seeing words like these written on a coffin, "Truly bad luck." At that moment, another man appeared and asked, "What's going on? Is it sure Shangzi?" Chenu, irritated, responded, saying he wanted to kill all the men in the world. How could someone like him possibly have children? Ridiculous. Suddenly, a voice sounded. "Hey, look, it seems like blood is starting to seep out." The phrase "kill all the men in the world" became even brighter as it lay in the middle of the newly formed blood puddle. Then, a huge column of blood shot out from the hole, startling all those around. The drops of blood fell onto Chenu's body, and he disgustedly said, "TCH, should have known better than to wear a fur coat outside." At that moment, a girl dressed in a bridal gown appeared, laughing loudly, with a red veil still draped over her head. Surrounding her was a dense wave of demon energy. One of the henchmen pointed at her and loudly said, "The demon energy is so powerful, the preparations for battle are well done." Jang Su Su spoke up, "Men, why are there men everywhere? Just die already." As soon as she finished speaking, the heads of Chenu's henchmen swiftly detached from their bodies. Afterward, she continued to approach the remaining two. The man standing in front spoke, "Xiao Wu, let's team up to deal with her." Chenu then gave a sly smile and replied, "Boss, you go first. I'll provide backup." The man gritted his teeth in anger, "TCH, I knew this guy couldn't be trusted." Then, he turned to face Jang Su Su and said, "Fortunately, this is Shi-Tu Mountain, which works in my favor." With that, he slammed both his hands down onto the ground, causing the stones to tremble. He then shouted, and the strength of the stones caused the rocks beneath the earth to rise up, wrapping around his arms. After a while, his arms were completely covered in stone. Confident, he charged toward Jiang Su. The despicable Chenu stood aside, sneering contemptuously, "Can't find the guy, so you're rushing in first? What a brainless fool. I slipped away earlier. Ha 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 ha." Then, he hurriedly turned to leave. Suddenly, something slammed down in front of Chenu, sending him stumbling backward. At that moment, Jang Shan walked over carrying his mace and casually said, "You're not involved, move aside. If you get killed, I'm not taking responsibility." This left Chenu lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth, with a huge lump on his head the size of a fist. Back to the man, whose two stone fists were spinning in a circle, creating a whirlwind attacking Jiang Su. After a while, sensing the perfect opportunity, he threw a punch straight at her head. After taking the punch, Jiang Su remained calm and said, "This feeling is just like when I jumped into the ravine, really unpleasant." With that, she leaped up to counterattack the stone fists. The man had to cross his arms in front of him to defend. But Jiang Su easily grabbed both of his hands. He panicked as he saw the stone armor on his hands gradually cracking under Jiang Su's strength. After a moment, Jiang Su began reaching out to summon larger stones toward herself. Then, she combined those stones into a massive rock and said, "I also want you to taste this." Suddenly, the familiar object came crashing down where Jiang Su was standing. Jang Shan appeared with a cheerful smile. "Jiang Su, I knew you were behind the mountain." The man, feeling that he had been saved, expressed his gratitude and said to him, "Thank you for saving me. In the future, Jang Shan will definitely repay your life-saving kindness." Jang Shan glanced over in irritation, not allowing him a chance to respond, and quickly dashed off. Jang Shan scratched his head and watched him go, then suddenly felt a sense of regret, muttering to himself, "The Chen family, huh? I should have come a little later." At that moment, Jiang Su raised her voice and asked, "Hey, what do you want with me?" Jang Shan, with a mischievous look, replied, "I heard you're very beautiful, so I thought I'd come to find you and have a child." She, enraged, hissed, "Another man wants to claim me. Damn it, you all deserve to die." Jiang Su shouted while slamming her hands on the ground, causing cracks to appear in the earth. But Jang Shan swiftly leapt to the side to avoid it, then swung his mace down while saying to her, "I see your demon energy is quite abundant, let me absorb some of it." Jiang Su tossed a large stone at him in retaliation, responding, "Don't even think about it." Ha! Jang Shan leapt aside and used his mace to smash the stone. Suddenly, Jiang Su fired a barrage of large stones. Jang Shan dodged and weaved to avoid them. After a while, he ground his teeth in frustration, unable to get close enough to attack her. The large mace was slowing him down. Enough, Jang Shan decided, retracting his mace. He looked at the system screen, feeling annoyed as he said, "What kind of useless, monstrous ability is Dragon Taming River Wolf? Just looking at it makes me not want to use it. With my current strength, plus the transform into a demon card, using martial arts to solve this, she still stands no chance." He then jumped up and kicked Jiang Su. She was still struggling to withstand the massive force, and the stone beneath her feet cracked into pieces. After a few more attacks, I dodged Jiang Shan's strikes and managed to land a kick to Jiang Su's chest. She was sent flying to the ground, and Jiang Shan quickly chased after her. He grabbed her arm and excitedly pulled off the headscarf covering her face. "Let me lift your scarf and see." At that moment, he used his blue pupils to clearly see her face, which had two dark, hollow eyes. Jiang Shan stared intently at her face. Jiang Su, in panic, also looked up at him. The scene shifted to a bride and groom sitting together in a room, holding hands. The girl gently called out, "Husband." The man replied, "Wife." With tears in her eyes, the bride said, "I thought my father was going to marry me off to that rough man from our village. I didn't expect it to be you." The groom explained, "I convinced your father, paid off all his gambling debts, and only then would he agree to let you marry me. What's wrong if you didn't want to marry him? I'm just a poor, unfortunate woman." The girl, deeply moved, said, "Husband, you understand me so well?" Then, her red lips parted to call out, "Husband." The bridegroom smiled in response, "Su."
The newlyweds, both blushing, moved closer to each other.
Suddenly, Jang Shan, dressed in his bridegroom attire, cried out in pain, "Ah!"
Lingji had turned into a sharp object and poked Jang Shan's butt to wake him up, but he snapped, Lingji, are you trying to betray me?
Lingji, now sweating in fear, said, "Don't scold me, look ahead." He curiously asked, do you have something to say?
She had no choice but to turn into a finger and push Jang Shan's face back. As he turned around, he saw a set of claws reaching toward him. He immediately screamed before the claws could touch him, supreme demonic form.
Jang Shan quickly jumped aside to avoid it.
At this moment, he was truly startled by the strength of the attack. Suddenly, a girl dressed as a bride, fragile and trembling, stretched out her arms and cried, "Husband, I'm so scared," wanting to be embraced. Jang Shan, now entranced, looked at her with bright, eager eyes and reached out to take her hands. Once again, Lingji tried to cover Jang Shan's mouth, pulling him back to his senses. Jang Shan, now aware, quickly jumped back a few steps and said, "I almost got hit."
This is an illusionary force field formed by ultra-low-frequency light waves. There's no way to avoid it. Jang Shan then summoned the system and asked, "What about trying the dragon control technique?"
Jiang Su, at this moment, was still pleased with herself as she used her magic, saying, "My illusionary force field has no gaps. It's only a matter of time before you die in my hands." Suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning appeared from above, trapping her, causing her to panic for a moment. The strong wind forced Jiang Su to raise her hand in defense.
Then, raindrops began to fall.
She looked up in confusion, and while waving her hand to generate spiritual energy, she angrily said, "Damn it, thunder, wind, and now rain.
My force field is being disturbed." Jang Shan, from the other side, also stared blankly upwards. Is the so-called dragon control technique really just calling the wind and rain? After realizing the power of this technique, he smirked cunningly and said, "Hee, this is perfect."
Then, he kicked towards Jiang Su. Jiang Su excitedly exclaimed, "Then let's have a real battle in the middle of the rain." She was unprepared and weaker, so she took the full brunt of the kick. At this moment, Chenu sat up, rubbing his head in confusion. Why did I faint?" Looking up, he saw 2 people fighting.
He recognized that the one battling blood robe was Jang Shan.
Seeing Jang Shan continuously attack Jiang Su, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy." His eyes suddenly filled with fear.
Watching Jang Shan torment Jiang Su, he continued, "Is he really this strong?"
Xinji's death wasn't in vain. From behind a rock, he observed Jang Shan for a while, then angrily thought, "With my strength, there's no way I can kill him head-on." "Wait for him to make a mistake," she said. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck the ground right in front of Jiang Su. She quickly jumped out of the way and exclaimed, "That was too close." Then, she turned away and smiled triumphantly.
So much for being precise.
Jang Shan, standing next to a puddle of rainwater where he could see his reflection, replied, "Don't forget that there's rainwater on the ground too." As soon as he finished speaking, the puddle beneath Jiang Su transmitted the lightning, sending a shock through her. A few seconds later, the electric current coursed through her body. Jiang Su screamed in agony, tilting her head back and crying out, "Ah!"
Jang Shan, now holding his sword, happily asked, "Lingji, you've been waiting for this moment for a long time, haven't you?"
Then, he raised Lingji, channeling bolts of golden lightning into both the sword and his body. At that moment, Lingji's eye gleamed with satisfaction, and it cheered, I can finally speak again.
Hurry up and use me to rejuvenate her."
Without hesitation, Jang Shan lunged forward and sliced through the enemy's body, responding, "As you wish." After dealing with Blood Robe, he smiled gently at Lingji and said, "It's done." Suddenly, the eye of Lingji looked over Jang Shan's shoulder and warned, "Hey, there's someone behind you trying to ambush you." Jang Shan swiftly swung his sword and turned around, his face darkening as he asked, "Trying to ambush me?
Do you want to die?"
At this moment, Chenu was horrified and leaned back to avoid the sword. Jang Shan used a spell, and Chenu, now scared, fell down and hurriedly explained, No, it's just a misunderstanding. I came to thank you for saving my life."
Jang Shan remained serious and asked, "What are you here for?"
He replied humbly, "Zhang Hongwu's sister told us to come investigate Shi Shangzi."
Jang Shan asked again, "Did the bald guy who ran off earlier come with you?" He immediately answered, "Yes, that's my brother. He left me behind."
At this point, Zhang Shan, feeling displeased, got closer and looked at him with disdain. The Qin family selling out their own kin was truly a family trait.
Chenu panicked and replied, "No, no, no, I'm a good person."
Sweat poured down his face non-stop. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Does Zhang Shan know something?
Why is he mocking me like this?" Jang Shan asked once more, "By the way, what exactly is Shi Shangzi that you're investigating?"
Chenu replied, "Elder Yao is a famous worker who recovers bodies from all the villages around here. One day, he recovered a female corpse with blood-red markings. After retrieving it, he discovered that the woman was pregnant, and the child might still be alive. According to the customs of the previous life, he saved the body and took it back to his home to help deliver the baby.
This is the origin of Shi Shangzi."
Jang Shan, confused, exclaimed, "How could he possibly do something like this?" Chenu explained again, "In the old days, those who retrieved corpses were also considered a part of the mysterious people.
Their methods were strange, not accepted by the orthodox way, and were regarded as a taboo." Jang Shan asked in confusion, "Then what happened?"
This made him nervously recall the past. Chenu raised a broken sword and said, "Zhang Hongwu, sister, discovered a clue and told us to go to the back of the mountain to search for the whereabouts of Shi Shangzi." Then the sword in his hand suddenly turned into a phone.
"Ah, no, I grabbed the wrong thing."
He quickly corrected himself. Sister Jiang traveled all the way to the North Village to search for the corpse retrieval worker as part of her mission. When she found him, he was already dead. Not only was the man dead, but the female corpse was also missing. So the teams were split up to look for any clues.
Jang Shan then recalled the bowl of blood by the roadside and asked, "Oh, right, when you all were searching, did you find a bowl of blood in front of every house?"
He answered, a bit fearful, that was the blood the villagers willingly offered because they were afraid of the blood corpse rising and causing a bloody storm.
Jang Shan hurriedly approached and gripped Chenu's shoulder, asking, "Are you saying this is blood offered to the Crimson Dead Maiden?"
Unable to withstand the force, he cried out, "It hurts." I entered from the south gate of the village, and the blood showed no signs of movement. On my way here, the blood in the bowl seemed to decrease a little.
Jang Shan asked seriously, "Is there still blood in the North Village?"
He answered, his face full of fear, "By the time Sister Jiang arrived, it was all gone." The sweat on Jang Shan's face was now pouring down like a shower. This must be extremely serious. It also meant that the blood corpse had had its fill in the northern village, still testing each bowl with a sip, huh? Chenu was about to speak again, but as they followed this path, Jang Shan immediately leapt into the air, cursing, "Damn it!" He jumped onto a rocky ledge to observe and concluded, the blood corpse has circled around to the southern village. Then Jang Shan kicked off again, leaving a patch of cracked earth behind. While flying, he gritted his teeth in worry. Chen Shui and the injured members are still at the southern village. At that moment, an explosion erupted in the southern village, sending up a huge plume of smoke. Within it, a group of people were facing off against a blood corpse. A young man with blonde hair, covered in wounds, had collapsed. Little Fish was in no better shape, with 5 people unconscious. Yang Shan, as strong as he was, had also collapsed beside his weapon. What appeared before everyone's eyes was the blood corpse, surrounded by a thick aura of demon energy. Her body was drenched in blood, her eyes were pitch black, looking utterly terrifying. From her mouth came a soft murmuring sound. The 4 members of Chen Shui were all extremely tense. Zhao Dinyo, seeing the blood corpse approach him, panicked, "Damn it, why are all these demons coming straight for me?" The blood corpse swung a fist toward where he was standing, causing the ground to shake. Zhao Dinyo quickly jumped back to dodge. At that moment, Chen Shui was behind the demon, holding 3 burning talismans in her hand. Without hesitation, she hurled all 3 talismans at the blood corpse. The talismans caught fire as they flew. Suddenly, the demon spat something out from her mouth. It pierced through Chen Shui's burning talismans and shot straight at her. Chen Shui was unable to react in time and could only remain motionless, watching as the creature attacked her. Suddenly, Zhao Dinyo rushed forward and took the blow for her. His arms were now soaked in streams of red blood. Chen Shui caught him and called out anxiously, "Zhao Dinyo." The blood corpse, meanwhile, continued to unleash deadly projectiles from its mouth. Zhao Dinyo struggled to hold his ground, even though he had already used the needle strike technique. He was struck by those projectiles and fell to the ground, becoming more and more overwhelmed, sinking deeper into the piles of rubble and earth. Erhu, worried, moved closer to him and said, "That's powerful. I never thought it would even shatter the boss's needle strike technique." Zhao Dinyo, in pain, clutched his chest. Martial Sect, furious, yelled at the person in front, "Jin Shan Chang, you had such a good opportunity earlier, why didn't you take her by surprise?" Jin Shan Chang, angry, retorted, "If I couldn't kill her immediately, wouldn't I just become her target?" Martial Sect was at a loss for words, throwing out a remark, "You cowardly little man, it seems we can only rely on ourselves." At that, she immediately focused her power into both of her hands. Using Flung Wounding Fist, she struck her own chest, injuring her heart, then punched both sides of her chest, injuring her lungs. With the third strike, she punched her abdomen, damaging her intestines and liver. At that moment, Martial Sect's body seemed to undergo a transformation. She spread her arms and legs, welcoming the newfound strength, and let out a cry, "Aw!" Erhu, standing beside her, was stunned by this sight. Her strength must be at level B now. The blood corpse was definitely no match for her. Large veins were now bulging on her arms. Martial Sect swung a punch at the blood corpse, her eyes now a deep purple. As her fist landed on the ground and rocks, they were sent flying in all directions. Then, Martial Sect mysteriously appeared once again, this time behind the blood corpse. At that moment, a clear sense of panic could be seen on the blood corpse's face. Martial Sect threw a punch into the blood corpse's stomach and shouted, "Die!" But suddenly, a flash of confusion mixed with fear appeared in Martial Sect's eyes. Her fist had struck into a squelching red mass, which then transformed into fingers that caught her punch. A blood-soaked figure emerged from the blood corpse's belly. Its bloody hand intercepted her blow as it calmly said, "I didn't want to come out, but with the situation as it is, I have no choice but to act myself." Martial Sect cried out in panic, "We're doomed." The crimson figure swung its hand and launched an attack at her. With a single punch, it knocked Martial Sect to the ground and sneered, "You can't even take one hit." Then, Martial Sect was flung away, crashing into a large boulder behind her. The ground shook and cracked from the impact. At that moment, the Shi Shangzi emerged from the body it had been inhabiting. It now stood face to face with the remaining two, while Chen Shui still clutched the talisman tightly in her hand. It laughed heartily and approached the injured Martial Sect. Waves of powerful demon energy surged from its body, spreading through the air. With arrogant disdain, Shi Shangzi said, "Stop resisting. You'd better obediently become my blood slaves." Chen Shui, seemingly drained of all strength, could only cry out in her heart, "Jang Shan, come quickly." And just as she had hoped, a familiar mace suddenly appeared, slamming down in front of the two. Jang Shan stood proudly atop the weapon, looking down at his beloved comrades. Overwhelmed with joy, Chen Shui shouted, "You finally came." At this moment, his friend pointed toward the Shi Shangzi and said anxiously, "This is a blood robe top tier 1. Can Jang Shan really handle it?" Upon seeing him appear, the Shi Shangzi revealed a pleased expression and spoke up, Another one comes to offer his life." Jang Shan turned his head to look at it, then smiled confidently and said to his teammates, "Everyone, retreat for now. This place is about to turn into a furnace." He immediately swung his mace down toward the Shi Shangzi and shouted, "Let's get started, little guy." But unexpectedly, the blood corpse controlled its bloodlines and jerked the mace out of Jang Shan's hands, yelling, "Get out of my way." Jang Shan quickly summoned his pet and said seriously, "How did the mace slip out of my hands? This is strange. Ro Lingji, make sure to hold onto me tightly." At this moment, Ro Lingji transformed into a sword and, together with its master, charged down to strike at the demon. The Shi Shangzi raised a hand to block. Suddenly, from behind Jang Shan, the lower half of the corpse from earlier appeared, with two eyes attached on top, looking both eerie and comical. He looked up and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it!" Suddenly, something appeared and attacked the two legs, sending them flying backward. At that moment, Qin Shan Chang, with his hands encased in rocks and dirt, faced the strange creature. He then turned around and called out, "Shen Shui, Erhu, hurry up and come help me so that the god can focus on dealing with the Shi Shangzi." Upon hearing this, the two quickly rushed over. On this side, Jang Shan and Ro Lingji were coordinating to attack Shi Shangzi. Its expression seemed to show impatience, and it immediately began to charge forward to counterattack. As Jang Shan launched his strikes, he sneered, thinking it was all due to Ro Lingji's small form. Who didn't know that Shi Shangzi's attacking power was incredibly strong, which made it a bit difficult for both Jang Shan and Ro Lingji to fend off. Then, its two legs merged into one, transforming into a sharp weapon that stabbed down towards him. Just as the sharp tip was about to pierce him, Jang Shan quickly extended his hand and struck the demonic sound resistance drum hanging at his waist. The sound from the drum forced Shi Shangzi to retract its sharp appendage and revert to two legs. It suddenly stopped and wore a cunning smile. Then, it flicked a drop of blood forward with a finger, pointed its finger to the ground, let another drop of blood fall, and shouted, "Blood wound." The drop of blood it shot pierced through Ro Lingji and struck Jang Shan's chest. He panicked and cried out, "Ah! Did it just shoot through Ro Lingji?" Regaining his composure, Jang Shan continued to strike the drum fiercely. "Tribute to the Black Ox, one more time for me." Shi Shangzi stood arrogantly, waiting. The power from the drum surged towards it. Shi Shangzi opened its mouth and screamed, "Eh!" But unexpectedly, it wasn't harmed at all. Jang Shan was horrified to see this was the chewing you drum attack repelled. Finally, he pulled out a card and said with an exasperated expression, "The collective mission is really exhausting, using 3 transform into a demon cards in one day." Then, Jang Shan raised something and shouted, "Transform into a demon head species." From behind him, 9 terrifying snake-like heads appeared. Eyes began to grow from Jang Shan's head, followed by a vision of countless snake heads twisting around each other, each one sticking out its horrifying tongue. These snake heads sprouted from the top of Jang Shan's head. At this point, his eyes had also changed, and the pupils were no longer visible. He then began to use his strength to extend the snakes further. The snake heads now attacked Shi Shangzi. Shi Shangzi created a shield in front of him, preventing the snakes from getting close. Jang Shan looked on in panic, feeling a sense of similarity to when his spiritual attack was just deflected. What exactly was happening? Truly, it's just some flashy, impractical trick. Let me cut all these off for you. While speaking, Shi Shangzi kicked Jang Shan's snakeheads, causing them to be severed with a single strike. At this point, Jang Shan tried to get closer to attack, but Shi Shangzi quickly controlled his shield to block him, making Jang Shan exclaim in panic, "Ah, not this trick again." Jang Shan gritted his teeth, unable to understand. Who exactly was this Shi Shangzi? Shi Shangzi arrogantly replied at that moment, "Ha, what's the point of knowing my origins? Aren't you still going to die?" Then it continued, "At that time, the woman, carrying a grudge, jumped into the river to commit suicide and was noticed by the river god. Just as she was about to turn into a ghost, she mated with the river god and became pregnant. Later, the child born was Shi Shangzi, with the power of the river god, and that's me." It spoke with a very eerie, terrifying expression. At that moment, a hand slapped its shoulder. It remained nonchalant, disdainful, knowing that I can control liquids and still daring to capture me? Then suddenly, the hand on Shi Shangzi's shoulder transformed into a gigantic claw. This made it momentarily panic. Jang Shan moved his face closer to it and mocked, "Such ignorance, truly terrifying. Haven't you ever seen Journey to the West? This is the 9-headed worm, son-in-law of the 10,000 Saints Dragon King. A little bastard child of the river god dares to act so arrogantly toward me?"
By the way, let me remind you, those heads you cut off don't affect me at all. That's just a form that appears when my evil energy overflows. Go to hell. With those words, he tore a piece off Shi Shangzi's shoulder with his bare hands, causing it to scream in pain. At this moment, the moon had risen high, casting its light down upon the world, allowing everyone to see things more clearly in the dark night. Chen Shui was setting up a path with talismans, while the legs of the blood corpse moved erratically behind her. Chen Shui then informed her team, "It's following the path I set up to get here." Meanwhile, Jang Shan used his two stone-like arms to grip the blood corpse's legs. It kept thrashing, making it difficult for him, and he muttered, "This thing's got a lot of strength." Jang Shan shouted loudly, "Erhu, hurry up!" Erhu, who had been hovering in the air, saw him trembling, struggling to hold on to half of the blood corpse. He pulled out a demon-suppressing device and said, "I can't control this demon-suppressing with both hands, it'll have to rely on free fall for now." Then, he released his grip, letting it fall freely. The demon-suppressing device landed precisely on the blood corpse's legs. Immediately, an explosion erupted. Jang Shan didn't manage to run away in time, and Huang anxiously shouted, "It's too much, too much." Meanwhile, Jang Shan was still excitedly cutting pieces of flesh from Shi Shangzi's body. He glanced at the two legs nearby and, in fear, cried out, "Oh my god, the lower half of the blood corpse is slowly disintegrating into blood." Jang Shan mocked, "You just kicked open his stomach earlier, and now you still have the nerve to call for your mom?" Suddenly, one of its limbs turned green, and it stood up, saying, "You're just the son-in-law of the Dragon King, how dare you compare yourself to the god river like me?" He was startled when he heard it. "What? The god river is manifested already?" Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared at the spot where he was standing. The whirlpool was incredibly powerful, almost causing Jang Shan to lose his footing. Then, a massive stream of water emerged. Jang Shan looked down at his feet and said, "Creating terrain that benefits yourself, huh?" Shi Shangzi suddenly lunged forward, attempting to attack him. Jang Shan quickly turned around, but unable to jump away in time to dodge, he had no choice but to raise both hands to defend. Taking a hit from Shi Shangzi, Jang Shan retaliated with one of his own. He then gritted his teeth and turned back, the snake's head opening its mouth to strike at Shi Shangzi. It quickly leaped backward to avoid the attack. At this moment, Jang Shan finally felt a bit relieved, thinking, "Finally, I've created some distance to have time to think about my strategy." He began analyzing, "The area has turned into a lake, it seems like this is disadvantageous for these people." The sight of his teammates gradually being submerged by the water made Jang Shan feel anxious. He immediately came up with a plan. First, he needed to drain the water, then he would deal with that person on the ground. Without hesitation, the snake head behind Jang Shan's neck plunged straight into the water. He used the dragon to suck up water, and the snake's body swelled up, resembling a hose sucking in water. Shi Shangzi panicked upon realizing this, as the water level was lowering. It then waved its hand, creating more streams of water, saying, "Do you think I'll let you achieve your goal? Use your life to feed my tsunami." At this moment, a towering wave was standing in front of Jang Shan. It could crash down at any time and drown him. Jang Shan struggled to hold it off while calculating. He must have already absorbed enough water earlier. He retracted the snake's head from the back of his neck and then shouted loudly, "Dragon King's Great Law 3. From the mouth of the snake, water that it had just absorbed earlier gushed out. The force of the spray was so powerful that it cleared away a large section of water in front of him. At that time, Shi Shangzi, feeling extremely smug, exclaimed, "Has this guy expelled all the water he just absorbed?" It then took a stance and said, "Now I just need to activate it once more." However, before it could finish speaking, Ro Lingji appeared right in front of it, causing it to panic and shout, "Ha!" Ro Lingji then bit the head of Shi Shangzi, which struggled to pry it off with its hands but couldn't. "Damn it, get off me!" Jang Shan had appeared from above, one hand gripping Shi Shangzi's head while the other raised a fist, ready to finish it off. He excitedly shouted, "Don't scream, just take the beating from me." He first punched repeatedly into the stomach of Shi Shangzi, then gradually moved to its limbs and face,
causing it to struggle helplessly, unable to resist. After a while, Shangzi lay exhausted in the water, blood pouring from its body, mixing with the clear water and staining a large area red.
Jang Shan stood there, watching it.
The two members of the Qin family had been observing from a distance. Qin Shanchang, at this moment, sighed, "What's the background of this Jang Shan?
He's so powerful." Chenu seized the opportunity to put forward his vile and dirty plan.
"Boss, Jang Shan has been fighting non-stop, he must be running low on stamina.
How about we take advantage of this opportunity?" Qin Shanchang immediately turned around and yelled, "You bastard, haven't you seen how strong Jang Shan is? Have you not seen how he dealt with an ambush? Do you have the guts to try that?"
Qin Wu, upon hearing this, turned pale with fear and replied, I
don't."
Then, he came up with another filthy idea. "However, what I meant is that we could use this chance to go pick some peaches." At this, Qin Shanchang smiled slyly.
"Now this, I can go along with." Qin Wu then quietly approached Jang Shan from behind and spoke, "Jang Shan, you must be tired, right?" Jang Shan didn't even bother turning around. He simply glanced at him, frowned, and asked irritably, "Why are you here?" With a smile still on his face, Qin Wu answered, "Isn't it because I wanted to lend you a hand?"
While Jang Shan was talking to Qin Wu, Qin Shanchang had sneaked up behind Shangzi, who was lying motionless on the ground, his face full of helplessness and despair. Seeing this, Qin Shanchang grinned maliciously and began to punch Shangzi in the face, joyfully saying, "I'll take credit for this blood robe elite." Shangzi, in pain, cried out, then, a loud scream rang out, and the water began to swirl again.
Jang Shan spun around, annoyed, and asked, "What the hell did you do?"
Qin Shanchang stammered in defense, No, I accidentally touched him."
At that moment, Shangzi created a massive whirlpool.
He screamed in sheer fury. The few people who were hoping to survive, including Di Longquan and Jang Shan, were now in utter panic. The water around him had turned blood red. In a state of shock, he exclaimed, "I can't pull my foot out." Qin Wu was being dragged down by the current, struggling to stay afloat. He raised his hand, shouting for help, help me. Qin Shanchang had already stacked stones to form a bridge, a Dulong stone bridge. He looked down at Shangzi and arrogantly said, "Is that all you've got? What's there to be afraid of?" Jang Shan, feeling speechless at this type, hurriedly tried to stop him. "Don't go any further." Qin Shanchang winked, gave a thumbs up, and confidently replied, "Don't worry, leave it to me." However, he didn't realize that a torrent of water was already rushing from behind, waiting to submerge him. And, of course, the stone bridge he had built from cracked stones began to crumble. The powerful wave surged, sweeping him away in a downward position. From Qin Shanchang's perspective, tiny drops of blood splattered out, and Jang Shan was equally horrified by the sight. Then, tears streamed down his face as he said with emotion, "I never imagined you would sacrifice yourself to protect me. The Qin family still has such great people. I will avenge you." Saying this, Jang Shan raised his hand, which held the seal of the Blood Star Furnace Crusher. The enormous mace, currently in a different location, sensed the summoning call and quickly shot toward its master. As Jang Shan's hand sensed the approach of his mace, he smirked and spoke to Shangzi, "If you like using storms to pull people in so much, then try pulling in my mace too." After finishing his words, Jang Shan's Blood Star Furnace Crusher appeared, striking down into the water with a powerful blow to demonstrate its might. The hand holding the Blood Star Furnace Crusher's seal swung heavily down, creating an immense sound. The crash of the impact rang out like thunder. The mirror demon, seeing the situation was beyond favorable, not just favorable but disastrous, immediately turned and fled in panic. Jang Shan, amused by how it was avoiding him like the plague, laughed and said, "Want to run?" He watched with great satisfaction as the demon fled. With that, he quickly grasped his spiritual weapon and threateningly said, "It won't be that easy," before preparing to deal with it. Down below, Marshal Sek staggered out of the spot where she had just been. She exerted all her remaining strength, dragging her aching body out into the open. martial sect was utterly astonished by Jang Shan's power, exclaiming in surprise, not believing that he had managed to chase down a blood-robe peak expert.
Was there such a master in their team?
Yang Shan, standing beside her, quickly stepped forward, clasped his hands in respect, and said, "He is Jang Shan, my classmate, who has always kept his abilities hidden." Meanwhile, in another scene, Jang Shan used his spiritual weapon to swiftly slash the mirror demon in two.
The unexpected event occurred in an instant.
The mirror demon screamed in agony as the upper half of its body collapsed forward. Jang Shan dragged his sword behind him as he walked slowly, still playfully saying, "Run, keep running." With a dangerous expression reminiscent of the mysterious cool guy before making a drastic change to avoid attracting attention from young girls, Jang Shan stared at the demon with a cold gaze and a sinister smile. He softly spoke, "Now I will send you on your way, so you don't waste any time. Reincarnation is also a kind of farewell, but the farewell from me is strange. It's a journey to the western heaven to seek scriptures, to be reborn and transformed." Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, causing him to pause. Turning around, he saw the old man who had just been fished out of the water, now standing right beside him.
The old man said gravely, "Wait, the blade will strike the evil spirit." The old man, still dripping wet, looked at him and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Not one to be easily misled, Jang Shan glanced back and warily asked, "Then who are you?" Martial sect appeared behind him, her face serious as she said, "He is the one who fished out the corpse I mentioned earlier." Jang Shan was taken aback. He recalled the scene of the man being submerged under the large basin, his eyes wide open in death beneath the water. "How is he here now?" Jang Shan asked, his disbelief evident. "But I saw with my own eyes that he died in the water." The old man calmly replied, "I used a little trick from Lao Men to avoid being harmed by Shi Shangzi." VT Ying, upon hearing this, suddenly understood and thought to herself, the cultivation technique of Lao Men. But suddenly, the cursed stick raised its head and, in an extremely resentful voice, snarled, "You will all die." The group was talking when the stick's voice interrupted, which made Jang Shan feel incredibly uncomfortable. He didn't even pay attention to it and instead, used his foot to stomp on the evil spirit's head, not just once, but he pressed down and grounded a few times for extra satisfaction. The spirit squirmed in agony, clearly uncomfortable from being stomped on, but unable to do anything. It could only make muffled groans. Jang Shan didn't care that there was a demon under his feet, he was only focused on something else and asked, "What is Lao Men? Why does this old man want to speak on behalf of the demons?" The old man who was fishing out the corpses replied, "Lao Men is a sect located along the Changjiang River, responsible for handling matters related to the river. Simply put, they soothe the river god. Whenever there's any disturbance in the river, they select unmarried girls with appropriate birth dates and send them to be the river god's wives. In severe cases, even members of the sect must go down to suppress the situation." Hearing such an absurd thing, Jang Shan was deeply outraged and said, "If someone wants to die, it's no one else's business, but to torment someone else's daughter like that is inhumane." Chen Shui answered, "That's right, that's why Tai Shan Wan couldn't tolerate it and directly wiped out Lao Men." The battle back then was indeed catastrophic. Just when he was about to eliminate the river god as well, he was urgently called back. After that, no one ever mentioned this matter again. The old man who was fishing out the corpses shivered upon hearing this. He covered his mouth and whispered, "Shu, don't say things like that. If river god gets angry, none of us will survive." Then he turned to Jang Shan and said, "Also, take your foot off." "Do you know who it is?" Hearing such a ridiculous question, Jang Shan scoffed and replied, "Isn't it the child born from river god's rape? Just earlier, it even bragged about it to me." Chen Shui and the martial sect were both astonished and exclaimed in unison, "The child of river god." The old man was extremely irritated upon hearing this. He said, "And you still dare to step on it? Let me give you some advice, don't do something you'll regret for the rest of your life. Once the child of the river god dies, and the river god gets angry, the entire river will undoubtedly turn into a demonic abyss." Hearing such a terrifying threat from the old man, Jang Shan broke into a cold sweat. He shifted to a serious expression and said, "As terrifying as that sounds, I thought he would be frightened and back off, but unexpectedly, he's the type who fears nothing. Jang Shan cracked a sinister smile, and while speaking, he stomped hard on the demon beneath his foot, crushing its head into a bloody mess. He arrogantly declared, "I must broaden my horizons." Seeing this, the old man, who had been retrieving the corpse, went berserk like a wild dog. He somehow pulled out a knife and charged directly at Jang Shan. As he lunged forward with the knife, he crazily shouted, "All the protection I've provided for years has been ruined by you, damn you!" Seeing the old man's murderous attitude and actions, Jang Shan was furious. He shoved the old man away with his hand and said, "Stop with the pathetic face, just get lost." As he tossed the old man aside, suddenly, a strange sound filled the air, signaling the ominous events that were about to unfold. The waves rose high in a bizarre and terrifying manner, like an enormous, mysterious, and shadowy wall with no escape. The old man, seeing such an occurrence, was struck with overwhelming fear. His face turned pale as he muttered, the river god is enraged." A tornado suddenly appeared from nowhere with an incredibly terrifying force, as if it were pulling everything around it into the vortex. Unfortunately, Qin Zhai was also caught in it. He was in a state of complete panic and immediately shouted loudly, "What is fate doing now?" Martial sect, seeing the situation was dire, quickly ordered everyone, retreat immediately. After saying that, she turned toward the water wall and said, "Exorcise demons of the riverbed, aren't you afraid of Tai Shan Wang coming here to destroy you?" There was no sound for a long time, but suddenly a powerful thunderbolt struck down violently. Seeing Exorcise Demon's reckless response, Martial Sect smirked and said, "You're so arrogant? No need to wait for Tai Shan Wang. Martial Sect will issue a death order to your Exorcise Demons branch right now." As soon as she finished speaking, the water wall in front of her suddenly transformed, revealing a pair of eyes and a menacing red mouth. It screamed ear-piercingly. Martial Sect took out a spiritual medicine from her safest hiding place and said, "What? Can't even defeat your own son?" She then placed the spiritual pill into her mouth. "That's because he's not worthy for me to use the essence spirit pill on." As she chewed the pill wildly, Martial Sect entered a state of intense combat readiness. Her eyes widened, and she dangerously said, "Today, we will both perish together." I thought Martial Sect would charge into battle and fight to the death with the river god. Suddenly, Jang Shan appeared out of nowhere, grabbed Martial Sect's chin, preventing her from continuing to chew. He stared intently at her rosy lips as she, surprised and bewildered, looked at him, unable to comprehend his strange actions. Suddenly, Jang Shan pulled Martial Sect close to him and kissed her. Martial Sect was taken by surprise, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato, while Jang Shan remained expressionless and calm. He had the demeanor of a man who had been anonymous for many years, and the passionate kiss was as quick as it was fiery, ending just as abruptly. So, Jang Shan kissed her to take the essence spirit pill from her martial arts. When their kiss ended and their lips parted, a muffled sound was heard, leaving those who witnessed it with much to ponder. Chewing the spiritual pill in his mouth, Jang Shan calmly looked down at Martial Sect. "Why did you take my essence spirit pill?" Jang Shan answered as if nothing had happened, "Even with elixirs, your condition won't allow you to defeat me." He turned and walked forward, but not without glancing back at Martial Sect and saying, "Actually, you know that, don't you?" Martial Sect, struck to the heart, was flustered, "But I still can't." With a reassuring expression, Jang Shan said, "Just leave it to me. If I can't do it, then you should take over." With that, he turned and walked away. After chewing on the pill for a while, a sudden surge of powerful energy surrounded him. Seeing the immediate effect and potency of the elixir, Jang Shan remarked, "Well, this pill does have some effect." After speaking, he turned around, ready for the upcoming battle. Looking at the boiling water in front of him, Jang Shan boldly declared, "I'll use you to test the full power of the transform into a demon card." He shouted once, and the snake behind his head sprang forward. It rapidly transformed and expanded at an unbelievable speed. Before long, it reached its maximum size, as large as that thick wall of water. The snake lunged forward, roaring dangerously and biting into the watery wall, causing it to tremble in panic. "River God!
The water wall bellowed in rage, reaching out its hand to match the opponent's movement.
But Jang Shan was one step ahead and immediately commanded the snake to bite his opponent's right arm.
Hearing its master's command, the snake swiftly redirected itself and sank its fangs into the river god's right arm.
Jang Shan ordered his snake to drain him dry for me.
Obeying its master's command, the snake ferociously bit and tore at its target. Everyone watching from the cliffside was stunned by the scene unfolding before them.
Wow! The river god's arm has been severed on one side.
They had thought defeating the two blood robes was already his limit. No one expected his strength to rival that of the river god. The martial sect beside them was equally astonished. Jang Shan's power was far beyond what they had imagined. Back to the battle, Jang Shan's snake then charged at the river god with wild aggression. After that, it coiled its tail around the mace behind it. The snake raised the mace and prepared to strike.
Jang Shan ordered it to smash him to death.
Hearing the command from its master, the snake swiftly gripped the mace and brought it down like a thunderbolt upon the river god. The mighty blow struck with crushing force. The river god was split in two. The sound of the heavy collision with the water rang out loud and thunderous. The river god was split in two in his own astonishment, not thinking that he had just been struck in such a way by Jang Shan. Jang Shan vaguely sensed that something was off here. He worried that he hadn't fully unleashed the power of his malevolent spirit level yet.
Was it because he feared drawing Tai Shan Wan's attention?
As he thought this, he became smug and cheerful. He shouted wildly, "Well then, I won't hold back anymore. Rolling Ji, another slash." After saying this, he used his spiritual energy to slash a long line through the river god, cutting him in half instantly. But suddenly, a patch of water appeared right in front of Jang Shan and his serpent, leaving them both extremely puzzled. From this pool of water, a man with an angry expression suddenly emerged, wearing a court official's hat and raising his head. Gradually, his brows furrowed tightly, and a look of hatred and anger flickered in his eyes.
It was easy to see how badly this old man had been provoked by our charm. Unexpectedly, wait for the old man.
Watching the person rise out of the water slowly, Jang Shan stiffened, standing in place, watching him rise like a sapling emerging from a garden in the clouds. Being stared at for so long was uncomfortable. Jang Shan grew irritated. He was extremely displeased and said, "What the hell are you staring at? Such arrogance from someone with actual power. Every time you speak, it's like spraying glue with each word." The system interface suddenly appeared. "You have no quality whatsoever." Demon energy increased by 15 points. The river god, wearing a court official's hat, stared at Jang Shan. Then, he suddenly spoke, "I'll remember you." As soon as he finished speaking, he spat water from his eyes at Jang Shan. The water came rushing in so suddenly that Jang Shan had no time to react.
I thought there would be a fierce battle. But unexpectedly, the god rushed in and sprayed water so that Jang Shan couldn't react in time and had to quickly retreat into the water.
He hid like a coward and spoke in a trembling voice, "When the great chaos arrives, I will crush you into pieces."
Truly, the demeanor of a coward, saying nothing but nonsense.
Seeing the frightened, tail between the legs appearance of the man, Jang Shan sneered and said, "My name is Jang Shan, don't mix it up." The water trembled violently for a moment and then gradually calmed down because of Jang Shan. Suddenly, Jang Shan trembled his hands. He seemed to be extremely exhausted, sweat dripping down his face, and he said, "After all, this is a place that benefits him.
If I really anger him, I might not even be able to stand up against him."
Standing on top of the snake, Jang Shan leaned back, sitting on its head, gazing at the sky as he sighed deeply and murmured, "Phew, when will I ever be able to defeat the malevolent spirit?" A moment later, the scene shifted, and everyone joyfully welcomed him back. The martial sect cheerfully said, "Jang Shan is back." While Jang Shan was putting away the snake, he finished and turned to speak to the old man who was retrieving the corpse. "That river god of yours is nothing special. Isn't it true that in the end, he still had to wag his tail and run away?" As he spoke, he pointed towards the river. Upon hearing this, the old man, half surprised and half flustered, exclaimed in shock, "How could that be? The old man muttered to himself, in order for the river god to quickly recover his demon energy after his near-death experience, I sacrificed the entire village for blood offerings. Jang Shan, upon hearing this, was greatly surprised. He said, so the blood-filled bowls placed at the doorsteps of each house. Was that your idea? Martial sect was extremely angry at the inhuman actions of the old man who was salvaging the corpse. She punched him, sending him stumbling backward. At the same time, she cursed, "Beast, you're truly worthless." Jang Shan stepped forward to block Martial sect, urging her to step back behind him. Seeing that she was being stopped, Martial sect angrily said, "Why are you stopping me?" Jang Shan calmly responded, "He has severely violated the strictest laws. I have the right to execute him." Thinking that his words might be an excuse to spare the old man's life, Martial sect was surprised when he added something that would soften anyone's heart. "Miss Yang, as a lady of the noble class, how could you stain your hands with such a trivial matter?" After saying this, he turned to Qin Jai and called out to him, "You, the good-for-nothing over there, come here." Hearing his name called, Qin Jai froze in place, staring blankly. He asked in confusion, "Did you call me?" Jang Shan, while pulling the old man along with a smile, replied, "Tonight, I don't see you being of any help. I'll leave this old man to you." Delighted by the interesting task, Qin Jai gleefully dragged the old man behind a rock and happily said, "I'll make sure to complete the task." A moment later, pitiful and mournful cries for help echoed from behind the rock. The Qin Hai brothers approached and said, "Jang Shan, this time I've clearly understood my own strength. I plan to return to the Longshan Pagoda and focus on my cultivation." Jang Shan asked with concern, "Is your arm all right?" He responded cheerfully, This is nothing. Without Brother John's help, I probably wouldn't even have my life left." After saying that, both of them flew off, mentioning that this favor could not be repaid in words. If anything were to happen in the future that required their help, they would never refuse. Sister Jiang, who was behind, also called out, "Jang Shan, right?" She then complimented, "Among people of your age, you are the strongest I've ever met." Jang Shan, not wanting to fall behind, quickly responded, "Among people of your age, you are the most discerning person I've ever met." As soon as he finished speaking, Sister Jiang took out a martial arts challenge card and handed it to Jang Shan. Holding the card in his hand, Jang Shan stared at it in confusion and asked, "What is this?" Sister Jiang gently replied, "I want to challenge you to a match. It's for after I leave seclusion." After saying that, she gracefully leapt away, not forgetting to add, "Off I go, this is just a farewell." Standing there, watching her figure fade into the distance, Jang Shan scratched his head in confusion and muttered to himself, "Does she really want to be beaten that badly?" Martial sect, who had approached from behind, looked at the challenge card in Jang Shan's hand and said, "A martial arts challenge card? You've really made a big move." Martial sect explained, in the martial sect, when disciples compete, if one loses, they must serve the winner of the same gender for 3 years. Jang Shan asked, "What if the genders are different?" Upon hearing this question, martial sect suddenly blushed and said, "If the genders are different, it's equivalent to a marriage proposal." After saying that, she poked Jang Shan and teased, "Sister Jiang is an old heir of the martial sect, you're in trouble now." Hearing martial sect's tone, Jang Shan responded, "As if I'm eager for that." The scene shifts to his private residence. The moon has risen high, and the surrounding atmosphere grows still and quiet. His system display appears with the host name, Jang Shan, Demon Energy, the transform into a demon card, and the item. Looking at the numbers, Jang Shan seems surprised. A large-scale collective mission, earning as much as 5,000 demon energy? After saying this, he was incredibly delighted, spinning the 3-star flower cards. These were the transform into a demon cards he had just drawn. Looking at the cards floating in mid-air right before him, Jang Shan said with excitement, "Everything from the sky to the sea to the land is here, just lacking the opportunity to break through to level B." Suddenly, his phone rang, taking his attention away. Jang Shan muttered to himself, "The money should be coming back soon." The next day, in the hallway, Jang Shan walked, hands in his pockets, making him appear very cool. On his way, he suddenly ran into Li Jie. With a bright smile, Li Jie said, "Hey, kid,
want to grab a meal?
As he walked past Li Jia, Jang Shan responded, "Nah, I'm going to check the progress on the milk tea shop renovation."
Following Jang Shan, Li Jia said, looks like you're about to start your own business.
Hearing this, Jang Shan responded with interest, "It's not finished yet, it's right behind the school gate, so don't forget to come support me later." The scene shifts to when he was walking under the schoolyard. A figure high above seemed to be watching him, and he could sense it, feeling as though he was being followed. He quickly decided to take a smaller path, hoping to shake off the follower.
The follower quickly followed him in. Inside the alley, there was no sign of anyone, and he spoke in confusion, "Where is everyone?" Suddenly, from behind, Jang Shan leapt down and delivered a kick to the back of his head. He said, "You followed me all the way here, what's your purpose?"
Before he could ask the stranger's whereabouts or reasons, the man was knocked unconscious by the force of Jang Shan's kick. Seeing the man lying sprawled on the ground, Jang Shan was somewhat surprised.
He said, "He's already dead? So weak? And who is this person following me?"
Jang Shan was in shock as he looked at the person.
He muttered, still in disbelief, "Isn't this the kid who was on the collective mission with me before?"
Looking at the bloodied, blonde-haired boy, Jang Shan spoke as he helped him inside his bubble tea shop. He encouraged him, "Hang in there."
The shop sign flipped over, and the owner was absent. Jang Shan gently laid the boy down and said, "Let's check your injuries first. My kick wasn't light, but I hope you're not dead."
After saying that, he took off the boy's shirt to inspect the wound. However, instead of the typical flat chest of a boy, what Jang Shan saw were two large breasts, tightly wrapped in a band around the chest, preventing them from being fully visible. This sight was utterly shocking. At that moment, the boy opened his eyes, showing signs of regaining consciousness.
Tang Yi is her name. She was extremely surprised and hurriedly shifted away, saying, "Jang Shan Grandmaster, what do you want to do?"
Seeing that she appeared as though she was the victim of Tang Yi made him somewhat uncomfortable.
He asked again, "I was actually going to ask you, what do you want to do?" Tang Yi hesitantly replied, "My name is Tang Yi, and I would like to ask for your protection."
Hearing such an unexpected statement, Jang Shan was quite surprised.
He asked, "Aren't you from the Tang family? Why do you want me to protect you?"
As soon as the question left his lips, Tang Yi suddenly choked up with tears, as if recalling some terrifying event that had frightened her. She said, "Actually, I am an orphan taken in by the Tang family and had to undergo harsh training. I fought for 10 years, giving my all to become an adopted daughter of the Tang family. But my true mission was to protect Tanghu, the second son of the Tang family." Upon hearing this, Jang Shan immediately understood the situation and continued, "But your master, Tanghu, ended up being turned into a pierced heart flower."
"Once you mention that, it's clear enough." Tang Yi gently replied, "That's right.
Once my master dies, I, too, will have to return to the Tang family and die as an apology." After finishing her story, Tang Yi cried uncontrollably, her eyes sparkling like those of a puppy, melting anyone's heart. She sobbed, saying, "But I don't want to die."
Jang Shan softly said, "But how could I possibly go against the Tang family alone?"
Receiving the cup of water Jang Shan handed her, Tang Yi responded, "Jang Grandmaster, that day, you were able to fight against the God River without losing ground. The Tang family certainly doesn't have the strength to match yours." Hearing this, Jang Shan didn't say much more.
He asked, "Oh, so you have a safe place now?"
Holding a glass of water in her hand, Tang Yi shyly responded, "No." Jang Shan made a suggestion, "Then you can stay at my shop for now." Saying that, he handed Tang Yi something that looked very cute. He gently said, "Here, change into this outfit. After you change, at least for now, I'll see a woman who's plump, with all utilities in place. Especially the shy look on your face makes it hard for any man to resist." She softly replied, "Jang Grandmaster, why does it feel so
strange?" Jang Shan responded enthusiastically, "Don't you know how to disguise yourself? You don't want the Tang family to discover you, do you? Just relax and recover here. If anyone comes, just make them a cup of bubble tea."
After saying that, he bid Tang Yi farewell and left.
I still have things to do, so I'll go ahead.
Watching Jang Shan's figure through the door, Tang Yi joyfully praised him. He offers me a place to stay and also helps me hide my identity. Jiang Grandmaster is so considerate, she happily accepted without realizing that Jang Shan was actually leading her on in a rather bold manner. Jang Shan walked down the road feeling incredibly happy and smug, now that he had gained an additional employee. He thought, no matter what her real purpose for coming to him was, at least for now, the bubble tea shop didn't need to hire anyone. Suddenly, a large figure appeared and blocked his path, causing him to bump into something hard. 2 guards surrounded him. Tang Xiong spoke threateningly, "Hand over Tang Yi." Looking at the situation, Jiang Shan thought to himself, one in front, one behind, they've come prepared. He decided to play dumb.
Tang Yi or Tang Er were not familiar with him.
Seeing Jiang Shan's demeanor, Tang Xiong said, "You must have some skills." Tang Yi, standing beside him, added, "But as for the matters of the Tang family, it's better if outsiders don't meddle." From inside the milk tea shop, Tang Yi was startled upon seeing the 2 family enforcers approaching. She was terrified, sweating all over, and nervously exclaimed, "Ah, the instructors are coming to find me." The 2 instructors, one with long blonde hair named Tang Xiong, a level C expert skilled in assassination, and the other with short green hair, Tang Yi, a level C expert proficient in torture, were coming toward her. At that moment, Jiang Shan casually placed his hands behind his back and slyly responded, "I haven't interfered."
"Can't you see my hands are still behind my back?" But it wasn't just about evading these people.
Jiang Shan was also using this time to summon his 2 serpent beasts. Afterward, the 2 snakes were released, with one biting Tang Yi on the forehead and the other biting Tang Xiong on the neck. Still keeping his hands behind his back, Jiang Shan calmly said, "Go find a master to help you with the antidote.
If not, you'll be broke in half an hour."
The 2 instructors, hearing this, panicked and ran off in a hurry to find the antidote, almost scared to death. But not only did they flee, they shouted back, "You wait for us." Watching the comically panicked figures of the 2 enforcers running away, Jiang Shan, far from feeling irritated, cheerfully waved his hand and mocked, "I'm still waiting.
If you need anything, just give me a call."
After speaking, he turned around and instructed Tang Yi, who was hiding in the milk tea shop.
"Stay right there, don't come out for now."
With her eye-catching, revealing outfit, Tang Yi cheerfully popped her head out, smiling and saying, "Yes, boss." Having settled everything, he walked alone down the empty street. As he walked, he pondered, realizing that offending the entire street wasn't exactly a good thing. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember someone, pulling out his phone and flashing a mischievous, sly grin as he said, "Just get Wang Tao here."
The phone rang for a while before it was answered.
On the other end, Wang Tao, with a wound on his face, was furious about the disturbance while dealing with his own issues.
He shouted, "What is it? Spit it out."
Jiang Shan knew he had interrupted something important, so he said gently, "Team leader Yang, as expected, you're a busy man.
I have a small matter to bother you with." Wang Tao, while handling his task, replied, "If it's something minor, don't bother me. I'm capturing Drought Spirit." Jiang Shan was puzzled, "Drought Spirit hasn't been caught yet?" Wang Tao responded, "That's right, and its strength has increased."
As he finished speaking, he quickly pulled a teammate out of the way of Drought Spirit's attack, shouting, "Be careful." The line went dead with a beep as Wang Tao hung up the phone to focus on his mission. Holding the phone, Jiang Shan stared at it thoughtfully, silently reflecting, "It seems I have unleashed a great disaster back then." The scene shifted to another place, the Underworld app, leading to the blood feud task of playing hide and seek in the extra lessons of the neighborhood class. Lin Wei held the phone in her hand, looking at the screen with a sense of fear. She whispered to herself, "The death of this child is a bit horrific." She gazed at the scene before her and felt a slight regret for having accepted this bizarre task. Suddenly, a shadowy figure approached, causing Lin Wei to jump in shock. She quickly took a stance, saying, "It's appearing," and drew the wooden sword from her back, preparing to fight whatever it was. Heaven and Earth Mystic Sect, Lin Wei is performing. She charged toward the figure and struck, shouting, "Behold my divine technique." Out of nowhere, Jang Shan appeared and caught the entire wooden sword of Lin Wei in his mouth.
Lin Wei was taken completely by surprise, exclaiming, "Jang Shan, I can't believe it's you, my teammate."
Meanwhile, Jang Shan, clearly uncomfortable, made some grumbling sounds as he chewed on the wooden sword, looking utterly pitiful. But then his eyes suddenly lit up, and his face gradually turned red as he stared intently at Lin Wei.
He was taken aback and looked at her with a gleaming gaze, muttering to himself, "Is this the Lin I know from school?"
Upon hearing his words, Lin Wei awkwardly twisted her body, lowered her head, and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Jang Shan enthusiastically replied, "Before embarking on a mission, one must clarify every detail, especially when it comes to the responsibility for one's own life and the safety of teammates." Hearing Jang Shan speak so fluently, Lin Wei found it amusing.
She said, "Then why don't you tell me the details of this mission?"
Jang Shan, a person who never read the mission documents, was left speechless.
Seeing Jang Shan's reaction, Lin Wei couldn't help but laugh. "Hee, I knew you weren't paying attention. Let me tell you something. There used to be a tutoring class in this building. They call it a tutoring class, but it's actually a place where kids are taken care of before their parents finish work. There was a boy named Zhang Ming who was born blind. One day, a bunch of kids were playing hide and seek together. Somehow, Zhang Ming ended up with his head stuck on a sharp iron rod on the fence. Everyone said that Zhang Ming slipped and fell, but there were no surveillance cameras, and the police couldn't do anything. A few days later, the teacher was found dead in the bathroom, killed by the showerhead. There was also a child from the tutoring class who had his eyes gouged out in a strange manner." After saying that, Lin Wei paused for a moment, then added thoughtfully, "To prevent the situation from escalating, Yama's hall immediately sent someone to handle it." After hearing the entire story, Jang Shan started to understand a bit more. He thought for a moment, it seemed highly likely that the death was unjust, and the spirit had come back for revenge. Just then, Jang Shan suddenly turned to one side as if he sensed something, and asked, "Who?" Both of them then noticed a boy sitting on the ground, doing something. Jang Shan spoke up, "Hey, little one, why aren't you heading home this late?" The boy seemed to emit a strange, eerie aura around him, and it was highly likely that he was a ghost. He replied, "I'm looking for something." Then he turned his head, revealing a hideous, wrinkled, and old face. "I lost my spinning top," he said. Lin Wei was utterly shocked. She frantically waved her hands and screamed, "A ghost! Oh my God, a ghost!" Jang Shan quickly stood in front of the beautiful woman, blocking her. He spoke softly, "Don't act rashly." Jang Shan confidently said, "My repeated experiences in dealing with demons have led me to discover that if you break their rules, the demon will only become stronger." Upon hearing this, Lin Wei was very puzzled. She had never met anyone who dealt with demons in such a stylish way. She asked, "So what should we do then?" Jang Shan mischievously replied, "Of course, you go along with it. If going along with it makes it uncomfortable, then that's even better." Lin Wei seemed confused by this. She sighed, "It sounds too complicated." Jang Shan said with complete confidence, "Just watch me." With that, Jang Shan approached the student demon. When it saw him coming closer, it asked, "Hey, have you seen my battle top?" Jang Shan glanced at its disgusting face, briefly turning pale, but quickly regained his composure and said, "Are you talking to your father like that? If you want to hear something nice, I'll take you to find your battle top." Upon hearing that someone knew where it was, the student demon jumped up and pounced on Jang Shan, saying, "What? You know where my top is? Take me to find it now." Jang Shan remained unfazed, arrogantly replying, "Beg me, call me brother, and then I'll think about it." Frustrated by the tedious bargaining, the student demon became extremely irritated. It yelled, "Tell me now, or I'll rip your head off." Seeing the demon losing control, Jang Shan realized that letting this situation drag on wouldn't be good. Jang Shan hurriedly looked around to find something that could salvage the situation. "What are you in such a hurry for? Your battle top is right in front of you." Upon hearing this, the demon student looked incredibly confused and asked, "Huh? This is my battle top?
It turned out that Jang Shan had grabbed a nearby gas cylinder.
He took out his spiritual sword and struck the gas cylinder, causing it to spin. Jang Shan asked the demon student who was standing beside him, eyes fixed on the spinning gas cylinder, "Look, isn't this a battle top?"
The system interface also appeared. Seems to make some sense, granting you 799 demon energy.
He then continued to strike the gas cylinder with his spiritual sword. But this time, he directed it toward the demon student who was standing directly across from him.
"Alright, let me hit it toward you." The demon student, blinded with excitement, stared at the gas cylinder and said, "Hee, my battle top." After getting the gas cylinder near the demon student, Jang Shan shot out a bolt of electricity aimed directly at the gas cylinder. This resulted in a huge explosion. The scene exploded right in front of their eyes, and the smoke and dust spread everywhere, creating a thick haze.
Lin Wei, somewhat speechless, muttered, "Isn't this going a bit too far?" When the smoke cleared a bit, Jang Shan happily asked the demon student, who had just experienced both pain and irritation from the prank, "Did you see if this was a battle? Does the system think I'm an elementary school student?"
Ridiculous.
Granted 999 demon energy. The demon student, who had been engulfed in the explosion smoke, coughed violently, and after regaining composure, it furiously shouted, "You're looking for death, aren't you?"
Before charging straight toward Jang Shan. But unfortunately, the demon student hadn't even landed before being struck by Lin Wei's peachwood sword, which had the ability to counter demons, sending it flying as if it wanted to ascend to the heavens. Lin Wei was now in a state of eager combat. She assumed a fighting stance and said, "Let me fight with you." After speaking, she leapt into the air, dodging the demon student's attack. While tumbling in mid-air, she said. Then, she threw her sword forcefully, piercing through the demon student's body.
"Take a sword from me." It wasn't just the sword, the demon student was also about to receive another gift from Lin Wei.
She tossed her peachwood Buddhist prayer beads, causing the demon student's head to explode. The demon student was knocked out and died flat on the ground. Looking at the demon student she had just defeated, Lin Wei felt a bit elated. It was the first time she had killed a high-level weeping ghost so easily.
Jang Shan also came to check and join in the fun.
He noticed something and said, "There's still a bit of breath left," then raised his foot to stomp down.
With a single stomp, he ensured the demon student's complete death.
Jang Shan's system panel appeared, demon student deceased, plus 999 demon energy.
Once everything was settled, Jang Shan turned to Lin Wei and said, "It's because I didn't break its rule that it couldn't use its rule power. Killing a demon student without rule power, of course, is easy."
Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Wei happily responded, "I didn't expect you, classmate Jiang, to have such deep knowledge about demons." The scene transitions to when both of them enter the school, and strange singing voices start to echo.
"Don't go up to the upper floors past midnight. When you go up or down, don't turn your head. If you do, you must offer your life."
Lin Wei could hear the source of these eerie sounds. She quickly took action, saying, "Let's see where you're trying to hide." She used her talisman to reach the source of the sounds. A painful ah echoed, followed by a loud noise of something crashing into the wall. The ghostly student had a beak-like structure resembling a speaker, emitting its painful cries. Lin Wei quickly used her wooden sword made from peachwood to cut through it. Seeing her demon energy being destroyed, Jang Shan panicked and thought, how could it die with just one strike?
"It's dead. My demon energy." He muttered angrily, "It's just a little girl who likes to sing, what has she done wrong?" Hearing Jang Shan's strange words, Lin Wei couldn't believe it. She asked, "You're saying this thing is a little girl?" Holding the ghostly student in her hands, Jang Shan replied, "Why wouldn't it be? Look at those big, round eyes, so cute."
Lin Wei quickly retorted, "No matter how it looks, it's still a ghost." After a brief moment of mourning for the ghostly student, Jang Shan coldly tossed it aside, then answered, "Even if it is a ghost, maybe all it wanted was to sing a song." With his hands stained in the blood of the ghostly student, Jang Shan raised his hand to lick it and said, "Killing ghosts blindly will only make more of them appear." Jang Shan suddenly turned into a holy figure, declaring, "We must understand that they resolve their hatred through certain means." Hearing something so interesting, Lin Wei was very curious and eagerly asked, "So that's how it works, what should I do?" Jang Shan led the way and said, "Look at me." The scene switched to another part of the school, where a promotional poster lay scattered on the ground. Both of them walked in, and suddenly, a piece of paper caught Lin Wei's attention. She picked it up and called out to Jang Shan, "Jang Shan, look at this, isn't this the way the teacher died?" The picture depicted the scene of the teacher's death. Holding the piece of paper, Jang Shan seemed to be deep in thought. Lin Wei continued, "This picture looks like it's from a long time ago." It was as if something had happened before, and suddenly a voice shouted, "Quick, hide, the ghost is coming to take people." Both Jang Shan and Lin Wei were startled, their hearts racing. Lin Wei quickly turned around and looked behind her. She spoke warily, "Here we go again." Seeing Lin Wei's tense and instinctively defensive posture, Jang Shan walked over, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her in another direction, cheerfully turning to say, "Don't rush, let's hide first and see what happens." The two of them ran to some place. Jang Shan looked around and cheerfully said with a mischievous grin, "This place is spacious, let's hide here." Jang Shan glanced down and under the table, he saw a small ghost girl in a yellow dress sitting huddled. Jang Shan clicked his tongue. The little demon girl sensed that the two newcomers were trying to take her hiding spot. She shivered, lifted her head, and said, "Sorry, there's already someone here." As soon as she finished speaking, Jang Shan turned around and heard the voice of a student demon calling from outside, "Stop hiding, I'm about to catch you." Realizing the situation was critical, he quickly squeezed into the little demon's spot and said, "There's no time left, let's cram into one spot." Jang Shan sat down, his large rear end pressing directly against the little demon's face. Feeling guilty, he tried to comfort her, "Sorry for making you uncomfortable, little sister." Seeing this, the system also ran out of flags and a message appeared, "Who presses there but on someone else's head?" Plus 999 demon energy. His rear end still sat firmly on the little demon's face. He said, "Don't be scared, little sister, as long as we stay quiet, we'll be fine." After saying that, Jang Shan turned to look at Lin Wei, who was nervously beside him, and asked, "Is the demon coming?" So thrilling. Lin Wei looked ahead and then asked with worry, "Classmate Zhang, can we just kill these demons and be done with it?" Upon hearing this question, which he absolutely hated, Jang Shan's face darkened. He gave Lin Wei a serious look and replied in an extremely displeased tone, "Let me clarify once again. Exorcising demons is not about simply beating or killing them, it's a spiritual liberation." As he spoke, the student demon suddenly appeared in front of them, grinning wildly. It pressed its face right against the spot where Jang Shan and Lin Wei were hiding, then smugly said, Hi, found you." Jang Shan and Lin Wei were so stunned that they stood frozen, like baby deer. Jang Shan, frightened, chuckled softly and said, "Did they catch us this quickly?" Suddenly, Jang Shan stood up, and a strange, eerie energy radiated around him. With confidence and an arrogant, smug expression, he said, "So, it's my turn to become the demon, huh?" His eyes widened, gradually gleaming with murderous intent and a thirst for blood. His cold, ruthless gaze was filled with cruelty. "Is this it?" Jang Shan warned, "Run quickly, or even a demon won't be able to save you." The little demon behind him stealthily crept up, sneaking behind him as he conversed with the student demon. It giggled, as if plotting something. Suddenly, the little demon punched Jang Shan in the backside, laughing maliciously as it said, "Sit on me." Everyone expected Jang Shan to roll in pain, but to their surprise, he clamped the little demon's hand tightly between his buttocks. Unable to pull its hand out, the little demon panicked, screaming in pain, "I can't pull it out." Jang Shan slowly turned his head, like a demon switching to killing mode. He looked at the little demon and said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance to run." With that, he twisted his body, grabbed the little demon by the head, and then crack. The demon's head was easily twisted off. He called it a reverse twist, referring to the way the little demon was killed. The student demon watched in shock, growing increasingly fearful of Jang Shan's power and brutality. It fled in panic, crying out, "Help! Help!" Jang Shan held his spiritual energy and chased after him, then he laughed like a demonic monster. The student demon, seeing this, cried out loudly, his face covered in tears and snot. He ran while shouting as if encountering a ghost. Boom, boom, he ran, destroying everything around him. But that didn't stop him from avoiding Jang Shan's claws. He quickly used his spiritual energy to strike down at the student demon just in time. Seeing the sword right in front of him, the student demon was so frightened that he became dazed. He shouted loudly, his eyes wide open in fear. Jang Shan eagerly chased after the student demon. His face flushed with excitement as he cheerfully said, "Hee hee, I'm about to catch you." Suddenly, a talisman stuck to Jang Shan's back, causing him to turn around in surprise to see who dared to do that to him. When he turned, Jang Shan saw Lin Wei exerting force to stick the talisman on him. She looked at Jang Shan with a sad expression and said, "Jang Shan, wake up." Jang Shan found it extremely amusing. He swung his sword to cut through Lin Wei's force, his face darkening as he asked, "What are you doing? Haven't I always been awake?" Lin Wei tried to explain with determination, "Then tell me, who am I?" Expecting Jang Shan to turn into some dangerous person or something like that, he unexpectedly did a 180-degree turn and became a soft-spoken person. He bent down, looking at Lin Wei's full, plump chest with an intrigued and appreciative gaze. Lin Wei quickly covered his chest and said to Jang Shan with a slight shiver, "With the way you're acting so crazy, I thought you'd been charmed or something." Returning to the main task, Jang Shan turned his head to look behind him and said, "I was just messing around, and the little brat's already gone." It turns out that while Lin Wei was checking Jang Shan's level of consciousness, the student demon had seized the opportunity to escape while no one was paying attention. Jang Shan had no choice but to go after it. He hummed a song like a madman while walking, leaving Lin Wei at a loss for words. It was past midnight, and the demon was playing hide and seek. The demon hid behind the door opened, and the soul was severed. A little while later, Jang Shan arrived at a certain room. He bent down to enter, searching while muttering, "Where are you?" The search seemed difficult. Jang Shan gradually became frustrated. He kicked over a nearby chair and yelled, "Come out here, damn it!" After kicking the chair, Jang Shan suddenly saw something horrifying right in front of him. The sight of the refrigerator sitting in a pool of disgusting yellow water made Jang Shan feel nauseous. "So this is where you've been hiding, and you even peed here?" Ignoring his disgust, he opened the refrigerator door in the hope of finding the annoying student demon, trying his best to stay alert despite the disgusting puddle on the floor as he opened the fridge. "Come out, damn it!" As he opened the fridge, what greeted him was a gruesome scene, piles of entrails and organs inside, a sight that was both sickening and drenched in blood. Seeing it, Jang Shan, a little tired, said, "It's all internal organs inside, probably completely rotten by now." He pulled out a piece of intestine from inside, and suddenly a voice echoed, "Boss, don't pull it, that's my intestine." Looking at the fridge, an eye suddenly appeared on the top compartment, glaring at him. Jang Shan found it absolutely disgusting. He was a bit scared and, feeling nauseous, said, "What the hell are you?" It answered, "A while ago, a demon said it wanted to play hide and seek, scared me half to death. I hid inside the fridge, and after a while, I turned into this." Jang Shan was a bit at a loss for words. He poked it with his hand and asked, "So how are you going to eat in the future?" The fridge demon suddenly bulged its eyes, and in its gaze, there was a hint of excitement and madness. The fridge demon jumped up high, shouting loudly, "Of course, I'll eat like this." The fridge demon jumped toward Jang Shan. It successfully grabbed him and pulled him inside. The scene looked bizarre and terrifying. Lin Wei was extremely frightened by the situation before her. She suddenly stepped back, trembling as she spoke while Jang Shan struggled and thrashed in this unexpected predicament. Jang Shan was slightly startled but didn't tremble or run away. Lin Wei quickly took out a talisman. A fire dragon talisman. She threw it and shouted loudly. The talisman stuck to the fridge and emitted a burst of flames. The fridge demon, burned by the fire, screamed in pain. "It's too hot." The refrigerator demon quickly regained its composure.
It opened both doors of its fridge and shot ice.
Lin Wei screamed in pain as she was hit by the ice it fired.
It's so cold, she quickly cast the fire dragon talisman.
As soon as Lin Wei activated the fire dragon talisman, an explosion occurred instantly, causing the demon to be blown to pieces. Jang Shan managed to escape and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the refrigerator demon subdued in front of him.
I almost ended up going to King Yama myself.
Before sending the demon to the afterlife, Jang Shan didn't forget to ask it about the whereabouts of the head of the demon too, who seemed to have run off somewhere. The refrigerator demon lay still, mumbling a response. I think he ran to the bathroom. Having gotten the information he needed, Jang Shan and Lin Wei left, leaving the demon to suffer and die on its own.
As they departed, he casually said thanks. Jang Shan didn't waste any time and immediately went to the bathroom.
Here's the bathroom. He opened the door and peered inside, puzzled. Is this where that teacher suffocated to death? As soon as he looked inside, his eyes were drawn to a greenish light from a stream of demon energy. He quickly realized that he was indeed seeing a demonic trail, though he couldn't confirm whether it was the head of the demon too.
An idea crossed Jang Shan's mind. He asked Lin Wei, Lin, can you set up a cage to trap the demon?
What's the problem?
Lin Wei replied.
This is easy for you, Lin Wei, she said, just use the binding dragon formation from our upper purity sect.
Jang Shan smirked, satisfied as he took out the rolling ji. Well, let's just wait for the rabbit while hugging the tree.
He threw it into the bathroom to attack the head of the demon too.
Rolling ji, go in and stomp on it for me. As soon as Rolling ji entered, the sounds of fierce fighting erupted. Jang Shan excitedly cheered, wow, this is intense.
Rolling ji stared at the head of the demon too with a fierce, murderous gaze, making the head of the demon to appear clearly weaker. Rolling ji lunged forward, wrapping tightly around the neck of the head of the demon too, choking it to death as its eyes bulged and its tongue hung out. With a final, tight squeeze, the head of the demon too was severed, blood splattering everywhere. However, at that moment, another demon appeared, its body covered in slime, draped in green silk, and with a terrifying skull for a head.
Seeing the head of the demon too's tragic death, the head of the demon long screamed in terror and immediately tried to flee.
It ran toward the toilet, intending to jump into it to escape.
I'll slip away first.
But unfortunately for it, its plan was thwarted.
As soon as the demon touched the toilet, its mouth fell open in shock, not understanding what was happening.
It turned out that Lin Wei had placed a magical circle around the toilet beforehand. Now, it had activated, blocking the head of the demon long and causing it to fall backward.
Just then, Jang Shan and Lin Wei entered the bathroom.
Jang Shan laughed triumphantly. Ha, your magic circle worked. Humiliated, the head of the demon long raised its hand, ready to attack them in retaliation. It screamed, you rebellious kids, you even dare to bully a teacher. The scene transitions to another place, in a room where a girl is sitting with her legs propped up on the table, scrolling through her phone to read a comic. At this moment, 3 eager little children suddenly appear on the table and say to her, Teacher, let's play hide and seek with us. She, busy with her phone, ignores them and kicks her legs, shouting at the children, go away, go play by yourselves. At the same time, in that space, Jang Shan is asking the head of the demon tower's child. If I'm not mistaken, she is part of the underworld, not fit to be a teacher. Hearing him say this, the demon child angrily retorts, don't blame everything on me. Out of frustration, the child from the head of the demon tower directly throws a punch at Jang Shan, shouting loudly, she's a teacher but doesn't take responsibility for being one.
Jang Shan quickly leaps up and dodges the demon's attack.
Taking advantage of the moment it pounces near him, he grabs its head.
Without wasting time, Jang Shan directly pulls off its skull mask and yells, where do you get the audacity? As Jang Shan removed the demon's skull mask, its body instantly turned into a slimy, green goo that oozed out onto the floor. Jang Shan, furious, crushed the demon's skull mask in his hands, disgusted by this beastly teacher. Seeing Jang Shan's actions, Lin Wei, a bit puzzled, spoke up, Jang Shan, are you also a sea-level powerhouse?
Jang Shan mumbled, pretending to answer, maybe.
The mission here is almost complete.
Then, he turned to Lin Wei and said, we just need one last child. Lin Wei nodded and said, let's split up and find them. After a while, the two of them, having made an effort to search, met again at a point in the room. Jang Shan carefully scanned the surroundings, saying, I told you we've checked everything, there's no one here. Lin Wei replied, I couldn't find anyone either.
Lin Wei had a strange feeling and asked suspiciously, is it possible that this ghost doesn't even exist? Jang Shan was also doubtful.
He took out his phone, double-checked the mission to be sure, and then speculated, it might be that the Hell app has a bug.
The two of them gave up and were about to leave.
There was no other choice but to retreat for now.
Suddenly, at this moment, the faint little ghost reappeared and clung to Jang Shan without him even realizing it.
It seemed to have become invisible, which was why they couldn't find it no matter how hard they searched. Soon after, the two of them, along with the ghost, followed Jang Shan as he made his way to the car and quickly drove off from the place. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jang Shan's mother casually asked Lin Wei with a smile, so, do all of you like sports cars?
I don't know where Lin Wei got the idea that Jang Shan likes sports cars, she said with a tired voice.
I thought you liked sitting in sports cars, which is why you bought this one. Jang Shan leaned back, resting his hands behind his head, and said casually, we're all wandering between life and death, focused on honing our strength. We don't really care about things like whether we like or dislike material possessions.
Lin Wei suddenly had an idea. Jang Shan, how about I take you to Upper Purity Sect? With the mountains backing it, the path ahead will be much easier for you.
Although it was highly likely that he would decline, Jang Shan still seemed curious and asked, does your Upper Purity Sect have ghost cultivation techniques? Does your sect suppress any fierce, bloodthirsty old ghosts? This question from Jang Shan made Lin Wei burst into laughter and exclaim, what you're talking about, only in Ming has that.
Jang Shan grinned slyly. And Ming, that's right, and Ming does have it. This sect specializes in raising demons and using dark arts. After talking for a while, their car entered a tunnel.
However, they didn't notice the warning sign above that read, road under construction. Inside the tunnel, it was eerily quiet as their car drove deeper. Inside, two workers were placing barriers and stop signs in the middle of the road. While working, they spoke to each other, quick, block the road and inform the higher-ups to come investigate.
This is too creepy. Could there be a ghost in the tunnel?
It had been an hour by now, and Jang Shan and Lin Wei were still speeding through the tunnel.
Jang Shan felt something was off, it didn't seem right.
They had been driving for over an hour and still hadn't exited the tunnel.
Why is this tunnel so long?
Lin Wei also sensed something unusual and began to sweat nervously.
Could it be the ghost is playing tricks on us?
Immediately, Jang Shan used his supernatural sight to check the situation. The tunnel seemed straight, but in reality, it was slightly curved. Not just a little curved, it had actually formed a circle.
Damn it!
So we've really been driving in circles this whole time. After being tormented by the ghost, Jang Shan smirked and decided to provoke it a bit. He stuck his head out of the car to see which damn ghost had been messing with them. Lin Wei immediately warned him, concerned, Jang Shan, be careful. Not seeing any demons appear, he shouted provocatively, and one crawled out.
Friends in the orbit, do you dare to step out and face me? If you don't come out, I'll destroy the tunnel.
As soon as he finished speaking, a demon shot across quickly, making him stare in surprise without blinking.
Fast.
The demon, resembling a clown riding a bicycle, appeared next to Jang Shan's car, grinning and challenging him.
The clown-faced demon even set the terms for this race. The loser would pay with their life.
Without wasting time, Jang Shan told Lin Wei to accelerate, signaling his agreement to the challenge. The speedometer on the car indicated a speed of 270 km/h, yet the clown-faced demon continued pedaling his bicycle, laughing. Jang Shan's car was still chasing. Inside, Jang Shan was puzzled.
Aren't you trying to race? How come you can't even get past 3 small laps? Lin Wei, driving frantically, said in panic, "My oil's running out, and she's sweating like she's in a bath." He felt it was getting complicated, so he pulled out the system and said, "Looks like we have to use some tricks." System, enhance the car. As soon as Jang Shan finished speaking, the system chimed with a notification. 3 demon energy points spent. Suddenly, 2 streams of blue and dark purple energy appeared around the car. A moment later, a large round tube resembling a speed-boosting device grew out from the rear of the car. Sure. Here's the translation. Indeed, as expected, a strong stream of green smoke shot out from the round tube, propelling the car to accelerate rapidly. The demon Sanluan, seeing this, bared its teeth, sweat beads dotting its face, clearly confused. Moments later, the car of the two sped off at an incredible speed, surpassing the head of the demon Sanluan. Jang Shan stuck his head out the window and sneered at it, "What skills do you have? Come at me, all of you." Suddenly, a patch of light appeared ahead, and the two of them exclaimed, "There's an exit ahead, but the space inside the tunnel is distorting." At that moment, the demon Sanluan's head turned malevolent, and an eerie aura emanated from its eyes and mouth. "I'm going to explode," it shouted, then surged forward at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it once again passed ahead of Jang Shan's car. After overtaking them, it turned back, sneering arrogantly, and said in a haughty tone, "Ha, you've lost." Jang Shan didn't say much. He extended his hand and called for the Shadow God's mace. A familiar aura emanated from his palm. The enormous mace appeared, passing through both car windows, causing the demon to panic once again. The shaft of the mace was positioned inside the car, lying horizontally between the two of them. Jang Shan turned to his teammate and shouted, "Lin Wei, pull the handbrake and turn left." She quickly complied. The tires screeched as they slid against the road, kicking up a cloud of dust. The car skidded, completing a sharp turn, and the mace swung along with it. The demon at that moment could only stand frozen before the trident that was coming towards it. Its face now clearly showed fear. Sweat, both from the mother and the child, poured out, and its eyes seemed as though they would pop out while trying to look at the thing hurtling towards it. The trident swung with great force, causing the railing on the side of the road to split in half. A system notification appeared, "Demon Sanluan has died. Demon energy plus 999. After finishing, Jang Shan got out of the car, his hands pressed against the cold air, shouting down into the abyss below, "Remember, don't stop at the mountainside next time, okay?" Lin Wei, on the other hand, looked at the cave entrance that was slowly disappearing behind the dense purple mist and exclaimed, "The cave entrance is gone." She then made a prediction, "This place seems to have some form of life." Jang Shan was a little surprised and, confused, asked, "What do you mean by life?" Lin Wei pointed upwards and said, "Look carefully." Both of them looked up at the top of the mountain, where a rock shaped like a demon's head stood. Jang Shan was still amazed, pondering. Suddenly, the mountain range demon above them trembled, causing stones and dirt to begin rolling down. Both of them felt alarmed. With a serious expression, Lin Wei turned to him and asked, "What is the mountain range demon?" Above them was a large rock shaped like a human, with a rather grotesque face in the middle. Jang Shan responded, "It's a mountain that has gained consciousness. Most of them are mindless beings acting purely on instinct." As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing thorny vines to form around the large rock above them. The vines began to climb up the rock. Jang Shan continued, "Don't be afraid just because it's big-headed, 2 or more can handle it." Soon, the vines had covered the entire surface of the rock, leaving only the human-shaped face visible, though the vines were still creeping upwards. Then, the vines suddenly grew sharp thorns, causing the human face to open its mouth in a panic, letting out a horrified cry. This is still Jang Shan's side. At that moment, he stood below, raised his hand, and gently used his wood technique to manipulate the saw mechanism. Immediately, the rock was tightly bound by the thorny vines, causing it to deform, and the face in the middle of the rock was directly blown off. The strange face began to fall freely. The stone limbs beneath were also constricted by the vines until they cracked open.
Lin Wei, witnessing this, gaped in shock, unable to take her eyes off the scene.
Jang Shan, with his head lowered, appeared the epitome of a carefree, romantic man, thinking that a true man never looks back.
As the dust and smoke began to clear a bit, Lin Wei, still in shock, unconsciously cried out. Jang Shan flashed a charming smile and confidently said, "This time, the display is definitely perfect." Suddenly, a rock formation from below where the two were standing started to rise, causing both of them to stumble in panic, barely keeping their balance. What emerged was another human-shaped figure, made from various large and small stones. Its face also had rosy cheeks. The two of them were standing on its head. Jang Shan and Lin Wei, both startled, exclaimed, "How come there's another one?" Compared to the previous one, this one's just a baby. She anxiously asked, "Jang Shan, what should we do now?" Jang Shan immediately reassured, pretending as though it didn't exist for the time being. Suddenly, the rock with 4 eyes on its face brightened up and shouted, "Son, where are you?" The scene shifted to the headquarters of Yama's hall, where images of buildings appeared. Inside a room, a brown-haired man sat, anxiously looking ahead. The person sitting opposite him slammed the table and angrily shouted, "Hurry up and tell me, how many people died in the tunnel at Mount Jodai?" This made him panic, and then cold sweat broke out as he stammered, I don't know anything, don't blame me if I don't say anything." A person from Yama's hall then spoke with a cold tone, accompanied by a manhwa demon that appeared with a wave of dark power. "If the tunnel isn't collapsed, then how did people die?" The manhwa demon flew toward the man, and he, terrified, screamed. Though terrified beyond measure, the man still held his tongue. I want to report you for torture and forced confession." At that moment, the mouth of the manhwa demon had already closed in on him. Nothing changed, and he was quickly grabbed by the demon's mouth, his head taken. The scene shifted elsewhere, where 2 men were standing beside a pile of rocks of various sizes, observing. One of them spoke up, "Grandmaster, look, why does the tunnel keep collapsing like this?" The other man, wearing Taoist robes, with a somewhat untrustworthy expression, replied, "Mount Jodai was originally meant to block the Yin death. After drilling through the mountain to open the tunnel, the Yin death seeped through, causing countless disasters." Unless he was speaking in riddles, which made the red-haired man impatient and ask again, "Unless what?" The Taoist quickly raised 2 fingers in front and responded, "Dig 2 support pillars at the entrance, I guarantee it won't collapse again." Elsewhere, in the lobby of a building, in front of the elevator doors, a man with blonde hair and familiar rosy cheeks stood. He was scratching his head nervously and meekly asked, "Boss, did you call for me?" The man with red hair smiled wickedly and asked, "I heard you gambled away all your assets, even planning to sell your wife and children. Are you still human?" He pointed to his own face and nervously responded, "I was going to sell myself, but no one wants me." The man with red hair, upon hearing this, coldly said, "I want you. I want you. Yours." At this moment, a figure of 500,000 appeared on the phone screen. The man with red hair asked, "Has the money arrived?" The blonde man replied, The 2 of them were now standing over a large pit. The blonde man looked at the number on his phone screen and couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the man with red hair stood behind him, his face twisted like a demon, saying, "Now, you can go with peace of mind." But as the blonde man looked down at the pit below, a sense of worry and fear began to settle in. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted out, gathering his courage. With clenched teeth, he jumped down into the pit below. Suddenly, a woman holding a child appeared. The child cried out, "Daddy!" This made the man with red hair unexpectedly turn around, while the blonde man panicked. Before falling, he desperately shouted at the mother and child, "Quick, go home, don't come over here." The woman now approached the red-haired man, struck him, and angrily shouted, "You are the murderer, give me back my husband." The child was still crying, clinging to his mother, using both of his little fists to pound on the man's chest while shouting, "Give me back my father." Suddenly, the man grabbed a shovel and said, "Dealing with this guy, I was saving your starving family who didn't know what's good for them. If you like that beggar so much, then go down there with him." As he spoke, he viciously swung the shovel, knocking both mother and child down, sending them falling. Afterward, he planted the shovel into the ground and panted heavily, huff, 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 huff. At that moment, a vehicle appeared behind him. It was a concrete mixer truck. He waved his hand as a signal, and immediately, from above the pit, the truck began pouring a stream of concrete into the hole. After checking the man's memories, someone from Yama's hall spoke up. "What a mess, just erasing your memory would be far too easy for you." Back to Jang Shan, he was still groping around the same rock from earlier. Lin Wei said worriedly, "Staying stuck like this isn't a solution, what should we do?" Jang Shan replied with some difficulty, "If it's hiding on top of her head, then for ordinary ghosts, striking the head would certainly result in instant death." The four eyes beneath them still glowed with furious light. Jang Shan continued, "Let's coordinate a bit." He used Fire Dragon Mansion to create a hole on top of her head. Lin Wei immediately followed suit. She pulled out a talisman surrounded by a red aura and placed it on the rock. Right after that, a loud explosion erupted right above the rock. Four eyes quickly looked up. Jang Shan, meanwhile, was controlling the vines and continued speaking. "After this, I will use the wooden knot technique to guide her head along the crack." The vines began to grow and stretch out around, covering the cracks on the head. The massive head gradually cracked open under the attack of the vines. Jang Shan spoke again, "That should be enough, isn't it simple?" Lin Wei was still stunned, staring blankly. Suddenly, Jang Shan became frantic as he looked at the system panel. "Wait a minute, the system isn't adding any demon energy." Both of them were now panic-stricken, looking at each other. Before them stood a humanoid figure, armored with large and small stones, but its head was missing. Its body emitted a light like flames. From the neck where the head was lost, a hole formed as if holding a stream of lava. It spoke in a sorrowful voice, "Return my child." Jang Shan and Lin Wei were both terrified, staring up. From within the stream of lava, massive plumes of smoke began to spread out. Then, the stream of lava began to flow downward, accompanied by a deadly voice, "Volcanic eruption." The two quickly jumped to the sides to avoid it. Seeing the lava flowing down toward the red car below, Jang Shan anxiously said, "Dead, your Lamborghini." Lin Wei, in a hurry, shouted, "What are you doing worrying about a broken car at a time like this? Run! This is not a task we can take on." At this moment, the two were positioned above the massive river of lava. Suddenly, Jang Shan calmly produced a droplet of clear water in his hand and said, "Rain dance technique." He immediately enlarged the droplet and hurled it down below, blocking the flow of lava that was rushing down. The red car remained where it was, while the lava began flowing around both sides. He exclaimed joyfully, "This technique works." Lin Wei looked toward the origin of the lava and reminded him, "Be careful, she's about to erupt again." Jang Shan seemed to come up with a brilliant idea and shouted, "Then this will be easy to handle." He raised one hand, his right hand performing the rain dance. His left hand held Ro Ling Ji, while the other hand held his pet. He then began to merge the two items in his hands together and shouted, "Fusion." Once fused, they created a strange weapon that looked incredibly powerful. It resembled the teeth of a fire hydrant-shaped dinosaur from the underworld. Lava erupted from its neck again, this time with more force. Jang Shan quickly controlled the weapon in his hand, using it to extinguish her. 4 yellow buttons lit up, and from the mouth of the hydrant, water began to pour out. The stream of water appeared rather small compared to the massive lava flow on the opposite side. Quickly, Jang Shan shouted, "Enlarge it." Another golden circle lit up. From the mouth of the hydrant, water continued to gush out with more power. And finally, what poured out was a stream of water shaped like a strange blue creature. It arrogantly stood in the air, balancing on the fire-fighting water column from the underworld dragon cannon. After that, Jang Shan began to issue orders, "Spray it into her mouth." Moments later, Jang Shan saw the lava flow had been cut off, and he was pleased, while the monster exuded a sense of fear. Then, Jang Shan moved upward and looked down at the pile of rocks lying peacefully in front of him. Jang Shan was still not satisfied, so he grabbed Ro Ling Ji and shouted, "Ro Ling Ji, continue transforming." At that moment, the strange creature had turned into a bizarre shape, with many legs.
While controlling the weapon, he spoke, "Have you ever tasted it? The pain I've endured, banana for you, flesh crushed to the bone, never to be reincarnated." While speaking, he swung the weapon down onto the rock in front of him. After striking, Jang Shan retracted his weapon and said, "Good job, Ro Ling Ji." The stone creature was now shattered into many pieces. Lin Wei approached and spoke, "This time, it's surely over, right?" Jang Shan waved his hand to disperse the smoke in front of him, and then saw a red crystal lying on the ground, which made him exclaim in surprise, "Oh." He picked up the fairly large crystal and marveled, "I didn't expect to find a stone that could withstand my attack." Lin Wei also pointed to the crystal and said, "It looks pretty similar to a shield." Jang Shan happily summoned the system and replied, "Well, it's pretty tough, but not very convenient. Do we need to create a system that can produce this kind of stone?" The system immediately responded, "You need to spend 1,000 demon energy." Without hesitation, he replied, "Craft it." Upon receiving the command, the system immediately crafted the crystal stone, and a notification appeared, "Huge stone shield +1, medium-grade demon energy." A picture of a solid, golden shield appeared. Testing the shield on his arm, Jang Shan then said to the system, "System, store it in my bag." Suddenly, Lin Wei felt a chill when she saw a grinning face reflected on the shadow cast on the ground by Jang Shan. She exclaimed, "Huh?" Jang Shan, confused, asked, "What's wrong?" Her face was now covered in sweat, and she replied, "Your shadow." Lin Yue pointed to the spot where the shadow of his head was cast on the ground and said, "It seems to have moved on its own just now." Jang Shan quickly raised his hand and shot a stream of spiritual power toward the shadow of his own. The spot on the ground where the shadow had been remained normal. He then said, "I told you, what's the big deal with a shadow?" Suddenly, a dark gray liquid shot up in front of the two of them. They both looked on curiously. Jang Shan scratched his head and exclaimed, "Huh?" From the strange puddle of liquid, a white, bulging head popped out. After a moment, it became more distinct, as though a copy of Jang Shan was being created from the mud. When the copy's body was fully formed, its eyes gleamed sharply, and it grinned slyly, saying, "You still figured it out." Then it stood facing Jang Shan and continued, "Look, I've become a person now." Jang Shan was momentarily stunned, then scratched his face and commented, "Good looking, but your gaze seems a bit lifeless." At this moment, the system panel raised a question from the demon, "Why didn't this guy ask how I turned into his shadow?" Demon energy plus 189. Jang Shan replied, "Why would I ask about that? Didn't you fall from the building as a kid?" The demon gritted its teeth and angrily said, "They bullied me because I'm blind, always wanting me to become a ghost. It's so annoying." Jang Shan, with an exasperated expression, asked, "Who asked you to do that?" The demon grew even more enraged and shouted, "Annoying, annoying, annoying." From its mouth, the head of a child appeared. It recalled when it was alive, playing with 3 other friends, when the boy had asked, "Why does it have to be me to become a ghost?" A bald-headed boy flashed a sinister smile, pointing at him and mocking, "Who told you that you couldn't see? Being a ghost doesn't need eyes." Then he began jumping upwards, continuing, "Come here, come and catch us." The others quickly ran off. At that moment, the boy was stumbling around, trying to find his way. The bald-headed boy from earlier was now cornered by the boy and backed up to the edge of the rooftop. He gritted his teeth, thinking anxiously, "I'm done for." The boy had already reached the bald-headed boy and shouted, "Gotcha." The bald-headed boy felt uncomfortable and snorted. Then he began to grin slyly, moving behind him and said, "Turn around and go straight. There's someone hiding over there." The boy, gullible as ever, followed the suggestion and started stumbling forward. Behind him, the bald-headed boy began to feel extremely pleased with himself. The boy, now overjoyed, stumbled towards the edge of the rooftop, shouting, "Where? I'm coming to catch you." And then it happened. His foot stepped into thin air, and he fell freely from the building, screaming, "A." Jang Shan, upon hearing this, angrily exclaimed, "Those people are really trash. The demon, with bright, gleaming eyes, replied, "That's why I want everyone playing blindfolded tag with me to come find me."
Jang Shan walked up, patted its shoulder, and smiled, "But I've already found you."
The demon swatted his hand away, grinning deviously, and said, "Isn't it simple? Just cheat, kill you, and be done with it." Jang Shan sneered and replied, "Foolish, you think just by turning into me you can kill me?"
In his hand, Jang Shan summoned Ro Ling Ji. "Then let's see," Jang Shan said as the demon, now holding a sword, provocatively brandished it. He immediately swung his own sword toward it. He continuously struck the demon with successive sword slashes, shouting loudly, 800 miles demon fist. The demon then grinned wickedly and repeated, 800 miles demon fist.
It then mimicked Jang Shan's strikes. Jang Shan switched to another move, thunder technique, and once again, the demon mirrored him with thunder technique. The two bolts of lightning now looked identical and collided.
Jang Shan followed up with Abyss Great Strike, and once more, the demon copied the Abyss Great Strike.
Suddenly, a talisman appeared on the demon's back, accompanied by a surge of energy around it.
Outside, Lin Wei clasped her hands together and shouted, "Evil demon, reveal your true form." Then she leaped into the air.
The demon sneered dismissively, as if to say, "Is that all?"
It turned around and loudly declared, "Majestic howl of the barbarian." Its eyes emitted beams of light that struck Lin Wei, causing her to fall freely through the air. Seeing this, Jang Shan frowned and muttered, "Mimicking me pretty well." He then paused to calculate in his mind whether he should stop using regular techniques to fight. God Spear and Kneeling Bull Bone had already been copied.
This was getting troublesome.
Suddenly, he lunged toward the demon, aiming a strike at its lower body while saying, "Monkey picking peaches."
The demon flinched, its mouth agape, and it felt a sharp, searing pain. All right, the demon did the exact same thing to him.
It also stole from him. Jang Shan was so frustrated that tears welled up in his eyes.
We could already see the newly hatched chicks.
At this moment, a streak of light emitted from the spherical building, signaling that the people from Yama's hall were flying away. The person hastily spoke, "Leaving a few ghosts in the basement will definitely bring disaster, they must be dealt with quickly." Meanwhile, Jang Shan was still struggling desperately with the demon. The demon, with its head trapped, screamed, "Stop it."
Jang Shan struggled to respond, "You stop first." Suddenly, a foot kicked the demon, separating the two. A person from Yama's hall looked at Jang Shan and asked, "Are you Jang Shan? Where are the ghosts in the basement?" Jang Shan grimaced and replied, "Those aren't worth mentioning. This one is not ordinary.
If you're not at least B rank, don't even bother."
The person from Yama's hall was stunned upon hearing this and exclaimed, "B rank, so it's really B rank."
Then, he unexpectedly took off his shirt and threw his hat aside. Revealed was a man with a muscular build, a slightly fierce look on his face, saying, "Captain of the Netherworld's recon team, Xiu Hong, at your service." It was over. He excitedly swung his blade and thought, "I've heard of Jang Shan's methods for a long time. Today, I'll practice with this shadow." Xiu Hong swung a powerful blow, and in that instant, there was a flash of panic. Then, Xiu Hong successfully severed the demon, sending it flying a distance away. After standing up, its expression became serious. Then, one of its arms transformed into a massive vine, whipping toward Xiu Hong. With his wood manipulation ability, Xiu Hong quickly swung his saber to block it. His gaze grew somewhat serious as the demon's vine-like arm had already attacked close to him. He tightened his grip on his saber and forcefully slashed the enormous vine into pieces. Suddenly, from behind, the demon launched a surprise attack. Xiu Hong struggled to raise his saber to defend, both of them using all their strength to press against each other. Xiu Hong was now sweating profusely as he blocked the demon's strike. Seeing this, the demon grinned smugly, but just then, Xiu Hong swung a fist and laughed. "In the end, it comes down to hand-to-hand combat." The demon also swung a fist and roared, "Come on!" The two fists collided, creating a massive explosion, with dust and smoke filling the air. As the smoke cleared, a large, sunken patch of earth appeared before Xiu Hong. He struggled to speak. My God, that's impressive. Then, he smiled with satisfaction, wiping his face as he said, we're both level B, but you're the first person who can suppress me. Jang Shan also smiled in return. After all, it's my shadow. Xiu Hong continued to lower his fists and advanced toward the demon. Come on, attack me. The demon sneered and said, such a hassle. Something strange appeared before it. That thing suddenly attacked Xiu Hong, leaving him no time to react. In a panic, he looked down at it and exclaimed, I'm done for. Then he was punched so hard that he was sent flying into the sky. Jang Shan raised his hand to shield his eyes, trying to get a better look, and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, that flew so far. Afterward, he turned back to the demon, wearing a scheming smile, and said, your shadow is mine. The demon arrogantly retorted from over there, hee hee, try beating me first. Jang Shan continued. A red object suddenly appeared in his hand, and he confidently said, you don't think you've learned all my moves, do you? The red object in his hand revealed a card that read transform into a demon. His smile grew increasingly sinister. Transform into a demon. At that moment, numerous strange-looking creatures appeared around Jang Shan. Entering the transform into a demon state, a powerful aura erupted from his body, causing his clothes to rip apart. A strange, large symbol appeared on his shoulder and back, extending all the way to his chest. Jang Shan's expression darkened. At this moment, a notification from the system popped up. Congratulations, host, you have received a random divine ability, soul capturing golden bronze. Jang Shan's eyes turned black, and he angrily asked the demon, do you recognize this move? The demon, now feeling a sense of fear, exclaimed, what the hell is this? I clearly latched onto your back and investigated everything, but there's no way you have this kind of power. Jang Shan raised his hand to his muscular chest and confidently replied, there's a lot you don't know. I have so many trump cards that I've lost count. The demon still sneered, responding dismissively, maybe it's an illusion you created. It's just a flashy trick to fool people. Jang Shan quickly used his hand to grip its neck. At this moment, the demon, in pain, stuck out its tongue and screamed, "Ah!" Then, he hooked his 2 fingers into its throat and said, only you have this taste, how is it? After that, he hooked all 4 fingers and pulled its cheek with incredible force. Jang Shan grabbed one side of the demon's cheek and spun it around in the air, finally using all his strength to throw it far away. At this point, the demon's vision was blurry, and its body slammed into a large rock behind it before falling down. He said clearly, just a shadow and still has saliva. Jang Shan walked closer and looked down at it, saying indifferently, let me show you something that will widen your eyes again. He then touched a dark spot on his chest with a finger. From that spot emerged an eye with a golden yellow pupil. A beam of golden yellow light shot out from that eye. After Jang Shan yelled, soul capturing golden bronze. The demon, struck by the power of the light, writhed on the ground, screaming in agony, "Ah!" Still, it struggled and said, I am your shadow. If I die, you will die too. Jang Shan smiled excitedly and replied, I really want to see what will happen without you. He then walked closer to the demon, speaking once more, increasing the intensity. Suddenly, the demon vanished from the ground. Jang Shan couldn't help but exclaim, can it really burrow into the earth? At this moment, Jang Shan opened all the eyes on the black markings on his chest and loudly instructed the control of the clock hand. The beams of light emitted from those eyes continuously shone down on the ground. He saw the demon trying to escape and couldn't help but feel a bit impressed. Oh, that's better, not bad. At this point, the eyes on Jang Shan's body stopped glowing, and he focused on using a more powerful move, concentrating to compress his firepower. The demon then appeared, waving its hands frantically and said in a panic, stop using it, let's negotiate. The system notification board displayed, the demon gives in. Demon energy plus 9,999. Jang Shan replied seriously, let's see. The demon hastily responded, I can continue to be your pawn. I'll do whatever you tell me. Jang Shan then asked, what if one day you betray me? That's why it'll be safer if I kill you. The blind demon hastily suggested, I can make a blood pact with you.
Jang Shan bent down, grabbed its head, and asked, What's a blood pact? Suddenly, Xiu Hong jumped in and laughed gleefully, saying loudly, Hey, I'm back.
Both Jang Shan and the demon turned to look at Xiu Hong.
Surprised, Xiu Hong asked, Huh? You two finished already? Jang Shan smiled confidently and replied, Seems like it.
It signed a blood pact with me. Upon hearing this, Xiu Hong was overjoyed and quickly said, My brother, you should agree to it.
This is really a good thing. Jang Shan asked, confused, What's so good about this?
He immediately explained, You must know that our Yin division uses a soul-sealing cultivation method to enter the body. In fact, this method is another form of a blood contract.
Forcing demons to form a blood contract with humans carries the risk of backlash.
Jang Shan, feeling discouraged, responded, It's not even a demon, just a useless being. Xiu Hong, growing a bit more eager and raising his voice, said, Brother, this is something rare and hard to come by.
This could very well be the legendary dual cultivation of demonic consciousness. Jang Shan, after hearing this, furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, Dual cultivation of demonic consciousness? Then he remembered, wasn't this the path Su Ling and Su Shao followed? He continued, Can you guarantee that nothing will go wrong with the blood covenant? Demons in Yin Ti often lose control. You can't compare this to anything else.
When a demon willingly signs a blood contract, it will die if its master dies. At that moment, Jang Shan still had his hand resting on the ghost's head. He lowered his face to meet its gaze and said, Then let's see for ourselves. The blind ghost nodded eagerly, agreeing, Okay. It then stood up and performed a very strange gesture, saying, Now, you and I should do this movement together.
Jang Shan extended his hand to mimic the action, and while feeling irritated, he reminded, What kind of strange gesture is this?
If you dare trick me, you're dead for sure.
Xiu Hong, watching as one person and one ghost performed these bizarre actions together, helplessly sighed, So this is how a blood contract is formed? This is the first time I've seen it.
The blind ghost, still hopping around, continued, Next, there's a very important incantation. I'll read half, and you read the other half. There's no need to be overly cautious, we're brothers once we meet.
Jang Shan smoothly responded, Just do it, I support you.
Their 4 fingers touched, and the result was clear. Each person held one half, and they were joined together. Both of them let out a slight gasp of surprise. A red magical circle appeared beneath their feet, with strange symbols, and a blood-red aura began to emanate around them. Once their connection was complete, the aura dissipated. Jang Shan looked down at his hands, puzzled. Apart from putting my clothes back on, nothing has changed. Suddenly, a shadow was cast on the ground, revealing a face with a smile, though beads of sweat dotted its forehead. It said, Boss, I will follow your every command. After seeing this, Xiu Hong was very satisfied and remarked, A ghost who can adapt to circumstances like this is rare.
Its future is limitless.
Jang Shan replied somewhat helplessly, Actually, I didn't really need this. Upon hearing this, the shadow's face turned pale with panic, and it hurriedly said, Boss, we've made a deal, you can't back out now. Xiu Hong, while picking up his clothes, sighed, As expected of Jang Shan, even Yang Chuan would have to admit defeat in front of you.
He scratched his head and smiled modestly, It's a misunderstanding, it's all thanks to Captain Yang's guidance.
At this point, Xiu Hong had put his uniform back on and reminded, Being too modest will come off as fake. Among B-level powerhouses, your strength is definitely at the top. Upon hearing this, Jang Shan smiled happily and replied, Since you think so highly of me, I do have something I'd like to ask of you. Then, he approached and whispered into Xiu Hong's ear. After hearing him, Xiu Hong immediately patted her chest, showing her credibility, and replied, Don't worry, I'll take care of this. After saying that, Xiu Hong quickly flew off while saying her goodbyes.
Then I'll go ahead. Jang Shan also waved his hand to say goodbye.
Then, he turned to ask his teammate.
Lin Wei, are you alright? She responded. Yeah, just a minor injury. Then, Lin Wei asked further, have you killed the shadow? Jang Shan, with a smug smile, said, I've subdued it, and even signed a blood pact. Upon hearing this, she was stunned, thinking that such immense power must have come from great effort. She realized that she, too, must strive to catch up with him and couldn't let him carry everything alone. Then, Lin Wei clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling, and with a joyful expression, said to Jang Shan, next time you go on a mission, can you take me with you? I want to improve alongside you. But Jang Shan quickly interrupted her, not wanting to work in a team. This directly made Lin Wei lose her excitement. She then fiercely asked, why? Don't you want to? Jang Shan quickly waved his hand in defense. No, not at all. Upon hearing this, she was satisfied, chirping, then next time, we'll form a team together. Jang Shan's voice carried a hint of helplessness as he replied, let's talk about that later. The two of them were happily chatting in the forest when the scene shifted to the front of a store named Extreme Bubble Tea. Jang Shan was just stepping through the door when he saw a noisy crowd gathered together. He scratched his head with a hint of amazement. Business is booming, huh? A group of guys were looking smitten and exclaiming. She's so cute. The bubble tea girl is gorgeous. Jang Shan immediately approached with an angry expression, grabbing two of them by the collars, one in each hand, and said in a low, threatening voice, if you want to buy something, do it quickly. If not, get lost. A short-haired girl with blonde hair, wearing a pair of animal ears on her head, saw Jang Shan and gleefully called out, boss. Her face lit up with joy, mixed with a bit of shyness as she looked at Jang Shan, prompting the crowd behind to exclaim, what? That guy's the owner? Did he save the world or something? Jang Shan pointed toward a direction and said to the girl, let's talk in the back. It's crowded and messy here. The girl turned to the others, flashed a cheerful smile, and announced, sorry everyone, we're closing early today. Once the two of them stepped outside, she asked, boss, what did you need from me? Jang Shan swiftly summoned an item before the girl's puzzled eyes and held it out in front of her. She examined it for a while and finally said, This is a Tang family's killing arrow. Jang Shan suddenly glanced behind him, remembering that he had felt something strange before entering. Sure enough, a few figures were hiding their two shadows from above, now cast down behind him on the ground. He continued thinking, if news about the killing darts gets out, the Tang sect's assassins will hunt us down relentlessly. The girl said sadly at that moment, in the end, no one could survive that night. Jang Shan, after hearing that, immediately threw the item behind him and casually said, I'm afraid they won't make it through tonight. At that moment, in the night, the moon had risen high, outside a house. Jang Shan was looking at his phone screen, smiling as he said, Society quotes from the internet, be careful with steel on your body. Suddenly, a puff of smoke flew into his room. Jang Shan, caught off guard, inhaled it, and moments later, he slumped onto the sofa, falling into a deep sleep as the strange smoke passed by. Jang Shan slept so soundly that bubbles appeared from his nose. At this moment, two figures appeared, standing and looking at him. The man with the rooster-like hair sneered and asked, Is this guy really a master? The man with the mask replied, Fake goods, right? Passed out this quickly. Suddenly, Jang Shan appeared behind the two of them, his face dark as he joined in, Yeah, this guy is definitely a fake. Did the two of them not notice that the man had no shadow? The two of them gasped and exclaimed, Not good. In a hurry, they drew their weapons and attacked behind them. But by then, Jang Shan had already vanished into the air. The blind ghost, in the shape of Jang Shan, was sitting on the sofa and spoke again, Have you all forgotten about me? The two of them, once again shocked, turned back. The shadow quickly used both its hands to attack them. The two of them quickly jumped back to dodge. The ghost's hands had turned into sharp weapons, leaping forward to attack them. Jang Shan suddenly appeared behind the two of them, his eyes wide open as he asked, Have you all forgotten about me too? Then he raised both hands, which contained yellow lightning bolts, and said in a playful tone, I will give them an electric shock to eliminate them. Afterward, the two of them, one fake and one real, simultaneously unleashed bolts of lightning towards the two men.
The clothes on their bodies were torn apart by the power of the lightning, and their wounds were still smoking.
The two men, drenched and unconscious, lay on top of each other.
Having dealt with the two men, Jang Shan made a phone call, happily reporting, "Team leader Chiu, we've taken care of it here."
Chiu Hong responded, "I will send the address, you take your people there."
Upon hearing this, Jang Shan agreed and, carrying one person over each shoulder, walked to the front of a tall building. Looking up, he wore an excited expression and said, "Today, I will create a storm to shake the heavens and earth, so they know who Jang Shan is." A magnificent chandelier appeared, and a man with a long face and a short nose, wearing an indifferent expression, appeared beneath it. Another person, a child with a round face and wearing two round glasses, was kneeling in front of the long-faced man, offering a cup of tea. A bearded man stood beside them and commanded, "Serve the tea to the master." Then, he bent down, speaking with a sinister expression to the long-faced elder, "Who shall Grandmaster, from now on, please teach my Tang Long more." The long-faced elder turned his head and reminded, "Elder Tang, don't forget the poison manual of the Tang sect that you promised me." The man gave a forced smile and replied, I wouldn't dare," but his face was already sweating profusely. Outside a door, Jang Shan had just carried the two men over. The two guards raised their hands to stop him, speaking in unison, "The private residence of the Tang sect is not to be entered." He then dragged the two unconscious men toward the guards and said, "Let the stick fly here." The guards looked down at the two men and couldn't help but exclaim, how could the bodyguards of the Tang sect be beaten like this?" The two men were now unconscious, lying on the ground. Jang Shan grinned with satisfaction and asked, "Not allowed in, huh?" Then he pointed to the person beside him and asked, "Well, can he go in then?" At that moment, a bald man appeared behind the guards. He gave a friendly smile and said, "Team leader Chiu, you've come all the way here. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Chiu Hong pulled out a paper with a search warrant. He began to read aloud, "The Tang family has violated the law by independently opening a gambling den, with a sum exceeding 1 million points in the underworld. According to the law, the responsible party will be executed, and the Tang family will bear joint responsibility." After reading, he rolled the paper up sharply and sternly asked, "Can we enter now?" The bald man was startled, his mind suddenly filled with panic as he thought, "Damn, who has provoked this young man with connections to Yama's hall?" Chiu Hong then said, "Jang Shan, let's go in." Jang Shan, grinning with glee, stood there for a moment before strolling forward with Chiu Hong, unconcerned with the bald man's calls, knowing full well that any misunderstanding would soon be cleared up. The Tang old madam would explain things to Yama's hall. Inside, at this moment, Hu Shao Grandmaster and the Tang old madam were exchanging formal salutations. The son-in-law, adjusting his hat, said, "Hu Shao Grandmaster, I offer you a toast." Suddenly, a guard rushed in, flustered. He whispered into the ear of the Tang old madam. Upon hearing it, she furiously crushed the teacup in her hand and shouted, "What?" She then turned to confront the man, "Why did you provoke the evil group from Yama's hall?" The man, somewhat frightened, replied, "It seems that the second young madam wants to take revenge for Tang Hu." She shouted again, "Then why don't they have any evidence?" But suddenly, something was hurled toward her, interrupting her words. Hu Shao Grandmaster, startled, looked down at the object in her hand, which was a dart. Looking at the dart, she furiously hissed, "That damn bastard, using a dart to kill." At this moment, Chiu Hong appeared and said to her, "Right now, it's suspected that they are secretly training death warriors, violating human rights and breaking the law. We will search the entire Tang family." Furious, she crushed the dart in her hand and retorted, "How dare you tarnish my reputation with just a broken dart? Do you think I have no dignity left?" Chiu Hong, with a grim expression, said, "Yama's hall acts without needing evidence." Tang old madam then turned to the people beside her and asked, "Yama's hall is bullying the Tang family for being weak. Gentlemen, can you still stand by and watch?" The first man, wearing square glasses, was the head of the Chen family. The second man, with a mustache between his upper lip and chin, was also the head of the Chen family. The third man, bald and wearing round glasses, was yet another head of the Chen family. These men all wore solemn expressions. At this moment, Tang old madam looked at the three of them with a panicked expression, as if seeking help.
Everyone had to help Tang to take charge.
Then, he glanced over at Hu Shao Grandmaster's side, anxiously thinking, this old man has saved me many times before, so why isn't he helping me now?
Does he think I'm not important enough?
At that moment, Hu Shao Grandmaster raised his hand to his slightly twisted mouth, cleared his throat, and said, Ahem, I guess I have to step forward today. With that, he appeared arrogant, as though preparing to teach something.
Everyone, listen to me for a moment. Jang Shan immediately interrupted, pointing at him and questioning, what are you saying? Do you think there's a place here for you to speak? Tang, do you have poison darts for killing? Are you too scared to stand up for them? He angrily shouted, Junior, you're bullying me too much.
Then, he exerted his strength, and a crane appeared on one side, while a tiger manifested on the other. After that, Hu Shao Grandmaster pointed at Jang Shan and shouted, crane shape. The crane opened its beak and charged toward Jang Shan, but he swiftly dodged and weaved around. Then, he spoke with disdain, a bird's head dares to be so arrogant.
Do you think I'm a pushover?
From his arm, shadows resembling crane heads emerged, launching an attack at the crane. Hu Shao Grandmaster quickly summoned a stream of spiritual energy as a shield. He raised both hands and yelled, lake shape. This spiritual energy was quite strong, dissipating Jang Shan's attack. Then he jumped up again and shouted, death to me. From behind him, a gigantic tiger with blazing red eyes appeared.
Jang Shan was not one to back down and issued an even greater challenge. Majestic howl of the barbarian.
The surge of power from his shout immediately dissipated the tiger behind Hu Shao Grandmaster. At this moment, he had landed on the ground, and now, the old and young were facing off in combat.
Jang Shan suddenly pointed at him and called out.
Beneath the ground, at the spot where Hu Shao Grandmaster stood, a red shadow appeared, grinning sinisterly, gripping his two legs.
Jang Shan directed his finger downward and commanded loudly, kneel before me.
Hu Shao Grandmaster's legs were quickly pulled by the hands, forcing him to kneel. Confused and panicked, Hu Shao Grandmaster exclaimed, to follow your command is the power of the Supreme Immortal. At that moment, Jang Shan shone like a deity before him. Then, he knelt before Jang Shan, much to the bewilderment and alarm of everyone around. No one had expected that he was under the protection of the Supreme Immortal.
I concede. I will no longer interfere with the matters of the Tang family.
With that, Hu Shao Grandmaster vanished into the air.
Tang old madam called out, Grandmaster, Grandmaster, please don't leave.
At that moment, a wave of ominous energy appeared before him, causing him to panic.
One of Chiu Hong's subordinates appeared, clasping his hands and reporting that the collection was complete. Indeed, the Death Warriors had been trained in the 8th level of heaven and earth.
Tang old madam then understood the situation and, in horror, said, so you're buying time for others to investigate the Tang sect's downfall.
Jang Shan spoke up and asked, do you have anything else to say?
Chiu Hong waved his hand, giving the order, take them all away, kill anyone who resists. This caused those inside to panic and flail in confusion. A light bulb on the wall flickered on, and suddenly the door to the room slammed down, catching Jang Shan's attention. The door behind Chiu Hong also crashed down.
Tang old madam looked over, confused.
He stood facing the two people, both with looks of panic, and Chiu Hong questioned, Elder Tang, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve?
He anxiously replied, I don't know.
Suddenly, from behind Tang old madam, a woman with long hair appeared, crying out, oh, how ridiculous. The Tang family, after 100 years, has fallen to this. The woman spoke with a mocking expression before screaming again, Tangy couldn't protect my son, so why can't I take her life? Tang old madam, pointing at her, yelled, so it was you, the woman in black.
Who let you out?
The woman then sobbed bitterly, replying, the Tang family is too cowardly to take revenge, but I dared to. I can't let Xiao Hu die unjustly. Hearing this, Jang Shan couldn't hold back and interjected, your son was foolish enough to turn himself in.
What does this have to do with Tang Yi? Who would believe your words?
The woman, at this moment, lost her composure and rushed towards him, shouting, hand over that wretched Tang Yi. I must take her memories. Xiu Hong leaned close to his ear and whispered, Junior Jiang, once those memories are read, that person will turn into a fool. Hearing this, Jang Shan immediately shook his head and refused, then I cannot hand her over. The woman, now with a vicious expression, said, Humph, then you won't be able to live through today. She pulled out a wriggling insect from her hand and continued, I've already placed the cursed old worm in you. All of you will become my puppets. The others, upon hearing this, panicked and exclaimed, What? I started clutching my stomach, vomiting uncontrollably. Tangled Madam, in a panic, questioned her, mind-controlling worms, how did you learn the methods of a Ning evil goose sect? At this point, the woman placed the insect onto her forehead, her eyes turned pitch black, transforming her into a demon. The insect squirmed and crawled onto her forehead, from which dark energy emanated. Her eyes lit up as she responded, You didn't help me seek revenge, but naturally, someone else will. Then, those in the room were controlled, moving like zombies, advancing towards Jang Shan. The female demon behind Xiu Hong and Jang Shan said smugly, They are all the pillars of the Jiangbei aristocracy. Do you dare harm them? Ah. The ghouls slowly advanced towards the two of them. Xiu Hong looked at Jang Shan and asked, What should we do now? Sweat was also starting to bead on his face as he replied, I don't know either. We either capture the mastermind or knock them all out. Hearing this, Xiu Hong began to take off his uniform and loudly said, Then I'll knock them out, and you catch the mastermind. He then swung his hand towards the group, excitedly adding, Normally, there's no chance to hit these so-called elites of Zhongchang. Xiu Hong joyfully began landing blows on the people over there. As they took his punches, some flew up into the air, while others collapsed to the ground, looking utterly pathetic. At that moment, one of the subordinates panicked and stepped forward to shield a person wearing a chef's outfit. Captain, don't hit me. Xiu Hong, still excited, threw his fist forward, shouting, What are you standing in the way for? Get out of the way. He then punched the person in the chef's outfit, sending him flying. He was still exhilarated, saying, Ha, that's awesome. Meanwhile, the subordinate stood helplessly on the side, covering his face. On the other side, Jang Shan smiled as he looked at the female ghost and said, Let's begin. Sis, we need to talk. Her face had now developed several blood veins, making her look quite horrifying. She gave a sinister smile and responded, talk, then lunged towards Jang Shan, screaming, There's nothing to talk about. Jang Shan raised his hand to block her attack, and at that moment, the ground beneath them cracked open. The female demon shouted as she struck, Go away. At this moment, Jang Shan had already been pushed back quite a distance by her, but soon the two of them, one human and one demon, were locked in close combat again. He swung a fist, and she retaliated by swiping her claws to block. Jang Shan grimaced and gritted his teeth, then drew out Rou Lingji, which had taken the form of a sword, and said, You forced me to make a move. The female demon was still swinging her claws, trying to scratch him. Jang Shan slashed with his sword, and she quickly bent down to dodge. Taking advantage of the moment when she wasn't reacting, Jang Shan swung his sword from above and shouted, Die. The female demon only had time to raise both hands to defend herself, exclaiming, Damn it. Jang Shan then retracted his sword and sneered, Turns out you're a cowardly demon. His eyes turned bloodshot, and with a punch, he struck her in the face, saying, Weren't you being so arrogant just now? The force of the blow sent the demon flying several meters before crashing into the wall. Jang Shan's massive shadow loomed over her. She clutched her chest, trembling in pain, gritting her teeth as the blood on her face had already disappeared. Jang Shan looked at her with pity and said, Suddenly, I feel a bit sorry for you, I almost don't want to strike. At that moment, the shadow on the floor seemed to sense an opportunity to act. It bared its teeth and shone its sharp eyes, adding, Then let me do it. As it spoke, it slammed into the ground and lifted the female demon up. As soon as it did, a worm crawled out from her forehead. By now, it had grown much longer than before. On the side of the controlled group of people, they had all been knocked down to the ground, sprawled like broken dolls. Xiu Hong looked at this scene with a hint of regret and said, Why has everyone fallen down already? I haven't even started hitting yet.
Suddenly, the female ghost gave a sly smile and said, "Hee hee, do you think you've won? I've planted bombs inside the building, enough to level everything. You and the rest will be buried with me."
Saying that, she pulled out a remote control, causing Jang Shan to look on in confusion. Then, without saying a word, he turned away, while she stared at him in a panic. Jang Shan looked at Xiu Hong, pointing behind him, and said, "You take care of the rest." Xiu Hong also gave a faint smile, signaling that the female ghost was about to meet her end. Without delay, he dashed past Jang Shan. Jang Shan remained where he stood, scratching his head, and said, "I don't have time for this kind of stuff." As Xiu Hong dashed forward, he immediately grabbed the female ghost's severed arm and casually said, "It's taken care of." At that moment, the female ghost's face turned pale with fear as she looked at her severed arm, and then she screamed, "AAA, my arm!" Jang Shan, irritated, covered his ears, complaining, "It's so loud." He then pulled out Ro Lingji and said, "Ro Lingji, turn into a seesaw." Although Ro Lingji was reluctant, it still obeyed its master's command. One end of it supported Jang Shan while the other end slipped through a crack in the door. Jang Shan sat down with force, shouting, and from the other end of Ro Lingji, the door was pushed open. At this moment, Jang Shan casually walked out with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, a pair of shoes appeared above him, hanging upside down in the air. A figure dressed in black was standing in the opposite direction from usual, speaking, "Although I didn't expect her to succeed, this is happening too quickly." Jang Shan quickly looked up, and his pupils turned green. The system interface popped up, showing Zhou Shan's surprised expression, with a quasi-attribute of plus 12,999. It turned out that the person hanging upside down was Zhou Shan. When he realized he had been discovered, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Discovered." Above them, countless bats were flying out of a house in swarms. Jang Shan, with his hands on his hips, found it amusing and said, "Opening my eyes, and there's already 10,000 demon energy. This guy might be something after all." Then, Jang Shan charged forward with a face that looked like a hungry ghost and shouted, "Then I definitely can't let this go." The swarm of bats had now flown to a large building. Their red eyes were staring at Jang Shan. Zhou Shan gritted his teeth, flustered, and thought, "Has he caught up already?" Jang Shan leaped and quickly closed the distance. The swarm of bats was still struggling, trying to fly away in a panic. Zhou Shan waved his hand, tossing a bat aside, then called out loudly to Jang Shan, "If it weren't for other matters, I'd definitely fight you." Jang Shan immediately summoned his shadow and ordered, "Shadow, follow that bat." The shadow smiled brightly and responded, "Got it." Done, he swung his sword and attacked the remaining bats, shouting, "Come here." Jang Shan was still fighting the bats, but when he couldn't find the person, he was surprised, "They've already escaped." Watching the group of bats scatter above, he sighed, "They're fast." Then, he looked down at his pet and commanded, "Ro Lingji, transform into an RPG." Ro Lingji quickly transformed into the weapon. The bats quickly flew away. Jang Shan placed the gun, Ro Lingji, on his shoulder and shouted, "Aim properly. Fire." From there, a bullet named Ro Lingji shot forward. The large projectile attacked the group of bats, causing a bright explosion in the sky. However, the remaining bats flew chaotically, searching for an escape route. At this moment, Zhou Shan was still hanging upside down, horrified as he exclaimed, "This is too dangerous." Jang Shan appeared behind him like a ghost and said, "It's even more dangerous than you think." This startled Zhou Shan, who glanced over in alarm. Then, Jang Shan swung his sword, cutting Zhou Shan in half, and coldly said, "Die." But when he looked at the system's status board, he was astonished, "Huh? Why is there no demon energy?" Zhou Shan's head then curled into a sinister smile as he said, "Only just noticed? It's too late now." Jang Shan jumped down to the ground, which left Zhou Shan puzzled, "Why do you look so relaxed?" Jang Shan truly smiled contentedly on this side, thinking to himself, "Fortunately, I sent the shadow over there." The moon rose high, and at a deserted house in a forest, the lights were still on, and a dog was barking. "Wolf, wolf." A strange, red-cheeked demon appeared, wearing a round hat. Its body seemed to be made of wood, and its movements were stiff.
A swing of a blade cut the dog in half. The dog's head lay in a pool of blood, trembling and letting out pained whimpers. Hoo-hoo! The strike came from the paper demon without even blinking, its eyes wide open. After completing the task, the paper demon nonchalantly turned around, leaving behind the dog's corpse in a large pool of blood. The paper demon staggered forward, but suddenly more human corpses appeared, also sliced in half and lying next to the dog's body. The scene was terrifying, with one hand still twitching, reaching out, only to immediately be pinned by a wooden claw. The paper demon stomped for leverage, leaping into the air, and its arm was torn off in the process. Standing high above, the paper demon looked down at the pile of dismembered corpses, their limbs submerged in their own blood, creating a dense field of demon energy. From the paper demon came a voice, "Welcome, esteemed guest. This should be enough to show my sincerity." Strange clinking sounds echoed from the distance, accompanied by a light. In another space, two other paper demons were playing chess, with a massive skull in the center. At the end, there were two paper female demons playing horns behind them. They were performing some kind of ritual beside the path, near a pile of corpses. The square-headed paper demon was still lifeless at this moment. The round-hatted paper demon stood in front of them, hands clasped, bowing in reverence. "Welcome, not immeasurable honorable one." Suddenly, a trembling arm raised, drawing its attention. A boy, trembling but still angry, said, "Demons, you won't die easily." It looked down and asked, "There's still one alive?" The hand had transformed into a sharp, pointed object, aiming down at the boy. Suddenly, from behind the round-hatted paper demon, a pile of paper formed into a shape, accompanied by a bizarre red demon energy. Within it, a head with long, flowing hair and a single, blood-red eye emerged. As the layers of paper fell away, a female demon with long hair and red eyes appeared, angrily speaking, "You can't even handle such a small matter. What do I still need you for?" The round-hatted paper demon, now frightened, trembled and replied, "My apologies, my lord. I will." But immediately, its head was shattered. Fragments of paper fell to the sides, landing before the terrified face of the boy. The female demon then bowed her head before him and said, "Such a strong little brother, hand over your life." As she spoke, she extended her pinky finger, her eyes glowing brightly. That pinky finger pointed at the boy's forehead. The boy, trembling in fear, still did not utter a single cry. Suddenly, papers began to wrap around his head, and he was extremely panicked. Then, his entire body was gradually covered by these papers. One of his eyes had changed, and circular red marks appeared on both of his cheeks. He raised his hand in panic and exclaimed, "Ah, this is the moment when I completely turned into a paper person, my eyes hollow and my body frozen." Suddenly, the sound of laughter came from behind the female demon. "Hee, as expected of the road leader, such clever tactics." It was a tough-looking man with a wooden plank on his back. The female demon, recognizing him, replied, "Mulu, you're here faster than expected." The old man then asked, "Has Madame One and Jang Shan not arrived yet?" Suddenly, a giant centipede climbed up his leg. Around them was a swarm of highly dangerous insects. A joyful voice then rang out, "Ha!" As soon as Madame One was mentioned, she appeared. The white insects, wriggling over each other, formed the shape of a human body. Then, the figure of an old demon with glowing red pupils emerged. Her lips curled up, speaking, "Mulu, are you so eager to meet me?" The old man gave a sly grin and said, "Hee. After so many years, I've missed you." Madame One responded with a deeply hurtful remark, "You're still as ugly as ever." A worm appeared on her shoulder, with a beady, suspicious eye. At that moment, Jang Shan, who had been referred to as the Crow, arrived and appeared in the demon's forest area. Seeing the bat flying towards them, the demons began to speak. "Hall Master Zhou has arrived." Then, from inside the bat, Jang Shan emerged like a wisp of black smoke. After a moment, he fully formed into a human body, still hanging upside down, and descended towards the demons. Mulu, the craftsman, spoke up and asked, "Why did you summon us in the middle of the night? What's going on?" He smiled and briefly replied, "Attack Jiangbei." The other demons were shocked and exclaimed, "What?"
Mulu, sweating, said, "If you want us dead, just say it straight."
"Isn't suicide easier than attacking Jiangbei?"
Shan cursed and then explained, "A bunch of idiots.
This is the grand plan of Ming.
Over 8,000 branch leaders will launch at the same time from 20 different directions."
Madam Wen then asked, "Oh, so Ming is about to begin his counterattack?"
He responded, 5 days from now, the Jiangbei branch of the underworld will have a huge opportunity." The long-haired female demon exclaimed in surprise, her eyes bright, "A huge opportunity."
Mulu then grinned widely and said, "An opportunity, huh? Who wouldn't want that?"
Madam Wen also couldn't help but get excited and added, "I can't wait any longer." The demons cried out, dismissed, "Prepare yourselves." As night fell, the darkness deepened. A shadow appeared beneath the ground.
Where did the bat fly off to?
A human figure materialized.
"Demons, you will not die peacefully." Jang Shan was astonished, "Huh?" Almost becoming a vengeful spirit.
With a sword in hand, he eradicated the weeds at the root to prevent disaster. Jang Shan rushed forward with a soft grunt, his body weakly soaring through the air.
Oh, the shadow smiled as it looked at the newcomer. "Ah, the master has arrived." Jang Shan asked the boy from earlier, "Where is the kid's body?"
The boy, with tears in his eyes, replied, "It was turned into paper." Suddenly, the boy's expression twisted with anger and malice. "I'm going to become a ghost too, kill them." Jang Shan patted the boy's head, "Don't be angry, calm down." The boy's eyes turned red and glaring as he looked at Jang Shan, but then he slowly calmed down. Jang Shan smiled as he looked at the boy in front of him.
The demonic energy could indeed prevent the transformation. "This paper man, who are you?" The boy looked horrified again. "They're coming." The paper man looked confused. "Where are they coming from?"
"If you don't speak, you'll lose your life," Jang Shan sneered, taking his arm and contemptuously flicking it. He showed the paper men his arm with the blood talisman.
"Can't you recognize the Ming blood talisman?"
The male paper man stared blankly. "Shadow Society blood talisman, this is a big figure."
The female paper man knocked the male paper man on the head and scolded him, "Are you blind or just stupid?"
"He's been cursed with the weakening spell." The two paper men rushed forward to kill him, but the shadow charged out to block them. Jang Shan folded his arms and smiled. "With the shadow here, I don't need to take action."
But the female paper man appeared before Jang Shan.
Looking at the paper female figure in front of him, Jang Shan calmly prepared to strike.
Too naive. The blue-haired ghost seemed to sense something.
"Where did this kid come from to kill my paper doll?
I must return and kill him." The blue-haired ghost flew back. Jang Shan propped himself up and stood there waiting with the boy.
The paper ghost appeared with a skull image, presenting the paper skull towards Jang Shan.
"Go to the white bone paper."
The skull image rushed forward, and the shadow held it off. Unexpectedly, the shadow also had some skill. The blue-haired ghost shouted, causing the skull to explode. Light and sound burst out in a terrifying explosion.
Jang Shan appeared behind the blue-haired ghost. "You're someone who lived a simple life in your past life, right?"
The blue-haired ghost was startled, turning back and stepping back several paces.
"When did you sneak up behind me?" Jang Shan smiled. "I'll give you one more chance. Let's see what other tricks you've got."
The blue-haired ghost gripped two pieces of paper, trembling in anger.
"It's you who said that. Don't regret it."
With both hands, he folded the papers into shapes, one in each hand, and then combined the two shapes.
"This is a large sword."
The blue-haired ghost grabbed the large sword and charged forward.
"All souls, come to my command." So much gayness.
Jang Shan remained calm and unperturbed.
"Not bad." Jang Shan also launched his move.
"Hammer of the Earth God, take it." The hammer of the Earth God was unleashed, striking straight toward the blue-haired ghost. The blue-haired ghost was knocked backward from the impact. Jang Shan happily watched as the hammer of the earth god was launched, shattering pieces of paper like this without being stopped.
He even thought he would get extra demon energy points.
The bat in the sky witnessed everything and flew towards him. Jang Shan noticed it and swung the hammer of the earth god to knock the bat away.
Leave.
In the dark forest, the bat flapped its wings in the air. Kong Wu Liang had been ambushed, hurry back.
Mu Lu raised his head and spoke, why should I go back? Where is Madame One? The bat looked at Madame One, who was facing off with Jang Shan.
She's already there.
Jang Shan's face darkened. Dangerous. Does that old woman not fear me smashing her to death? Madame One smiled.
She does. A green centipede crawled onto Jang Shan, so this old man has to take your hammer down. The centipede struck Jang Shan's hand, drawing blood. Jang Shan screamed, releasing the hammer, and the centipede fell to the ground. Madame One lunged forward, her hands filled with deadly venomous strikes.
Jang Shan frowned, watching the attack approach.
Madame One laughed joyfully, certain the strike would land.
Death was inevitable.
Jang Shan felt the impact of her two palms on his chest. He screamed in pain, clutching his chest, his vision fading. His face turned purple, and he charged at Madame One in fury. Jang Shan grabbed Madame One's face and licked it.
What? What are you doing?
Jang Shan kept licking his tongue, and there were no suitable options around here, so he could only use the old lady to detoxify. Madame One was shocked and scolded angrily, you bastard, I'm over 100 years older than you.
Don't do anything reckless. Haven't you heard of Jiang Cheng's pile driver? I've never been afraid of anyone. Madame One pushed Jang Shan's hand away, go. Get out.
Jang Shan's body returned to normal, and he hugged his chest, breathing heavily, I'm out now.
Was that the detoxifying strike? Jang Shan stuck out his tongue provocatively, the poison isn't completely gone yet. Why don't you hit me with 2 more strikes? Madame One couldn't believe her ears and shouted angrily, Lu Mu Zhang, what are you waiting for? Mu Lu appeared behind Jang Shan, raising his hand to attack. Jang Shan stood there in a daze, suddenly noticing something. Mu Lu held a piece of paper in his hand, grinning wickedly, young man, did you drop something?
Mu Lu tore the paper and smiled sinisterly, but suddenly something strange appeared on his tongue. He screamed toward Jang Shan as a wooden stick shot toward him. Jang Shan winced in pain, blood spilling from his mouth, but he still grinned with satisfaction, nice.
Mu Lu couldn't believe his eyes, how? How is this possible?
Jang Shan lifted his shirt, revealing the Rou Lingji covering his entire body, forming a suit of armor. He looked at Lu Mu Zhang with a beaming face and responded, while you were up to your tricks, the Rou Lingji crawled onto me to protect me. After that, Jang Shan threw something towards him with a look of contempt and continued speaking. He thought Jang Shan had thrown a hidden weapon at him, so he panicked and shouted, hidden weapon. It turned out that what Jang Shan had thrown towards him was not a hidden weapon, but his own identity card. He held Jang Shan's ID card in his hand, staring blankly and exclaiming, huh? I never expected that you, just a kid born in 2002, would make him struggle so much in battle. Then, Jang Shan didn't forget to tell him what it was, since he had been dead for so long and had turned into a ghost, not knowing about such identification documents. He smirked and said, this is my ID card. My birth date and photo are on it. The reason Jang Shan handed this card to him was that he wanted him to gather information about him and use the puppet technique to fight. His face darkened, and with confidence, he provocatively said, if you want to curse me, then do your best. Lu Mu Zhang, seeing Jang Shan's contempt for his weak abilities, became extremely angry and said, you fool, you're the one who dug your own grave. Then, he directly shoved Jang Shan's ID card into his mouth, bit it, and prepared to use his new skill. He shouted, damn you, let me show you how I'll devour you. After that, he opened the lid of the coffin behind him and recited a curse incantation, look at the head, look at the age, look at the birth date, the spirits of the dead will drain the life of the living. Next, Lu Muzhang brought out a mannequin, and the face of the mannequin emitted a thick aura of resentment and evil energy. He stared at the mannequin and continued chanting a spell to drain the life force of the living, opening the eyes of yin and yang. Finally, after reciting those cursed incantations, he directly pointed 2 fingers at the mannequin's eyes. Immediately, the eyes of the mannequin began to glow with a red light. Lu Muzhang shouted, "Die!" As he spoke, Jang Shan's eyes also began to glow, just like those of the mannequin. His expression turned extremely uncomfortable, his head grew dizzy, and the space around him became blurred and chaotic. His eyes felt a sharp, stabbing pain, and he rubbed them, groaning, "What's happening? Is there dust in my eyes?" In just a moment, Jang Shan found himself trapped in the hellish illusion created by the old man, Lu Muzhang. When he fell into the illusion, Jang Shan didn't understand how he had ended up there. He looked around in confusion and asked, "Where is this?" No sooner had he spoken than, above the dark sky, amidst the thick smoke, Lu Muzhang's face gradually appeared and spoke, "Welcome to my inner world." Then, he commanded giant arms to grow from rocks, preparing to strike Jang Shan. He boomed, "Everything here is under my control. Don't even think about surviving and leaving." Immediately, Jang Shan was grabbed by the stone fragments, which restrained his limbs, making it impossible for him to move. Surprised by this, he shouted out, "Ah, what is this?" In quick succession, these small stone fragments gradually sank Jang Shan into the ground, causing him to sweat profusely, seemingly unable to resist, and he thought he was beyond saving. In fear, he screamed, "This is terrifying, am I going to die?" At this moment, half of Jang Shan's body had already been pulled down into the earth, and he grew increasingly frantic. He screamed, "Ah, I'm surrounded all over." On the verge of death, a sudden plan to deceive his opponent came to him, and he quickly looked up at the sky, his expression serious as he shouted loudly, "Wounded tiger, oh no, help me." After shouting that, many sound circles immediately emanated from Jang Shan's mouth. The sound circles from his wounded tiger skill gradually flew toward Lu Muzhang's face, but he was still unaware of what they were. With a loud thud, the sound circles hit Lu Muzhang's face, shattering it and disappearing from the hellish trap. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jang Shan returned to reality, while Lu Muzhang, at that moment, clutched his head with both hands, trembling all over. Having had his ultimate move disrupted by Jang Shan, Lu Muzhang collapsed, tears and snot pouring down his face. It was as though he had lost control of himself, screaming in agony, "Kill me, someone, please kill me." Watching Lu Muzhang suffer, Jang Shan chuckled with delight, feeling it was well deserved. With a smirk, he said, "It seems like your soul has shattered, truly, you made this mess, now deal with it." Lu Muzhang's body collapsed to the ground, dying under the pile of yogurt that spilled out from within him. Next, Jang Shan turned to look at the surprised old woman. Suddenly, he stared at her as if he was just finishing a task and heading home for a meal. Without saying a word, Jang Shan lunged forward, his expression full of enthusiasm, and slapped her across the face to scratch the itch. After delivering the slap, he raised his hand, revealing a mosquito in his palm. He chuckled, thinking he had just helped her get rid of a tiny insect on her face. Without warning, he slapped her again, leaving her fuming with rage, her face turning pale with anger, trembling and exclaiming, "How can a roadmaster like me allow you to humiliate me like this?" Furious beyond reason, the old woman squatted down on the ground, slamming both hands onto the floor. The ground exploded with a loud crash, as if preparing for some kind of magical skill. She screamed, "King of 10,000 insects, come forth and heed my command." Quickly, from beneath the earth, she summoned a monster that resembled a giant termite queen. Jang Shan, upon seeing it, was horrified and screamed, "What the hell? It's so big!" After summoning the creature from beneath the ground, it initially appeared to be just a bug, but in reality, that was merely the small tail of the monstrous creature. The old woman stood atop the creature's head, laughing triumphantly as she looked at Jang Shan and said, "It's rare to see such a tail. Just the tail alone is enough to make the ground shake, and every surface around us is shattered. The monster is truly rising now." Jang Shan quickly leaped into the air to dodge. After a moment, the strange creature slowly revealed its true form. In front of Jang Shan stood a gigantic praying mantis. Its sheer size was so terrifying that Jang Shan couldn't help but feel a sense of dread at its monstrous presence. The old woman standing atop the mantis head screamed, unleashing her six-clawed mantis technique.
Jang Shan, upon seeing the creature, grimaced as he felt the overwhelming pressure it exuded and muttered, "Is this the size?"
Expecting Jang Shan to be frightened, the old woman was surprised when that didn't happen. Immediately, Jang Shan activated his Nature Lord skill, summoning a massive, giant tree ant.
He stood on top of the trent's head and shouted, "Do you think I'm scared of you?" The Supreme Wood Technique. To his slight surprise, when the tree ant appeared, the old woman's giant mantis immediately struck with its claws, stabbing through the trent's neck. Everything flipped, and Jang Shan was thrown off balance, crashing to the ground. The old woman shouted, "I'll kill you." Seeing the giant tree ant falter, Jang Shan quickly devised a new plan. He summoned his demon slayer hammer, swinging it directly at the old woman and shouting, "Eyebrow god needle." The old woman was caught off guard by the attack. Jang Shan's mace then swung down at the giant mantis, and for a moment, it seemed like the creature wouldn't be able to avoid it. But no, the mantis swiftly raised its two sharp, steel-like legs to block the blow from Jang Shan's hammer. The force of the impact was so great that sparks flew. Neither side gained an advantage, and in the next moment, the mantis used its powerful legs to launch itself and Jang Shan away, sending both of them flying. At this point, Jang Shan began to realize that fighting this enormous mantis was proving to be quite difficult. He frowned and said, "This is getting too tough." Then, the praying mantis counterattacked immediately, launching a series of violent strikes towards Jang Shan. She shouted the technique, Emperor's Sting. The situation was extremely dire, as he and his massive hammer could not withstand the overwhelming force of the gigantic mantis. After exchanging blows for a while, Jang Shan was driven into a corner and collided with the gravestone of the boy who had died earlier. He turned in shock and exclaimed, "Shit, his soul won't be swept away, will it?" Suddenly, the boy's soul, hiding on a branch, called down and responded to Jang Shan, "Boss, I'm fine." Jang Shan feared that in the midst of fighting the monstrous beast with its devastating sweeping power, the boy's soul would be dissipated. However, now that the boy was safe, he felt more at ease. He looked at the boy, smiled, and said, "Seeing you hiding like this, I feel relieved." While talking to the boy, Jang Shan forgot for a moment that he was still fighting the monster. Taking advantage of his distraction, the old woman commanded the mantis to strike, aiming her sharp leg straight at him, blocking his path. She shouted, "Do you still have the mind to worry about others?" It seemed like he would fall, but luckily, his protective charm lessened the damage that would have been dealt to his body. Swiftly, he dodged the mantis's sharp leg. Having held back for so long, this time he decided to summon the Rolling Ji, sparks flying as he prepared to unleash a new weapon. When the Rolling Ji was summoned, it seemed displeased, opening its mouth and shouting, "You called me out, want to do something else?" Jang Shan suddenly had a new idea and immediately discussed it with Rolling Ji. "For this giant monster, don't you think we should negotiate something with you?" Then, he whispered to Rolling Ji that they could become involved. Rolling Ji glanced at him, startled, and exclaimed, "What?" With Jang Shan's intention, he wanted Rolling Ji to crawl inside the mantis's exoskeleton, worming through its insides to destroy its organs. Rolling Ji was so terrified by the idea that he shouted at Jang Shan, "Do you have the heart to do such a thing?" Jang Shan laughed at Rolling Ji's reaction and responded, "Isn't this to defeat the enemy from the inside? To gain trust and win Rolling Ji's loyalty." Jang Shan made an incredibly tempting offer, "Give it a try, and once it's done, I'll give you 40% of the soul energy." Upon hearing this, Rolling Ji was left speechless and reluctantly agreed to comply. At this moment, the mantis was screeching and opening its mouth, revealing a set of sharp, jagged teeth. The old woman also threatened Jang Shan, saying, "Although I don't know what you're talking about, you're both definitely dead." As the mantis opened its mouth, preparing to swallow Jang Shan whole, he quickly threw Rolling Ji directly into its mouth and shouted, "I'm counting on you." Somehow, the old woman had discovered the plan Jang Shan was about to execute. She smugly believed that nothing could stop the mantis, even if someone intended to harm its insides. With arrogance, she yelled, "Don't think you can destroy my centipede mantis from the inside out, because its internal organs are as tough as its outer shell."
Immediately after that, she ordered the praying mantis to launch a direct attack, swallowing Jang Shan alive. She screamed, "You too, be eaten clean." Seeing this, Jang Shan grabbed the two pincers of the mantis with both hands, but he seemed to be growing weak, sweat pouring down as the limits of human strength showed. His expression twisted in pain as he fought with all his might. In the next moment, Jang Shan changed his attitude. He laughed with a smug expression and said, "Do you know what the natural enemy of the praying mantis is?" The old woman pointed a finger to the sky, believing that her mantis was invincible. She looked at Jang Shan with a look of contempt and said, "If they are of equal size, the mantis is unbeatable." Upon hearing her response, Jang Shan laughed. "Heh, how shallow." Then, Jang Shan ordered the Ro Lingji inside the mantis's body to stir things up. "Ro Lingji, start your show." Upon receiving the command, the Ro Lingji acted immediately. A loud explosion shattered the top of the mantis's head. The old woman quickly turned and looked at it in confusion, her expression puzzled. Contrary to what she had said earlier, the Ro Lingji had easily broken through the mantis's tough armor from the inside and shot out without difficulty, piercing through and escaping to the outside. The Ro Lingji exclaimed excitedly, "What can't I transform into? Let me transform into the iron thread species." In the next instant, Jang Shan controlled the Ro Lingji like a sharp arrow, piercing through the mantis's entire body. He shouted, "Don't think I'll let you escape without a hole." With that, the entire body of the mantis was punctured, and numerous parasitic worms emerged. The mantis seemed to be in a dire situation. Jang Shan yelled the name of his technique, iron thread species dance. After that, the praying mantis could no longer stand upright, swaying slowly before collapsing onto the ground. This also caused the old woman to fall freely to the ground. She could not believe the bizarre skill of the Ro Lingji, shouting in a tone of disbelief, "What? How is that possible? You should have been digested inside by now." After stabbing and attacking the body of the praying mantis, Jang Shan finally withdrew the Ro Lingji into his hand and smugly said, "That's why I added an electric layer to the surface of the Ro Lingji." At this moment, the old woman's mantis lost all strength to resist and fell heavily to the ground. She also quickly landed safely on the ground. Furious after Jang Shan had destroyed her trump card, the old woman furrowed her brow and cursed, "Damned." Not giving up yet, she began to use two fingers to soak in the blood of the praying mantis, preparing to perform the next dark magic. After soaking her fingers in blood, she quickly scribbled onto her eyes like a witch, daringly chanting, "With you." Seeing that she was making a lot of unnecessary movements, Jang Shan rushed forward, slashing with his bare hands to sever her head in two, not giving her a chance to act. Before she could do anything, she was dead. Jang Shan wiped his hand, which had just decapitated her, and decided to eliminate her as quickly as possible. He said that was dangerous, otherwise, the troubles would only keep growing. At that moment, Zhou Shin transformed into a falling figure and flew toward them. Taking advantage of Jang Shan's unpreparedness, Zhou Shin transformed into a human and swiftly kicked Jang Shan, sending him crashing to the ground and spitting blood. After delivering the painful kick, he leapt away, laughing with delight at successfully ambushing him. He joyfully said, "Hee, I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time." Jang Shan slowly and painfully got up, only for the man to flip him upside down and tell him, "Killing that old woman in the usual way won't work. Let me tell you, she's just a fetus, it would be useless to cut her into pieces." Just as he said, the old woman had not died but instead spoke, "I am the fetus that has been nurtured." Then, she began to perform a strange technique, and the remaining part of her head sprouted a grotesque, swollen tumor. She said, "Killing the immortal and killing the god." Atop this tumor was a monstrous, skeletal face. It lunged forward, posturing at Jang Shan, saying, "Let me see what skills you have left." Zhou Shin joined in with the old woman's rage, urging the immediate death of Jang Shan to avoid future trouble. He said, "This kid, if not dealt with now, will be a disaster in the future." Surprisingly, the old man Lu Mu Zhang had not yet died. He was still trapped in his own illusion, suffering so intensely that he coughed up blood, pleading with someone, "Please, kill him." He sobbed, begging, "Ho-hoo. Kill me." In order to face the remaining demon, Jang Shan had no choice but to use his transform into a demon card. Sweat drenched his face as he drew the card and said, "In this situation, only transform into a demon will work." Immediately, Jang Shan activated transform into a demon with the image of a jade-faced fox, and then the image of a fox appeared, preparing to merge into his body. Very quickly, 2 fox ears sprouted from his head. Then, along with a white beard covering half of his face, it slowly grew. Even his hands began to sprout sharp claws. In an instant, he had transformed into a half-human, half-fox demon form. To increase his strength, he began to extract the Ro Ling Ji. With the added power from transform into a demon, he shouted, "Transform into a demon, enhanced." Within seconds, a shadowy sword formed from the Ro Ling Ji, combined with the transform into a demon illusionary sword. Without any further thought, he grabbed the sword and charged at the demons, determined to send them to their next reincarnation. While Jang Shan had successfully transformed into a demon and was preparing to fight, the old man Lu Muzhan was still in agonizing pain. His expression was one of suffering, tears streaming down his face. He reached into his throat with his hand and screamed, "Kill me!" It seemed as if the pain had reached its peak. He screamed from the depths of his throat, unable to bear the agony any longer. On Jang Shan's side, after transforming into a demon, he swung the sword made from Ro Ling Ji and delivered a slash. The slash generated a tremendous force, attacking the 2 demons with powerful skill. The 2 demons quickly dodged, none of them foolish enough to try and block it. The force of Jang Shan's sword was so strong that it directly cleaved the mountain behind the 2 demons in half. Even Jang Shan was left dumbfounded, astonished at how formidable the Ro Ling Ji sword was. He looked at the sword with astonishment and said, "So Ro Ling Ji has this kind of power?" But missing a beat in his attack, the 2 demons rushed at him together, ambushing Jang Shan. Zhou Shin shouted and charged forward as well. Did he think he hadn't noticed how these lowly demons were trying to sneak attack him? From the previous encounter, he already knew the tricks of that bat demon. He thought to himself, he's not easy to deal with. Zhou Jia could transform into a bat, making him difficult to handle. He looked at the demon, evolved by the old woman, with the tenacity of a living embryo, which was also not easy to defeat, and continued to ponder. As for this ancient being who had absorbed the armor of the mantis, the divine hammer couldn't break it, and it wasn't easy to cut through. Jang Shan felt that facing these 2 demons this time was exceptionally tough. He raised the sword Ro Ling Ji and muttered, "These 2 are extremely difficult. If that's the case, I must put all my strength into the sword Ro Ling Ji to settle this with them." His gaze was resolute as he shouted, "Then the first move I'll use will be with all my strength." A few seconds later, Jang Shan had gathered enough power to unleash his dream delusion chaos-killing sword skill. He wildly swung hundreds of sword strikes in all directions, aiming to lock down the demon's escape routes. Immediately, the evolved demon was hit repeatedly by several strikes. It raised its hand to defend and let out painful grunts, but due to the tough armor, its body wasn't heavily damaged. Even Zhou Shin was struck by a few of the wild blows. He grimaced in pain and exclaimed, "You're risking your life right from the start?" To avoid being hit by the sword strikes, the 2 demons desperately charged upwards, aiming to close the distance and get closer to Jang Shan. Just because they wanted to get close to Jang Shan, they endured the pain of slashes. Zhou Shin shouted, "As long as I can touch him amid this storm of slashes, I'll be done for." He was done for, but the ones truly done for were them. The closer they got to Jang Shan, the more lethal his techniques became. As soon as Zhou Shin's hand brushed against a slash, several of his fingers were severed instantly. Now, they had fallen into Jang Shan's sword formation. Their entire bodies were swiftly maimed, legs sliced off, arms chopped away. Then, Jang Shan cleanly annihilated them, though not neatly, as their body parts lay scattered across the ground. With the enhanced sword Ro Ling Ji, Jang Shan claimed swift victory. He looked at the sword and panted heavily from exhaustion. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, "Zhou Jia has died. Demon energy plus 100,000. Madam 1 has died. Demon energy plus 100,000. At last, those troublesome demons had been eliminated. Jang Shan let out a soft breath,
feeling a sense of relief. His transform into a demon state gradually deactivated and faded away. Afterward, he reverted from demon form back to his human appearance. The demon energy earned from the two was quite a sum. Overjoyed, he wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "Looks like the fight was worth it." These two had a decent amount of demon energy. At that very moment, the ghost boy was still secretly watching Jang Shan from behind a rock. Jang Shan sensed someone's gaze, turned around, and saw the boy. Realizing the boy still had potential to be trained as a proper demon, Jang Shan decided to take him to Shi Chao for guidance. He happily thought to himself, "This little ghost probably hasn't lost all its humanity yet, sending it to the underworld should be fine." The scene shifts to the Shi Chao area. Jang Shan and the boy were already present there. In front of them, a Shi Chao person was drinking from a wine jug. When Jang Shan approached, the man raised his hand to stop him from entering. The boy, seeing this, was frightened and hid behind Jang Shan. The Shi Chao man in front of them, with a shabby appearance, spoke, "Who told you to come in?" Seeing his drunken, obstinate behavior trying to stop them from entering, Jang Shan became angry and scolded him, "Get lost. Wasn't it always fine to come in before? Are you drunk and trying to make trouble on purpose?" Regardless of what Jang Shan said, the man's attention seemed to be directed at the boy. He took a sip of his wine and spoke, "I'm not asking you." Then, he held the wine jug out towards the frightened boy hiding behind Jang Shan and said, "I'm asking him." His appearance terrified the boy, who clung tightly to Jang Shan's arm. Trembling, the boy stammered in reply, I'm Xiao Hai, the boss said I'll be accepted here." Next, the man leaned closer to the boy's face, showing surprise as he made an offer, "Oh, then stay here with me and be a guard." Seeing this, Jang Shan laughed and reassured the boy, thinking it was a good thing. He said, "Being a guard is fine, protecting the safety of one side." Upon hearing this, the boy slowly relaxed his guard and excitedly waved his hand, agreeing immediately, "Okay, I also want to protect the safety of one side." Very quickly, the man appeared to be very friendly with the boy. He personally placed a hat on the boy's head. Jang Shan smiled happily upon seeing this. To let them get acquainted on their own, he pointed ahead and said, "You two talk, I have a bit of business to attend to inside." Inside, Chief Shi Chao and a group of subordinates were discussing something. Suddenly, the chief shouted angrily, causing his 4 subordinates to shudder in fear. He said, "A bunch of useless fools." Having learned of the upcoming plans of the gang, and Ming was about to seize Zhang Bei. The chief was furious because his subordinates had failed to gather any important information from them. He shouted in anger, "And Ming has sinister intentions for Zhang Bei, and many of the district leaders may have infiltrated already, yet we have no information at all." Upon hearing this, 2 of his subordinates began to argue, explaining that the bureau's manpower was insufficient to monitor in Ming's gang. There were too few people, not enough to keep watch, and Xiu Hong had to take care of matters with the Tang sect. Truly, they were cursed with bad luck. Unable to think of a solution for the moment, the chief could only ask someone who knew the Ming gang the best. "Jinong, what do you think we should do?" With Jinong's knowledge, he believed that the so-called district leaders wouldn't be of much help. When the time came, he would personally step in and deal with it himself. However, what worried Jinong to the point of sweating profusely was the group of 4 people led by the fallen demon. He hesitated and said, "The problem is Zhou Jia from the evil Gu sect, who is leading a few evil beings and the extraordinary scholar. They're quite difficult to deal with." Just as he heard the familiar name, Jang Shan entered from the outside and exclaimed, "Zhou Jia, really?" Seeing Jang Shan casually coming here again, and seemingly knowing the person, the chief officer asked with curiosity, "Do you know him?" Jang Shan, feeling proud, listed a series of names as if they were very close friends: Zhou Jia of the evil Gu sect, Kong Wuliang of Zhuozhihol, Lu Muzhang of Luban sect, Wen Hall master of the 5 poison sect, evil being, extraordinary scholar. Are these the people you're talking about? It sounded like Jang Shan knew them very well, which startled Jinong. He was amazed and said, "You have information about them?" Jang Shan confidently boasted to everyone, "Yeah, I've even had academic exchanges with them, which allowed me to learn many tricks that unusual people don't know." Jinang continued to ask with growing curiosity, "Where are they now?"
To prove that what he said was true, Jang Shan proudly pulled out his phone, showing pictures from the scene where he had sent those people off to meet their ancestors.
He happily said, "They're all dead."
After learning about the Inming gang's intention to invade Jiangbei, Jang Shan decided to claim his reward from the chief officer. Looking at his phone, he said to the chief officer, "Chief, I helped you handle such a big issue.
Don't you think I should get a reward?"
Without hesitation, the chief officer smiled widely and awarded Jiang Shan a considerable amount of accumulated points.
He said to Jiang Shan, "I'll give you 80 accumulated points. How does that sound?"
With the favor bestowed upon him by the director, Jiang Shan was so overjoyed that he immediately knelt and repeatedly thanked him.
"Director, from now on, you are the reborn parents of mine."
In the midst of his joy, Jiang Shan glanced over at his subordinates and realized that team leader Li Yan was absent, not causing any trouble as he usually would.
He asked, "Huh? Where's team leader Yang?"
Normally, at this time, he'd be so envious that he'd jump up.
When Li Yang was mentioned, the director's face turned grim as he replied, "Leader of the Drought Spirit Pursuit Team, currently his fate is unknown."
Upon hearing this, Jiang Shan recalled the time when he had called to ask about certain matters while Li Yang was battling the drought spirit.
He sighed and said, "Could it be that after I called him that day, he..."
Despite some animosity, hearing that Li Yang was missing made Jiang Shan worried, and he quickly asked the director, "Where did leader Yang go missing?"
The director hurriedly responded, "Building 3 at the hospital."
Remembering the last time he called Li Yang, Jiang Shan said, "The last contact with leader Yang, he was dodging the attacks of the drought spirit." At that moment, he recalled the curse that the demon had placed on him when he had eliminated the demon at the hospital. He became somewhat anxious and thought to himself, "Speaking of the hospital, the time for the curse on me is almost up." After learning of team leader Li Yang's location at the hospital, Jiang Shan quickly made his way there, also intending to cure the affliction of his own attraction. At this moment, Jiang Shan was sitting inside, waiting, while the cursed number on his neck was beginning to feel like it was about to flare up. He reached out to touch the number on his neck and realized that the curse didn't have much time left. When that time came, his body would be deformed. He spoke in a serious tone, "I can feel it, there's less than 10 minutes left." To be more certain during his treatment at this hospital full of ghosts, he decided to open the system to draw cards for the transform into a demon in case of any mishaps. He said to the system, "In case something goes wrong, draw 2 more 3-star transform into a demon cards for me."
Has the system been with him for so long that now it even knows how to joke? Do you really need to hurry up and reincarnate? Jiang Shan, a bit hot-tempered and annoyed, didn't like it. With a yell, he said, "Enough, hurry up and draw." Just a small joke, but being scolded by him, the system quickly drew a rather bizarre transform into a demon card. "Here it is, here it is, here it is." A 3-star transform into a demon card with hundreds of eyes, followed by another one that looked a bit better quality, 3-star transform into a demon card. Just as he finished drawing these 2 transform into a demon cards, he could feel the curse beginning. His face grew slightly worried, and he said, "It's almost time." The number on Jiang Shan's neck emitted a burst of yellow demon energy and began to count down, pulling him into a trance. 3. Very quickly, the number on his neck ignited in flames as the time crossed over to the number 2. And what was inevitable happened. The flames spread, burning Jiang Shan's body. He screamed out in intense pain. The dreamlike trance officially pulled him into a whirlwind of a different turn of events. Before he could even get accustomed to this, he screamed in panic. At present, he was brought into a room and became a patient. He lay on the hospital bed, his body tightly restrained by 2 straps. In his delirium, he suddenly noticed the number 7 appearing on the ceiling and thought to himself, "Are they taking me to hospital number 7? At that moment, a very seductive nurse suddenly appeared, holding a syringe in her hand, ready to inject him with medicine. Seeing him mumbling, she spoke, "What nonsense are you spouting now? It's time for your injection." In his dazed state, he had said that he was the unusual person who slays demons, causing the nurse to exclaim, "Are you still thinking you're some unusual person?" Transform into a demon again, and start killing, huh? Confused by what was happening to him, Jang Shan grew angry and retorted, "What do you mean? I really am an unusual person."
No matter what Jang Shan said, she ignored him and immediately drew more medication from the syringe, preparing to put him to sleep to stop his rambling. She said, adding more dosage. Terrified of the substance she was about to inject into him, Jang Shan was overwhelmed with fear, his face drenched in sweat. In desperation, he shouted, "What do you want to do to me? You're all demons. Let me go and I'll show you how I'll kill you." Even as the needle was already inserted into his neck, he kept rambling on, insisting that he was someone with extraordinary powers. "Don't touch me, I'm an unusual person, grade B."
No matter how much he said, the nurse continued to inject the full dose into Jang Shan's neck.
His eyes became vacant, like someone who had lost their soul. At this moment, he was not yet aware that he was falling into an illusion.
He mumbled vaguely, "Could it be that I'm really a patient?" At this point, the medication had taken effect, and its influence began to show.
His eyes seemed to open fully as he tried to rouse his rationality once again.
Jang Shan weakly muttered under his breath, "So all of this has been a dream?"
The true meaning of being high on drugs. He glanced up at the ceiling, like someone lost in a haze. Suddenly, another patient appeared from nowhere and wished him good night.
He grabbed Jang Shan by the collar, looking at the number 18 on his neck, and asked curiously, "Are you number 18, the new one?" Jang Shan awkwardly looked at him and replied, "Hello, number 10. The number tag stuck on his face, yet the man was utterly shocked, his mouth agape in surprise when Jang Shan spoke. "How did you know I was number 10? Putting that aside, the man came here to deliver some shocking news. "That's not important. Let me tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else."
He whispered the secret into Jang Shan's ear. "This world has ghosts, and this secret matches with the thoughts you had when you came to this hospital.
Everyone says this place is haunted, which must be confusing to you."
It was because of this that he suddenly realized the hospital seemed more like a mental institution.
He laughed and said, "Ha, you ended up here because of that, right? With your appearance, you look more like a ghost than anyone else."
The man slowly leaned in close to Jang Shan's face, spitting water as he yelled, "I'm not joking, there really are ghosts in this hospital. If what he said about there being a ghost here is true, then it's like a sudden awakening from a drug-induced stupor."
I immediately asked him, "Really?
Where?" He seemed to be provoking me, so I quickly climbed down from the hospital bed and refused to speak, reveal the ghost's location.
"Hee, I won't tell you."
Jang Shan, lying on the bed, shouted loudly, "Nurse, the patient in bed number 10 is having a relapse."
The nurse.
The patient with the number 10 on his face panicked and turned to leave. Patient number 10 was startled and stopped in his tracks, then shouted loudly at me, "In this hospital, there are only patients and doctors.
Where did the nurses come from?" Jang Shan was shocked and widened his eyes in surprise.
He remembered the pink-haired nurse who had injected him earlier and thought, the one who gave me the injection was definitely a nurse. He gave a lifeless, blank stare at patient number 10.
Smiling, he said, "Let's make a deal."
Jang Shan looked down at his stomach and said, "If you help me untie the restraints, I'll show you that there are nurses here."
Patient number 10 frantically waved his hand to refuse.
No, if they find out I untied you, they won't feed me dinner tonight."
Jang Shan gave him a cold glance and said, "That's fine. I'll give you my portion."
After untying him, patient number 10 watched him shiver and stand up, his arms wrapped around himself. He nervously said, "You have to be careful.
Patients who leave the ward never come back."
Jang Shan staggered forward, his body weak and exhausted. As he walked, he muttered, "Even so, I still have to go." After walking for a while, he encountered a girl in a hospital gown, her hair falling in front of her face, her back turned to him. Jang Shan placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and said, "Sorry to bother you." A notification from the system appeared in front of him as he touched a bare shoulder.
Where did this rogue come from? Demon energy plus 800.
He stared in shock at the notification in front of him, and the system angrily shouted, "Why are you staring so hard?
Are you looking at your father?" Jang Shan smirked, revealing a thong.
He smiled mischievously as he moved closer, ripping the girl's shirt open. He said, "Everyone's crazy, what's the big deal if I just touch a little?" His nose lengthened, and he hugged the trembling girl, grinning slyly as he said, "Little sister, I'll tell the hospital to prescribe some anti-swelling meds for you later." The girl angrily shoved him away and yelled, "Get lost." He blushed slightly and looked at her full chest, thinking to himself, to be able to see a view like this, even in the underworld, Jang Shan can die satisfied. The girl angrily kicked him in the groin, causing him to scream in pain. "What, so vicious?" The girl took out a small dagger and said, "Next time, I won't just use my foot." She swung the knife toward Jang Shan, and he was caught off guard, unable to react in time. He shouted, "Ro Ling Ji." The knife pierced his chest, blood splattering everywhere. Jang Shan trembled, clutching his chest as he cursed, "Damn it, did they take the Ro Ling Ji already?" The girl continued to attack him with the knife, yelling, "I'll gouge out your eyes first, then deal with the rest." Jang Shan widened his eyes, watching the knife approaching him. He thought to himself, "Is this because of the injection I got earlier? I don't have much strength left." The knife was about to stab into his eye. Did he think that a B-level powerhouse like him would die today at the hands of such a tiny figure? Suddenly, a black thread shot forward and wrapped around the knife, stopping the girl's action. The tightening force caused her to release the knife in her hand, and she looked at the massive black tentacle wrapped tightly around her. A hurried voice rang out, "The strength is too much, master, you must run, I can't hold on much longer." Jang Shan smiled happily and said, "Oh, how could I forget I have my shadow?" A waterlogged iron barrel on the ground was lifted by Jang Shan. He said, "If it's like this, I'll just place the barrel on top of my head," then smiled and continued, "Do I still need to run?" The girl, terrified, watched as the barrel was thrown toward her and shouted loudly, "Wait, let's talk this over." A loud thud rang out, and a large lump appeared on the girl's forehead. She winced in pain and glared. After that, the girl with the number 15 on her waist was tied up by Jang Shan, her limbs bound to the bed. A black shadow covered her chest. The girl with number 15 screamed, "Bastard, let me out." She looked fearfully at Jang Shan as he began to remove his pants. She screamed, "Hey, what are you trying to do?" He licked his lips with a sly grin and said, "Sis, I can tell your body is filled with too much yin energy, so I plan to pass on some yang energy to balance you out." With that, he leaped onto her. Below him, he was completely naked, and the girl, tied up on the bed, screamed in fear, "Go away, get lost." He spread his legs on either side of her, directing the center of his body towards her face. Jang Shan smiled and said, "It's not impossible for me to leave, but you have to honestly answer my question first." The girl sweated nervously and said, "You should put on your pants first, then we can talk." He grinned wickedly and replied, "Answer me first. How long have you been here?" Girl number 15 anxiously looked at him and answered, "Long enough. When I first arrived, they shaved my head." He leaned his face close to hers and smiled, saying, "If you've been here this long, you've probably heard of a few ways to escape, haven't you?" She replied in fear, "Yes." Girl number 15 said, "If someone kills the person with the number just before theirs, they can take their place. If you become number 1, you can enter the observation area to be discharged." She angrily shouted, "The doctor is the real lunatic. He drives people insane, and their condition keeps getting worse." Upon hearing this, Jang Shan fell silent and pondered. Making the mental illness of patients more severe, then turning them into monsters, this was the goal of the hospital. Jang Shan stepped off the bed, turned around, and put his pants back on, saying, "I want to look at the patient's files here." "Where can I find them?" She turned her head to look at him and said, "In the clinic at the end of the hall." At the clinic, Jang Shan held a piece of paper in his hand and said, "Oh, are all these people patients?" He bent down to open a drawer, his face twisted with malice as he smiled and said, "Let's see if there's anything else interesting." He looked at the object in front of him and said, "A skull, a few nails." Jang Shan smiled, picked up the hammer, and said, "Wow, this is amazing." In the room where girl number 15 was being illuminated, a shadow appeared, blocking the light and catching girl no 15's attention. A familiar figure emerged. The girl had shoulder-length hair and wore a nurse's cap with a white outfit. Girl number 15 panicked as she looked at the person who had just arrived. The pink-haired nurse raised a syringe and smiled, saying, "Finally, I get the chance to catch you. Once I kill you, I can take the next step." Suddenly, a mysterious object slipped into her skirt, causing her to jump in surprise. Jang Shan's head popped out from her skirt, smiling slyly as he said, "Finally, I got you. Once I kill you, I can take the next step." He called out number 16. A flame ignited on the nurse's forehead, revealing the number 16, which made her look at him in shock. Nurse number 16 pinned Jang Shan's head between her thighs. She screamed, "This will teach you not to crawl under my skirt." She smiled and said, "Now die while being squeezed by me." Nurse number 16 squeezed her legs tightly. Jang Shan, trapped between her thighs, struggled and said, "Tighten up, and don't move." With that, he took out the hammer he had found earlier. Jang Shan swung the hammer hard against the nurse's knee, causing her to scream in pain. He placed the hammer on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "I didn't expect even demons to have reflexes when their knees are struck." Nurse number 16 stepped back. She squeezed the syringe, causing red medicine to splatter out. She muttered under her breath, "Damn it." Jang Shan quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. He laughed and said, "Ha, you even want a few drops of this medicine?" A few drops of the medicine fell to the ground, creating a huge explosion that sent him flying away. Jang Shan suddenly yelled, "What?" He jumped up high, throwing several explosive devices, shouting, "Hey, doesn't your hospital have fire safety measures?" The girl in bed number 15 was tightly restrained, terrified as the explosions surrounded her. She thought to herself, "Does anyone care about how I feel?" Jang Shan kept running, but a few drops of the red medicine still chased after him. He pulled out a skull that contained a few nails he had just found earlier, using it to block the fast-approaching drops of medicine. After catching the drops in the skull, he tossed it at nurse number 16. He said, "F&H." The nurse disdainfully grabbed the skull and said, "What? A stolen skull from the clinic?" From the skull, a huge explosion occurred, causing the nurse to fall backward. Several nails from the skull pierced into her body, causing her to scream in pain. Jang Shan rushed forward, swinging a hammer as he laughed, "This doesn't look pretty at all." He struck the nails on the nurse's body with the hammer. Jang Shan laughed cruelly and said, "Let me hammer these nails into you properly." The system notified, normal weeping ghost, demon energy death plus 199. A number 16 appeared on his neck. He panted heavily and said, "Fortunately, it's just a normal weeping ghost. Otherwise, with this body of mine, I really wouldn't be able to fight back." Jang Shan wiped the sweat from under his chin, turned, and looked at girl number 15, smiling wickedly like a madman on a bed, but with suspicion. He struck her in the face with a hammer, angrily shouting, "What? Do you think you can provoke me just because I'm tired?" He smiled cruelly and said, "Tell me, give me one reason not to kill you." Blood poured from girl no 15's nose, covering her face. She winced in pain and said, "I know the information of every patient here." Jang Shan frowned, hitting her face hard with the hammer, shouting loudly, "Why should I trust you? Did I come to the clinic just to get a hammer?" Girl number 15 squinted one eye from the pain and struggled to say, "No, it's not just that. They also have a lot of gossip, small secrets that aren't written in the files. These will be useful to you." Jang Shan smiled, satisfied, and said, "Well, that's somewhat useful." The shadow released her. Girl number 15 put on a white shirt and said, "The nurse's uniform doesn't fit, just wear this for now." As Jang Shan and girl number 15 walked for a while, they encountered a man collapsed on the ground and a woman standing, suddenly looking at them. Jang Shan stepped forward and said, "Wait." Girl number 15 leaned forward and said, "These two are very dangerous." She looked at the woman with green eyes and said, "Number 13 is always deluded, thinking that her own will run into someone else's stomach. She wants to cut open anyone she meets." Then she glanced at the man trembling on the ground and said, "This guy is more like someone with a heavy weight."
Two personalities, one is himself, but the other is his wife. Girl number 15 looked at Jang Shan, who was calmly walking forward, and fearfully said, "Hey, don't you understand what I'm saying?" He approached girl number 13, who was looking into the mirror. Girl number 13 stretched her hand and pulled her mouth wide, gazing at her reflection in the mirror and said, "Son, did you run into your mother's womb, right?" Jang Shan stepped closer to her, smiling as he said, "Stop looking, your son would just run away the moment he sees the mirror." Girl number 13 suddenly lunged in front of him, saying, "What? You saw my son too?" He pointed to girl number 15, who was standing far away, looking at him in fear. He said, "That's right, the doctor told me." Hearing the word doctor, girl number 13 immediately stepped back in fear. She screamed, "Doctor, doctor." Jang Shan smiled and said, "Don't be scared, the doctor told me to come help you, just a little surgery to take the baby out, that's all." Girl number 15, who was standing behind him, was also sweating profusely after hearing this. Girl number 13, slightly confused, asked, "The surgery is right here? Is it dangerous?" Jang Shan beamed, answering, "Don't worry, the doctor is a specialist. The success rate is high, and it won't hurt at all." Girl number 13 joyfully exclaimed, "Oh, then I feel relieved." She angrily threw a punch, making Jang Shan and number 15 dodge with difficulty. She shouted, "Who do you think you're fooling? Isn't this certain death?" Number 15, scared, dodged the attack while shouting, "Damn it, I told you not to provoke her." He smiled and said, "I thought you would quietly let me beat her to death." Number 13 slammed her fist into the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying in all directions. She aimed her attack at him. Jang Shan swiftly dodged. She launched another powerful strike that landed on him. Jang Shan raised his arm to block the blow. He said, "Shadow, I have a question for you." The shadow appeared and replied, "Master, speak." He looked down at the shadow on the ground and asked, "The darker it gets, the stronger you become, right?" The shadow responded, "Of course." Hearing that, he dashed toward number 13 and said, "Then wait for my signal." The shadow answered, "Yes." Number 13 opened her mouth wide and said, "Why don't you get in my belly and play with my baby too?" Seeing that, he still charged forward and gave a signal to the shadow. He said, "Now's the time." The shadow received the order and shot toward number 13. It dove into her gaping mouth, catching her completely off guard. The shadow slipped entirely into her mouth as she stood there stunned. Number 13 let out a cry as her belly began to swell rapidly. Then, her abdomen exploded violently. System notification: Gluttonous Demon, highest level Weeping Ghost, died from suppressed fury. Demon energy plus 999. Jang Shan braced one hand on his knee, wiped the sweat from his chin with the other, exhaled heavily, and said, "It's done." He glanced, somewhat puzzled, at the man cowering on the ground, trembling in fear, saying, Hoo, that was terrifying." Jang Shan looked at him and thought, "This guy doesn't seem ordinary." Jang Shan stared at the trembling man radiating an intensely terrifying blue aura. He thought, "I just recovered some demon energy. Maybe it's best not to provoke someone this fierce just yet." He turned and started walking, saying, "Let's go." A voice suddenly shouted, "Stop right there." This made him freeze and turn his head. The male demon had woken up and was pointing at Jang Shan's face, asking, "Are you the one who secretly had an affair with my wife? Is the man my wife found outside really you?" Suddenly, his demonic wife within him awoke, slapping his face hard, and spoke up to explain, "Honey, don't be like this, I haven't done anything wrong to you." Seeing the two demons quarreling like this, he took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Hadn't she just been doing something unworthy of her husband? Just a moment ago, she was on the ground, raising her butt and trying to seduce him. As he had expected, the male demon husband, enraged, started cursing at his wife, "This shameless woman, you've been secretly seducing other men behind my back." But it seemed his demonic wife was smarter, quickly realizing his intentions and speaking up, "Are you an idiot? He's clearly trying to cause trouble between us. I'm not going to waste any more words on you. The possessing demon jumped up, wanting to slap Jang Shan to vent his anger.
I hate people like you who deliberately try to destroy things. I'm going to tear you apart piece by piece. The demon swung a slap, but luckily Jang Shan swiftly ducked out of the way. Another slap came, but once again, it missed him. Then the demon moved from slaps to kicks, leaping into the air and launching a fierce kick at him. Suddenly, the demon number 13, who had been with him, made his move, rushing from behind to help and attack the possessing demon. Immediately, the 13th female demon swung a slash down, cutting the two-faced demon in half, separating it instantly.
After striking the possessed demon, she laughed triumphantly, thinking she had destroyed it. Ha, now I'm number 11.
However, the number on her body remained unchanged, which confused her greatly.
Wait, why hasn't it changed? Indeed, the possessed demon hadn't died yet.
The demon of the husband and wife began to merge back together. The demon husband laughed and contemptuously mocked her.
Do you think you can kill me so easily? At that moment, Jang Shan seized the opportunity to appear behind the two demons, surprising them both. He also began to sow discord between their marital bond once more. My love, you've finally broken up with your man.
Every time you appear, I just have to hug you first, or I can't bear it. With that, he rushed over and embraced the demon, jokingly saying, now we can be together openly and honestly.
A system notification appeared, you dare to cuckold me in front of my face. Demon energy plus 999.
At the same time, the system reactivated, and he gained power.
Demon energy fully charged.
Next, he began testing the demon to see if it was real or fake, poking at it. After a moment, he realized the demon's body had been surgically altered. He became extremely hot and then released an electric shock, causing the demon to scream in pain, realizing the danger. The demon husband abandoned his wife and tried to run, but Jang Shan spotted him, determined to catch them both.
Next, you don't need to chase that demon, let your shadow take care of it. There's something I forgot to tell you. In the tunnel, your shadow is enormous, it covers the entire corridor.
Even if the demon tries to run fast, it won't be able to escape your shadow.
I also have two people.
Jang Shan's shadow has grabbed the demon's head, preparing to electrify it so it can experience the pain.
Good, give my master the demon energy. Zap! The sound of electric shocks disoriented the demon's central nervous system, and it screamed in agony. The demon was electrocuted into a pile of dry bones.
The system notification appeared, demon paralyzed, partial blood robe acquired, death, demon energy plus 9,999. Receiving such a high amount of points, Jang Shan chuckled. It seemed this was indeed his lucky land. Stepping into this place, killing the partial blood robe demon earned him 9,999 demon energy points. Truly, this was his blessed ground. After a series of wild demon clearing events, the demon number 13 was left astonished and confused, wondering what Jang Shan's purpose was in coming here.
Was this guy really here to treat his cursed mental illness?
To continue hunting demons, Jang Shan called out to her.
What are you standing there for? Let's go.
She quickly adjusted her disheveled clothes and hurriedly followed.
Yes, yes.
After walking for a while, they reached a corridor filled with numerous patients, all of them dazed, unable to tell who was a demon and who was a human. As soon as they saw Jang Shan, the patients all transformed into demons, their faces lighting up with excitement, their eyes gleaming as if they were thirsty for his life.
Is this the place where people with two-digit numbers should come?
They charged forward in a frenzy. Meanwhile, he remained calm, enjoying the chaotic energy of their rush.
Hee, that arrogance, I like it.
To deal with all of them in one go, he still used the hammer from earlier, the one that had excited him enough to drop rice. After their furious displays, the only sounds that followed were shrill screams and pleas for mercy emanating from the hospital.
What the hell is that? Is this really number 11? Please spare me.
The next image was of the demonic patient, having been struck by Jang Shan's hammer, with the contents of his body spilling out.
Jang Shan paid no attention to his pain. He simply stepped on him and delivered another blow, sending him straight to his death. In no time, less than 10 minutes, he had cleanly wiped out these bloodthirsty, limited-strength demons. After all his efforts with the hammer and nail to crush the demons, the cursed number on his neck had risen to 2. With just one more, the curse would be lifted. His spirits were even higher, more invigorated. To shorten the process, he began searching for the demon holding the number 1 spot to eliminate. He asked aloud, "Where is number 1? The demoness number 13, accompanying him, pointed ahead. At the end of the corridor, trying to avoid being suppressed by the powerful number 1 demon, he turned to her to ask for some vital information. "What's the background of number 1? A vision unfolded before him, revealing the backstory of the number 1 demon. He was originally a crazed serial killer, with a high IQ. On his first day in the hospital, he managed to kill his way from number 24 to number 1, relying solely on his own strength. With a remark meant to tease Jang Shan, he lost his temper and confronted her, as he too was relying on her to track down demons and clues, not just his own strength. Are you saying I'm strange?" Fearing he might punch her, she forced a smile, squinting her eyes to avoid the wrath he was about to unleash. No, I'm willingly helping you." As she explained herself to Jang Shan, a thick wave of demon energy emanated from the room. His cruelty was so notorious that even doctors dared not approach his door carelessly. Without needing to consult anyone, Jang Shan directly pushed her into the room to guide her in. "Go inside first." Terrified by the ominous atmosphere in the room, she was nearly trembling in fear, screaming out of panic. Ah! Looking up, she was startled to see the figure of the number 1 demon, who appeared unexpectedly scholarly and handsome, nothing like the terrifying image she had imagined. He was calmly reading a book, and she shook with fear, stammering, "That I." From her hesitant demeanor, the number 1 demon spoke up, making an observation. "Aren't you a doctor?" Suddenly, Jang Shan appeared behind her, pulling her by the waist, and spoke up. "Just because she's in a patient's gown doesn't mean she's not a doctor. Seems like you're looking down on others, huh?" Realizing Jang Shan's intention to tease her, the demon closed the book and prepared to act. "There's no female doctor here, and I thought the number 1 demon might prefer women. I'll introduce her to him. She just arrived today, so why not bring her in to meet him?" Hearing this from his mouth, she seemed to freeze, terrified beyond measure. However, this first demon was very intelligent and immediately realized that everything he said had no basis, responding, "That's not true." He started sweating profusely from worry as he noticed that this demon's expression didn't change at all after hearing his words, which was extremely baffling. Then, the demon took out his demon-slaying staff, preparing to strike him mercilessly. "Because I am too dangerous." Just as demon number 13 had said, this first demon was not easily deceived. No doctor had ever dared to enter my room alone. To secure the upper hand, Jang Shan quickly unleashed a surprise attack on the demon. The majestic howl of the barbarian caught the demon off guard as he attacked first, but the demon had prepared for this and spun his staff, neutralizing Jang Shan's move. Then, the demon swung the staff once more, aiming to knock Jang Shan into the grave as quickly as possible. But it was just an old, worn-out staff. Jang Shan could easily block it with his hand, though he was puzzled as to why his move had no effect on the demon. Majestic howl of the barbarian is useless against him? The demon smugly spun his staff in response. Just at that moment, Jang Shan spoke, "I've swept away the air around us, creating a vacuum barrier." With a rather powerful move that could redirect the enemy's skills, he had created a vortex that easily countered Jang Shan's technique. In the vacuum zone, nothing could affect it, so there was no way for him to harm me. Facing this famous demon, equipped with impressive skills and abilities, Jang Shan stood there, awestruck, complimenting him. "Wow, you're good. But how could I ever be as good as you?" He immediately ordered his shadow to let out a fierce tiger's roar, ambushing the first demon. "Let's give it a try then," the system notification appeared. I was too complacent, there's no place to hide. Demon energy increased by 1999 points. Jang Shan's tiger's roar created a cloud of dust. The first demon trembled as it had to face 3 opponents alone. It clutched its frail body. The demon thought to itself, 3 against 1, the situation is clearly unfavorable for me. This blind fool must be the second clone, definitely the enemies. If I want to turn the tide, I can only manipulate this fake doctor. It quickly came up with a plan and spoke, want to summon this demoness number 13 to join his team? Hey, what's your number? Without a word, she tore open her coat, revealing the cursed number on her body. The first demon had to carefully watch the situation, as additional combat power could help. He laughed provocatively at her, trying to convince her to join his side. Do you want to join my team? If you kill him, you'll be number 2. Trying to bribe someone right in front of me, Jang Shan summoned a gigantic hammer and swung it down at him. Want to play mind games with me while you're at it? The demon energy he had just gained was enough for him to summon the hammer. With a single, deadly blow, he struck the first demon. The added demon energy worked wonders, allowing me to summon the death god's mace, but the demon quickly dodged with impressive speed. Facing the somewhat intelligent demon only fueled his interest further. He provocatively said, "Aren't you really fond of playing tactics?" At the same time, outside the number 1 patient room, it seemed like someone was watching the chaotic battle unfold, turning their gaze toward Jang Shan. After the hammer strike, the ground was shattered, sending the demon flying into the air, while Jang Shan's mace came down. With his limited demon energy, after that blow, Jang Shan immediately withdrew the weapon. The demon energy wasn't enough for a second strike. Phew! This damn demon uses up too much demon energy. The first demon now trembled like a dried-up dog facing Jang Shan's destructive power. He couldn't directly fight Jang Shan. He thought to himself about how to survive. I have to survive, I have to think of a way to keep living. Thinking that, he shouted loudly for help from someone outside, "Help me, doctor. Someone's trying to kill a recovering patient." After his scream, a rooster dressed in a doctor's outfit entered the room and said, "Step back, number 1. Not bothering with what the rooster said, Jang Shan directly shot a high-voltage electric beam, instantly frying the first demon. What? I don't understand. Fuming from being killed in front of him with such a furious expression, the bloodthirsty red-crested rooster screamed in rage, releasing an oppressive force. The doctor spoke again, "Didn't you hear? Are you tired of living?" With the force the rooster unleashed, it was almost identical to his majestic howl of the barbarian, making Jang Shan involuntarily exclaim, "This is no different from my majestic howl of the barbarian." Not stopping there, the rooster flared its throat and cried out, "Cuck-a-doodle-doo," sending numerous circles of power to attack Jang Shan. But it seemed that he had gradually gotten used to this kind of tricks, so he was not afraid at all and even chuckled with amusement. It was still the same blood robe. With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving only a trail of white smoke under his feet before the chicken. Moving as fast as the wind, he appeared behind the chicken and threw a punch at it. The chicken was no slouch either, it had already noticed his attempt to sneak attack. Compared to the many times he had visited the cockfighting rings in Cambodia, this chicken's reflexes were incredibly quick. As he threw a punch, the chicken raised its muscular wing to block it. "A chicken like you isn't worthy of being a doctor?" he said. "Let Jang Shan see what a real festival is," the chicken replied. The chicken then gave him a punch in the mouth for daring to underestimate it. "As long as the director accepts, then it's a doctor's punch," the chicken said. Blood spurted from his mouth, but Jang Shan still struggled to question it. "No one knows how to heal or save lives," he said. Just as he finished speaking, the chicken followed up with a kick to his mouth, sending him crashing into the wall with a deafening explosion. The chicken said, "I know, this is to help you break free." What was surprising was that when the chicken kicked Jang Shan, somehow, he managed to grab its beak. "Today, I will purify the medical world," he said. This time, he used high-voltage electricity, intending to roast the chicken for a feast. 100,000 volts, he said nonchalantly. The result was that the chicken was roasted to a crisp. A delicious aroma wafted up.
"Wow, it smells so good," he exclaimed. His next action was swift and decisive as he tore off a massive chicken leg and dug in.
"Let's have the chicken leg first."
He chewed a few big bites, then turned to ask the demoness number 13 who was accompanying him.
"Do you want to eat some?"
She was still scared after seeing his actions, so she bluntly refused.
"No need, no need."
Although she was just a Dr. Han, when Jang Shan killed and ate her raw, she broke into a cold sweat and was at a loss for words upon seeing how disgusting he was, silently thinking, "I've seen doctors being killed before, but this is the first time I've seen a doctor being eaten." Thinking she was shy and didn't want to eat, he directly held out the chicken leg in front of her, inviting her.
"Come on, take a bite. Eat well, then we can hit the road."
Upon hearing this, she became even more terrified, imagining the scene where a criminal would be fed before death, and she screamed.
"Do you want to kill me?"
Just as she had thought, he leaned in close, whispered in her ear, and promised to let her pass on as peacefully as possible.
"You've completed your task, so as a reward, I'll let you go peacefully." Suddenly, she burst into tears, feeling the sorrow of being a demon yet still suffering from being used and discarded. "Everyone is like this, they use me and then throw me away."
Returning to her past life, when she was standing in a cosmetics shop, holding a lipstick she had stolen bravely, she spoke up.
"Is this enough?"
Her two friends had taken advantage of her naivety to get these lipsticks. One red-haired girl made a remark that put him in a difficult position.
"With so many cameras, you still managed to steal a lipstick?"
At that moment, one of her friends threw her a lipstick with a very malicious intention. She said, "This is your reward." Right after handing her a lipstick, that friend immediately called the security to have her arrested. "Security, someone stole the lipstick." Frustrated and heartbroken by having to associate with such devilish friends, she burst into tears, scared and helpless, and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you doing this?"
Who could she blame now?
Only herself, for getting something that didn't belong to her, and exposing the nasty, treacherous faces of those two friends to her.
"You're useless now." In the end, it gave us a little amusement when we were taken away.
At this point, the 13th demon kneeled on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, feeling humiliated by her fate of choosing the wrong friends. Seeing her in such a pitiful state, Jang Shan decided to give her a chance to survive.
"I'll give you a chance. I'll count to 3.
If I don't catch you, I'll spare your life." Whether he really intended to let her go or not, he smiled brightly and said, "Get ready." Time couldn't be wasted, so she gathered her energy and dashed off at lightning speed. Before anyone could blink, she was gone. Even Jang Shan was shocked by her incredible speed.
"What, she's running that fast?"
Thinking about the time she had helped him, it seemed he had to keep his promise and let her go. So, he moved to a dim, eerie room, where strange noises were coming from. Just when Jang Shan arrived, he discovered the number of his belongings and saw his weapon hidden inside. Jang Shan said, "So my clothes were all kept here." As soon as he met the owner again, his weapon burst into tears, clinging to him, missing him to the core.
Jang Shan smiled and said, Just a few days without me and you already miss me that much?"
Suddenly, a doctor appeared out of nowhere. His face darkened as he walked up to Jang Shan and spoke, "It doesn't matter whether you're human or ghost, you strike first to gain the advantage." Jang Shan immediately swung his weapon and hit him on the head with a loud thud, then replied, "Your father." Just a few seconds later, the doctor fell unconscious, a bump swelling on his head. Jang Shan quickly snatched his doctor's outfit. To stay safe from any sneak attacks, he decided to wear it. It was definitely safer to wear a doctor's coat in a hospital. Afterward, Jang Shan walked out into the hallway, whistling happily to the tune of "Don't Add Salt to My Wounds" as he searched for ghosts. After wandering for a while, he finally noticed something that made him stop. He looked up. Above him was a sign that read "Special Treatment Room." His curiosity piqued, he decided to go inside and take a look. He muttered to himself, "This place looks quite interesting." Inside, there was a patient, his entire body shackled to a love chair, looking dazed and lethargic.
His purpose for being there was to treat his ghostly affliction. After days of being haunted, his condition had worsened. He spoke wearily, "Doctor, every time I close my eyes, a female ghost mocks me." At that moment, another doctor appeared, holding a medical record and writing something down, replying, "Your condition might have gotten worse." Suddenly, this doctor moved closer to the patient, his eyes glowing an eerie red, and whispered, "You need to fix it. Imagine you're driving a truck carrying dirt." Next, the doctor used a mysterious device to inject electricity into the eye of the patient. He swung the device back and forth, muttering curses that crushed her. The repeated phrases from the doctor caused fluids to spill from the patient's eyes, nose, and mouth. The doctor murmured, crush it again, crush, crush." Unable to bear the torment of his body, the patient screamed in unbearable pain. He yelled, "Crush it." Soon after, his entire body had withered away, leaving only a thin layer of skin and two deep, dark eye sockets, accompanied by faint whimpering. But it didn't stop there. His body began to swell up, tearing his clothes apart as he cried out in agony. Pushed beyond the limits of endurance, he vomited blood from his eyes and mouth before succumbing to death. A while later, he was motionless, no more sounds, everything fell silent. The doctor, puzzled, spoke up, "Has he died?" The doctor was conducting an experimental method of a new curse, but it seemed to have failed, only resulting in blood vomiting, not turning into a special curse. Just then, Jang Shan appeared from behind. He spoke, "The blood hasn't soaked in yet." The doctor, still unaware, casually responded, "Yes, more experiments need to be done." But soon after, he recoiled in shock upon noticing something. His expression turned pale, and he shouted, "Who let you in here?" Jang Shan grabbed the doctor's coat and, laughing, replied, "I'm a doctor too." The doctor, with an angry expression, pointed downward and said, "Interrogate him, didn't the director tell you? This is my exclusive clinic." Jang Shan played the fool again, scratching his head as if he wanted to start trouble with him. "Ah, yes, the director did tell me. I've been mentally unstable recently and wanted you to check on me." Hearing someone approaching, his spirits lifted, and he secretly thought to himself, the experimental material has come to me." His eyes once again glowed red, as if he was about to cast a curse. "Then take a seat in the chair." Jang Shan wasn't afraid of anything. He directly sat down on the recently deceased patient's body, causing the doctor to go into a fit and shout, "Who told you to sit like that?" However, he reluctantly accepted and let Jang Shan stay as he was. Continuing with the experiment, the doctor picked up a sheet of paper and asked, "What's your condition?" Jang Shan, with his acting skills on display, responded like a foolish child, "It's delusional disorder." Exactly as the doctor had hoped, he laughed triumphantly and said, "It's fine, I'll help you get rid of your delusions. Speak honestly." He then cast his curse. Jang Shan's body began to sway to the rhythm, as if he had fallen into an illusion, and the doctor proceeded with his interrogation. "Now, tell me, what do you do for a living? Don't hide anything, or are you really being controlled?" Jang Shan replied, "I specialize in killing." Upon hearing this, the doctor suddenly trembled, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The doctor stammered, You've killed what kind of ghosts?" "Just like the demons you exterminated before." Jang Shan carefully extended his hand to count, then answered, "First, there was the knocking ghost, then the mirror ghost." The scene shifts to the outside of this cursed hospital building. After a while of questioning, this doctor was so terrified that he started bleeding from his urethra. He threw the medical record on the ground. Meanwhile, Jang Shan kept going on and on about his experiences exterminating demons. He said, "In the end, when I encountered a vicious demon, I had no choice but to chop it down." At this point, the doctor demon was utterly frightened upon encountering a demon slayer like Jang Shan. He grabbed the doctor's arm, causing him to panic and exclaim, "What do you want to do?" However, Jang Shan continued to feign concern while mocking him. He asked, "Doctor, is there still a way to save me?" From the things Jang Shan had mentioned, the doctor realized that he was no ordinary person. He quickly jerked his hand out of Jang Shan's grip.
He shouted, don't bother saving me, just fight it out.
When the director leaves, I will cast my vote for you.
Unable to control his growing excitement, Jang Shan grabbed the doctor's head with his hand and asked, then tell me quickly, where is the director?
I want to run against him.
It was only because Jang Shan carelessly exposed the cursed number on his neck that the doctor realized he was the cursed patient of the hospital.
The doctor said, Huh? Number 1? Aren't you a doctor?
When exposed, Jang Shan quickly covered it up, naturally flashing a mocking smile at him. He said, oh, I got caught. If that's the case, you're even more monstrous than the demon you were about to devour.
Jang Shan said dangerously, then I'll have to kill you to keep you silent. Why was this guy not afraid at all?
Instead, he summoned his strength, with both hands radiating demon energy. The doctor sneered at Jang Shan, speaking of silencing, this time you've made the wrong move. He was a master, summoning countless corpses. The corpses that he had previously destroyed were now rising again under his curse. The one he needed to kill was not just me. Even the man possessed by the demon had now awakened, breaking free from the shackles of the chair and screaming. Seeing the corpses rise again, Jang Shan quickly realized the horrifying truth that the hospital had deliberately concealed before. It seemed that the demons raised by this hospital came in 2 types. One was the nurturing type, where patients slowly killed each other and gradually leveled up. The other was the experimental type like this one, which stirred up the evil within the patients, transmitted demon energy, and created cursed demons. While he was pondering this, the demons surrounded him and began tearing at him. In response, he drew the sword that transformed from his weapon. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, exterminating the undead demons. The sword consumed little demon energy, but he wondered how much demon energy he could extract from these experimental bodies. Swish! With one swift slash, the head of a demon was immediately severed. The second slash cleaved another demon in half.
It screamed in agony.
In no time, Jang Shan's continuous strikes sent the filthy demons flying away. However, the number of undead demons in this hospital was still overwhelming. The doctor gave orders for all the demons to charge at Jang Shan and force him into the morgue.
All the remaining ones, charge.
The sheer number of demons made it impossible for him to resist, forcing him to call for help from Ro Lingji and his demon summoning sticks. He said, Ro Lingji, bind them all. With one strike, the Ro Lingji pierced through the bodies of these demons. In an instant, the demons were strung together like a long, endless thread, saving Jang Shan from danger. As he watched the Dr. Demon's hat fall to the ground, his expression went blank, and there was a hint of urgency, as he had not yet had the chance to inquire about the whereabouts of the hospital's mastermind. Disappointed, he muttered, he's dead now, I forgot to ask where the director is.
There was not a single demon left alive to ask for information.
Jang Shan stepped out of the door, slamming it shut behind him. The thick liquid was still flowing in heaps. He felt a bit tired, having to go out and search on his own. He muttered again, I have to go find it myself. What a hassle. The scene shifted, and he found himself standing in front of a room with a red warning sign that read no entry. Looking at the ridiculous sign in this place full of demons, he couldn't care less about it. That warning sign was completely unnecessary. Inside the room, a girl with white hair appeared, along with a demon snoring loudly in a grotesque form. Its body was so thin that its bones were visible. At that moment, the girl noticed the sound of footsteps outside. Immediately, she and the strange demon jumped to their feet. When she saw Jang Shan approaching, she sneered and said, Look, here comes another doctor. Upon seeing Jang Shan, she suddenly smiled with disdain, having killed many doctors who dared to enter this place before. She smirked and said, Getting bored now, let's kill him for fun. Not caring who Jang Shan was, since he dared to trespass in a restricted area, the two-headed demon with hair ordered the strange demon to drop the sword and attack Jang Shan. Too dangerous. Jang Shan quickly activated his Demon King's transformation skill, encasing his entire body in armor to block the slash from the demon. Not stopping there, the two-pigtail demon took the opportunity to rush forward and throw a punch at Jang Shan, smirking arrogantly as it said, "Get stronger." But Jang Shan wasn't foolish enough to stand still and take the hit. He quickly soared upward, dodging the attack and causing the two-pigtail demon to tumble, its head slamming into the ground. The two-pigtail demon exclaimed, "Oh, too fast." Another blade from the strange monster came crashing down on Jang Shan, not giving him a moment to catch his breath. This time, Jang Shan retaliated with a punch that collided with the strange monster's blade, creating a deafening explosion. Faced with Jang Shan's strength, the strange-faced monster was rather surprised, exclaiming, "How can this doctor be stronger than me?" Then, the two-pigtail demon rushed forward again, kicking high and about to strike Jang Shan with a furious blow. Its mouth kept cursing, "Damn it, die, you stinky doctor." Boom, boom, several times, the ground and rocks exploded from the force of the two-pigtail demon's kick. Once again, an unexpected turn came from the two-pigtail demon's position. Jang Shan only needed to raise one arm in his demon king form to effortlessly block the attack, leaving the two-pigtail demon in disbelief, exclaiming, "Blocked again?" After several frantic attacks from the two-pigtail demon and the strange monster, Jang Shan realized that they had a deep grudge against doctors. He revealed the cursed number on his neck and shouted, "Open your eyes wide, you dogs, and look carefully at who I am." When they saw the cursed number, the two-headed demon's face and hair turned dumbfounded because they had mistakenly attacked their own teammate, the patient, and exclaimed, "Ha!" Like a child, the two-headed demon stuck out its tongue and laughed, showing Jang Shan that they were all teammates. While sticking out its tongue and laughing, it said, "Ha, so it turns out this is the most powerful patient number one among all the patients at the hospital." Seeing the strange symbol on the two-headed demon's tongue, Jang Shan was dumbfounded and, confused, asked, "Is there even a number? A patient from the outside?" Quickly switching from hostility to friendliness, the two-headed demon introduced itself. "My name is Shua Shua. This is my pet, Xiao Hua." Just as it finished speaking, Shua Shua demon suddenly got closer, grabbed Jang Shan's shirt, and sternly questioned, "Why are you wearing a doctor's clothes? You almost made us misunderstand." Thinking about the furious attack when they saw Shua Shua demon's doctor and that strange creature, Jang Shan secretly thought he might team up with them to eliminate that director of the hospital. These two even dare to kill doctors? Looks like they have some rebellious streak. I'll use their own tactics. After thinking for a moment, Jang Shan boldly voiced his intention to Shua Shua demon. "Because I'm planning to break into the director's office and overthrow the hospital's reign." With Jang Shan's bold plan, Shua Shua demon and the strange creature broke into a sweat, both terrified. Shua Shua demon thought to itself, "What, that's even more extreme than us." Having lived here for a long time, Shua Shua demon knew that there were many doctors, and it worriedly said, "But there are so many doctors here, can you really kill them all?" Hearing that many doctors were boosting Jang Shan's spirits, he immediately sprang into action. This meant that a great deal of demon energy was waiting for Jang Shan. He quickly thought of rallying and encouraging them, hoping that the two of them could fight alongside him. Thousands upon thousands of mental patients. Even if you and I fall, as long as the spirit remains undying, that flame will never extinguish, and eventually, someone will succeed. With just this simple encouragement from Jang Shan, the Shua Shua demon was so startled that it gained a significant amount of demon energy. The atmosphere became electrified, enthusiasm soared, and demon energy increased by 2,000 points. After Jang Shan uplifted their spirits, the Shua Shua demon began tying up their hair, preparing for the upcoming battle. Even the strange-faced demon, with its ragged hair, began grooming itself with a determined look, full of confidence and fighting spirit. Jang Shan led the charge, enthusiastically shouting, "Let's go!" Suddenly, the Shua Shua demon took the lead and stepped up the stairs, causing Jang Shan to wonder and ask, "Why are you going up? Is the director on the upper floor?" As Jang Shan had planned earlier, the Shua Shua demon had the idea to lead Jang Shan upstairs to find more allies. The Shua Shua demon replied, "Don't rush, there are many ghosts who want to kill the director." "Didn't you say you wanted to gather everyone together?" Jang Shan genuinely didn't expect the Shua Shua demon to believe what he had said.
He secretly found it amusing, thinking, she really believes it? How easy to deceive.
Deep within the upper corridor, the Shua demon, now in full command, said, "This floor is for outside patients.
Choose a few useful ones to take with us."
Arriving at the door, a loud noise was coming from inside, as if something was happening in there. This time, Shua demon instructed her monstrous creature to enter and scout the situation.
Xiaohua, go in and report to them.
Tell them the doctor is here to stop them, and don't waste any time. The creature immediately dashed inside with a serious expression, fully focused on the task. After some time passed without any news, Jang Shan and Shua demon, curious, went up to take a look. As they peeked inside, they were met with an unexpected sight.
Jang Shan asked, "What's going on?"
Inside, 3 shadowy figures were fighting, punching, and tearing at each other, as if 3 people were arguing. However, the truth was that these 3 figures had come from a single patient who was sitting and chanting sutras. In fact, there was only one person inside. This demon, with 3 eyes on its face, was glaring at them in all directions.
You thought that was one person? But it's actually 3.
As they were searching for the demon, and Jang Shan was nearly scared out of his wits, he also heard Shua demon babbling nonsensically, which irritated him to no end.
He grabbed Shua demon by the hair and scolded her, "Are you singing a rhyme for me?"
Terrified by Jang Shan's attitude, Shua demon broke into a cold sweat and quickly responded, "No, no." Then, Shua demon began recounting the backstory of this possession. It was said to have happened on a rainy day at the mountain manor. 2 people discovered a corpse, and both suspected the other of being the murderer. At first, they only cautiously observed one another, but as tensions grew, they ended up fighting. In the end, one of them set the place on fire, and both perished. These 2 people, along with the one who died earlier, form a connection of 3 souls, merging into a very special kind of ghost. With some doubt about the young man who died unexpectedly, Jang Shan asked, "So who killed that corpse?" Receiving information from numerous gossip sessions, the Shua demon replied, he said he accidentally fell and broke his neck while drinking, in a moment of carelessness. The 3 souls were trapped in the same body, constantly bickering with each other every day. Thinking something over, Jang Shan tossed aside the doctor's coat he was wearing, his face beaming as he prepared to pull off some trickery with this possessed demon.
Jang Shan said, "This is even more impressive than multiple personality disorder."
Without a trace of fear, Jang Shan pushed open the door and entered, eager to make a brotherly connection with the 3-eyed demon inside. Standing before the 3-eyed demon, Jang Shan confidently spoke, "I'd like to have a chat." "Hello, I'm here to exchange information about your condition," the system suddenly notified.
"Who are you?" "Demon energy plus 600, repeated 4 times. Feeling somewhat perplexed upon receiving the demon energy points, Jang Shan wondered to himself, wasn't there supposed to be 3 people? Why did I receive demon energy 4 times?
Seeing Jang Shan enter with such a cocky attitude, the 3-eyed demon became irritated and asked, "Who are you?" To tempt the 3-eyed demon, Jang Shan placed a hand on its shoulder and spoke in a heartfelt tone, "Do you think you'll be trapped in this body for the rest of your life?
Forever controlled by this hospital?" It sounded tempting, but the 3-eyed demon remained suspicious, asking, "Jang Shan, can you really help me?"
"Why should I trust you?" Shua demon, along with the quick-witted and fast-talking Jang Shan, immediately began explaining to Jang Shan that, based on the fact that earlier he had killed 2 doctors.
This statement caused the 3-eyed demon to be stunned, unable to believe it, exclaiming, "Alone? Killed 2 doctors?"
The possessed shadows were equally dumbfounded with joy, deciding to follow Jang Shan in the hope of escaping this cursed hospital.
They said, "If that's the case, then doctors are not invincible. I've been wanting to leave here for a long time."
Go, it's too easy to lure a possessed demon to join as an ally. Jang Shan and Shua demon were equally pleased, having successfully convinced one.
He.
To continue strengthening their team, Jang Shan clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked along with the 2 demons, searching for new recruits, while casually observing the debris around them, saying, "I wonder if there are any other strong patients here?" They stumbled upon a place, and Jang Shan leaned in to take a look, but Shua Demon spoke up to stop him. "That place, I advise you not to go inside."
However, Jang Shan simply laughed, unconcerned, fearless, and opened the door himself, confidently saying, "Is there anywhere I can't go?" Ridiculous. Inside, there was a demon slumped in a heap, and Jang Shan greeted it politely, "Hello." It seemed this demon, before becoming one, had been a compulsive liar and chatterbox, so now its long, dangling tongue reached down to its neck, with an expression full of murderous intent. Not afraid of anything, Jang Shan confidently stepped inside, his shoes caked with dirt. This made the long-tongued demon, suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder concerning cleanliness, turn red with anger, veins popping on its face. The system notification sounded, "The room that he had just licked clean has been dirted by you. Demon energy plus 4,444 points." Seeing the situation was not good, Shua Demon grabbed Jang Shan's shoulder and tried to stop him, fearing that if he went in, he would get beaten up. "I advise you not to go in." Jang Shan, who was suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder, paid no heed to Shua Demon's words. He proceeded straight to the demon and began his lecture. As the saying goes, if you don't lick one layer, how can you lick the world? Are you planning to stay in this room forever? With that statement, Jang Shan suddenly became enlightened, like a psychologist hitting the demon's deepest desires, saying, "Come with me and let's lick the whole courtyard clean." Upon hearing this, the long-tongued demon's mood immediately became ecstatic, saliva dripping from its mouth in a very unsanitary and greedy way. It excitedly exclaimed, "What is this? Want to rebel? Looks like this demon understands human speech." Jang Shan flicked his finger and said, "Not bad, you understand what I mean. Let's go." Shua Demon, terrified by the long-tongued demon's grand demeanor, stepped back and shouted, "Reel your tongue back in, stay away from me." In no time, Jang Shan had successfully gathered a small but quite powerful team, stepping forward with determination to find those doctors and beat them senseless. At that moment, the hospital's doctors had gathered in one place in large numbers. One of the leading doctors among them sneered and arrogantly spoke to Jang Shan's group. "You think you can confront all of us with just a few people? Turn around and leave, and I'll spare your lives." As soon as he finished speaking, the one walking to the graveyard was also him. Somehow, his head had been severed, and one of his eyes flew out, dying in anguish without even finishing his sentence. The group of Jang Shan did not spare a moment with these damned doctors. Jang Shan ordered all his teammates to charge forward, shouting, "Brothers, kill them all." First, the three-eyed demon unleashed two shadows, immediately taking down several doctors. Next, the long-tongued demon swung its tongue, sending 3 doctors flying into the air. Then, the Shua demon leapt up and struck one doctor in the skull with a stick, grinning with delight. Along with that, the Shua demon swung a slash, cleaving several other pitiful doctors from Jang Shan's side. He, too, delivered a slash with Ro Ling Ji, splitting one doctor's body in half before the man could even close his eyes. Afterwards, Jang Shan threw a doctor towards the strange creature for handling. "Order, this one's yours," he commanded. With a swift motion, the creature swung its blade-like tongue, slicing the doctor in half. Looking at his teammate, only half of the doctor's body remained in a pool of blood, while the other doctor, horrified, retreated in panic. Terrified by the situation, he turned and ran, shouting as he fled, "Why are the patients suddenly so enraged?" The scene shifted to the operating room, where under the glaring lights, a patient had successfully undergone surgery with the new method. The surgeon gazed at his work, admiring the masterpiece he had created, and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. "Perfect. This will be my signature piece." While the surgeon was happily celebrating, a doctor rushed in panic to report, "Chief, something big has happened. The patient has rebelled and killed the entire medical team." Frustrated by having to deal with such a trivial issue that even these incompetent doctors couldn't handle, the chief surgeon angrily muttered as he took matters into his own hands, "You can't even handle something so simple." Stepping outside and facing Jang Shan's group, the chief surgeon spoke, "Is it just a few of you?" The members of Jang Shan didn't respond. The monstrous creature lunged forward, swinging a blade toward the chief surgeon. Unexpectedly, the chief surgeon was quite fast, managing to touch the monster's head, leaving it utterly confused. With a swift motion, the chief surgeon used just a bit of force to pierce through the monster's body, severing its head in the process. Upon seeing his most trusted disciple being killed by the demon surgeon, Shuashua demon let out a heart-wrenching cry. Xiaohua will not forgive this demon. Shuashua demon charged forward, using all his strength to strike the demon surgeon's head with a staff. I'll kill you. With a loud thud, the demon surgeon took the full force of Shuashua demon's blow, causing his hat to fall off and his face to twist into an awkward shape. In the next moment, Shuashua demon was taken aback as he noticed something from the demon surgeon. The demon surgeon's true form was revealed, his face distorted and swollen, as he grinned grotesquely. Hee hee, my real face is exposed. Furious from being struck by the young girl, Shuashua demon, the demon surgeon lunged forward, grabbing her hair and squeezing her throat, threatening to take revenge. You're going to have your head blown off too. Unexpectedly, before the head doctor demon could make a move, a long tongue from the ally, the long tongue demon, struck out, helping the Shuashua demon escape from the grasp of the head doctor demon. With its skillful long tongue, the long tongue demon attacked again, making the head doctor demon even more delighted. Hi, kid, you. With that, the head doctor demon charged toward the long tongue demon, his expression full of delight, intending to teach the long tongue demon a lesson. Your talent is useful. This time, I'll turn you into a walking stick. Before anyone could blink, the long tongue demon's arms were severed by the head doctor demon in several swift strikes, and then it vanished into thin air with lightning speed. The head doctor demon, filled with excitement, aimed to destroy the long tongue demon's legs next, hoping to make it a wheelchair-bound cripple. The next target was its legs. Not letting that happen, the long tongue demon bit off its own tongue, choosing to sacrifice itself in glory rather than die at the hands of the head doctor demon. After biting off its own tongue, the long tongue demon flashed a grin, more smug than ever. Before departing, the long tongue demon decided to curse the head doctor demon, wanting to drag it down with it. As long as I die, it will defy your words, and you will definitely suffer punishment. Soon, the curse took effect on the head doctor demon. He collapsed to the ground in pain, his body writhing as the curse's effects took hold. The head doctor demon's mouth spewed out relentless curses. His body began to convulse. Amid the agony of the curse, the head doctor demon screamed. Watching the head doctor demon's pitiful condition, lying in a pool of blood, the group of Jang Shan calmly observed and realized something. The Shuashua demon spoke. Look, the curse of compulsive disorder is working. Surprisingly, after a moment of writhing in pain, the chief demon doctor was able to recover normally from the curses. The curse of the long-tongued demon seemed to have lost its effect. The demon doctor said, "Nice trick, if this were before, I would have probably been devoured by now." The demon doctor stood up, adjusted his attire as if nothing had happened. The chief demon doctor was completely freed from the curse. He confidently and smugly believed that the demon must have already known his weakness and had created a protective mechanism for him. It was hard to believe that the chief demon doctor could even steal a part of the long-tongued demon's power, just as the curse had done, and his tongue had grown longer as a result. The demon doctor said, "Now your forced curse won't work on me anymore." Noticing the increasing strength of the chief demon doctor, who had merged his powers, Jang Shan's group began to sweat coldly, feeling the fear. The three-eyed demon shouted, "This is bad, he feels stronger again." "But it's okay, whatever's hard, Jang Shan will handle." Jang Shan took out the transform into a demon card. He confidently ordered his teammates to retreat as he prepared to step into the battlefield. "You two fall back, let me take care of this." Immediately, Jang Shan activated the transform into a demon skill, merging his powers to face the chief demon doctor, who had transformed into a demon to battle the dragon. Quickly, Jang Shan's arm was covered with a layer of armor and sharp dragon claws. Along with that, he sprouted black wings, a hybrid of angelic and demonic powers, with a monstrous strength. Just as Jang Shan finished transforming into a demon, the chief demon doctor swiftly unleashed his long tongue, accompanied by a terrifying scream, attacking in a devastating fashion. Not once did he raise his hand to defend himself. Jang Shan's entire body was relentlessly attacked by the cuts from that skillful tongue, as he crashed headlong into the demon doctor, the department head. How could he allow that cursed man to place such a curse on himself for too long? Jang Shan immediately concentrated the dark energy, amplifying his dragon strike with all his might, breaking the curse of the demon doctor, the department head, whose bloodline had a unique gift for the area of fury. With the oppressive strength of Jang Shan, the demon doctor, the department head, looked dumbfounded, unable to believe the reality before his eyes, exclaiming, "What is this? How could this possibly overpower a curse with such a natural talent?" Thinking that the demon doctor would be scared, Jang Shan was surprised when instead, the demon doctor went into a bloodthirsty frenzy and charged at him. "Do you think I'm some kind of fool?" A series of exchanges of moves followed, and Jang Shan and the demon doctor, the department head, couldn't decide a winner. Jang Shan was excited. It seemed that this demon had strength nearly on par with his own, able to hold out until this moment. But as with all things, what had to happen, did. Jang Shan had been holding back for too long, and now, with all his strength, he sent the demon doctor to the grave. Jang Shan unleashed his power and said, "Is this the 3-star transform into a demon card? Killing a low-level demon like you was a piece of cake. No wonder you're the chosen protagonist of heaven." With Jang Shan's strike, a loud explosion echoed. The demon doctor, the banana head, was struck by a fatal blow. The ground shook and debris flew in all directions in mere seconds. After an intense one-on-one battle, the demon doctor's body was completely mangled, with a large hole in his stomach, his ribs fully exposed. One unbelievable thing was that this Dr. Demon was still not dead and was still wearing a strange smile, saying, "Do you think that?" In the blink of an eye, the power of the Dr. Demon leader erupted. The Dr. Demon screamed loudly, tearing off his coat, revealing his strong body. He said, "Do you think this can defeat me?" From what Jang Shan had done before, saying little but doing much, Jang Shan simply made a single slash, directly sending the Dr. Demon to the death counter. Knowing that loquacious demons often had many tricks up their sleeves, Jang Shan was quick to act before they could make any more trouble. Jang Shan said, "Usually, when someone says this, they still have cards to play. Do you think I would give you a chance?" After the death of the Dr. Demon, Jang Shan and his group left, and the transform into a demon state on his body gradually faded away, leaving behind the Dr. Demon's lifeless corpse with eyes wide open. "Let's go." Suddenly, even though the Dr. Demon's head was severed, a stream of black demon energy still rose from it as if it was about to be transferred to something. This stream of demon energy gradually flowed into the surgical room door. At that moment, the man from the previous surgical experiment received the demon energy from the Dr. Demon. After absorbing the demon energy, the man's mouth began to emit a cloud of white smoke. As he felt the return of life, the man opened his eyes, revealing red pupils, and was reborn once again. Switching to Jang Shan, as he walked down the hallway searching for demons, suddenly Shua Demon noticed a loud cracking sound coming from the wall and called out to warn Jang Shan, "Hey, be careful." When Shua Demon finished speaking, something from inside the wall punched through it, sending Jang Shan flying. Emerging from within was the man whose soul had been possessed, stumbling out from the smoke and dust. Jang Shan asked, "Who is it?" It was still the Dr. Demon from earlier, not fully dead yet, but now perhaps it should be called a body-snatching demon. The body-snatching demon grinned, now possessing a sturdy, muscular body. "Ha, I just decapitated him, and you've already forgotten about me?" With a swift motion, Jang Shan, as fast as the wind, slashed his Rolingji at the body-snatching demon's head. Calmly, Jang Shan said, "Then I'll chop it off again." After the slash, Jang Shan gaped in shock at what he saw. Something wasn't right. The Rolingji, upon striking the body-snatching demon's body, caused it to scream in pain. He never expected that the body created by the Dr. Demon would be so tough. The body-snatching demon, smugly, rubbed his neck and sneered at Jang Shan. Was that a mosquito bite? Without saying another word, the body-snatching demon charged, delivering a punch that caught Jang Shan completely off guard. The blow was so fast that Jang Shan didn't have time to react or defend himself, sending him flying. After taking the punch, Jang Shan's face was scratched, and blood was dripping from his nose. It seemed that even his powerful demonic body couldn't withstand the strength of this body-snatching demon. Jang Shan, in disbelief, muttered, "A normal punch is this hard? Harder than my demonic body." Another punch from the possessed demon struck, not giving Jang Shan a moment's respite. With his quick reflexes and preparation, Jang Shan swiftly dodged the punch, waiting for the next opportunity to strike back, looking for a chance to land a blow. Soon enough, Jang Shan found a weakness and unleashed a rolling Ji strike towards the possessed demon's neck. Though gritting his teeth, he couldn't pierce through the tough armor of the demon. The possessed demon continued with another punch. Jang Shan took another hit to the face, sending him flying. The demon didn't even spare him a glance, saying, "Stop wasting your time." At this point, Jang Shan realized he was in a tough spot. The demon's strength was overwhelming. Without transform into a demon, Jang Shan wouldn't stand a chance. The transform into a demon at the third stage couldn't do anything to him. It was no longer as simple as the partial malevolent spirit ability. In this moment of peril, a notification from the system appeared, reminding him, "You still have an unused divine ability." After taking so many blows, Jang Shan was furious at the timing of the system's message and cursed out loud, "Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier?" As expected, the system had its own opinions on Jang Shan, mocking him, "Because you're too despicable, I wanted to see you get beaten up." In this life or death situation, Jang Shan had no choice but to swallow his pride and rely on the system for help, or he would be done for. Suppressing his anger, he said, "Activate the divine ability." The possessed demon was tough to deal with due to its tough armor. Without thinking, Jang Shan came up with a new idea. Wait, dealing with someone so hard like this, having a body doesn't even matter. In this first transform into a demon attempt, Jang Shan used direct fusion into the sword Ro Ling Ji to increase the power to break through defenses, with the focus on transforming Ro Ling Ji into a dragon form. The system immediately complied with Jang Shan's fusion request. The entire body of Ro Ling Ji emitted an oppressive aura. In the blink of an eye, the sword dragon Ro Ling Ji was successfully created with the power from transform into a demon, a slash that could make a huge difference. As soon as Jang Shan used transform into a demon and acquired the sword dragon Ro Ling Ji, he immediately performed a mid-air roll, then delivered a slash to the neck of the possessed demon. Before it could resist, the possessed demon took the full brunt of the sword's edge, bending its neck. However, the demon was still not harmed by the blade. Jang Shan quickly commanded Ro Ling Ji to follow up with another slash to its neck. "Good, cut it," he said. As a result of this attack, the possessed demon's neck was punctured, with blood spurting out. Surprisingly, the wound on the demon's neck began to heal rapidly and abnormally. With what seemed like an invincible body, the possessed demon smirked arrogantly. "Ha, is that all you've got?" Witnessing this scene, Jang Shan, who had used transform into a demon to merge with Ro Ling Ji and still couldn't harm the possessed demon, began to feel confused and panicked, his mouth agape in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down, his eyes wide in shock, saying, "The hole I just made. It's closing up already?" Undeterred, Jang Shan quickly regained his composure and muttered to himself, "It's just the first time, I haven't used my full power yet." Next, Jang Shan exerted even more force, leapt up, and slashed down at the possessed corpse, shouting, "This time, I'll cut you clean apart." A sound rang out slash and the possessed corpse was instantly decapitated. Yet, it continued to laugh. Before Jang Shan could rejoice, he once again stood frozen in astonishment, eyes wide, mouth agape. That fierce strike just now had been so powerful, and yet the head of the possessed corpse merged back with its body in a bizarre, seamless way. Faced with this dire situation, Jang Shan quickly spoke a few words to the Long Ro Ling Ji, asking it to amplify its power further. "Long Ro Ling Ji, give me some courage." With those words, Jang Shan unleashed a flurry of slashes at the possessed corpse, shouting loudly, "Tear him to pieces, let's see how he'll recover from this." Immediately, with dozens of Jang Shan's slashes raining down, the possessed corpse was shredded into fragments. But even this couldn't bring it down. The body of the possessed corpse began to reassemble, even though its limbs had been hacked to bits. Furious at this monstrous resilience, Jang Shan growled through clenched teeth, "Damn it, you can actually recover from that?" After standing still like a punching bag for Jang Shan's onslaught, it was finally the possessed corpse's turn to strike back. It charged forward and threw a punch. letting you slash me so many times, don't you think it's my turn now? The fist of the possessed corpse even detached from its arm and launched straight into Jang Shan's face, distorting his entire field of vision. Just now, it was only the first light strike. Next, the possessed demon charged forward with the intent to deliver a fatal blow, sending Jang Shan away for good. The demon declared, "I'll tear you apart and see if you can recover." The situation was critical, and Jang Shan had no choice but to rely on the long rolling Ji blade to protect himself and block the attack. Give me that. It would be foolish to engage directly with the possessed demon. The long rolling Ji blade quickly swept Jang Shan away to a different spot to avoid the blow. This move seemed far more effective. This left Jang Shan incredibly surprised, and after finding a way to survive, he exclaimed in relief, "That was too close." At this moment, the two remaining allied demons arrived just in time to launch an attack, sending the possessed demon flying and blocking Jang Shan from another dangerous strike. As they fled, the long rolling Ji blade struck the ground violently. The impact caused an explosion of rocks, leaving Jang Shan stunned as he screamed, "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" Even the long rolling Ji itself couldn't explain this without words. The blade continued to swing wildly around the corridor, creating a massive crack. Jang Shan kept shouting, "This can't go on like this." The long rolling Ji went into a frenzy, chopping down on the ground, leaving Jang Shan dumbfounded at every turn. Why is it changing? I'm terrified by the ferocity of the long rolling Ji blade. Jang Shan broke into a cold sweat and shouted, "Hey, boss, what exactly do you want to do?" Looking at the cracks that the long rolling Ji deliberately made on the ground, forming the shape of a written character, Jang Shan was very surprised. Somehow, Jang Shan was able to understand the intention behind the long rolling Ji's actions. Jang Shan chuckled, suddenly enlightened, and happily muttered to himself, "That's right, why didn't I think of that?" Seeing the amused expression on the long rolling Ji when it realized Jang Shan had figured it out made Jang Shan even more excited, and he exclaimed, "You knew all along, that's why you told me to talk, huh?" On the side, the two Shua demons and the three-eyed ghost were desperately struggling against the invincible possession demon. They screamed out for Jang Shan to come help, as they were nearly out of their luck. "Boss, hurry up, we can't hold on much longer." This time, Jang Shan rushed over with the official version of the long rolling Ji sword, accompanied by a surge of high-voltage electricity. "Here it comes, here it comes." Jang Shan struck down with full force, delivering a blow to the possession demon, making it understand what it meant to mess with someone sharp like a bitter melon with sharp nails. Die. This time, the strike would likely change the situation. Jang Shan said, "The lightning can cause you to undergo structural changes from the particle level, making you disintegrate into dust at the microscopic level. Let's see if you can recover after this." In the end, the possession demon was defeated, its body turning into a pile of ashes, smoking and billowing. Jang Shan laughed joyfully and said, "Problem solved." After the intense battle with the possession demon, although they had won, the long rolling Ji still lovingly punched Jang Shan in the face while criticizing him for being a useless student. "Don't you remember that the van der Waals force is inversely proportional to distance?" Jang Shan could only smile wryly to brush off the situation. Next, Jang Shan opened the system to check, but received no rewards, which made him confused and exclaim, "Hey, wait a minute, why didn't it notify me about the successful kill?" At that moment, the three-eyed demon, Jang Shan's ally, noticed something very important. So it turns out, that demon has transformed into a white soul and fled to the dean's office. Seeing this, the three-eyed demon hurriedly pointed at the soul and shouted a reminder to Jang Shan, "Look, he's running away." Upon hearing that, how could Jang Shan let the demon he had put so much effort into nearly defeating escape? He quickly rushed after it and angrily shouted, "Where do you think you're running off to?" Seeing him energetically chase after the demon's soul, the two demon allies suddenly became terrified and stood frozen in place. The female demon said, "Does he want to go upstairs?" Knowing that the demon was seeking help from the dean, these two demons, scared out of their wits, whispered to each other, staying put to avoid any trouble. The three-eyed demon whispered into the female demon's ear, "Above is the dean's office." The female demon understood the meaning immediately and replied, "Right, let's just wait for him here."
Meanwhile, Jang Shan, after a while, had finally caught up to the demon's soul. As he chased, the system displayed a countdown for transform into a demon: 60 seconds, 59 seconds. Noticing Jang Shan closing in on it, the demon grimaced and tried to run even faster. It turned its head and said, "This guy is sticking too close." Very quickly, the demon arrived at the door and slipped into the dean's office to seek help. It sighed in relief and said, "Luckily, I made it in time." As soon as it poked its head inside, the demon shouted for help and excitement. "Dean, Dean." But life is never as expected. Before the demon could finish its sentence, the last two words "save me" were cut off by Jang Shan, who cleaved its soul in half with one strike. He made every effort before the transform into a demon time limit ended, and was able to destroy the demon. He let out a sigh of relief, considering the matter done, his face drenched in sweat. Phew, caught up. Immediately, the system displayed a notification: Junior Demon Supervisor deceased. Demon energy plus 5,999 points. Receiving a considerable amount of demon energy points, Jang Shan boldly shouted a challenge to the ghost. He stood outside the door, knocked hard, and shouted loudly, "Dean, come out. I don't have much time left, hurry up and come out so I can strike you twice." To his surprise, when he grabbed the door handle, there was no latch. Jang Shan exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, the door isn't locked." Gently opening the door, he glanced inside the room. The entire room was filled with a red light, and as soon as he saw it, he quickly flung the door wide open. The lights were all the vengeful spirits of those who died unjustly. Upon seeing him, they rushed towards him to attack in bewilderment. Within seconds, Jang Shan was submerged in a pool of blood from the vengeful spirits of the patients, dropping his long Ro Lingji sword, which emitted the agonizing moans of the souls that had drowned him, leaving only his head exposed. A myriad of questions appeared on Jang Shan's face. How many people have died unjustly in this hospital? No answer came. He struggled, reaching out his arms in a last attempt to reclaim his life, but it was in vain. Amid the spirits full of resentment, the shadow appeared once more to assist him. It swam quickly toward Jang Shan and said, "Boss, I'm here to save you." Compared to the shadow's skill, this time it will be useful. Fortunately, I helped you escape death. It's confident that I can pull all the vengeful souls into the world of shadows, and once I pull them in, they will become your subordinates in the future. The idea, which came from the shadow's disciple, was quite brilliant. Jang Shan could not speak but simply raised his hand in appreciation towards the vengeful spirits. Next, the shadow began to transform into a dark figure. It spoke, "All right, I'll do it." The large silhouette of the shadow opened its mouth, took a deep breath, and then sucked the souls of the restless spirits into itself. One after another, the souls were gradually drawn into the shadow's mouth. Very quickly, the shadow completed its task with excellence. All the spirits were now contained within its belly. After consuming a large number of souls, the shadow felt full and let out a satisfied breath. Jang Shan had also been freed from the grasp of the spirits. He stood up, hurriedly dusting himself off, and asked in confusion, "Is it over?" The shadow's voice came from below, responding, "Yeah, over 1,000,000 souls, I almost couldn't handle it." At that moment, he looked around the entire room but couldn't find the figure of the headmaster. He was puzzled as to why the headmaster wasn't there. Just then, two of the allied demons appeared at the door, peeking at Jang Shan with faces so terrified they looked like they might wet themselves. In a fit of anger, he said, "What good are you as teammates if you can't help when danger strikes?" He angrily yelled at them to vent his frustration. "You two are as scared as rabbits. I finished the job before you even showed up." After realizing everything was safe, the two allied demons finally entered. They pretended to search for the headmaster and complimented Jang Shan. "So, the headmaster is dead too? It's still the principal Jiang who's the most impressive." He. And it seemed that he was also exhausted. "You can't even stand anymore." He wobbled like a noodle. With a loud thud, he collapsed to the ground, nearly passing out from exhaustion. But in reality,
Jang Shan was only pretending to be weak to test the loyalty of these two demon allies. His strength had waned, and he looked at them and said, "Instead of flattering me, why don't you help me find a doctor?" Suddenly, upon seeing him exhausted, the two demons became cheerful and started performing a farce in front of him. They said, "What doctor? You've killed all of them. Moreover, would you even let a doctor here treat you?" Suddenly, the three-eyed demon approached and oddly expressed concern for his health. It pretended to care, getting close to Jang Shan and asked, "Director Jang, are your injuries severe?" Still suspicious, Jang Shan feared the demon would use this as an opportunity to make him anxious and wary. Sweat dripped down his face. He frowned and responded, "What's this? Are you trying to seize my position while I'm weak?" Contrary to what he expected, the two demons burst into laughter, still holding the utmost respect for his leadership. They expressed their happiness with an attitude full of reverence. The three-eyed demon said, "Director Jang, you must be joking. The hospital can only grow stronger under your leadership." The female demon quickly chimed in, "Yes, yes, yes." Jang Shan's gaze turned stern. He couldn't trust these demons at all. He struggled to stand, causing the two demons to panic and leap in fright, their hair standing on end. Indeed, these demons were loyal, which pleased him. He patted their heads and praised, "Well done, both of you have passed the test. I'll spare your lives." His words made the two demons jump in shock, their hair standing on end. In a moment, he was about to send us to the chicken coop. They trembled in fear, thinking to themselves, so it was all just an act. "Oh my God, we almost died earlier." It seemed like there was no longer any danger. He led the way, promising the two demons who were now fully on board. "Follow me obediently, and from now on, the two of you will be vice directors." The scene shifted, and after a while, they finally stepped out of the dark hospital. The ominous shadows that had surrounded the haunted hospital dissipated, revealing an unprecedented bright white light. For the first time in years of confinement in the dark prison, the two demons were moved to tears by the sight of the moonlight. The three-eyed demon joyfully cried all its tears and said, "Ah, I never imagined there would be a day when we'd get to go outside." At the same time, Jang Shan had also broken the curse and regained all of his powers, along with a massive amount of demon energy. He happily summoned the giant hammer of 10 divine hammers. With the intention of a so-called director, he swung the hammer recklessly, smashing the gloomy hospital into pieces. But as promised, he would make these two demons vice directors. Seeing the hospital being destroyed by his own hand, the two demons wondered aloud, "If the hospital is destroyed, how can we become vice directors?" Soon, he appeared behind them and offered a more interesting condition. "Ah, who told you that you would be vice directors of this hospital? I'm going to build a new hospital, and only then will I appoint you as the new chairman of the board." He confidently shouted, "I will build a hospital X here in the future, and you two will be the deputy directors of this hospital." Upon hearing this, the two demons burst into laughter, their eyes squinting with joy. They simultaneously said loudly, "Yes." Suddenly, he also noticed that something was off. He looked up at the sky, where thunder roared and dark clouds gathered, as if some sinister force was preparing to appear. He gazed up at the sky and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with the sky?" At that moment, his phone received a message from the underworld app. Jang Shan immediately took out his phone to check. There was a new alert, and the screen displayed an extremely important notification: "Warning, the yang energy in Jiangbei City is erupting, chaos will occur in the restricted area." In an instant, the figure of the hospital director appeared from the sky, the final boss of this level. Thunder and lightning surrounded him, creating an incredibly terrifying sight. Looking at this unknown figure who appeared and was putting on such a grandiose show, Jang Shan frowned in annoyance and asked, "Who are you?" When the two demons saw this figure, they immediately recognized him with intense fear, exclaiming, "Oh my God, didn't you say you killed the director?" With his anger reaching its peak, the director shouted down to the people below, "Who destroyed my hospital?" No one dared to answer. He screamed in fury, "Who?" Returning to see his hospital in ruins, the director used a sonic wave to shout out. Jang Shan, hurt by the scream, felt as if his ears were going to burst. He casually rubbed his ears and said, "Why are you shouting so loudly? Then you claim that you're the one who destroyed this hospital?" "It's me, I did it. Do you have a problem with that?" He stared blankly, his face a big question mark, confused as he asked. "Then where are the hundreds of thousands of restless souls in my office?"
Jang Shan smugly crossed his arms, even his shadow stood with the same smug expression, grinning triumphantly.
He.
Jang Shan spoke through the cold, "Call me father and I'll tell you." The director's face turned red with anger, and he cursed, "Damn you." Immediately, he summoned his subordinates.
"Come here." 2 demons shot out from the air, preparing to deal with Jang Shan.
The first demon had one eye, was skin and bones, with a horn growing from his head.
Wherever he went, everything withered.
The second demon appeared dressed like a high-ranking official, his body transparent like water, and wherever he went, water flowed in his wake. When Jang Shan saw the 2 demons, he broke out in a cold sweat, shocked. He immediately recognized the skeletal demon as the drought spirit, and the watery demon as the river god. Standing face to face with these 2 powerful malevolent spirits, Jang Shan raised his rolling ji, ready for battle.
With a grim tone, he muttered, "What kind of day is this? Enemies from all over are showing up at the same time."
Jang Shan gave orders, "You 2 fight one each, I'll deal with the director." Upon hearing this plan, the 2 demons turned pale, their legs shaking, walking unsteadily, dripping with cold sweat, and they muttered, "You've overestimated us.
How could we possibly stand a chance?"
Originally, they were just minor demons, now facing off against malevolent spirits was beyond their ability. Jang Shan was furious with his 2 teammates who were afraid of dying before even fighting. He turned to them and yelled, "Idiots!
You 2, surrender to them already."
Seeing that Jang Shan's temper was as volatile as a storm, they quickly tried to appease him.
"We can't do that," one of them spoke up.
To ensure a solid victory, Jang Shan opened his system to check his demon energy points before making any move. His demon energy had long surpassed 1,000,000 points, so even if these 2 teamed up, there was nothing to fear.
After calculating his strategy, Jang Shan prepared to enter the life or death battle.
He summoned the nether god mace and the Ro Lingji sword, confidently gripping both powerful weapons in his hands.
He shouted, "Come at me." The headmaster, not wanting him to brag, immediately ordered the demon to attack.
"Tear him apart for me." As soon as the headmaster finished speaking, the river god unleashed his skill, causing water to surge from nowhere and rush forward. The powerful current swept away everything in its path. Then came the demon drought spirit, transforming into a massive rock monster with bulging muscles. With a single punch, the earth and stones were thrown into the air, forming a towering mountain. Jang Shan and his team saw a flood of water on one side and the overwhelming force of rocks on the other. Anyone who dared to step in would not be able to leave unscathed. At this moment, the 3-eyed demon was nearly buried by the pile of rocks, struggling to call for help. "Help!
Help me!"
The demon Sasa nearby was also swept away by the flood, screaming out in terror. Jang Shan called for help, "Headmaster, we can't fight them." In a desperate attempt to save his teammates, Jang Shan rushed forward, slashing through the waves of the river god with a strike from the Ro Lingji, splitting the torrent in 2. Next, he struck with a forbidden curse, shattering the pile of rocks and earth that the demon drought spirit had created. With just 2 moves, he intercepted the attacks of both demons. They looked at each other, understanding each other's intent, and decided to form an alliance to deal with Jang Shan. Jang Shan was quickly pushed back when he had to face 2 malevolent spirit-level demons at the same time. Struggling to hold his ground, he realized things were starting to go downhill.
"Damn it!" Jang Shan sweated coldly, thinking quickly. "Fighting like this isn't going to work."
He saw the headmaster standing in the distance, calmly observing the battle. Jang Shan silently thought to himself that he needed to capture King Yinze.
The 2 demons teamed up to attack Jang Shan.
The water and debris turned into a mud pit that rose up to his chest, trapping him and making it nearly impossible to move. Seeing the headmaster from afar, Jang Shan was forced to use his majestic howl of the barbarian skill, creating a wave of sonic energy that directly attacked the headmaster. But what he didn't expect was that something moved faster than his sonic wave. Upon closer inspection, Jang Shan realized it was the drought spirit. He was shocked at how fast the drought spirit was. It charged forward and, with a single strike, shattered his sonic wave. Currently trapped in the mud, Jang Shan realized that the situation was dire. He thought that even if he fought all three of the demon-level monsters at once, it might not be enough. Suddenly, the three-eyed demon summoned all its strength to break free from the mud. Realizing that it was cornered and had no other option, it decided that even if it had to sacrifice its own life, it would make sure to kill those high-level demons. It spoke, "I've come this far, and even if I have to die, I'll fight to the death with all of you." With that, it separated its three-eyed face into three parts and slowly transformed into a three-headed monster. The three heads merged into a dark mist, with eyes growing larger and larger. Immediately after, the three-headed demon shot towards the drought spirit demon in an enormous form, launching an attack. Faced with this monstrous entity that surrounded her like smoke, the drought spirit immediately fled, retreating to find a weak point. The female Shua demon, fighting against the rushing water, witnessed her teammates' efforts and felt her spirits rise. The female demon then shouted, "The girl is absolutely right." Harnessing her strength, she leaped out of the water, using a yin-yang technique to charge straight towards the river god. "Don't even think about taking us back to that hospital, I'll risk it all with you." Gone was the initial fear, replaced by determination and a willingness to sacrifice, unafraid of life or death. She lunged at the river god. Seeing the girl's yin-yang power, the river god grew cautious and took a step back, preparing for defense. Jang Shan, witnessing the fighting spirit of his two teammates, happily remarked, "Hee, so you've been hiding your trump cards." Jang Shan quickly leapt up into the tree, and the nether god mace shot straight toward the hospital director. "Then I'll take on the director." As Jang Shan moved, he thought of ways to buy time to continue transforming into a demon for the second time. He needed to hold out for another 10 seconds, warm up his voice, and transform once more. As he approached the director, Jang Shan used his power to control the nether god mace, sending it rushing toward the director. Unexpectedly, the director was able to block the force of the nether god mace with just one hand. The power disparity made him look down on Jang Shan, sneering, "Is this little skill enough to destroy my hospital?" As soon as he finished speaking, he flew into a rage, shouting, "What a disgrace!" His eyes turned red, and his roar carried terrifying power, shattering everything within a 1-kilometer radius. Jang Shan was thrown far away by the sound of his opponent's strike, along with the nether god mace. He encouraged himself to keep resisting. "Only 10 more seconds, it seems like I won't be able to last that long." The headmaster quickly flew towards him, intending to snap Jang Shan's neck in an instant. Furious, he shouted, "I'll hang your head in the hospital as a warning to the public." Faced with the imminent death, even a strong person like him was terrified. His face turned pale, devoid of blood, and sweat poured down his body. He thought to himself, "It's over, this time I'm really going to die." At the brink of death, as the headmaster's hand reached out to snap Jang Shan's neck, suddenly, a hand shot out, grabbing the headmaster's hand and stopping him before he could break Jang Shan's neck. Jang Shan turned to see who his savior was, and to his surprise, it was Chief Sun. Using his overwhelming strength, Chief Sun tightly gripped the headmaster's hand, rendering him immobile. The headmaster's eyes widened in shock. Chief Sun looked at Jang Shan and demanded, "Demon energy shaking the heavens, and you still want to hide it from me?" Jang Shan was overjoyed to have escaped death. Seeing Chief Sun, he felt like he was seeing his own mother and joyfully shouted, "Chief!" With one of his hands tightly held by Chief Sun, the headmaster attacked with his other hand. He arrogantly said, "Come on, damn it, a single punch from me is enough to defeat you. I'm the head of Yama's hall, an expert in transference, and now, I'm being confronted by this insolent demon." Chief Sun furrowed his brows in anger, "You've never seen the peak of my power, have you?" In a fit of rage, Chief Sun unleashed his full strength. Reversing his age by 200 years, Chief Sun transformed from an elderly man into a young, muscular warrior. The entire body was engulfed in a blazing red flame, exuding overwhelming pressure that suppressed the demons around. Chief Sun immediately unleashed a thunderous punch of immense power, sending the Dean flying several meters. He was buried under the rubble, yet he hadn't passed out. Struggling, he crawled up and poked his head out of the debris, looking utterly miserable, with a mouthful of blood spilling out. The boss has passed. That punch didn't scare him, but instead, it made him more defiant. He stood up with a mocking expression. Go ahead. Chief Sun looked at him, his tone filled with disdain, as if saying, you think you're tough? And then threw another punch, intending to crush him to a pulp. Chief Sun's punch collided with the Dean's, resulting in a massive explosion. The surrounding earth and stones were shattered into pieces, creating strong aftershocks, and smoke and dust filled the air. The two were almost evenly matched, still clashing fiercely. Chief Sun and the Dean exchanged hundreds of blows. Seeing that the battle only intensified with each strike, Jang Shan could only stand by and watch. He chuckled and said, hee, looks like I'm not needed here anymore. Thinking of the two demon allies who were still fighting hard, he wondered, I wonder how they're doing over there. On the female demon's side, Shua was exchanging blows with the river god, but after fighting for so long, the female demon seemed to be getting tired, taking hit after hit from the god. The river god, frustrated by the fact that the demon was stubbornly enduring, was seething with anger. Wanting to finish her off with one blow, he found it to be quite a hassle. Thinking this, he immediately concentrated water energy and kicked the demon away with a force that sent her flying. Get out of my way. Just as Jang Shan appeared, he rushed in to catch the female ghost and shielded her from river god's relentless attacks. Jang Shan immediately placed her on the ground and said, You've had a hard time, let me take your place. He pulled out the transform into a demon card and quickly shouted, Transform into a demon green-furred lion demon. This time, the transform into a demon card took the form of a stone lion, radiating steady, calm energy, combined with flames that scorched the horde of demons. For the first time in his transform into a demon career, only his hair grew longer, nothing else changed. Jang Shan was unimpressed and exclaimed, Doesn't feel like much of a change. But setting appearance aside, he coldly summoned Ro Ling Ji. Ro Ling Ji, let's. As soon as he summoned Ro Ling Ji, Jang Shan's mouth dropped open in surprise. Atop Ro Ling Ji's head had grown the form of the new green-furred lion demon, leaving him baffled. Immediately after, it transformed into a giant sword with overwhelming power. Jang Shan laughed with delight, truly worthy of a 4-star transform into a demon card. Seeing River God floating in the air, he swung the sword to test its power. A beam of light shot out in an instant. Before River God could comprehend what was happening, half his body was suddenly sliced off. He screamed in agony, Aya. Jang Shan sneered at him, What's the matter? Weren't you acting arrogant just now? And now you can't even withstand a basic attack? But since his body was made of water, he wasn't destroyed by the slash. He immediately reverted to his original form and focused on creating a greenish, slimy substance, then shot all of it directly towards Jang Shan. A stream of green liquid rushed like a tsunami towards Jang Shan. Jang Shan casually swung his sword down, easily capable of slicing through the wave of slime. However, he was unfortunate enough to get a drop of the slime on his chest. Instantly, the fabric of his clothes was corroded, creating a large, round hole. The slime continued to eat into his skin, and the wound began to emit smoke. Before the river god could understand what was happening, suddenly, half of his body was severed in two. Seeing that Jang Shan was wounded, he smugly said, In the face of the poison of the Yangtze River, all attacks are meaningless. Prepare to die. He arrogantly stood in the middle of a river of corrosive poison he had created. The river water flowed sluggishly, and he thought that Jang Shan must have been corroded by the poison, leaving only a pile of white bones. But before he could revel in his triumph for long, he was struck by Jang Shan's sword, severing his lower body into several pieces. The strike came too quickly, too dangerously. The river god was stunned, dazed, and caught off guard, feeling that his slow reaction might have been due to a lack of brain power. Jang Shan calmly walked forward, his entire body enveloped in flames, holding a blazing sword. Everywhere he stepped, the toxic substance parted to let him pass.
Are you really so pleased just because my clothes got corroded earlier?
The river god once again regenerated his body completely.
He said, damn it, no matter what, you can't kill me. Let's see which of us tires first. For the river god with the ability to endlessly strike without dying, he thought to himself, he surely has a heart buried somewhere beneath the riverbed.
Jang Shan gazed at the flowing river beneath his feet inside, finding it isn't easy, it's like searching for a needle in a haystack. The river god immediately launched a direct attack. Jang Shan responded, no longer bothered to think about where the demon had hidden its heart. Never mind, fight first, think later. The continuous exchanges between him and the river god caused the surface of the water to splash wildly, with sounds echoing throughout the region. Jang Shan and the river god were locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand, when suddenly, Jang Shan charged forward and thrust his sword into the middle of the river god's chest, knocking him back several meters. The river god struggled to stand, thinking to himself, although he hasn't killed me, continuing to be pummeled like this won't end well. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with determination as he saw Jang Shan descending from above, sword in hand, ready to strike. The river god was not about to back down. He gathered the water into a sphere, preparing to counterattack. Go! He drew on his remaining energy, intending to pour everything into one final strike. Water converge into a dragon. The waves of the river gathered into a towering column of water, growing larger by the second, forming a swirling white vortex. Jang Shan stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, from above, a water dragon lunged toward him at great speed, crashing into Jang Shan. He quickly reacted, raising his sword to block, shouting in astonishment. Did it really turn into a dragon? The river god, pleased with his technique, was certain that this time, Jang Shan would be sent to his early grave. The mass of water was even harder than steel. Let's see how you'll handle this. Jang Shan struggled to block the attack from the water dragon and said, if it gets tougher, then I've fallen into the trap. The sword now showed signs of cracking, and he started to sweat while trying to hold it together. Jang Shan quickly opened the system and requested it to give Ro Lingji another 100,000 demon energy. After the system injected the power, Ro Lingji became much stronger. Its eyes opened, veins appeared around them, and not only did it restore the cracks in the sword, but it also transformed into an electric saw with a sharp, long blade that stretched several meters. Jang Shan held the saw in his hand and charged into battle with the water dragon. Take a hit from my soul saw. He wildly swung the saw, splitting the dragon's head in half. The river god, seeing how easily Jang Shan could sever the dragon's head, as if cutting through tofu, shouted, "What is this? How did you suddenly become so strong?" Jang Shan seized the opportunity and quickly sliced the dragon in half. The river god writhed in agony. Jang Shan, holding the saw, cheerfully reminded him, the harder the body, the slower the healing process. Surprised, huh? And continued the work of cutting the dragon in two. While slicing, he noticed a glowing gem inside the dragon's body. Jang Shan's eyes sparkled as he eagerly tried to grab the gem. Haha, found the key point. However, just as he was about to take the dragon's gem, the river god gathered all his strength to quickly heal the cut. He arrogantly said, "How could I let you win so easily?" Seeing victory was within reach, Jang Shan happily replied, "No worries, if need be, I'll saw you again." The dragon thrashed and tried to escape. Jang Shan cheerfully chased after it, raising the saw and calling out, "Don't run." The river god, in desperation, ran to the headmaster for help, shouting, "Headmaster, help me." The director was currently busy practicing martial arts with director's son and had no time to help him. The director angrily shouted, "Handle it yourself, can't you see I'm busy?" Director's son punched him fiercely and said, "At least you know your limits." The river god looked disappointed and dejected. Jang Shan, like a relentless ghost, chased after him. "Damn it, come here, and I'll send you to the heavens." Jang Shan, holding a saw, moved closer with a wicked grin. "Ha, looks like no one can save you. Just let me cut you into pieces." With swift hands, he severed the dragon into two and extracted the gemstone inside. Jang Shan held the gem up,
a victorious expression on his face. Hee, one down.
Meanwhile, the three-eyed demon was engaged in a battle with the drought spirit. The three-eyed demon trapped the drought spirit with his head, but the demon wasn't going down without a fight. He grabbed both heads with his hands and said, "You three are really troublesome." Then, with a strong squeeze, he crushed the two heads in his grip. The three-eyed demon cried out in pain, "Aya!" The drought spirit charged forward and dealt with the remaining head. "What are you screaming about?" His strikes were swift and precise, quickly severing the last head in an instant. After a fierce battle, it was finally the drought spirit who emerged victorious. The three-eyed demon was punched so hard that all three of his heads were sent flying, landing in a pool of blood. The fight was finally over. The drought spirit turned around and saw Jang Shan holding the river god's dragon gem. He thought for a moment and then a plan to steal it came to mind. "Oh, looks like a good item." His eyes gleamed as he swiftly charged toward Jang Shan, moving with lightning speed. He opened his mouth, extended his long tongue, and aimed to snatch the gem. Jang Shan jerked in shock, quickly pulling his hand back in panic. He swung the chainsaw madly, using all his strength to try to chop off the drought spirit's head. "Do you dare steal my things?" But unexpectedly, the drought spirit had an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had escaped the blade of his chainsaw. Seeing this, Jang Shan was alarmed and leaned backward. "Unbelievable!" he thought to himself, "how could it possibly block one of my full force attacks?" Just as the drought spirit was about to feel smug, it was suddenly struck by a palm from afar, knocking it flat on its face. To his surprise, the one who arrived was Captain Yang from Yama's hall. With a cheerful tone, he said, "I've been hiding for so long just to wait for this moment." Captain Yang, confident in his understanding of the drought spirit, analyzed, although the drought spirit has now gathered demon energy from both the flood and drought attributes, these two attributes cannot merge well with each other. Meanwhile, my demon energy can effectively find its weaknesses. In just a few moves, Captain Yang shattered the drought spirit in an instant. Seeing that things were looking bad on Commissioner Sun's side, he quickly told Jang Shan, "It seems the commissioner is about to be in trouble, you should go help him." Jang Shan called out to his shadow. The shadow, following his command, appeared with a strange smile and responded, "Yes, master." Jang Shan, his face tense, thought for a moment, "I can't handle this Dean." He then took out the kneeling ox drum and handed it to the shadow, instructing it, "Use this against the demon. Take it and help me at the right moment." After finishing the plan, Jang Shan immediately jumped up high and rushed straight to Director Sun to deal with the Dean. He went over there, having previously held the kneeling ox drum firmly in his hands, the shadow with a determined expression responding, ensuring the task would be completed successfully. On Director Sun's side, he was now nearly exhausted and was struck by the Dean with a punch that sent him flying more than 10 meters away. With such a powerful punch, Director Sun crashed into a building, causing a loud explosion, and dust rose in the air, turning everything white. As Director Sun was thrown back by the punch, he immediately felt anxious. "Damn it, the recall time is almost over." The Dean didn't give Director Sun a chance to recover and quickly rushed to attack. He threw a heavy punch. "Mocking, Director, so what? You'll die like this anyway." Just as he was about to rush in to finish Director Sun off, Jang Shan arrived in time. He shouted, "Hey, old Dean." Then, without hesitation, he kneed him hard, causing him to spit out syrup, unable to defend himself. Taste the power of the current Dean. Quickly recovering his stance, the Dean launched a fierce attack on Jang Shan. "You dare call yourself a Dean just because of you?" He then continuously punched Jang Shan, forcing him to cover his head and brace for impact. The Dean viciously said, "Let me smash your dog head." Seizing the opportunity, Jang Shan quickly gave orders to the shadow. The shadow, receiving the command at that moment, immediately took out the kneeling ox drum and began banging wildly on it. As soon as the sound of the kneeling ox drum rang out, it immediately caused the Dean to freeze in place. His whole body had to exert force to resist, facing the strange sound, which made him feel as though an invisible force was tightly constraining him. The Dean was unable to move, his eyes burning with fury.
He then threatened Jang Shan, shouting angrily, "Do you think you can dazzle me with this?"
Seeing this, the shadow swiftly rushed over, continuously tapping on the drum to keep him in place. After a while, when it wasn't enough, it struck again.
The suppressive force of the drum's sound seemed to intensify, tightening its grip on the dean.
He gritted his teeth, furious. Taking advantage of this, Jang Shan quickly moved from behind, lifting the saw blade and aiming it at the dean's weak spot. But before Jang Shan could make his move, he was stunned, his expression one of shock as he froze in place. The dean had broken free from the sound suppression circle and used one hand to block the saw blade, his face contorted with anger as if he wanted to tear Jang Shan apart piece by piece.
"If it weren't for my research into souls, you might have caught me by now."
His anger reached a boiling point, and he squeezed down hard on the saw blade. The blade immediately started showing signs of cracking. Seeing that things were about to go south, Jang Shan quickly ordered the rolling ji to return to its original form.
Rolling ji, retreat. At that moment, the system also notified that the transform into a demon effect had ended. Seeing Jang Shan revert back, the dean sneered, "Back to your original form? This time, you're definitely dead." Jang Shan began struggling to deal with the dean.
He exhaled heavily, wiped the sweat from his brow, and thought to himself, "The 4-star transform into a demon is over, do I have to pull a 5-star card now?"
But before he could do anything, the man grabbed him by the neck, angrily shouting in his face, "Dare to run away in front of me?"
The dean knew that Jang Shan was now just a useless, powerless fool. He sneered and threatened, "Arrogant, keep being arrogant then." Just as the dean was feeling smug and imposing in front of Jang Shan, Director's son, having regained his strength, appeared behind him and coldly said, "Humph, are you calling me old man?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he punched the dean with a mighty blow. The dean took the punch from Director's son and was sent flying, crashing to the ground, tumbling across the dirt.
Now, Director's son looked more like a monster.
He stared at the dean with a murderous gaze. His fists clenched tightly, revealing immense power.
"I'm not dead yet, and it's not your turn to control Jianbei's skies."
Seeing Director's son getting more fired up, Jang Shan teasingly added, "Director, go ahead, Jie Changming, I'll remember you from now on."
The system notification appeared, "If you don't know how to speak, then don't speak." Demon energy plus 9,999 points. Director's son began using his special move.
He clasped his hands together and recited an incantation, "King Yama, ruler of hell, burn the evil spirits." In no time, Director's son summoned the legendary King Yama from the underworld. His fierce face and the halo surrounding him emitted an overwhelming power. The dean was left speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment when he saw this incredible skill.
"So you're still holding back your ultimate move, huh?"
He charged forward swiftly, determined to fight until the end, showing no signs of retreat. Before he could even get close, Director's son delivered a swift kick to his head. Just as he was about to deliver a surprise punch, the dean managed to grab Director's son's arm effortlessly. The dean clenched his fist, sneering.
"Is that all you've got?"
He then countered with a punch that made Director's son stagger back. Regaining his balance, the two began exchanging rapid, lightning-fast punches. With the smug grin of a villain, the dean laughed.
"Is that really the best you can do?"
Then he delivered a brutal punch that sent Director's son crashing face first into the ground. However, Director's son quickly sprang back up and charged again, unleashing a series of defensive moves. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Director's son decided it was time for his special move, Fist of King Yama. As Director's son executed his move, a dark demon energy began to emanate from his entire body. Just as the dean attempted to charge at him, he was immediately struck by the dark energy in return. The dean was hit, his mouth swollen and his face bruised. "Humph, can't go head to head with him like this." Director's son turned the tables, launching a series of painful punches at the dean.
The two continued to battle fiercely, shaking the very heavens and earth.
Jang Shan, still below the ground, had been keeping a close watch on the fight, his attention fully focused on the unfolding situation.
Jang Shan realized that Director's son couldn't hold out much longer. He accessed the system and exchanged for 2 spirit pills. System, give me 2 more spirit pills. Swallowing 2 pills of elixir, Jang Shan furrowed his brow and thought, at his age, he's still so strong. The battle situation remained tense, with Director Sun maintaining the upper hand. He landed another precise punch to the face of the headmaster, distorting his face and twisting his mouth. Without hesitation, Director Sun followed up with another punch, infused with a thick demon energy. Die! Just as it seemed that the headmaster was about to meet his end, the punch was almost upon him when he activated his skill, completing the soul analysis. He immediately unleashed his power, and countless spirits screamed as they surged forward to attack Director Sun. He summoned a legion of vengeful spirits. In the blink of an eye, the area was filled with bloodthirsty souls rushing toward Director Sun, attacking him frenziedly. They overpowered him, greedily draining away all of Director Sun's strength. Realizing this, Director Sun's face turned pale. This is bad, all my strength is gone. Watching from below, Jang Shan was astonished. What's happening? Didn't we have the upper hand just now? Jang Shan turned to ask his shadow. Shadow, can you absorb more? Hearing this, the shadow waved its hand, shaking its head in fear as it spoke. I've reached my limit. I can't absorb any more. Jang Shan had no choice but to take a gamble. He ordered Ro Ling Ji. Alright then, Ro Ling Ji, transform into an RPG. Aim accurately at those evil souls. Director, hold on. Jang Shan aimed precisely at the group of souls, and the projectile, infused with demon energy and immense destructive power, was fired with deadly accuracy. A loud explosion rang out, causing the group of souls clinging to Director Sun to scatter in all directions. As if it were a description of something falling apart, Director Sun, drained of all his strength, fell from above. The Dean landed on the ground with the group of demon souls standing behind him. He sneered and said, the director of Jiangbei has fallen as well. Who else can stop me now? Director Sun, barely able to hold on, used all his remaining strength to speak to Jang Shan. Little demon, I will pass on my last demon energy to you. Do your best and kill him. After speaking, he collapsed. Jang Shan felt a surge of demon energy transferred to him, and the system notified, demon energy from the director, demon energy plus 100 million points. Suddenly, a circle of fire appeared behind Jang Shan, and he felt an overwhelming power within his body. Ah, this. Seeing Jang Shan's newfound strength, the Dean was astonished, sweating profusely. Ha! Could it be that this guy is even stronger than the director? Jang Shan realized that the glowing circle behind him was the golden Buddha statue. He gathered his strength, jumped up, and landed a punch on the Dean. To his surprise, the punch was incredibly powerful, causing a vast area to explode, and the Dean spit out blood, falling heavily to the ground. Seeing the opportunity, Jang Shan followed up with another strike. After taking several punches from Jang Shan, the Dean spat out blood, his face darkened in disbelief. Seeing Jang Shan close by, he thought to himself, just a little longer, I'm about to analyze his soul. He stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, and angrily said, I'll let you be arrogant for just one more minute. Then, I'll kill you when you're at your most confident. Jang Shan saw his confident expression and immediately darkened his face in suspicion. The way this guy was smiling so evenly definitely didn't bode well. He quickly took out a transform into a demon card and said, just to be safe, use the transform into a demon card. Jang Shan swiftly transformed into a demon. The Demon Lord's 100 Eyes was a creature with a divine eye, which, after the transformation, appeared right in the middle of his forehead. A large eye, along with countless smaller eyes, sprouted all over his body, on his arms, palms, and even on his tongue. The Dean, upon seeing this, felt uneasy and confused. The eyes grew large, enveloping a cold, empty space, staring directly at the Dean. He suddenly felt strange, as if he had become a different person. Jang Shan then unleashed the power of the eye in his palm. Countless fiery rays shot out from it, blasting the earth and stones apart, turning the entire vast land into dust. The Dean quickly dodged in fear, panicking. He quickly tried to run,
But Jang Shan didn't give him the chance, blocking his way with a sinister grin. Seeing Jang Shan blocking his path, the dean was terrified, his face filled with dread. Jang Shan then fired a ray from the eye on his forehead, sending the dean flying far away. The dean braced himself with both hands, but his palms were scorched, and smoke was rising from them. Without giving him a chance to react, Jang Shan delivered a rapid series of punches, using his transform into a demon strength to beat him mercilessly before sending him flying dozens of meters away. The eyes on his body began to concentrate their power, and he shouted, "Demonic light of 100 eyes." The dean, after taking a strike from Jang Shan, immediately fell apart, his face revealing only a skull, and his lower body was completely shattered into a heap of flesh. Although his body was torn to pieces, he was still gasping for breath. However, shortly after, he quickly restored a complete body, returning to a flawless, intact form. He moved his new body slightly, stretching his muscles. Smiling smugly, he said, "You are the first to put me in such a situation." Jang Shan, seeing that he was unharmed, gathered all his strength and struck directly at the dean, continuing to unleash a storm of lightning. The sky lit up with each successive strike of thunder, illuminating the entire area. The dean was repeatedly struck, charred to a crisp until only a wisp of white smoke remained, but his body's recovery was just as fast. Exhausted, the dean sat down, sighing as he regained his strength. "Damn it, I've destroyed 2 of my bodies in one go." After the lightning strike, Jang Shan couldn't see the dean anymore. He was confused, thinking, huh? How did he escape? I was still focusing on his soul, he didn't run away, so how did he do it? Once the dean regained his strength, he viciously approached, a puff of pink smoke forming in his hand, which he shot straight at a low-level horned demon. He spoke savagely, "We high-level demons can analyze souls. As long as I split my soul into several parts and hide them in a dozen low-level demons, I can be reborn multiple times." Jang Shan thought, "Then the only option left is to find all your soul fragments." The cruel dean rushed towards Jang Shan, his eyes blazing with fury, "But before that, you had already been killed by me." Jang Shan quickly ran to find the fragments of the dean's soul. The dean shouted as he chased after him, "Don't run." Jang Shan swiftly dealt with the low-level monsters that contained parts of the dean's soul. The first one was a pink, horned demon. Jang Shan swung his hand and split it in half. Next came a blue demon with tentacle-like appendages. Using his divine eye, Jang Shan saw a fragment of the dean's soul within the creature, and with a single strike, he finished it off. The dean, chasing behind, changed color, sweating profusely, and nervously said, "You. How do you know? How do you know where my soul is, in which monsters?" The eye on Jang Shan's forehead turned blood red and malicious, his voice dripping with a sinister laugh. "Ha, do you think the eye of the Dark King was grown for nothing?" Jang Shan sped off, quickly grabbing the last demon, the final one. Suddenly, a force shot past Jang Shan in an instant. Jang Shan shouted, "Ah, so it's the drought spirit." It unleashed an attack, shattering the surrounding stones and debris, then happily took the monster, showing off its prize and saying, "Hee hee, it's mine." After being struck by the drought spirit's attack, Jang Shan fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Drought spirit, could it be Team Leader Yang? The drought spirit, with a vicious expression, held the evil creature in its hand, chewing it greedily. Upon hearing Jang Shan's question, it answered, "I don't know, he's just lying there motionless." Team Leader Yang was knocked out, lying helplessly among the rubble. The dean, standing high above, asked, "Hey, who are you?" The drought spirit immediately charged fiercely, and with one swift slash, decapitated the headmaster. He said, "A demon as old as you, yet still this naive?" Holding the headmaster's severed head, he continued, "We are on the same side." The headmaster, his head severed, stared with wide eyes, his mouth agape in a final gasp of disbelief. After killing the headmaster, the figure transformed back into its true form, a drought spirit with jagged teeth and silver white hair. A suit of armor materialized around him, and his fingernails grew long, sharp, and pointed. Overall, he looked like a vicious monster radiating a powerful aura of demon energy. Jang Shan was stunned, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. "What?" After all this time, I just realized the drought spirit is the main character. He let out a breath, surprised by the immense destructive power even a single blow could cause, as a spark shot out and obliterated an entire building. Seeing the drought spirit's overwhelming power, Jang Shan was terrified and exclaimed, "A single strike can cause such devastation?" Suddenly, a dark red liquid began to flow from the ground, heading toward the city. Jang Shan, worried, muttered, "What happened to the land? Why is it like this?" His face hardened as he said, "Once the drought spirit appears, the land becomes barren for 1,000 miles. The city of Zhongbei is doomed." Jang Shan tried to use his laser beam to stop the liquid, but it was futile. Frustration and helplessness filled him. The area was so vast, his efforts were like a drop in the ocean. Just then, a shadow appeared, saying, "Master, don't forget, I'm still here." The shadow of Jang Shan then summoned the phantoms from the hospital. It gave a cold command, "It's time for you to lend your strength." As the words left its mouth, millions of phantoms spread out, forming a solid wall that blocked the flow of the toxic liquid, preventing it from entering Zhongbei. The shadow also joined forces, lending its power to the phantoms. "Let's go, my 100,000 vengeful spirits." The phantoms, now bolstered with strength, surged forward, using their bodies to form an even stronger blockade. The system at this moment announced that the transform into a demon event had ended. Jang Shan, sweating anxiously, worried that even though he had managed to prevent the invasion of the drought spirit, the battle had only just begun. Behind him was the entire city of Zhongbei. He immediately requested the system to draw a 5-star transform into a demon card, but the system refused. "You have exhausted your draw limit for transform into a demon today, and cannot draw anymore," the system responded. Jang Shan hastily said, "I need it urgently, draw one for me." The system stubbornly replied, "No." Jang Shan then said, "Double the accumulated points." The system remained firm, "Not possible. The system has rules." Jang Shan shouted, "Triple it." The system responded, "Even 5 times won't work, there's never been a precedent like this." At this point, the situation was dire, and Jang Shan yelled, "Multiply it by M." The system finally relented, "Fine, draw, right now." The lottery began spinning immediately. Jang Shan drew the Great Sage of Fu Hai, which turned out to be a mighty dragon, with a pair of incredibly powerful wings. He immediately drew the transform into a demon card and shouted loudly, "Transform into a demon Great Sage of Fu Hai." The dragon was equipped with a set of high-end armor, not only covering its front but also meticulously protecting every single hair. The armor's sleeves were coated with thick steel, and 2 swords hung from its sides. Jang Shan donned the armor, exuding an air of commander-like dominance, both cool and overbearing, walking on water. Using the power of transform into a demon for the first time, Jang Shan caused the heavens and earth to tremble, striking the drought spirit so swiftly and accurately that it couldn't react in time. He finished with a powerful kick, sending the drought spirit flying into the chicken coop, exploding in a cloud of smoke and fire. Sensing this terrifying power, Jang Shan marveled, "Is this my power?" The drought spirit was punched by Jang Shan in a brutal fight, and he became furious, shouting loudly in a terrifying manner. Then, countless sparks shot from his body, striking Jang Shan. The powerful sparks shattered part of his armor, causing Jang Shan to panic. He quickly summoned Ro Lingji and drew the sword from his waist. Ro Lingji activated and charged rapidly toward the drought spirit. "You've lived too long." Jang Shan swung his sword straight at the drought spirit, who raised his hand to block it. Strangely, despite blocking the sword with his bare hand, it didn't seem to affect him at all. Not only that, but he was also absorbing the demon energy from the blade. He let out a sinister laugh. He. Seeing him so pleased with himself, Jang Shan became angry. "Damn it, he's absorbing my demon energy." Jang Shan quickly drew another Ro Lingji sword, and Ro Lingji number 2 activated, slashing repeatedly at the drought spirit, but he continued to block the sword with his bare hands, leaving no marks. The drought spirit laughed loudly. "No matter how many times you strike, it won't matter." He then seized the opportunity to absorb the demon energy from Jang Shan's armor, causing it to melt.
Jang Shan realized that this enemy could consume power in many forms. He quickly came up with an idea.
If that's the case, let's see how much you can swallow. With that, he gathered all his strength and confronted the drought spirit head-on. The two clashed evenly, and suddenly, they both unleashed their moves, creating an explosion, and dust filled the air.
The drought spirit was blown back, gasping for breath. Jang Shan realized that this tactic was effective.
The drought spirit retreated, intending to buy time, and said, "I've been observing you for a long time now. This strange ability of yours won't last much longer. You can't kill me, but I can make you run out of strength and die."
He threatened, "If you don't want to die, then leave." Jang Shan was taken aback when the drought spirit managed to pinpoint his weakness.
He broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, if I knew my opponent's weakness, I would definitely strike precisely.
But now this drought spirit wants me to leave. What are you up to? Jang Shan looked up and saw an energy seal surrounding the battlefield.
He was surprised. After those 3 demon-level fiends entered, the sky has been sealed off as a restricted area. Jang Shan guessed that all the kings on the human side were currently maintaining the array in this restricted zone. At that moment, he understood. The drought spirit wanted to use the power of these kings to summon the king demon.
The drought spirit openly admitted his plan. It's been discovered. Jang Shan immediately interrupted their plan. But as long as I'm here, don't think he'll succeed.
He charged forward to engage in direct combat with him. Unfortunately, Jang Shan was hit by a powerful blow. He fell from the sky, spitting out a mouthful of blood and thinking to himself, continuing like this isn't going to work. He then ordered the system, help me upgrade the fixed rank first. The fixed rank appeared, and Jang Shan immediately upgraded it. He told the system, use the remaining demon energy to level it up to the highest rank. The system displayed a notification, next, consume 100 demon energy points, consume 500 demon energy points, consume 10,000 demon energy points, consume 30,000 demon energy points. After a moment, another notification appeared, level up completed. Jang Shan held 2 nails in his hands, moved forward, and with all his strength, threw them with the intention of pinning the drought spirit down. But the drought spirit, despite being as tough as iron, found that the 2 nails aimed at it simply couldn't penetrate. The drought spirit was also confused, wondering what the hell was going on. It couldn't absorb the nails. Seeing how strange this object was, the drought spirit quickly decided to flee. It was the best course of action. However, to its surprise, no matter how fast it ran, the 2 nails stuck to it, never leaving its side. As the nails drew closer, the drought spirit swung its arm, trying to knock the nails to the ground, but as soon as the nails hit the ground, they caused an explosion that shattered the earth, making it clear there was some kind of binding force. While the drought spirit was focused on dodging the nails, Jang Shan took the opportunity to appear right behind it. This was a good chance. Jang Shan controlled the 2 HNCTINH drought nails and drove them straight into its body. The drought spirit took the full impact in its back. Pin him down, kill him. However, no matter how much force was applied, the nails couldn't pierce the drought spirit's body. Enraged, it spun around and yelled, "Don't think that these 2 little nails can kill me." Jang Shan gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Is it that tough?" The drought spirit turned and squeezed Jang Shan's neck. Panicked, Jang Shan cried out, "AAA, he's so arrogant. You think these tiny nails can pierce through me?" Jang Shan was lifted off the ground by the grip around his neck, struggling for air. He cursed inwardly, thinking, "Damn it, I can't hold on much longer." His palms were sweaty and trembling as he tried to control the nails. In that critical moment, he saw a shadow and suddenly had an idea. "Ah, got it!" he exclaimed, giving an order, "Shadow, come out and help me, I'll give you the power of the Nether God Mace." The shadow immediately grabbed the large hammer and shouted, "The hammer is too big." Jang Shan then commanded, "Now, strike it down for me." The shadow exerted all its strength and screamed, "Aya!" Then it raised the hammer straight up and slammed it onto the drought spirit. The hammer struck, driving the spike a little further into the drought spirit's body. It screamed in pain, Aya, we're all demons, why are you making it so difficult for me? The shadow continued to strike madly at the drought spirit and shouted, not all demons are the same. The hammer slammed down again, and the spike drove a little deeper into the body. The drought spirit screamed in pain, Aya. At this point, the spike was only a little away from fully penetrating the drought spirit's body. Jang Shan encouraged the shadow, keep going. Finally, with one more strike, the spike was driven deep into the drought spirit, and it screamed in agony, ah. Then it exploded, disintegrating into a shower of debris. The explosion created a massive wave of energy that rose several dozen meters, devastating everything around. At that moment, the drought spirit was reduced to nothing but a skull. Jang Shan, seeing it was likely finished, shouted in joy, success. He sighed, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and said with relief, phew, that was exhausting. As he was about to leave, the drought spirit, still clinging to life like a leech, raised a hand. By now, it only had its head and one arm left, its lower body shattered into pieces. It had been on the brink of death for a while, yet it still arrogantly spoke, do you think I'll be killed so easily? Before it could finish, it was struck on the head with a staff, crushing its skull. The person who approached was Shua Shua. Coldly, she raised her staff high, ready to deliver the final blow. The drought spirit, seeing Shua Shua, angrily cursed, why do all you demon lackeys help outsiders? Shua Shua saw him talking too much, so she swung her staff and smashed his head, not giving him a chance to say anything more. He kept grumbling so much, he deserved to die. The head of the drought spirit was now crushed, blood and flesh mixed together. After dealing with the drought spirit, she happily ran to Jang Shan and said, Hee Dean. Jang Shan immediately asked with concern, are you okay? The female Shua Shua demon cheerfully replied, I'm fine. Jang Shan let out a relieved sigh. Phew, it's all over now. The sky began to brighten, and Jang Shan walked side by side with the female demon. He said to her, come with me, let's go home. At a coffee shop, Jang Shan walked in casually, and upon seeing the empty shop, he was surprised and asked, why is there no one here? Two female demons came out to greet him. The shop isn't open yet, boss. Suddenly, Jang Shan's phone rang. Rang, rang, rang. He picked up the phone and answered, hello, Hong's sister. Hong's sister cheerfully said, Jang Shan, let's arrange another mission. I feel like my abilities have improved. Jang Shan happily agreed, haha. Sure, let's meet tonight. Finally, everything was slowly coming to an end. In this world, as long as there is injustice, the city of Jiangbei will still have demons. This is the meaning of our existence. Jang Shan turned his face toward the sun, raising his hand high, ready to embrace the new challenge, let's go kill some demons.